So it still doesn't work. Kakashi pulled down his eye patch, his left eye Sharingan spinning wildly in the mirror, layers overlapping and merging, converging at the pupil into a sharp, fierce, three-pronged windmill shape. This Mangekyō consumes too much chakra. Within a few years I'll probably be drained dry. If I want to survive, it seems there's only one path left. Hashirama sells, huh? This village long rotten to the core. If it weren't for something here I still need, Kakashi wouldn't want to stay a single day longer. Tomorrow is the day Hiruzen Sarutobi goes to meet the daimyo. Minato Namake's body hasn't even been buried yet, and this old fossil can't wait to jump out and reclaim the Hokage seat. He looked down at the terrifying piercing wound on his chest, barely half an inch from his heart. If it had been any closer, even Tsunade couldn't have saved him. To avoid alerting the Umbu watching from outside, Kakashi covered his Sharingan and let out a silent manic laugh. Ever since his Mangekyō Sharingan awakened, Kakashi found himself becoming more and more extreme. To refuse escorting Hiruzen Sarutobi to the land of fire as in the original story, he had actually resorted to self-harm. But this was fine too. Knowing Hiruzen's character, without him as free labor, the Umbu would likely be deployed in full force tomorrow, leaving the village's defenses weakened. The perfect opportunity for Kakashi to act. As for whether Danzo would, like in the original story, lead route to intercept Hiruzen, Kakashi found it amusing. That fool wouldn't have the brains to use the Sharingan as a revival coin. Danzo, I hope you come through. Best case scenario, you and your good buddy take each other out together forever. After uttering his most malevolent blessing, Kakashi raised his right hand. The entire palm was enveloped in a green glow, slowly pressing toward the wound. No, if I don't show up tomorrow morning it might raise suspicion. I've endured all these years. I can't slip up now. When he had transmigrated, his father Tsukumo Hatake had already committed suicide, driven to death at home by the gossip of a few civilians for the sake of the greater good. That year Kakashi was 7 years old, a recognized genius of the ninja world. He graduated from the academy at 5, but became a chunin at 6, and mastered all 5 chakra natures. Other villages already regarded him as the next White Fang of Konoha, with a bounty as high as 1/3 of Asuma's. That day Kakashi had just returned from a mission. As he pushed open the door, a foul stench hit his nose. Tsukumo Hatake had been dead for days. Half his body was gnawed down to a skeleton by rats, while the other half had rotted and decayed, dripping black fluid drop by drop. Then the original Kakashi couldn't handle the shock and was displaced by someone from a later era. After receiving all of Kakashi's memories, the reborn Kakashi cleaned up the vomit, silently closed the door, and went to find Jiraiya, his father's former close friend. At this time Jiraiya had just returned from his travels. According to the timeline, he had just finished teaching Nagato Yahiko and Konan and was back to visit Minato and Kushina. When Jiraiya saw Kakashi, he was having a small gathering with Tsunade and Orochimaru, reeking of alcohol, his eyes fixed on Tsunade across the table. Kakashi pushed open the door of the izakaya. No crying, no accusations. His tone was eerily calm, as if recounting an insignificant matter. My father Tsukumo Hatake is dead. The 3 Sannin acted quickly, and the matter was settled. The rumors vanished, and Tsukumo Hatake was buried at the memorial stone as a hero. That was the greatest compensation he could give his predecessor. It was said that a spy infiltration incident occurred at the Hokage building, and even the 3rd Hokage's statue on the Hokage rock was damaged. Yet oddly, the 1st and 2nd Hokage's heads remained untouched. But this had nothing to do with Kakashi. He was busy sorting through Tsukumo Hatake's belongings. Besides secret technique scrolls, he discovered a fragment of the Kiyama no Jutsu. This must have been obtained by Tsukumo during a post-battle sweep in recent missions. He probably hadn't had time to hand it over to the 3rd before the frame-up happened. Otherwise, given Tsukumo's character, such an evil technique would never have been kept at home. It was this incomplete Kiyama no Jutsu that gave Kakashi, who had no system, no bloodline limit, some confidence. He planned to use his foreknowledge of the plot to latch onto the protagonist's group and slowly grow stronger. Then, following the original story's trajectory, Kakashi deliberately cultivated the image of a cold, heartless genius ninja, alienating everyone, making no friends, actively choosing to live in solitude. He also subtly dismissed his father's ninja way, transforming into the cold-blooded ninja the 3rd hoped to see, one who would achieve the mission at any cost. Kakashi felt he had maintained this disguise perfectly, yet somehow he couldn't shake the 3rd's suspicion. The Umbu station dutifully outside his door was proof enough. No matter how hard he tried, far surpassing his anime counterpart at the same age, he still couldn't change anything. In the Canopy Bridge battle, he watched helplessly as Obito was buried under the earth, forced to accept this damned Mangekyō Sharingan. Then through tears Kakashi watched as Rin, with the 3 tails sealed inside her by Mist Ninja, impaled herself on his Chidori. As for Minato Namake's and Kushina, despite Kakashi's repeated warnings, Obito used 6 paths level spacetime, ninjutsu, to bypass all outer defenses and directly penetrate the barrier into the delivery room. Kakashi had frantically searched the village for the location of the battle between Minato Namake's and Obito, but found nothing. But even if he had arrived in time with his combat level, he wouldn't have been qualified to interfere in a battle that surpassed Kaga level. The most ironic part was that upon seeing the bodies of the Minato couple, the intense negative emotions of unwillingness, regret, and pain were recognized by Obito's Sharingan, evolving it directly from Tsutomu to Mangekyō. Was Obito's Kamui Mangekyō powerful? Of course it was. So powerful that this body not yet fully grown didn't have nearly enough chakra to feed this bottomless pit. The original plan to follow the story and live out his days quietly had become a luxury. This damn ninja world is the Otsutsuki's private backyard. If the mountain falls, it falls. If I can't beat them, I'll just join them. Soon. Just endure a little longer. Kakashi punched the mirror to smithereens. I've endured enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi Danzo Shimura. Why aren't the two of you feeling my pain instead? Kakashi covered his eyes, laughing hysterically, a complete madman. Tossing and turning on the tatami mat, he barely managed to wait until the sun rose. Kakashi stared at his haggard reflection in the wash basin, the penetrating wound across his chest throbbing with a dull tearing pain. The wound was red and swollen, and every breath brought a tormenting ache. Perfect. Having just suffered the loss of his teacher and wife, appearing lively and carefree would have been too implausible. He donned his neat ANBU uniform, meticulously adjusting the hem. Each step sent a sharp pain through his chest wound, forcing his body to sway slightly, adding a fragile, precarious look. Once ready, he slowly stepped out of his residence and headed toward the Hokage's office building. The morning light was gentle, the scars of the Ninetales rampage were yet to be erased, with ruins still visible. Yet the villagers' brows were full of hope as they chatted and laughed, rebuilding their homes. What reached his ears were mostly resentment toward the Jinchuriki and gratitude toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for the fourth Hokage, who sacrificed his life to seal the Ninetales to protect them, he was merely glossed over with a dismissive "that person." Teacher, was your sacrifice truly worth it? This is the Konoha you so dearly wanted to protect. Even though you gave your life, no one will remember you. Kakashi kept his head lowered, his steps unsteady, perfectly portraying a state of utter exhaustion. When he reached the Hokage's office building, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood tall, in his Hokage robes, radiant and dignified. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Hiruzen turned to look. When his eyes fell on Kakashi, surprise flickered in his gaze, quickly replaced by a perfectly measured concern and care, as warm and benevolent as always. Kakashi, what brings you here? Hiruzen hurried forward, reaching out to support Kakashi's faltering frame. You are gravely wounded. I told you to rest at home. Why force yourself to come see me off? His words were full of sincerity. Anyone hearing them would praise the third Hokage's benevolence and care for his subordinates. But Kakashi's fingers, hanging by his side, subtly curled inward, unseen by anyone. In his heart, there was only a cold sneer. How hypocritical. What about the surveillance along the way? And that covert chakra probe when he supported me? Hokage-sama, it's fine. As an ANBU, failing to protect the Hokage is already a dereliction of duty. If I didn't even come to see you off, I'd be no different from my useless father. This was the first time in days that someone had addressed him directly as Hokage rather than third Hokage. The benevolence on his face grew even thicker as he held Kakashi's arm and repeatedly urged him. Silly child, a ninja's duty is to protect, but that doesn't mean you should push yourself beyond your limits. Good. Just like that. The more obedient and docile he appeared, the more he could lower the Hokage's guard, making him completely let down his vigilance. Kakashi cursed inwardly, but kept his expression neutral, while secretly counting the number of ANBU behind the third. After the reassurances and admonitions with Hiruzen's low command, the fully prepared escort squad moved out. In a few flashes they passed through Konoha's gates and disappeared beyond the village. The next moment the air distorted slightly. Kakashi's form suddenly blurred, and like a wisp of wind he appeared silently on the Hokage rock, standing atop the statue of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. This was the highest point in all of Konoha, offering a panoramic view of the entire village. Kakashi waited silently, his gaze fixed on the hidden underground entrance on the western side of the village. He waited until the sun set and night fell. Finally, the long-neglected underground passage emitted a faint sound. A stooped figure slowly emerged from the underground, his entire body wrapped in white bandages from head to toe, leaving only a pair of sinister eyes visible. In his hand, he held an ancient wooden staff. Behind Shimura Danzo, a dense mass of root operatives followed closely. Watching the squad merge into the night, heading toward the forest of death, a smile finally curled at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. Finally, everyone is moving. Truly sewer rats that shun the light, not even daring to use the main gate. Danzo, good luck. Rubbing his aching left eye, he pulled up the eye patch to cover the Sharingan that wouldn't close. Forming hand seals, he vanished in a series of shunshin, leaving Konoha from another direction. His movements were furtive along the way, not much better than the rat Danzo he had criticized. Soon Kakashi's figure appeared near the forest border. Before him was a dark cliff face, its rocks covered with mottled, old vines and moss. It was hard to imagine that this was Danzo's secret base built for Orochimaru. Thump, thump. Brushing aside the dangling vines at the cliff entrance, Kakashi curled his fingers and lightly tapped the cold hard stone wall. 1 second, 10 seconds, half a minute. Only the rustling of leaves filled the air. The cliff entrance remained utterly silent without any response. No sound of mechanisms activating, no fluctuation of chakra flow, and no one answered. The hidden entrance seemed nothing more than a lifeless, ordinary rock face. It seems our Lord Orochimaru is truly a busy man still wandering outside at this late hour. What an irresponsible scientist. Earth Release Headhunter Technique. This was a D-rank supplementary jutsu. The user burrows underground, then bursts out from beneath the target's feet, grabs their ankles, and drags them into the earth, leaving only the head exposed, completely immobilizing the opponent. It was a perfect sneaky jutsu. Simple hand seals, minimal chakra fluctuation, ideal for greeting Orochimaru. Just as Kakashi was about to fall asleep waiting in the soil, the ground finally transmitted the faint vibrations of approaching footsteps, which grew closer, then abruptly stopped. The spot where the footsteps stopped was directly above Kakashi's head. As expected of Orochimaru, even this can't escape him. Since Orochimaru had already seen through it, Kakashi didn't hold back. He thrust both hands upward. A whoosh sounded, and as expected, Kakashi's hands grabbed nothing. Hidden snake hands. Startled, Kakashi's hair stood on end. This was Orochimaru's signature technique. With most of his body still in the ground, if he tried to leap away to dodge, he would only fall into the trap already laid and die faster. Before Kakashi could decide whether to use the substitution jutsu to dodge or block with the earth-style wall. Countless pale, slender snake tails shot out from the cracks in the soil, their sharp scales scraping harshly against the rock, emitting a piercing screech. Damn, this might have gone too far. Too late. A plume of white smoke rose, obscuring Orochimaru's vision. The sensation from the summoned snake's tail made him frown, and he subtly withdrew his hand into his voluminous sleeve. As expected of the battle-hardened Lord Orochimaru. Just a greeting, don't be so stingy. Kakashi's lazy voice drifted from behind Orochimaru, his tone flippant, lacking any tension of facing a formidable enemy. A low, icy laugh escaped Orochimaru's throat. His fingers hidden within his sleeve quietly completed the final hand seal. He slowly turned around, his golden vertical pupils locking onto the white-haired youth before him. Greeting. Your actions hiding in the earth had no sincerity of a greeting. Besides, I don't recall having such a close friendship with you that you'd come to reminisce in the dead of night. Speaking thus, Orochimaru nonchalantly walked toward Kakashi. When he was less than 3 meters away, he suddenly released the hand seal. Hidden snake shadow hand. Countless white snakes, far more than before, materialized out of thin air, bearing their fangs, and surrounding Kakashi from all directions. Since you've discovered my secret base, you have no right to leave alive tonight. After releasing the jutsu, Orochimaru turned and began to walk straight toward the entrance of the cave. That attack had been his full power, summoning nearly all the massive white snakes stored in Ryuchi Cave. There was no way Hatake Kakashi could survive. This was the confidence of one of the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha. Few in the ninja world could survive that technique, and Kakashi was certainly not among them. But that confidence quickly vanished. The right foot Orochimaru had just taken hung in midair, his entire body, as if petrified, his eyes fixed on the cave entrance. Flying Thunder God technique. Clap, clap, clap. Kakashi leaned against the rock wall, his legs casually crossed, clapping with indifference. Lord Orochimaru, indeed knowledgeable. Orochimaru rolled his eyes in exasperation. How could he not recognize the Flying Thunder God? The yellow flash dominated the ninja world. The Flying Thunder God's speed was unparalleled. Once a mark was imprinted, it could never be escaped, making it the pinnacle of space-time ninjutsu. In the entire ninja world, no one else could replicate it. But in the Battle of the Nine Tails Rampage, Minato Namikaze fell, and this supreme secret technique unique to the 4th Hokage was completely lost. He simply couldn't understand. The Nine Tails Rampage, Minato's death, the Flying Thunder God lost. Hatake Kakashi, though a direct disciple of Minato, had mediocre talent and unremarkable past achievements. How could he master it? Doubt churned in his heart, but he had no intention of asking Kakashi how he learned the Flying Thunder God. Probing someone's trump card would only put him at a disadvantage, pointless. The only thing certain was that at this moment he had no chance to kill Kakashi. Orochimaru let out a cold snort, retracting all his killing intent. Kakashi, tell me, barging into my base in the dead of night, what exactly do you want? Seeing that Orochimaru had backed down and his goal of showing strength was achieved, Kakashi put away his cynical expression and slowly uttered a few words. Hashirama's cells. As those 4 words fell, the evening breeze in the forest seemed to freeze. Kakashi, where did you learn about this? Orochimaru's aura began to shift drastically again. His shoulders tightened, his pale face turned completely cold and dark, and the skin on his neck faintly took on a sickly pallor. Don't be tense. I'm not an ambu sent by the 3rd Hokage to investigate you, nor an informant for the higher-ups. The 3rd has gone to the land of fire's capital. Danzo is currently putting on a show of mutual love and killing with him, so he has no time to deal with you. Kakashi glanced up and down at Orochimaru's outfit and casually added, also, that outfit really doesn't suit you. Orochimaru looked down at the standard ambu uniform he wore, noncommittal. He licked his lips, instead becoming very curious about Kakashi's intentions. Since it's neither a probe nor a pursuit, then you've come tonight to make a deal with me, eh? Orochimaru looked the young man up and down. Kakashi was now full of mysteries. Indeed, he was a good experimental subject, and one who had come to him of his own accord. There was no reason to refuse. No, not a deal. A collaboration. Kakashi was too lazy to say more. He silently raised his right hand, hooked his fingers, and pulled down the black mask covering his eye socket. A crimson light exploded. In an eye socket scarred by a vertical line, a strange eye slowly rotated. Orochimaru, who a moment ago was thinking of how to use Kakashi for dangerous experiments, had his golden vertical pupils drawn to that eye, unable to look away. Mangekyō Sharingan. Orochimaru's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The blood of a scientific madman boiled. This is truly fascinating. The three-tomo Sharingan was already a rare top-tier bloodline in the ninja world, but the Mangekyō Sharingan existed only in legend. Every Mangekyō had a unique pattern bearing a supreme exclusive ocular ability and contained power enough to shake the ninja world. Even within the Uchiha clan, it was rare for one to appear in a century. But now this legendary divine eye had grown on an outsider with no Uchiha bloodline. TSK. Excellent. Truly excellent experimental material. A fanatical green light gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes, his greed unconcealed. His tongue kept licking the corners of his mouth, and his breathing grew rapid. If he could dissect and study this transplanted Mangekyō, unravel the bloodline secret of a non-clan member adapting to the Sharingan, and then combine it with Hashirama cells for fusion experiments. Follow me. Orochimaru no longer cared about the confrontation. He grabbed Kakashi's wrist without hesitation and eagerly activated the mechanism. A dull mechanical sound came from the solid rock wall. A pitch-black, deep underground base door slowly opened, and a wave of cold air rushed out. Kakashi was completely compliant, offering no resistance, letting Orochimaru drag him along without any worry that Orochimaru might harm him. The Mangekyō Sharingan was a rare treasure. Don't mind that in the later part of the story power scaling collapsed, and the Mangekyō Sharingan almost became standard for the Uchiha clan. Without such an eye, that guy Kishimoto would be embarrassed to let a character appear. But now the story hasn't even begun. Rarity makes things precious. Orochimaru now wished he could hold this eye in his palm and cherish it. Let alone harming him. Even if during research he damaged a single meridian, Orochimaru would be deeply distressed. Orochimaru walked quickly, all the way not taking his eyes off Kakashi's Mangekyō for a second. Perfect. This is truly a perfect specimen gifted by the creator. Orochimaru walked swiftly through the narrow corridor lined with densely packed experimental vessels and sealed specimens, the scene under the pale light resembling a hell on earth. Indeed, the darkness of the shinobi, the root buried deep beneath Konoha, continuously supplying nourishment to the village. But where does that nourishment ultimately go? TSK. Kakashi couldn't help but cast a few more glances at the specimens arranged at the end of the corridor, letting out an earnest exclamation of admiration. In dozens of transparent glass containers, although various parts of the bodies had undergone differing degrees of woodification, they were far better than the abstract pieces earlier. At least one could faintly discern the contours of faces. Kakashi recognized several familiar faces at once. These individuals all possessed blood ties to the Senju clan, having graduated around the same time as him and fought on the same battlefields. There was some bond between them. Yet he never imagined that their next reunion would be in such a place. Orochimaru pressed Kakashi onto an operating table, hastening to attach various tubes to his body, puzzled by Kakashi's sarcastic tone. Kakashi, you seem to harbor quite a grudge against the teacher and Danzo. If I haven't forgotten how my father died. Orochimaru paused in his handiwork, then nodded silently, as if acknowledging Kakashi's words. Orochimaru had witnessed the tragic end of Chimu Malshua back then. Even someone as accustomed to death as him nearly retched. Danzo did go too far that year. No one expected things to reach that point. Tsunade and Jiraiya directly broke one of Danzo's legs, and one arm even destroyed the teacher's statue. That was their way of giving Malshua some closure. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru. Wasn't it you who struck Danzo the hardest back then? But it didn't matter anymore. Chimu Malshua deserved to die. Kakashi truly had no idea what he was thinking at the time. Anyone could see that Malshua's merit had overshadowed his master. Why couldn't he just submit a resignation report and be done with it? Instead, he chose the most pathetic way, suicide, to prove his loyalty. What a blockhead. Heh. Then let me tell you, Minato's death is not unrelated to Danzo, and the third turned a blind eye to it. Danzo's ambition has always lurked in the shadows. And your benevolent, magnanimous teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. That's impossible. A low exclamation escaped Orochimaru's throat involuntarily. He had been raised as a disciple by Hiruzen himself, and he could not bring himself to believe that Hiruzen would tacitly allow a deadly trap against the fourth Hokage. TCH can't take it anymore. Kakashi's face twisted into a sneer. He lay back with his hands behind his head, laughing uncontrollably. What? Don't believe me? Then think again. How did Nawaki die? As the direct grandson of the first Hokage, his physical resilience goes without saying. Killed by a single exploding tag. Don't joke. That piece of junk has such a long fuse that anyone would dodge it in time. You witnessed Nawaki being blown up with your own eyes. Didn't you ever suspect anything? No way. Then you're really too naive. Jiraiya was much smarter than you. He saw through it early and used that searching for the child of prophecy excuse, a lie fit for children, to flee Konoha. Tsunade was a bit slower. She only left after her beloved died. And you're still foolishly believing that Hiruzen Sarutobi will pass the Hokage seat to you. Believe me, if it weren't for Minato, the one who would have died in the Nine Tails incident would be you, Orochimaru. Huh. Kakashi laughed so hard his stomach ached, rolling on the narrow operating table, completely ignoring the flush spreading across Orochimaru's pale corpse-like face. Shut up. Oh, angry. But the truth is the truth. Shut up. The teacher wouldn't. You're way too naive. Do you believe that when the old man returns from the daimyo's mansion, the news about your live human experiments on Hashirama cells will spread through the village? Want to make a bet? How about wagering this eye? Orochimaru stared at Kakashi, who pointed at the Mangekyō Sharingan with utter seriousness and said nothing. But the tubing of the device in his hand trembled in the air like a venomous snake. How? Why? Orochimaru, it's a good thing you never became Hokage. Do you really have no idea what he's doing leading people out of the village today? This assassination is doomed to fail. Danzo won't give up so easily. He'll do everything to undermine Hiruzen Sarutobi's reputation. After much deliberation, you are the perfect target. You are the third's most prized disciple. With such a scandal as human experimentation plus the charge of desecrating the first Hokage, that old schemer Danzo will never let such a golden opportunity slip. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, he doesn't need to do anything. He just waits for Danzo to open fire, then goes along with the current. What better way to win people's hearts than by placing righteousness above family loyalty? It's exactly the same trick that drove my father to death. Besides, your achievements far surpass my father's. If you stay in Konoha, how can either Hiruzen or Danzo sleep at night? I knew you wouldn't believe it. Let me put it this way, the war is over, the rabbits are all dead. You, the hunting dog, are not only useless now, but also require good food and care every day, and they have to worry about you turning on them one day. No matter how you calculate it, it's a losing deal. Orochimaru listened quietly to Kakashi's tirade, let out a long breath, and then laughed as well. So that's it. But why would the teacher do this? Jiraiya and Tsunade have already left. If he forces me away too, there will be no one left in the village to rely on. With a slap, Kakashi, after staring at Orochimaru for a long moment, smacked his own forehead in exasperation. Orochimaru was a master of research but a complete novice in politics. Even after such a blunt explanation, he was still clueless. The white fang of Konoha is gone, but wasn't the yellow flash there? There are plenty of promising sprouts in the Ninja Academy. Send them all to the battlefield, and who's to say another legendary Sannin won't emerge? Growing excited, Kakashi sat up straight on the operating table and improvised a recitation of a well-known verse. Wherever leaves dance, the fire burns. The light of the fire illuminates the entire village, and new leaves will sprout once more. When a person wishes to protect those dear to them, the true power of a shinobi is born at that moment. These words were all too familiar to Orochimaru, ingrained so deeply they felt etched into his very bones. Every year at the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy, Hiruzen Sarutobi would stand upon the high podium and earnestly expound upon this passage. Countless Konoha villagers and ninja held this as their faith, regarding it as the foundation of the Leaf Village and the true essence of protection, calling it the will of fire. Once he had believed in it wholeheartedly. But now hearing it from Kakashi's mouth, combined with the various questionable maneuvers within the village during the Third Shinobi World War, every word carried a bone-chilling coldness. Old leaves wither away, useless heroes are quietly discarded, hunting dogs that have lost their value are settled accounts, and then new leaves await growth, endlessly producing new combat power to continue sacrificing for the greater good of Konoha. A cycle repeating endlessly without cease. How could this be the will of fire? This was clearly a man-eating set of rules. In an instant, Orochimaru's thoughts tangled together, impossible to untangle or sever. The last shred of attachment in his heart toward his master and toward Konoha was utterly shattered. This matter would soon be verified. Orochimaru had long held little affection for Konoha. His mind was now solely fixed on eternal life, and he had no interest in anything beyond that. If you win, what do you want? Straightforward. Speaking with smart people is efficient. I want all the forbidden jutsu in the Forbidden Scrolls, as well as the contract book of Ryuchi Cave. As compensation, I will tell you some secrets you might find interesting. Just that, eh? Just that. Have you never seen the Forbidden Scrolls? Minato Namikaze was your teacher. Theoretically, you shouldn't need to come to me for them. Orochimaru looked at Kakashi in confusion. Seeing the look of disdain on Kakashi's face, he considered a possibility and asked tentatively. The third Hokage didn't hand over the Forbidden Scrolls to the fourth. Bingo, correct answer. Unfortunately, there's no prize. Orochimaru chuckled a few times, trusting Kakashi's words a bit more. The boy had no reason to deceive him on this matter. As for what Kakashi intended to do with the forbidden jutsu, Orochimaru cared not at all. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. I have something even more interesting. Do you want to know? Lie down properly, and don't move around. If the data comes out inaccurate, and something goes wrong, I'll be heartbroken. Senior Orochimaru, can you stop being so sickening? I'm getting goosebumps all over. I plan to get married, and carry on the Kazuki family line in the future. Acting like this gives me psychological trauma. Orochimaru's hand paused, and he cast a leisurely glance at the still chattering Kakashi. He took a deep breath, repeatedly warning himself, although corpses could be studied, doing so would be such a waste. Kakashi spoke with great enthusiasm. For so many years he had been pretending every day. Aside from missions, he stayed alone in his room with no one to talk to. Now that he finally had someone like Orochimaru with whom he could speak freely, how could he restrain himself? His words began to run wild. Orochimaru, let's talk about something you'd be interested in. Six Paths Sage, you should know about him, right? Kakashi lay on the surgical table, unable to see Orochimaru's expression, but the increasing pressure on his hand and the suddenly heavy breathing made him smile. It seemed Orochimaru already knew some secrets about the Six Paths Sage and the God Tree. That was exactly how it should be. Otherwise, how could he deceive Orochimaru into becoming one of his own? He wondered if Orochimaru had already abandoned ordinary ninjutsu and started researching reincarnation of the soul. He hoped it wasn't too late. The snake Annie from the original novel was truly disgusting, and Kakashi didn't like her. It seems you do know. Then let's talk about something else. What about Ashura and Indra? Not interested. Then what about the bloodlines of the Senju Uchiha and Uzumaki, 3 clans of immortals? Kakashi felt Orochimaru's hand stop, completely motionless for a long time. Curious, he raised his head high and locked eyes directly with Orochimaru's gloomy gaze. Hey, wait. If you want to hear me speak, just say so. Don't use the scalpel. Watching Orochimaru toss the scalpel back into the tray, Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was at the mercy of another after all, and since he needed Orochimaru's help, a wise man does not seek advantage in the moment of danger. Kakashi coughed a few times, cleared his throat, and met Orochimaru's gaze, calmly speaking slowly. The deepest, most ancient hidden secret of this shinobi world. You've probably found some information. Ninjutsu was not created by humans. All origins stem from the Six Paths Sage. The Senju Uchiha and Uzumaki, the 3 supreme bloodlines towering above all other ninja clans, were never accidentally born gifted groups. They share the same origin and root, all being offshoots of the Six Paths Sage's descendants. Orochimaru's pupils contracted. Although he had long deduced from bloodline origins, chakra structures, and senjutsu adaptability that the 3 clans were closely related, he had never been able to piece together a complete lineage. The Six Paths Sage had 2 sons, the elder son Indra and the younger son Ashura. The elder son Indra inherited the Six Paths Sage's dojutsu and spiritual energy. His temperament was proud and stubborn, believing in the supremacy of power. The younger son Ashura inherited the Six Paths Sage's physical energy and vitality. His nature was generous and gentle, believing in bonds and legacy. Senju and Uchiha. Then, what about the Uzumaki clan? Hey, Orochimaru, interrupting someone's story casually is very impolite. Kakashi was quite displeased with Orochimaru's interjection, muttering to himself. Seeing Orochimaru pick up the scalpel and wave it in front of him again, he immediately backed down. To put it simply, the Senju Uchiha and Uzumaki are originally one family. Seeing the confused Orochimaru, Kakashi smiled extremely obnoxiously and laid out his conjectures completely. It's simple. Who can say clearly how many offspring the Six Paths Sage had? After all, that was over 1,000 years ago. He directly distributed chakra, gifting his own chakra to the world, sparing no effort to help mortals awaken their talents. Is that the kind of ghost story you would believe, Orochimaru? Orochimaru didn't even think twice, shaking his head like a rattle drum. If the legend were true, according to this theory, everyone should have the ability to extract chakra. Look around the shinobi world now. Are there more ninjas with talent or more civilians without any? Of course there are more civilians. Orochimaru answered without hesitation. What was there to consider? Civilians with talent becoming ninjas were 1 in 10,000 rarer than winning the lottery. Don't all ninja clans have ancestral teachings against intermarrying with civilians? And isn't it true that when 2 ninja marry, the probability of their child becoming a ninja is higher? Listening to Kakashi's continuous questions, Orochimaru stood stunned, countless experimental data flashing through his mind, leading him to a terrifying conclusion. Yes, it is exactly as you think. Kakashi chuckled softly, revealing the final answer. Isn't it unbelievable? Once you eliminate all impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. It is highly likely that we are all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. It's just that the more the bloodline mingles with commoners, the fainter it becomes in the children, until it fades entirely into obscurity. As for the Uzumaki clan, they might be an offshoot of Ashura's lineage, or perhaps even the Sage's illegitimate children, who knows? I suspect this is also why no trace of the Sage of Six Paths can be found today. After all, it's not exactly a glorious affair. With wives straying and cuckolding their husbands, the great ninja clans would be eager to hide such shame, not broadcast it to the world. Orochimaru slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them his gaze burned with even greater fervor. I see. Kakashi, how do you know all these secrets? TSK. Don't forget the Hatake clan were originally samurai. Our ancestors were serving nobles long before ninja ever existed. Isn't it only natural that I know a little more? Kakashi rolled his dull fish-like eyes and retorted at Orochimaru with a hint of irritation. Though such boasts wouldn't hold up to scrutiny, it was better to gloss over them. Are you going to listen or not? Stop interrupting, I've lost my train of thought. Alright, please continue. Kakashi clicked his tongue, his arrogant demeanor making Orochimaru's teeth itch with frustration, yet he was powerless to do anything. Such unheard-of secrets were simply too intoxicating to abandon. Every conflict in the ninja world today, every single one stems from ancient times. Probably because the Sage of Six Paths had too many sons and daughters to manage, he simply created the ninja. That in itself wasn't a problem. But the tragedy began when the sage broke the tradition of primogeniture and before his death handed the leadership of Ninshu to his younger son Azura. From then on Ninshu split apart. The Uchiha bloodline, which sought power, and the Senju bloodline, which cherished bonds, embarked on a fateful rivalry. Interesting. Most intriguing. Orochimaru slowly raised his hand, his fingertips gently tracing his pale neck, his gaze growing increasingly morbid. So even the Sage of Six Paths could not escape the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. A single glance told Kakashi that Orochimaru had fallen back into his obsession. That man's focus was always on immortality. The smarter the person, the stronger their fixation. It was a good thing the story wasn't over yet. There might still be hope for this one. But Indra and Azura haven't truly died. How could that old man have perished? Impossible. If they're alive, how come there's not a single trace of them in the ninja world? Who says there isn't? I don't know about the earlier ones, but you must have heard of the previous reincarnations of Indra and Azura. They joined forces to create Konoha village. Orochimaru lost his composure and yelled at him, and Kakashi, not one to be cowed, stubbornly yelled right back. Are you saying Hashirama Senju was the reincarnation of Azura? Orochimaru practically leaped into the air, blurting out in shock. The sheer volume of information in Kakashi's single sentence was more staggering than all the Sage of Six Paths secrets combined. He had researched Hashirama's cells for years, exhausting every possible method to replicate that unique chakra, yet he had never succeeded. So it wasn't that he was incompetent, but that Hashirama Senju was the original reincarnation of Azura. Kakashi lay on the operating table wearing a contemptuous expression as if looking at a fool. Finally, not too dull? You've caught on. Then Madara was. Orochimaru's voice completely changed pitch. He pressed on, unwilling to give up, but the moment the words left his mouth he knew he had asked a foolish question. Take a guess. Sure enough, Kakashi's irritating voice came through. So all of us have been trapped in the obsession of those two brothers reincarnating for 1,000 years. So-called peace in the ninja world is just those brothers continuing their fight with different faces. Well then, if we were to wipe out the Senju and Uchiha clans entirely, wouldn't those brothers have no vessels for reincarnation? If Kakashi hadn't been so utterly shocked, he would have gotten up and kowed out to Orochimaru. Truly a fine disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, thinking exactly alike. If you're not afraid of the Sage of Six Paths rising from the underworld to smite the entire ninja world and start over, then by all means go ahead and try. He can come back from the underworld. I suspect that place is his creation, so what do you think? How about you give it a try? On second thought, I'll pass. The ninja world has survived like this for 1,000 years. When the sky falls, there will be taller people to hold it up. Orochimaru recalled the battle at the Valley of the End between Hashirama and Madara and the sheer exaggerated destructive power, and couldn't help but shrink his neck. If the suns were already that formidable, the Sage of Six Paths could kill him with no more effort than crushing an ant. Orochimaru didn't want to gamble. His goal was immortality. Don't be a coward. Want me to tell you who the current Azura reincarnation is? What did you say? Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. What? Don't believe me. It's not hard to guess. The Senju clan has been virtually wiped out by you people. Those left in Konoha are just distant relatives with diluted bloodlines. You wouldn't even use them as lab rats. Would Azura deem them worthy? Orochimaru's mind raced through all the information he had on the Senju clan in Konoha. His research on their bloodline was almost obsessive. He knew every direct and collateral descendant, perfectly remembering each one without error. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju had long since fallen their eras as the first and second Hokage, over severing the purest line of Azura's main lineage. Hashirama's younger brothers Atama and Kawarama had both died on the battlefield in their youth. Their bodies never recovered their bloodlines, ending early. The only remaining legitimate heirs were Tsunade and her younger brother Nawaki. But Nawaki had died on the battlefield long ago, his body cold, making him an impossible vessel. As for Tsunade, she was born before Hashirama's death, unless she had a child out of wedlock. The image of Tsunade holding a baby that looked exactly like Hashirama Senju in one arm, while shaking dice in her other hand, occasionally taking a heavy swig from a bottle, flashed through his mind. Orochimaru shook his head, banishing that terrifying thought. He would sooner believe Hashirama Senju had been resurrected than that anyone could tame that female Tyrannosaurus Tsunade. Thinking further, the remaining Senju in Konoha were all distant branches separated by generations lacking both the formidable physiques and the immense chakra of their ancestors. He stared intensely at Kakashi on the operating table, his vertical pupils filled with a thirst for knowledge. Had he missed some hidden survivor in Konoha? Since the Senju bloodline has withered, who could be the Asura reincarnation in this era? I'm truly at a loss with you. It's as obvious as lice on a bald man's head, yet how can your stubborn mind not turn a corner? Seeing that Orochimaru had finished collecting the body data, he sat up from the operating table and quietly distanced himself from the snake Sannin, rubbing his sore wrists. I'll ask you directly, what color is Tsunade's hair? The sudden question made Orochimaru pause slightly, and he blurted out instinctively, golden. As the sole legitimate direct descendant of the Senju clan still alive, Tsunade's signature brilliant golden hair was known to every ninja in the shinobi world. What about Minato Namake's hair color? Kakashi pressed on. Also golden. The golden hair of the Yellow Flash was one of Konoha's most dazzling symbols. And Kushina Uzumaki's. Crimson. The Uzumaki clan's unique scarlet long hair was the most intuitive symbol of their bloodline, with extremely high recognizability. Then think carefully again, what color is Naruto Uzumaki's hair? In that instant, Orochimaru's whole body trembled, and an image flashed through his mind, the fourth Hokage's orphan cradled in the third's arms. Golden hair with 3 fox-like whisker marks on each side. Pure unadulterated gold without a trace of the Uzumaki clan's signature crimson. Minato's bloodline had completely overshadowed the maternal hereditary traits. The Uzumaki bloodline was extremely potent. No matter the marriage, the crimson hair color was basically preserved, at worst appearing as a reddish-yellow mix. Yet Kushina's pure Uzumaki bloodline, when passed to Naruto, had been entirely suppressed, leaving only a head of pure golden hair. The answer was obvious. Understood. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. I understand. Orochimaru extended his tongue, the cool tip brushing against his dry lips, unable to conceal the fanaticism in his eyes. This was the original Senjutsu body bloodline of Asura. Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru whispered the name, and countless details instantly aligned. So if that's the case. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, his voice rising. If Asura has already manifested in this world, there must inevitably be a corresponding Indra reincarnation existing alongside him. Kakashi, who could it be? What the hell, how would I know? Why don't you go wipe out the Uchiha clan right now? Whoever's left at the end is Indra's reincarnation. Go ahead. The Rakuto Sennin wouldn't likely squash you. Kakashi genuinely feared delving deeper into conversation with Orochimaru, so he invoked the six-path sage as a shield, hoping to swiftly end this life-threatening topic. Who was Orochimaru after all? What he had said earlier was mostly fine, 99% truth, perhaps with a bit more self-serving bias mixed in. The problem was he truly knew that Indra's reincarnation was the Uchiha Sasuke, who had just been born. The Uchiha clan would prove useful in the future, and Kakashi could not reveal the truth to Orochimaru. Lies always have flaws. If Orochimaru detected even the slightest inconsistency, their fragile cooperative relationship would immediately develop a rift. You make a valid point. Stroking his chin, Orochimaru thought of those red-eyed patients and abandoned the idea, turning instead to study the body data he had collected from Kakashi. After a cursory glance, Orochimaru understood Kakashi's intentions. Alright, your condition doesn't seem great. Your vital energy and blood have been consumed abnormally. It seems the Mangekyō Sharingan places a heavy burden on your body. No wonder you wanted to integrate Hashirama's cells. Kakashi grinned and gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. As expected of senior Orochimaru. In just this short while, you've already grasped my situation quite thoroughly. Orochimaru buried his head in placing Kakashi's flesh and blood into the incubation box, then flicked out a massive scroll. Feel free to leave when you're done. Once there are results, I'll send a summoning snake to find you. Kakashi took the scroll, unfolded it, and confirmed it was indeed the summoning contract scroll for the Ryuchi cave. Without a second thought, he bit his finger and signed his name in elegant soaring calligraphy. Then I'll wait for your good news. He had already said enough today, at least give Orochimaru some time to digest the information. Since Orochimaru was showing him the door, Kakashi had no reason to linger. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and with a whoosh, he vanished on the spot. Outside the secret base, Cave Kakashi's figure appeared out of thin air. He staggered a few steps before regaining his balance, clutching his aching left eye, and used several body flicker techniques to put distance between himself and the cave. He did not dare stop along the way. Only after slipping through the door and sliding inside did Kakashi finally relax his tense nerves, collapsing onto the tatami mat and gasping for breath. Tonight's plan had seemingly proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with a pleasant conversation and mutual benefit with Orochimaru. However, only Kakashi himself knew the hidden dangers. Did you really think Orochimaru was that easy to deal with? If Kakashi had not displayed the Flying Thunder God at the outset, giving Orochimaru reason to hold back, he wouldn't have even had the chance to speak. Who would rather deal with a cooperative partner than a guinea pig they could toss around at will? Both sides understood this principle. While lying on the operating table for examination, Kakashi's hands had remained in a constant state of hand seals, and his Sharingan was fully active, closely watching Orochimaru's every move, missing no minor action. Orochimaru was also fully aware of Kakashi's subtle maneuvers. After much calculation, determining he lacked the ability to subdue Kakashi in an instant, he refrained from making a move. Every family has its own difficulties. Kakashi's Flying Thunder God technique was forcibly activated using Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan. As the sole surviving disciple of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, Kakashi naturally had access to his mentor's training notes and sealing techniques whenever he wished. However, ninjutsu cannot be mastered through theory alone. Understanding in the brain does not guarantee proficiency in the hands. The difficulty of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was heaven-defying. The space-time nature alone would reject 99% of the ninja world. Kakashi possessed a tiny spark of space-time affinity. Having studied under Minato for over 6 years, he reached a level comparable to Minato's direct guard unit, the Gunma Squad. Barely adequate, but better than nothing. After awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, Kakashi utilized the eye's inherent spatial displacement ability to develop a beggar's version of the Flying Thunder God. It could not be activated instantaneously like Minato's, nor could it facilitate long-distance travel. The Mangekyō's chakra consumption was absurdly high. He exploited Orochimaru's ignorance, leveraging the information gap. Judging by the final outcome, the effect was surprisingly effective, establishing a delicate balance between the two. Orochimaru, I've told you that Naruto is the reincarnation of Asura. The rest depends on whether you have the ability to snatch Naruto away from the third and Danzo. Don't worry, Shirsho. As long as I'm here, no one will dare call Naruto a fox demon, nor will he need to survive on expired milk and instant noodles. Sensei, perhaps we will meet again very soon. Obito, wait for me just a little longer. I will surely fulfill your wish. Gazing at his peerless visage reflected in the newly bought mirror, Kakashi pulled up his mask and murmured to himself. This promise to Obito, Kakashi swore, was sincere and heartfelt. Without the eye Obito had given him, his potential would have been limited, not even matching Guy, who had nearly kicked his way to a grand finale. One should never forget the well digger when drinking water. Once Obito's wish was fulfilled, he would no longer be manipulated by Black Zetsu into executing the Moon's Eye plan, and that right, Mangekyō, I would become unnecessary. Given my relationship with Obito, he will surely offer me the other eye with both hands. Rest assured, I will make you and Rin stay together forever, never to part. Kakashi nodded heavily, then lay down with satisfaction, and went to sleep, completely unaware that in the base Orochimaru was nearly driven to madness by his research on Kakashi's organization. Joy brings a radiant spirit. Sleeping until noon, Kakashi crawled out of bed, stretched lazily, casually threw on some casual clothes, and headed straight out to find food. The moment he pushed open the door, Kakashi's face darkened, and he wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, though, Kakashi's closing motion was not slow. Someone's hand was even faster. A bony hand slammed against the door panel, prying open the door that was about to close. Creak. The wooden door was pushed fully open. A sunlight poured in through the gap, instantly filling the dim room. Guy in his iconic green tight-fitting training suit squeezed in through the doorway. Without a word, he raised a thumb high toward the sky, his clean white teeth gleaming. Kakashi, the morning light is perfect, the breeze is gentle. A robust roar shook the doorframe slightly, and a wave of Chinibyu energy rushed over. Let's have a passionate youth showdown. Kakashi's eyes uncontrollably twitched wildly. In all of Konoha, only Might Guy would pull such a stupid stunt of blocking the door to force a duel. Guy, it's noon. Kakashi sighed wearily, his entire demeanor exuding a lifeless languor, and he reminded him weakly. The midday sun is even more intense. It fits the burning youth even better. Kakashi, don't run away from our hot-blooded duel. Today's victory will be etched in the annals of youth. As he spoke, Guy suddenly turned sideways and lowered his waist, striking the most standard fighting stance, his aura fully unleashed, looking ready to start the battle at any moment. Kakashi looked at his vibrant, energetic demeanor and felt a throbbing headache. He had only wanted to quietly go to Ichiraku Ramen for a bowl of noodles, enjoying a peaceful daily life. Who would have thought he'd be blocked at his doorstep by youth? Kakashi silently raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. A perfect nightmare. Cut to the scene. Kakashi had already dragged Guy to Ichiraku Ramen, ready for a thrilling duel. Boss, first 50 large bowls of ramen, with extra egg and extra meat. Tucci was startled, nearly dropping his ladle. He looked up at the two young faces. Ordering 50 premium large bowls of ramen right off the bat was truly astonishing. 50 bowls, with extra egg and extra meat. Tucci confirmed repeatedly. His ramen was famous for being generous and filling. That's right. Guy's expression was serious, his eyes burning, as if heading to the ultimate battlefield. Today Kakashi and I will have a fair and square youth eating duel. With ramen as the witness, we will determine the winner. Kakashi stood nearby, his face calm, nodding slightly, as if in agreement. Compared to Guy's fiery passion, Kakashi was excessively calm. That fool Guy had no idea about his true abilities. The commotion caused by Guy's shouting attracted the attention of passers-by along the street. Many people stopped and gathered around the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, peering in curiously. Isn't that the copy ninja Kakashi and Might Guy? My god, 50 large bowls of ramen. Who can finish all that? I've heard they often have all kinds of bizarre duels, but today they're actually competing in eating. The crowd grew larger, voices buzzing in discussion. The originally spacious ramen shop inside and out was soon packed tight. Soon bowls of steaming ramen topped with slices of meat and a fried egg soaked in broth were placed on the table, neatly arranged before the two. The rich aroma of bone broth wafted over, full of the warmth of everyday life. Duel begin. Guy shouted loudly, starting first. True to his youthful passion, Guy buried his head in the bowl, chopsticks flying, devouring like a whirlwind, his speed astonishing, drawing cheers from the surrounding audience. Before Kakashi had even picked up his chopsticks, Guy had already downed a bowl. In contrast, Kakashi was unhurried throughout, eating noodles and drinking soup methodically, finishing every bowl cleanly, yet his speed was not slow. Time passed little by little. After several bowls each, the gap quietly emerged. Guy's speed visibly slowed down. His belly was already bulging high, his tight, green training suit stretched to its limit. A fine sheen of sweat covered his forehead, his cheeks flushed red, but his stubborn nature forced him to keep going, swallowing laboriously. In contrast, Kakashi remained as calm as ever, his speed constant and steady, as if the heavy, oily, meat-laden ramen he was eating had no effect on him. The onlookers were already stunned, exclamations ringing out continuously. Those who loved to stir up trouble started taunting. No wonder Guy is just a chunin. He's not up to par. This contrast is too absurd. Guy can't even beat the slim little Kakashi. Go Guy. I really thank you. Guy turned his head and silently thanked the enthusiastic spectator. He forced down 2 more bowls, reaching his absolute limit. Holding his round belly, unable to swallow another noodle, his hands hung limp on the table. No, I can't anymore. Guy panted heavily. The premium ramen with extra egg and meat had a normal limit of about 20 bowls. Today he had already surpassed himself, eating 2 more, and could barely move. Kakashi put down his bowl, scanned the empty table. The 50 bowls of ramen had been finished by the 2 of them, and turned his dead fish eyes to Guy, who was slumped in his chair, feigning death. What an eater. Boss, another 20 bowls. Coming right up, wait a moment. Tucci was both pained and happy. He was too busy now. The competition between Kakashi and Guy had attracted a flood of customers into the shop. Many people watching the two wolf down their food, even if they had just finished lunch, felt their appetites stirred and ordered ramen, eating while watching. Guy lay in the chair on the verge of tears. If the ramen hadn't reached his throat and he would spray it out when speaking, he would have argued with Kakashi. What do you mean, what an eater? How many bowls did I even eat? The crowd of onlookers remained highly enthusiastic, all eagerly waiting to see Kakashi break his personal record. Guy, with his round belly suddenly jolted as a question he had cast aside crashed back into his mind. They had ordered a total of 70 bowls of top-tier ramen with extra toppings and meat, and judging by Kakashi's relentless pace, he would certainly ask for more noodles. A bet was a bet, but where was the money coming from? His monthly stipend had long been depleted by daily training supplies and the purchase of stamina potions, leaving him with mere pocket change utterly insufficient to cover the bill. Guy's face flushed red, then turned blue, then pale, as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He stole a furtive glance at the composed Kakashi, then at Tucci, bustling in the kitchen preparing more ingredients, his heart pounding wildly. It was over. Truly over. Lost the duel, and now a dine and dash. Youth always has its victories and defeats. Today's duel I might, Guy, concede. The resounding declaration burst forth, drowning out the entire clamor, leaving the onlookers stunned. Before anyone could react, Guy leveraged his rising momentum, stomped the ground with force, and in a flash transformed into a green blur. Even with his stomach bloated to near bursting, his escape speed was absurdly fast, perfectly embodying the explosive power of a taijutsu master. Youth never yields. Next time we battle again. That final fervent cry drifted from afar as he had already dashed hundreds of meters beyond the ramen shop, vanishing around the street corner without a trace. The scene fell into dead silence for 2 seconds. The entire crowd inside the shop, along with Tucci, who had just emerged with a bowl of ramen, stared blankly at the empty seat where Guy had been. Kakashi sat still, slightly startled, then slowly lowered his gaze. He had known it. Guy, for all his hot-bloodedness, was always the most shameless when it came to the crunch. Satisfied and full, Kakashi patted his belly, pulled out his wallet, and generously settled the bill for all 100 bowls of ramen alone, walking out of Ichiraku Ramen amid a chorus of exclamations. Such a trivial sum was a mere pittance for Kakashi, who had long been promoted to jonin, and he had no other expenses to worry about. He was not foolish enough to train in the 8 gates. Though the forbidden technique was immensely powerful, the training was agonizing, with broken limbs being a common occurrence. Once the 8 gates were opened, the violent chakra would surge through the meridians, making even the most basic 3 basic jutsu impossible to perform, which drastically conflicted with his future plan of casually piloting Gundam to crush enemies. The basement of his home was already stocked with ample ninja equipment and weapons. As the 4th Hokage's personal bodyguard, he certainly knew a few tricks of embezzlement. Even if integrating Hashirama's cells later required a large quantity of rare herbs, wasn't Orochimaru there to fall back on? Kakashi wasn't about to spend a single ryo from his own pocket. Thus Kakashi decided to indulge in gluttony during the period Orochimaru was working on the research plan, replenishing his depleted chi and blood all at once. The body was the foundation of all endeavors. The data Orochimaru collected was based on Kakashi's deliberately maintained weakest state, barely enough for daily consumption, ensuring that when the fusion occurred, there would be no margin for error. Anyway, Kakashi had his own well-laid plans. Let professionals handle professional matters. Even if Hashirama's cells were placed before him, now he would not take any action. The danger of this thing was too great. What was the injection concentration? Should it be intramuscular or directly into the bloodstream? How to remedy if backlash occurred? These were questions Kakashi dared not gamble on. His goal was to become stronger and enjoy a wonderful life, not to blindly court death. Even someone as formidable as Uchiha Madara had spent over 30 years relying on the Geto statue in an underground chamber to continuously supply life force, nearly draining himself to death, before finally achieving complete fusion of the two chakras and awakening the Rinnegan. No one in this world could claim to understand Hashirama's cells better than Orochimaru, not even Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara. Kakashi was 100% certain that ninja and summoning beasts were the products of the old, shameless six-path sage philandering everywhere. He wondered how Otsutsuki Hagoromo had mated with those bizarre creatures. Truly, aliens did things in the most exotic ways. The mere thought of that image was too vivid, sending shivers down Kakashi's spine. The best evidence was the Kaimon no Jutsu. Kakashi would call Nono Yakushi the greatest scientific genius in the ninja world, forcibly erasing the biological rejection barriers between different life forms, directly devouring and assimilating the target's bloodline genes, and completely incorporating the other's innate essence into part of his own body. This point explained many things. Kakashi indicated that those who understood would understand, and those who didn't would never get it, no matter how much he explained. The greatest drawback of the Kaimon no Jutsu was that before gathering 5 types of bloodline limits to achieve the 5-element balance, every additional bloodline merged would double the physical burden and rejection backlash, drastically shortening one's lifespan. Nono Yakushi had only merged 4 ninjas' bloodline limits in his lifetime: Rantan Toroi Meitun Zhongji Kotan Sho and Shiwandun Yetsong, and had long hesitated to merge a 5th, presumably because he had discovered the problem. Kakashi strolled leisurely along the streets of Konoha, unable to resist another sarcastic comment. The orthodox great path of the 5 elements in the world has since ancient times been metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, mutually generating and overcoming, revolving endlessly, forming the foundation for the derivation of all things in heaven and earth. This perfectly good 5-element system was forcibly twisted by these uncultured ninja into wind, water, earth, fire, and lightning. Over the years, Kakashi had been constantly integrating his past life knowledge, but had yet to achieve any results. It was not until he was 10 years old, while learning the 5-element seal release technique from his master's wife Kushina, that he made an unexpected discovery. The principle of the 5-element seal release technique was to gather chakra at the fingertips, starting from the thumb, to sequentially manifest the 5-element runes of water, metal, earth, fire, and would then press them in order against the seal, using the generating cycle of the 5 elements to disperse the sealing formula. At that moment, Kakashi was stunned and asked Kushina why. But Kushina did not know either, as she only told him that the technique had been like that since its creation, and no one could explain why. Thus Kakashi became obsessed. Applying the yin-yang and 5-element 8-trigram theories from his past life, he spent over 2 years of research and finally achieved a balance of the 5 elements within his body, perfectly forming a physique for cultivation. But this was the world of Naruto, where chakra reigned supreme. A cultivation physique was utterly useless here. Who told him to be transmigrated into this unreasonable world? What could he do about it? Kakashi scoffed, hands in his pockets. A green light flashed in his palms, and a tiny, almost invisible plant root slowly emerged from the flesh of his palm, brimming with vitality. The claim that combining water and earth release simultaneously with nature transformation could produce wood release was a rumor spread by Senju Tobarama. Kakashi did not believe a single word of it. This was the true wood nature chakra, one of the original chakra natures passed down by Otsutsuki Hagoromo. It was only because the ninja scorned it for lacking destructive power and requiring life force to use that it was abandoned by a bunch of bloodthirsty fighters. It was not until after the founding of Konoha that it was rediscovered and developed into what was now called Iryo Ninjutsu. If Kakashi were willing to pour every ounce of life force within this body into the bean sprout in his hand, it might just become the Hashirama Senju version of wood release, wood piking technique. But Kakashi wasn't about to waste it so recklessly. Life force was something that once lost could never be regained, and he had no intention of dying young. Even after fusing with Hashirama Senju's cells and gaining a vast reservoir of vitality, he still didn't plan to use wood release frequently. The tale circulating in the shinobi world, that Hashirama Senju had succumbed to fatal wounds sustained in the final battle against Madara Uchiha at the Valley of the End, was in Kakashi's eyes nothing but pure rumor. The truth was that Hashirama had simply gotten far too carried away battling his best buddy. Techniques like deep forest emergence, wood dragon jutsu, wood golem jutsu, and the thousand-arm cannon were unleashed without restraint. Ultimate moves thrown around like basic attacks. His life force was so severely overdrawn that no amount of replenishment could ever restore it. He'd practically played himself to death. The Susanoo was far better in that regard. As long as you had enough chakra, you could keep it active for as long as you pleased. And if you wanted even greater destructive power, enough to pierce through yin-yang release defenses, you could look into the Sage Art Susanoo. If Sasuke could pull it off with Yugo's curse mark, how hard could it really be? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Kakashi clasped his hands behind his head, striding forward with an arrogant, swaggering gait, tilted his face upward at a 45-degree angle toward the sky, and let out a sharp whistle. Hatake Kakashi, why you're absolutely despicable. A girl's shrill scream snapped Kakashi back to reality. He blinked in confusion and turned to see Kurenai Yuhi, standing at the entrance of a dessert shop, her cheeks flushed, so deeply red, they looked ready to bleed. A distinguished jonin of Konoha standing on the roadside whistling at a girl. Harassment. Kakashi was caught between laughter and tears. He raised a hand to explain, but before he could even utter a single word, the young woman before him gave him absolutely no chance. Kurenai pressed both hands against her burning cheeks, and with quick, flustered little steps dashed off in a panic. Within seconds her figure vanished around the street corner, leaving behind nothing but a faint lingering fragrance and a thoroughly dumbfounded Kakashi. Well, there it was. Now he'd never be able to talk his way out of this one. Kakashi sighed helplessly and raised a hand to rub his forehead. This was truly a case of injustice knocking on injustice's door. Unjust to the very core. Hey there kid, not quite cutting it, are you? How about this old sage teaches you a trick or two? Suddenly a large hand landed on Kakashi's shoulder. Without moving his body, Kakashi tilted his head back, looked up at the newcomer, and squinted one eye. Puff! A cloud of white smoke burst into the air. At the very same instant the smoke began to rise, Kakashi's figure had already shifted to directly behind the newcomer. Without a single wasted motion, a cold gleam of steel flashed into existence. Jiraiya, why have you returned to Konoha? The icy kunai pressed firmly against the carotid artery on Jiraiya's neck. If Kakashi so much as wished it, he could sever the blood vessel in an instant. Jiraiya, now subdued, froze with his hand hovering in midair, not daring to move so much as a muscle. He didn't dare to casually manipulate his chakra, afraid of provoking the young man behind him. He could only maintain his rigid posture, all traces of his usual carefree demeanor completely reined in. As for the reason I came back to Konoha, naturally I had some business to attend to. But you little one are awfully decisive with that blade. Are you truly planning to bleed your old senior dry? Don't try to pull rank with me. Teacher Minato wrote to you more than once urging you to return to Konoha on time. Don't you dare tell me you never received them. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I wouldn't mind sending you to the underworld to explain yourself to our teacher in person. As he finished speaking, Kakashi's hand gripping the kunai pressed down slightly, and a thin trickle of crimson liquid ran down Jiraiya's neck. The sting of pain made Jiraiya realize that Kakashi, who had always been gentle at heart, was genuinely furious this time. The death of Minato Namikaze had touched a raw nerve, a line that must never be crossed. I received them, Jiraiya admitted openly. I read every single one of Minato's letters, not a single one missed. But Kakashi, do you think I didn't want to come back? The shinobi world may seem stable on the surface, but beneath it currents are churning fiercely. At that time I truly couldn't leave. The Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization. Was Nagato already making his move at this point in time? Hearing that familiar name, Kakashi's focus wavered for just a moment, and the hand gripping the kunai hesitated ever so briefly. Ninja Art Wild Lion's main jutsu. That fleeting moment of opening was all a top-tier shinobi like Jiraiya needed to seize the opportunity to counterattack. His voluminous mane of snowy white hair suddenly swelled and hardened. Countless strands grew as rigid as steel needles, surging with abundant chakra and swept with pinpoint precision toward the wrist of the hand holding Kakashi's blade. Clang! The kunai collided with the hardened hair strands, producing a crisp metallic ring as sparks flew in every direction. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya spun around and casually raised a hand to wipe away the blood on his neck. His snow-white hair softened and fell back onto his shoulders. His expression shifted between shades of uncertainty. The killing intent that had just traveled through that kunai was unmistakably real. Kakashi, Minato's death grieves me deeply too, but that's no reason for you to attack me. Kakashi retreated a few steps to evade Jiraiya's strike, one hand clasped behind his back, while the other gripped the kunai tightly. He studied Jiraiya carefully. The man wore a white wanderer's garb beneath a loose, tattered crimson robe, the black flame patterns along its hem, long since faded and worn. What stung the eyes most of all was the forehead protector bearing the character oil, the emblem of Mount Myaboko. TSK. Making himself a contract beast's loyal hound of a ninja, Jiraiya truly was one of a kind, the scorpion's droppings singular and unmatched. As captain of Konoha Zumbu, I have the authority to arrest any suspicious individuals found outside the village's jurisdiction. Jiraiya, I advise you to surrender without resistance. If you persist in defiance, I will deem you a terrorist and execute you on the spot. Kakashi, are you serious? Look at me. Look closely. Jiraiya's eyes flew wide, open, his face a mask of utter disbelief as he pointed at himself. Then with a sudden motion he thrust out his chest, squared his shoulders, planted one hand on his hip, and swept the other arm up in a grand exaggerated pose, as if he were the mightiest, most incomparable being in all the world. I am one of the legendary 3 ninja of Konoha. My name thunders across the shinobi world, renowned throughout all 5 great nations. Since childhood I have trained in the sage arts of Mount Myaboku and mastered countless Toad secret techniques. Very well then. This Konoha shinobi, please state your ninja registration number, your affiliated department, and your direct commanding officer. Kakashi watched Jiraiya's over-the-top self-introduction with a wave of inexplicable irritation rising within him. He cut him off directly, putting on the face of a bureaucrat conducting official business. Jiraiya awkwardly withdrew his raised arm and reached up to scratch his nose instead. Ninja registration number. That was nothing more than basic data recorded during the academy days, used only when Chunin rookies or Chunin filed mission reports. Who in their right mind would bother memorizing a useless string of digits? Affiliated department. Jiraiya found it both absurd and amusing. He was one of the 3 ninja, the 3rd Hokage was his teacher. What did the village's hierarchical chain of command have to do with him in the slightest? You little brat. This is nothing but deliberate troublemaking. Huh, what are you doing? Jiraiya looked up at the red fireworks bursting across the sky. Even after all these years away from the village, he recognized them instantly. This was Konoha's warning signal for enemy invasion, and the red ones represented the highest level of alert. Are you serious? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief as he shifted his gaze to Kakashi. He truly hadn't expected the boy's resentment to run this deep. Meeting Jiraiya's gaze, Kakashi remained silent, his hands beginning to form hand seals. Rat, ox, monkey, hare, snake. Crackling. A piercing thunderclap erupted through the streets and alleys as high-density metal attribute chakra surged, emitting a sharp, grating roar akin to 1,000 birds crying in unison. Over there. It's the direction of the West District Commercial Street. That's the Chidori. No doubt about it. It's Kakashi's signature technique. Quick. All units full speed support. Shouts arose from every direction. The shinobi who had been scattered throughout the area, drawn by the unique, thunderous roar and blinding flash of lightning, converged at full speed toward the spot. Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. He had only just returned to Konoha, barely set foot on solid ground. If he were surrounded by a swarm of Konoha shinobi and branded a spy regardless of the outcome, he would lose all face. Time had passed, generations had shifted. In the current Konoha, few of the older shinobi who had seen him in his prime remained. The 3rd Hokage was away from the village, and these young ninja didn't recognize him at all. If he were truly surrounded, everyone would believe he was an intruder who had infiltrated Konoha, and no one would give him a chance to explain. In a flash of thought, Jiraiya formed a single hand seal and muttered under his breath. Reverse summoning technique. Whoosh. Kakashi held the Chidori, watching coldly as Jiraiya turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished from the spot. The azure light in his palms slowly faded, and the piercing cry of the Chidori gradually subsided. The next second, a swarm of shinobi arrived at high speed with the body flicker technique, sealing off the entire street layer by layer. Captain Kakashi, where is the enemy? The squad leader of the police force stepped forward and reported in a low voice. The target has escaped. Target male, elderly, white, long hair, wearing a red flame-patterned cloak. He infiltrated the village without permission. This individual is extremely dangerous. Report immediately if spotted and request backup. Yes, sir. The shinobi memorized the description, trusting Kakashi's words without question. The villagers who had fled into nearby shops for shelter emerged as the crisis dissipated. Several elderly women who had witnessed the entire scene crowded forward, chattering as they testified. That's right. Lord Kakashi is correct. That man had hair that could stretch. I saw it clearly. He attacked Lord Kakashi from behind, sneaky as could be. Exactly. Dressed all flashy, nothing like our Konoha shinobi. Obviously an outsider. And then he vanished with a poof. Definitely no good. Kakashi listened expressionlessly to the enthusiastic witnesses, occasionally adding a few details to solidify the fact that Jiraiya was an outsider who had caused trouble and escaped by strange means. After repeatedly urging the police force and shinobi not to attempt capture alone, lest they risk their lives, he waved goodbye and departed. His good mood was gone, and he had completely forgotten about Yuhi Kurenai. Forget it, I'll just go home and sleep. As he drifted into a daze, his entire body relaxing. Knock, knock, knock. 3 measured taps on the door, clear and penetrating through the wooden panel into the silent house. Instantly Kakashi's hair stood on end, all drowsiness evaporating. He reflexively tensed his back and leaped up from the tatami like a fish. He had been way too careless lately. This morning he hadn't even noticed Might Guy at his door. That guy's taijutsu was extraordinary, his aura perfectly concealed. impossible to gauge with ordinary logic. But now as the captain of the Umbu, someone had already made it to the entrance of his own home. If that visitor had harbored ill intent, he would be in grave danger at this moment. This was a cardinal sin for a shinobi. Konoha was not as safe as one might imagine. Fortunately, the visitor clearly meant no harm. Kakashi let out a slight sigh of relief and tucked the kunai back into his pouch. Before opening the door, Kakashi deliberately ran his hand through his hair paired with his drooping, lifeless eyes, forcing a lazy expression as if he'd just been woken up. Yuhi Kurenai. As he saw the figure standing outside the door, all of Kakashi's pretense fell away. His mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. Yuhi Kurenai stood quietly at the entrance, dressed in a simple, elegant dress. Her jet-black hair swayed gently in the evening breeze. A faint blush tinted her cheeks, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her dress. A large food box rested on the ground beside her, and she looked up at Kakashi with timid eyes. Her sweet and adorable demeanor perfectly aligned with Kakashi's aesthetic sense. Yuhi Kurenai, hello. Please come in. Kakashi for once found himself at a loss. He quickly stepped aside, his head slightly turned away, unable to meet Kurenai's gaze. Seeing the usually aloof Kakashi even more flustered than herself, Kurenai's tense mood eased. A smile tugged at her lips, and she let out a soft giggle. Then I'll come in. Kurenai murmured softly, lifting the heavy food box and carefully stepping over the threshold into the house. Once Kurenai was inside, Kakashi looked around the messy room. Cushions tossed askew, a low table cluttered with unrolled mission documents, and even a few racy books scattered in the corner. His face flushed inexplicably. He hurriedly invited Kurenai to sit down, using his foot to nudge the scattered cushions back into place at lightning speed. With a single sweep of his hand, he piled the messy documents together and pressed them under the corner of the table. Then in a flash, he bent sideways and stuffed the glaring books into the drawer of a low cabinet, slamming it shut with a click. His movements so fast they left afterimages. Kurenai rested her chin on her hand, watching Kakashi's busy figure with stars practically sparkling in her eyes. After fleeing home in shame that afternoon, she had sat alone in the living room, alternately giggling foolishly and grinding her teeth. Her erratic behavior was clearly observed by her mother, who sat nearby. As a seasoned veteran, the mother could tell at a glance from her daughter's lovesick, bashful expression that she was smitten. The innocent and shy Yuhi Kurenai couldn't hide her feelings. A few words from her mother, and the whole story came out. Her mother knew of Kakashi, 2 years younger than her daughter, but a household name in Konoha as a genius, a true tall, rich, and handsome man. He was more than a match for her daughter, and the age difference was no issue. Child excellent men are the most sought after. Since he's interested in you, you need to take some initiative. Otherwise, sooner or later, some shameless woman will snatch him away. Then she generously shared her own secret from back in the day, confidently telling Kurenai that the surest way to truly capture a man's heart was to first capture his stomach. She herself had secured Kurenai's father with her cooking skills, beating out all the other competitors and enjoying a loving marriage for years without a single rift. Brainwashed and encouraged by her mother, the shy and timid Kurenai mustered up immense courage. She personally cooked a feast and with a nervous heart made her way to Kakashi's residence. Kakashi's residence was Spartan by nature, with few daily necessities inside. Soon all the items that could not be seen were hidden away. As for the cobwebs hanging in the corners of the room and windowsills and the dust accumulated in the floor corners, these were nothing at all. The place is a bit humble, don't mind it. Kakashi surveyed the tidied room, nodded with satisfaction, and plopped down opposite Kurenai with only a small table between them. Hey Kurenai, what's wrong? Kakashi waited for a long while, but received no response from the woman across from him. At that moment, Kurenai was already lost in a state of self-admiration, completely oblivious to Kakashi's question. Her eyes were round and vacant, their focus entirely on Kakashi across the table. Her fair cheeks were tinged with a light peach blush, and her lips uncontrollably curved upward into a silly grin. Kakashi felt uneasy under her intense stare and looked down at himself, checking from head to toe. There's nothing improper about me. After confirming nothing was amiss, Kakashi was baffled, completely unable to fathom the reason for Kurenai's behavior. At a loss, he raised his hand and waved it several times in front of her eyes. The breeze from his fingertips startled Kurenai out of her infatuated daze, her mind going blank with a buzz. This is so embarrassing. He must have seen her dazed expression clearly. To cover up her mortifying awkwardness, Kurenai grabbed the lunchbox at her feet, took out the delicately prepared dishes, and arranged them on the dining table. Golden crispy tamagoyaki, fragrant and savory grilled mackerel, refreshing vegetable salad, and 2 bowls of carefully simmered thick soup. A balanced combination of meat and vegetables. Well, this I made it myself. You probably haven't eaten yet, so I brought it for you. Please try it and see if it's good. Kakashi looked at the table full of beautifully presented dishes and felt a warmth in his heart. His gaze fell on the grilled mackerel with its perfectly charred skin, and his appetite was aroused. This was exactly his favorite flavor. Without a second thought, he picked up his chopsticks, gently took a piece of fish, and put it into his mouth. The next instant, an extreme saltiness mingled with a strong, fishy smell aggressively dominated his entire palate. The cloying saltiness assaulted his taste buds along with the unprocessed fishy odor, sharp, strange, and unbelievably awful. Kakashi remained frozen in the motion of holding his chopsticks, unable to swallow or spit it out. Kurenai had been watching Kakashi intently. Seeing his strange expression, her heart skipped a beat, and panic surged within her. She quickly picked up her chopsticks, took a small piece of the mackerel, and shoved it into her mouth. The next moment her delicate face scrunched up tightly. Puffed, puffed, puffed. As soon as the fish entered her mouth, she hastily lowered her head and spat it all out, apologizing to Kakashi incessantly. I am sorry, Kakashi. I followed the steps my mother taught me. I'm sorry, I'm too stupid, I let you down for nothing. Kakashi forced himself to swallow the fish, watching Kurenai, who was so flustered she was about to cry, tears welling up in her eyes. He had never experienced anything like this in 2 lifetimes. He looked up, racking his brain for words of comfort. It tastes okay, just a little worse than military ration pills. At these words the air fell dead silent. Kurenai's nose stung, and the tears she had been holding back instantly burst forth, rolling down her fair cheeks in large droplets. You see, military ration pills were the emergency provisions of ninja designed solely to replenish chakra and were universally acknowledged as unpalatable. No one would willingly eat more than a bite unless absolutely necessary. The immense gap and shame made Kurenai lose face completely. She had taken the initiative to show goodwill, spent a long time making this loving dinner, and now Kakashi said it was worse than military ration pills. She was truly aggrieved. I'm sorry, really sorry. Kakashi looked at Kurenai, who was crying and apologizing at the same time, and blinked in bewilderment. Had he just killed the conversation? But the fish really was terrible. What to do? What to do? Kakashi's mind raced, his heart in a panic. In his life he had slain countless enemies and mastered tactics and strategies, but he was completely inept at comforting girls. In desperation, Kakashi abandoned feeble verbal consolation and grabbed Kurenai's small hand. The warm sensation of his palm against hers made Kurenai's crying abruptly stop. She froze completely, staring at Kakashi in a daze. Don't cry. It's not your fault. Kakashi stood up directly, gently pulling the still dazed Kurenai to her feet, his tone unprecedentedly tender. It's still early. I'll take you to buy groceries. Kurenai, with tears still blurring her vision, had not yet recovered from the sudden hand-holding when Kakashi half led, half dragged her out of the house. The two walked one behind the other, stepping into the twilight to head to the market of Konoha to buy ingredients. Before long, Kakashi returned home carrying a full bag of groceries, still holding Kurenai's hand, who was still a bit shy. Just sit and rest. I'll cook tonight. Kakashi placed all the ingredients on the kitchen counter and turned to Kurenai, speaking softly. As a transmigrated countryman, stir-frying, deep-frying, braising, and stewing had long been part of his daily life. Although he wasn't a master of every dish compared to the crude cooking methods of the Naruto world, it was a complete dimensional crushing. The cuisine of this world was purely for filling the stomach and replenishing energy, with absolutely no concept of deliciousness. Seasoning was a joke. A bowl of ramen that was ubiquitous before his transmigration could become the #1 delicacy in Konoha. Rolling up his sleeves, Kakashi moved with fluid grace. Washing vegetables, cutting, marinating, heating the pot. Every step was deft and crisp. Kurenai wiped the tears from her face and watched the busy figure in the kitchen. Her resentment and shame were gradually replaced by a quiet sense of happiness. She picked up the broom, standing in the corner, and began sweeping along the baseboards. At the stove, Kakashi was focused on handling the ingredients, the sizzle of hot oil filling the air. Neither spoke a word more, as if everything was perfectly natural. The tranquil atmosphere was filled with the peace of harmonious days and the warmth of companionship. Kurenai, dinner's ready. Okay, Kakashi. Kurenai was overjoyed that Kakashi had started calling her by her first name directly. By then, Kurenai had also finished cleaning the room. The floor was spotless and the cobwebs in the corners were long gone. Hearing Kakashi's call, she stepped forward obediently and naturally, reaching out to take the plate from his hands and gently placed it on the small dining table. The two sat down across from each other. Kurenai eagerly picked up her chopsticks, took a bite of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and the sweet and sour flavor exploded in her mouth. Kurenai's eyes sparkled, astonished by Kakashi's cooking skills. Kakashi, you're amazing. This is so delicious. Kakashi stroked his chin, a wave of vanity washing over him as he caught the look of pure admiration in Kurenai Yuhi's eyes. If it tastes good, have some more. Don't just eat the vegetables. Have some meat. You're still growing, and being too skinny isn't good for you. Kurenai's hand paused momentarily, a faint blush creeping up to the tips of her ears. She lifted her gaze to meet Kakashi's, a hint of naive curiosity in her voice as she asked softly, Kakashi, do you prefer girls who are a bit more plump? Hearing this, Kakashi instinctively let his gaze drift downward, resting on the modest curves of Kurenai's chest, graceful, balanced, innocent, yet full, the very image of youthful charm. His mind involuntarily flashed to Sakura Haruno from the original story, with her fiery temper and slender frame, flat as a board, definitely not his type. In contrast, Kurenai before him was gentle and delicate, her figure perfectly proportioned, every smile and frown striking a chord deep within his heart. Such an unabashedly direct gaze made Kurenai instantly grasp its meaning. A burning blush flooded her delicate face, spreading from her cheeks to her ears and down her neck, as if she were being scorched. She hastily lowered her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly, no longer daring to meet Kakashi's gaze. A thread-thin whisper escaped her lips, barely audible, like the faint buzz of an insect. I see. See what? And why on earth is she blushing so furiously? Kakashi felt utterly bewildered, afraid of saying the wrong thing and upsetting her. He picked up a piece of tender, fragrant human lamb with his chopsticks and gently placed it into Kurenai's bowl. Here, try this. It's my specialty. Actually, no one's ever tasted my cooking before. You're the first. That simple statement struck Kurenai's heart like a sharp needle, flooding her with a profound ache. Her mind raced, conjuring vivid scenarios. A lonely child after his father's death with nothing but training and missions to fill his days. How agonizing those empty hours must have been until he turned to cooking to pass the time, honing his skill to such perfection. An overwhelming wave of maternal affection swelled in her chest. Kurenai suddenly yearned to care for him, to stay by the side of this man who had been alone for far too long, and slowly, piece by piece, fill in all the warmth and companionship he had been deprived of. You eat too. Kurenai returned the gesture, placing food in Kakashi's bowl with tender affection. And so they exchanged bites back and forth, nearly feeding each other mouth to mouth, the air thick with saccharine sweetness. This affectionate dinner stretched on for over an hour. It was a testament to Kakashi's restraint that Kurenai remained intact. Had it been anyone else, she would have been devoured, whole bones and all. Kakashi watched Kurenai bounce away, radiating joy, then waved at the empty rooftop across from his door. Shinkayui's figure slowly materialized, casting Kakashi a look that said, "You know what's good for you," before vanishing in an instant, chasing after his daughter. So what if he can use illusions? Hope he doesn't catch a cold from the wind up there tonight. Kakashi flicked a middle finger at Shinku's retreating back. If he weren't only 14, and still wrestling with his own conscience, he might have given Shinku a live show. Still, Kurenai was truly a good woman, not to be taken for granted. Give it some time, and Kakashi would arrive at her door with a generous bride price. As for Asuma Sarutobi, he was nothing but a worthless brat riding on his father's coattails. And Haiden, the notorious chatterbox of the Akatsuki, had nothing to boast of besides his immortality. Even a kid like Shikamaru Nara managed to blow him to pieces with explosive tags, leaving only his head. Yet Asuma, a Jonin squad leader, had let Haiden get close enough to draw his blood and cast that cursed ritual, using self-inflicted wounds to deal fatal damage to Asuma. If Asuma had the nerve to compete for Kurenai, while that 30 million Ryo bounty on his head looked pretty tempting. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat after all. After closing the door, Kakashi pulled down his mask, his Mangekyō Sharingan spinning wildly as he fixed his gaze on the spot of the roof beam. Hey, Orochimaru, had enough of watching. I didn't know you had a hobby of spying on people's love lives. Hatake-kun, I have no interest in your personal affairs. To avoid disturbing you, I've been choking down your lovey-dovey display for quite a while. A small pure white snake poked its head out from a gap in the beams, its mouth opening and closing, emitting Orochimaru's raspy voice. So tell me, why are you here? Any progress on the experiment? As the words left his mouth, the little white snake above hung motionless in midair, its tongue flicking out. Kakashi watched it silently, a bizarre feeling welling up inside him. For the first time, he clearly read the word embarrassment in the cold reptilian gaze before him. The experiment. No progress. Kakashi's eyebrow arched slightly, waiting for the rest. Orochimaru confessed everything. In his excitement, he had repeatedly increased the intensity of the extraction, and before he knew it, he had completely exhausted all the blood and chakra samples Kakashi had left with him. After an entire day of frantic work, not only was there no progress, but he couldn't even continue the basic data comparisons. The experiment had ground to a complete halt. And then he had stumbled upon Kakashi and Kurenai's intimate dinner. Not wanting to make the trip for nothing, he had simply concealed his presence and settled on the beam, quietly watching the entire spectacle. Kakashi nearly laughed out of sheer frustration. Hours later, Orochimaru lounged in a stone chair, staring blankly into space, utterly bored. A ripple passed through the space within the base, and Hatake Kakashi's figure materialized silently in the center of the room. The sudden apparition made Orochimaru's half-lidded snake eyes snap wide open. His greed surged without concealment, his body leaning forward as his forked tongue involuntarily licked the corners of his mouth again and again. The story about running out of samples and the stalled experiment he had told at Kakashi's home was merely a fabricated excuse to avoid raising suspicion. On the contrary, today's experiments had progressed astonishingly well. As a top-tier scientist who had dominated the ninja world for decades, Orochimaru would never make such a rookie mistake. Over the years, he had handled countless bloodline limits, special physiques, and unique chakras, but only Kakashi had left him utterly astounded. Old problems were still unsolved, and new ones kept emerging. These secrets hidden beneath the surface could never be deduced from mere residual samples alone. I've been waiting for you. Now lie down and let me give you another thorough examination. Danger. Every cell in Kakashi's body was screaming in alarm, every hair on end. Shiwan, drop your schemes. Exposed, Shiwan showed not a shred of embarrassment, his hoarse, eerie laughter echoing through the empty base. Shimukuen, why be so guarded? I merely wish to study you up, close, nothing more. At those words, Kakashi let out a derisive snort, watching Shiwan continue his performance. It seems Shimukuen is far more astute than I imagined. Shiwan spread his fingers, and countless tiny white serpents slithered from his sleeves, crawling across the ground, their tongues flickering, slowly sealing off all paths of retreat around Kakashi. In that case, don't blame me for being discourteous. Cooperate obediently, and I might spare you some pain. Enough, Shiwan. If you want to know something, just ask directly. Is this childish scare tactic really amusing? Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation, plopped down onto the operating table in front of Shiwan, too lazy to play along with this ultimate obsessive charade. Such a crude trick. Who did he think he was fooling? He truly couldn't understand. For all that Shiwan was the greatest antagonist of the early Hokage era, he seemed to revel in such childish, tiresome perversities, deliberately crafting a terrifying atmosphere to frighten people. It was an utter waste of time. Shiwan, noting Kakashi's complete lack of fear, dropped the deliberately eerie smile and studied the calm, unruffled Kakashi with keen interest, his tongue lightly tracing his lips. Shimukuen's courage is indeed unlike that of ordinary men. And how did you see through it? Kakashi couldn't be bothered to comment, simply pointing at the various snakes infesting the laboratory space. Come on, I'm a contractor of Long Daidong too. Summoning all these snakes. Are you treating me to snake soup? Instantly, the countless white serpents that had been coiling on the ground and sealing the perimeter froze in their movements. One by one, their icy heads lifted in unison, turning toward Kakashi, seated on the operating table. They had heard him clearly. This new contractor of Long Daidong actually considered them ingredients. Having confirmed that Kakashi was not joking, countless tiny flashes of white light flickered in succession. Without hesitation, all summoned snakes released the summoning technique on the spot, scrambling to flee back to Long Daidong. Bang! 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 Shiwan was completely dumbfounded. The snake-tide formation he had painstakingly summoned was shattered by a single phrase, snake soup. And the white serpents that had fled back to Long Daidong were even more distraught, their grievances nowhere to be vented. The snakes of Long Daidong were truly ill-fated. The previous contractor Shiwan had spent years capturing his own kin, performing cruel experiments on them, tormenting them day and night. A nightmare for all serpents. They had hoped a change of contractor might bring some peace. But this Hatake Kakashi was even more ruthless. No experiments, just straight into the pot for soup. Life was truly unbearable. Only after the last wisp of white light faded did Shiwan suddenly snap back to reality, realizing he had forgotten something critical. Kakashi was also a legitimate contractor of Long Daidong. All summoning scrolls clearly stated in black and white. Contract beasts must not harm or coerce any contractor. Likewise, contract beasts have the right to refuse unreasonable orders from contractors. At that thought, the usually expressionless Shiwan found his lips twitching uncontrollably. He had dug a pit and fallen into it himself. Having seen enough of the joke, Kakashi noticed Shiwan's sour expression and simply lay down on the operating table, striking a pose of utter submission. Enough, stop pretending. Kakashi, I think we need to have a proper talk. About what? 101 ways to cook snake. Of course not. I only like it grilled. Then what else is there to talk about? Plenty. For instance, the extra chakra natures you have, and would release. Kakashi let out an "oh" and clapped for Shiwan. He had never expected to keep the blood and chakra samples he left behind a secret from Shiwan, but being discovered this quickly was faster than anticipated. Perfect. Just as planned. Shiwan, you can't blame me for this. You asked, I didn't trick you. As expected of Shiwan. With a flick of his left hand, a tiny green sprout the size of a hair appeared in his palm, growing in the open air. Within a few breaths, it shot up into a lush green sapling over a dozen centimeters tall, releasing a vibrant aura of would-release chakra. With a turn of his right hand, a stream of silver-white light swirled rapidly in his palm, constantly reshaping until it condensed into a chakra kanai, a faint hum filling the air. Would release indeed. And this chakra that seems like lightning release, wind release, and even magnet release, what exactly is it? This is none of the known chakra natures in the ninja world. Kakashi, how did you develop this new Kekkai Genkai? Shiwan leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the silver-white chakra kanai in Kakashi's right hand, slipping into a state of extreme excitation. TCH, Shiwan, you know about Kekkai Genkai? The next move will be quite dazzling. Don't blink. The next moment, 5 distinct chakra signatures erupted from Kakashi's body. 5 halos of colored light floated around him, each clearly separated. Combine. Kakashi brought his hands together before him. The 5 forces of entirely different natures which ordinary ninjas could barely handle 2 at a time, and would cause a meltdown if mishandled, gradually converged under Kakashi's control. Fire warms and gives birth to earth, earth stabilizes and gives birth to metal, metal sharpens and gives birth to water, water nourishes and gives birth to wood, wood flourishes and gives birth to fire. The 5 elements cycle endless and uninterrupted. The chaotic floating five-colored chakra suddenly aligned, linking end to end, forming a perfect circular halo at the positions of Kakashi's 5 internal organs. The five-colored light rotated without pause, no single force dominating, not a single wisp of chakra being consumed or nullified. Kakashi didn't need to remind him. Deshiwan's long, cold slit pupils were nearly stretched into circles. What he witnessed shattered every piece of knowledge he had built over decades. 5 chakra natures: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth. In the ninja world's definition, they repel each other, cancel each other out, and are inherently conflicting. Those who could merge two and pass it down through bloodlines were already rare. The ninja world called it Kekkai Genkai, and no new bloodline had emerged in many years. As for merging 3 chakra natures into Kekkai Toda, as far as Deshiwan knew, only the second Tsuchikage and the third Tsuchikage Anoki had achieved it. But Kakashi had broken the rules. This was no longer genius. This was a monster that would overturn the ninja world and the chakra system itself. Deshiwan's throat bobbed violently. His mind was a blank. He couldn't even form a complete sentence. Slowly straightening up, his voice carried a note of genuine shock for the first time. Hatake Kakashi, just how many secrets have you hidden? Kakashi stared at Orochimaru, who was on the brink of collapse, with a look that bordered on pity. Still, he had to keep up the act. Orochimaru, surprised. Didn't I tell you long ago that 1,000 years ago Hagoromo Otsutsuki left behind only the dual natures of yin and yang? Everything you've researched is utter nonsense. Impossible. Bloodline sage arts would release sealing. These are all real powers. The unease in Orochimaru's heart grew stronger, his voice hoarse and dry, carrying a stubbornness that bordered on self-deception. Kakashi pointed at the swirling ring of 5-colored chakra, encircling him, delivering the final blow to the stubborn Orochimaru. If what you've researched were truly correct, then how do you explain this? Lungs belong to metal, liver to wood, kidneys to water, heart to fire, spleen to earth. See, isn't it perfect? Orochimaru trembled violently, his body swaying as his tongue flicked rapidly. His already pale face now took on an even more ashen pallor. Well, maybe that's not very intuitive yet. Orochimaru, let me show you a magic trick. Watch closely, don't blink. Wood and fire can give rise to wind. Wood is the source of wind, fire assists wind. As the words fell, Kakashi raised both hands. In his left palm, gentle and vibrant wood-natured chakra rose slowly. In his right palm, scorching and fierce fire-natured chakra surged violently. One green and one red, the 2 chakras converged and merged in his palms. With a hum, from the intertwined red and green chakra, a strand of pure sharp azure wind-natured chakra quietly emerged. Fine wind blades spun and danced in his palm, emitting a piercing whistle as they cut through the air. See, this is how a wind release Kekkai Genkai is born. All the bloodline limits and chakra natures that exist now were summarized by later generations for the sake of combat. From the very beginning, your direction was wrong. How could you possibly research anything worthwhile? Kakashi's merciless mockery was the last straw that shattered Orochimaru's worldview. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Orochimaru suddenly burst into laughter. Hoarse, manic, quickly turning shrill and mournful, echoing wildly through the laboratory. Decades of painstaking effort, countless sleepless nights of experiments, betraying Konoha, discarding his humanity, staking everything on the pursuit of so-called truth. All of it had ultimately gone down the drain. The next second, a cold gleam flashed as the Kusanagi sword appeared in his hand. Orochimaru was completely consumed by madness, his chakra erupting violently, his pale face twisted to the extreme. Fake. It's all fake. Ryup. The records of years of painstaking data were slashed to shreds in a single stroke. Rows of precision experimental vessels, sealed cell cultures, and precious bloodline samples burst one after another, splashing colorful chemicals all over the place. Boom. The sturdy alloy experimental table was violently cleaved in 2, sending debris and metal fragments flying everywhere. With bloodshot eyes, Orochimaru was like a madman, his Kusanagi sword carving afterimages through the air, slicing anything in his path, smashing everything in reach. Kakashi stood in the corner, quietly watching this top-tier genius of the ninja world shatter the very belief he had held his entire life, then casually uttered Nagato's classic line. Feel pain, understand pain, think about pain, accept pain. Shut up. Orochimaru abruptly stopped, leaning on his Kusanagi sword and gasping for breath, glaring at Kakashi with a dark expression. Tell me the whole truth. If you dare hold anything back, I'll destroy all of Hashirama's cells right now. Oh, he might have gone too far. Seeing the fury in Orochimaru's eyes that seemed ready to drip blood, Kakashi instinctively shrank his neck, a chill running down his spine. He dared not provoke the man further. If Hashirama's cells were truly destroyed, it would be a case of joy turning to sorrow. Zzz. Under the influence of metal-natured chakra, fine powder crumbled and fell from the hard rock floor. Kakashi crouched low, drawing on the ground with a kunai. First he traced a large circle, then divided it into 2 interlocking yin-yang, fish black and white, embracing each other, tails connected. Next came the 4 symbols, then the 8 trigram positions. Qian Kuan Jin Sun, Kan Li Jin Dui. 8 trigram lines arranged in perfect precision interlocking seamlessly with the central taiji. Kakashi tossed aside the kunai and stood up, brushing the stone dust from his palms. He had drawn this diagram countless times, he knew it by heart. He had once fantasized that replicating the taiji bagua in the ninja world might bring heavenly merit, allowing him to ascend to sainthood and awaken the Six Paths body. Clearly that was just Kakashi's wishful thinking. The diagram was drawn, but nothing happened. Watch closely. Pointing at the taiji diagram on the ground, he thought to himself that opportunities to lecture Orochimaru in the ninja world were rare indeed. Kakashi prepared to relish this moment. This is the true origin of all things, the ultimate law of all power in the ninja world. Wuji gives birth to taiji, taiji gives birth to liangi. The so-called two forms are yin and yang. This is the fundamental power truly passed down by Hagoromo Otsutsuki 1,000 years ago. There are no 5 elements, no bloodline limits, no varied natures. Only the division of yin and yang. This is the single primordial rule. Seeing Orochimaru staring intently at the rotating black and white taiji pattern crouching on the ground like an elementary school student, Kakashi felt quite satisfied. He traced his finger over the 8 trigram positions. Liangi generates the 4 symbols lesser yin, lesser yang, greater yin, greater yang. The 4 symbols cycle generating and transforming into all things. Then the 4 symbols give rise to the 5 elements, and the 5 elements give rise to the 8 trigrams, finally nurturing the myriad forms of the world. Bloodline limits and nature transformations are just the surface-level summaries of later generations. To be honest, this theory wasn't really profound knowledge. It was basic Chinese cultural common sense you could find anywhere online before he was transported here. If he had to go deeper into the derivations, Kakashi couldn't explain them. That was beyond the understanding of ordinary people. But to fool Orochimaru, who had been trapped by the false rules of the ninja world his whole life, this basic level of knowledge was already a complete dimensional reduction strike. 2 forms. Ajura is yang, Indra is yin. That seems to make sense. For symbols, the Senju clan is greater yang, the Uchiha clan is greater yin, the Uzumaki clan is lesser yang. Then what is lesser yin? I've never heard of the Uchiha having closely related clans. Kakashi, hearing Orochimaru muttering to himself, feared he might go down another rabbit hole searching the ninja world for non-existent Uchiha relatives and wasting time that could be spent on his own growth. After a moment of deliberation, he decided it was best to explain everything thoroughly in one go. Don't ask how he knew these ancient secrets. Just say they were passed down orally through the generations of the Hatake clan. Who said the Sage of 6 Paths was the original one? Take a good look at the outermost circle of trigram symbols. Doesn't it look familiar? Hyuga. Orochimaru's head snapped up, staring in disbelief at the slyly grinning Kakashi. The implications here seemed enormous. Bingo. Correct. I think I forgot to tell you. The Sage of 6 Paths had a younger brother. It all fits. Every last piece. The 4 supreme bloodlines of the ninja world neither more nor less correspond exactly to the 4 symbols. Orochimaru automatically filtered out the Uzumaki clan, and as he followed the theory Kakashi had laid out, many previously inexplicable mysteries began to unravel on their own. Solitary yang cannot thrive, solitary yin cannot grow. So this is the origin of the so-called Kekei Jinkai illness. Orochimaru slowly raised a hand to touch his cold cheek. How could it be raining in this underground chamber? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Wrong. It was all wrong. No, wait, what about the original one? Facing Orochimaru's burning gaze, Kakashi's heart pounded as he spread his hands wide, signaling he had nothing more to offer. If I knew even that much, would I still need to seek your partnership? True enough. Going from 4 to 2 is already nigh impossible. If you truly knew the secret of the one, you wouldn't be here groveling for my help. Kakashi wholeheartedly endorsed Orochimaru's mental gymnastics, nodding incessantly. What a relief. He had finally managed to bamboozle Orochimaru. When dealing with a mind as sharp as Orochimaru's, one had to speak in riddles and let him fill in the gaps himself. The principle that loose lips sink ships was something Kakashi understood well. That Kagaya Otsutsuki, who transcended even Taiji and Yin-Yang, was still sealed within the moon. Who knew in what forgotten corner that blasted teleportation array was hidden? Even if he found it, Kakashi wouldn't dare set foot on the moon before acquiring the power of the 6 Paths. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Look it up. This information absolutely could not reach Orochimaru's ears. Heaven knows what that stubborn fool might do with it. Kakashi's eyes darted about for a moment, then landed on the signature attire Orochimaru wore today. A plan took shape. He would swindle Orochimaru so thoroughly he'd never walk straight again. Orochimaru, did you know Jiraiya returned to the village today? Orochimaru grunted in acknowledgement, head bowed over the Taiji Yin-Yang Bagua diagram, not even lifting his gaze. He and I got into a fight in the village, made quite a commotion. Still Orochimaru didn't respond, continuing his studies. Seeing no reaction from Orochimaru, Kakashi decided to strike at the heart of the matter. Surely not even he could withstand this. He told me the reason he didn't return in time was that he discovered a pair of Rinnegan outside the village. Rinnegan? Orochimaru's head snapped toward Kakashi. What is that? A brand new form of Kekkei Genkai. Kakashi was taken aback himself, staring at Orochimaru in surprise. So it turned out that Orochimaru had never even heard of the Rinnegan. Though that made things even easier for his deception. The Rinnegan, legend says it's the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths in existence, a rank above the Mangekyō Sharingan. It's said that its wielder automatically masters all nature transformations of chakra without any training whatsoever. It is the eye of heaven's way. An ordinary shinobi who gazes directly upon the Rinnegan will instantly lose their mental composure, instinctively feeling an awe and terror born from the depths of their bloodline, and thus submit utterly to its wielder. Orochimaru's composure completely shattered. He was itching to rush off and demand answers from Jiraiya. Watching Orochimaru grow restless, Kakashi knew the oil was hot. Now it was time to pour cold water. Unless he broke Orochimaru's spirit completely, how could he ever bind him to his own little ship? The defining feature of the Rinnegan is that it has no pupil. It's composed of layers of concentric ripple patterns. Its wielder appears to transcend the mortal world, looking down upon all creation. Every ninjutsu secret technique and Kekkei Genkai loses all effect before those eyes. Perhaps if Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were fused together, they might barely stand a chance. But even if you found it, what then? Could you defeat its wielder? Could he win? Of course not. Orochimaru had enough self-awareness for that. He might not believe Kakashi's words, but he held the Sage of Six Paths in reverent awe. After a long moment, Orochimaru's fervor cooled reason, reclaiming its throne. For the first time, he regarded Kakashi as an equal partner in collaboration. Kakashi plopped himself down before the Taiji diagram and beckoned Orochimaru to join him. Orochimaru eyed the dust-covered floor with undisguised disdain. Do you want the Rinnegan or not? Orochimaru gave Kakashi a long, hard look, then, without a moment's hesitation, crossed his legs and sat down. Though his gaze was frighteningly cold. If Kakashi failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would make sure the man learned exactly why flowers bloom so red. As for the ready-made Rinnegan, I'd advise you to forget about it. Behind those eyes lies far too much karmic weight. Orochimaru let out a cold snort. And don't think about Hashirama cells either. I haven't the means to find you another pair of Mangekyō. Even if I could, I'd never spare them for you. I'd sooner keep them for myself than make you the beneficiary of my labor. Orochimaru didn't argue. That was only natural. If Kakashi had actually offered the Mangekyō to him with open arms, Orochimaru would have been deeply suspicious. With that body of yours, already a patchwork of haphazard modifications, you'll likely never be worthy of the Rinnegan in this lifetime. Orochimaru's face turned green with fury. Wasn't this an attack aimed straight at his face? Did the man truly believe that mastering the Flying Thunder God technique made him invincible? But, just as Orochimaru was about to explode Kakashi's, but froze him mid-rise, rooted to the spot. No Rinnegan. Well then, what about the Tenseigan? Tenseigan? What in the world is that? Orochimaru, hearing yet another bloodline he'd never encountered, was instantly intrigued. He settled back into his seat to let Kakashi continue, as if he hadn't been a hair's breadth from flipping the table moments ago. The ultimate evolution of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan, and the Rinnegan is the exclusive eye of the Sage of Six Paths. So then, as the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths, the progenitor of both the Hyuga and Kagaya clans, would it be any surprise that he possesses a Tenseigan that stands toe-to-toe with the Rinnegan? Orochimaru felt as though he'd been struck by a thunderbolt of enlightenment. All these years his obsession had kept him fixated solely on the bloodlines of the Uchiha, and Senju, dismissively relegating the Hyuga's Byakugan to the rank of inferior Kekkei Genkai, discarded like a worn-out shoe. Yet Orochimaru could hardly be blamed. The Byakugan's abilities were truly singular, merely seeing farther and perceiving chakra flow within the body. To a powerhouse of Orochimaru's caliber, it seemed utterly useless. What truly anchored the Hyuga clan's position in the ninja world was their closely guarded gentle fist technique. The two complemented each other perfectly, neither could stand alone. As for the Kagaya clan, they were nothing but a pack of battle-crazed maniacs blindly yanking bones from their own bodies to stab at anyone in reach, often losing all reason mid-battle and turning on friend and foe alike. Orochimaru couldn't muster an ounce of respect for them, but now he realized he had been too narrow-minded. The sage's eye and the sage's body, passed down from the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths himself, could not possibly be so feeble. The descendants of the Hyuga and Kagaya clans simply had never unlocked the true power slumbering within their bloodlines. An endless flood of new possibilities surged through Orochimaru's mind, and his eternally cold and passive face was for once touched by a rare flush of excitement. Hey Orochimaru, you're not thinking of storming into the Hyuga compound to snatch the Byakugan, are you? Kakashi saw Orochimaru trembling with excitement, licking his lips, and knew the man was brewing another devious scheme. Those cowards of the Hyuga main house never set foot outside the Leaf Village. Even during the Third Great Ninja War, they sent only Branch family ninja to be cannon fodder. And the Branch family's eyes are sealed with the caged bird. The moment a person dies, the eyeballs are destroyed. If we don't take them, do we expect them to hand them over willingly? Kakashi wore an expression of just as I thought, pressing a hand to his forehead in exasperation. Orochimaru's scientific genius was unmatched across the ninja world, but his weakness was equally fatal. A nearly complete lack of political sense and strategic vision. In his entire life, he had only one approach to any problem: if you can't get it, steal it. He tried to solve every issue with the most extreme violence, making him a pure brute utterly inconsistent with his cold-blooded, twisted mad scientist persona. Just like now, he didn't stop to think how many ninja lived within the Hyuga compound. Under the all-seeing surveillance of those countless Byakugan, not even a snake, let alone a fly, could sneak in. If obtaining the Byakugan were truly that easy, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura would have long since devoured the Hyuga clan down to the last bone, leaving nothing for Orochimaru. Alright, you win. I'll handle the Byakugan matter for you. But you'll have to wait a while. Don't make any reckless moves in the meantime. That's all. I'm leaving now. With those words, Kakashi's fingertips twitched, space warped, and his figure vanished from the basement. In the ravaged laboratory, only Orochimaru remained standing still. His narrow vertical pupils narrowed slightly, his face inscrutable, impossible to read. Staring intently at the spot where Kakashi had vanished, a low murmur escaped his throat. Hatake. Kakashi. Whoosh. Space trembled again. A figure materialized without warning. Kakashi's voice rang out abruptly right beside him, as if he had never left at all. Oh, I almost forgot. Every hair on Orochimaru's body stood on end. Even though he had long mastered the art of remaining unshaken when mountains crumble, this unexpected return startled him. His body instinctively launched an attack. Hey, what are you doing? Kakashi hastily dodged with a body flicker, hands forming signs rapidly. The crackling sound of electricity made Orochimaru frown. This isn't Chidori. This jutsu made Orochimaru sense danger. If he took a solid hit, he might not even have time to use the living corpse reincarnation. Wary Orochimaru did not press the attack. Kakashi likewise dared not let his guard down, maintaining the chakra in his hand ready to strike at any moment. The two stood frozen in place. After a long moment, Orochimaru took a step back and drawled, "Next time you come, remember to knock." Kakashi was baffled. He looked up at the sealed rock ceiling of the basement. This wasn't a family visit. Should he bring a gift next time too? Kakashi attributed all of this to Orochimaru's eccentricities. Accustomed to Minato's unpredictable comings and goings, he never once considered that for a ninja, an unknown threat appearing nearby was the greatest taboo. Suddenly a living person materializes before your eyes, then vanishes just as abruptly. Anyone would be unsettled. Find your territory, your rules. Kakashi wouldn't argue over such a trivial matter. He extended his palm in a demanding gesture. What about the forbidden jutsu from the sealed scroll you promised me? I've handed over all my trump cards. You should show at least some sincerity. Orochimaru had completely forgotten about that. He didn't consider that a junior like Kakashi deserved to negotiate on equal footing. Even the Ryuchi cave contract scroll had been given only to better track Kakashi's location. But Orochimaru was who he was. Without a hint of embarrassment, he tilted his head back, spat out a damp scroll from his mouth, and tossed it to Kakashi. This is the second Hokage's darkness technique. The rest will be delivered once you bring me the Byakugan. This was no hawk, no arrow, refusing to part with anything until the prize was in hand. Kakashi took the scroll, wiped off the saliva with a look of disgust, and immediately activated the Flying Thunder God. Sneaking all the way home, Kakashi lay on the ground gasping for breath for a while, before feeling his left eye finally calm down, no longer draining his meager chakra. He struggled to his feet with a self-deprecating laugh. I really don't get how those predecessors who also traveled through time managed to fool these cunning old foxes. A few words, and those people kowtowed in submission, becoming loyal and devoted ever after. But here, even just dealing with Orochimaru nearly kills me. After all that effort, all I got was this piece of junk. He pulled the scroll from his robe and glanced at it. Though not the impure world reincarnation he wanted most, the darkness technique was still decent. This jutsu was an A-rank forbidden technique developed by Tobarama Senju specifically against the Sharingan. It didn't create illusions to deceive the mind, it simply sealed off vision entirely. Used well, it was a devastating weapon. He wouldn't rush to learn this technique. Instead, he needed to figure out how to convince that stubborn blockhead Hayashi Hyuga to willingly hand over the Byakugan within a short time. That would give him the upper hand in his cooperation with Orochimaru, especially since Orochimaru's craving for the Byakugan was no less intense than Kakashi's desire for Hashirama's cells. In the original Naruto manga, the Hyuga clan was not described in much detail. From the progression of the story, before Hisashi voluntarily sacrificed himself, Hayashi's greatest wish was to protect the main house bloodline and keep the Byakugan from leaking out. A pure old-school traditionalist. Hisashi Hyuga. He recalled that in Boruto, Hayashi, driven by guilt over his brother, voluntarily stopped the practice of branding newborns and abolished the main branch house system. Kakashi rubbed his chin. Maybe there was a way to make this work. Only by making Hayashi suffer enough pain could Kakashi's leverage come into play. This would have to fall on the Cloud Village. After all, it wasn't new for Cloud to covet other villages' Kekkei Genkai. Hadn't his master's wife Kushina been kidnapped by Cloud spies before? That was a repeat offender. Heh, heh, heh. The shinobi world was never a place of tender sentiment. Without the power to break the game by force, all kindness was nothing but garbage. For the birth of a great power in the ninja world, one more Hisashi Hyuga dying was nothing significant. His mind made up, Kakashi turned over on the bed and sank into a deep sleep. The next morning, Kakashi was awakened by a knock on the door. He casually pulled open the wooden door only to have a large face thrust right into his vision. Eyebrows raised high, a set of white teeth shining brightly enough to dazzle. Kakashi, a brand new dawn has arrived. The blood of youth should burn to its fullest extent. Come join me for a vigorous morning sparring match. Picking at his trembling eardrum, with a finger, Kakashi faced Guy's carefree grin, a surge of irritation rising within him. This guy never ends, does he? I really have no choice with you. Over the past few days, Kakashi had first endured the pain of losing his sensei, and then engaged in a battle of wits with Orochimaru. He was utterly exhausted. Whether it was a spar or just horseplay, giving Guy a good beating to relieve the pinned-up frustration in his heart might be a decent option. Hearing this, Guy's eyes lit up, and he bounced excitedly on the spot. Excellent, Kakashi. This is what youth is all about. Come on, let's go to our old spot. Let's race, and whoever loses has to do 3 handstands around Konoha. Before his words had even finished, chakra erupted beneath Guy's feet, and he shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, running wildly, while waving at Kakashi. I'll take the lead. Watching that energetic figure disappear, Kakashi closed the door behind him, secured it, and used the body flicker technique to chase after him from the rooftops. At the training ground behind Konoha's rear mountain, Kakashi stood with his arms crossed on the highest bluestone, watching Guy kick up dust as he charged toward them like a mad wild bull. Such was the tragedy of a pure taijutsu ninja. His heavy footsteps would crush rooftops, making it impossible for him to cut corners across roofs like Kakashi could. Come on. Kakashi did not wait for Guy to get into his rhythm. Leaping down from the bluestone, he launched the attack directly. An hour later, the clamor of the training ground returned to stillness. The soil on the ground had been repeatedly overturned, and more than half of the surrounding vegetation was broken. The residual waves of fierce wind slowly dissipated. Kakashi's clothes were disheveled, his newly changed ANBU training suit had several tears, and the silver hair at his forehead was damp with sweat. Not far away, Mado Guy lay sprawled on his back, covered in dust with bruises of various colors on his face, humming softly as he lay there. Just as Kakashi finished tidying his clothes and was about to step out of the training ground's boundary, a hesitant nasal sound came from behind. Kakashi, wait. Guy struggled to turn his neck, gritting his teeth in pain, his face filled with shyness. It seems I have quite a few injuries today, so I need to buy more ointment. But I've already spent all my money for this month in advance. Could you lend me some money for the medicine? I'll definitely pay you back next time. Kakashi's steps paused, and he rolled his eyes so hard it was almost painful. He knew that sparring with this guy would inevitably end in a bundle of troubles. He casually reached into the ninja tool pouch at his waist, pulled out a neatly folded stack of silver bills, and flicked it with his fingertips. The motion was as carefree as a patron settling a bill after the act. Swish. The silver bills traced an arc and landed precisely on Guy's chest. Take it. Guy reached out and grabbed the bills. Seeing the denomination, his eyes sparkled. Having completely forgotten his soreness, he stuffed the money into his bosom. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at Kakashi's retreating back. It hadn't been in vain for him to endure such a hard beating. This money could equal the earnings from several months of missions. After the workout, Kakashi felt refreshed, his limbs and bones radiating a sense of relaxation. Strolling slowly past the corner flower shop, his gaze inadvertently swept over a bouquet of blooming roses. A flash of inspiration struck his mind, and he suddenly remembered that he now had a girlfriend. He touched the back of his head, thinking of Yugao's gentle eyes, and his heart inevitably fluttered. Whether in his past life or this one, it was never wrong for a guy to give flowers to a girl. However, he lingered at the flower shop entrance for a long time, but ultimately being too shy, he didn't have the nerve to push the door open. Fortunately, in the deep autumn streets of Konoha, clusters of wildflowers bloomed sporadically in the grass along the roadsides. Kakashi's eyes moved, and he simply gave up the idea of entering the shop. They're all flowers, aren't they? It doesn't matter which ones he gives. Walking and stopping intermittently, he arrived at Yugao's doorstep exactly at the agreed-upon time, a full handful of colorful little wildflowers in his hand. Just as he was about to rap knuckles on the door, his fingertips not yet touching the wooden panel, the tightly closed door suddenly swung open from the inside. Hyuga Shikuro appeared before him, his face dark with anger. Before Kakashi could react, Shikuro reached out, grabbed his wrist, and dragged him into the courtyard, slamming the wooden door shut heavily behind them. Shikuro stared at him, fiercely skipping all pleasantries to get straight to the point, radiating an oppressive aura. Kakashi, tell me the truth. How far have you and my daughter gone? This sudden soul-searching interrogation caught Kakashi, who was holding wildflowers, completely off guard. Even with a mind far beyond his peers, his brain went blank on the spot. Don't play dumb with me. Shikuro stepped another half-step closer, continuing to fire a series of lethal questions. Did you hold hands? Hug? Or take it a step further? Kakashi's mouth twitched. He nearly dropped the wildflowers in his hand, so embarrassed that his toes could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment in his shoes. Uncle, you've misunderstood. Kakashi cleared his throat lightly, attempting to salvage the situation. Yugao and I just interact normally. It's pure and innocent, nothing like what you're imagining. Oh, Kakashi blinked, doubting his own eyes. What was with that look of utter disappointment on his face? Watching Shikuro slap his hand heavily on his shoulder, wearing an expression of disappointed expectation, he sighed deeply. Then lowering his voice, he began to recount past events in Kakashi's ear. Interacting normally. Pure and innocent. Then when are you going to win my daughter over? Let me tell you, when it comes to romance, the greatest fear is that prolonged waiting leads to complications. Especially with our Konoha girls. Their hearts are soft, and they are shy. If you don't take the initiative, someone else will eventually steal her away. Back when I was courting your aunt, I was much stronger than you. I went straight for the cooked rice, decisive and clean. Once the timing is right, everything falls into place naturally. Why all this hesitation? Kakashi was completely bewildered, staring blankly at the future father-in-law before him, who presented such a stark contrast, forgetting to respond for a moment. Good heavens, what on earth is this? I'm only 14 years old this year, a full 4 years short of the legal marriage age in the Naruto world. Are you telling me this now? Is this appropriate? Cooked rice. Wasn't it you who was lying on the wall last night, terrified that you might do something inappropriate to Yugao? How did you do such a complete 180-degree turn in just one night? Just as Kakashi was filled with questions, not knowing how to respond, the paper door behind him slid open with a rustling sound. Yugao stood at the doorway of the inner room, her entire face flushed crimson from her cheeks all the way to her earlobes. She glared fiercely at her unreliable father, her voice trembling. Father, what are you talking about? Yuhi Kurenai, pulling the dazed Kakashi, who was waving goodbye to Yuhi Shinku, fled from home, as if escaping. Yuhi Shinku poked his head out from the door and shouted loudly toward the direction they had gone. Kurenai, do you need me to leave the door unlocked tonight? Yuhi Kurenai's hurried steps became even more frantic, her feet almost blurring with speed, and Kakashi could barely keep up with her pace. Panting heavily, the two ran all the way until they were far from the residential area. Then Yuhi Kurenai stopped, bent over with her hands on her knees, gasping for air. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, and she dared not lift her eyes to look at the person beside her. Such a disgrace. Kakashi turned his head to glance at the girl beside him. The shocking advice Yuhi Shinku had given earlier, about cooking the rice before it's raw, still lingered in his mind, impossible to shake off. I never expected your father to be like that. That remark only made things worse. Upon hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai's cheeks burned even hotter. She straightened up and glared at Kakashi with a mixture of anger and reproach. You don't listen to his nonsense. I don't know what's gotten into my father today. He's talking nonsense. He's never like this normally. Yuhi Kurenai hastened to explain, terrified that Kakashi might misunderstand. Her flustered appearance was exceptionally endearing. Kakashi watched her frantic denials. Even if he were denser, he knew better than to dwell on this topic. He lowered his gaze to the bouquet of wildflowers in his hand, now disheveled from their frantic dash. I was planning to give these to you when we got inside. Pick them on the way. Don't think less of them. Yuhi Kurenai looked up, reached out, and carefully took the bouquet. The corners of her lips uncontrollably curled upward, her brows arching like crescent moons, her gentleness beyond words. I really like them. Thank you, Kakashi. After a brief silence, Yuhi Kurenai gently lifted her eyes, stealing a glance at the boy beside her, and murmured softly. And, well, my father said please don't take it to heart. Kakashi gave a low grunt in response, but silently added in his mind, perhaps it wasn't entirely wrong. What do you feel like eating today? I'll cook for you. Kakashi extended his hand, and Yuhi Kurenai naturally placed her small hand into his open palm. Yuhi Shinku's bold and straightforward advice earlier had left them both mortified, yet it had inadvertently shattered the last layer of subtlety. Without words, the nature of their relationship was tacitly confirmed. Their fingers intertwined. As Kakashi listened to Yuhi Kurenai chattering about her favorite dishes, he glanced back over his shoulder. Sure enough, in the shadow of the street corner, a figure was glaring at him, with gritted teeth, the venom in his eyes palpable even from a distance. So that's why Yuhi Shinku was so out of character. Asuma, I hope you know your place. Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai spent a warm and pleasant day together. After dinner, Kakashi escorted a blushing Yuhi Kurenai back home. Kakashi leaned against the wall at the corner, arms crossed, watching Yuhi Kurenai enter her home. As soon as she stepped inside and closed the door, Yuhi Shinku's figure appeared beside Kakashi. So you saw it. The other party is the Hokage's son with boundless prospects. Heh. Yuhi Shinku let out a dry chuckle, offering no reply. Instead, he posed another question that Kakashi couldn't refuse. When will you come to propose? Settle the matter early so that others can abandon their delusions. Give it some time. The fourth Hokage just passed away, or it would be inappropriate to discuss this now. Yuhi Shinku narrowed his eyes at Kakashi. When you were wooing my daughter, you didn't seem to remember the fourth Hokage. Nevertheless, Kakashi had a point. This was indeed not the right time. As long as you know what you're doing. Come over for dinner sometime. It's late, you should head back. Alright, uncle. Goodbye. Yuhi Shinku watched Kakashi's retreating figure, hesitated for a long while, and finally called out to him. Half an hour ago, the third Hokage returned to the Hokage's mansion. If you have no urgent business, it's best not to leave the house tonight. The third Hokage is back in the village. Thank you for the warning, uncle. Kakashi expressed his gratitude verbally, but his feet remained rooted. His mind raced. As the head of Konoha's barrier and surveillance network, Yuhi Shinku was in charge of sensing all entries and exits. He would not speak without reason. But what exactly did this warning mean? Was it pure benevolent advice or a subtle veiled threat? He had left the village 2 days ago certain that he had not revealed his whereabouts. He had avoided all barrier surveillance and patrol routes, suppressing his chakra to the utmost. Why would Yuhi Shinku specifically warn him not to go out? If Yuhi Shinku intended to threaten him, he would have simply reported the anomaly to the Umbu, and Kakashi would be summoned tonight with no time to prepare. Since it was a warning, it meant Yuhi Shinku would not report this matter. But behind this goodwill lay a larger problem. Coupled with Yuhi Shinku's aversion to Asuma and his sudden change in attitude this morning, a possibility suddenly struck Kakashi. On the night of the Nine-Tails, uncle, where was your Jinjutsu squad? Seeing Yuhi Shinku lower his head, unwilling to answer, Kakashi had already guessed the truth. Uncle, I know you were bound by duty. For the sake of Minato-sensei, I'll ask only one question. You just need to nod or shake your head. Before Yuhi Shinku could refuse, Kakashi spoke directly. That night were you ordered to monitor the Uchiha clan? Yuhi Shinku bowed his head, his bangs covering his eyes, making his expression unreadable. After a long moment, he nodded almost imperceptibly with extreme reluctance. Even though he had suspected it, Kakashi's rage exploded in that instant. His silver-white hair stood on end, blown by the surging chakra. He had always wondered how Obito could have passed through Konoha's barrier unnoticed and appeared directly in the delivery room. No matter how hard he recalled, Kakashi was absolutely certain that Kamui did not possess such capabilities. If what Yuhi Shinku said was true, then it meant that from the very beginning someone among the village's high-ranking officials harbored malicious intentions. Why else would they abandon the Uchiha's formidable combat power and instead guard against them at every turn? Even if they had merely assigned the Uchiha to evacuate civilians, Konoha's casualties could have been reduced by at least half. Those lunatics, though twisted, possessed undeniable strength. Kakashi had only suspected before, but Yuhi Shinku's words now confirmed the evidence of certain individuals' crimes. As for who those individuals were, it no longer seemed to matter. Regardless, the fourth Hokage and his wife were already dead beyond recovery. Even if Kakashi made this public, what would come of it? The ultimate outcome would be nothing more than being blown up by an explosive tag during a mission, or being vilified like Konoha's White Fang, driven to suicide by the unbearable shame. TCH. No originality at all. It seemed this man had also endured pain and understood suffering. Yuhi Shinku was one of the most trusted high-ranking officials after Minato Namikaze became the fourth Hokage. On the night of the Nine-Tails rampage, Yuhi Shinku defied orders and rushed alone to the front lines where the Nine-Tails wreaked havoc. When a tailed beast ball came flying at him, Minato Namikaze saved his life. Presumably, Minato Namikaze's death had left Yuhi Shinku with a lingering sense of debt and guilt, and now he had transferred that gratitude onto Kakashi. Kakashi trusted Yuhi Shinku's character and sense of responsibility. He could only blame Minato's love-struck nature, for at the final moment of Kushina's childbirth, Minato had unreservedly entrusted the perimeter defense to Hiruzen Sarutobi and stayed by Kushina's side himself. As a transmigrator well-versed in anime, Kakashi always judged Hiruzen Sarutobi with a cynical mind. Kishimoto had all but branded the label of hypocrite onto Hiruzen Sarutobi's forehead. Relying solely on Danzo Shimura, it seemed unlikely that he could stir up such great waves in Konoha alone. From the death of the second Hokage Tobarama Senju to the fall of the Uzumaki clan, the decline of the Senju, and then Minato using his life to seal the Nine-Tails, the beneficiary in every case was none other than this morally impeccable third Hokage. As for the later massacre of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi would never believe it happened without Hiruzen Sarutobi's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. No matter how foolish Shisui and Itachi were, they wouldn't have been incited by a Hokage's shadow to fixate on the Uchiha clan as the village's biggest destabilizing factor. When it came to brainwashing, Kakashi would crown Hiruzen Sarutobi as the #1 in the ninja world. Looking at the top illusion master of Konoha, his future father-in-law, Kakashi decided he could take a gamble. Thank you for speaking frankly, uncle. But please don't mention this matter to anyone else. That won't do you any good. As for the teacher's affairs, I have my own plans. If it's convenient, uncle, please arrange a meeting with Hyuga Hisashi. I have something to discuss with him. Though he didn't know what Kakashi wanted with Hyuga Hisashi, since he had already made his decision, Yuhi Shinku naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request from Kakashi. The third Hokage has just returned to the village. A private meeting would be too conspicuous. Wait for me. Kakashi waved a hand to interrupt Yuhi Shinku, pulled a kunai from his pocket, and handed it over. No, uncle. Tomorrow morning, I will propose modifying the barrier to the third Hokage. The teacher's death has proven that Konoha's barrier is a mere formality. The third won't refuse. Then uncle, under the pretext of barrier inspection and joint meetings of the major clans, you can just give this directly to him. Yuhi Shinku took the strangely shaped kunai with suspicion, but upon a closer look, he couldn't help but gasp. This bore the unique mark of Minato Namikaze. Flying Raijin. Yuhi Shinku gave Kakashi a deep look. It seemed everyone in Konoha had underestimated this disciple of the fourth Hokage. As for the meeting place, let it be in your office, uncle. Yuhi Shinku furrowed his brow and instinctively tried to dissuade him. What? My office? Impossible. It's right next to the Hokage's office with the most frequent ANBU patrols. That place is far too dangerous. Uncle, the most dangerous place is the safest. Yuhi Shinku's heart tightened. His gaze toward Kakashi had completely changed. Could a child not yet of age have thought of this? This grasp of human nature and political maneuvering. The only one Yuhi Shinku could think of was Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was terrifying. Yuhi Shinku suddenly felt a pang of regret. Was entrusting his daughter to such a man truly better than Asuma? Alright, I understand. Then I'll be going, Kakashi. Okay, see you tomorrow. Kakashi cheerfully waved goodbye to Yuhi Shinku. Today was truly a double blessing. With the help of Yuhi Shinku, one of Konoha's 8 colors and the chief of the barrier division, many things would become much easier. In high spirits, Kakashi whistled all the way home, slept, and conserved his energy. Sure enough, early the next morning, before Kakashi was fully awake, he received a notice from the Hokage's office. He didn't have the luxury of being arrogant, so he headed to the meeting place immediately upon receiving the notice. Upon entering, he found a few people already seated, all jonin, who had risen through the ranks by merit, without notable clan backgrounds. After Kakashi, a few more people trickled in. They exchanged brief greetings and silently took seats in the back row, showing no desire for conversation. Later, neutral small clans like the Aburame and Inuzuka entered. Kakashi propped his chin on his hand, finding it absurdly amusing. A sense of a modern corporate meeting where minor employees wait for the boss to arrive washed over him. Just as all factions were seated and the room buzzed with low murmurs, the main door of the meeting room was gently pushed open from outside. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked in slowly, his Hokage robe impeccably clean. Behind him followed Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura. 3 of the Konoha F4 had arrived, and the pot-lid Danzo was still somewhere licking his wounds. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the main position, swept his gaze across the room, and spoke in a low, mournful tone. My fellow ninja, days ago Konoha suffered a great calamity. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed himself for the village. All jonin and clan heads present rose silently and bowed their heads in mourning. The moment of silence lasted for several breaths. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his hand slightly. Rise, everyone. Konoha has endured this catastrophe. A village cannot go a day without a leader. Yesterday I received the official document from the Land of Fire's daimyo, formally recognizing my reassumption of the Hokage position, temporarily managing all of Konoha's civil and military affairs to stabilize the village. Inside the meeting room, the varied expressions of the attendees all fell into Kakashi's eyes. Those common-born jonin who had risen through military merit, and the heads of neutral small clans remained emotionless, their faces maintaining a respectful facade. They had no intention of interfering in the power struggles of the upper echelons. They only hoped for stability in Konoha so their clans could survive in peace. Whoever held the position of Hokage made little difference to them. Hayashi Hyuga and Fugaku Uchiha wore grim expressions as if they had lost their parents. Kakashi could understand the reasons behind that. But the attitude of the Inoshikacho trio, the staunch loyalists of the 3rd Hokage, was truly abnormal. As beneficiaries after Hiruzen Sarutobi took power, shouldn't they have shown joy, then stepped forward to declare their support and stabilize the scene for him? Yet at this moment, Nara, Shikaku Yamanaka, and Noichi and Akimichi Choza sat straight back, their respect genuine, but their distance palpable, coldly observing this drama of power returning. Now that was interesting. It seemed no one who had stood firm in Konoha for decades was a true fool. The village has suffered a devastating blow, and 100 things await restoration. From this moment on, we shall tighten our defenses, comprehensively reconstruct the barrier, and every clan must remain disciplined, fulfill their duties, and weather this crisis together. Here it comes. Yui Mikoto had been restless since the meeting began, and now hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi mention the barrier, she jolted, barely stopping herself from looking back at Kakashi. Lord Hokage, I hereby impeach Yui Mikoto, the chief of the village barrier, and general instructor of illusions, for dereliction of duty, which led to a surprise attack on the 4th Hokage's wife, resulting in irreparable loss to the village. The clan leaders and elite jonin who had been watching cautiously first turned to Kakashi, whose face was filled with grief, then all eyes locked onto Yui Mikoto in unison. Yui Mikoto was utterly stunned. What is this all about? This wasn't what was agreed upon yesterday. Kakashi, don't spout baseless accusations. That night? What about that night? Yui Mikoto, you hold a high position. You betrayed Minato-sensei's trust, neglected your duties during a critical period, rendering the barrier useless and inviting catastrophic disaster. What is your crime? Confronted by Kakashi's relentless accusations, Yuhi Mikoto stole a glance at the third Hokage, whose face was dark as coal. Knowing he had almost slipped up, and since Kakashi's words held some truth, he could not evade responsibility for the fourth's death. He hastily lowered his head and remained silent. Akimichi Chozo raised an eyebrow. His massive frame was about to rise to speak in Yuhi Mikoto's defense, but Narashikaku held him back with a subtle, almost imperceptible shake of his head. Humph! A cold snort emanated from the head of the table. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze swept coldly toward Kakashi at the back. Kakashi silence. The situation on that chaotic night was complex and treacherous. The enemy's insidious attack was not the fault of any single individual. You are young and impetuous, and without understanding the full picture you berate a comrade in public. However, considering your motives, a harsh punishment would be inappropriate. Very well, from this moment on you shall be temporarily relieved of your post as Umbu squad captain. Once you have calmed your mind, you may return to your duties. Kakashi, publicly stripped of his rank by Hiruzen Sarutobi, was filled with indignation, yet he dared not show any outward defiance. Instead, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, knuckles cracking with tension as he ground his teeth, and stared at Yuhi Mikoto, his gaze sharp, piercing, and brimming with murderous intent. After admonishing Kakashi, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to Yuhi Mikoto. Mikoto, raise your head. Over the years you have been diligent and dutiful, your achievements known to all. The Nine-Tails rampage was a long premeditated conspiracy by outside forces, not something any single person could have fully prevented. Do not be overly hard on yourself. Hiruzen Sarutobi shifted his tone. But the flaw exists nonetheless. It is not too late to mend the fold. The heavy responsibility of reconstructing Konoha's barrier system shall still be placed entirely in your hands. Yuhi Mikoto's face showed shame, and he repeatedly declined. Your subordinate is unworthy to hold sole command over the village's barrier defenses again. If another error occurs due to my negligence, I would surely betray the Hokage's trust. Hiruzen Sarutobi refused to accept his refusal. Yuhi Mikoto declined several more times, realizing that insisting further would be pushing his luck. The Hokage's kindness is deeply felt. I dare not refuse again. However, after this incident, I believe the vast barrier system of Konoha cannot be sustained by the Defense Department alone. I humbly request that the Hokage order ninjas from various clans proficient in sealing arts to assist, so we may pool our wisdom and efforts. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not answer immediately. Feigning deep thought, his gaze discreetly swept towards the two elder advisors beside him. Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu exchanged a glance and gave a slight nod. Having worked together for so long, no words were needed to understand each other's thoughts. Most of the ninjas in the village who were skilled in sealing arts hailed from the Sarutobi, Shimura, Mitokado, and Udatane clans. Appropriately distributing responsibility and binding the major clans to the village's safety would actually help stabilize the situation. Seeing his two old colleagues had no objections, Hiruzen Sarutobi made the final decision. Compile a list when you get back. If there are no issues, then it's decided. Your subordinate will have the list prepared within the day for your review, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, quite satisfied with Yuhi Mikoto's response. He swept his gaze across the room once more. Now let us discuss the final topic of today. How to arrange for the care of the fourth Hokage's orphan. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy. The clan leaders and elite jonin fell silent, each keeping their eyes downcast, refusing to get involved. That child is the Nine-Tails. Adopting Naruto is like embracing a bomb that could explode at any moment. If it ever loses control, it would mean the annihilation of one's entire clan. Fugaku Uchiha thought of the fourth and Kushina, a glimmer of conflict flashing in his eyes. But the Uchiha clan itself was entangled in a web of suspicion, barely able to manage its own affairs, let alone take on this burden. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked around the room, ignoring Kakashi, who had stood and raised his hand as if to volunteer for custody. Letting out a soft sigh, he broke the deadlock. Very well then, since no one else is willing, it shall be this old man. No need to trouble yourself, Lord Hokage. A cold, sinister voice echoed from outside the meeting room. Boom. The heavy door was forcefully pushed open from outside, and Danzo Shimura, hunched over and leaning on a cane, stepped inside. His single eye narrowed, its murky gaze sweeping over the room with an air of condescending dominance, finally settling on Hiruzen Sarutobi at the head. The fourth's orphan is of unique status. With the Nine-Tails sealed within him, he is an endless source of danger. In my view, it would be most prudent to hand Uzumaki Naruto over to the Root Division to be raised entirely under my organization's tutelage. His words sent a shockwave through the room. What kind of place was Root? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he refused on the spot. Absolutely not. Hiruzen Sarutobi met the gaze of the advancing Danzo head-on, his tone resolute and unyielding. Minato and his wife gave their lives for the village. They are heroes of Konoha. Root's methods are ruthless and oppressive. I will never send a hero's child into such a cage. Naruto will never be placed under your care. Danzo slammed his cane heavily against the floor, his single eye narrowing further. Hiruzen, you are still so soft-hearted. Heroes, the scars from the Ninetales rampage are still fresh. Will you allow this bomb poised to detonate at any moment to roam free? It is precisely because he is Minato's son that he must be strictly controlled. If he is ever seduced and turned by outside enemies, the one who destroys Konoha next will be this so-called hero's orphan. Utatane Koharu and Midokado Hamura exchanged a glance. Danzo's words seemed to hold some logic. Danzo, say no more. I will never hand over the child Minato sacrificed his life to protect to you. It would break the hearts of everyone in Konoha. Utatane Koharu and Midokado Hamura nodded. Hiruzen was right. If the people lost heart, the village would be hard to lead. Danzo, I am the Hokage. This matter is not up for discussion. Risen, you will surely regret this. Seeing that the situation was beyond remedy, Danzo did not linger. He raised his hand and flung the meeting room door open, leaving behind a classic line before vanishing from everyone's sight. Kakashi lowered his eyelids, a smirk curling beneath his mask as he watched the two great actors of Konoha perform this drama of You Trap Me, Eyeshadow. The next line should be about concealing Naruto's identity as the hero's son to prevent spies and deception. After muttering softly, Kakashi saw Hiruzen Sarutobi light his pipe, and amid a swirl of smoke slowly begin to speak. Though Danzo's words are extreme, they are not without reason. Naruto bears the 9 tails. He is still an infant, his mind not yet developed. If he learns of his origin too early or is exploited by those with ulterior motives, the consequences would be dire. He paused, tapping the desk with his pipe as if making a weighty decision. I have decided to conceal Naruto's true identity. From now on, the entire village will be sealed. No word shall leak. To the public, he will be announced as an ordinary orphan who survived the Ninetales rampage. An excellent move. Koharu Utatane raised both hands in approval, leaving Danzo no grounds for objection even if he opposed. Hamura Midokado nodded and added, I will immediately order the erasure of all related records. Strictly forbid anyone from privately discussing or spreading Naruto's origin. Violators will be charged with treason against the village. Seeing that the 3 top leaders had unanimously agreed, the heads of the major clans and senior jonin bowed in submission, none daring to dissent. Kakashi shrugged, looking utterly relaxed, and chuckled inwardly. You enjoy yourselves now. You'll have your fill of tears later. This matter is classified as the highest secret of Konoha. Meeting adjourned. Hiruzen Sarutobi's good mood had been ruined by Danzo, and the ninja below were all preoccupied with their own thoughts. Unable to continue the meeting, he had no choice but to declare it over. Kakashi mingled with the crowd, and as he passed Shinku Yuhi, gave him a wink. Shinku Yuhi snorted coldly, turned away, and called out to Hayashi Hyuga, who was about to leave. Lord Hyuga, the reconstruction of the barrier requires the strong support of your clan. You are too kind, Jonin Shinku. This is after all the Hyuga clan's duty. However, my wife is due to give birth any day now, and I truly cannot spare the time. I understand. After all, no one wants a repeat of what happened to Minato. In that case, let your younger brother Hisashi Hyuga attend on your behalf. Please do not refuse. Hayashi Hyuga pondered for a moment. He was not particularly keen on participating, but Shinku Yuhi had already made a concession. To refuse further would seem unfeeling. He turned to Hisashi Hyuga and instructed him. Very well, since Jonin Shinku has spoken, Hisashi, you will have to take on the task. Yes, brother. Seeing Hisashi Hyuga agree, Shinku Yuhi smiled, bid farewell to the Hyuga brothers, and turned elsewhere. Lord Nara, Lord Akimichi, Lord Aburame. Shinku Yuhi greeted one after another, inviting virtually every notable clan in Konoha, leaving only Fugako Uchiha conspicuously uninvited. Fugako Uchiha, who had been waiting expectantly, darkened his face, turned on his heel, and swept away. A few hours later, Shinku Yuhi, holding a list, knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Lord Hokage, this is the list I have drafted. Please review it. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the list, glanced at it, and nodded with satisfaction. Apart from the heads of the major clans, the rest were mostly drawn from the Sarutobi clan, and crucially, there were no Uchiha. With a swift stroke, he signed his name and handed the list back to Shinku Yuhi. Go ahead. I trust your judgment. Thank you for your trust, Lord Hokage. I will take my leave. Just as Shinku Yuhi grasped the door handle and was about to open it, Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice came from behind. I hear that Kakashi is dating your daughter. Shinku Yuhi quickly released the handle, spun around, bowed his head, and replied in a flustered, reverent tone. In response, Lord Hokage, my daughter has indeed been in close contact with Kakashi recently. I have heard something of it. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat upright behind the Hokage's desk, his hands crossed and lightly resting on his chin. Don't be nervous. Kakashi is a loyal and affectionate boy, but he carries too much resentment in his heart. Having Kurenai Yuhi by his side will help temper his aggression. If this relationship truly comes to fruition, I will not miss the chance to toast at their wedding. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I shall take my leave. Shinku Yuhi said no more, bowed respectfully, and with a heart full of doubt, opened the door and withdrew. The door closed softly, cutting off the view from both sides. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up, pipe in mouth, and gazed out the window, leisurely blowing a smoke ring. Kakashi was too prone to obsession. Hiruzen Sarutobi understood all too well the nature of an invincible person with no attachments. Having ties was good. With ties came weaknesses, and such a person was easier to control. Outside the door, Shinku Yuhi glanced back at the Hokage's office, his mind ringing with alarm, unable to fathom Hiruzen Sarutobi's intentions. He shook the list in his hand. The arrow had been loosed, there was no turning back. He steeled himself and went ahead. Come forth. Hi. From the shadows on both sides of the corridor, two figures materialized. They wore identical black umbu uniforms and animal masks over their faces. Both knelt on one knee, hands placed flat on their knees, awaiting orders. Immediately distribute this list to the clan heads and registered personnel, and simultaneously deliver a copy to the Defense Department headquarters for archiving. Notify everyone on the list to assemble at the Defense Department punctually tomorrow morning. No absences. The two umbu members lowered their heads slightly and replied in a low, solemn voice, "Hi." The umbu on the left raised his hand, took the document, and skillfully stowed it on his person. In the next instant, both figures flickered and vanished without a sound. While Shinku Yuhi was torn between hope and fear, Kakashi was taking his daughter fishing at the back mountain. Kurenai Yuhi, fishing for the first time in her life, wore a simple clean dress. She knelt on the grassy ground, her elbow lightly resting on her knee, her chin propped on her hand, as she stared at the bobber floating on the water. Kakashi sat beside her holding a simple bamboo fishing rod. A gentle breeze ruffled their hair, and an air of leisurely tranquility surrounded them. After a moment, the bobber gave a slight tremor. Kakashi lifted his wrist slightly, and a large fish leaped out of the water, carried by the force of the rod, its scales glistening in the sunlight. Watching Kakashi effortlessly land a fish, Kurenai could no longer support her chin. She clenched her small hands around her rod and yanked it upward with all her might. The hook broke the surface, but the tip was empty. As expected, the earthworm on the hook was perfectly intact, writhing wildly, full of life. Kurenai turned her head to glance at the fish basket at Kakashi's feet, which was brimming with fish. She puffed out her cheeks in anger and smacked her rod against the water. Stupid fish, rotten fish. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Why, when they both used the same bait, did the fish always bite Kakashi's hook? Rage rose from her heart, and wickedness took hold. Jinjutsu shackling stakes technique. Kakashi was startled by Yuhi Kurenai's sudden use of Jinjutsu. They had been perfectly fine with shopping together, but after seeing the fishing rod at Kakashi's home, Kurenai insisted on going fishing. Now what kind of whim was this? Looking up, he saw fish of all sizes floating on the water surface, stiff and motionless, as Kurenai flung them one by one to the shore. Kakashi was stunned. Could Jinjutsu be used like this? Meeting Kurenai's smug gaze, he propped one hand on his forehead protector and gave her a thumbs up. His Sharingan swiftly swept the surroundings, confirming no one was around, and he let out a long sigh of relief. If the Konoha fishing community discovered that his girlfriend was using ninjutsu to catch fish, he would be laughed to death. Kakashi, look, this one's huge. Kurenai held up a palm-sized stream, fish shouting back at Kakashi on the shore, her eyes curving into sweet crescent moons. He had finally witnessed what the ultimate nemesis of fishermen was. What the fishing community hated most was this kind of rule-breaking electro-fisherman. Others quietly sat, competing in patience, technique, and skill. His beloved, however, cut corners, directly casting a large-scale Jinjutsu to control the scene, turning a leisurely fishing trip into a one-sided massacre, the epitome of cheating. Hey, slow down, don't fall in. Kakashi propped himself on the ground with one hand, looking up at Kurenai, who was having a blast, his lips curling uncontrollably. Seeing a pile of live-stream fish on the shore, Kakashi called to Kurenai, who was still standing on the water, reluctant to stop. That's enough, come up first. I'll make you fish soup. All right. Hearing that there was delicious food again, Kurenai leaped up from the water. Kakashi swore he hadn't meant to, but he happened to catch a glimpse of the refreshing purple beneath her skirt. Ha ha. Letting out a few dry laughs, Kakashi quickly lowered his head, picked up a small fish from the shore, and skillfully cleaned its innards, pretending nothing had happened. Kurenai landed steadily on the grass, completely unaware that she had been seen thoroughly. She excitedly approached Kakashi, crouched down, propped her chin on her hands, and stared with teary eyes at his busy hands. Kakashi, these little fish are so cute, how can you bear to gut them? Kakashi's knife slipped, nearly cutting his finger, and he rolled his eyes so hard they almost disappeared. And who was it that just used Jinjutsu to catch all the fish in the stream? Kurenai's cheeks flushed red. She grabbed a handful of grass and rubbed it fiercely in her palms, retorting with righteous indignation. I caught them, but it's different from you handling them. Then how about you don't drink the fish soup later? No way. Then what? They're already dead. If we don't process them, the fish won't be fresh. Kakashi spread his hands. No matter which world, women were the epitome of unreasonableness. All right, go play for now. I'll call you when it's ready. Fine. Kurenai stood up from the ground pitifully, but soon her attention was caught by a passing butterfly, and she trotted away chasing it. Kakashi shook his head. Yuhi Shinku had protected her too well. Even during the Third Great Ninja War, when a Wagakure had already reached their doorstep, Kurenai had only followed Shinku to guard the Konoha border barrier. She was someone who had never experienced pain. Kakashi hoped she could remain happy forever. But joyful moments were always fleeting. Just as the two were leaning against each other drinking soup, a white snake slithered down the stream. Orochimaru. Kakashi's pupils constricted. The white snake that had just passed by was definitely a summoning snake from Ryuchi Cave. The contract fluctuation was unmistakable. Kurenai, I want to tell you something. Kakashi put down his soup bowl and looked into Kurenai's eyes seriously. Kakashi, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly so serious? I'm a little scared. Kurenai, just listen to me first. Kakashi raised his hand and gently stroked Kurenai's glossy black hair, his gaze somewhat dazed. Such a familiar hair color, but in this life, he could only sport a head of white hair, becoming a delinquent. You rely too much on Jinjutsu. That habit is very bad. Kurenai, holding her soup bowl in her small hands, looked at him blankly. Isn't my Jinjutsu good? Father said I was born with a talent for it, that it's the ninjutsu most suited to me. Know your Jinjutsu talent might be the best among ordinary people, but the ninja world has never known absolute invincibility. Once you encounter an expert who can break your Jinjutsu, you'll instantly lose all your support. Kakashi didn't know how to explain to Kurenai the Rinnegan with Tomo Tenseigan, these seemingly invincible cheat powers. So he pulled down his eye patch and pointed at his crimson eye. Do you see this eye? Now use your strongest Jinjutsu on me. Kakashi, your eyes. Don't worry about that. Just give it your all. Only by experiencing it yourself will you understand that the power of the ninja world far exceeds your imagination. Seeing Kakashi's insistence, Kurenai took a deep breath. Pale purple Jinjutsu energy spread like mist, a strange gleam veiling her crimson pupils as her fingers swiftly formed hand seals. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. The world before Kakashi began to warp. The verdant grass turned into a dark forest, towering ancient trees rose from the ground and thick vines, with sharp thorns coiled like venomous snakes. The air filled with the stench of rotting vegetation and ghostly whispers as if trying to drag his consciousness into an endless abyss. The crimson Mangekyō began to spin on its own intricate patterns, emerging in his pupils. The dark forest shattered like glass, crumbling piece by piece. Ugh! Kurenai let out a stifled groan, stumbled back 2 steps, and sat down on the ground. She clutched her chest, a thin trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Kurenai. Kakashi quickly pulled up his mask and wiped the blood from her lips. Why? Why is my Jinjutsu completely useless against you? Instead I get hurt. Because the Sharingan is the natural enemy of Jinjutsu. Kakashi gently patted Kurenai's back to help her calm her disturbed chakra, his heart aching. Kurenai, what you just saw was only the Mangekyō. In the ninja world, there are ocular powers that can completely nullify mental attacks and forces that can reverse causality and alter reality. In the face of true experts, Jinjutsu is nothing but a fragile trick. Of course, Mangekyō-level Jinjutsu was a different story. Kakashi naturally wouldn't tell Kurenai all this. The storm of the ninja world was about to descend. He had to make Kurenai grow quickly because he could no longer bear the pain of losing someone precious. Kakashi drew the weeping Kurenai Yuhi into his embrace, one arm encircling her slender waist, while the other produced a scroll from the ninja pouch at his side and placed it in her hands. Kurenai, you are too weak. If you don't wish to become a burden to me, then strive to grow stronger. This contains the techniques of the dark-style arts and methods for training in various other jutsu. Once you have fully mastered these techniques, only then will you be worthy of standing by my side. With those words, Kakashi activated the Flying Thunder God technique without a moment's hesitation. Atop an ancient towering tree 100 meters away, the space rippled faintly as Kakashi's figure materialized, leaning casually against the branch as he quietly watched the small solitary figure below. On the grass, Yuhi Kurenai sat in a daze. After a long while, she finally raised her hand to roughly wipe away her tears, shouting into the empty air. Kakashi, I hate you so much. After shouting this, Kurenai lifted her skirt hem and ran swiftly, her small figure quickly disappearing along the forest path. Atop the treetop, Kakashi watched the retreating figure, then turned his gaze to the scroll left forgotten on the ground and let out a low, deep sigh. Perhaps this was for the best. The pieces of the game had been set, the plans laid out, and the road ahead was fraught with storms. From the moment the Ninetales rampage had come to its end, death had been his constant companion. Kurenai was far too naive. Better to have her hate him now than to watch her die a silent, unnoticed death later. Just as he was about to descend and retrieve the scroll, a slender figure came rushing back down the forest path. It was Kurenai. She sprinted to the center of the clearing, bent down, and snatched the scroll tightly into her arms, clutching it fiercely to her chest. Looking up at the empty woods, she shouted with all her might. Kakashi, you just wait. I'll definitely catch up to you. Atop the ancient tree, Kakashi remained frozen in his original posture, letting the mountain wind tousle his hair. You fool. Kakashi cast one final glance at the direction where Kurenai had disappeared, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more. When his form reappeared, he was already inside Orochimaru's secret base. Kakashi, haven't I told you not to use the Flying Thunder God technique to barge into my laboratory? Inside the base, Orochimaru was intently studying a vessel filled with culture fluid. The moment space rippled, and Kakashi landed silently, every muscle in Orochimaru's body went rigid. His cold serpentine pupils locked onto Kakashi, his tongue flicking across his lips with malice surging in his eyes. Next time stand outside the door and knock like a proper guest. Kakashi, with one hand in his pocket, lifted an eyelid lazily, clearly unbothered. No need to be so uptight, Orochimaru. Get to the point, state your business. I'm not in the mood to observe formalities today. SSS. SSS. Orochimaru flicked his tongue, eyeing Kakashi's constipated expression, which suggested he was ready to throw punches at the slightest provocation. Yet recalling the jutsu Kakashi had unleashed last time, he felt a twinge of wariness. You win. What? Win what? Rumors have already started circulating in the village that I've been conducting experiments on living humans. I believe our partnership needs to be terminated ahead of schedule. Oh, seems Danzo isn't too pleased then. Kakashi rubbed his chin, appearing thoughtful. I wonder what Hiruzen Sarutobi was thinking. Attempting to assassinate the Hokage, such a grave offense. And yet he doesn't pursue it at all, as if it never happened. Clearly those two are the real lovers. They quarrel at night, and make up by morning. Kakashi, do not speak of the teacher that way. TCH, you're so rigid, Orochimaru. Even after all this you still defend him. You're beyond saving. Seeing Orochimaru fall into contemplative silence, Kakashi lost the interest in needling him further, and instead asked with barely concealed excitement, so when do you plan to defect? Defect, eh? Orochimaru's mouth twitched. No, I'm simply discarding this rotten village. Same thing, same thing. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively with a grin. Hey Kakashi, this is the Hashirama cell. I'm afraid I don't have more time to study it. Orochimaru slid the petri dish across the table toward Kakashi, his expression laced with regret. The Hashirama cell. Kakashi's heart quickened. He leaned forward to look. Inside, the culture fluid was nothing but a milky white liquid. What can you see like that? Don't you have the Mangekyō Sharingan? Facing Orochimaru's mockery, Kakashi awkwardly rubbed his nose and pulled down his eye patch without hesitation. When he looked again, tiny particles floated within the fluid, each radiating a dense, thick, warm, emerald glow of life-infused chakra. Isn't it incredible? Even though its original owner has been dead for decades, these cells remain alive. Don't be fooled by their harmless appearance. The chakra contained within each single cell far exceeds the peak output of a jonin. The ordinary human physique cannot endure it. They would be instantly torn apart by the sheer volume of chakra. Once implanted into a host, they divide frantically on their own, possessing an extremely aggressive, invasive nature. The area where they're transplanted will automatically reveal the facial features of Hashirama Senju, as if another face lurks beneath the flesh, constantly seeking to devour the host. Are you certain you want to implant such a monster? Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. He didn't want to take risks either. The theory of yin-yang and the 5 elements appeared flawless on the surface, but this world operated on sheer madness. Chakra was the true source of all power. In this world, bloodlines were like the spiritual roots of cultivation novels, predetermined at birth, dividing people into classes, and from the moment one was born, the ceiling of most individuals was already fixed. Bloodline is the true orthodoxy. For me, it's the only key that can shatter these shackles. Orochimaru's serpent pupils narrowed. He had seen countless types of experimental subjects, yet never had he met anyone as resolute as Kakashi, a determination that genuinely unsettled him. You're even more insane than I am. That being said, as a token of gratitude for showing me the truth of this world, this is a reagent that I have purified and weakened, its violent nature tempered, and its rejection rate significantly reduced. Yet the results were less than satisfactory. All over 1,000 test subjects died one after another due to cell rampancy and organ failure. Not a single one could suppress the cellular frenzy to achieve initial adaptation. So Orochimaru doesn't know about Tenzo's existence. It seems Danzo never trusted Orochimaru. He wouldn't even reveal his secrets to an ally. No wonder in the end he could barely contain the Hashirama cells with nothing but seals and a collection of Sharingan. Truly a man with a twisted heart sees everything through a twisted lens. I've handed the materials to you. Use them or not, the choice is yours. Orochimaru licked his lips with excitement, his gaze fixed on Kakashi, burning with fervent obsession. I am admittedly curious myself. Can the Mangekyō truly suppress the Hashirama cells, and what kind of transformation might occur between the two? What else could it be? Naturally awakening the Rinnegan. Kakashi said, lightly sealing the potion and Hashirama cells into a scroll, then carefully tucking it into his shirt pocket. Orochimaru's cheek twitched a few times as he stared speechlessly at Kakashi. What a show-off. I've given you the items. When can you deliver the Byakugan as promised? What's the rush? You'll have to give me time. The Byakugan isn't something you can just pick up at the market. When exactly will you give me the remaining forbidden techniques? I might need them soon. Orochimaru was now on the verge of being a fugitive, and the initiative had completely shifted to Kakashi's hands. Kakashi naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to extort him. I'll give them to you once you bring the Byakugan. TCH Orochimaru, that's no fun. We're both straightforward people. Don't think I don't know your little schemes. Believe it or not, I can prevent you from getting even one step closer to Azura's reincarnation, and you won't be able to take a single piece of equipment from here. This was a threat, a blatant threat. Orochimaru's teeth itched with hatred. He scanned the various equipment in the base. all purchased by Danzo from various countries at great expense. Each piece was priceless and hard to come by. To gather them all again would take ages. For the sake of this equipment, Orochimaru had done many things against his conscience for Danzo. Though whether he had a conscience was debatable, he had certainly endured humiliation and suffered loss of face. In Naruto Uzumaki, Orochimaru was determined to have him. The combination of Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines coupled with the potential Azura bloodline genes. What a perfect spare body. A man without foresight is bound to have immediate worries. Orochimaru already felt that his current body had been modified to its limit. If the Tenseigan fusion plan failed, taking over another body would be an excellent alternative. Deep in the forest behind the Hokage rock 100 meters below the rock layer, I have a private ultimate base. Sensei Danzo is completely unaware. The entrance is hidden in the crevices of a millennium-old tree's roots with multiple layers of genjutsu and spatial barriers shielding it. All my life's ninjutsu materials and collections are stored there. Given my current situation, I can't take you there myself. Whether you can get in depends on your own skill. Wow, nice one, Orochimaru. You've mastered the art of the wily rabbit having 3 burrows. Kakashi's lips curled into a smile. He let out a light whistle and earnestly gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. The most dangerous place is indeed the safest. That was the Hokage rock. What were those Umbu doing? How could he have carved out a lair right under Hiruzen Sarutobi's nose? Alright, now get lost before I change my mind. And remember your promise. I hope I won't have to wait too long. Kakashi saw the strange expression on Orochimaru's face and thought he was reluctant to part with his worldly possessions. He couldn't help but find it amusing. If Orochimaru truly cared about those ninjutsu and collections, Kakashi doubted he would have revealed the location so easily. It was clear that Orochimaru had shifted his focus elsewhere and lost interest in ordinary techniques. Relax, I'm known as Konoha's honest young man. My word is as good as gold. If you could hold off on defecting for another 2 or 3 months, you'd already have the Byakugan. Bye-bye. With a wave, Kakashi vanished on the spot. 2 or 3 months, huh? Kakashi, you underestimate me. If I didn't want to leave, no one could force me. I'm quite curious. What method will you use to procure the Byakugan for me? Orochimaru's sinister eyes fixated on the spot where Kakashi had disappeared. Suddenly, he grinned, his tongue licking his lips incessantly. Kakashi's heart raced as he rushed home without a second thought. Success. He took out Hashirama's cells and the weakened potion from the scroll, laughing maniacally. Suppressing the urge to immediately transplant them, he sat cross-legged and began to extract chakra. Now was not the time. In the ninja world, there was actually a more suitable source of Hashirama's cells for the first transplantation than the weakened version, the cells within Tenzo's body. Tenzo was still hidden by Danzo en route. Kakashi had no opportunity to approach him yet, but it should be soon. Until he obtained Tenzo's cells, Kakashi didn't want to take the risk. He didn't think being a time traveler made him superior to others. Only caution could ensure a long voyage. Time ticked by, and it was already deep into the night. This was the moment of transition between day and night, the critical point of human physiological fatigue. Whether it was an ordinary civilian or a seasoned elite jonin, at this hour their alertness would inevitably slacken, reactions would slow, and vigilance would drop to its lowest point of the day. Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. His chakra had returned to its peak. He carefully slid open the door and headed straight for the Hokage rock. 100 meters of rock layer was no great challenge for Kakashi, but infiltrating without alerting the Umbu guards and perception barriers in the Hokage building was the real difficulty. Tiger, snake, goat, dragon, earth release, earth dragon submersion technique. Earth-natured chakra slowly infused into the rock layer beneath his feet. The hard, dense rock and soil disassembled into fine, soft dust particles, and the earth flowed like water. The greatest advantage of the earth dragon submersion technique was that it required no tunnel and produced no vibrations or noise. However, its drawback was severe. It consumed chakra continuously at a high rate. When facing extremely dense rock, additional chakra had to be expended to forcibly deconstruct the hardened material. If danger arose and any attack or defense ninjutsu was used, the chakra fluctuation would disrupt the earth element's balance, causing the softened rock to instantly solidify, trapping the user's body firmly within the rock layer, essentially burying them alive. After penetrating deep into the rock, vision and hearing were completely cut off. One could only rely on faint earth pulse vibrations to sense the surroundings. A single misstep could lead into a warning zone. Kakashi kept his eyes shut, maintaining intense concentration. Every inch forward required repeated checks for traps ahead. He was nearly at the 100-meter mark, but unfortunately within his perception range, he couldn't find the ultimate base that Orochimaru had mentioned. Damn, the surrounding rock had become abnormally hard. Chakra poured out like a raging river, and a sour ache of exhaustion began to spread through his limbs as he struggled to keep the rock around him softened. In a life-or-death moment, Kakashi made a snap decision, channeling the last of his reserve chakra to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. The rock around him hardened at an alarming rate. The cold, hard stone pressed against his skin, and the crushing weight threatened to break his bones. Just before the rock layer completely solidified, Kakashi stumbled, his feet landing back on soft earth. Kakashi dropped to one knee, his chest heaving violently as cold sweat dripped from his forehead and traced paths down his cheeks. Had he hesitated for just one more second with his chakra reserves depleted, he would have been buried alive in this unknown subterranean tomb. He did not believe Orochimaru would deliberately deceive him. If the entrance to that ultimate base could be found so easily accessed through a single blind dive, how could this secret sanctuary hidden within the heart of the Hokage Rock have remained concealed until now, serving as Orochimaru's deepest ace in the village? Kakashi raised his hand to wipe away the sweat. At the very least, he had mapped out the general structure of the underground. Worst case, he would simply search elsewhere next time. The monk might flee, but the temple remains. Dawn had already broken, so Kakashi was in no rush to return home. He opened his Sharingan, recording the surrounding terrain. The Hokage Rock was not large. Based on the area he had just scouted, a thorough search would only take 10 days or half a month. There was no need to hurry. He retrieved a soldier pill from his ninja tool pouch and crushed it in his mouth. A potent bitterness exploded on his tongue before sliding down his esophagus and settling in his stomach. A stream of energy rose from his abdomen, flowing slowly through his limbs and bones. His depleted chakra reserves began to recover at a visibly rapid pace. Before the pill's effects fully took hold, Kakashi activated the Flying Thunder God technique again, returning home to collapse into sleep. The Flying Thunder God, once the greatest speed technique in the ninja world, had been reduced by Kakashi to a tool for skullduggery. He wondered what Minato-sensei would think were he aware from the afterlife. He had barely fallen asleep when Kakashi was jolted awake by a spatial fluctuation. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he roughly splashed water on his face and activated the Flying Thunder God once more. Hokage Tower, Hayashi's office. Hayashi sat opposite Haino Kazuna, his good upbringing forcing him to offer sporadic polite responses to her casual chatter. The previous day he had received notice from the Umbu to arrive at the Hokage Tower at 10 o'clock this morning to discuss reconstruction matters. Haino Kazuna had harbored no suspicions and waited at the office door as agreed. When the secretary invited Haino Kazuna inside, he passed Shikamaru Nara in the hallway, exchanging a friendly nod with him. He had assumed this would be a routine conversation. Unexpectedly, upon entering the office, the tone shifted entirely. Haino Kazuna refused to mention the barrier, instead dragging on with trivial small talk. Chief Haino Kazuna, if there is nothing else, I must take my leave. I have many clan matters to attend to. Apologies. Haino Kazuna had been seated for nearly 5 minutes, unwilling to waste any more time there. As he prepared to rise and depart, he was startled by the sudden appearance of Kakashi. Kakashi, the Flying Thunder God. Exactly. How about that? Quite a surprise, branch family head, wouldn't you say? Haino Kazuna glanced at the statue-like silent Haino Kazuna, then at Kakashi's grinning face. He realized immediately that he had been set up. Chief Haino Kazuna, regardless of your purposes, the Hyuga clan will have no part in it. That is my final word. Branch family head Haino Kazuna Niji is nearly 3 years old, is he not? The taste of the caged bird seal is not pleasant, I imagine. Haino Kazuna whipped his head around suddenly. Fine pale veins surfaced around his eyes as his Byakugan activated instantly. The pure white irises were hollow and profound. The caged bird was his greatest pain, the unbreakable shackle of his life, and the one taboo he would not allow others to mock, especially when it involved his young son Niji. You? Say that again. Kakashi leaned against the corner, hands in his pockets, looking up at the ceiling with an air of nonchalance, ignoring Haino Kazuna's anger completely. Don't rush to anger, branch family head. I was merely making an observation. After all, soon your precious son's forehead will bear that cursed seal etched for life, condemning him to imprisonment for generations. As a father, can you truly be at peace watching your child retrace your steps? Chakra around Haino Kazuna stirred violently, his robe fluttering in the windless room. His pale face remained devoid of emotion. This is the duty of the branch family, born to protect the glory of the Hyuga clan. This is Niji's fate. Fate. Kakashi sneered, continuing to strike at Haino Kazuna's deepest insecurities. Then have you accepted your fate? As for the Hyuga clan's glory, I heard that before the Warring States period, the Hyuga name far surpassed that of the Uchiha. Both are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, yet the Uchiha at least know their lineage, producing strong warriors endlessly. Only you Hyuga, possessing the all-seeing Byakugan that overlooks the ninja world, have lived to become a joke. You have likely forgotten even your ancestors' names by now. Am I correct, Otsutsuki Haino Kazuna? Otsutsuki, divine being. Haino Kazuna nearly toppled over. He had only caught fragments of these terms in casual conversations with his brother Hisashi. They were forbidden secrets passed down orally within the main family relics of ancient lore. You? How could you possibly know that? Kakashi rolled his eyes. How should he know? He was a transmigrator. He had read the manga and watched the anime countless times. The millennium secrets of the ninja world and the roots of every major bloodline were etched firmly in his memory. Naturally, he could not reveal this to Haino Kazuna, so he invoked the omnipresent authority of the Hashirama ancestors. I know far more than you realize. Though the Hatake family became ninja relatively recently, my ancestors served nobles long before the profession of ninja existed. Knowing some ancient secrets is hardly remarkable. The Hyuga, as one of the preeminent clans of the Warring States period, held special bloodlines and exalted status. My ancestors naturally recorded such matters. For instance, the Jogan and the Tenseigan. As for what the Jogan and Tenseigan are, do not ask me. I do not know. My ancestors only wrote as much as they did. Suffice it to say, they are formidable. Kakashi clasped his hands behind his head, leaning against the wall, and began to speak nonsense with a straight face. The name Otsutsuki was enough to throw Hai no Kizuna into disarray, leaving him unable to discern truth from fabrication. This was Kakashi's most unanswerable cheat as a transmigrator: absolute information superiority. Looking at your expression, you have never heard of it, have you? I suppose that makes sense. How could the main family allow you to know the true truths of your bloodline? In the early Warring States period, the Hyuga bloodline was at its peak. Countless talents from the branch family emerged, often surpassing the main family in strength. The main family grew afraid. So they painstakingly created the caged bird seal, ensuring that all branch family children would be reduced to tools from the moment of their birth. Kakashi tilted his head, his gaze falling on Hai no Kizuna's pale face. A mocking smile played on his lips as he spread his hands. After a lie is told long enough, even the lofty main family begins to believe their own fabrication. I don't believe you. You're spouting pure nonsense. Kakashi watched as Hyuga Hizashi's fingers trembled with rage, his demeanor identical to when Orochimaru's Tao heart had shattered, a sight that filled Kakashi with certainty. TCH, if you don't believe me, then don't. Why are you shouting at me? Besides, I'm not a member of the Hyuga clan. What do I care about the cage bird? Kakashi picked his ear with a finger, complaining to Shirizinho in a nonchalant tone. Uncle, I told you not to bother with this. See, someone's kindness is thrown back in your face. Why go through all this trouble? Shirizinho, who had been sitting and drinking tea throughout, was listening with great interest. Unexpectedly, Kakashi turned the spotlight onto him. Shirizinho was momentarily stunned, raising his hand in perplexed self-pointing. But as a man who held the high position of general director, after only a fleeting blank, he grasped Kakashi's intention. He set down his teacup unhurriedly, let out a soft sigh, and seamlessly took over the conversation. Lord Hizashi, there's no need to be so furious. To be honest, it was only recently that I happened to mention young Niji to Kakashi. He can steadily activate the Byakugan before the age of 3, a talent far surpassing his peers in the clan. He is a true genius. Shirizinho's face showed regret, the very image of an elder cherishing talent. When I heard of this, admiration for his abilities arose in my heart. Thinking that such an exceptional seedling, if forcibly bound by clan rules, would have his talents wasted in vain. It truly is a pity. One played the melody, the other chimed in. One was firm, the other gentle. Hyuga Hizashi, who had been filled with rage, fell silent. He could dismiss Kakashi's words as nonsense, but he could not refute Shirizinho, especially the phrase wasted in vain, which precisely struck the most painful soft spot of a father. The defenses he had upheld for years finally cracked open with a fissure. His pure white Byakugan, once cold and vacant, visibly became tinged with bloodshot red. An outsider, a person utterly unrelated to the Hyuga, could see Niji's unparalleled talent, recognize his uniqueness, and feel sorrow for his fate. But what about him? All these years his mind and eyes were filled only with the cold clan rules, turning a blind eye to his son's excellence. How laughable, how pitiful. What should I do? Kakashi stopped Shirizinho with a glance, signaling him not to speak, and said with a nonchalant expression, "How should I know what you should do? We're not your parents. If Uncle Shiri hadn't meddled, I wouldn't have bothered telling you any of this." "Kakashi, you've gone too far," Shirizinho roared, cutting Kakashi off, and also curbing Hyuga Hizashi's anger. "Lord Hizashi, please don't take offense at a child. Though these secret histories are ancient and truth is hard to discern, they are indeed the heirlooms of the great clans, always kept confidential. I forced him to speak this time, so resentment is inevitable. But this is after all your family affair. We outsiders have no place to interfere. You and Lord Hizashi are on the best of terms. Why not ask him to show leniency?" Hyuga Hizashi looked at Shirizinho, who bowed to him in apology, his face full of shame. Shirizinho was right. For Kakashi to reveal such a secret that could break the clan ceiling was already a great favor. A few sarcastic remarks were only human nature. He himself was grasping at straws in his panic, losing his composure in his haste. How could he seek help from outsiders for such a matter? "Thank you, General Director Shiri. I know what I must do. Thank you, Jonin Kakashi, for telling me the truth. I shall repay you in the future. TCH, as if I care. If you're capable, give me a pair of Byakugan, and I'll tell you how to save your son." "Kakashi, shut up," Shirizinho quickly scolded, seeing Kakashi's loose tongue. Such words were not to be spoken lightly. Coveting another's bloodline was a grave taboo, even in anger. Hyuga Hizashi was also taken aback. Seeing Kakashi's aggrieved expression, he assumed it was lingering anger from before and paid it no mind. "Thank you both for your advice. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave. Farewell, Lord Hizashi." Seeing that Kakashi made no move to stop him, Shirizinho rose to see him out. Just as they reached the door, Kakashi's voice came from behind. You can tell Hyuga Hayashi what I said, but don't say it came from me. I don't want trouble. Both were startled, turning to look at Kakashi, whose expression had turned serious. Hey, you know the iron rule, not passed to outsiders, not shown to branch families. If the Hyuga main house gets wind of this, do you think they'll let me off? Shiri Jinhong was stunned. Seeing Kakashi's earnest tone, he turned to Hyuga Hizashi. Hyuga Hizashi bowed deeply to Kakashi, also with a solemn expression, giving his assurance. I swear on the name of the Hyuga branch house that I will not let a single soul know of your involvement. Farewell. Watching Hyuga Hizashi depart, Shiri Jinhong closed the door and sized up Kakashi from head to toe, making the latter's hair stand on end. Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't stare at me like that. It's creepy. You made up all that nonsense to deceive him. What are you really after? Who told you I was deceiving him? What? Shiri Jinhong had just taken a sip of tea. At Kakashi's answer, he sprayed it all out in shock. You mean the Jogan and Tensigan are real? Of course. The records of the ancestors are never wrong. What? So the cage bird was really created because the main house feared the branch house would surpass them. Shiri Jinhong was stunned for a moment, then haphazardly wiped the tea stains from his clothes and began to gossip. The ancestors' notes didn't say, but it's true that the branch house produced many strong warriors. Who can say for sure what happened centuries ago? True enough. Regardless, the cage bird does serve a purpose. At least it prevents the Byakugan from being stolen and keeps the bloodline from leaking out. TCH nonsense. Uncle, do you stop eating just because you choked once? The Hyuga clan is declining with each generation. Uncle, believe me, if the cage bird isn't abolished within a few generations, the main house won't even find a qualified heir. When that happens, they'll be finished all the same. Shiri Jinhong's mouth fell open. After a moment's thought, he realized it truly was the case. The main house reaps the rewards while the branch house sheds blood to pave the way. All told, Konoha has only 5 registered jonin left. 2 of them are from the older generation of ninja. Excluding the Hyuga brothers Hayashi and Hizashi, the remaining one is a special jonin of top reconnaissance ability. Truly unworthy of the reputation of Konoha's noble clan. Enough. Family matters are none of our business. Let's talk about what happened yesterday, how you bullied my daughter. Yui Shinku set down her teacup and began to interrogate him. Yui Kurenai had cried all night yesterday, which broke the heart of this devoted father. If Hayashi Hyuga hadn't been present, Shinku would have already torn into the brat. Father-in-law, I had no choice. Yesterday I was trying to kill you atop the Hokage tower, and if I immediately turned around to be affectionate with Kurenai, wouldn't that raise suspicion? That is reasonable. Let's put that aside for now. Tell me, what do you mean by saying Jinjutsu is a fragile trick? Yui Shinku himself was a top-tier Jinjutsu master, and Konoha his cultivation entirely based on this art. In his eyes, Jinjutsu was profound and subtle, killing without a trace, subduing the enemy without fighting, and was the most exquisite technique in the shinobi world. Yet Kakashi had dismissed Jinjutsu as worthless with a single sentence, truly angering Yui Shinku. Kakashi awkwardly touched his nose, unsure of how to explain to Yui Shinku. It wasn't just Jinjutsu. Aside from the forbidden jutsu of the major villages, those conventional ninjutsu that seemed powerful lost even the right to appear in the late stages. Father-in-law, since you asked, I cannot hide it. Words alone may not convince you. Seeing is believing, hearing is doubting. As shinobi, we must let strength speak. What? You kid want to fight me? No, father-in-law. Please go back and bring Kurenai. Find a secluded place, and I will prove to you that the shinobi world is not what you imagine. I'll go prepare first. After saying this, Kakashi activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. Yui Shinku was so angry, he almost laughed. This kid was incredibly arrogant. Barely grown, yet he dared to speak so presumptuously, claiming the shinobi world wasn't as he imagined. What does the shinobi world look like? Don't I know better than you? Forget it. I'll just take Kurenai along and see what exactly is in your pot. Crying at home all the time won't solve anything. Having made up his mind, Yui Shinku casually found an excuse to take leave from the third Hokage. He returned home, brought Kurenai, and appeared at the training ground outside the village, activating the special kunai Kakashi had given him. Soon space rippled, and Kakashi appeared out of thin air. Kurenai's eyes lit up, and she was about to go greet him, but suddenly remembered his hurtful words from yesterday. She sniffed coldly and turned her head away. Yui Shinku noticed his daughter stealing glances at Kakashi from the corner of her eye, and found it amusing. He was about to tease her when he said, Father-in-law, Kurenai, we're still too close to the village. We need to go further. Follow me. Yui Shinku and Yui Kurenai exchanged glances. This training ground was already outside the village. I rarely did anyone come here. Only elite jonin would choose this place to practice destructive jutsu. Seeing Kakashi vanish in a few leaps, they hurried to follow. Half an hour later, Kurenai was already panting. This sprint at full speed had taken a considerable toll on her. Kakashi, we're far enough. No, it's still too close. We need to go further. Kakashi looked back while running. Seeing only the outline of Konoha in the distance, he shook his head directly. Kurenai stomped her foot on the spot. Seeing her father silent and following closely behind Kakashi, she could only hurry to keep up. Just as Kurenai could run no further, bending over with her hands on her knees and gasping for air, Kakashi finally stopped. He looked far toward the direction of Konoha. It's still a bit close, but it's about enough. Kakashi, what exactly do you want us to see? Why must we stay so far from the village? Yuhi Shinku looked at his daughter with a pained expression, frowning. He couldn't understand Kakashi's behavior at all. Father-in-law, I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. Damn it, what kind of talk is that? Knowing I'm anxious yet you drag it out and tease me. Yuhi Shinku felt a vain throb on his forehead and was about to lose his temper. But Kakashi took out a small porcelain bottle from his chest, tilted his head back, and swallowed all the pills inside. Both Yuhi Shinku and Kurenai were shocked. If they weren't mistaken, the small porcelain bottle contained the top-grade soldier pills of the Nara clan of Konoha. One pill was enough to restore most of a Jonin's chakra. A bottle held 10 pills. Kakashi, are you crazy? Spit them out immediately. Swallowing that many soldier pills will kill you. It's fine, father-in-law. Just watch. Most ninjas use A-rank jutsu the most. That thing has no killing power, it's something even children can do. I won't embarrass myself by showing it. Yuhi Shinku and his daughter were nearly driven mad. What did he mean by saying A-rank jutsu was something even children could do? Stably using A-rank jutsu was the entry ticket for elite jonin in the shinobi world, surpassing 90% of ninjas, representing the top-tier combat power that non-Kage-level ninjas could reach. How could it be worthless in Kakashi's mouth? Ugly Su Chin Zisu Hai Siin. Kakashi raised his hands to his chest, forming hand seals at a rate of 8 per second. His thumb tips straightened, and his finger movements were so fast they left afterimages. Multiple clone jutsu. White chakra mist exploded and 5 identical Kakashis appeared on the field, simultaneously forming hand seals. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Fire-style Fire Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Wood-style Wood Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Metal-style Metal Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet Jutsu. 5 element Dragon Balls of chakra, each with completely different attributes, soared into the sky. Each dragon was incredibly real with dense scales and ferocious fangs. 5 elements Massive Combined Bullet Jutsu. The 5 Kakashis roared in unison. The 5 newly formed dragons raised their heads and roared in anger, breaking free from the chakra bindings and dove together toward the vast empty wasteland ahead. A blinding light shot into the sky. Rolling smoke mixed with gravel surged into the clouds. The terrifying shockwaves spread in a ring from the explosion point, causing the ground to tremble violently, as if the heavens had collapsed and the earth had split apart. After a long while, when the smoke cleared, the giant crater on the ground with a diameter of nearly 100 meters made Yuhi Shinku's scalp tingle. The massive combined bullet jutsu was the signature ultimate move of the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and was recognized in the shinobi world as an S-rank top-tier combined attack jutsu. Yuhi Shinku had never seen it with his own eyes, but he had heard from colleagues more than once that its power didn't seem to be this huge, right? And that was what released just now. When did this kid learn it? He's really keeping things hidden. Bang bang bang. These were the sounds of Kakashi dispelling his multiple clone jutsu. This is probably the power of a Kage level. I'm roughly on par with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Heh. Yuhi Shinku painfully turned his head, shifting his gaze from the crater back to Kakashi. This seemed to have already surpassed the 3rd Hokage, right? This was just an appetizer. Next I'll show you what a true S-rank jutsu of the shinobi world looks like. A true S-rank jutsu. Yuhi Shinku and Yuhi Kurenai stood with mouths agape, their faces frozen in bewilderment, staring at Kakashi as if he were a madman. They had even forgotten to ask about the wood release. So that earth-shattering 5 elements great combo barrage didn't even qualify as a true S-rank. Watch closely. Now let me show you what the true pinnacle of jutsu looks like. Kakashi took a slow step forward, making his way to the center of the deep crater. The ground here had just been ravaged by the 5 elements great combo barrage, with the earth beneath his feet crisscrossed by ravines, the 5 fundamental forces of fire, water, earth, metal, and wood still clinging to each other in chaotic entanglement. In the original story, Sasuke needed to use fire release to scorch the atmosphere, water release to vaporize moisture, and forcefully conjure cumulonimbus storm clouds to create strong convective weather through the temperature differential between fire and water, barely managing to borrow a sliver of heaven's thunder. For Kakashi, such trouble was entirely unnecessary. The surging chaos of the 5 elements beneath his feet was the perfect medium. Forming hand seals with a single hand, he slowly raised his right palm, fingers pressed together in a sword point gesture, pointing straight at the heavens. His posture was no different from a Taoist priest performing rituals in a TV drama, only lacking the shout of "Thunder God" and "Lightning Mother, come to my aid." A barely perceptible low hum emanated from deep within the earth. The sky, which had been clear and cloudless moments before, began to churn with wind and clouds. It was rapidly covered by ink-black storm clouds, and within mere breaths the entire wasteland was shrouded in dim, gloomy darkness. A fierce gale suddenly arose, whipping up gravel and dust in a howling dance. Yuhi Shinku's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively shielding his daughter, Yuhi Kurenai. Behind him, a towering wave of shock crashing within his heart. This overwhelming force before them was no mere chakra-driven technique. This was the might of heaven and earth itself. Thick thunderclouds converged frantically in the high sky with blinding silver-blue arcs of electricity visibly slithering and darting within the depths of the clouds. The crackling rumble of thunder rolled down from the 9 heavens, numbing eardrums and trembling the very soul. What kind of jutsu is this? Yuhi Kurenai let out a shrill scream, clutching her father's sleeve tightly, her face pale with terror. Kakashi saw that the preparation was nearly complete. If the storm clouds continued to gather, it might become difficult to control. He pointed a finger at the sky and released the seal with his left hand. Lightning released Thunder Dragon. As the words fell, the thunderclouds in the 9 heavens erupted into violent turmoil. Countless brilliant silver-blue bolts of lightning tore through the thick black clouds, dense arcs of electricity weaving together into a net converging into the silhouette of an eastern dragon that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Its body stretched for hundreds of zhang, its scales forged from pure lightning, sharp-edged and angular, its horns fierce and menacing. Its eyes flickered with awe-inspiring thunderous light. With every swing of its limbs came deafening roars of thunder, and every wisp of lightning that fell scorched the air into subtle distortion. Go! The next second, the Thunder Dragon raised its head with a furious roar, carrying the overwhelming might of heaven, and dove down from the 9 heavens. A dazzling bolt of lightning spanning the heavens and earth crashed down, moving so fast that the naked eye could only catch a flash of blue light splitting through the darkness. A thunderous boom unlike anything before erupted across the plains, a shockwave 100 times more violent than the 5 elements' great combo barrage blasting outward. Lightning light surged to the heavens, a violet-blue sea of electricity instantly engulfing the entire wasteland. The blinding brilliance illuminated heaven and earth, the searing heat of the lightning vaporizing the ground, as the rock and soil beneath were instantly scorched and evaporated. As the torrent of lightning gradually receded and the rumbling aftershocks subsided, the 100-meter deep crater blasted out by the 5 elements' great combo barrage was completely erased by the thunder, replaced by a colossal lightning-scarred pit over 300 meters in diameter, its depths unfathomable. The walls of the pit were covered in dense charred black cracks, with residual lightning still crackling and darting through the ravines, its lingering power vast and undiminished. The entire world fell into an eerie silence. The howling wind ceased, the storm clouds dispersed, and sunlight once again spilled across the land. Yuhi Kurenai stood frozen behind her father, her body trembling, her mind utterly blank. Yuhi Shinku's throat was dry and raw, his legs weak and barely able to support him. The 5 elements' great combo barrage from before was still within the bounds of ninjutsu. Even if its power exceeded the norm, it could be classified as the ultimate explosive output of a top-tier shinobi. But this technique, Kareem, was no longer a jutsu for combat between ninjas. It was a true divine punishment. A force capable of annihilating an entire nation, single-handedly comparable to the legendary god of the shinobi world. Kakashi dropped to one knee, gasping heavily for breath, looking at the destruction wrought by the Thunder Dragon with dissatisfaction. This technique was still too much of a strain after all. Without enough chakra, it was a real problem. He had only brought out a fraction of its true power, not even matching that fool Sasuke's lightning release. Kareem. So, this is what a true S-rank jutsu is. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, Yuhi Shinku had already made his way to stand before him, murmuring to himself as he gazed at the crater. Kakashi, is this really something a human can achieve? Well, that's a strange thing to say. Why wouldn't I be human? Kakashi rolled his eyes, slowly rising to his feet and brushing the dust off his clothes. He raised an eyebrow at Yuhi Kurenai, who was gazing at him with adoration. Humph. Yuhi Kurenai saw Kakashi, sending her flirtatious glances, first breaking into a smile, then turning her head away in feigned anger, refusing to give him a pleasant look. This guy was already this strong and still claimed he wasn't worthy to stand by her side. In this shinobi world, who could possibly harm him? It was clearly just an excuse. Kakashi saw Kurenai throwing another inexplicable tantrum and scratched his head awkwardly. The Thunder Dragon's commotion was too loud. It must have already alerted the ninjas of Konoha. Umbu investigation units were probably already on their way. There was no time to slowly explain things to Kurenai. Uncle, I heard you once competed in Jinjutsu against a 3-tomo jounin from the Uchiha clan and came out evenly matched. Ah. Yes, that's right. Yuhi Shinku, hearing Kakashi suddenly bring this up, couldn't help but feel immensely proud. It was indeed one of the few glorious achievements in his shinobi career. The Uchiha clan possessed extraordinary ocular powers by birth. Ordinary ninjas wouldn't dare compete with them in Jinjutsu. For him to fight an elite 3-tomo Uchiha jounin to a stalemate was sufficient proof that his reputation as Konoha's foremost Jinjutsu master was no empty claim. Then what about against these eyes, eh? Yuhi Shinku watched as Kakashi pulled down the black eye patch covering his right eye, revealing the Sharingan beneath, and instinctively stumbled backward 2 steps. What kind of eyes were those? Unlike the lively dance of a three-tomo Sharingan, his crimson pupils were spread with intricate and sinister black patterns, two sharp, triangular blade-like designs interlocking in a composite form. These were eyes steeped in darkness and sorrow, cold, lifeless, devoid of any warmth enough to make one's hair stand on end. Utter terror engulfed his entire being. Yuhi Shinku's teeth chattered as he stammered out in a low voice, Mangekyō Sharingan. Uncle is indeed knowledgeable. This is actually the first time I've revealed these eyes to anyone, and I never expected you to recognize them. If what came before was merely the limit of a mortal, then it's time to show you the power of a god. The power of a god. As the Yuhi Shinku and his daughter murmured to themselves, Kakashi's sinister in-released chakra erupted from within his body. A stream of cyan and dark purple chakra swirled around him as thick and sturdy bones burst forth from his body, forming a complete giant skeleton torso. The bones were dense and tight, carrying a cold metallic texture. The towering skeletal phantom completely shielded Kakashi within its core chest cavity. This was Obito's exclusive Susanoo. Its frame slender, its shoulders high, its ribs closely packed, and its hollow eye sockets deep and pitch-black, devoid of any life, exuding an overwhelming pressure that crushed all. This is the exclusive skill of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Susanoo. Right now it's only the first form. Kakashi stood in midair looking down from a lofty vantage at the fallen Yuhi Shinku and his daughter, his chakra still surging without pause. In the next instant the vast, in-released chakra swelled again. Dense, dark meridians instantly sprouted over the skeleton, coiling like twisted dragons through every inch of bone. As the meridians pulsed, an endless stream of chakra filled the body. Then a layer of tight, condensed chakra flesh rapidly covered the entire skeleton, filling the gaps between bones. The once hollow skeletal body was now fully fleshed out. The second form of Susanoo formed. Unlike Sasuke's sharp and fierce Susanoo or Itachi's agile and mysterious one, Obito's Susanoo carried a silent, dark divinity that disdained all things. It was like a war god walking from the abyss, whose every move could freeze heaven and earth and suppress all directions. Yuhi Kurenai's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and Yuhi Shinku's legs went weak. This was no longer mere physical pressure from chakra, but a primal instinctive fear rooted deep in the soul. After this, there's the third form, the fourth form, and the complete body. But I'm not there yet. Kakashi pointed at his right eye, which was beginning to bleed, and spoke with a self-deprecating tone to the astonished Yuhi Shinku and his daughter. The eerie red light in his eyes dimmed, and the rampaging in-released chakra lost its core anchor. Whoosh! The towering Susanoo body began to fade from the edges first. Then the hard, cold, giant skeleton disintegrated inch by inch, turning into specks of dark purple chakra particles that drifted away like stardust in the wind, leaving only Kakashi lying alone on the ground. Yuhi Shinku lifted his head stiffly after a long while staring at the empty wasteland. The suffocating feeling in his heart still lingered, and the tremor in the depths of his soul refused to subside. Uncle, don't just stand there. Hurry up. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Kakashi lay on the ground, his voice clearly weak. Forcing the activation of lightning release and then opening 2 stages of Susanoo had severely drained his chakra. The side effects of the soldier pill he had swallowed earlier were beginning to manifest. The untamed, unrefined medicinal energy rampaged through his body, causing a stabbing, burning pain in every meridian. He didn't even have the strength to lift his hand and push himself up from the ground. The bloodshot lines in his right eye grew denser, and blood slid down his cheek in a steady stream. The dizziness from overdrawing his ocular power blurred his vision. You kid. You're practically throwing your life away. Yuhi Shinku was both shocked and distressed. Without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted the exhausted Kakashi onto his back. With one hand steadying Kakashi's knee bend, and the other protecting his back, he turned to the still stunned Yuhi Kurenai and barked in a low voice. Kurenai, follow me. Move. With that, Yuhi Shinku pushed off the ground, skirted around the explosion crater, and dashed away from the original path toward Konoha. When they were almost at Konoha, Kakashi stopped Yuhi Shinku. Uncle, let's rest here for a while. We'll wait and enter the village with the crowd going to watch the commotion. Right now everyone is heading out of the village. Walking back like this would raise suspicion. Good point. You've thought it through, Kakashi. They found a sufficiently hidden spot and sat down on the ground. Kakashi leaned against a large tree, resting with his eyes closed. The stabbing pain in his meridians grew worse, but fortunately his chakra was replenishing steadily, alleviating the drain on his Mangekyō Sharingan. Eating too many soldier pills damages the body, but if the Mangekyō doesn't get enough chakra, it will absorb Kakashi's life force instead. Between the two evils, he chose the lesser. Lying in bed for a few days was far better than losing years of his lifespan. Yuhi Kurenai watched Kakashi's furrowed brow with deep concern, constantly wiping the fine sweat from his forehead with her sleeve. Kakashi, you're already this strong. Why do you still push yourself so hard? Yeah, Kurenai's right. Your strength is probably no less than the third Hokage's. And he's called the strongest Hokage, you know, cough cough. Kakashi nearly choked on his own saliva. What nonsense was Yuhi Shinka talking about? The strongest Hokage? Uncle, where did you hear that? That's what everyone in Konoha is saying now. The fourth is the third's grand disciple, and he's already made other villages issue orders to retreat if they encounter the yellow flash on the battlefield. As the master's master, shouldn't he be even stronger? Kakashi was stunned, his brain short-circuiting. For a moment, he didn't know where to start refuting. Was that how strength was calculated in the ninja world? If the disciple is strong, then the master's master must be stronger. What kind of absurd logic of generational suppression was this? The fourth Hokage, the yellow flash, shook the ninja world because Minato had monstrous talent and could punch above his weight. What did that have to do with the third strength? How could this so-called strongest Hokage hold a candle to Hashirama Senju? Wouldn't Madara Uchiha, hiding in a rat hole waiting to die, pull out his oxygen tube and rush over to slap you to death if he heard this? No need to think. This had to be another piece of false propaganda cooked up by that old bastard third Hokage. The common people in this ninja world had such a naive and laughable understanding of strength. Wait. Uncle, what do you think the odds are that I could assassinate the third Hokage and he wouldn't even make it out of the Hokage building alive? Yuhi Shinku recalled the awe-inspiring giant skeleton and the world-destroying thunder dragon Kakashi had summoned and couldn't help but shiver. After a long pause, he mumbled in reply, "No chance of survival. As so by that logic am I terrifyingly strong. Invincible under heaven. Of course, Kakashi is the best." Yuhi Shinku and Yuhi Kurenai blurted out without thinking. "Tch, ignorance truly is bliss." Kakashi pointed at the eye hidden under his eye patch. "As far as I know, there are at least 4 more pairs of these eyes in the ninja world." "Nanny." Kakashi, amused by their expressions, added leisurely, "And they're complete. I wonder if Uchiha Madara is dead yet. I suppose I should count him in just in case he isn't." Obito's single eye is far more formidable than the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Even counting it as 2 eyes would be a severe underestimate. Add Fugaku and Shursui to the mix, and even claiming there are only 4 pairs is being generous on Kakashi's part. Who knows how many other Uchiha are like Fugaku and Shursui, madmen who awakened the Mangekyō but kept it a secret. So the Uchiha clan is this strong. Listening to Yuhi Kurenai sigh, Kakashi's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Was the Uchiha clan strong? Well, certainly. Incredibly so. Just imagine Fugaku piloting that colossus for a casual stroll through the village. Ask yourself whether the third Hokage or Danzo would dare harbor any ulterior motives. Place 3 such colossi on the battlefield and see which ninja village would dare to provoke them. And yet in the end, they ended up eliminating each other, handing Danzo countless opportunities to revive his forces. Thinking of this, Kakashi's face was overrun with an unmistakable sneer, leaving the father and daughter bewildered, unsure of what they had said wrong. Hestrong. Beyond the Mangekyō lies the eternal Mangekyō, and beyond that the Rinnegan. And beyond the Rinnegan. Never mind. That realm is too distant, let us not speak of it. You only need to know that with every evolution of the Sharingan, one's power increases geometrically. For someone like these individuals, killing Hiruzen Sarutobi would be as easy as crushing an ant. I understand this may sound confusing, so let me give an example. The Susanoo I unleashed with all my might stood only a dozen meters tall, whereas Uchiha Madara could summon one exceeding 100 meters with ease. The strongest Hokage. Kakashi scoffed at the notion. By the way, who is Uchiha Madara? Yuhi Kurenai asked innocently, her gaze clear and unclouded. Kakashi was visibly startled. Turning to Yuhi Masaki, he saw the man nod, and then shake his head, signaling that he knew of the name, but was unfamiliar with Madara's deeds. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for Uchiha Madara. The third Tsuchikage Inoki had only caught a distant glimpse of Madara in his childhood, yet the memory had haunted him for a lifetime, becoming a sort of inner demon. Yet the people of Konoha had already forgotten him entirely. Kakashi had no desire to explain further to Yuhi Kurenai. The story was far too lengthy. Besides, even if they knew, what could they possibly do? It was more efficient to simply say Madara was a man who treated the Nine Tails like a pet, much like Senju Hashirama. The Nine Tails? A pet? Kakashi was too exhausted to mock the father and daughter for their astonishment. He had no patience to explain basic ninja world lore. Sometimes ignorance is indeed a blessing. Some have returned. Let us head back as well. At the Konoha Gate, ninja were returning in 2s and 3s, each moving with urgent haste. Kakashi and the 2 others blended seamlessly into the crowd unnoticed. Declining the father and daughter's invitation, Kakashi dragged his weary body back home. The stabbing pain in his meridians persisted. Kakashi regretted his impulsiveness today, yet it hadn't been entirely in vain. He had cleared up the misunderstanding and along the way learned the limits of his current strength. Moderate training benefits both body and mind. Martial prowess is not an antique to be hidden away lest it depreciate, like a certain clan had a lion that pretends to be a sheep for too long may forget it was ever a predator. The only drawback was that he could not go diving into the underground waters tonight. Lost in thought, Kakashi lay down on the cold floor and drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Hayashi's younger brother Hisashi concluded his day's duties and returned to the Hyuga main estate. The vast compound was eerily silent. Everyone he encountered on the way moved tiptoeingly, avoiding conversation with one another. Their movements were as mechanical as puppets on strings, strictly adhering to routine. Only from the rear training ground came faint youthful cries of exertion. Instinctively activating his Byakugan, he peered through the wall to see a small figure sweating profusely on its own. The small body stood straight as a rod, raising its pale hands to meticulously practice the Hyuga basic gentle fist. Hey. Huh. Hiya. In the past, Hisashi always rushed home without a second glance at his son's training. It seemed that without him noticing, the tiny boy who used to cling to his legs and act spoiled had quietly grown up. I wish Niji could stay this small forever. Just as Hisashi prepared to turn away, Niji, who had been practicing punches on the other side of the wall, suddenly spun around. A brilliant smile broke across his childish face. Father. Hisashi's steps faltered. He was definitely more than 100 meters away from the rear training ground, separated by a wall. How had Niji detected him? Before he could dwell on it, Niji's small figure dashed across the bluestone pavement, pattering rapidly toward Hisashi and throwing himself at his father's legs. Father. With arms outstretched, Niji hugged Hisashi's thigh. Hisashi instinctively wrapped his arms around his small son and lifted him into his embrace. Niji, held in his father's arms, smiled radiantly, clinging tightly to Hisashi's neck. Niji, tell me, how did you spot me? Oh, I saw you. I can see you every time you return, but you always go straight to Uncle's room without ever stopping to see me. Holding his young son, Hisashi's voice naturally softened, tinged with an undeniable tremor of anxiety. Niji, be a good boy and tell me. What is the maximum distance your Byakugan can currently see? Niji blinked, tilting his head slightly as he pondered seriously, then asked in confusion, Father, what is a meter? Is it a type of rice? Is it delicious? Niji, a meter is not something you eat. Looking at his innocent son, Hisashi struggled to find a way to explain the concept of distance. After a moment's thought, Hisashi carried Niji to the entrance of the main estate. Father, are you taking me out to play? It's been so long since I went out. Niji, I'm sorry. It's Father's fault for not having time to accompany you. But first, look over there and tell me the furthest thing you can see. Once you tell me, I'll take you to eat your favorite herring soba noodles. Really, Father? Of course. Why would I lie to you, Niji? Okay, Father. Byakugan activate. Oh, Father, the furthest point over there has an old man fishing. A bit further back there seem to be a few people, but it's too far and I can't see them clearly. An old man. Yes, right over there. A network of veins pulsed at the corner of Hisashi's eye. As Niji activated his Byakugan, Hisashi did the same. As a top-tier powerhouse of the Hyuga clan, Hisashi's Byakugan vision had long been tempered to its absolute limit of 800 meters, the ceiling for a branch family member. He scanned layer by layer in the direction Niji indicated: 300 meters, 500 meters, 800 meters. His vision spread out, completely revealing the streets, forests, and riverbanks in perfect clarity. Yet at the very edge of his vision, there was nothing. The riverbank was empty, and there were hardly any pedestrians about, let alone an old man fishing. Within the 800-meter limit of the Hyuga branch family's Byakugan, there was absolutely no one, let alone the fisherman Niji had described. Ningxi, lying is not a good child. Dad, I'm not lying. There really is an old grandfather ahead. Rishiang Richa frowned deeply. Seeing Ningxi on the verge of crying, his heart involuntarily softened. He carried Ningxi and walked in the opposite direction, where there was a very authentic noodle shop. Recalling the events of the day, he had been wondering why Chief Shiri took such an interest in Ningxi's affairs. He casually asked a question. Ningxi, have you met Jonin Shiri? Who is that? Is he Dad's friend? What does he look like? Rishiang Richa chuckled, thinking that he was indeed overthinking. How could Ningxi know Jonin Shiri? However, Dad, these past few days many ninjas have passed by from outside. I don't know if they are Dad's friends. The village has been quite chaotic lately. The barrier. The Rishiang clan occupies the Golden Core area inside the center of Konoha, near the Hokage building, which is also the region with the most barriers. Shiri Shinhong came to inspect every day. Could it be that when Ningxi was bored and used his Baiyan to peek, he was sensed by Chief Shiri, who then developed a fondness for his talent? The more Rishiang Richa thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and the more uneasy he became. The noodle shop was already ahead, almost there. But Rishiang Richa turned around, carried Ningxi, jumped onto the roof, and ran back in the direction they came from. Soon the two arrived at the spot where Ningxi had been looking into the distance. Rishiang Richa continued forward. 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters. Finally, after advancing nearly 500 meters, a tiny black that appeared in the distance in the river channel within Rishiang Richa's line of sight. It was a shallow bank downstream of the river. An old man with white hair sat quietly holding a fishing rod. Further behind the old man, in a forest clearing, several figures were moving back and forth, exactly as Ningxi had described. Boom. Rishiang Richa's scalp tingled. He abruptly lowered his head and stared fixedly at the aggrieved-looking Ningxi, in his arms, a storm surging in his heart. Ningxi had only awakened his eyes for less than half a year, yet his vision casually exceeded 1 kilometer. How is this possible? Dad, when are we going to eat noodles? Let's go now. The soft, childish voice brought Rishiang Richa back to reality. A steaming bowl of herring soba noodles was enough to dispel Ningxi's grievances. On the way back, Ningxi lay on Rixiang Rich's shoulder chattering about the fun of practicing fists. Before long, the childish voice faded, replaced by the sound of even, steady breathing. Bending down, he placed the sleeping Ningxi on the soft bed. Staring at the child's defenseless, sleeping face, pride, heartache, fear, and anxiety intertwined and tangled within him. Rixiang Richa tucked the blanket around Ningxi, gave his sleeping son a deep look, then turned and quietly left the room. He went straight to knock on his elder brother Rixiang Rizu's door. "Elder brother, are you asleep?" "Oh, it's Richa. The door is unlocked, come in." The room was lit by a dim yellow light, and the paper door was gently pushed open. Rixiang Richa, strictly adhering to the family rules of the Rixiang clan, performed a standard branch family greeting ceremony to Rixiang Rizu. Rixiang Rizu, seeing him bow, immediately raised his hand to stop him. "At night, there's no one else. We are brothers, no need for such formalities. Sit and speak." "Yes, elder brother." Rixiang Richa straightened up as instructed, kneeling properly on the cushion opposite Rizu. Finally, he gathered his courage and looked up at his elder brother, who ruled the entire Rixiang clan. "Elder brother, I have come tonight to ask for a favor. I beg you to grant it." Without waiting for Rizu's response, Rixiang Richa quickly recounted Ningxi's astonishing talents. From the child's extraordinary talent when he first awakened his eyes, to his comprehension of the soft fist, far surpassing his peers, and finally, to today's incredible Baiyin vision spanning 1,000 meters. One by one he told everything. Ningxi's talent surpasses the entire clan, a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. Such an unparalleled genius should not be shackled by the fate of the branch family. "Elder brother, I beg you, for the sake of the child's talent and future, make an exception. Spare Ningxi from the punishment of the caged bird seal in the future, and let him cultivate as a member of the main family." Rixiang Rizu sat upright, quietly watching his brother, who was bowing in supplication. After a long while he spoke slowly. "The Rixiang family rules have been passed down for 1,000 years. The laws of our ancestors cannot be changed." Just a dozen words crushed all of Rixiang Richa's hopes. Rixiang Richa almost instinctively prostrated himself, his knees hitting the cold wooden floor heavily, his palms on the ground, his head knocking the floor with a thud-thud sound, begging repeatedly. "Elder brother, please make an exception. Ningxi is different. His talent is enough to glorify the entire clan. He has a promising future. He should not be trapped in the curse of the caged bird. I have never begged you for anything in my life, but this one time I beg you to spare my child." A flicker of hesitation passed through Rixiang Rizu's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and slammed the table. "How dare you? The iron rules of the family cannot be violated by personal feelings. A branch family is a branch family. Fate is predetermined. No matter how great his talent, it cannot change the fact that he was born into the branch family. Get out. Elder brother, just once. Only this once. Ningxi can truly change the Rixiang clan. Please think it over again." Seeing his brother's stubbornness, Rixiang Rizu also became angry. He spoke to Richa, who was pressing his forehead to the floor, in a slow, deliberate tone. "Richa, don't force me to use the family discipline." Boom. These words struck Rixiang Richa's heart like a thunderbolt from the heavens. What damn family discipline? It was just another name for the caged bird. The day the curse seal was branded, his elder brother, crying, touched his own forehead and swore he would never use the caged bird on him. That scene was still vivid in his mind. So it turned out that all of this was his own wishful thinking. Supporting himself on his numb legs, he stiffly got up from the floor. Without looking at his elder brother again, Rixiang Richa walked out of this cold, heartless room, completely dejected. Why? Just because he was born 15 minutes earlier, he could rule the clan and control everyone's fate. So what if we are brothers? Twin brothers, same origin, so what? Rixiang Richa stopped at the end of the corridor and looked up at the pitch-black night sky. From childhood to adulthood, he had been law-abiding, never contending, respecting his elder brother, and loving the clan, always putting the Rixiang clan first. Even with the caged bird above his head, he had never uttered a single complaint. But what wrong had Ningxi done? He was so obedient, so hardworking. Just because he was born into the branch family, he was destined to be treated as a tool for life. The blood flowing from his forehead blurred his vision and stained his Baiyin. He could accept his fate, but his son absolutely could not. The corrupt family rules of the Rixiang clan were not worthy of ruining Ningxi's life. Looking back at the room where the light was still on, a thought that had never occurred before quietly took root and sprouted. "Rizu, you guard your ancestral laws. I will protect my own flesh and blood. Kakashi, open up. Be a good boy. Karina, I have told you I just ate too many soldier pills. It's not like I've lost an arm or a leg. I can feed myself." Kakashi refused with his words, but his body remained true to his desires. His mask had long been discarded, and he savored each bite as Kurenai fed him. Tap, tap, tap. A rhythmic knock sounded at the door. "I'll get it." Kurenai shoved the bowl into Kakashi's hands and dashed off to answer the door, completely oblivious to how her flustered appearance might be perceived by others. "Hyuga-senpai, Kakashi is home. Please wait a moment, I'll fetch him." The panicked voice from the doorway was deliberately raised, clearly signaling Kakashi to come and receive the guest. Kurenai let him in. Kakashi leisurely placed the empty bowl into the lunchbox. His mask had somehow found its way back onto his face, and he now lounged lazily on the tatami mat digesting his meal. Kurenai stepped aside as instructed. Hyuga Hizashi entered with measured steps, his immaculate clan robes devoid of even a speck of dust, save for a fresh glaring wound at the very center of his forehead. You've come. Yes, I'm here. Did you bring it? Hyuga Hizashi glanced at the flustered Kurenai, then back at Kakashi. It's fine. Kurenai is the future matriarch of the Hatake clan. Anything you have to say you can say in front of her. Matriarch. Kurenai froze entirely. The sound of the wind, the conversation, everything vanished. In all the world, only those two words remained echoing endlessly, detonating repeatedly in her ears. Matriarch. Matriarch of the Hatake clan. Kurenai flushed crimson like a red crab just pulled from a steamer. The color spread layer by layer across her fair skin, cascading all the way down her body. Her gaze drifted unfocused, as if she were treading on clouds. Her body went limp, and meeting Hizashi's probing stare she bowed and apologized repeatedly. I'm so sorry. That was rude of me. Please continue your conversation. I'll take my leave now. Clumsily, she snatched up the lunchbox from the floor, not even bothering to right the scattered utensils within. Stumbling, she turned, and as if sleepwalking dizzily dashed out of Kakashi's home. Well, you've driven her away now. Just say what you came to say. That day, when you said you could help me. Were you serious? Obviously. Do you honestly think that Sarutobi Shinku could get the better of me? Believe me, I'll have Kurenai pluck out every last one of his whiskers. Kakashi, seeing the envy in Hizashi's eyes, waved his hand with unchecked smugness. It's nothing. Speaking of which, that gash on your forehead looks quite nasty. Been doing a lot of bowing, haven't you? Did you fail, eh? You calculated I would come. Of course. Unless I was absolutely certain, do you think I would have shared the secret the Hatake clan has guarded for 1,000 years? I'm not like Minato-sensei. This is the shinobi world, good deeds don't go unpunished. Then can you guarantee that Niji will awaken the legendary IA? Take care, no need to see me out. The Uchiha have no caged bird, yet in centuries only Madara alone awakened the Mangekyō. So what guarantee do you expect from me? Kakashi felt a twinge of guilt saying this. Fortunately, Kurenai had left early, saving him from another round of persuasion. Seeing Kakashi's nonchalant dismissal, Hizashi actually felt relieved. If Kakashi had promised everything, Hizashi would have turned around and walked out immediately. Then let's discuss how to carry out the transaction. Transaction. Kakashi's lifeless fish-like eyes fixed on Hyuga Hayashi for a long moment before he finally let out a laugh. Head of the Hyuga branch family, I think you've misunderstood something. What gives you the right to negotiate with me? Don't take offense, but with that caged bird on your head, can you even defy Hayashi? Can you save your son? You don't even own your own life, yet you want something for nothing. Do you take me for a fool? I know you're angry, but hold that thought. To be honest, I have no interest in the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Kakashi saw that Hizashi's fury was barely contained, veins bulging at his temples. He knew he'd pushed far enough, any more provocation would be counterproductive. He promptly pulled up his Hitaide, and pointing at his Mangekyō began his emotional appeal to Hizashi. Do you think I'm being harsh? Do you want to hit me? Do you think I'm a madman? Yes, I am a madman. But what choice do I have? This rotten shinobi world has driven me to this. You recognize this, I write. It's the Mangekyō. Shall I explain to you the conditions required to awaken an eye like this, eh? Kakashi was thoroughly pleased with Hizashi's horrified expression. This eye had been working overtime since its awakening, its appearances remarkably frequent, though aside from using Flying Thunder God, its main function was simply intimidation. But you know what? It worked like a charm. From Orochimaru to Sarutobi Shinku, and now to Hizashi before him, everyone reacted in much the same way. Becoming strong demands a price. Can you comprehend that despair born from the depths of the soul, that sense of loss? No, you don't. The members of the Hyuga branch house are nothing but emotionless machines. You came to me today purely on impulse. Hizashi, don't speak just yet. Let me guess. Kakashi cut off Hizashi's rebuttal before it began, putting on a mysteriously cryptic expression, the very picture of a madman. My son Niji, what remarkable talent he has. He can't be wasted by that caged bird. Hizashi nodded. That was precisely what he was thinking. But what can I do? I've already begged Hayashi. He just won't agree. Hizashi continued nodding. It was the plain truth. No, as a father, I must save my child. Even if it means humbling myself to beg an outsider. Oh, how magnificent. What great fatherly love. Niji, look. Your father would sacrifice everything for you. Hizashi's face stiffened. Harsh as the words were, they hit uncomfortably close to home. TSK. Hizashi, you think too highly of yourself. Do you honestly believe the Hyuga are still the divine descendants of 1,000 years ago, that everyone must show you respect? The Hyuga clan today is nothing but a troop of buffoons amusing themselves behind closed doors. A branch family without even a soul to call their own. Where do you get your face? Hizashi's expression soured, yet he could not refute it. This was the sad reality of the Hyuga clan. Kakashi enjoyed dealing with people of few words and honest hearts. Every thought was written plainly on their faces, making them utterly effortless to manipulate. Unlike that Orochimaru who was a walking labyrinth of schemes. One misstep, and you'd fall right into his trap. Go on home. Come back when you've truly thought it through. Hyuga Hisashi's expression shifted rapidly, alternating between gritted teeth and sorrowful grief. It took a long while before he finally calmed down. I know, Kakashi. I know everything you say is right, but I truly cannot bring myself to do it. He is after all my own elder brother. This statement left Kakashi bewildered, tilting his head in complete confusion as to what Hisashi was talking about. The Hyuga clan had passed down 1,000 years of lineage with countless members across generations. Even if the main house had few people, could it really be that there were no stored Byakugan left behind? Surely he could just sneak a pair from the reserves. There was no need to resort to brotherly conflict and life-or-death struggles. Fortunately, Hisashi was completely absorbed in his own world and never once looked at Kakashi. I came to ask for your help because I've truly made up my mind. Last night I stood at Hayashi's door all night planning every method to kill him before the caged bird could be activated. Poison ambush, but in the end I really couldn't do it. Niji, forgive your father. As he spoke, Hisashi covered his face with both hands and wept bitterly in front of Kakashi Jr. No, something was definitely wrong. Kakashi's mind raced. He distinctly remembered reading somewhere that the Hyuga clan's underground chamber stored a vast number of Byakugan for replacement and bloodline enhancement among the main line. Shippuden. No, that wasn't it. Boruto. No. The movie. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Damn, this misunderstanding seemed rather serious. It seemed only the pure-blooded Moon Otsutsuki had ever done such a thing as extracting Byakugan before death, and even then they were uniformly stored within a golden energy sphere. The Hyuga branch in the ninja world had no such black technology to preserve Byakugan, or once a person died the dojutsu's power dissipated instantly to zero. It was all his fault for being so focused on the Sharingan that he confused such an important detail. Look how desperate he had driven this honest man, even thinking of poisoning. And Hisashi was no better. If he had been ruthless enough to kill Hayashi, everything would have been resolved. Why come crying to me? Wasn't this a total mess? If Orochimaru couldn't get the Byakugan, he would surely turn against me. How could my subsequent plans proceed? Wasn't this shooting myself in the foot? Forget it, I'll find another way for the Byakugan. No point in tormenting Hisashi. It was my own intelligence failure. Kakashi didn't consider himself a good person, but forcing family to turn against each other, such a karmically damaging foolish act. His conscience simply couldn't bear it. When he used to watch the anime, he always felt sorry for Niji's tragic fate. If he could help, he would. Clap clap. Kakashi made up his mind. Since the situation had changed, he couldn't follow the original plan of deception. He needed to apply stronger medicine. Truly deep brotherly love. But Hisashi, if you and Hayashi switched places, do you think he would lay a hand on you? Kakashi's applause brought Hisashi out of his sorrow. Hearing the question, he answered without thinking. Of course not. Then if Hayashi committed a grave offense and needed to die to atone, would you die in his place? Yes. After you die for him, would Hayashi feel guilty? Would he grant your final dying wish? Hisashi's lifeless eyes ignited with light, as if someone had forcibly pulled a path of escape from the dense fog. His stooped back straightened anew. From Hisashi's understanding of his brother, the elder was merely bound by the rules of the main house and the responsibilities of the clan head, not truly cold-hearted. If he made a request with his life as the stake, Hayashi would never refuse. Then are you willing to take that step for Niji? Hisashi suddenly dropped to his knees, bowing deeply to Kakashi in a manner identical to ancestral worship. I am willing. As long as Niji's caged bird can be undone, Hyuga Hisashi will die without regret. Kakashi dared not accept such a great courtesy. He quickly dodged aside, frantically trying to help Hisashi up, but after several attempts he couldn't budge him. Kakashi sighed helplessly. His level of ruthlessness was far too inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen's. His heart was still too soft. Senior, please don't do this. If you don't get up, I won't say another word. Hisashi's body stiffened at these words. Seeing Kakashi's firm attitude, he had no choice but to comply. Senior Hyuga, my earlier words were indeed excessive. Please forgive me. After sitting down again, Kakashi first apologized to Hisashi. Hisashi smiled and shook his head, indicating he didn't mind. Only then did Kakashi begin to lay out his plan slowly. But let me warn you, I can't guarantee it will succeed in the end. If anything goes wrong along the way, you might die in vain. I will follow Lord Kakashi's arrangements completely. Hisashi's words were resolute. Very well. This path is your own choice. Once you set foot on it, there is no turning back. Hayashi's child is about to be born, isn't it? No, what are you planning? Hisashi erupted in fury, slamming his hand heavily on the table. What's your rush? What could I possibly do to a newborn baby? Kakashi matched him, slapping the table just as hard. If you think I have ulterior motives, you can leave right now. Who are you glaring at with that beard? What was wrong with these people? Couldn't anyone let him finish a sentence? My apologies. I lost my composure. Please continue. Seeing Kakashi about to dismiss him, Hisashi immediately backed down. Fine, I'll make it brief. After the child is born, find a way to let the people of Kumogakure know that the main house has produced a child of extraordinary talent, with dojutsu prowess comparable to the Uchiha's Mangekyō. Can't we use Niji instead? Damn, are you stupid? If you use Niji as bait, how will Hayashi be held accountable? And then how will you die in his place? Kakashi nearly jumped up to point at Hisashi's nose and curse, continuing until Hisashi's face was full of shame and he dared not raise his head. Only then did Kakashi's anger subside. Knowing the nature of those Kumobikure people, they'll definitely send someone to investigate. Then they'll find a high-ranking figure who is nearing death to die at Hayashi's hand, using it as a pretext to demand the main house's Byakugan under threat of war. That old fool Sarutobi Hiruzen will surely buckle under pressure, shifting all blame onto the Hyuga clan and using public opinion to apply further pressure. Unless the Hyuga clan wants to betray the village, they must give Kumobikure an explanation. Do you understand now? I understand. Kakashi-sama, you are truly extraordinary. To conceive such a meticulous plan manipulating the various factions as if they were mere playthings. Hyuga Hisashi stared in astonishment, utterly awestruck by Kakashi. Kakashi let out a few awkward chuckles. Such a plan was hardly his own invention, it was merely a faithful recreation of events from the original story, albeit advanced by 2 years. Of course he could never admit that. Facing Hisashi's gaze, as if beholding a celestial being, he struck a pose of nonchalance, indulging in the ancient strategist's fantasy of orchestrating affairs from within a tent. I won't involve myself further in this matter. Handle the details yourself. Naturally, my lord. You have already rendered me great assistance. I shall manage everything. Hyuga Hisashi nodded repeatedly. Execution of a plan was a trivial task for a shinobi. The true difficulty lay in the strategy itself. My lord, I have one more impertinent request. I implore you to grant it. Hisashi dropped to his knees, once more bowing before Kakashi. What now? If it's impertinent, perhaps it's better left unsaid. Kakashi sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose as he watched the man kneel again. Kakashi-sama, you possess unparalleled talent, transcendent insight, incomparable wisdom, and a heart committed to righteousness. In time you will surely become a legend across the shinobi world, commanding respect from all corners. Stop. I never expected you with those honest eyes to be so shameless with your flattery. Though what you say is true, offering flattery unbidden reeks of ulterior motives. Speak. What is it you wish to ask of me? Hisashi's face pressed against the floor, flushed red. But then he thought a man about to die had little use for dignity. As long as Kakashi agreed, anything was acceptable. I beg you to take Niji as your disciple. Kakashi stared blankly at the middle-aged man kneeling before him. How could Hisashi utter such an outrageous request? Taking a disciple was not the same as being a team leader. It required a formal apprenticeship ceremony. A master not only passed on techniques, but also bore the responsibilities of inheritance, education, protection, and guidance. If Niji strayed from the path, the master would share the blame. No way. You're trying to drag someone down with you before you die? You clearly want a free caretaker for Niji after you're gone. I'd have to be mad to agree. Actually, the Hyuga main house still has a pair of Byakugan. Hisashi's casual remark froze Kakashi in his tracks, his anger momentarily forgotten. What did you say? Hisashi, reading the change in Kakashi's expression, rose to his feet. Since Kakashi coveted the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the balance of power seemed to shift into his hands. If Kakashi-sama takes Niji as his disciple, Hisashi will gladly offer the Byakugan as a token. Damn it. The hunter who had always caught birds had been blinded by one. Hisashi had clearly come prepared. He was still too naive, fooled by those ridiculous power fantasies. As the branch family head of Konoha's premier clan, second only to the main family head, how could Hisashi be so easily swayed by a few words? If Hisashi was like this, what about Orochimaru? And Yuhi Shinku? Well, Yuhi Shinku probably wasn't an issue. As long as Yuhi Kurenai was around, he wouldn't step out of line. Besides, the bargaining chips he had offered were already substantial. The basic 5-element cultivation method and the dark covering technique alone were enough to transform the Yuhi clan. As for Orochimaru, Kakashi finally understood the origin of the undisguised mockery on Orochimaru's face every time he mentioned the Byakugan. He closed his eyes, imagining the smug, victorious posture Orochimaru would strike when the agreed time came and he failed to deliver the Byakugan. This was unbearable. Orochimaru, just you wait. I agree. Really? Hisashi's face lit up with joy. I am known as the honest prince of Konoha. Why would I deceive you? But be prepared. If you want to learn from me, hardship is inevitable. Hardship? Could it be worse than the caged bird? Hisashi laughed bitterly. Enough, no more nonsense. Now can you tell me where that pair of Byakugan is? The joy faded from Hisashi's face. His gaze grew distant, sinking into a long-buried memory. These eyes conceal a scandal that the Hyuga clan must never reveal. A secret never spoken to anyone. As everyone knows, the previous Hyuga clan head, my father and Hisashi's father, supposedly died of illness over a decade ago. Kakashi's heart tightened. He listened intently, sensing that things were not so simple. But that's a lie. He never died at all. Hisashi let out a cold laugh. Back when he led the main house, he had an affair with a woman from outside the clan, fathering a bastard child. The Hyuga main house abhors mixed blood. Fornication with outsiders is a capital offense against clan law. Having a bastard child was already a grave mistake. But even that might have been forgivable. However, his selfishness ran deep. To avoid the caged bird, he kept the child hidden away, never revealing its existence. When the Third Shinobi World War erupted, he disregarded the clan's safety and secretly took the illegitimate child to the front lines, hoping to earn battlefield merit for the boy. Hisashi's voice grew colder as he spoke. On the battlefield, blades are blind. In the end, our father could not protect the bastard child. Someone dug out one of his Byakugan. Kakashi immediately thought of one person, Ao of Kirigakure. That shinobi who always wore a forehead protector with a scar over his eye, the only known possessor of a Hyuga Byakugan outside the clan. The mystery of the Byakugan's origin, long unsolved in the original story, was finally revealed. He never imagined that the secret whispered across the shinobi world for years hid such a disgraceful scandal within the Hyuga clan. When the clan learned of this, they were furious. Hisashi continued slowly recounting the past. Fornication with outsiders, violation of clan rules, and loss of the Byakugan. If this ever got out, the Hyuga name would be ruined. To cover up the scandal, the clan announced that the previous head had died of illness and my elder brother succeeded him as clan leader. As the clan head, even though the branch family was enraged, they had no right to execute him. After much deliberation, my brother decided that the previous branch family head should escort him to the capital of the Land of Fire to live in seclusion. As for that bastard child, Kakashi saw the smirk curling at the corner of Hisashi's mouth and knew the child's fate was grim. The Hyuga clan could tolerate a wayward clan head, but they could never tolerate tainted impure blood. That very night, the child was quietly disposed of by the clan. No corpse remained, no trace was left in this world. This earth-shattering gossip thrilled Kakashi to no end. Such a dramatic tale of a wealthy family, whether in his past life or this one, was utterly irresistible to him. Hayashi's child is about to be born. To celebrate the birth of the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family, my father will surely return from the capital of the Land of Fire. It seemed that Hisashi, this honest man, harbored deep resentment toward his old father betraying him without a flicker of hesitation. Solid. Utterly solid. As long as Hisashi provided the exact route and timing of the clan head's return, Kakashi promised with a pat on his chest that Orochimaru had 1,000 ways to make a person disappear. Alright, pleasure doing business. Once the disgrace of the Hyuga is dealt with, you can bring Niji to me as a disciple. The disgrace of the Hyuga. Hisashi was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this term, but quickly understood. It was clearly Kakashi who coveted the Hyuga's Byakugan, yet he now posed as the benefactor cleansing the clan's shame. This shamelessness opened Hisashi's eyes wide. Indeed, his choice was correct. Only by following such a person could Niji grow up safely. Pleasure doing business. Then I shall take my leave. Thank you once again, Lord Kakashi. After seeing off Hisashi, Kakashi felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Though the process had been somewhat twisted, the outcome was excellent. Everything was proceeding according to plan. With the third Hokage busy cleaning up the mess left by the Ninetales rampage and Danzo's energy focused entirely on eliminating Orochimaru, Kakashi finally enjoyed a rare period of leisure. For the next half-month or so, Kakashi mostly stayed home recovering from his injuries. He remained indoors, never stepping outside, and was cared for meticulously by Yuhi Kurenai in every aspect of daily life, even putting on a little weight. Until one morning, when Kurenai arrived with a piece of news. The Uchiha clan had moved. This was huge news. As a natural lover of gossip, Kakashi grabbed Kurenai and ran all the way to the main street. The streets of Konoha were no longer the desolate, ruined lanes after the Ninetales attack. The main thoroughfare was packed with onlookers, old and young, shoulder to shoulder, densely lined in rows. Everyone craned their necks, murmuring incessantly, the buzzing sound filling the entire street. Lines of Uchiha clan members dressed in deep blue clan attire with the fan crest embroidered on their backs walked silently through the streets, their faces cold and grim. Large wooden crates, scrolls, training equipment, and family supplies were neatly packed, either carried by clan members or securely loaded onto the backs of transport beasts, slowly moving westward. There was no festive atmosphere of relocation, no farewells from neighbors. From start to finish, there was only a deathly silence. Kakashi stood at the edge of the crowd, one hand in his pocket, quietly watching it all. They were the heroes who protected the village, yet in the end they are driven away and isolated. Kurenai stood beside Kakashi, gazing at the lonely backs of the Uchiha clan members, sighing softly. The rumors in the village have been too harsh lately. Everyone suspects the Uchiha of controlling the Ninetales, but from start to finish, no one has produced a shred of evidence. Kakashi nodded silently. Rumors, after all, never require evidence. Especially after experiencing the terror of the Ninetales' destruction, the villagers needed an outlet for their fear, a target to blame. And the Uchiha, with their ability to control tailed beasts, naturally became the focal point of the entire village's resentment. The murmurs of the villagers along the street grew more direct and piercing, each word becoming an invisible blade stabbing into every migrating Uchiha clan member. Did you hear? It was the Uchiha Sharingan that controlled the Ninetales. No wonder the village was destroyed so badly that night. Maybe they did it on purpose. Thank goodness the higher-ups were wise, driving them to the western corner. The farther away they are, the safer the village will be. Look at their cold faces. Who knows what malicious thoughts they harbor? Their eyes are terrifying. At the front of the procession, Uchiha Fugaku, clad in clan attire, kept a stern face, suppressing the fury within him. He occasionally turned to scan the crowd, his gaze falling upon faces filled with a mix of fear, contempt, and alienation. Behind him, the young Uchiha Itachi walked quietly in step. This was the first time Kakashi had seen Uchiha Itachi, chubby-cheeked with delicate clean eyebrows, and eyes a clear pure black, gaze no tear troughs or nasolabial folds. He was the very picture of an obedient little boy. How could such a child be brainwashed by the third Hokage and his ilk into becoming a filial son who massacred his own clan? Once a heart is twisted, it can never be straightened again. Kurenai, let's go back. I'm in a good mood today. What do you want to eat? I'll cook for you. Kurenai's face lit up at the mention of good food. She was no longer surprised by Kakashi's ability to shift from defending the Uchiha one moment to breezily moving on the next. After lunch, Kakashi had to persuade the clingy Kurenai to leave. The moment she was out the door, he used a transformation technique to turn into a little boy and dashed off toward the westernmost part of the village. The western side of Konoha was originally a remote wilderness far from the bustling center of the village. Expansive woodlands lay barren and desolate, lacking even the most basic living facilities. Now designated as the new Uchiha settlement, it was utter chaos. Wooden crates piled haphazardly everywhere, dust flying as clan members busied themselves. No one had the leisure to sightsee nor the mind to notice their surroundings. The entire compound was noisy and disorderly. Kakashi wove through the outskirts, and after considerable effort, he found Uchiha Itachi training alone in the forest at the edge. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sharp sounds cut through the air. 3 shurikens struck the distant tree trunk with precision, sinking deep into the wood, their trajectories straight and steady. For a 5-year-old child, this level of accuracy and control was far beyond ordinary. Kakashi watched from behind a tree for a while, silently marveling. Talent, temperament, perseverance, all top-notch. No wonder he was hailed as a genius of the ninja world as he grew up. A pity that the era and the village's suspicions ultimately destroyed him completely. Shaking off his thoughts, Kakashi's gaze swept quickly around. He spotted a stray dog scurrying through the grass and the bushes. He strode over, easily pinned the struggling dog, and with a casual flick tossed it into a murky drainage ditch nearby. Having done that, he put on a flustered, panicked expression and ran toward Itachi. Oh no, something terrible happened. Hearing the shout, Itachi, who was practicing shuriken, stopped his movements. His clear black eyes fixed on the unfamiliar little boy before him, showing neither vigilance nor distance, only pure, unblemished clarity. What's wrong? Young Itachi's voice was soft and clear, gentle and warm, exceptionally pleasant to the ear. I was playing over there, and my puppy fell into a ditch. The current is a bit fast, and it can't climb out. I can't pull it up alone. Can you help me? At 5 years old, Itachi was pure-hearted and kind, never overthinking. Upon hearing that a small animal was in danger, he didn't even bother to pick up the scattered shuriken on the ground. He immediately ran toward the direction Kakashi pointed. Kakashi followed behind Itachi, shaking his head incessantly. This child was far too innocent. So innocent it was heartbreaking. With just a few flustered lies and a fabricated plea for help, he could be effortlessly led around by the nose. Hey, slow down, wait for me. The short distance of a few dozen meters was covered in an instant. The stray dog that Kakashi had tossed into the ditch had long since scrambled ashore with pure brute force and was vigorously shaking the water from its sodden fur. Seeing Kakashi return from afar, the dog, recognizing the villain who had thrown it into the water without a second thought, gave 2 blustering barks, tucked its dripping tail between its legs, and darted into the nearby bushes, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Itachi, who had been running over, skidded to a halt. His small frame stood frozen in place as he stared at the empty ditch and the direction where the stray dog had disappeared, momentarily unable to process what had happened. Kakashi was also somewhat bewildered by the dog's sudden disappearance, but it didn't matter. His goal had been achieved. He then called out a cheerful "Big Brother," without a hint of awkwardness, utterly devoid of any sense of shame. Wow, Big Brother, you're amazing. You got my dog out of there in one go. To show my gratitude, let me treat you to some tricolor dumplings. Itachi's young face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily shook his head in refusal. I didn't actually help. The dog climbed out on its own. Before he could finish his sentence, Kakashi reached out and grasped his small hand. Itachi initially tried to pull away, but his innate kindness made him abandon the struggle, fearing that using force might hurt the other boy. He allowed Kakashi to lead him towards the market. Sir, 10 skewers of tricolored dumplings. Kakashi, familiar with the place, led Itachi into a dessert shop, found an empty table, sat down, and immediately ordered 10 skewers. Before Itachi could even react, a heaping plate of glistening tricolor dumplings was set before them. The skewers, adorned with white, pink, and green dumplings coated in translucent syrup, emitted a tantalizing aroma, with wisps of steam rising gently. Kakashi picked up a skewer in each hand, stuffing his mouth until his cheeks bulged, and mumbled indistinctly to Itachi, "Here, eat up. They're specially for you." Itachi's gaze was instantly captivated by the soft, chewy dumplings. Young as he was, he had a natural fondness for sweets, and tricolor dumplings were his absolute favorite snack. I can't. Itachi shook his little head like a rattle, his chubby cheeks wobbling with emotion, looking adorably earnest. I didn't help at all earlier. I can't accept your gift without earning it. The strict upbringing instilled in him from a young age compelled him to adhere to rules, never accepting favors without merit, and certainly not indulging in culinary desires. Even as he voiced his refusal, his gaze lingered on the soft, glistening dumplings, utterly unable to look away. His entire plump face was a picture of inner conflict. Eat up. I can't possibly finish all these alone. Besides, aren't we friends? Friends. What a foreign word that was. Ever since he could remember, his ears were filled with his father's stern and rigid teachings. His childhood had no games or laughter, no playmates, only day after day of monotonous shinobi training. From the moment he gained understanding, Fugaku had repeatedly told him that as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, he was inherently different from ordinary children. Every word and action represented the clan's honor. He must not be playful or indulge in personal desires. The other children in the village, fearing the Uchiha bloodline, dared not approach him. Those within the clan couldn't keep up with his prodigious talent, finding him incompatible with their own pace. No one had ever thought of being his friend. No one had ever offered something so simple, without any ulterior motive, just to share a sweet tricolor dumpling with him. Friend. After sitting in a daze for a few seconds, a thin layer of moisture welled up in Itachi's eyes. He reached out a small hand, picked up a skewer of tricolor dumplings, and took a gentle bite. It was so sweet. Hey buddy, that's not how you eat dumplings. Buddy. Itachi blinked in confusion. Weren't we friends? How did we become buddies in just a moment? And if this isn't the way to eat dumplings, then what is? All men are brothers within the 4 seas. Here, watch me. Kakashi opened his mouth wide and shoved all 3 dumplings off the skewer in one go, then chewed vigorously, with a look of sheer bliss on his face. Itachi stared, utterly dumbfounded. This was completely at odds with the aristocratic education he had received since childhood, where every action demanded strict adherence to etiquette. Such a manner of eating as Kakashi's was something he had never even imagined, let alone witnessed. It completely overturned all his notions. Buddy, give it a try? This is the tastiest way to eat them. The repeated calls of buddy left Itachi feeling lightheaded. Taking a deep breath, he mimicked Kakashi's approach, opening his small pink mouth as wide as he could and stuffing all 3 dumplings from the skewer into his mouth at once. As he began to chew, 3 distinct flavors burst across his palate. Itachi's eyes suddenly lit up. So, dumplings could taste this good. See, delicious, right? Come on, let's have another one. The dumplings were quickly finished, and Kakashi strolled through the market with Itachi chattering away incessantly. They wandered until the sun dipped below the horizon. Kakashi casually bid farewell to Itachi, promising to meet again in the small woods the next day to play. After parting with Kakashi, Itachi, who had made his very first friend, skipped all the way back to the new Uchiha compound. The area was still in a state of turmoil, with clan members rushing to and fro, and no one had even noticed he had been missing all afternoon. Uchiha Fugaku had just emerged from a lengthy contentious clan meeting, his mood exceedingly irritable. During the gathering, the hawkish faction, spearheaded by Uchiha Setsuna, had clamored for a coup d'etat, urging the entire clan to defy the village's leadership in Konoha. As clan head, Fugaku was caught between the family and the village, torn in both directions. Although he had managed to suppress the clan's fury through the sheer weight of his authority as patriarch, it was a superficial solution that failed to address the root cause. As the rift between the village and the Uchiha clan deepened, the hawkish faction continued to cultivate talented individuals. Uchiha Setsuna had personally groomed the brothers Uchiha Tetsuka and Inaka, who had become the standard bearers of the younger generation, and an increasing number of clan members were aligning themselves with Setsuna. In contrast, Fugaku had but one capable aide, Uchiha Yashiro, who was already overwhelmed managing the mundane affairs of the police force, and couldn't spare time to monitor the clan's internal movements. If only Itachi were older. Wait, where was Itachi? Fugaku soon spotted his eldest son in a corner of the training ground. But contrary to his expectations of training, the boy was simply sitting there idly fiddling with a wooden kunai, staring blankly into space. Fugaku's expression darkened. He strode briskly towards Itachi, ready to sternly reprimand his heir apparent on whom he had placed so much hope. The rebuke poised at the tip of his tongue halted abruptly as his gaze fell upon the carved patterns on the hilt of the wooden kunai. Fugaku froze on the spot, a tempest raging within his heart. How is this possible? The familiar shape, the familiar jutsu pattern. There was no mistake. This was the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God kunai. For a child of Itachi's age, it was impossible to obtain such a specialized wooden kunai out of thin air. It must have been given by someone. But who? Who would approach his son at this incredibly sensitive time, quietly befriending him and gifting him a personal weapon of the 4th Hokage? Itachi. Itachi, who had been immersed in the joy of his first friendship, was instantly startled by the cold, harsh voice, his whole body trembling. Instinctively, he tried to stuff the wooden kunai into his ninja tool pouch, hoping to secretly hide the precious gift from his new friend. But Fugaku was faster. A large hand opened before his eyes, freezing Itachi's small movement. His chubby face instantly fell as he reluctantly placed the wooden kunai gently into Fugaku's palm. Where did this come from? Not daring to defy his father, Itachi honestly recounted the afternoon's encounter, his eyes fixed on the kunai. After hearing Itachi's story, Fugaku's expression did not soften, instead it grew darker and more ominous. A nameless unknown child appearing in the remote woods of the new Uchiha district, deliberately approaching Itachi, playing with him, feeding him sweets, and finally, gifting a kunai resembling the fourth's flying thunder god. This was a carefully orchestrated conspiracy. Fugaku raised the wooden kunai to his eyes, examining the pattern on the handle closely. No, absolutely not. At first glance the pattern seemed identical to Minato Namake's flying thunder god kunai, but the details were completely different. This was not a replica, it was a modified, entirely new jutsu pattern. A chill ran up Fugaku's spine. He no longer had time to scold the anxious Itachi. Clutching the kunai, he turned and left. Itachi stood alone, staring blankly at his father's hurried retreat. Mikoto, bring out the kunai Kushina gave you. Fugaku's voice arrived before he even crossed the threshold. Sasuke, who had just fallen asleep after feeding, was startled awake by the sudden shout and burst into loud cries. Uchiha Mikoto, tidying up by the bedside, was irritated by her husband's reckless intrusion. She quickly bent down to soothe the crying Sasuke, then looked up at Fugaku, who stormed into the room, her tone clearly annoyed. Fugaku, Sasuke just fell asleep. Yelling like that. Do you want to scare the child sick? Fugaku glanced at his crying younger son, then handed over the wooden kunai he had taken from Itachi. Never mind that for now. Look at this. Sensing her husband's unusual behavior, Mikoto looked down at the wooden kunai in his palm. Once she saw the pattern on the kunai, ignoring Sasuke's wails, she quickly walked to the wall, pressed a hidden crevice with her fingertip, and a discreet secret compartment slid open. Inside the compartment lay a small antique sandalwood box. Mikoto opened it, took out an exquisitely crafted authentic flying thunder god kunai, and placed it side by side with the wooden kunai on the table. The two kunai were identical in outline, indistinguishable at a glance. But a careful comparison of the pattern's direction, node connections, and line density revealed the differences immediately. The couple's eyes darted between the two kunai, and finally they exchanged a silent look. The room was filled only with Sasuke's intermittent sobs. After a long moment, Mikoto spoke softly, a trace of nostalgia in her voice. This kunai was given to me by Sister Kushina back then. She specifically told me that if I was in danger I only needed to inject chakra into the kunai, and Minato would sense its location and come to help immediately. But Minato and Sister Kushina are both dead. Where did you get this? Fugaku briefly recounted Itachi's story, and the couple exchanged another glance. Concerned for her son's safety, Mikoto grabbed the kunai Kushina had given her and injected chakra. After waiting for a long time with no response, she breathed a sigh of relief, while also feeling a pang of sorrow. It seemed she had truly lost her mind, fantasizing that the fourth Hokage was still alive. Mikoto turned to the other kunai and reached for it, but Fugaku snatched it up before her hand could touch it. Let me do it. Take Sasuke and go outside first. Fugaku turned to Mikoto, his eyes spinning with 3 tomo, the whites of his eyes flooded with dense pupil power, the swirling tomo, shifting and transforming. 3 black dots gathered around the pupils, 3 hook-like patterns rotated counterclockwise, arranged in a triangular symmetry around the pupil, transforming into 3 compact, sharp, shuriken-like forms. Fugaku, Mikoto, it's alright. With these eyes no one can harm me. Knowing her husband had made up his mind, Mikoto dared not delay further. She quickly settled the crying Sasuke in her arms, hurried out of the room, and gently closed the door behind her. The room fell silent, leaving only Fugaku and the wooden kunai in his palm. After confirming there were no further threats, he gathered chakra and slowly infused it into the strange pattern on the wooden kunai. A faint blue glow of chakra spread along the pattern, illuminating the entire kunai with a fine ghostly light. Fugaku flexed his wrist and swung his arm. Whoosh! The wooden kunai wrapped in a chakra glow shot toward the far end of the empty room. At the same time, Fugaku planted his feet, activated his full pupil power, and locked onto the flying kunai with his Mangekyō Sharingan ready for action. The wooden kunai struck the hard wall with a dull thud. No explosion, no spatial distortion, not even a trace of chakra fluctuation dissipated. It simply rebounded like a piece of ordinary wood, spun, and gently fell back to the cold floor. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Fugaku breathed a silent sigh of relief. The heavy stone in his heart finally settled. It seemed he had been too tense. Perhaps it was just a pattern casually drawn by some civilian ninja skilled in copying jutsu formulas, and a random child had used it to make a friend. It had all been overthought from the beginning. But just as Fugaku relaxed his mind and bent down to pick up the wooden kunai from the floor, a lazy voice sounded behind him out of nowhere. How cautious you are, Fugaku. The air froze. Every hair on Fugaku's body stood on end. His instincts overrode his thoughts. He spun around, fingers forming claws, chakra gathered in his palm, and his Mangekyo's pupil power locked onto the entire area behind him. In that moment of turning, attack, vigilance, and dojutsu detection merged into one, a reaction worthy of the top tier of the shinobi world. But when Fugaku fully turned, he found all his actions had been in vain. The room was still empty, the doors and windows tightly shut, nothing behind him. "Are you looking for me, Uchiha clan leader?" A hand reached out from behind and rested lightly on Fugaku's shoulder. Fugaku didn't resist, slowly turning his head. If the person behind him had wanted to kill him, they would have slit his throat with a weapon just now. Their eyes met. One pair of Mangekyō and one Mangekyō spun wildly in their respective sockets. What a beautiful pair of eyes. Kakashi's tone was relaxed without the slightest hint of confrontation, as if he had simply dropped by for a casual chat. "Hatake Kakashi." Fugaku's voice was low, each syllable deliberate, filled with an incredulous shock. The spiral pattern of his Mangekyō trembled violently. How is this possible? Memories buried deep in the recesses of his mind surged forth. The Uchiha clan had felt no ripple of emotion at Obito's death in battle. The clan had lost many members in war. A good-for-nothing who hadn't even awakened his Sharingan by his teens was beneath mention. Even on the battlefield, having endured so much life and death, he'd only managed to awaken a two-tomo Sharingan at his death. What truly sent a tidal wave of uproar through the entire Uchiha clan was that Obito had given his Sharingan to an outsider. Since the dawn of the Uchiha, the Sharingan had been the supreme glory exclusively belonging to the clan. Almost every clan member found the truth unacceptable. In their eyes, the precious Uchiha bloodline limit falling into the hands of another clan was a disgraceful stain etched upon the Uchiha's honor. The radical faction led by Shisui was the first to submit a joint petition pressuring him as the clan leader. They utterly refused to acknowledge the so-called gifted inheritance. From beginning to end, they asserted that the Sharingan was the private property of the Uchiha, and regardless of the circumstances, it must return to the clan. They unanimously pleaded with Fugaku to use the clan's power to forcibly retrieve the Sharingan from Kakashi's eye. At that time, Konoha and the Uchiha were still in a honeymoon period. The call for Minato Namikaze to succeed as the fourth Hokage grew louder by the day, and Kakashi, as Minato's personal disciple, held a special status. To provoke the already delicate conflict over a mere two-tomo Sharingan was not worth the cost. It was for this reason that he bore the pressure of the entire clan, using the absolute authority of the clan leader to forcibly suppress the dissent, strictly forbidding any clan member from privately causing trouble for Kakashi. But Fugaku could never have dreamed that unremarkable two-tomo Sharingan from back then had now evolved into a Mangekyō. Surprised, shocked, Kakashi tilted his head and leaned forward, letting Uchiha Fugaku get a clearer look. "You? How exactly did you awaken the Mangekyō? You tell me. I awakened it the same way you did." "Nonsense. These eyes were awakened on the battlefield during a mission. I witnessed my dearest friend die covering my retreat, and in the extreme grief and guilt they awakened unexpectedly." "What gives you the right?" Fugaku watched Kakashi point at his Mangekyō with a carefree expression, his fury boiling over. These eyes, stained with blood, tears, and regret, were his greatest source of confidence as the clan leader shouldering the fate of the Uchiha alone. What gave Kakashi the right to awaken it? How could he awaken it? Kakashi shrugged nonchalantly and put some distance between himself and Fugaku. "TSK, so you lost a friend. Like you're the only one ever to lose someone. You lost one. Me. I lost my father long ago. I watched Obito sink into the earth. I used the eye my friend gave me to kill his beloved Rin with my own hands. I watched my sensei and his wife die one after another right before my eyes. And the only child my sensei left behind. Treated like a dog cooped up in a tiny house, and I couldn't do a damn thing about it. So tell me what gives me the right." Fugaku stared dumbfounded at the young man before him, whose voice grew more agitated, whose face twisted with raw emotion. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. He had thought his own sorrow was heavy enough. But compared to Kakashi, his own blood and tears seemed insignificant. So much pain hitting Kakashi one blow after another. Perhaps it really did, maybe sort of, make sense that it would give rise to a Mangekyō. After a long pause, Fugaku let out a weary sigh and asked Kakashi, "So what exactly are you here for today? To flaunt your Mangekyō Sharingan at me?" "Of course not. But are you really going to make a guest stand and talk? Letting a guest go hungry doesn't seem to be the Uchiha clan's way of hospitality." Fugaku inwardly rolled his eyes. Since when are you a guest? But he knew well enough that since Kakashi hadn't chosen to fight and instead requested to sit and talk, he clearly had something significant to discuss. Besides having dealt with clan affairs nonstop since moving to the new compound in the morning, he hadn't had a single drop of water all day. His stomach was completely empty. There was no point in continuing this standoff over trivial details. He raised his hand and pushed open the door, silently nodding to Makoto, who was waiting anxiously outside holding their child. "Makoto, come in." Seeing Fugaku's nod, Makoto didn't suspect a thing. Clutching the already sleeping Sasuke, she stepped into the room. Throughout her wait outside the door, the absence of any sounds of struggle inside had done nothing to ease the knot of anxiety in her stomach. But when she saw the young man standing inside, she was utterly taken aback. She turned to look at her husband's impassive face. "Auntie Makoto, hello, long time no see. Kakashi, what are you doing here?" "Makoto, go prepare some food and drink. He and I have some matters to discuss." Makoto didn't dare question Fugaku's orders. She settled Sasuke down and went out to make arrangements, her heart full of questions. Auntie Makoto, bring Itachi along as well. We'll eat and talk here. Makoto paused mid-step, her eyes darting to Fugaku. This was their private bedroom. Forget privacy for a moment, Sasuke was sleeping right there on the futon. Was it really appropriate to have a meal here? Go on, Makoto. The Uchiha clan doesn't have that many rules these days. Hearing Fugaku's consent, Makoto nodded. As she left, she closed the door behind her, leaving Kakashi and Fugaku staring at each other in the room. Fugaku tried several times to break the awkward silence, but seeing Kakashi's arms crossed and his half-smiling expression, he simply plopped down to sit Saiza on the tatami mat, his gaze fixed straight ahead, focusing on his breathing. A test of patience with me. Kid, you've got a long way to go. Fortunately, this standoff didn't last long. Makoto pushed the door open with her foot, one hand carrying a large dining table, the other holding a flask of sake. Following behind Makoto was a small figure completely obscured by the two trays he carried in each hand. Yo, big brother, we meet again. Kakashi greeted Itachi with a cheerful wave and a grin, changing his voice as the words, big brother, slipped out. Clatter. With a clatter upon hearing the familiar voice, Yu's small hand involuntarily trembled. The food tray slipped from his palm, dishes tumbled, and scattered broken porcelain flew in all directions, leaving a mess. Ignoring the possible storm of punishment from his father that might come, Yu raised his little face and looked around. Something big had happened. He hastily lifted his head, his eyes darting around in panic. What he feared most was that his father in anger would arrest the stranger who had played with him that afternoon as a suspicious person. Thinking that the child who had shared sweets with him and was willing to be his friend would be punished by his father, Yu's heart was filled with guilt. Not in the courtyard. Not at the door. Not behind the door either. Where exactly? He scanned every corner where someone could hide, but couldn't see any familiar figure. The only suspicious person was a one-eyed youth with short white hair, completely different from his friend. Just as he was stunned, Kakashi waved his arm at Yu again, and the familiar voice sounded once more. Good evening, big brother. Yu stared blankly at Kakashi, utterly unable to reconcile the person before him with the child who had played with him that afternoon. Fuyue and Meichin exchanged a glance, both seeing absurdity in each other's eyes. A Konoha Jonin a full 10 years older than you calling him big brother, as naturally and smoothly as if it were second nature. Meichin looked at Yu, then at Kakashi, then turned to see her husband, holding his forehead with a wry smile. She even forgot to put down the table she was holding, keeping it suspended in the air. After a flurry of activity, Meichin brought out the dishes again. Yu, with tears in his eyes, cleaned up the spilled soup at the doorway, occasionally glancing at Kakashi, who was sitting on equal footing with his parents. Little Kakashi, you seem to have changed quite a lot. Meichin, holding a wine flask, filled the cups of Fuyue, and Kakashi looking at her eldest son with a pang of sympathy while expressing her sentiment. She and Jixinai were best friends, and she had watched Kakashi grow up since he was a child. Today's incident was truly beyond her imagination. That Kakashi, who always acted cold and ruthless, would do such an outrageous thing. Aunt Meichin, if you had such an eye, you would change too. Meichin was momentarily speechless, only muttering in her heart. She knew he had the Mangekyō, but the Mangekyō couldn't change a person's personality so drastically as if he had become a completely different person. Fuyue raised his cup and drank it all in one gulp, then slammed the cup heavily onto the table with a displeased expression. Kakashi, you went to great lengths to find me. What important matter do you have? And you even specially brought you here. Oh, nothing important. I just came to congratulate you that the Uchiha clan is about to be annihilated. Kakashi raised his cup, his words shocking. Slap. Uchiha Fuyue slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into pieces. Wine and food splattered everywhere. Kakashi, don't think that just because you have the Mangekyō you can come here and spout nonsense. If you want to destroy my Uchiha clan, you'll have to fill it with the ninjas of the entire Konoha. Yo, it seems the clan leader isn't too stupid after all, knowing that the enemy is the Konoha higher-ups. Kakashi took a sip of the wine. Come to think of it, this was the first time Kakashi had drunk in the ninja world. The taste was as bland as water, completely flavorless. He grinned at Fuyue, who was glaring down at him in anger, and his words made Fuyue's heart race with fear. The clan leader's eye ability excels at deduction and simulation, deducing multiple future branches based on the current situation. In all futures, the outcome of the Uchiha clan's coup is probably not good, right? How do you know about my eye ability? Don't rush, my clan leader. I have something even more explosive here. How about you help me deduce it? Kakashi unhurriedly picked up the wine flask from the floor, poured himself a drink, crossed his legs, and leisurely watched Yu, who was still cleaning, with a resentful expression. Uchiha Yu at the age of 4 was taken to the battlefield by some irresponsible person, witnessing the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, which made him completely detest war. And that someone even prided himself, thinking that he had made Yu understand the cruel truth of the ninja world and recognized the fate of ninjas in advance. Kakashi gave a thumbs up to Yu, who was looking at him in surprise, then turned his thumb downward toward Fuyue's face. What do you know? Peace is fleeting, battle and death are the norm for ninjas. Fuyue stared at the downward thumb, his face dark. The descendants of Uchiha cannot live in a greenhouse. The sooner they see through life and death, the better they can shoulder the clan's heavy responsibility in the future. Whatever makes you happy. Then continue deducing. Kakashi rolled his dead fish eyes, not wanting to argue. Enrolled at 6th, graduated at 7. That's almost catching up to me. Awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan at 8, promoted to Jonin at 9. Just after becoming a Jonin, someone prepared a coup, forcing him to join the Umbu as a spy to steal information. And that someone didn't even use his brain to think. You're preparing a coup? The Konoha people are not stupid, even if they are foolish. How could they trust a genius of the Uchiha clan? What's even more fatal is that at 10 you met a big idiot, regarded him as a life mentor, and believed that stopping the coup at all costs and avoiding civil war was the only way to save the Uchiha and save Konoha. Around when you was 12, the idiot died. Watching the idiot die before his eyes, you in a fit of rage awakened the Mangekyō. Then a fool among the Konoha higher-ups judged that the Uchiha coup was irreversible, summoned you alone, and presented the ultimate choice. Either the entire village goes to war, the Uchiha clan dies in battle, Konoha is severely weakened by civil war, enemies invade from outside, and the ninja world is plunged into conflict again. Or you slaughters the entire Uchiha clan in one night, thus quelling the rebellion and preserving Konoha on the condition that his younger brother's life is spared. Well, that's about it, clan leader. You help me deduce it. Uchiha Fuyue's Mangekyō eyes were activated to the fullest, blood tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. Countless future branches flashed rapidly in his eyes. Meichin watched her husband's eyes bleeding, instinctively wanting to stop him, but the words died in her throat. Compared to her husband's eyes, she couldn't accept that such an innocent and lovely child would be forced by his own father to slaughter the entire clan with his own hands in the future. After a long time, Fuyue's scarlet Mangekyō slowly receded. 2 streaks of blood tears still hung on his cheeks, his face showing despair. Kakashi had given all the conditions. In fact, without using the Mangekyō's ability, Fuyue had already confirmed that this was the destined outcome. Given Yu's talent, awakening the 3-tomo Sharingan at 8 was not difficult. Given his own personality, sending Yu to be a spy for the clan was almost certain. After all his calculations, Fuyue had never considered Yu's feelings, taking it for granted that Yu should sacrifice everything for the family. All futures are dead ends. Hearing this, Uchiha Meichin's suspended heart died completely. She hugged the bewildered Yu and wept bitterly. Kakashi shook the empty sake flask, looking at Fugaku with undisguised contempt. This guy was a fool too. With that level of intelligence, he only deserved to sit at the same table as Danzo. He sat atop a mountain of gold, yet remained oblivious to it, whining about poverty while fixating on others' meager scraps all day long. Simulation, you see. A truly god-tier skill. With sufficient intelligence, Zhao Kuo could have defeated Bai Qi at the Battle of Changpingma, Su could have held Jieting until the end of time, and Qin Shi Huang could have unified the entire world. It was just a pity that the bloodline connection between Fugaku and Obito was too distant. Otherwise, there would have been no need for all this trouble. He could have simply taken it and fused it into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. In other words, this was the Naruto world's version of a simulator requiring no damn simulation points. As long as one's eyes weren't blind, they could simulate indefinitely. With flawless strategy and omnipresence, the ninja world would henceforth be Kakashi's backyard garden. It was only Fugaku, this brainless one, who constantly trapped himself in a cage and proved his own desperation. Kakashi let out a burp, shaking the flask at the weeping Mikoto with a drunkenly endearing expression. "Auntie, it's gone." Fugaku's face darkened like a soot-covered wok. Mikoto's eyes lit up, and she whispered something into Itachi's ear. Itachi then darted away like the wind. Words slip out when one is drunk. Judging by Kakashi's state, if we keep the alcohol flowing, we'll surely extract everything from his belly. Kakashi, tell Annie, how did you know all this? Burp. I saw it, of course. This eye of mine can see the future. Kakashi spoke without hesitation. This was the highest realm of deception. Everything said before had been the truth, personally verified by the real Fugaku. For the inconsequential parts, a vague excuse would suffice. Mikoto and Fugaku exchanged a glance, immediately deducing this must be Kakashi's Mangekyō Sharingan's exclusive skill. Predicting the future. What a terrifying ability. Just then, Itachi returned carrying a sake jar taller than himself. Ignoring the fact that Kakashi hadn't yet reached adulthood, Mikoto pressed the empty flask into the jar to fill it, then personally poured the fresh sake into Kakashi's empty cup. Can you help Itachi take one more look? How can we avoid the tragedy? Kakashi feigned drunkenness, chuckling hoarsely. He accepted the cup without refusal and drank several glasses in succession. What are you looking at? Do you think the future is a movie you can watch at will? I only have this one eye. If I want to see again, it won't be for several years. And the cost? Kakashi seemed to recall something and waved his hands repeatedly. Fugaku gave Mikoto a subtle nod. Such a powerful ability surely came with a heavy price. It was only reasonable. As for needing several years between uses, that was also plausible. His Sharingan simulation method already consumed considerable chakra. After the previous simulation, it would take at least half a year for his ocular power to fully recover. Before then, attempting another simulation would result in either a loss of vitality or worse, blindness. Then how can the Uchiha clan avoid the fate of annihilation? This was Fugaku's most pressing concern. The Uchiha. Of course there's a way to save them. Kakashi placed a hand on Fugaku's shoulder, hooking it to pull Fugaku's head closer. The smell of alcohol assaulted Fugaku's nose, making his eyes water, yet he dared not flinch, fearing he might miss even a fragment of information. Fugaku, let me tell you, the Uchiha people are stubborn as mules. You insist on fixating on that tiny patch of land known as the police force. You escalate trivial matters into major issues. Things like public urination or graffiti, you have to manage those too. Isn't that just being too full and having nothing better to do? Day after day you work until you're exhausted, yet you gain no appreciation. Fugaku nodded. These trivial matters were indeed difficult to handle. If ignored, Konoha streets would be covered in filth, offending public morals. If managed, imprisoning people for such petty reasons meant providing food and lodging, which was a considerable expense. Fugaku took the flask from Makoto, poured a full cup for Kakashi, and asked, then what would you do? These matters can easily be handled by genin, or even by the idle aunties and uncles on the streets. Offer them temporary contractor positions, you don't even need to pay them a salary. Oh, you mean if they aren't paid they won't work? Are you stupid? We're all neighbors who see each other daily. If caught, don't punish them severely, just fine them. Split the proceeds 50-50. No one gets the short end of the stick. When real trouble arises, shift the blame onto the temporary workers. At worst, fire them and hire someone else. Fugaku and Makoto were stunned. Could things really be handled this way? If this plan succeeded, it would not only reduce the police force's workload by more than half, but also save a significant amount of expenses. Hey brother Fugaku, why are you hunched over writing? Pour the wine. Thanks, Annie. Makoto. Kakashi took the cup from Makoto and drained it in one gulp. However, as the liquid hit his throat, Kakashi froze. Was this water? These two scoundrels had terrible consciences. He had poured his heart out to them, and they treated him to water. Were they mocking him, fearing he might drink himself to death? But the act had to continue. If it was water, so be it. Also, let me tell you, do you know why the third Hokage insisted you move to the village's edge? This means turning the police force from enforcers within the village into marginal watchdogs at the outskirts. So you should just comply? When incidents occur in the village, wait for the notification, then slowly walk over. Don't act like idiots rushing to handle everything immediately as you used to. Ideally, by the time you arrive, the fights should be over, the fugitives gone. Arrest those you can catch, and let those you can't go. Fugaku stopped writing and stared blankly at Kakashi, who sat swaying back and forth. Wouldn't this give the third an opportunity? He's already looking for excuses to dismantle the police force. Here it comes. After circling around for so long, they finally reached the main point. Kakashi snatched the water-filled flask from Makoto and threw it at Fugaku, then feigned anger, grabbed the sake jar, and took a hearty gulp. That was too close. Having drunk nothing but water for half a day, not a trace of alcohol scent remained in his body. If he continued much longer, his bluff would be exposed. Is the police force your family's private property? If he wants to dismantle it, let him. Isn't that better? Then you can recall all the clan ninjas and focus on producing explosion tags. These tags may not be useful in battle, but they make money. Which of the village's great clans doesn't do this? Only you Uchiha are foolishly dense. Kakashi stood up unsteadily and counted off on his fingers at Fugaku. Why do the Uchiha have such deep resentment? It's because of that meager fixed salary from the police force, working yourselves to death like oxen and horses every day. You get complained about constantly by villagers, told you're doing this wrong and that wrong. From now on, focus solely on making money. Once the clan members are wealthy, they can do as they please, and their resentment will fade naturally, stopping the unrest. As for the village, if you all lie flat and abandon the police force, you pose no threat to the third status. What excuse would he have to target the Uchiha? Fugaku was utterly devastated. Ever since awakening his Mangekyō Sharingan, he had foreseen every tragic outcome. All his choices, his endurance, his willingness to bear the infamy of treason and launch a coup. All of it was premised on ensuring the survival of the Uchiha clan. So the solution to breaking this deadlock was that simple. He only needed to relinquish the authority of the police force and live a quiet, unremarkable life. Tears silently slid from Fugaku's eyes. He clutched his head with both hands, repeatedly muttering the same words. So it was so simple. Seeing Fugaku in such a state, Kakashi knew it was best to call it a day. Pressing further might yield the opposite result. One must take things one step at a time. There would be plenty of opportunities ahead. Besides, only a stubborn fool like Fugaku would truly believe that Hiruzen Sarutobi would actually dismantle the police force. That cage, specifically designed for the Uchiha clan by Tobarama Senju in his second reign. Could a man as indecisive as the third Hokage really possess such resolve? Even granting the hypothetical that Hiruzen Sarutobi agreed, his so-called close friend Danzo would surely find 1,000 ways to obstruct it. There would inevitably be a slew of troubling matters waiting for Fugaku, enough to drive him to madness sooner or later. He pretended to let out a burp, swaying slightly, and shut down Makoto's request for him to stay the night. I really must head back. If you discover I'm not in my room, it'll cause trouble. Hey Itachi, wait for me in the small woods tomorrow, okay? Uchiha Itachi stared eyes wide at this villain who had deceived his emotions and reduced his usually dignified father to tears, yet was now casually inviting him to play again the next day. Itachi's small face flushed red with anger. His tender lips pressed firmly into a straight line, and he turned his head sharply toward the door, refusing to look at Kakashi even once, silently rejecting the invitation from this lying bad person. How adorable, Kakashi praised Itachi, and with everyone watching he vanished without a trace. The excuse about going home was obviously a lie to fool Fugaku and his family. Heihachi's secret base had not yet been found, and time was running short. Kakashi had to accelerate his search. Using the flying thunder god, Kakashi appeared directly beneath the Hokage rock. He casually selected an unexplored area and skillfully performed a earth release technique. There was not a trace of light underground. The flow of chakra became sluggish. Kakashi descended at a steady pace, unable to help but complain inwardly. Tobarama Senju had developed the dark water prison, but the inspiration for this jutsu was clearly not born from thin air. It was entirely forged from the suffocation of being buried underground. This feeling, where vision fails hearing, is infinitely suppressed, direction cannot be discerned, yet consciousness expands endlessly, was almost identical to being trapped in the complete version of the dark water prison genjutsu. Anyone who remained in such pitch-black conditions for an extended period would inevitably have their mental fortitude eroded. 100 meters depth was reached quickly. Just as Kakashi thought he might return empty-handed again today, a distinct chakra fluctuation appeared at the edge of his perception. Found it. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Kakashi's sealing fingers nearly lost their form, barely managing to avoid activating the flying thunder god in haste. Returning to the surface, Kakashi pulled out a soldier pill to replenish his chakra and began calculating the approximate direction of the fluctuation in his mind. It wasn't that he didn't want to burrow directly underground, the limitations of the earth dragon hiding technique were simply too great. Even if someone like Deidara, who could twist that jutsu to perfection, would only dare to move laterally at a depth of merely 10 or 20 meters, and his speed would still be no faster than a turtle. Unless Kakashi had lost his mind, he would never withstand such immense pressure and waste massive amounts of chakra on such a foolish endeavor. Kakashi used a kunai to draw a large circle on the ground representing his sensory limit on the surface, and then repeatedly drew smaller circles inside it representing the compressed limit at 100-meter depth underground. After confirming the general direction, Kakashi descended again. As expected, after diving to a depth of 100 meters, the vague fluctuation was already very close. No rushing, Kakashi warned himself. His chakra reserves were already low. What did it matter if he stood at the base's entrance today? Heihachi had mentioned there were sealing techniques and barriers outside. It would be better to return home, rest, and recharge than strike with full force tomorrow. Kakashi would never admit he was simply afraid of dying. He had left in a hurry today, without adequate preparation. He had only brought one soldier pill. If Heihachi had set any traps at the base entrance, such precautions were necessary. Having made up his mind, Kakashi naturally had no desire to suffer underground, and headed home to catch up on sleep. He slept profoundly and sweetly. It was only the sound of a key turning in the lock that startled Kakashi awake. It was Yugao Yuzuki bringing him breakfast. Kakashi had given her the key. Yugao came over every day. Finding it troublesome to open the door himself, Kakashi had simply handed her a spare set. Huh. Kakashi, wearing only loose shorts and bare-chested, yawned as he approached the dining table. Yugao looked at Kakashi's exposed upper body, her face flushing red. She lowered her head to arrange the breakfast she had brought on the table, daring only to steal glances from the corner of her eye. Kakashi had told Yugao many times that there was no need to bring him breakfast, he could fend for himself when hungry. But Yugao refused to listen, insisting it was the duty of a wife. While Kakashi scoffed inwardly, he was also somewhat moved. Over these past few days he had grown accustomed to this kind of life. Hey Kakashi, you're here again. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Yugao swiftly slapped away Kakashi's hand, reaching for the plate, and pushed him toward the bathroom. Gripping his toothbrush, Kakashi watched Yugao close the bathroom door with a loud slam, her face still red. He shook his head with a smile. This girl was so delicate, it wasn't like she hadn't seen him like this before. In less than half a minute, Kakashi finished his personal hygiene and came out without even wearing his mask. That thing was truly uncomfortable to wear on his face. He wasn't the real Kakashi after all. If not to conceal his Mangekyō Sharingan, he wouldn't wear it for a single moment. Yugao was not a stranger, so naturally he preferred to be as comfortable as possible at home. The breakfast selection was modest, but the ingredients were premium. Incorporated with exclusive medicinal herbs of the ninja world, long-term consumption could enhance physical resilience, nourish the meridians, and improve stamina, ideal for young ninja to strengthen their foundation. Of course, the price of these ingredients was equally exquisite. This single breakfast could cost Might Guy a week's budget. Kakashi ate with a clear conscience. The reason was simple: such dishes were far beyond the capability of a young girl like Yugao. They were clearly the work of Yugao's grandmother Masazumi. A fool who refuses a free meal deserves no sympathy. Kakashi, who was in dire need of such resources, stuffed the entire plate of chakra-boosting pastries into his mouth in one bite like a hamster while listening to Yugao recount the events of the village from the previous day. Kakashi, you wouldn't believe it. Yesterday, right after the Uchiha clan moved out, the Hokage ordered their compound to be converted into an ANBU garrison and logistics reserve area. An ANBU garrison. Leave it to Hiruzen Sarutobi to come up with that. The Uchiha clan, counting both shinobi and civilians, had at least 700 to 800 members. That's a massive plot of land. Is he planning to build an entire ANBU army? Not even a ghost would believe that. Hiruzen's greed is getting too blatant. At least he could have waited a while. This is just pouring salt on the Uchiha clan's wounds. No wonder the rift between the Uchiha and the village keeps widening. Poor Fugaku. Kakashi shook his head, eating as he continued to listen to Kurenai's gossip. Oh right. During dinner last night, my father mentioned that the Cloud Village is sending a delegation to negotiate with us about purchasing medical ointments and grain supplies. Cloud, are you sure? Kurenai nodded obediently. Hayashi Hyuga sure moves fast. Hinata hasn't even been born yet, and already Cloud is getting restless. Hinata not born yet. Wait, there's still a month before Hinata is born. The Cloud delegation's visit has nothing to do with my plan, it's just a normal trade mission. The village has already received the notice. Knowing how these things work, the delegation is definitely already on their way. Those muscle-brained Cloud shinobi, even moving at their slowest pace, would arrive in Konoha within 10 days at most. The negotiations would take no more than a day or two. By the time Hinata is born, the Cloud delegation will have long since left. Given the current state of hostility between the hidden villages, Cloud won't find any excuse to send a second delegation to Konoha anytime soon. What to do? Change the plan. Bring in another village instead. Missed. The fourth Mizuki Jigura is probably still under Obito's control via Mangekyō Sharingan Jinjutsu, zealously carrying out the blood mist purges and having a grand old time killing his own people. Rock. That won't work either. Old man Inoki is already overwhelmed, pinned down at the border by Shursui. Sand. Forget it. Even if you gave Chiyo an extra pair of guts, that old hag wouldn't dare come to Konoha to cause trouble. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. It just so happens I need some raw materials anyway, and a bit of exercise wouldn't hurt. Kurenai, I'm going to be away for a few days. No matter what it takes, you have to help me create the illusion that I never left the village. And there are some things I need you to prepare for me. Please. A gentle breeze stirred Kurenai's hair. She asked no questions, raised no objections. She simply looked at Kakashi with soft, tender eyes. Alright, I will. But Kakashi, you have to be careful. Don't push yourself too hard. Whatever it is, coming back safe is what matters most. Kakashi smiled and tousled Kurenai's black hair, his expression utterly serene. Don't worry. There are plenty in the shinobi world who could beat me, but no one born yet who could kill me. Kurenai, hearing this, thought for a moment, and then nodded. After all, the power Kakashi had displayed that day had transcended the bounds of what any shinobi could achieve. There was truly nothing to worry about. She completely failed to notice that Kakashi had said born, and not alive. So what do you need me to prepare for you? After breakfast, Kurenai picked up her lunchbox and rushed out the door with the blueprint Kakashi had drawn. After seeing off the ever-energetic Kurenai, Kakashi sat alone in the room, staring into space. Maybe I should visit a temple and pray. Lately, all sorts of strange things keep happening. Not a single day of peace. Couldn't Kishimoto have padded out the Shippuden story a bit more and covered every single detail of all 5 great villages? Looks like I need to prioritize intelligence gathering. When it comes to information collection across the shinobi world, no one does it better than Black and White Zetsu. White Zetsu can naturally merge with the earth, perfectly concealing any chakra signature, and can spread across all 5 great nations to lie in wait. There's virtually no risk of being caught. Black Zetsu possesses a millennium of accumulated knowledge, knowing the entire history of the shinobi world from Kagaya Otsutsuki onward. Kakashi dismissed that option immediately. And that's exactly the problem. Everything Kakashi knows, Black and White Zetsu know too, and everything Kakashi doesn't know, they also know. There's no way to deceive them at all. Was Kakashi supposed to march up to Black Zetsu, that filial son of the century, and volunteer to help him rescue his mother? Yeah, right. Kakashi would rather stay as far away as possible. Right now the enemy is in the dark and he's in the light. He can still lie low and develop in the shadows. The moment he exposes himself, he'd have to face Black Zetsu head on. How could this rookie trickster of the shinobi world ever outwit that 1,000-year-old con artist? He'd end up like Madara Uchiha, getting sold down the river while still counting coins for Black Zetsu. Next would be Jiraiya and Orochimaru. One spends all year traveling the 5 great nations using the excuse of needing to research material for his little novels, and is a master at gathering intelligence on personnel from every village. The other devotes himself to collecting various bloodline limits and secret techniques, and aside from his research, his greatest strengths are organization analysis and intelligence archiving. When it comes to lost ancient jutsu and forbidden lore, nobody has a more complete database than him. But neither of them would take orders from Kakashi at this point, so that's a dead end too. Kabuto Yakushi, renowned as the greatest professional spy, is still too young. How old is he now anyway? Otherwise he'd be the perfect candidate. Well, that leaves just one more option, the wandering nun Nono Yakushi. Others become shinobi to protect the village and the nation. Yakushi Nono became a shinobi to protect orphans and heal the weak. Someone that kind simply has no place surviving in the shinobi world. Once root, always root. She thought that if she amassed enough achievements, she could walk away clean, take over the Konoha orphanage, and finally leave the darkness behind for a peaceful life free of missions. But Danzo held the lives of every orphan at the orphanage over her head, forcing Nono to secretly return to Root's intelligence network. On the surface, she remained the orphanage director, but in reality, she had been reduced to Danzo's spy once more. Danzo on one hand dismissed her as too soft-hearted, while on the other used the lives of all the orphans to coerce Nono into quietly returning to Root, reducing her to nothing more than his tool. By now she's probably holed up in some village or another as a spy. A headache. Kakashi irritably snapped shut his densely packed notebook. How was everything getting more and more complicated? He bit the tip of his finger, drew blood, smeared it across his palm, and after completing the hand seals in sequence, slammed his palm against the ground. Summoning jutsu. Poof! After a puff of white smoke, a small dog resembling a pug wearing a Konoha headband appeared. Raising one front paw in greeting, it spoke in a deep, gravelly voice that contrasted sharply with its diminutive size. Hey Kakashi, what's the mission this time? Pack and I need you to find someone. No problem, that's my specialty. Just give me a description of what they look like or an item with their scent on it. I don't know. All I know is that it's a woman. Okay. Do you at least have a general idea of where this woman might be? Of course. Anywhere in the shinobi world. Except Konoha. Woof. Woof. Kakashi, get back here. I'm gonna claw your face off. After a bout of roughhousing between the man and the dog, Kakashi raised his hand in surrender. Stop, Paku. I'll give you 10 bags of premium dog food. No way, the shinobi world is huge. You only know a name, where am I supposed to find it for you? Paku rolled his eyes. Who do you think you're looking down on? You think such a pittance can bribe Master Paku? 50 bags of dog food plus 1 bottle of floral-scented shampoo. Paku's eyes darted around his ears, twitching, clearly tempted. Subconsciously, he licked his paw and scratched the ground twice. Obviously, the offer of 50 bags of dog food and a bottle of shampoo was enough to entice him. But then he reconsidered. The target to be searched for had left no trace, and the search range spanned multiple countries. Not to mention the energy and effort required, the risks and troubles were considerable. After hesitating repeatedly, Paku shook his head and raised a front paw. Too little. At least 100 bags of premium dog food plus 10 bottles of floral-scented shampoo. Let me make it clear, I'll take the job, but I can't guarantee when I'll find it. Don't rush me. All right, deal. Kakashi agreed so readily that it stunned Paku. Oh no, did I underprice? 100 bags of dog food and 10 bottles of shampoo. Was that not even worth the value of this mission? Seeing how readily Kakashi agreed, it was obvious that he had gotten the short end of the deal. Well, since he had already agreed, he couldn't back out. He was Paku, a ninja dog with principles. Then it's settled. I'm off. I need to find some dogs to help. I'll notify you as soon as I have news. Alright, go ahead. Relying solely on the ninja dog clan wouldn't do. In Kakashi's plan, the insects of the Aburame clan were the optimal choice. As a fallback, the Uchiha clan summoning crows were also a decent option. At the mention of the Uchiha, Kakashi slapped his forehead, almost crying at his own stupidity. How could he have forgotten about Fugaku, that human simulator? Uchiha Itachi, here I come. Activating the flying thunder god, Kakashi appeared directly outside the Uchiha's new compound. The interior of the Uchiha compound was still in disarray. Unlike yesterday, several blatant, unguarded sentry posts had appeared on the outskirts today. Kakashi glanced from afar, unable to tell from their attire whether they were Sarutobi Hiruzen's, Umbu Danzo's root, or both. Kakashi shrugged. Only Fugaku, having awakened those eyes, could foresee the tragic outcome of Uchiha rebellion. Otherwise, given such blatant provocation, they would have revolted long ago, even if it meant a fight to the death. Keep it up. If you don't court disaster, you won't die. Kakashi sneered, then used a transformation jutsu to turn into a child and ran toward the small forest. As soon as he entered the small forest, Kakashi saw a little Itachi practicing shuriken. Swish! A shuriken flew from Itachi's hand. Before his arm even retracted, he whipped out a second shuriken with a backhand throw. Then he swung his arm behind him, turned around, and blind fired a third shuriken purely by feel. The entire sequence was fluid and flawless with a 100% hit rate. Hiding behind a tree, Kakashi was impressed despite not fully understanding. He had never seriously trained in shuriken. In his eyes, the only value of a shuriken was to tie explosive tags to it and scatter it over a wide area for suppressive fire. No more valuable than a stone. Hey Itachi, big brother, you're really amazing. Seeing Itachi about to start a second round of practice, Kakashi couldn't hold back and jumped out from behind the tree. Startled, Itachi's hand twitched, and the shuriken flew off in a wildly wrong direction, vanishing in an instant. Hearing a familiar voice, Uchiha Itachi felt a flash of joy. But the joy lasted less than half a second before he remembered that detestable face with white hair who had made his mother pour sake for him and driven his father to clutch his head and weep. He turned his head away awkwardly, letting out a proud snort from his nose, refusing to look back at Kakashi. Hey Itachi, let's go eat some dumplings. Stop practicing these useless things. You villain. I'm not called Itachi, and I don't want to be friends with you anymore. Why? Didn't we agree to play together? Big brother. Kakashi kept the childish voice from yesterday, pulling Itachi's hand and shaking it back and forth. Itachi shuddered in disgust. He had already seen Kakashi's true face yesterday. This guy was really wicked, even tricking children. Don't talk to me in that squeaky voice. It gives me goosebumps. Just go away. I need to practice. Kakashi felt his heart breaking. Was he being rejected by Itachi? Indeed, a child who is too precocious is not cute at all. Since they could no longer be friends, Kakashi immediately switched to life mentor mode. Itachi, can you tell me your dream? Swish. Itachi didn't want to bother with Kakashi at all. Angrily, he flung a shuriken which embedded its sharp blade deep into the tree trunk. That's how a child should be. Before his transmigration, whether in the anime or manga, Kakashi could never resonate with Itachi's actions at all. Fugaku wanted Itachi to learn about the cruelty of the shinobi world early. That idea was fine, but his method was too crude and straightforward, causing the precocious Itachi to develop a rebellious streak. Fortunately, Itachi was still young, just a blank sheet of paper. What could be drawn on it depended entirely on his persuasion. To end the endless wars, to make the shinobi world stop fighting each other, and to usher in lasting peace. What a noble wish. Though curious how Kakashi knew what was in his heart, Itachi, having his thoughts exposed, jumped 3 feet high, like a startled kitten, and retorted indignantly. None of your business. He really couldn't understand how such a tiny kid could have such unrealistic thoughts about world peace. Anyway, since he had nothing else to do, he might as well adjust young Itachi's worldview, so that the kid wouldn't bear too much at such a young age, brood all day, and end up losing his mind. Kakashi wasn't in a hurry. He found a patch of grass, sat down, pillowed his head on his hands, leaned his back against the tree trunk, and squinted at the spots of sunlight filtering through the leaves. If I hadn't greeted you first yesterday, we would still be good friends, wouldn't we, Itachi? So what if we were? Itachi muttered sullenly, his voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. You're mean in the first place, and you don't act like a senior at all. Mean. Only children distinguish good from bad. In the adult world, there is no right or wrong, only interests. Kakashi's voice was even smaller, so small that even he couldn't hear it. Hey Itachi, come sit down. Don't you want peace in the shinobi world? You're neither the first nor the last to have such thoughts. What Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha could barely accomplish together, what makes you think you can do it alone? Is it because you're cute? Haha. Itachi barely managed to break free from Kakashi's clutches, rubbing his reddened cheek, while inwardly cursing Kakashi for being a madman. One moment, he was lecturing with a straight face, the next he suddenly wore a mischievous grin and pinched his cheek, so hard it stung. I'm not. Itachi shouted at Kakashi, putting some distance between them. Not what? Not cute enough to bring peace to the ninja world? Or lacking the resolve to kill your parents, annihilate your clan, and turn the Uchiha into a legend? Ignoring Itachi's furious reaction to the sudden interrogation, Kakashi tucked his arms behind his head and whistled toward the faint chakra fluctuation in the shadow of a tree branch. Fugaku, if you don't come out now, I'm really going to wash my hands of this. A jet-black crow flew out from the tree's shadow, tilted its head, stared at Kakashi for a long moment, then spread its wings and flew away. A moment later, Kakashi sensed the summoning of the flying thunder god technique, smiled, dispelled the transformation jutsu, and placed his hand on Itachi's shoulder. When they reappeared, they were inside a secret chamber filled with books and scrolls. Uchiha Fugaku stood with his hands behind his back, letting out a long sigh as he looked at the suddenly appearing Kakashi and Itachi. Kakashi, the future hasn't happened yet. Why burden Itachi with such words and add needless worry? Who was it that cried like a baby yesterday? Now you're putting on airs. Kakashi couldn't stand anyone showing off more than he did. If you did, how could he keep up the act? You? Fugaku's composure shattered instantly, the words striking a nerve. Actually, everything I just said was meant for you. Seeing Fugaku's flustered state, Kakashi was satisfied and got down to business. He had many things to do and no time to waste. Your son is already starting to go astray. If you don't straighten him out soon, it'll be too late. Itachi slapped away Kakashi's hand that was on his head, glaring at him with bared teeth, as if he wanted to leap forward and bite him to death. You're the one who's gone astray, your whole family is. Fugaku, look at the way your son glares at me. Left-eyed Tsukuyami, right, I Amaterasu. I'm so scared. Kakashi pretended to be terrified. Tsukuyami and Amaterasu. What kind of abilities are those? Fugaku gazed at Itachi's eyes, which had not yet awakened the Sharingan, feeling both comforted and pained. In the most likely future extrapolated from the information Kakashi provided, he had only seen the worst outcome and knew nothing about the abilities of Itachi's eyes. To awaken the Mangekyō, one must endure the ultimate grief of losing a loved one. In the centuries of the Uchiha clan, only a handful had taken that step. Each Mangekyō's unique ability was different. Its name, its function, all personal secrets. With just a name, Fugaku had no way to guess. But he could be certain it was an incredibly powerful technique. Amaterasu, also known as the inextinguishable flame, ignites black flames at the focal point of the gaze. The flames cannot be extinguished until the target is completely incinerated. Tsukuyomi can trap the opponent in an illusion. A single instant in reality can feel like days in the illusion, allowing one to inflict pain and mental torment at will. Pretty powerful, huh? And there's even more shocking news. I forgot to tell you and Aunt Mikoto yesterday. Your younger son's awakened ability is also Amaterasu. What did you say? Sasuke. He also awakened the Mangekyō. Fugaka stared at Kakashi in shock upon hearing about his younger son. What's so surprising about that? Who wouldn't go mentally unstable coming home from school to see their older brother kill their parents? Tisk, the younger brother hunting down the murderer of his parents across the world, and the murderer is the older brother. Just thinking about it gets me excited. I have to say, Fugaka, your genes are truly exceptional. 3 men in one family, all able to awaken the Mangekyō. Kakashi plopped down onto the desk in the center of the secret chamber, his dangling legs swinging idly. His light-hearted, tongue-twisting mockery made Fugaka's blood run cold, a bone-chilling dread piercing his crown. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Fugaka hasn't cracked yet. His mental fortitude is too good. Kakashi put away his playful demeanor and intensified his assault, his words cutting like knives, each one stabbing into Fugaka's heart. The Uchiha clan Sharingan is an eye nurtured by love but upgraded by hatred. The more painful you are, the stronger it becomes. The more you lose, the more complete it grows. Fugaka, the power of your eyes came from a single lapse in command on the battlefield, causing a dear friend to die protecting you. You used that grief to gain ocular power, deducing the path of the Uchiha clan only to avoid repeating past mistakes. Kakashi lifted his headband, pointing at the Mangekyō in his eye that could not be closed. The ability of this eye of mine is to foresee the future. It's similar to yours. I don't want to lose those dearest to me either. These are our deepest, truest thoughts. No matter how much we talk, we all want to make up for past regrets. But your eldest son is different. Tsukuyomi is judgment, Amaterasu is destruction. Your younger son is even more impressive. He doesn't even need judgment. Right eye Amaterasu, left eye controls Amaterasu. He's afraid he won't burn his father's murderer to death. Enough. Stop talking. That's nothing. Don't you want to know if your younger son eventually avenged you? Or, I said enough. Uchiha Fugaka grabbed Kakashi by the collar, yanking him off the desk, and unleashed the full power of his Mangekyō. What exactly do you want? I wanna. Kakashi froze mid-sentence, suddenly realizing that he had only come to ask Fugaku to help find someone. How had the conversation spiraled out of control? Fugaku was like a rutting bull, his already red eyes nearly bleeding. If Kakashi dared to tell the truth now, Fugaku would probably unleash his ultimate move on the spot, fighting to the death. It seemed the situation had gotten out of hand. He had been too carried away to notice that Fugaku was already on the verge of explosion. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out. As the saying goes, great schemes aim for the nation. From the time of Madara, every Uchiha clan leader had dreamed of becoming Hokage, an obsession that never faded. Fugaku was no exception. Wouldn't that be easy? Of course I want the Uchiha to become Hokage, Fugaku. Kakashi, that joke isn't funny in the slightest. Fugaka stared into Kakashi's eyes, attempting to discern his true intentions. I never joke, and I'm certainly not in the mood for it. Kakashi was uncharacteristically serious. No one in the village would ever support me. Fugaku silently tightened his grip on Kakashi's collar, his face contorted with fury. As for Kakashi's proposal, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Yet the rift between his clan and the village had grown increasingly pronounced, and the path of armed insurrection was a dead end. After a night of intense deliberation, Fugaku had resolved to adopt Kakashi's advice, committing to compromise and concession, voluntarily surrendering authority over the police department to safeguard his clan's survival. Now Kakashi was telling him to run for Hokage. Was he mocking him? Of course they wouldn't support you. With that intellect of yours, you're hardly qualified to be Hokage. Kakashi, are you courting death? Flaming sparks had already begun to flicker in Fugaka's eyes. It was sheer restraint that he hadn't lashed out physically. I said an Uchiha would become Hokage. Never said it would be you, Fugaku Uchiha. I wonder what you're getting so worked up about. Not me. Then who? Setsuna Uchiha. Tekka. Inabi. Names flashed through Fugaka's mind only to be dismissed one by one. None of these clansmen possessed the qualifications to contend for the Hokage seat. Subconsciously his gaze drifted toward his youngest son, standing quietly off to the side. Recalling Kakashi's attitude toward Itachi, he drew in a sharp breath. You mean Itachi? How old is he? Bingo. That dense skull of yours finally let some light in. Kakashi snapped his fingers, then pointed at the hand gripping his collar. Fugaka's gaze darted between Itachi and Kakashi several times. Only after Kakashi gave a heavy confirming nod did he release his grip. In a daze, his face a mask of disbelief. What do you intend to do? The Uchiha clan bears too heavy a burden of sin. Those people will never agree to an Uchiha ascending to the Hokage seat. Which people? And what sins has the Uchiha clan committed? Pray tell. Kakashi straightened his collar lazily, leaning his whole body against the wall as he posed the question with a roguish air. Back then Madara's defection directly led to the first Hokage's death, leaving an indelible stain upon our clan. And the Senju clan. As he trailed off, realization seemed to dawn on Fugaku, and he looked at Kakashi in astonishment. Go on, what about the Senju clan? Kakashi's smile was enigmatic as he pulled his headband down to cover his eyes. You refuse to admit you're a blockhead, but it took you this long to realize the Senju are nearly extinct. How could this be? Heh, well that's all the third Hokage's fine handiwork. It's a long story, you'll find out soon enough. I won't waste my breath on it. As for Madara Uchiha, yours is the only clan still clinging to that grudge. Walk out into the street, grab any random ninja, and ask if they even know who Madara is. What do you think they'll say? No way. Fugaku couldn't believe it. This was Madara Uchiha, the very god of shinobi who had once cowed every major hidden village into submission. Rumors are already circulating in the village that Hiruzen Sarutobi is the strongest Hokage in history. Need I say more? As for the third, he's nothing but a skeleton in a grave not long for this world. If I didn't want his death to come too easily, he'd never have made it back from the Land of Fire's capital. Once the Uchiha relinquish control of the police department, conflicts with other ninja and civilians will cease. Then with a decade or two of painstaking effort to reshape the clan's image, adopting orphans, building bridges, paving roads, and winning hearts, things will change. The more Kakashi spoke, the more animated he became. The more Fugaku listened, the brighter his eyes gleamed. Both felt the plan held tremendous promise, and they turned in unison to gaze at the bewildered Itachi. Itachi was only 4.5 now. Even 20 years from now, he'd be just 24. The perfect age to compete for the Hokage position. Though without sufficient wartime achievements, this path still seems quite arduous. Fugaku was fraught with anxiety, torn between hope and doubt. This was the closest the Uchiha had ever come to the Hokage seat. Missed this chance, and it might never come again. Fugaku, how much longer can your eyes hold out? Kakashi rested his chin on one hand, lost in thought. Hard to say. I've been using them too frequently in deductions these past few years. My vision's already starting to blur. But I can manage another 3 to 5 years without issue. Heh. Yet at this point no amount of disdain from Kakashi could change the situation. To secure victory abroad, one must first stabilize the homeland. Those Uchiha who look down their noses at everyone and preach the supremacy of force must be purged. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel after all. No problem. I'll handle that. Fugaku showed not a hint of hesitation, his face contorted with ruthlessness. Hey Fugaku, you're not planning a massacre, are you? Kakashi was genuinely exasperated. Every single one of them had muscles for brains. The moment any problem arose, their first instinct was to solve it with force. Kakashi, you don't understand. Some of these clansmen are so steeped in arrogance they can never be changed. TCH. Always resorting to killing. Fugaku, I hate to say it, but your son is going to be Hokage someday. Can't you use that head of yours a little more? Then what do you suggest? You go talk some sense into them. Fugaku was deeply unconvinced. If he didn't kill them, what was he supposed to do? Keep them around for the new year. Why rehabilitation through labor? Of course. Rehabilitation through labor. What's that? Fugaku's head was spinning. He felt old, unable to keep up with Kakashi's train of thought. Your clansmen, when it comes right down to it, are just arrogant. Looking down on this, and that without committing any heinous crimes. They may be unruly, but they don't deserve death. As long as they recognize their mistakes and mend their ways, they can still be good ninja. So how do we make them see their errors? Fugaku, here's what you do. First do this, then do that. Kakashi cupped his hand over his mouth, leaned close to Fugaku's ear, and whispered a stream of instructions. Fugaku nodded, continuously casting strange glances at Kakashi. Itachi, who had been listening intently from the sidelines, grew anxious. A Hokage? What child hadn't dreamed of that? Things had been going so well. Why had they suddenly switched to whispered secrets? There were only 3 people in this hidden chamber. Who exactly were they trying to hide from? Besides, you're wearing a mask. Do you really need to cover your mouth with your hand? Fugaku nodded like a pecking chick, completely won over by Kakashi's ingenuity. This was truly a solution that no ordinary mind could have conceived. With everything said, Kakashi lowered his hand from his mouth and patted Fugaku's shoulder with gravity. Fugaku, the times have changed. Everything must look toward money. Look toward money. Itachi blinked, his big round eyes utterly confused. Adopting orphans, building bridges, paving roads, winning hearts. Every single one of these requires money. Where's that money supposed to come from? How much can you earn from missions alone? No, you'll need them to earn it for you. You're right. I'll discipline my clansmen well. I guarantee they'll turn over a new leaf and become model citizens. Anyone who dares to disobey will be reformed until the day they die. Fugaku beamed with delight, his eyes curving into crescents. Kakashi's plan was indeed brilliant. Not only would it avoid staining his hands with the blood of his clan, but it would also make the best use of everything, and most importantly, it would even give the Konoha higher-ups a bit of a headache. A single stone, 3 birds. Fugaku looked at Kakashi, finding him more and more satisfactory with each glance. Clearly a gift from heaven to the Uchiha clan. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Kakashi felt a bit creeped out and instinctively stepped back. Coercion and bribery would definitely not work. Trying to buy him off with money. Don't be ridiculous. The few measly leftovers of the Uchiha clan couldn't possibly produce a treasure that would tempt a Konoha elite jonin. Out of the corner of his eye he glanced at Itachi, who was still pouting resentfully. All of Kakashi's schemes revolved around Itachi from start to finish. Since external things couldn't hold him, he would use bonds. Kakashi, you're right. I really am not a qualified father. Why don't you take Itachi as your disciple? That way you can teach him how to become a worthy Hokage. What? Fugaka, don't joke with me. I already have enough trouble. Kakashi waved his hands repeatedly. He didn't have a pedophilic tendency, why would he play a raising game? Do I look like I'm joking? Really, it won't work. I'm too laid back, I don't know how to teach. Kakashi braced himself and continued to refuse. Kakashi, although I don't know what you're plotting, as long as you're willing to take Itachi as your disciple, the entire Uchiha clan will support you with all our strength. Fugaka thought for a moment, feeling that the conditions were still not enough to move Kakashi, so he unleashed his ultimate move. Even if you want these eyes, I can offer them to you right now with both hands. He was an outsider who had traveled across worlds, an observer floating outside the entire destiny of Naruto. In his previous life, he had watched all the joys and sorrows of people through a cold screen. This place was, after all, someone else's world with predetermined fates and already written endings. This world had a powerful restorative ability. No matter how hard he tried, fate would always bend back to its original course, and what was meant to happen would still arrive as scheduled. Since the death of Minato and Kushina, Kakashi had no desire to have too much interaction with the characters from the original story. His only thought was to become stronger and live out this life in peace, no longer bearing the pain of powerlessness. Only Yuhi Kurenai was an exception. He was too lonely. Since his transmigration, he had repeatedly witnessed the deaths of loved ones. Years of solitude and the mental oppression from ANBU killings had turned Kakashi's already fragile psyche exceptionally dark. Kurenai's gentleness and persistence were like a beam of light that shone into his sealed heart, making him like a drowning man grasp the last straw that saved him, altering his originally even more insane plans. But this was already the limit. Now saying all this to Fugaku and Itachi was merely to take advantage of the chips the Uchiha clan had thrown out. Whether it succeeded or not had nothing to do with Kakashi. It was just like using Hyuga Neji to control Hyuga Hizashi in exchange for the Byakugan. Agreeing to Hyuga Hizashi to take Hyuga Neji as a disciple was also a casual promise Kakashi made out of pity for Hizashi, who was a dying man. When the time came, he would just toss the basic 5 elements cultivation method to Neji and consider the promise fulfilled. As for rewriting Itachi's tragedy and saving the clan from annihilation, don't be ridiculous. You don't really think that if the Uchiha gave up power and turned around public opinion among the villagers, the third Hokage and Danzo would let them go to you? Kakashi-senpai, I will be very obedient. I will work hard and not cause you trouble. I don't want to kill my father and mother. I want to change the future. Change the future. Kakashi looked down at Itachi, tugging at his sleeve. The child's voice was soft and tender, his eyes firm, just like when Kakashi himself had sworn to protect Minato and Kushina. The same naivety. Itachi, many things are not as simple as you think. You can't just change them by wanting to. Kakashi sighed as he patted Itachi's head, looking at the obstinate little face, and ultimately softened his heart. How about this? If you can become friends with the peers of the Inoshikacho clans within a month and gain the approval of their parents, I'll agree to take you as my disciple. Kakashi, isn't this a bit too difficult? Fugaku looked worriedly at his young son. The Inoshikacho clans are staunch supporters of the third Hokage. It's one thing to socialize with peers, but gaining the approval of their elders. Isn't that a bit too much to ask? After all, Itachi is only 4 years old. Difficult. Clan leader Fugaku, making friends is also a skill. If the Uchiha want to become Hokage, this is a required course. It's true that the Inoshikacho is the most stable iron triangle of Konoha and the faction least favorable to the Uchiha under the Hokage, but I didn't ask Itachi to use his status as the young clan leader to persuade the 3 clans to take sides. It's just friendship between children. If he can't even overcome such a small difficulty, how can he become Hokage or change the future? I can do it. Fugaku wanted to bargain further, but Itachi raised his head and shouted at Kakashi. Yo Itachi, good spirit. I'm counting on you. Then you go out first, think carefully about how to complete the task. I'll be waiting for your good news. Kakashi crouched down and cheerfully encouraged Itachi. In fact, this task was simple in a way. Children don't have the complicated schemes of adults. As long as they hit it off and have common interests, a few days would be enough. The difficulty was whether Itachi could let go of the inherent superiority of a prestigious clan. After coaxing and shoving Itachi out the door, Kakashi gave Fugaku a disdainful glare. In the original story, these guys were all foolish, but here they were all as cunning as monkeys. One slip, and he would fall into a trap. If it weren't for the Uchiha still being useful, Kakashi would have turned around and left. This was damn near turning into a Ninja World version of a palace intrigue drama. You're not allowed to help him. Alright, but do you really think Itachi can complete your task? If he can't, that's fine. It means his capacity is still insufficient. Stop beating around the bush. Use your eyes to help me analyze which hidden village Yakushi Nono is a spy in. Who is Yakushi Nono? Fugaka's eye twitched. This is so random, where am I supposed to find her for you? Damn, I've been so baffled by you, father and son. Yakushi Nono is a female spy from Root. In Konoha, her identity should be the director of the orphanage. She was sent out by Danzo during the Third Shinobi World War, and no one knows where she is now. Root? Orphanage. Fugaka couldn't connect these two words at all. Don't worry about that for now. Just help me figure out where she's most likely to be. This doesn't seem to require the ability of my eyes. Logically, it shouldn't be that hard to guess. It's not hard to guess what kind of trick he's playing. Yakushi Nozomi is Danzo's best spy under his command. She excels in medical ninjutsu. The Third Shinobi World War lasted so long. Who knows where she was sent? Fugaku. Fugaku cast a peculiar glance at Kakashi. The Mist Village has been practicing the Bloody Mist policy for 10 years now, sealing its borders and closing its doors. Spies simply cannot get in. The Cloud Village has severe skin color discrimination and strict identity verification. Without an exclusive sealing key, outsiders can't even enter the village. Once inside, it's even more troublesome. If she were a civilian, she might keep her life. But any ninja who isn't from this village, once discovered, will be treated as a spy and executed immediately according to the disposition of every rakeage. That leaves the rock and sand villages. However, women in the sand village hold low status. Even a powerhouse like Yura could be used as bait and handed over to the mist. If Danzo were to send someone, he would definitely choose a male. He would absolutely not send that Nozomi to the sand village. Then the only option left is the rock village. Uchiha Fugaku explained everything logically. These things were not secrets among the major ninja villages. A casual glance at any border dossier would make it clear. Kakashi was ultimately disadvantaged by his youth. His mind was filled with the original plot, the combat power of various experts, and key future events. He failed to connect these publicly available pieces of intelligence. Damn it, I've suffered a huge loss. Kakashi regretfully slapped his thigh. Indeed, this kind of trivial intelligence work was his weakness. This time he had lost his wife and his army. Is this person very important to you? Can Danzo let her go? The person I, Kakashi, want, Danzo cannot keep. The moment the words left his mouth, Kakashi saw Fugaka's expression change. He immediately realized he had slipped up and busied himself making excuses to change the subject. You don't need to worry about this matter. Since we know the general location, finding her won't be difficult. Then I'll leave first. Kakashi got the information he wanted and ran off without looking back. If he had said a few more words, he didn't know what information Fugaka would have squeezed out of him. This old guy was indeed skilled at intelligence work. Fugaka stared at the back of Kakashi, who was a full head shorter than him, until it disappeared. His eyes flickered. After thinking for a while, he called out towards the door. Itachi, come in. A clean white little hand pushed open the door. Itachi's small head peeked in, scanning the surroundings before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, is he gone? He's gone. Have you decided how to proceed? Fugaku placed his hand on his son's head. No, Dad, who are the Inoshikacho? Itachi lowered his head, looking embarrassed. Oh right, you're still young. You haven't even left the clan grounds much, so it's normal that you don't know. Fugaku paused for a moment, then realized and naturally pulled Itachi's small body into his embrace, beginning to explain. This pig refers to the Yamanaka clan. They specialize in perception and intelligence gathering and in interfering with the enemy's will. The deer refers to the Nara clan. They specialize in using shadows to bind and lock enemies and in formulating tactics. The butterfly refers to the Akimichi clan. They specialize in delivering a single decisive blow to end battles. Let me tell you. Itachi looked up at Fugaku, listening seriously. However, the thing he thought about the most was that Dad had hugged him again. When was the last time he had been hugged? Itachi shook his small head, trying to drive the random thoughts out of his mind. Fugaku thought he was speaking too fast, and that Itachi hadn't understood, so he quickly stopped. Itachi, is there something you didn't understand? No, Dad, I understood everything. But didn't the teacher say not to let you help me, eh? Itachi was a bit worried. He was afraid that if Kakashi found out, he wouldn't take him as a disciple anymore. If that happened, Dad would never hug him again. Haha, Itachi, don't worry. Intelligence gathering is also a required course for ninjas. Fugaku laughed heartily, rubbing Itachi's hair with his hand, smiling like a fox that had just stolen a hen. As long as you get the intelligence, no one will care what methods you use. Using family affection to obtain intelligence is also a method. Kakashi only told me not to help you directly. He never said you couldn't steal intelligence from me. Itachi blinked his eyes and laughed along with Fugaku. It really was like that. Kakashi certainly didn't know about Fugaku's unscrupulous maneuvers. As soon as he got home, he immediately performed the summoning jutsu and summoned Pakken. Kakashi, what is it again? I'm currently mobilizing other clansmen to help you find people. Pakken looked unhappy and raised his front paw as a greeting. I've already found her. She's in the Hidden Rock village. Our deal can be cancelled. What? Cancelled? No way, absolutely not. Pakken jumped up and down anxiously on the spot. His drooping ears perked up and his round eyes widened. Kakashi, you can't go back on your word. To mobilize a large number of ninja dogs to help search, I've already paid the deposit. It can't be recovered. Kakashi was also stunned. He didn't expect this gluttonous and money-loving little dog to be so principled in his work, even advancing the payment in advance. Our ninja dog clan values credibility the most. When mobilizing clansmen to search for intelligence across regions, not a single cent of travel expenses can be spared. Pakin placed his 2 front paws on his hips, held his dog head high, and spoke with righteousness, looking like someone who wouldn't let you off the hook. So he had just suffered a silent loss at Fugaku's hands, and now he was about to suffer a big loss in the deal with the ninja dogs. Terminate the search mission. Do not allow any ninja dogs to approach the borders of the Hidden Rock Village. As for the lost deposit, Kakashi sighed lightly and spoke with a sense of resignation. Fine. I'll pay you according to the deposit amount and additionally compensate you with a box of high-grade beef jerky to make up for the wasted effort. Upon hearing about the beef jerky, Pakin immediately changed to a flattering expression. Deal? You're so generous, Kakashi. Do you want us to secretly monitor that female spy's movements afterward? Kakashi's expression became serious. Since the location had already been confirmed, there was no need to let the dogs take risks. No need. By the way, how much dog food did you actually advance? I'll reimburse you in full. Pakin was still immersed in the fantasy of beef jerky. Drool dripped down from the corner of his mouth. He blurted out the number. Not much, not much. A full 100 bags of special high-grade dog food. All the favorite brand of our clansmen. 100 bags. The corner of Kakashi's mouth curled up beneath his mask, revealing an expression of just as I thought. He knew this damn dog wasn't being honest. Pakin, are you taking me for a fool? Your audacity is getting greater and greater. Oh no, he's doomed. Pakin's wagging tail froze in midair. The drool at the corner of his mouth was sucked back in. His eyes began to wander, daring not to meet Kakashi's gaze. I misremembered. Cut the crap. Kakashi interrupted him mercilessly. Isn't the ninja dog clan the most credible? As punishment, not only is the beef jerky cancelled, but the previously promised compensation is also voided. Having said that, Kakashi directly dispelled the summoning jutsu, leaving only Pakin's terrified screams in the air. I really did pay the deposit. A full 30 bags. After punishing Pakin, Kakashi felt considerably better. I may not be able to outmaneuver Fugaku, but that doesn't mean I can't handle a mere dog. As for whether Pakin would be beaten badly for failing to bring back the payment, Kakashi couldn't care less. At worst, the dog could come work off the debt. The matter of Yakushi no could be set aside for now. Kakashi waited until nightfall, rechecked his equipment, and satisfied that everything was in order, used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the Hokage Rock. After submerging into the earth once more, Kakashi soon stood before the entrance to the secret base. The dense array of sealing spells and barriers covering the entrance made his scalp crawl. Just as I expected from Orochimaru. This guy never plays it straight. But this won't stump me. Have you forgotten who my master's wife is? Sealing arts are the Uzumaki clan's specialty. Keeping the Earth Dragon submersion technique active with one hand, he pulled a thick stack of 5 elements unsealing talismans from his ninja tool pouch and pasted them one by one onto the barrier. Without needing to form hand signs, the 5 elemental natures within his body resonated with the unsealing talismans, and the barrier crumbled bit by bit until it vanished completely. Kakashi could hardly wait to leap out of the dirt and land before the base's door. He pushed it open, revealing an interior so dark that he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. Damn, Orochimaru really is something else. Doesn't he even install a single lamp in here? Not daring to charge in recklessly, Kakashi reached into his tool pouch and pulled out a paper-wrapped spherical weapon, then thought better of it and shoved it back inside. Although the light orb would unleash a blinding flash upon detonation, that same intense light would also leave Kakashi temporarily blinded. After considerable deliberation, Kakashi figured that since this place was buried 100 meters underground, a subtle ripple of chakra, so long as he refrained from large-scale jutsu, shouldn't be enough to alert the sensor ninja stationed above. He spread his 5 fingers, gathering fire-natured chakra at his fingertips. A small flame ignited out of thin air, just barely illuminating the ground and walls within half a meter in front of him. Orochimaru, let's see what goodies you've stashed away in the shadows. By the faint light of the flame at his fingertip, Kakashi was surprised to discover that the base before him was far smaller than he had imagined. The entire underground space measured no more than 20 or so square meters. The 4 walls had been neatly carved with rows of identical square recesses, all precisely the same depth. Inside each recess lay a scroll or a wooden box, each wrapped in a specially treated animal hide to guard against moisture. Clearly items Orochimaru had meticulously preserved. Kakashi walked up to the nearest wall, confirmed there were no traps, and carefully removed a scroll. Unrolling it, a line of clear handwriting came into view. Wind release, Kamaitachi technique, C rank. This jutsu was utterly unremarkable. One of the most basic wind release long-range attacks recorded in every major hidden village. Kakashi put the scroll back in place, swept his gaze across the dense grid of recesses covering the wall, and drew in a sharp breath. Could this be the shinobi world's version of a hidden paradise of martial arts? The thought had barely crossed his mind when he pulled another scroll from an adjacent recess, peeled off the beast hide seal, and unrolled it. Water release, water bullet, C rank. Yet another common cheap jutsu. He swiftly pulled out scroll after scroll at random along the walls. Earth release, earth flow wall, fire release, great fireball, clone technique. All of them were conventional jutsu ranked B or lower, covering the 5 basic natures: fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning, along with a few scrolls of ordinary taijutsu and basic genjutsu. They were the common jutsu circulated across all the major ninja villages, sorted by category and arranged in perfect order, not a single duplicate among them. So that's how it is. Orochimaru, what are you stockpiling all these low-level jutsu for? This isn't some wuxiao world where a towering mansion rises from level ground. The flame on his fingertip flickered out and reignited as Kakashi couldn't help but complain. It's way too inconvenient checking scrolls with only one hand. Without a portable light source, who knows how long this will take. And it's night now. I couldn't even find a place to buy some candles. What a stingy bastard, Orochimaru. A thought struck Kakashi. He drove a metal kunai into the center of the chamber, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and appeared in Orochimaru's secret base. This place was utterly different from the pitch-dark, shabby jutsu warehouse. It was brightly lit with rows of antique oil lamps hanging along the walls. At the desk, Orochimaru was bent over, writing furiously, his long hair draped over his shoulders, utterly focused and completely unguarded against an intruder. Kakashi's sudden appearance made Orochimaru's chakra erupt in an instant. His cold, snake-like pupils fixed dead on the white-haired figure that had materialized out of nowhere. Kakashi, how many times must I tell you to knock before entering? Kakashi couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries. As casually as if he were in his own home, he walked straight to the wall, reached up, and took down several antique bronze oil lamps. Kakashi shook the lamps to confirm they had enough oil, then waved at Orochimaru, whose expression was growing uglier by the second. Blue light flickered at his feet, and his figure vanished in an instant. Only then did Orochimaru realize what had happened. This man had teleported all the way here with the Flying Thunder God technique, done nothing at all, just to freeload a few oil lamps from him. An overwhelming sense of speechlessness surged through Orochimaru. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly, his narrow eyes brimming with murderous intent. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart, he lowered his voice and cursed through gritted teeth. Hatake Kakashi, as a jonin of Konoha, can't you behave with even a shred of dignity? The only response was empty air. Kakashi had already returned with the oil lamps to the jutsu chamber 100 meters underground. One by one the oil lamps were lit, casting a soft glow over the entire cramped stone chamber and revealing every recess and scroll on the surrounding walls at a glance. Kakashi stretched with satisfaction, holding a lamp aloft in one hand with a leisurely, self-satisfied expression. Now this is much more comfortable. There's nothing like ready-made oil lamps. Anyway, Orochimaru has plenty of stuff. Borrowing a few lamps is no big deal. The firelight filled the stone chamber as Kakashi swept his gaze across the 4 walls, finally getting a clear view of how the recesses were arranged. The wall he had just examined bore the densest concentration of recesses, scrolls filling nearly every inch. The adjacent wall was not far behind, its greater portion occupied by all kinds of beast-hide scrolls. Only the area near the entrance was split into 2 separate sections by the doorframe, with only a handful of items on display. His heart pounding with excitement, Kakashi took a scroll from the recess on his left. This one had a sturdier, tighter cover and a thin sealing cord wound around its edge, a far cry from the ordinary scrolls he had seen before. He untied the knot and slowly unrolled the scroll. At the top of the paper, a line of writing leapt into view: Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique, S-Rank. So it really is an S-Rank jutsu. Then, after only reading the beginning, Kakashi casually placed the Mountain Earth scroll back in its recess and strode over to the right side, pulling out another scroll and unrolling it. Mutually multiplying exploding tags technique. Not this one. 8 gates released formation. Not that one either. Found it the impure world reincarnation technique. Kakashi burst into laughter, clutching the scroll. Here there were no Umbu operatives watching him. He could finally shed all pretense and vent his emotions freely. As he laughed, 2 streams of tears slid down without warning from the corners of his eyes. Slap. Kakashi backhanded himself across the face. What are you crying for? You pathetic fool. Soon I'll be able to bring them all back. I should be happy. Wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, he opened the scroll, his fingers tracing the cold characters, and began to read them one by one. The impure world reincarnation technique was actually not difficult for Kakashi to learn. It simply required obtaining the body tissue of the person to be summoned, using living souls and bodies as sacrifices to guide the souls of the dead back from the underworld. Tisk Orochimaru, looks like you've had your thoughts on this too. Are you feeling hopeless? The resurrected souls, already at peace in their graves, were forcibly dragged back to the living world, their souls and bodies utterly incompatible. The longer it goes, the weaker the soul's essence becomes, yet it cannot dissipate, trapped in a state of being unable to die. This is the greatest torment for the dead. I wonder which person you resurrected, Orochimaru. Kakashi rolled up the scroll and stood up to examine the others. There were actually not many forbidden techniques in the secret compartment. Within a few minutes, Kakashi had finished reading the scrolls, and the more he read, the more peculiar his expression became. No wonder Hashirama Senju sealed all these techniques away. This sealing scroll was essentially a compendium of jutsu developed specifically to counter Madara Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan. First used multiple shadow clone jutsu to divert attention so Madara couldn't tell real from fake, then used the Bringer of Darkness technique to seal the Sharingan's perception, strike with Flying Thunder God at 0 frames, I attach a tandem exploding tag, then turn and run. With enough exploding tags, even if Madara summoned his Susanoo to withstand it, he'd probably be in for a rough time. No wonder when watching the anime in his past life with the same Rinnegan Obito and Kagaya Otsutsuki couldn't tell where Naruto's real body was, but Madara Uchiha could spot it at a glance. It seems Madara Uchiha had suffered quite a lot of losses to the point of developing a bodily instinct. So what was the impure world reincarnation technique for? Tisk, could it be that Tobirama Senju wanted to summon Izuna Uchiha to turn the brothers against each other? It does seem possible, or otherwise Tobirama Senju would have no reason to go through the trouble of developing such a technique. Kakashi shrugged. How much Tobirama Senju feared Madara was none of his concern, after all these techniques were his now. With his great wish fulfilled, Kakashi had no interest in the remaining low-level ninjutsu, so he naturally didn't stay in the secret chamber any longer. After a good night's sleep at noon, Kurenai Yuhi opened the door, bringing what Kakashi needed. Kakashi, everything is ready. When are you leaving? I've gathered all the information. The delegation from Kumogakure isn't large, but they're all Jonin level. Are you sure there's no problem? Don't worry. As long as the Raikage isn't leading them personally, no matter how many Jonin there are, it's useless. Kakashi smiled and patted Kurenai's hair. Jonin were good. The stronger they were, the stronger the ones resurrected by impure world reincarnation. Kurenai, go find your father and tell him I want to meet with Hisashi Hyuga. After meeting Hisashi, I'll set off. The round trip should take no more than 3 days. During this time, you must be careful not to let anyone see through our plans. Okay, Kakashi, but what if the Hokage assigns me a mission? Don't worry. That person is about to be overwhelmed with troubles. Kurenai nodded. As she was about to leave, she turned back with a worried look. Seeing Kakashi raise his right hand with a relaxed expression, she felt a bit reassured, closed the door, and went to find her father Shinkayui. Calculating the time, Fugaku Uchiha should have already started his move. As soon as Kurenai left, Kakashi also pushed open the door and walked leisurely toward the Uchiha compound. At a spot that was the only way from the Uchiha compound to the Hokage building, Kakashi casually entered a restaurant, found a seat facing the entrance, and began eating while waiting. The food had just been served, and he hadn't even taken a few bites when a commotion erupted outside on the street. Doors and windows of shops and residences along the street were thrust open. A crowd of villagers squeezed onto the roadside, tiptoeing and pointing toward the end of the main road. Look over there. The Uchiha police force is fully mobilized. My god, they're all in uniform, all wearing the Sharingan headband, and even the clan leader Lord Fugaku is leading them personally. What's going on? There's never been such a big demonstration before. Has something major happened in the village? Voices of panic, curiosity, and alarm mingled together. Kakashi leisurely picked up a bite of food. Outside, the Uchiha marched in neat formation, moving slowly but deliberately, occupying the entire main road, making it clear they wanted the whole village to see this disturbance. Here it comes. The show has officially begun. Within moments, urgent alarms sounded from the direction of the Hokage building. Dozens of Umbu operatives wearing white animal masks arrived first, blocking the Uchiha's path. The two sides faced off from a distance. There was no conflict, no fighting, but this blatant military assembly was more unsettling than a direct confrontation. Kakashi put down his chopsticks, rested his chin on one hand, and silently watched the two tense sides through the restaurant window. The villagers who had come to watch the excitement finally belatedly sensed something was wrong. On one side were the Umbu directly under the Hokage, on the other the Uchiha police force, all with their Sharingan activated. Both were battle-hardened elite shinobi, each with countless kills to their name. If the two sides clashed, even the residual shockwaves from their jutsu collisions would be enough to destroy the entire street. Oh no! Something's going to happen. Someone shouted in a hoarse voice, igniting panic throughout the crowd. The crowd that had been jostling to watch the spectacle instantly fell into chaos, abandoning their curiosity. They frantically grabbed their family members, hastily scooped up their young children, and didn't even have the courage to look back at their shops or homes. No amount of wealth or possessions at home was worth a single life. When shinobi fought, ordinary people were like ants. There was no room for luck. Run, get out of here. Don't pack anything. Your life is what matters. The chaotic screams, cries, and calls for family members merged into a cacophony, evoking the terrifying Night of the Nine Tails. The villagers scrambled to flee toward the village outskirts, away from both sides, pushing and shoving in a disorganized mob. Boom. A heavy landing shook the ground, sending dust flying, and a furious roar came from within the smoke. Fugaku Uchiha, are you staging a rebellion? Sarutobi Hiruzen donned a complete set of battle armor, his ever-present Hokage hat discarded somewhere unknown, and gripped the Naioi staff tightly in his hand. The wind ceased, and the sound stopped. The villagers who had been fleeing in panic halted, while the Umbu ninjas bowed their heads in unison. The entire Uchiha police force involuntarily restrained the oppressive aura of their dojutsu. The professor of ninjutsu, the strongest Hokage in the shinobi world, finally stepped forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen strode ahead, passing the Umbu ninjas, standing alone at the forefront facing the entire elite Uchiha police force by himself. Fugaku leading the police force in a mass demonstration and disrupting the village's order. Do you know your crime? By the window of a restaurant, Kakashi watched the third Hokage take personal command, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Shinobi hero. What a show of power. Nothing more than a mouse with a gun bullying only within its own nest. Kakashi rose from his seat, exited the restaurant, and mingled among the steadily arriving reinforcements of ninjas, slowly squeezing to the front row. He gave an almost imperceptible nod toward Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku's eyes lit up at the sight of Kakashi, and he scanned the crowd with his three-tomo Sharingan. Almost everyone who needed to be here had already arrived. There was indeed no need to delay any further. The next second, Uchiha Fugaku took a step forward. All the Konoha ninjas changed expression, drastically raising their weapons in unison, drawing kunai and gathering chakra in their palms, entering a state of full alert. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing at the very front, tightened his grip on the Naioi staff, his chakra primed and ready. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Uchiha Fugaku, the chief of the Konoha police force, possessed a top-tier three-tomo Sharingan. He had fought countless battles on the front lines, carving a fearsome reputation with his ruthless and decisive fighting style during the border wars. The villagers who had stopped to watch from behind retreated further, fearing that the next moment would bring the roar of ninjutsu and flying flesh and blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, deeply prepared to immediately suppress the rebellion, and spoke in a low voice. Fugaku, do you insist on igniting civil war within the village? But just as everyone's nerves were taut, expecting the battle to erupt, Fugaku slowly lowered his proudly raised head and bowed deeply and respectfully before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Third Hokage, this full mobilization of the Uchiha police force disrupting the village's order was due to my lack of consideration. I have disturbed the villagers and offended the Hokage's authority. I, Uchiha Fugaku, hereby offer my apologies. As the words fell, a dead silence enveloped the scene. The Konoha ninjas who had raised their weapons in readiness froze and placed their pent-up chakra with no release. Confusion and bewilderment were written on every face. The fearsome Uchiha Fugaku had bowed his head and admitted fault in front of the entire village's ninjas and civilians. Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly halted his grip on the Naioi staff, utterly stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. Among the crowd, Kakashi nearly burst out laughing, but managed to cover his mouth tightly with his hand, feigning shock as he quietly retreated. This move was executed brilliantly. If only the shinobi world had a Golden Globe award with Fugaku's acting skills, he would definitely take home a little golden statuette. Bring them out. Before the third Hokage could clear his thoughts, Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand, and a commotion stirred within the neatly lined Uchiha ranks behind him. Several clansmen dressed in standard Uchiha attire were roughly dragged out of the formation, each bound tightly, with thick sealing ropes gagged with cloth, and with blood streaming from their closed eyes. The men were forced to kneel on the ground facing Sarutobi Hiruzen. As he recognized the face of the leading figure, Hiruzen's pupils contracted sharply, and he involuntarily murmured the name. Uchiha Setsuna. He remembered this man well. An elder of the pro-war faction within the Uchiha clan who had long been inciting clan members to harbor hostility toward the Konoha High Command and secretly plotting rebellion. Several previous conspiracies had been investigated by the Umbu without result, yet now he was captured by Fugaku himself. Fugaku cast a cold glance at the struggling men on their knees, deliberately raising his voice to ensure every person present could hear clearly. This unscheduled assembly of the police force was not an intent by the Uchiha to rebel. Rather, there were restless elements within the clan who privately mobilized personnel aiming to provoke conflict between the Uchiha and the village. Fortunately, I had already detected the unusual movements. This full-scale deployment is twofold: first, to suppress the traitors within the clan; second, to personally deliver the rebels before the Hokage, placing them at his complete disposal. Hearing this, all the Konoha ninjas wore strange expressions. So Uchiha Fugaku hadn't been rebelling. He had been suppressing a rebellion. Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the Naioi staff, his face alternating between pale and red. Fugaku had publicly submitted and apologized, leaving no flaw in his attitude. If he insisted on pressing the matter of the Uchiha gathering, he would only earn the reputation of deliberately oppressing them. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to utter some conciliatory remarks to smooth things over, allowing the matter to be minimized and resolved gracefully. A cold, hoarse voice came from the crowd behind. This matter must not be settled so easily. Dong dong dong. The dull sound of a wooden staff striking the bluestone ground echoed. The crowd turned to see a figure draped in a long robe, half of his body wrapped in bandages, hobbling forward with a cane, surrounded by several rude operatives. Shimura Danzo. The threat of the Uchiha traitors is immense, and the secrets involved are many. In my opinion, these Uchiha rebels should be handed over to Root for interrogation. Only then can we thoroughly investigate whether there are any remaining accomplices and eliminate future troubles. Danzo halted, striking his cane heavily against the ground. His gaze swept over the kneeling men, and his remaining eye widened abruptly, his murderous aura surging. Staring intently at the empty, bloodied eye sockets of Uchiha Setsuna, his chest heaved violently. He took a step forward on his cane and pointed directly at Fugaku with his other hand. Uchiha Fugaku, how dare you, harming your own clansmen privately and destroying the village's precious bloodline. Your crime is unforgivable. These words were aggressive, but every ninja present changed expression and turned their heads in unison to look at Danzo. The Sharingan was an innate Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha rightfully belonging to the clan. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku had voluntarily handed over the instigators of the rebellion, which was already enough to preserve the village's honor. Yet Danzo publicly harped on the gouged-out Sharingan, claiming it was village property. Anyone with eyes could see that he clearly coveted the Uchiha clan's bloodline dojutsu. The Konoha Jonin who had come to reinforce exchanged glances. Such blatant undisguised greed had an extremely ugly appearance. The Uchiha ninjas Tomo spun rapidly in their Sharingan, their gazes toward Danzo, filled with hostility. Chakra surged and they were ready to fight to the death at a single command from Uchiha Fugaku. This is fucking outrageous. Tawanzang, shut up. Yuanfei Rizen's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, veins bulging on his forehead. He had never imagined Tawanzang could be so foolish. If Tawanzang were allowed to continue, today's conflict would spiral completely out of control. Then it would no longer be a dispute between Uchiha and Konoha, but the entire village would be gripped by fear. If the accusation that the village's high command secretly coveted the Uchiha bloodline were confirmed today, every bloodline clan in Konoha would feel a chill in their hearts. The Byakugan of the Hyuga, the insect techniques of the Aburame, the beast transformation of the Inazuka, the secret arts of the Inoshikatcho. None could guarantee that their own clan would not be the next target of the high command. Clans' estranged trust shattered. The stability Konoha had maintained for decades would be lost today. This is none of your concern. The Uchiha clan's issues will be handled by me. You need not trouble yourself. The village's internal affairs are not for the Root to meddle in. Take your men and leave at once. I am the Hokage. Yuanfei Rizen issued a blunt dismissal, outwardly protecting the Uchiha, but in truth forcefully silencing Tawanzang. Tawanzang knew he was in the wrong. His greed had gotten the better of him, clouding his judgment. His single eye swept fiercely over Uchiha Fuyue, and Yuanfei Rizen silently marking this grievance in his heart. Humph. With a cold snort, Tawanzang led the Root ninjas away, not even uttering his classic line like a beaten dog. Only after Tawanzang had walked far did Yuanfei Rizen turn to the expressionless Uchiha Fuyue, attempting to make amends. Fuyue, what Tawanzang said just now was his own words, not the will of the village. The Uchiha took the initiative to purge traitors from within the clan, maintaining the village's stability, a meritorious deed, not a fault. Let today's matter end here. Uchiha Fuyue, flattered and surprised, quickly bowed his head to express gratitude, showing utmost respect for Yuanfei Rizen. Thank you, Lord Hokage, for understanding the difficulties of our Uchiha clan. As if nothing had happened, Uchiha Fuyue glanced at Uchiha Setsuna, who was still struggling, and deliberately hesitated before asking for instructions. Since Lord Hokage has made his decision, how should the mastermind Uchiha Setsuna and the other accomplices be dealt with? Please, Lord Hokage, give your orders. A single sentence hit the nail on the head, tossing the hot potato right back into Yuanfei Rizen's hands. Yuanfei Rizen instinctively turned to look at the clan heads who had come to support him, and at a glance felt his head throbbing with headaches. Hyuga Hayashi stood at the forefront, his white eyes unreadable, his face grim and terrifying. He remained silent, clearly watching from the sidelines. The three Inoshikatcho clan heads were even more tacitly aligned, all lowering their heads, staring at the ants crawling in the cracks of the ground, remaining utterly silent throughout, pretending to have heard and seen nothing. Everyone was watching how Yuanfei Rizen would handle this. If the third Hokage dared to order the takeover of the Uchiha traitors today, the High Command would have a reason to meddle in the internal affairs of every major clan tomorrow, coveting their bloodline secrets. Once hearts are scattered, they are hard to gather again. What the hell is that Tawanzang thinking? Yuanfei Rizen cursed, inwardly caught in a dilemma. With no way out, and exhausted, he could only wave his hand tiredly. Fuyue, this is after all the Uchiha clan's family matter. Handle it as you see fit. As you command, Lord Hokage. Fuyue, have your clansmen return first. Come to my office later. Yuanfei Rizen dismissed the summoning jutsu of the adamantine staff, and vanished in an instant without looking back. Hi. Uchiha Fuyue waved his hand, and his clansmen naturally escorted Uchiha Setsuna and the others back to the clan compound. He himself glanced at Kakashi among the crowd, then followed Yuanfei Rizen toward the Hokage building. Kakashi, however, did not notice Uchiha Fuyue's gaze. He was lowering his head, puzzled by Shimura Tawanzang's reaction today. Although Tawanzang was indeed not very clever, often being used as a pawn and bearing one blame after another while thinking he had gained a great advantage. Still, he had been a high-ranking official in Konoha for many years, commanding over 100 men with some brains to speak of. He could not possibly be unaware of the consequences of openly coveting another clan's bloodline. Now suddenly, and without any reason, he displayed an intense possessiveness for the Sharingan. Unless he had transplanted Hashirama cells. Combined with the rumors of human experiments that appeared and disappeared, Kakashi would bet that Tawanzang had certainly been fooled by Orochimaru. It seems that Uchiha Shin has already appeared at this time, and has already transplanted Hashirama cells and Sharingan. That's right. That madman was a fanatical worshipper of Uchiha Itachi, and later even changed his surname to Uchiha. He must have seen Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's most famous achievement during his lifetime was the clan massacre, and that's just a few years away. Then Tawanzang's right arm is most likely not his original one. Haha. Kakashi was really struggling to hold back his laughter. When he saw Tawanzang earlier, he hadn't really paid much attention. But now recalling it, Tawanzang's right eye was covered with an eye patch and half his face was wrapped in gauze. His right arm was even sealed with bandages wrapped tightly from palm to shoulder, layer upon layer, with 3 large golden rings fixed at the hem, looking like a mummy old man. He silently gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. Only Tawanzang would trust anyone's words. It's true that Uchiha Shin is absolutely immune to rejection, and any tissue or organ transplant can be perfectly integrated, but that doesn't mean Tawanzang can fuse with Uchiha Shin's constitution. If it were that simple, would Orochimaru not transplant it himself and give it to you? The Uchiha clan has not yet been annihilated. 3 Tomo Sharingan Uchiha are already at Jonin level, forming the core high-end combat power of Konoha. They are few in number, each registered and under strict surveillance. To obtain 3 Tomo Sharingan, Tawanzang could only exploit the rules of mission deaths or border casualties. Root ninjas would then retrieve the Sharingan under the pretext of collecting remains or providing medical aid and claim the bodies were cremated on the spot. But is it so easy to kill a Jonin? From the very beginning of the Third War, the Third Hokage knowingly deployed a large number of Uchiha forces to the mist battlefield where water combat was disadvantageous for the Sharingan, hoping to deplete the Uchiha strength, especially the number of Jonin. The ideal was plump, but reality was skinny. After the war, the Uchiha's overall combat power had been reduced by nearly 70, with most of the Chunin and Jinin dead, but not a single 3 Tomo Jonin had died. The most Sharingan Orochimaru could provide were only 2 Tomo, which were far from suppressing the constant rampage of Hashirama cells coupled with the rejection of Uchiha Shin's arm. Tisk, no wonder Tawanzang was so desperate for 3 Tomo Sharingan. He was like a widow who had lost her husband, completely out of his mind. Well done, that rotten, scheming Orochimaru. He took the very tricks I used to fool him and fooled Tawanzang with them hook, line, and sinker. But this scene Tawanzang caused today was an unexpected boon. For a long time to come, Yuanfei Risen would be entangled in a string of troubles, conveniently leaving him a stable and quiet period for his upcoming actions. Kakashi strolled back leisurely, then suddenly crouched down as a large hand landed on the shoulder of his fading afterimage. Kakashi, huh? Kai, before you pull a prank next time, could you at least check the sun's position? Kakashi rolled his lifeless eyes, tilting his head back to point at the shadow on the ground, looking at the embarrassed Might Guy. Huh. As expected, you are my lifelong rival, Kakashi. Today's youth duel is my defeat, Might Guy. Kakashi couldn't be bothered with his passionate performance. He tucked one hand in his pocket and tried to bypass him and leave. But Might Guy quickly stepped forward to block him, his gaze falling on the still-sealed streets, becoming unusually serious. Kakashi, what major incident happened in the village just now that even the Hokage personally appeared? He had been training hard at the training grounds outside the village and only rushed back when the alarm sounded. By the time he arrived, everything was long over, and he only saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's back in battle armor returning to the Hokage building. Nothing much. Those lunatics from the Uchiha clan had another episode, making a bit more noise than usual. The higher-ups have already handled it. I see, then it's nothing. Might Guy indeed didn't overthink it. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village was not a day or two old, and they would stir up trouble every now and then. Since the village is fine, perfect. Kakashi, let's have an ultimate taijutsu showdown. Shedding blood and sweat is the best proof of youth. Kakashi's head throbbed even more at this. He waved his hand and turned to leave without looking back. Declined. I need to go back and read. Ooh, I don't have time to shed youth with you. Kakashi, you traitor who puts love before friends. Don't think I don't know. It's all over the village. Might Guy stubbornly quickened his pace to catch up, chattering nonstop. What's all over the village? What's there to spread about me? Kakashi stopped, his lifeless eyes shifting slightly. Might Guy leaned in half a step, looking mysteriously, deliberately glancing around, then patted Kakashi's shoulder with a pained expression. The whole village is saying that the copy ninja Kakashi has been holed up at home every day, staying inside with Yui Kurenai, and doing that. After saying this, Kai suddenly leaped back, puffed out his chest, struck a passionate pose, and clenched his fists. Indulging in love and wasting time. That's the greatest enemy of youth. As your lifelong rival, I can't stand by and watch you degenerate. Come on, Kakashi, duel with me and awaken the burning passion sleeping within you. I swear, who's the nosy bastard spreading rumors behind my back? Kakashi lost his cool, jumping up in rage. Kurenai and I are completely innocent, okay? This is definitely a lie. Though nothing had happened between him and Yuhi Kurenai. Just a little kiss, some hugging, that's all. And I'm not indulging in love, nor am I wasting time. Mike Guy blinked, his thick eyebrows twitching, then waved his hand with an understanding expression. No need to make excuses, Kakashi. The innocent love of youth is normal. I get it. But love can't stop a passionate duel. You don't understand a thing. Kurenai is beautiful, much more interesting than that boring duel. Fine, you're right. I've degenerated, I'm indulging in love. Seeing Kai was impervious to reason, Kakashi gave up explaining. Now can you let me go home, you youth maniac, Mike Guy? Mike Guy, thinking Kakashi had finally seen the light, gave him a thumbs up. That's the spirit. Kakashi, avoiding a duel is avoiding youth. Tomorrow at 6 in the morning at the training ground, I'll be waiting. Don't be late. Kakashi couldn't be bothered to respond. He pushed open his door, shut Kai out, and instantly vanished using the Flying Thunder God. He reappeared in Yui Shinka's office, which was right next to Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, where Uchiha Fugaku was currently being questioned by the third Hokage. You're finally here. Why so slow? Yui Shinku was almost frantic. Hizashi has been waiting here for over 10 minutes. If you don't leave soon, it'll raise suspicion among those with discerning eyes. I was delayed by an annoying guy. Kakashi was completely nonchalant. Don't worry, it's fine. All the AMBU in the Hokage building are busy monitoring the Uchiha. That's good. Yui Shinku breathed a sigh of relief, then admonished Kakashi. Can you pick a different place next time? Doing this kind of thing right under the third Hokage's nose feels weird to me. Isn't it thrilling? Don't you get that adrenaline rush of walking a tightrope? Nanny. Yui Shinku shot a glance at Kakashi. Screw your thrill. If it weren't for the bond with Yuhi Kurenai, he wouldn't want to see Kakashi at all right now. Sooner or later you'll get us all killed. If you have something to say it quickly. I still have a mountain of things to deal with. Despite his complaints, Yui Shinku knew what was important. As if I'd enjoy coming here. Fine, I'll make it brief. Kakashi, seeing Yui Shinku's grim expression, quickly changed the subject. Clan leader Hizashi, the plan has changed. I'm sure you've heard about the Kumogakure delegation. I've been troubled by this too. I was just discussing it with Chief Yui. Hyuga. Hizashi nodded. Hizashi, no offense, but it's not that big a deal. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Dark circles? Yui Shinku paused, turning to look at Hyuga Hizashi. How could he see dark circles through the Byakugan? Kakashi, stop joking. Tell us your plan quickly. I'm at my wit's end. Hyuga Hizashi was both amused and exasperated. Don't worry about the delegation. Hizashi, you can't wait until Hinata is born. No matter what you do, get the message out within the next few days. I can only hold them off this once. Hold off the delegation? Kakashi, what are you planning? Yui Shinku slammed the table, his heart pounding wildly. Kakashi, it's too dangerous. Hyuga Hizashi was also terrified by Kakashi's audacity, but at the same time deeply moved. How can I ever repay this? Hey, you're about to die? Why would I want repayment? Kakashi waved his hand. Having said what needed to be said, Kakashi activated the Flying Thunder God and left, leaving Yui Shinku and Hyuga Hizashi staring at each other in the office. Hizashi, what did Kakashi mean? Why did he say you're a dying man? Yui Shinku hesitated, but couldn't hold back. Chief Yui, please don't ask. You'll find out soon enough. Hyuga Hizashi smiled bitterly. How could he explain this? Is it related to the Kumogakure delegation? Yui Shinku pressed on. It is. Yui Shinku hated this kind of cryptic talk, so he simply made a gesture of dismissal with a blank expression. Hyuga Hizashi bowed to Yui Shinku, sincerely thanking him once more. The next time they met would be the day of his death. At the northern border of the Land of Fire, just beyond lay the Land of Earth. The delegation from Kumogakure had to pass through here on their way to Konoha. Kakashi woke from his sleep leaning against a tall tree atop the canyon, chewing on a blade of grass, idly gazing at the rising sun. He had been waiting here for 2 whole days. Even if the Kumogakure delegation had slowed their pace to rest, they should have crossed into the Land of Fire by dusk yesterday. Their absence was troubling. Perhaps something had gone wrong. Could they have taken the secret route through the Land of Frost? That would be a long detour. The war is over. There's no reason for that. From the first light of dawn until the sun blazed high at noon, Kakashi waited, his lackluster eyes half-closed, swapping one blade of grass for another. Just as Kakashi grew impatient, a pure white snake slithered down the tree trunk and landed before him, its forked tongue flicking with a hiss. Here they come. Kakashi's spirits lifted. He rose from the tree, his back against the trunk, and followed the direction the white snake was gazing toward, the narrow pass at the end of the canyon. Before long, the muffled rumble of wheels echoed through the canyon. A massive convoy slowly came into view. Over a dozen enclosed carriages lined up in a long procession. At the front, 2 burly Kumogakure shinobi led the way, flanked by a squad of ninja on each side, with a jonin bringing up the rear. From the treetop, Kakashi overlooked the procession below. The enhanced visual acuity of his Sharingan proved its worth. He could clearly discern every movement at the canyon floor hundreds of meters away. Looks like the road was rough. No wonder they're so late. 3 jonin, 7 shunin, and the number of genin is off. At least a dozen missing, and all of them wounded. Kakashi counted the figures below, shaking his head. The carriages were reinforced with heavy iron plates, each plastered with Kumogakure's exclusive sealing tags. The entire convoy was on high alert, the highest wartime security protocol. Though the Sharingan couldn't see through objects, the deep wheel ruts in the ground told the tale. It had to be, or chakra, or no less. After all, Kumogakure only had lightning-natured chakra metal and magnetite worth anything, and they produced them in abundance. The Third Great Ninja War had just ended and border order had collapsed. This convoy, looking like a fat prize, was flaunting itself across the land of Earth's border. The rogue ninja and mercenaries roaming these parts were desperate for money. How could they resist such a tempting target? 3 full ninja squads wouldn't scare off those outlaws. If they succeeded, they'd never worry about food or drink for the rest of their lives. Seems Kumogakure is having a hard time too. They're emptying their coffers to trade for grain with Konoha. Kakashi changed into a black robe, its cuffs, hem, and chest embroidered with red cloud patterns, the signature uniform of the Akatsuki organization. It had been hastily sewn by Kurenai and her mother following the design Kakashi provided. The robe alone wasn't enough. Kakashi pulled out a spiral-patterned mask with a single eye hole and slipped it over his face. With everything in place, Kakashi's appearance was now identical to Obito's, save for the positioning of the eye hole, one on the left, the other on the right. At the canyon floor, the leading Kumogakure captain raised his hand to halt the convoy, scanning the towering cliffs on either side. This terrain is treacherous. Sensor Ninja Scout ahead. Everyone else stay alert and move quickly. No lingering. Once we pass through this canyon, we'll reach Konoha's northern outpost. With their support, our mission will be complete. The Kumogakure shinobi chorused their ascent. After days of ambushes and injuries, they were exhausted and mentally drained, yearning only to reach the safety of Konoha's border. But the next moment, a lazy male voice echoed from above the canyon, resonating through the valley. Stop right there. Don't move. This is a robbery. As the words fell, every Kumogakure shinobi's hair stood on end as they looked up toward the canyon rim. Hey, where are you looking? Down here, down here. The shinobi jolted again, lowering their gaze. A dark figure had appeared on the road ahead, where none had stood before, waving at them in greeting. The figure, clad in a black robe with red clouds, stood squarely in the convoy's path. A single-eyed mask exuded an eerie aura, a crimson eye rotating within the mask's opening. Uchiha Sharingan, the lead jonin exclaimed. No, that's not an Uchiha Tomo. Another jonin countered, having clearly seen the pattern within the eye. Huh. Are you Kumogakure shinobi always this dense? Shouldn't you be asking what I want? Kakashi nearly facepalmed. He had deliberately teleported ahead to cut off their path, cranking up the intimidation factor, and yet these people completely ignored the script. No one asked his intentions. They just kept discussing his Sharingan. Their focus was way off. An eerie silence fell over the scene. The lead jonin exchanged a glance with his comrade, then stepped forward, blocking Kakashi's path, and spoke. I am Yatsuki Raiga, a jonin of Kumogakure. Who exactly are you? Could you do us the courtesy of letting us pass? Now that's more like it. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, planting his feet apart, bracing his stance, crossing his arms over his chest, and bellowing at the top of his lungs. This mountain was opened by me, this tree was planted by me. If you want to. Lightning release, heavy current blast. Before Kakashi could finish his bandit catchphrase, the jonin behind Raiga lunged forward with blinding speed, his fists wreathed in blue-white lightning, hurtling toward Kakashi. Kakashi stood motionless as if stunned, facing the incoming attack. Iwasaki Retsu no. Raiga instinctively sensed danger, trying to stop his comrade's reckless move. But Iwasaki Retsu, already in full charge, couldn't halt his momentum. Seeing Kakashi not dodge, a flicker of joy crossed his eyes as he intensified the lightning output, aiming straight for Kakashi's chest. The next instant, the joy in Iwasaki Retsu's eyes turned to sheer terror. His fist, carrying immense force, passed straight through the opponent's body. No resistance, no flesh and blood impact. It wasn't a shadow clone nor a teleportation. It was like punching through a phantom. Before Iwasaki Retsu could comprehend what had happened, his forward momentum carried him uncontrollably. His balance lost, his massive frame stumbling ahead. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted as blue-white lightning exploded wildly, sending debris flying, carving a massive crater several meters deep into the hard ground. The immense recoil surged back through his arms. Already wounded, Iwasaki Retsu couldn't withstand such backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and lay in the pit, unable to rise for a long while. The Cloud Ninjas were in an uproar, gripping their weapons tightly as they scanned the area for Kakashi's hidden figure. Haste makes waste, you know. Not letting someone finish their words can lead to great losses. The lazy voice echoed again, and the vanished Kakashi reappeared in his original spot, standing casually with the hem of his black robe swaying gently in the wind, as if he had never moved an inch. Flying Thunder God. Among the ninja world, the only one capable of appearing and disappearing without a trace was the legendary Yellow Flash, Bofeng Shueiman. As a jonin of the Yiyu clan, constantly exposed to intelligence on the upper echelons of the ninja world's combat power, he immediately thought of the Flying Thunder God technique. Retreat, abandon the mission. Everyone withdraw, immediately return to the land of lightning, leave the supplies behind. Leia turned and roared at the panicked cloud ninjas behind him, while simultaneously beginning to form hand seals. The crackling of thunder echoed through the canyon and dense needles of lightning coalesced, whistling sharply as they shot toward Kakashi in the middle of the road in a relentless barrage. This lightning release false darkness was not a killing blow, merely a feint to obscure Kakashi's vision. The next moment Leia pushed off the ground, shattering the stone beneath his feet, and transformed into a bolt of lightning as he lunged at Kakashi, choosing to stay behind and sacrifice himself to buy the team a chance to escape. Captain, the cloud ninjas behind him turned pale and wanted to rush forward to help, but were harshly reprimanded by the last Jonin in the group. Go? That's an order. Staying here is pointless. This Jonin had a deep, bone-deep gash on his shoulder that was bleeding. After days of travel and multiple ambushes, his chakra was nearly depleted, but seeing Leia charge fearlessly at the powerful enemy, he couldn't abandon his comrade to escape alone. Red-eyed, he roared at the Chunin and Jinin, who were still hesitating and had not moved. Get the hell out of here, save your lives, and return to the village. Don't let us die in vain. After shouting this, he frantically squeezed every last bit of chakra from his body, forcibly activating the lightning release beyond its limits. A faint blue lightning struggled to cover his entire body, forming a thin, flickering, unstable lightning release armor that barely held together, its light dimming and brightening. The wound was torn apart by the wild chakra blood streaming down his arm, but he seemed oblivious. He clenched his 5 fingers tightly, and following Leia attacked from the other side, aiming straight for Kakashi's heart. Lightning release, lightning blade, thrust. One after the other, the 2 cloud Jonin formed a pincer, abandoning all defense, a suicidal tactic of trading wounds for wounds. The remaining cloud ninjas watched the 2 resolute bolts of lightning, their eyes reddened, but they dared not linger. Gritting their teeth, they turned and sprinted with all their might toward the canyon exit. Beneath his mask, Kakashi let out a soft sigh. He admitted that these 2 cloud ninjas had backbone, choosing to fight side by side to cover the retreat rather than flee in the face of despair, far better than some cowardly ones. But pity was useless on the battlefield. If you sympathized with the enemy and hesitated to strike, you would surely die. Kakashi had learned this simple truth when he was 8 years old. Now he was 14 with hundreds of lives on his hands, and had long since become iron-hearted. The rain of lightning needles arrived in an instant. Leia's thunderous fist was already upon him, and the unknown Jonin, though starting later, had his fingertip almost touching Kakashi's heart. Want to sacrifice yourself to cover your comrade's escape. Your courage is commendable, but it's too slow. If the Reikage had come, it might have been different. Without any dramatic chakra outburst, the moment his indifferent words fell, the flying thunder god technique was activated. The 2 cloud Jonin, who were charging with all their might, lunged into empty air. Panic surged in their hearts as they tried with all their strength to stop their momentum. But it was too late. Even though both sides tried to pull back at the last moment, the 2 of them, one from the left and one from the right, crashed into each other with brutal force. Bang! Leia grunted, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a broken kite, straight for dozens of meters, embedding itself into the hard rock wall, which cracked with fine fissures. The other Jonin's situation was worse. He was already severely injured, and his lightning release armor shattered completely, sending him flying backward onto his back. The 2 battered figures collapsed on the ground, struggling to get up, but every movement aggravated their internal injuries, leaving them only gasping in pain. With just a simple flying thunder god displacement, he had effortlessly dismantled the life-staking pincer attack of the 2 men. And Kakashi's figure had already silently appeared at the highest point of the canyon, coldly watching the 2 fallen Jonin. Earth release, Earth Golem technique. Earth nature chakra poured out from Kakashi's palm, pressed against the ground, flowing rapidly through the rock layers of the cliff, surging into the rock wall at the far end of the entire canyon. The canyon began to tremble violently, with sand and gravel falling from both sides. At the only exit of the canyon leading to the outside world, a huge bulge of earth rose from the hard rock wall. A pair of giant rock hands broke through the stone wall, first slamming heavily onto the ground. Rumble. A giant earth elemental over 10 meters tall struggled out of the rock wall. Its entire body was made of hard granite with rugged grooves on its surface, a square head, and no facial features. The giant's broad body blocked the entire passage. The path to the outside world was completely sealed by the silent earth giant. The cloud ninjas, who had been sprinting frantically and were about to escape the canyon, stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at the sky-obscuring rock giant before them. No path forward, no way back. Leia looked up at the earth giant, blocking the exit, his arms falling limply, the last spark of hope in his eyes extinguished. He roared with his last ounce of strength, the golem technique. You're from a Wagakure. Kakashi shook his head silently, bringing his hands together to focus all his control. This technique consumed too much chakra. The rock giant blocking the exit slowly lowered its head, its massive hand covered in rocky edges slowly raised, and then slammed down fiercely at the group of cloud ninjas below. Boom. The hard rock palm struck the ground, instantly collapsing and cracking the earth with spiderweb-like fractures spreading wildly in all directions. The piercing sound of breaking bones, the snapping of ninja tools, and the desperate screams of agony intertwined instantly. The giant's hand rose and fell again, kicking up clouds of dust, and the screams gradually faded. When the dust slowly settled, the canyon floor was a hellish scene. Except for the 3 severely injured jonin lying on the ground, all the cloud ninjas had been crushed into a pulp of flesh. Atop the cliff, Kakashi, who claimed to be accustomed to life and death, still felt a twinge of reluctance at the sight of the bloody mess. Oh well, who says I'm soft-hearted? They are all pitiful souls. There's no need to leave them exposed in the wilderness. Let them rest in peace. Kakashi released the hand seals, and without chakra to sustain it, the massive rock giant collapsed with a thunderous crash, burying the scattered remains and bloodstains under countless rubble and earth. After doing this, he turned his gaze to the trembling Yuya and the other 2, who were still shaking uncontrollably. Kakashi appeared silently at the bottom of the valley, his Mangekyō Sharingan, gazing indifferently at the 3 before him from behind his single-eyed mask. Yuya's chest heaved. The physical pain was far outweighed by the raging fury in his heart. He raised his head and snarled bitterly at Kakashi. Who the hell are you? We had already surrendered and chosen to retreat. Why must you slaughter us all? You are nothing but a heartless butcher. Beneath the mask, Kakashi let out a scornful laugh, meeting Yuya's venomous gaze. Heartless? Yuya asked yourself. Are your hands truly clean? And now you dare to lecture me about cruelty? Every jonin who has ever lived has blood on their hands. When you slaughtered enemy ninja on the battlefield, did you ever think yourself cruel? I have killed many, it's true, but on the battlefield blades are blind, and everyone serves their own master. Yuya retorted stubbornly, trying to justify himself. At least I have never resorted to such brutal methods. Then you are truly noble. Kakashi cut him off directly. So next time I won't use ninjutsu. I'll just take a kunai like you and toy with them like a cat with mice, hunting them one by one, letting them die slowly in terror. Would that be less cruel? Such double standards. Killing is killing, why all the grand rhetoric? He had no intention of wasting words. The only reason he entertained the conversation was that he needed a little time to prepare the ritual and also to destroy their spirit along with their bodies. He had seen plenty of ninja like this on the battlefield. When they were victorious, they killed without hesitation, never feeling a shred of guilt, treating enemy lives like weeds. But once they became the losers, they immediately began to wail about their opponent's cruelty, using so-called morality to blackmail the victor, disguising themselves as innocent victims. The magistrates are allowed to burn down houses, while the common people are forbidden even to light lamps. They drench their hands in blood every day, yet turn around and pretend to be untainted white lotuses, claiming to act with righteousness, while despising their opponent's methods of killing. Laughable and hypocritical. Stop putting on this act and spouting these high-sounding principles. It's sickening to hear. Kakashi brushed the dirt off his hands, removed his mask and black robe, and murmured softly. Finally, it's complete. Before Yuya could even ask, the ground erupted with black, cursed seal patterns precisely wrapping around the limbs of the 3. Unlike the chakra of ninjutsu, this power was cold and evil. The mere touch of it sent piercing pain through their meridians. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. The black cursed seals burst into a gray-black spectral light, the formation locking the 3 in place. An irresistible pulling force emanated from the earth, while a great amount of white dust rose and instantly enveloped their bodies. Yuya tried to struggle, but he could not muster a single ounce of chakra. Along with the other 2 jonin, he let out a despairing scream. The dust like clay erased the original features of the sacrifices. When the formation dissipated, the dust began to solidify. The 3 jonin who had been screaming and struggling moments ago vanished, completely replaced by 2 men and 1 woman. 3 departed souls who should have rested in peace, now standing in the center. The first to open his eyes was a man clad in samurai armor with a distinctive mane of black hair and a towering stature. He looked curiously at his body, which was covered in black, cracked lines. What is this? I have been revived. Pleased to meet you, First Hokage. Kakashi raised his hand to greet Senju Hashirama, but Hashirama did not acknowledge him immediately. Instead, he curiously looked around. This technique is impure world reincarnation. I told Tobirama not to invent such an unethical jutsu. How is that a Konoha headband? Kid, you summoned me because there's a powerful enemy, right? Is the village still okay? It's barely surviving. It hasn't been destroyed yet, but it's close. What did you say? Senju Hashirama, who had been composed upon being reincarnated, erupted with the terrifying chakra of the god of shinobi when he heard Kakashi say Konoha was on the verge of destruction. Even though his body was made of dust, the pressure that had once shaken the ninja world was still palpable. First Hokage-sama, let me first catch up with my sensei and his wife. Please rest over there for a while, we'll talk later. Isn't that right, Fourth Hokage? Kakashi gritted his teeth and turned his gaze toward Nameki's Minato, who stood in the formation wearing a white Hokage robe. Senju Hashirama also shifted his attention, looking excited. Wow, it's the Fourth Hokage. Nameki's Minato's expression was complex. His once bright eyes were now covered with the unique black scara of impure world reincarnation, and fine black cracks spread across his cheeks and neck. Uzumaki Kushina also awakened her eyes full of pity as she looked at Kakashi. Minato nodded briefly to the eagerly greeting Hashirama, but his gaze locked onto his disciple, filled with undisguised disappointment. Kakashi, you are so foolish. Why did you forcibly tear the boundary between life and death, using living people as sacrifices? That is never what a Konoha ninja should do. Kushina and I have already lived our lives. Life and death follow their course. We should have rested peacefully in the Pure Land. You should not have awakened us, nor should you have awakened the first Hokage. Kakashi had expected Namake's Minato's sermon and had no intention of arguing. He was not Naruto. Uzumaki talk no jutsu was not his forte. The Namake's Minato before him was a hero acknowledged by the ninja world, bright, gentle, and mindful of the greater good. But was he not also a coward? Kushina was merely exhausted of chakra and nearing the end of her lifespan, and she was not dying instantly. He had countless ways to accompany his wife through her final moments, yet he chose the most extreme path of dying together with her, abandoning the young, unattended Naruto, and the Konoha that needed his protection, severing all his own retreats. These powerful individuals each had their own stubborn ninja way that they refused to abandon. Hashirama was obsessed with an illusory peace, and Minato was obsessed with dying together with his beloved. Then all he had to do was render their obsessions worthless. Kakashi pulled his hand out of the pocket of his Konoha Jonin uniform, wiped it over his right eye, and instantly tears streamed down like a torrent. He silently cursed Yuhi Kurenai in his mind. He had told her long ago that just preparing some onions would be enough. This chilly water was really too harsh on the eyes. Sensei, you have no idea. After you died, many big things happened in the village. What happened to the village? Senju Hashirama and Namake's Minato asked in unison. Nothing major. After the third Hokage resumed office, he waived war reparations externally and reduced the mission rewards for ninja internally, while increasing taxes on the villagers. He extensively collected bloodline limits and secret techniques from the clans, suppressed powerful families like the Hyuga, and Uchiha seized their assets, and pushed the Uchiha clan to the brink of staging a coup, nearly destroying the village together. These are nothing, they are all trivial matters. What? Who is the third Hokage? How did he become Hokage? Hashirama Senju couldn't believe it. If it weren't for the impure world reincarnation pinning him in place, he would have already unleashed a full power attack and rushed back to Konoha to see what was going on. Impossible. The third Hokage would never do such a thing. Minato Namake's was unwilling to believe it. In his impression, Hiruzen Sarutobi, though somewhat weak-willed, could not have done something like this. If all these are minor matters, then what is the major matter you mentioned? The two demanded simultaneously, turning to Kakashi, who was still wiping tears. Kakashi, interrogated by the two Hokages, simultaneously showed a frightened expression. He dared not look directly at the furious Hashirama or the solemn Minato, and timidly cast his gaze toward Kushina Uzumaki. Speak properly. Don't scare the child. Kushina turned angrily toward Minato. What did the state of Konoha have to do with her? But Kakashi was a child she had watched grow up since he was little. She had never seen him cry before. If she could move, she would have gone over to embrace him and comfort him properly. Did something wrong happen in Konoha? It's okay, tell your teacher. Seeing his wife angry, Minato shrank his neck and his tone became gentle. He no longer mentioned any greater matters concerning Konoha. Hashirama Senju was utterly speechless. This fourth Hokage turned out to be henpecked. He cast a contemptuous glance at Minato Namake's, who was speaking softly, and then fell silent. After all, he was now a dead man, and his actions were entirely in Kakashi's hands. Once the jutsu was severed, he would return to the underworld, so there was no use in being anxious. The impure world reincarnation that Kakashi was currently using was Tobarama Senju's original version, not yet modified by Kabuto Yakushi. Although it required a constant supply of chakra to sustain the jutsu, and couldn't fully unleash the deceased's abilities in life, its control was absolutely the strongest version. It was a trade-off. Master's wife, your disciple, is useless. Seeing this, Kakashi threw himself to the ground, grabbed Kushina's leg, and cried even louder. Junior brother Naruto was raised by the third Hokage like a dog in a small house. Master's wife, you've been dead for almost a month, and he hasn't even had a drop of milk. I see it, and I'm worried, but I really can't do anything. Whoa. These words struck Kushina Uzumaki's heart like a thunderbolt. Her expression turned ferocious, and fine black cracks of the impure world reincarnation spread wildly. Death aura mixed with violent Nine-Tails chakra exploded, sending Kakashi tumbling to the ground. You? What did you say? At the thought of the hungry baby Naruto curled up in a cold room, unloved, kept like livestock, having lost both parents at birth, without ever tasting mother's milk. Kushina's heart ached so much she could hardly breathe. Then came a burning, all-consuming rage. The Nine-Tails chakra cloak began to take shape behind her. Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kakashi rubbed his eyes and stared blankly at Kushina's Nine-Tails chakra cloak. Wasn't it said that Minato Namake's split the Nine-Tails into two, sealing the Nine-Tails within himself, and the Yang Nine-Tails within Naruto? Where did Kushina's nine-tails chakra come from? Did impure world reincarnation have such a function? Could it create tailed beast chakra out of thin air? But this was not the time to discuss that. Strike while the iron is hot, and take revenge early. The fire wasn't burning fiercely enough yet. Master's wife, all of this is Master's fault. Ami. Minato Namikaze pointed at his own nose. What does this have to do with me? Of course it has something to do with you, Master. Do you remember that before the incident I told you more than once that the third was not trustworthy, and that you should take Master's wife to the Uchiha clan to give birth? It seems you did mention it. Minato recalled carefully. It seemed there was indeed such a thing, but at the time he thought Kakashi had a misunderstanding about the third, so he didn't take it to heart. Then did I tell you to stay by her side, every step of the way, eh? Kakashi gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. I never left. I kept waiting outside Kushina's delivery room. Minato Namikaze felt wronged. Stay by her side, every step of the way. Do you even know what that means? Kakashi yelled. If you had stayed inside the delivery room instead of outside, could someone have taken Naruto? Could the Nine Tails have broken the seal? Would Master's wife have died? Minato Namikaze fell silent, closing his eyes, lost in thought. Kakashi would not miss the chance to beat a dog in the water. He grabbed Kushina's leg again and cried pitifully. Master's wife, I really tried my best. At the time I only had suspicions, no evidence, so I could only remind Master privately. But do you know what Master did? He canceled my original guard mission and sent me to clean Lin's grave. What did he mean by that? Master's wife woo-woo. Kushina's half-formed nine-tails chakra cloak began to surge wildly. Crimson chakra flames danced in the wind and three thick foxtail phantoms lashed violently behind her. She turned to stare at Minato Namikaze, her voice trembling. Is what Kakashi said true? When Kushina saw Minato's pale face and his trembling lips, unable to utter a single word of defense, her burning anger eventually turned into tears of grievance that streamed down her cheeks. Huh. Kakashi, who had been secretly watching, was startled. The body of impure world reincarnation had no bodily fluids, so where did the tears come from? He hurriedly reached out to catch it. A tear fell into Kakashi's palm, then passed right through it, turning into gas and dispersing. What was this? Kakashi shuddered. The greatest sorrow is greater than the death of the heart. Master's wife was crying with her soul. No, if this continued, Kushina would fade away forever. Master's wife, please don't do this. If you leave, who can Naruto rely on? Naruto. At the thought of her son, a glimmer of light appeared in Kushina's hollow eyes. She muttered repeatedly. I still have Naruto. He is suffering. I still have Naruto. He is suffering. I still have Naruto. He is suffering. Damn it. Master's wife has gone mad. It seems he has messed up again. Kakashi never expected Kushina's reaction to be so intense. The fine black cracks were already more than half soaked through with red nine-tails chakra, red and white patterns intertwined. The restraints of the impure world reincarnation were about to lose control. This was not good. The original impure world reincarnation had no such thing as breaking free from control. Tobirama Senju would never make such a low-level mistake. It was only because Uchiha Madara had faked his death early that Tobirama didn't do something. Otherwise, the hatred of killing a brother would be irreconcilable. Tobirama would surely summon Uchiha Izuna to disgust Madara. If the two brothers didn't want to kill each other, the only way was for Izuna with immense willpower to free himself in front of Madara and have his soul scattered to the winds. The situation was the same now. The moment Kushina broke free from control would be the moment she perished. Master's wife, rest assured, I've already figured out a way to save Naruto. Kakashi dared not fan the flames further. He cared nothing for Minato Namikaze's fate. But Kushina was different. Though the mistress had a fiery temper, she had always been genuinely kind to him. Kushina truly treated him as family, always checking on his well-being, generously teaching him the Uzumaki clan sealing arts, even revealing forbidden techniques, like the dead demon consuming seal, without reservation. Though Kakashi had no desire to learn them. Before his fall into darkness, most of his efforts were aimed at rewriting Kushina's fate. After his corruption, his first thought remained changing Naruto's tragic childhood. Master's wife, please come to your senses. You don't want Naruto to jump from the frying pan into the fire to be taken by Orochimaru as an experiment and tortured to death, do you? Kakashi saw that his earnest persuasion was futile. Kushina remained frantic, her hair standing on end, nearly rivaling Might Guy when he opened the seventh gate. He steeled himself, deciding to fight fire with fire. Master's wife, don't blame me. I truly have no other choice. I've made a deal with Orochimaru claiming that Naruto is the reincarnation of Hashirama Senju. Before he left the village, he was definitely going to take Naruto with him. You know what Orochimaru is like. I need not elaborate on what would happen to Naruto in his hands. At these words, silence fell over the room. Minato and Kushina both turned to stare at Kakashi. My reincarnation. Hashirama was baffled. He had been reincarnated. If so, what was he now? And who is this Orochimaru? From your expressions, he seems extremely dangerous. Orochimaru-senpai. His ninjutsu talent is unrivaled, his mind meticulous. He can dissect anything. Minato answered Hashirama with a bitter smile. But he is obsessed with immortality and forbidden arts, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. Treating human lives as experimental material is commonplace for him. He is especially infatuated with the power of wood release. If he believes Naruto is your reincarnation and that his body still holds. Minato glanced at Kushina, not daring to finish, but the implication was clear to everyone. All three gazes focused on Kakashi. Unwilling to take the blame, he spread his hands and shifted the responsibility back to Minato. What are you all staring at me for? What could I do? If I hadn't said that, how else could I have obtained this impure world reincarnation technique? Now you blame me. Not to criticize you, teacher, but you were a failure as Hokage. You left behind a mess when you died, and you didn't even secure the scroll of seals from the third. Do you know how much I sacrificed to summon you back? You accuse me of not being worthy of being a Konoha ninja the moment we meet. Have you ever considered how I survived this past month? Oh. The more Kakashi spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, his voice rising until, forgetting the master-student bond, he pointed at Minato and shouted hysterically in front of Kushina. Kakashi, you've truly suffered. Kushina finally regained her composure. As a Jinchuriki, she had long been restricted from moving freely within Konoha, but she had heard of Orochimaru's infamous reputation. Imagining that Kakashi, to protect Naruto, had to swallow his pride and strike a deal with such an inhuman madman, her heart ached. She vividly pictured the young man kneeling before Orochimaru, begging desperately. Seeing Kakashi's hysterical state, she couldn't help but pity him. What had this child endured to be pushed to such extremes? Then she turned to glance at Minato, as if looking at a stranger. No anger, no disappointment, no resentment, not even a flicker of emotion. She turned back to thank Kakashi. Regardless, I must thank you. Minato was startled by Kushina's gaze. She, who once had eyes only for him, now looked at him as if he were thin air. He quickly opened his mouth to explain. Kushina, listen to me. What is there to explain? Kakashi jumped up, cutting Minato off. What more do you have to say? You failed to protect your wife. That is unkindness. You failed to guard your young son. That is lack of paternal duty. As Hokage, you didn't seek justice for the villagers who died. That is disloyalty. After death, you left a mountain of troubles, plunging Konoha into chaos. That is dishonor. You heartless, irresponsible, spineless coward. What face do you have to explain? Minato hung his head, listening to Kakashi's accusations, his mouth opening and closing, unable to speak for a long while, until finally, he squeezed out a few words. Kakashi, you misunderstand me deeply. It's not what you think. Wasn't I left with no other choice? The Nine Tails had to be sealed immediately, or the entire village would be destroyed. As Hokage, protecting the village is my duty. Oh, how noble. Kakashi began clapping. You remember you're the Hokage? Were you the only one in Konoha who knew the dead demon-consuming seal? Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Danzo, Shimura, and those two useless elders. Any of them could do it. Did a Hokage need to sacrifice himself? Besides, I don't believe you truly had no other way to suppress the Nine Tails. In the end, it's because your wife died and you didn't want to live on alone. You just found an excuse to move yourself. As Kakashi spoke, he felt his eyes sting. He raised a hand to rub them, and tears streamed down like a faucet with no shut-off valve, pouring endlessly. Damn careless. I got too into the performance and forgot I still had pepper water on my hands. When I get back, I'll give Kurenai a piece of my mind. What kind of pepper did she prepare? Even after all this time, it's still this potent. Master's wife, you have no idea. Since the tears were already flowing, he wouldn't waste them. Kakashi stepped closer to Kushina so she could see them more clearly. It would have been fine if he had just died and sealed the Nine Tails with him, taking it straight to the underworld. But no, he had to seal half of the Nine Tails inside Naruto and personally hand the boy over to the third. Master's wife, because of that I never even had a chance to approach Naruto. What did you say? Kushina's Nine Tails chakra, which had just calmed, began to rage again. This time all 5 tails emerged. She turned to fix her gaze on Minato, who hung his head in silence. This time her eyes held not indifference, but overwhelming despair and bone-deep heartbreak. You sealed the Nine Tails. Inside Naruto. Jinchuriki. Uzumaki. Kushina knew better than anyone what those 3 words truly meant. When she was young, Mito had shielded her, but even so the village's high-ranking officials treated her as nothing more than a controllable vessel for the tailed beast. Her movements were severely restricted. She couldn't stroll through the streets freely or make friends as she pleased. The village children avoided her, passers-by recoiled in fear at the sight of her, and the whispers of scorn behind her back never ceased. Everyone feared the Nine Tails within her. Everyone regarded her as a walking calamity. She had done nothing wrong, yet she was forced to bear the weight of innate malice, living day after day within a cage. But at least back then someone had loved her, someone had protected her. Now her son didn't even have that last shred of refuge. Kushina dared not imagine how Naruto would be treated. Initially, Kushina had doubted Kakashi's claim that Naruto was being raised like a dog, unable to fathom why the third Hokage would treat her and Minato's son so cruelly. Now it all made sense. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As the oppressive silence hung in the air, Hashirama Senju, who had been listening intently, like a captivated child, whispered a question. This Nine Tails you speak of, is it the same one I know? Can that thing actually kill anyone? The atmosphere grew even more suffocating. Hashirama awkwardly tried to scratch his head only to find his hands bound. He let out a hollow laugh, desperately racking his brain for a way to change the subject. Fourth Hokage, this is where you went wrong. I recall there being quite a few Uzumaki clansmen in Konoha. Why did you have to use your own son? The silence deepened. Minato and Kushina were left speechless. Kakashi's eyes lit up. Here was yet another golden opportunity to take a jab at Hashirama Senju. First Hokage-sama, my master's wife, is the last Uzumaki in the entire shinobi world. Hashirama's mouth hung open, his face a mask of disbelief. What? This is all your fault, first Hokage-sama. Kakashi thrust his finger forward, nearly jabbing it right up Hashirama's nostril. Brat, you can play fast and loose with your food, but not your words. What does the fall of the Uzumaki clan have to do with me? If you hadn't insisted on distributing tailed beasts to the other villages and pioneered the Jinchuriki system, it was fine while you were alive. But the moment you were gone, those villages started wars. The Uzumaki were loyal souls. Seeing their ally in peril, they came with their entire families to help, and easily helped the second Hokage crush the other 4 major villages. Tobirama is the second Hokage. Then the Uzumaki shouldn't have been wiped out. Hashirama, learning that his brother was the second, and that he himself was resurrected alongside the 4th, grew curious about who the 3rd was. Tobirama didn't survive much longer either. He was ambushed and killed by the Kumogakure ninja alongside his own disciples. And then the second great ninja war broke out. What? Tobirama was killed by his own disciples? Hashirama was stunned. How could Tobirama, with his cautious nature, have been betrayed by his students? The details are unclear, but word has it that when they found his body, only half of it remained. If you're that curious, I'll dig up his grave when I get back, and you can ask him yourself. Kakashi snapped back at Hashirama. Never mind then. Continue with the Uzumaki story. Though Hashirama was curious about his brother's death, he decided to let him rest in peace. Are you sure you don't want to summon the second Hokage up for a chat? Kakashi was genuinely curious as well. No need. Hashirama's face darkened with annoyed lines. Fine. After Tobirama's death, his disciple Hiruzen Sarutobi became the 3rd Hokage. Danzo Shimura became the shadow assistant, and 2 others became elders. What about Tobirama's other disciples? Hashirama grew uneasy. The names Kakashi mentioned seemed familiar, and none of them struck him as the type to betray their master. My first Hokage-sama, Tobirama's 4 disciples have nearly squandered the entire legacy of Konoha. Add any more to the mix. Just imagine. Kakashi, don't speak of the 3rd Hokage and the elders that way. This came from Minato, who could no longer bear to listen. What's the matter, dear teacher? Can't take it. With all that energy, maybe you should think about how that man got into my master's wife's delivery room in the first place. Kakashi showed Minato no mercy, his sharp words leaving him utterly speechless. Honestly, you've been spoiled. He's a Hokage, you're a Hokage too, yet you didn't even notice the barrier squad was reassigned on the day my master's wife gave birth. Stop playing the big shot. Really, you're the epitome of stupidity, dumb beyond dumb. Kakashi, Minato, humiliated by Kakashi's biting sarcasm, tried to reclaim his authority as a teacher. But before he could finish, Kakashi cut him off. Stubborn, aren't you? Could your flying thunder god pass through a barrier without being detected? Come to think of it, without a spatial coordinate, you couldn't have teleported there at all, right? Kakashi knew the answer all along, ignoring Minato's utterly grim expression as he piled on. You're the type to get sold and still count the money for the seller. If I were you, I'd go buy a block of tofu and knock myself out with it. Kakashi, your heart is too dark. Maybe things aren't what you think. Minato was still trying to excuse the 3rd Hokage, otherwise his own death would seem meaningless. Nothing but a source of grief for allies and joy for enemies. You're so righteous, you little son. Your son is being raised like a dog. Kakashi spread his hands, a grin on his face even as his words dripped with venom. First Hokage-sama, this man is beyond saving. Let's move on. Hashirama watched as Kushina, freed from her restraints by Kakashi, twisted Minato's head clean off his body and dragged him away like a dead dog. He nodded in agreement. Now where was I? It doesn't matter. Anyway, when the Second Great War broke out, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure joined forces to launch a surprise attack on Yuzushiogakure. Their justification was quite compelling. They claimed the Uzumaki sealing arts were simply too overpowered, capable of sealing tailed beasts with ease. Today you seal my tailed beast, tomorrow you'll seal my entire village. The gap between the first and second wars wasn't long. The Uzumaki had suffered heavy casualties in the first war supporting Konoha, leaving them powerless to resist the three-nation siege. So the Land of Whirlpools sent its young princess to Konoha to beg for aid. Kakashi gestured toward Kushina, who was casually crushing Minato's freshly regenerated head once again. But Konoha's leadership, led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, used the flimsy excuse that their forces were stretched too thin and couldn't launch an overseas campaign. They sat idly by, refusing to send reinforcements, and watched the Uzumaki clan be massacred. Hashirama Senju was stunned for a moment. The turn of events had indeed caught him off guard. However, as the supreme being who ended the 800-year warring states period, he was accustomed to the extinction of clans. Even for distant relatives and the 1,000-year allies of the Senju clan, he felt only a slight pang of grief. The Uzumaki clan is gone, but there are still many Senju members, and plenty could serve as Jinchuriki. The Senju clan is also gone, all ruined. The only pure-blooded one left seems to be Tsunade. Oh no way. What about Nawaki? Dead. He was only 12, first time on the battlefield blown up by an explosive tag. Explosive tag. 12. Hashirama's voice suddenly rose. Didn't I decree that no one under 16 should go to war? That's only Lord Nawaki who at least lived to 12. Kakashi pointed his thumb at himself, his expression calm. I Hatake Kakashi, unworthy as I am, graduated from the academy at 5, went to war at 6. Surviving to this day is a minor miracle. Hashirama's mind went blank. Kakashi felt he couldn't continue the conversation with Hashirama. Shouldn't he be furious? What's with this calm expression? Conversations end with a heh. Kakashi found that all his tactics seemed ineffective against Hashirama, completely contrary to the legend that the Senju valued bonds and comrades above all. If those things had happened to the Uchiha clan, they'd have awakened not just the Mangekyō, but even the Rinnegan. The reincarnations of Ashura are truly not normal. Their mental fortitude is absurdly high. Hashirama Senju is like that, and so is Naruto Uzumaki. It seemed there was no point in trying to trick Hashirama, but it didn't matter. Kakashi turned to look at Kushina, who was venting her anger on Minato Namikaze. Having his master's wife was enough. As long as Kushina refused to return to the afterlife, even if Kakashi released Minato's Edo Tensei, Minato's simp-like nature would drive him to find a way to crawl back from the afterlife and beg for Kushina's forgiveness. His original plan was only to summon Minato and Kushina. But as luck would have it, there were 3 Cloud Ninja Jonin, and he happened to have Hashirama's cells. He thought, one sheep is herded, a flock is also herded, might as well summon them all with Edo Tensei. If he could trick them, fine, if not, whatever. Kakashi didn't really care about the power of Hashirama's Edo Tensei body anyway. Think about when Orochimaru executed the Konoha Crush plan, summoning the first and second Hokage. Even though Orochimaru erased their self-awareness and they had infinite chakra and infinite revival buffs, they still couldn't defeat the aged third Hokage and were eventually sealed into the belly of the Shinigami by Hiruzen Sarutobi. That level of combat power was utterly embarrassing. He'd better wait until he gets his hands on white Zetsu bodies. There was no way he was going to release the summoning. With Hashirama's soul in his hands, no one else could summon him, saving himself trouble. Master's wife, that's enough. The commotion I caused here was quite big. Konoha and IWA Ninja will soon send scouts to investigate. We should go. Playing the role thoroughly, Kakashi could forcibly interrupt Kushina's venting, but that would only remind her of the Edo Tensei, which would be counterproductive. When Kushina released her grip on Minato's collar and nodded to Kakashi. Seeing this, Kakashi formed hand seals with his fingertips. A dull tremor came from beneath the ground, and 3 pitch-black wooden coffins covered in curse marks burst forth, their lids half open, aimed at the 3 people present. Minato Namikaze was the first to be drawn into a coffin. Hashirama Senju offered no resistance, only gave Kakashi a complex look before flickering into the coffin. Kushina glanced at Minato standing inside the coffin, then turned and stepped into her own coffin. With 3 soft thuds, the lids closed. Kakashi raised his hand and pressed down on the ground, and the 3 black coffins sank into the earth like sand. After finishing, Kakashi turned to look at the carriages stopped in the middle of the road. This was a bit troublesome. These items were valuable. Killing and looting was the proper way. Leaving them here would be unspeakable. Taking them all was also unrealistic. There were over a dozen carriages. The Flying Thunder God couldn't carry that much. Burying them on the spot wouldn't work either. The energy emitted by so much chakra metal gathered together would be like the sun in the night to a sensory ninja. Lucky you, Obito. Kakashi began forming hand seals and pressed them to the ground. The 2 coffins that had just disappeared reappeared. The coffin lids opened. Kushina and Minato opened their eyes and stepped out. Kakashi, what is it this time? Minato asked with a look of displeasure. Shut up. You don't have a say here. Kushina snapped without even looking at Minato. Kakashi, are you in trouble? Master's wife, those carriages are covered in seals. It would take me too long to dismantle them alone. I need your help. Kushina's gaze swept over the dozen or so carriages lined up ahead. With a flicker, she appeared and placed her hand on the rune-covered exterior of a carriage. Minato shot Kakashi a glare, then turned to see Kushina busy at work. He shrank his neck, walked over to another carriage, and began to help arrange the seal patterns, moving with suspicious diligence. What a simp. Kakashi scoffed at his behavior. Simps deserve no sympathy. Then he cupped his hands around his mouth and called out to Kushina. Master's wife, please hurry. Pursuers could arrive any moment. As soon as Kakashi finished, Kushina had already dispelled the seal on one carriage and was walking to the next, replying as she moved. Don't worry, it won't take long. These are all Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Despite saying that, Kushina's speed noticeably increased. Her hands formed rapid seal-breaking gestures, and a crimson chakra burst out, simultaneously dismantling the seals on 3 carriages. Seeing Kushina get serious, Minato naturally didn't dare slack off. His figure began to dart quickly between the carriages. In just half a minute, all the seals on the dozen carriages were completely removed. Minato extracted the chakra metal and piled it into a small mountain on the open ground. Kakashi dared not delay further as scouts could arrive at any moment. He raised his hand and formed the summoning seal again, and two pitch-black coffins burst from the ground. Kushina silently stepped into her coffin. Before leaving, Minato couldn't help but look at Kushina and whispered, "Thank you for your hard work." His only response was the cold closing of the coffin lid. Kakashi watched the two coffins sink back into the earth, placed one hand over his right eye, and activated his left Mangekyō to its full power, whispering softly, "Kamui." This was the first time Kakashi had used the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, previously relying merely on the eye's inherent space-time ability to perform the flying Raijin with negligible drain on his ocular power. Now exerting it to its fullest, his chakra was being savagely siphoned, as if by a colossal pump. Pain exploded fiercely in his left eye and blood trickled down from the corner, staining half his face crimson. A deep hum filled the air as space began to warp and tremble. Before the clearing, a pitch-black, endlessly spinning void emerged. Beyond it lay the boundless, deathly still Kamui dimension. Numerous chakra metal fragments were sliced apart by the spatial distortion lifted from the earth along with clumps of soil and drawn into the swirling black hole. As the final piece of metal vanished into the dark rift, Kakashi could no longer hold on. The Mangekyō Sharingan deactivated, and the spatial void dissipated in an instant. Clutching his bleeding right eye, Kakashi stumbled back 2 steps, heaving great gulps of breath. As expected, those not of the Uchiha bloodline simply cannot fully wield a natural Mangekyō. Time to leave. Scanning his surroundings, ensuring nothing was left behind, Kakashi was about to depart when a thought struck him. He covered his eyes and burst into maniacal laughter. "Hee Obito, I'll send you a grand gift, the impure world reincarnation." Kakashi pressed his hands against the ground once more. 3 black coffins rose slowly from the earth. Before their lids could even open, the power of his left eye activated again. Kamui. The first to be drawn in was Kushina's coffin. The wooden structure couldn't withstand the spatial slicing for even half a second. It shattered into a storm of fine splinters, and the unprepared Kushina within was brutally torn apart and forcibly swallowed into the Kamui dimension. Minato Namake's and Hashirama Senju's coffins were also violently wrenched, their reincarnated bodies unable to react in the slightest before being shattered and dragged into the spatial vortex. This round of forcibly containing 3 impure world reincarnation bodies consumed several times more energy than before, a terrifying drain. Kakashi spat out a mouthful of blood with a resounding ha. The Mangekyō in his left eye bled profusely, his vision blurring completely. His chakra reserves were utterly depleted, and his meridians screamed with tearing dull pain. Not bad. Compared to the original story, where first Mangekyō use left me bedridden for a full month, merely exhausting my chakra and weakening my eyesight, now is far better. Anyway, the space belongs to Obito. Whatever mess ends up in there is none of my business. I'll leave you to look after those 3 big shots, Obito. Time was truly running short. Kakashi swallowed several chakra-restoring pills in quick succession, and with the faint chakra recovered, activated the flying Raijin mark. His silhouette vanished from the canyon, fully escaping the battlefield. On the other side, the moment Kakashi used his left eye's Kamui, Obito lurking in the hidden mist village felt his right eye burn. The 3 tomos spun, uncontrollably morphing into Mangekyō patterns while ripples surged through the Kamui dimension. Damn it! Kakashi! Obito clutched his right eye, ignoring the bewildered stares of black and white Zetsu, and willed his body to phase into the Kamui dimension. Upon entering, he found the once desolate and empty Kamui space, now filled with a rain of chakra metal. The metal rain had barely stopped when, before Obito could react, the spatial entrance opened again. This time a mass of grayish-white dust poured in. As the entrance sealed, the billowing dust began to slowly coalesce in the void, reshaping into 3 intact black coffins that hung suspended in the lifeless dimension. What the hell is Kakashi up to today? First he stuffs a pile of chakra metal into my space, then he goes berserk with Kamui, and carelessly throws in 3 coffins, making my right eye suffer the backlash, pain that stings to the scalp. Obito eyed the 3 mysterious coffins, his curiosity ultimately overpowering his anger. After all these came from Kakashi, might as well take a look. He stepped forward, reached out, and lifted the lid of the middle coffin for a peek. Then flustered, he slammed the lid back down with a loud thud, and stumbled back several steps. How is this, Minato? Has Kakashi lost his mind? He threw the 4th Hokage's body into my private dimension. As Obito calmed his racing heart and turned to the coffin on his left, a wild, scorching chakra seeped out even through the wood, ferocious, savage, and brimming with destructive intent. This was the unmistakable chakra signature of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Glancing back at Minato's coffin, Obito already knew who was within without needing to open it. Kushina, Uzumaki. Both Minato and his wife are here. Before his fear could subside, the chakra emanating from the final coffin on his right was like an ancient slumbering mountain that silently loomed over the entire Kamui space. It bore no hostility, yet it pressed down on Obito's own chakra until it nearly froze. This chakra, Obito cautiously pried open a crack in the coffin lid, squinting to peer inside. Whatever hope remained in his heart died completely. That face was all too familiar. It was his former idol. It was indeed Hashirama Senju, the founder of Konoha, the god of shinobi. Obito's legs trembled as he stood in his own private dimension, experiencing for the first time a panic with nowhere to flee. Where did Kakashi even get these coffins? He had just locked 3 nuclear weapons of the ninja world inside his personal cage. Kakashi, you bastard. A suppressed, enraged roar echoed through the empty space. Obito clutched his thundering heart on the verge of tears. Creak. Every hair on Obito's body stood on end. He turned in horror. The lid of the coffin on his left was slowly sliding open, revealing a widening gap in the once sealed casket. A pale hand covered in black cracks emerged from the gap, gently resting on the edge of the lid. Kushina was about to come out. Was there no corpse inside after all? Obito's mind went blank. He lowered his head to look at his attire, then touched the mask on his face. This was exactly what he had worn when he captured Kushina, extracted the Nine Tails, and bathed Konoha in blood. If Kushina laid eyes on him, she would absolutely attack him without hesitation. And right beside her were Minato Namikaze, ready to use the flying Raijin at any moment, and the unfathomable god of shinobi Hashirama Senju. With 3 top-tier powerhouses gathered together, even in his own spatial domain, he had zero chance of winning. Driven by primal fear, Obito scrambled backward, crawling and stumbling. He unleashed his spatial ocular power to its absolute limit, ripping open the dimensional barrier and fleeing the Kamui space in sheer panic. A second later, Obito crashed back onto the forest floor of the hidden mist village, his rear slamming hard into the dirt. Gasping for breath, he looked up at the gray, overcast sky of the village, grinding his teeth and spitting out words one by one, utterly shattered. Kakashi, you goddamn fool, just what kind of deadly trouble have you thrown at me? Black Zetsu. Go investigate immediately. When Kakashi finally returned home, Kurenai Yuhi was nearly frantic with worry. The moment he appeared in the living room via Flying Thunder God, she embraced him from behind, her voice choked with tears as she scolded him. You said at most 3 days, but it's almost the 9th day? I was scared to death. Sorry for making you worry. Kakashi turned and pulled Kurenai into his arms, comforting her endlessly. A small detour came up, and I sent some gifts to someone along the way. My chakra ran out, so I needed a few extra days to recover. By the way, has anyone noticed anything these past days? No. Kurenai lifted her tear-streaked face, letting Kakashi wipe away her tears. The village has been in chaos these past few days. What happened? It's all the police forces doing. The Uchiha clan has gone on a full strike. Now Konoha's streets are unpatrolled during the day, and at night security has completely collapsed. Thieves run rampant, neighborly disputes go unresolved. It's a complete mess. Kakashi was baffled. That wasn't what he had told Fugaku Uchiha, was it? What on earth had gone wrong in between? What was Fugaku up to now? Always causing trouble outright, confronting the third Hokage openly and head-on. Did he want the clan to be wiped out ahead of schedule? No, the Uchiha can't have trouble now. I need to go over there, Kakashi said, feeling irritated as he gently patted Kurenai's back. Kurenai, why don't you head home first? I have some urgent business to handle outside. But the woman nestled in his arms, tightened her grip, holding him even closer, her face buried in his chest, as she shook her head vigorously. I'm not leaving. You were gone for days, and I worried every moment that something had happened to you. Now that you're finally back safe, you're trying to shoo me away again. Hatake Kakashi, do you always think I'm obedient and easy to dismiss? When you need me, I stay quietly by your side. When you're busy, I must obediently leave. Am I just a tool you summon at will and discard at whim? Kurenai grew more distressed with each word, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam. She shoved hard against Kakashi's chest, breaking free from his embrace and stepping back to sob. But that seemingly ordinary push sent a muffled groan from Kakashi. He nearly lost his footing and stumbled to the ground, a bittersweet taste surging up his throat. Instinctively, he raised a hand to cover his mask, and fresh red blood seeped through his fingers. Kakashi, what's wrong? Kurenai panicked, rushing to support him, blaming herself endlessly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't know you were injured. It's not your fault. I simply overestimated myself. Kakashi removed the bloodstained mask. Beneath it, his skin was pale and devoid of any color, cheeks sunken, lips cracked, looking like a withered husk. A mortal using the power of a god must pay a price after all. What god's power? All I know is you nearly drained yourself to death. Kurenai carefully supported Kakashi's arm, guiding him to a nearby low couch, and knelt beside him. You promised me so. How could you end up this injured? Kakashi smiled and reached out to pat Kurenai's head. The skin on his extended hand was lusterless, mere skin and bones like a chicken claw. Kakashi inexplicably thought of Nagato. Their situations were now quite similar. Both had used power not their own, plundered by eyes that didn't belong to them, draining life force and vitality. Nagato had Konan by his side, and he had Kurenai. In truth, if he simply gouged out the eye, the condition would immediately improve. But Kakashi refused. The Mangekyō's tendrils had long since intertwined with his chakra pathways through the eye socket, flesh, and brain nerves. If he forcibly removed it now, even without outside interference, the process of severing the entangled nerves and meridians alone would cause him to pass out from pain. Even if he miraculously survived, the half of his head's meridians would be destroyed, leaving a permanent, hard-to-heal wound that would torment him with unending agony for the rest of his life. More crucially, once removed, it could never be restored. Don't think of Obito and Madara treating Sharingan or Rinnegan as plug-and-play universal connectors. If it were that simple, Itachi wouldn't have placed Shurisue's Mangekyō in a crow for Kotoame. Tsukumi Konin wouldn't have prepared 600 billion paper bombs to fight Obito, and Obito would only dare to install a single Rinnegan. As for the online claims from his past life that Kakashi was naturally a genius, and without this Sharingan weighing him down, he could have focused on ninjutsu and taijutsu to become far more powerful with a higher ceiling. That was pure nonsense. Without this Mangekyō, there would be no budget version of Flying Thunder God for Kakashi. Without Flying Thunder God, how could he have the confidence to fool those monstrously strong individuals? Even Orochimaru alone could devour him whole. If he hadn't fooled Orochimaru, where would he have gotten the impure world reincarnation technique, and how would his plan proceed? If the plan couldn't proceed, how could Kakashi become stronger? He had already reached his growth ceiling, becoming an ordinary Kage-level ninja, at best barely stronger than Hiruzen Sarutobi. Such combat power seemed impressive in the early stage, but later in the Naruto world, it became the legend of the eyes. With all sorts of bizarre abilities, Kage-level strength only qualified one to stand far in the back and cheer for Might Guy's 8 gates. Kakashi was absolutely right to say he overestimated himself. His current condition was entirely self-inflicted. The rock giant and the impure world reincarnation had nearly drained his chakra dry. Using Kimui to transfer chakra metal wasn't a big issue either. The dozen carriages of metal looked like a lot, but combined they occupied less space than a coffin. The material was dense, though a fist-sized piece weighed over 10 jin, so a single carriage couldn't hold much. If he hadn't planned to send gifts to Obito, it would have been at most like the time he demonstrated Susanoo to Kurenai. As long as he kept up nutrition, he could recover in 3 to 5 days. It was only because Kakashi moved quickly. Had he delayed a bit longer, the Mangekyō's backlash would have erupted fully, and he wouldn't even have been able to activate Flying Thunder God, collapsing on the ground at his enemy's mercy. In a pre-prepared cave, Kakashi lay for 2 full days, consuming soldier pills one by one. A single high-quality soldier pill could sustain a Jonin through 3 days and nights of intense combat. 10 pills per bottle. The Akimichi clan's premium product, given only, never sold. Kakashi had brought 3 bottles, and he devoured every last one. Moreover, at least a small half of the white snakes Orochimaru kept in Ryuchi cave ended up in Kakashi's stomach. Without the luxury of 108 snake recipes, Kakashi grabbed a white snake, tore off its head, and shoved it into his mouth. He kept eating until the white snake was terrified out of its wits, desperately dragging all kinds of wild beasts from outside the cave to barely fill Kakashi's appetite, finally managing to escape that ordeal. Alright, stop crying, it'll make you less beautiful. Kakashi racked his brain, pouring out all the sweet nothings he could muster, finally managing to soothe Shirihong. You rest well, and don't you dare go anywhere. Shirihong, now distrustful of the great liar Kakashi, forced him back onto the bed, then plopped herself down at the headboard, fixing him with a wide-eyed stare. Fine, whatever you say. Kakashi, unable to argue, feigned compliance. There was no way he wouldn't sneak out. Looking this pitiful, how could he not make use of it? Hong, I'm hungry. I'm craving Annie's cooking. Could you go home and bring me some? Kakashi's eyes darted a few times as he hatched a clever plan. Sure, your body really needs a good nourishing. Shirihong nodded with concern. Success, Kakashi cheered inwardly. This trick was working perfectly. Just as Shirihong was about to rise, and Kakashi planned to press his advantage by throwing out a few more trivial requests to stretch her errand time, making room for his escape, he saw her hands swiftly forming seals. Those seals. Shadow clone technique. A puff of white smoke rose, and 2 identical Shirihongs stood by Kakashi's bedside. The 2 Shirihongs exchanged a glance. One pointed at the dumbfounded Kakashi on the bed and said to the other, "You go get the food, I'll stay here and watch him." The other Shirihong also turned to Kakashi, threatening fiercely, "Don't think you can sneak away while I'm gone, you big liar, Kakashi." With that, she turned and pushed the door open to leave. The one who stayed sat back at the headboard, arms crossed, her big eyes unblinking, fixed on the bedridden Kakashi. A truly all-encompassing, impenetrable watch. Kakashi was on the verge of tears, his head falling limply back onto the pillow. When had this girl gotten so smart? It was over. Now he really couldn't go anywhere. I want water. When one plan failed, Kakashi devised another. He knew shadow clone technique too. If Shirihong got up to fetch water, and her gaze left him for even a second, he would instantly spawn a shadow clone under the covers as a decoy, while his real body used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away. A flawless plan. Shadow clone technique. But the next second, Shirihong created another clone. The clone walked to the table, filled a cup with warm water, handed it to the original, then vanished with a poof. Here, Kakashi, drink. Kakashi mechanically took the cup, refusing to give up. He clutched his chest and groaned softly. Cough. My chest hurts. I want to get out of bed for some air. Shadow clone technique. Another puff of white smoke exploded. Kakashi looked at the two Shirihongs flanking him plus the original who was rubbing his chest, and twitched his mouth. How was he supposed to play this? Kakashi ate and drank his fill then lay motionless on the bed, playing the perfect, obedient child for the entire afternoon. As the sky gradually darkened, Kakashi perked up. Shirihong would eventually have to go home to rest, as she couldn't possibly stay by his side all night. A lone man and woman alone in a room late at night. It wouldn't sound good. People were already gossiping. Kakashi didn't mind, but he had to consider Shirihong's reputation. Finally, the bedroom door opened from outside. Here it came. The original would go home to rest, and the clone would dispel. His chance had finally arrived. It's almost dark. Shirihong looked melancholy. Take care, go home, and rest early. I'll stay here, and sleep obediently, I won't run around. Kakashi could barely suppress a grin as he put on an innocent, well-behaved expression, drawing out his voice. My dad will be here soon. I'll have him keep an eye on you. Shirihong turned to him with a sly smile. Shirihong, having his future father-in-law take care of his son-in-law, wasn't that a bit inappropriate? Hong, how did you come up with this? Kakashi was about to refuse when a thunderous banging came from outside the door. Before anyone inside could respond, the door was violently shoved open from outside. Shirihong glanced at the half-dead Kakashi, paused in surprise, then immediately split off a shadow clone and hid it behind the door. The original grabbed Shirihong by the scruff of her neck, just like carrying an unruly kitten. He opened the door 1 foot outside his body, blocking the curious gazes of passers-by, and launched into a tirade at the empty air. I heard someone's faking illness and pulling tricks, desperately trying to trick my daughter into staying overnight. Kakashi. Dad, Kakashi really is sick. I wanted to keep an eye on him a while longer. Shirihong, confused, looked from her father to Kakashi, defending herself in a small voice. Keep an eye. The gossip has spread through the whole village. Get home with me. Just wait till we get home, I'll deal with you. Bam! The door slammed shut with a deafening bang. Kakashi, still holding his right hand up in a half-wave, stared blankly as Shirihong finished his one-man show, then turned his gaze to the shadow clone hiding behind the door. Uncle, what's going on? Why the sudden anger? Don't get cheeky with me. Tell me, do you have anything to do with what's happening in the village? Shirihong's shadow clone put on a stern face. What happened in the village? Kakashi felt wronged to death. I've been watched by Hong ever since I got back. She even watches me go to the bathroom. You come in here with no context, what the hell is going on? What? Go to the bathroom? Shirihong roared, his look toward Kakashi turning suspicious. Oh no, bathroom. I was just making an analogy. Kakashi waved his hands frantically. You'd better be telling the truth, or else. Uncle, don't you know me? Look at me. Even if I had the guts, I wouldn't have the nerve. Kakashi rubbed his nose, regretting having let the truth slip. At least you know what's good for you. Shirihong nodded in satisfaction, completely missing the ambiguity in Kakashi's words. How did you get yourself into this state? Did the Raikage himself come after you? It's a long story. Kakashi was even more embarrassed. There was no way to explain his injury to Shirihong. Why don't you tell me what happened in the village that made you come here personally, uncle? Shirihong stared into Kakashi's eyes for a long moment, confirming that he truly didn't know, then let out a sigh of relief and slowly recounted the incident. Uchiha Yashiro has gone missing. What? Danzo's gone mad. Kakashi's first reaction was that Danzo was behind this. After all, in the entire village, only Danzo was desperate enough to need a 3-tomo Sharingan to suppress Hashirama's cells. It wasn't him. The third Hokage turned Danzo's root upside down the moment he got the news. Shinku shook his head. On the day Uchiha Yashiro disappeared, Root had no operations whatsoever. Not Danzo. Kakashi was puzzled. Could it be Orochimaru's doing? Was he still fixated on the Rinnegan? What are you thinking? Coming back to his senses, Kakashi found Shinku's face inches from his own, scrutinizing him with a hand on his chin, and he immediately took offense. Hey wait, Uchiha Yashiro went missing, and you suspect me. What does that have to do with me? I'm just being overly concerned. Shinku looked a bit embarrassed, but still gave his reasoning. Uchiha Yashiro is no ordinary nobody. In Konoha, those who could defeat him are few and far between. After much thought, aside from the third Hokage and Danzo, only you have the ability to make an elite Jonin vanish without a trace within the village. Thank you very much. Uchiha Yashiro is not some great beauty who I'd have to be out of my mind to capture him. Kakashi regretted showing his true strength in front of Shinku. I'm only suspecting, aren't I? You were gone for such a long time. Who knows what you were up to? The reasoning was so strong that Kakashi was left speechless. It really wasn't me. Even if I had the strength, I have absolutely no motive. No, you do. Kakashi pointed at himself in disbelief. He racked his brain, but couldn't think of any reason why he would need to capture Uchiha Yashiro. Kakashi, your Mangekyō is the best reason. Mangekyō? Kakashi was even more bewildered. I already have a Mangekyō, why would I need a 3-tomo Sharingan? Since you were able to cultivate one Sharingan into a Mangekyō and gain immense power, why not cultivate a second? A third? Shinku's words were shocking, pure conspiracy theory. I don't know what gave you such a terrifying idea. Since that's the case, I'll tell you, but you must never let anyone else know. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, then decided to reveal to Yuhi Shinka the truth about the Sharingan. Something even the Uchiha clan didn't know. Actually, those without Uchiha blood cannot awaken the Mangekyō. Then that eye of yours. Yuhi Shinku stared at the Mangekyō in Kakashi's eye socket, his face full of disbelief. This eye was already a Mangekyō when it was transplanted. I just hadn't unlocked it until now. Kakashi pointed at his left eye, adopting a reminiscent pose. The reason it was always in a Tsutomu state before was that my dear friend Obito, who gave me this eye, sealed it, fearing I couldn't handle its power. The death of Master Minato stirred my emotions too strongly, causing this eye to resonate and break through the seal prematurely. As for your claim that I awakened the Mangekyō on my own, you overestimate me. You must also consider whether I have any Uchiha genes. That doesn't add up. If Obito's Sharingan was already a Mangekyō, how could he have died in the IWA ninja's trap with the Susanoo activated? Yuhi Shinku was skeptical. The village had made quite a fuss over Kakashi's eye back then, and he had heard the story. Kakashi's explanation didn't quite hold water. Since things have come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. Kakashi seemed to have made a great resolve, looking up at the ceiling. As for the rabble of IWA ninja, I never took them seriously. But what if the real enemy at that time was Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara. Yuhi Shinku was puzzled to hear Kakashi mention that name again. Are you mistaken? Wasn't Uchiha Madara killed by the first Hokage himself? It's been so many years, his body must have turned to bones. How could he appear on the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War? Killed. You mean that shadow clone sealed in the underground chamber by Senju Tobarama? Shadow clone. Underground chamber. Yuhi Shinku exclaimed in shock. Impossible. The first and second Hokage couldn't have mistaken a corpse for a shadow clone. Kakashi, even if you don't want to tell me the truth, there's no need to lie. This joke isn't funny at all. Do you think I'd be stupid enough to joke about something so absurd? Are you serious? Seeing Kakashi's solemn expression, the angry Yuhi Shinku reigned in his fury, then turned first to astonishment and then to fear. Ever since Kakashi had mentioned that Uchiha Madara was a powerhouse who could treat the Nine Tails as a pet, Yuhi Shinku had used his position to access a vast amount of information about Uchiha Madara. Although many of the documents bore signs of tampering from the brief mentions and scattered words, it was still clear that ever since the founding of Konoha, Uchiha Madara had been active in every major event. Such a powerful figure was still alive and harboring great hostility toward Konoha. How is this possible? The more Yuhi Shinku imagined, the more horrified he grew. His shadow clone's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and by the time he spoke, his teeth were chattering. Then the Night of the Nine Tails. Was that also Uchiha Madara's doing? Kakashi silently nodded, saying nothing. I have to report this to the third Hokage. This matter is too incredible. Yuhi Shinku fumbled to form hand seals, intending to dismiss his shadow clone and inform his original body. Then guess why the higher-ups sent the barrier team to watch over the Uchiha clan that night. Poof. Kakashi smiled and raised his hand to wave goodbye to the horrified shadow clone. He saw clearly that Yuhi Shinku hadn't completed the dismissal hand seals. It was Kakashi's words that startled him, causing the clone's emotional fluctuation to become too great to maintain its form, forcing it to dissipate. Uncle Yuhi, I didn't lie to you. I spoke the truth. Obito's death was orchestrated by Uchiha Madara through Black Zetsu, and the Mangekyō was indeed awakened by Obito himself. It had nothing to do with me, Kakashi. The Night of the Nine Tails was carried out by Obito under the guise of Uchiha Madara's name, so that's not a lie either. As for the last part, I only said that night. Everything else was your own conjecture. I didn't say a thing. Right? Kakashi murmured to the vanished shadow clone, feeling not a shred of guilt. He was Konoha's honest little gentleman. He dared to swear by the light bulb at home that if he had told a single falsehood, that bulb would meet an untimely end. After all, he had merely slightly altered the sequence of events. As the parties involved, Rin was already dead, Obito was still alive, but would he dare to come out and expose him? How this time he hadn't even slipped in any personal agenda. What a failure indeed. As the shadow clone of Yuhi Shinku dispersed, the real man walking along the road with his daughter suddenly halted his steps. All memories from the shadow clone surged into his mind like a torrential tide. Yes, that night, why had the higher-ups dispatched the barrier squad to watch over the Uchiha clan? Yuhi Shinku's hair stood on end. Cold sweat soaked his back, and as the evening breeze brushed against him, a chilling dread shot up his spine and pierced his skull. All the disjointed suspicions that had baffled him now connected into a single coherent picture. The higher-ups had known from the very beginning that a shadowy hand was at work, and they knew it was tied to the Uchiha clan. This perfectly explained why the third Hokage had relentlessly suppressed the Uchiha after the Night of the Nine Tails. Better to kill 1,000 innocents than let one enemy slip away. That was Hiruzen Sarutobi to the core. So this was the truly monstrous foe Kakashi had been fated to face. A being who had long surpassed conventional shinobi power and lurked in the shadows for decades. That boy, just how much has he been shouldering all alone? It seemed that merely putting on a stern facade against Kakashi's relationship with Yuhi Kurenai, creating the illusion of discord between father-in-law and son-in-law, had to some extent helped Kakashi evade the open political storms. But as things stood now, that was far from sufficient. He might not match Kakashi in combat strength, unable to directly intervene in a conflict of that magnitude, but he had held high office for years. Which major clan in the village hadn't been indebted to him? The network of connections he had built was something a young man like Kakashi could hardly compare with. Perhaps it was time to pay some visits. Kurina, you go on ahead. Tell your mother I still have matters to handle and won't be home for dinner. Yuhi Shinku watched his daughter walk away, straightened his clothes, and turned to stride slowly toward the Nara residence. Kakashi naturally was unaware of what Yuhi Shinku had conjured up in his mind, nor of the plans he was hatching. Even if he had known, he would have merely scoffed in disdain. Before absolute power, all schemes and conspiracies are but fleeting clouds. Donning his familiar Konoha Jonin uniform, Kakashi couldn't even be bothered to put on his mask. With a face that looked like it was on the verge of death, he teleported directly to Orochimaru's secret base. In the dim, damp underground base, Orochimaru, clad in his experimental coat, was intently fixated on the cellular tissue, soaking in a glass vessel. The next second, Orochimaru's movements froze. The clink of tweezers striking glass echoed sharply through the silent base. He turned his head and squeezed out a resentful complaint from his throat. How many times have I told you? Knock before entering. Orochimaru, who had lurked in darkness for so long, released no killing intent at all this time. Only a heart full of frustration. Had it been any other ninja who dared to barge into his laboratory so silently, they would have long been soul-drained and bone-devoured with not a trace left of their body. But with Kakashi, Orochimaru was utterly helpless. That man's flying Raijin technique came and went without a trace. The layered security barriers he had set up both inside and outside the base were as good as non-existent before Kakashi. We're all so familiar with each other, knocking is unnecessary. Besides, it's not like you have anything here that can't see the light of day. Hands in his pockets, Kakashi casually swept his gaze over the array of experimental vessels and forbidden technique specimens on the table, completely unbothered by Orochimaru's displeasure. Hatake Kakashi, every time you show up here it's never anything good. Orochimaru stared at his pallid face for a long moment, his narrow serpentine pupils narrowing. His tongue at an unsettling length licked the corner of his mouth as he sneered. And besides, young man, you should learn some moderation. Overindulgence is hardly a good thing. What the hell? Orochimaru, what did you just say? What do you mean by me overindulging? Kakashi grew flustered, blurting out excuses without thinking. I'm still a virgin, you hear me? A virgin. Understand. A virgin, so what? Is that something to brag about? Orochimaru found Kakashi's exasperation quite amusing, yet at last he could vent a small portion of his pent-up frustration. You're the type who never visits without a purpose. What do you want to take from me this time? Orochimaru, don't sling mud. Am I really that kind of person? Now what do you think? Orochimaru smiled without answering. Fine. I originally came to tell you I found a lead on the Byakugan. But since you're so unwelcoming, I'll just be on my way. Orochimaru was purely slandering him, and Kakashi was rather hurt. He turned to leave. Orochimaru, who had been watching Kakashi squirm with a mocking grin, felt his smile freeze. He tried to play it cool, but the wild delight in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Tell me, what do you want? Very simple. Kakashi cut straight to the point. Between intelligent men, there was no need for unnecessary words. Tell me the truth behind Uchiha Yashiro's disappearance. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment. He had expected Kakashi to ask for specimens, forbidden techniques, or news about the village higher-ups, but never once had he anticipated a question about Uchiha Yashiro's disappearance. That one, I genuinely don't know. Orochimaru said it with complete candor. This matter truly had nothing to do with him. You don't know? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. In all of Konoha, you're the one most obsessed with collecting bloodline samples. Now that you've learned about the Rinnegan, how could you not be tempted? It would be a lie to say I'm not tempted, but I know where my interests lie. Orochimaru let out a mocking laugh. Moreover, he shifted the topic, pointing at a severed arm submerged in culture fluid on the experiment table, his tone low and laced with a hint of apprehension. I've spent my days and nights in this base running experiments over and over. This was just freshly stripped from Danzo's arm. I've used every method to suppress it, yet I can't even manage basic stabilization. So the matter of Uchiha Yashiro's disappearance truly wasn't me. Orochimaru looked back at Kakashi and spread his hands. If it wasn't you, and it wasn't Danzo, then who could it be? Could it be Black Setsu? Kakashi quickly dismissed that theory. Black Setsu's body was a lump of dark sludge, decent for espionage and support, but utterly incapable of directly killing a Jonin in combat. Could it be the Akatsuki? No, that didn't add up either. At this time, Hanzo of the Salamander was still alive, and Nagato hadn't yet avenged Yahiko. They wouldn't have the leisure to come stir up trouble in Konoha. This is giving me a headache. Kakashi felt his brain was about to burst. Intelligence analysis was truly not his strong suit. This was the moment to let the humanoid simulator take over. Orochimaru, let's leave it at that for now. I'll tell you about the Byakugan next time. I'm heading off. Before Kakashi's voice had even faded, before Orochimaru could get a word of protest out, space warped slightly, and Kakashi's figure vanished from the laboratory. flying Raijin teleportation, coming and going like the wind so swift, it was almost absurd. Orochimaru remained frozen in a gesture of reaching out to stop him, completely dumbfounded. He had just begun to believe he was on the verge of obtaining the Byakugan lead he had coveted, and then Kakashi dangled it in front of him, said half a sentence, and vanished. Taku Kakashi. You truly never do a single decent thing. Kakashi ignored Orochimaru's futile rage. That miserable snake who might not even know if it had undergone gender reassignment, a single dog oblivious to the love between man and woman, dared to accuse him of excessive lust. Look at you all high and mighty. I won't tell you just to drive you crazy. Kakashi appeared in the empty secret chamber of the Uchiha clan and pulled the bell tied behind the door, the prearranged signal with Uchiha Fugaku. Sure enough, after a short wait, Kakashi heard hurried footsteps outside. Uchiha Fugaku pushed the door open, his face haggard. Seeing Kakashi, whose complexion was even worse, he was startled and quickly pulled a chair over for him to sit. Here, these are the chakra replenishing secret medicines of our Uchiha clan. Take 2 pills first. These are recovery potions developed by Tsunade in the past. There aren't many left in the clan. Take these bottles for now, and if they're not enough, I'll find another way. These are. Kakashi watched as Uchiha Fugaku rummaged through boxes and cabinets, constantly stuffing things into his hands, and felt warmth in his heart. Look at Fugaku, and then look at Orochimaru. They've met so many times, yet he hasn't even offered a single drink. He doesn't understand basic social etiquette. Enough. After silently despising Orochimaru, Kakashi poured all the medicines into his mouth in one gulp, while waving his hand in feigned politeness to Fugaku, who was so frightened that his soul seemed to leave his body. Kakashi, if you take so many, even a large summoning beast would be burst to death by the immense medicinal power. Are you really okay? Fugaku's hands were trembling. Good heavens. This is truly the most reckless man in the ninja world. Each of these potions is condensed pure energy, who every use requires extreme caution for fear of the energy going berserk. But Kakashi, on the other hand, just ate them like candy beans. Fugaku said he wouldn't even dare to eat his rice like that. This is nothing, just a little trick. Do you want to learn it? I'll teach you. Hiss. Fugaku drew in a sharp breath, his hands trembling even more. Chakra is formed by extracting physical energy from every cell in the body and mental energy from the brain, then mixing and fusing the two energies through the body's meridians. What the Uchiha clan lacks least is mental energy, but their physical energy reserves and cellular vitality are inherently deficient. All the dojutsu of the Sharingan continuously overdraw the limited physical reserves, thus they rely heavily on various concentrated potions to quickly replenish physical energy. That is also why Fugaku hoards large quantities of chakra secret medicines. Are you telling the truth? Fugaku was so nervous he began to stutter. Why would I lie to you? I told you it's just a little trick. Don't take this method too seriously. Kakashi explained his theory of the 5 elements balance, which he considered mostly useless to Fugaku, and at the end, he couldn't help adding a remark. Even if you can build a cycle in your body to improve your physical constitution with the absorbed energy, the conversion rate is just too pathetic. Without 3 to 5 years, you won't see any effect. Moreover, this method is too expensive. It requires a constant supply of energy. It's impossible for you to promote it within the clan. That's enough. Fugaku was overwhelmed with excitement and kept thanking Kakashi. This was a secret art. Fugaku was sure it was an unparalleled secret art. What if it's slow to take effect? It's only natural for such a powerful secret art to have many restrictions. As long as it works, 3 years is fine, 5 years is fine, even 10 years. Accumulated over time, it will slowly make up for the clan's inherent shortcomings. This is not a simple gain of 112. This is adding several zeros directly after 1. So what if it can't be widely promoted? Which family would be foolish enough to let every clan member practice a secret art? The truly treasured heritage has always been exclusive to the direct line. Kakashi, I'm so grateful to you. I don't know how to repay you. Don't mention it. What's the relationship between us? No need for such empty formalities. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. He truly didn't take this 5 elements art seriously. Over the years, the resources he had spent on this technique were enough to let Might Guy train the 8 gates to the peak. Yet the results were negligible. His body, nourished for years, couldn't even support the Mangekyō Sharingan. It was truly a useless chicken rib. Alright, I didn't come here to talk about this. What exactly happened with Uchiha Yashiro? And what's the situation with the police force? Not that I'm criticizing you, Fugaku, but you were a bit impulsive. Now is not the time to break ties. Hearing Kakashi bring up serious matters, Fugaku's expression changed. He let out a heavy sigh, wearily pulled a chair over, and sat down, his whole demeanor radiating exhaustion. I know. Yashiro was one of the few moderates in our clan. With him around, I had an ally to counterbalance the radical faction. But at this sensitive moment, Yashiro disappeared. The clan's anger was already barely contained. In the past few days, AMBU members have been frequently provoking our clan members on duty around the compound. Fugaku suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice. Some young clansmen, unstable in temperament, couldn't hold back after repeated provocations and have clashed with ANBU several times. The village's opinion of our Uchiha has hit rock bottom. I had no choice but to order the clan members to stay indoors. Kakashi was stunned. What were they trying to do? Completely cutting off the Uchiha's path to survival. It seemed that Danzo, that troublemaker, still had relentless ambitions, deliberately creating conflicts to force the Uchiha to rebel and thus justify labeling them as traitors. What did the village say? Kakashi asked in a low voice. Absent without just cause, suspected of desertion. Fugaku curled his lip, too weary to sneer. ANBU did a perfunctory investigation. After searching the route and clearing Danzo of suspicion, the third Hokage has remained silent, as if Uchiha Yushiro never existed. Kakashi didn't know what to say. Don't worry, this is the best plan I've deduced. Minimal losses, most chances of survival. Fugaku seemed to see Kakashi's worry, and instead forced a smile to comfort him. Fortunately, I followed your advice and dealt with Uchiha Setsuna and his group ahead of time. Otherwise, the conflict would have escalated again. I wouldn't have been able to suppress it, and would have been forced by the clan to launch a coup prematurely. Without experiencing someone else's suffering, do not advise them to be good. Kakashi nodded. Fugaku was not having an easy time. The head of Konoha's most prestigious clan was almost forced to become a ninja turtle. Alright, my clan leader. As they say, fortune lies in misfortune. Since things have already happened, please accept my condolences. Actually, I don't think this is entirely a bad thing. In that case, let's make things even bigger, make the Uchiha even more miserable, so that anyone who hears about it will grieve, and anyone who sees it will weep. Has the Uchiha clan not suffered enough? Fujisuke Uchiha surged up from his chair, pointing at the secret room door. Facing Kakashi's calm exposition, the grievances suppressed for years erupted all at once. My clansmen risked their lives to protect Konoha, only to be met with suspicion from the very village they defended. The Ninetales attack was not our doing, yet the entire village tacitly accepted that the Uchiha were the instigators. The police force was more diligent than anyone, and we patrolled day and night, performing the most arduous and exhausting tasks, treading carefully in every aspect. When clan members on duty were mocked by villagers, or pelted with stones by children, we endured it in silence, daring not utter a single word of protest. When spies were involved, Kakashi raised his hand to interrupt. Under Fugaku's murderous glare, he casually picked his ear with his little finger, wearing an expression of utter indifference. Stop. Why are you shouting at me? I'm not high command. What good does it do to list our merits and declare our loyalty to me? I thought you had finally grown a brain, but it turns out you're still stupidly endearing. Kakashi shifted into a more comfortable position, crossing his legs. Today I will lay things out clearly for you, so you stop complaining about heaven and earth all day long, and act with some sense. What you just ranted about was nothing more than trying to tell me that you work diligently, lead by example, shed blood and sweat for Konoha, and are thus deserving of the best treatment and highest positions the village can offer. Right? Is that what you were thinking? Isn't that only natural? Kakashi's words struck right at Fugaku's heart. Natural, my foot. Kakashi's single eye rolled so high it nearly disappeared into his forehead. In a foul mood, he pointed at Fugaku and began to scold him. Do all members of the Uchiha clan have some serious mental illness? I've explained it so clearly, yet you still can't tell the difference between kindness and hostility, can you? Uchiha Fugaku was just about to speak when Kakashi rudely interrupted him again. My foot. Your bloodline is special, your visual prowess is heaven-defying. You have enough ninja to form an entire ANBU division, you control the police force and other authoritative departments, and you even have your own residential area. Impregnable, like a needle cannot pierce it or water cannot seep through. That alone would be one thing, but you also own numerous shops and businesses within the village, monopolizing nearly half of Konoha's explosive tag and weapon supply trade, making a fortune. Are you perhaps quite proud of this? Do you think this reflects your capable leadership befitting the status of Konoha's wealthiest and most prestigious clan? Kakashi pointed at the still unresponsive Fugaku, his face a mask of disappointment and exasperation. Truly stupid beyond redemption. Konoha belongs to the Hokage and the High Command, not to the Uchiha, as your private domain. Look at the other clans. Some like the Hyuga possess formidable combat strength, but no wealth or political power. Others like the Ino Shikicho hold wealth, but no military strength, obeying the third Hokage unconditionally. Only the Uchiha have it all, and damn it, operate as a completely self-contained system. The slightest grievance suffered in the village, and you immediately rushed to hold a clan meeting. Holding a clan meeting would be one thing, and whispering complaints in secret would be acceptable, but no. You went and shouted the slogan of a coup d'etat for everyone to hear, attempting to blackmail the village into making concessions. Isn't that simply insane? You had better understand one thing clearly, it is not the village targeting you. You yourself have led the Uchiha clan into a dead end. Don't just look at Konoha, look at the entire ninja world. Which clan enjoys the prestige and power of the Uchiha? And yet you are never satisfied, feeling as though the entire world is conspiring against you. Should the third step down right now and let you become Hokage, how about that? Never mind, with that brain of yours you're worse than Orochimaru. You can only live in daydreams. I clearly gave you many strategies that day. Aside from eliminating a few radicals and making the third look bad, what else did you accomplish? What did I tell you back then? Immediately after the demonstration, resign from your position as head of the police force. Did you do it? Did you follow my advice? Speak. Why are you mute now? Kakashi fired question after question, yet Fugaku didn't even dare to lift his head. It was indeed his failure. That day in the Hokage's office, swept away by Hiruzen Sarutobi's mix of praise and reproach, he had forgotten all about it. Since then he had never found a suitable opportunity to tender his resignation. It's only because Hiruzen Sarutobi is incompetent. If it had been Tobirama Senju, that petty man, he would have destroyed you 800 times over. And here you are having the audacity to shout at me. As Kakashi spoke, he felt a wave of exhaustion. Was a clan so self-centered truly worth saving? Fine. If all else fails, we'll resort to the backup plan. If Danzo could manipulate Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi can do the same. That is all. Fugaku, look after yourself. Having lost all hope for the Uchiha clan, Kakashi was unwilling to waste more breath. Pitiful people often have their hateful sides. Kakashi was no saint. He had no intention of interfering in others' karma. Speaking his heart out to Fugaku was merely like propping up a table that was about to collapse, a casual act of assistance. The fate of the Uchiha clan would have no impact on his path to becoming stronger. He patted Fugaku on the shoulder, having lost all desire to continue misleading him. Like Hayashi Hyuga, Fugaku was a man already walking toward his death. Why waste energy on him? Let's go. Kakashi didn't even bother to look at the expression on Fugaku's face. He flew straight back to his home. His body was still weak, and having absorbed a considerable amount of energy from Fugaku, he needed time to properly digest it. Kakashi lay directly on his bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, his snores echoed through the room. Inside his body, the 5-element circulation system slowly converted the energy into vitality, nourishing his parched physique bit by bit. Uchiha Fugaku sat foolishly in the secret room for the entire night. Kakashi slept soundly and carelessly. He didn't even wake up when Yuhi Yugao opened the bedroom door and entered. This wasn't because Kakashi's physical functions had declined or that he had lost a ninja's vigilance. Rather, he had simply accepted Yuhi's presence. Watching Kakashi sleeping so soundly, Yuhi originally had no wish to wake him, wanting to let him rest properly. However, a messenger ninja from the Hokage Tower had just arrived delivering an urgent order, specifically requesting Kakashi to report to the Hokage Tower immediately to receive a mission. Kakashi, wake up. Kakashi lifted his heavy eyelids, glanced at Yuhi standing by the bed, and then buried his head back into the pillow. With a nasal, half-asleep voice, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Sorry to wake you." Yuhi's eyes were filled with heartache. "It's an urgent mission personally issued by the 3rd Hokage. He specifically named you to go there immediately. There can be no delay." Personally issued by the 3rd. Kakashi sat up, let out a yawn, and stretched his limbs. A faint cracking sound came from his joints. Thanks to Uchiha Fugaku's generous contribution, after a night of transformation and nourishment, Kakashi's pale complexion had regained a touch of rosy color. His overall vitality had visibly improved, and his physical condition had recovered to at least 50% of his normal state. Understood. I'm going now. Kakashi equipped himself and rushed to the Hokage's tower. The moment he stepped into the Hokage's office, his pupils constricted. Already standing inside were Hayashi Hyuga and a 4-man Umbu squad. Though all 4 wore standard Umbu gear with white animal masks, Kakashi recognized them at a single glance. 3 of them were none other than Awashi Tatami, Gunma Shiranui, and Reito Namishi, the 4th Hokage's personal guard squad. After Minato Namikaze's sacrifice, the squad had been disbanded and absorbed into the direct Umbu division of Konoha. This was the first time Kakashi had seen them in days. The last one wore a white cat-like beast mask featuring a pair of upright pointed ears, downward sloping mouth lines, large crimson crescent patterns surrounding the eyes, and dark green angular stripes adorning the cheeks. This was the wood-release ninja Tenzo. His mask's red and green color scheme was his signature identifying trait. It seemed Danzo's assassination attempt on Hiruzen Sarutobi had backfired spectacularly, costing him every hidden trump card he had left. Kakashi didn't greet the others. He knelt before Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was hunched over his desk reviewing documents. Lord Hokage Kakashi reporting for duty. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from behind the Hokage's desk, glanced at Kakashi, set down his brush, and gave a slight nod to the assembled ninja. Kakashi, rise. We've been waiting for you. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi stood and joined the others in a line awaiting Hiruzen's mission assignment. Hiruzen rose from behind his desk, retrieved his pipe, and sparked the flint. Pale smoke curled upward as the ember flickered, obscuring his expression. 5 days ago, Border Surveillance Ninja reported that an official diplomatic envoy from Kumogakure traveling to Konoha was ambushed within the land of Earth's territory. The escort ninja were wiped out to the last man. Large quantities of trade goods and the treaty documents between our 2 villages were plundered by an unknown force. The assembled ninja straightened, simultaneously bracing for another war, waiting only for Hiruzen's command to deploy to the front lines. Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe, exhaled a plume of white smoke, and waved his hand dismissively. No need for alarm. The incident occurred within the land of Earth. Based on the combat traces examined by reconnaissance ninja, the enemy was forced to employ a large-scale, highly destructive earth release technique. That technique bears a striking resemblance to the secret art of a Wagakure, the Gariki no Jutsu. In the entire shinobi world, only Inoki is capable of performing it. The fourth Raikage is convinced that a Wagakure deliberately sabotaged the alliance between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. He has issued a public ultimatum that Tsuchikage has 3 days to hand over the culprit and issue a formal public apology. If no satisfactory response comes within that time, the Raikage will personally lead his forces into the Land of Earth to exact justice. As things stand, the diplomatic relations between Lightning and Earth have completely collapsed. Armies are massing along the border, tensions escalate by the hour, and the entire northwestern region is on the verge of erupting into full-scale war, one spark away from catastrophe. Hiruzen paused, took another draw from his pipe, and continued with a barely concealed note of schadenfreude. But you needn't worry. The incident didn't happen on our soil, and the blame doesn't fall on Konoha. The flames of war won't reach us anytime soon. The impact on our village is negligible. We could simply sit back and watch these two tigers tear each other apart. At that, Hiruzen's tone shifted. He tapped his spent pipe against the desk, emptying the ashes. However, Hiruzen surveyed the straightened postures before him with evident satisfaction. I've just received word that the Raikage has personally assembled a new diplomatic envoy. They've already departed from the Land of Lightning, crossed the Land of Earth, and are about to enter our borders. This delegation carries a new ceasefire treaty and resource exchange agreements between our villages. Their safe arrival is of paramount importance to the current shinobi world. No errors can be tolerated, especially considering that among the delegation is a figure of tremendous importance from Kumogakure. He holds immense power in Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage's own uncle and the leader of this diplomatic mission. Under no circumstances can anything happen to him within the Land of Fire, or it could ignite a new shinobi world war. Hiruzen pulled a file envelope from the mountain of documents and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi opened the envelope and found a single yellowed photograph inside. A middle-aged man stripped to the waist, rugged-featured with dark skin, bearing the unmistakable traits of the Yatsuki clan. Kakashi committed the man's face to memory, then passed the photo to Hayashi. Hayashi activated his Byakugan, took a brief look, and passed it down the line. Once everyone had seen the photograph, Hiruzen's gaze swept across Kakashi, Hayashi, Tenzo, and the trio of Gunma's squad before issuing the mission. You 6 will depart immediately for the Douanyun Pass at the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Provide escort and ensure the delegation arrives safely at Konoha. Hayashi, you'll handle forward reconnaissance. Issue early warning before any enemy can enter attack range. Yes. Should an ambush occur, en route Kakashi, Tenzo, and Hayashi. You 3 must work together to hold off all attackers and buy as much time as possible for the retreat. Before Kakashi and Tenzo could respond, Hiruzen turned his attention to Gunma's trio. Gunma, Shirinui, Rado, Namishi, Iwashi, Tatami. You 3 will remain with the VIP at all times. If the battle takes a turn for the worse or the VIP faces a lethal threat, form the Flying Thunder God formation immediately and teleport him directly back to the safe point in Konoha. Your sole mission is to guarantee his safety above all else. Gunma and his team bowed in unison. Yes. Lord Hokage. Remember, even if the mission fails, that man must not come to harm within the Land of Fire. Hiruzen reiterated the mission's core requirement. Yes, Lord Hokage. All 6 bowed deeply. As they filed out of the Hokage's office, Kakashi deliberately lingered at the rear, his single eye narrowed as he assessed his mission teammates. Byakugan, Sharingan, would release. Flying Thunder God. This was arguably the highest caliber escort lineup Konoha could currently field, a testament to just how vital the VIP truly was. Outside the Hokage's building, the other 5 had stopped and turned to face Kakashi as he emerged, the man Hiruzen had personally appointed as temporary team leader for this mission. Go prep yourselves. Pack everything you need. We assemble at the village gate in 1 hour. Yes. 2 days later, Kakashi revisited the place, standing with Hyuga Hayashi outside the canyon that had buried the previous Cloud Ninja envoy. This place was at least a dozen kilometers from the nearest Leaf outpost, stranded in the middle of nowhere, a gray no-man's land on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, a classic lawless zone. The mountain walls on both sides of the canyon were overgrown with wild forests, their intertwining branches blocking out the sun. The valley floor was perpetually dim and chilly, teeming with beasts with not a single soul for 100 miles around. Precisely because this place was desolate and perilous, easy to defend and hard to attack, where you could hide 1,000 or so men without a trace. Few merchant caravans dared to pass through here on ordinary days. Occasionally, only fleeing rogue ninjas would cut through as a shortcut, but they merely passed through and never lingered. As for the bandits and mercenaries who lurked along the border plundering supplies, they deliberately avoided this mountain path as well. The reason was simple. This was a buffer zone between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth with no stable supply lines. Both villages' ninjas would periodically sweep the area, and you could go 10 to 15 days without seeing a single caravan. The caravans that did dare to take this route were usually escorted by ninja lords from the various great villages or nobles with overwhelmingly powerful backgrounds, not the kind of people roving bandits could afford to provoke. Over time, all the border bandit gangs reached a silent understanding and refused to set foot in this canyon. Strange. By all logic, a place like this should be crawling with beasts. Why are there only small animals like rabbits and foxes? Hyuga Hayashi activated his Byakugan, scanning every hidden corner of the mountain forest, utterly baffled. Kakashi awkwardly pulled up his forehead protector and made a show of looking around with his Sharingan, also putting on a puzzled expression. What else could he do? Was he supposed to tell Hyuga Hayashi that he had single-handedly devoured all the large beasts in this mountain forest at the time to replenish his energy? That was far too embarrassing. Kakashi would never admit to it. Maybe the big battle a few days ago scared all the beasts away. That makes sense. But speaking of which, how exactly did you manage it? Hyuga Hayashi had no suspicion about Kakashi's explanation. From what his Byakugan had surveyed, the rock layers were shattered, the mountain had collapsed, and massive boulders had buried the valley floor. No less than an earthquake. Nothing special. I just planted a large number of explosive tags for a chain detonation, then combined it with earth-release ninjutsu to trigger a mountain landslide. That's all. Kakashi's lies came effortlessly. Even if Hyuga Hayashi saw through the holes, he wouldn't expose him. Well, they really had terrible luck. Hyuga Hayashi withdrew his Byakugan and turned to look at the silver-haired Jonin beside him. Who's to say otherwise? Kakashi found a large tree, hopped up onto a branch, in a few quick steps found a comfortable spot to lie down, and asked Hyuga Hayashi, who had followed and was standing nearby. How did things go on your end? It should have succeeded, otherwise they wouldn't have sent him out. Oh, who exactly is this person? You all seem quite wary of him. Kakashi grew a bit interested, sitting up to hear Hayashi's story. In the original series, this character never appeared. Kakashi, you're still young. It's normal that you've never heard of him. Hyuga Hayashi stood as straight as a pine, a stark contrast to Kakashi's lazy posture. The leader of this cloud envoy is named Yatsuki. He was a contemporary of the Third Raikage and was widely recognized as a lightning-release genius of his time. The lightning-release chakra mode used by the current Raikage was mostly developed by him. If it weren't for the ambush by the Gold and Silver brothers, and him being severely wounded while protecting the Second Raikage, the position of Third Raikage would have been his for the taking. After the Third Raikage took office, he retired behind the scenes, handling military deployment and border defense. He's one of the few high-ranking cloud ninjas who can influence the Raikage decisions. Damn, an uncrowned Raikage indeed. They really went all out this time. Kakashi whistled and counted on his fingers. The Second Raikage kicked the bucket in year 16 of Konoha. Now it's year 51. Adding in that he was at least 20 plus when he attended the summit of the two Kages, that would make him even older than the third by a few years. If the intel is correct, he's at least nearly 60 this year. Hyuga Hayashi looked down at Kakashi, their eyes meeting. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and Hyuga Hayashi nodded. Then simultaneously they both turned their gaze toward the canyon's exit. So they're really after the Byakugan. Well, my brother's child is due any day now. It seems they timed their arrival perfectly. Hyuga Hayashi smiled and gave Kakashi a deep bow. I humbly asked Kakashi-sama to look after Niji in the future. Kakashi grunted, closed his eyes, and leaned back against the tree trunk. Seeing this, Hyuga Hayashi could only force a bitter smile and said nothing more. I'll give you a cultivation technique later. Take it back and have Niji practice it first. Just as Hyuga Hayashi was turning to look elsewhere, Kakashi's heart ultimately softened, and he spoke with his eyes still closed. After all, he had already given away his self-researched 5 elements technique to quite a few people. One more recipient wouldn't make much difference. Don't rush to thank me. This technique requires a massive amount of resources to cultivate, and the results might not be as impressive as you imagine. At best, it can only bring someone up to the level of the 3rd Hokage. When Hyuga Hayashi heard Kakashi say the technique wasn't that powerful, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. At best, only to the level of the 3rd Hokage. The next second, Hyuga Hayashi froze completely, turning his head toward Kakashi with an extremely stiff, slow motion that made his neck bones creak audibly. Wait. The 3rd Hokage. That's a top-tier combat power in the ninja world. Hey Kakashi-sama. Did you just say the 3rd Sama? The peak era Sarutobi-sama. Speak properly. Why are you stuttering? Kakashi lifted his right eyelid, gave the ecstatic Hyuga Hayashi a disdainful look, and closed it again. Kakashi-sama, that's the 3rd Sama we're talking about. You're not joking with me, are you? Hyuga Hayashi still couldn't believe that a technique casually tossed out by Kakashi could have such tremendous power. Look at you, so pathetic. Kakashi couldn't be bothered to respond, turned over, and left only his back to Hyuga Hayashi. If you fail in this matter and Niji gets branded with the cage bird seal, then everything is lost. Besides that technique manual, I can't teach him anything else. The 3rd Hokage would be Niji's ceiling. But if you can protect Niji's eyes, I have plenty of ways to develop them. I won't make any guarantees about other things, but killing Sarutobi Hiruzen with a single Byakugan glare would be child's play. You're literally holding a golden rice bowl and begging for food. This is impossible. Kakashi's casual remark directly shattered Hyuga Hisashi's decades of ninja world cognition. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. What did that concept entail? Professor of ninjutsu, master of all 5 elemental nature transformations, and a top-tier powerhouse who had guarded Konoha for decades. Yet in Kakashi's words, this legendary Hokage was merely the lower limit of Byakugan, user Hyuga Niji. At this moment, Hyuga Hisashi finally dispelled all his worries, leaving only an unwavering resolve. Please rest assured, Lord Kakashi. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will definitely protect Niji's eyes. I will never let down your cultivation. Enough, get up. Don't kneel at the slightest provocation. Kakashi hurriedly helped the suddenly kneeling Hyuga Hisashi to his feet. Having transmigrated here for so long, he simply could not accept such customs of prostrating at every opportunity. Hisashi, a man's knees hold gold. Kneel too often, and that spirit within your heart will vanish. However, let's be clear from the start, the master may lead you through the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Whether you can break free from fate and defy destiny ultimately depends on Niji himself. That is only natural. Lord Kakashi granting my son the honor of discipleship is already his greatest blessing. I dare not ask for more. Hyuga Hisashi nodded, feeling fortunate in his heart that he had impulsively asked Kakashi to take Niji as a disciple back then. Potential is potential, but whether it can be developed depends on Niji himself. I am quite clear on this point. Then that is good. Kakashi was very satisfied with Hyuga Hisashi's attitude. He found another position to lie down, then suddenly seemed to remember something, sat up, and said to Hyuga Hisashi, I almost forgot. You'd better prepare those cultivation resources well before you die. I have no ability to afford them. Understood, my lord. I comprehend. Poor scholars, wealthy warriors, cultivation is indeed a path paved with resources. Hyuga Hisashi agreed readily, not showing the slightest difficulty between his brows. Although the Hyuga branch family is bound by rules, the clan's cultivation resources have always been abundant. Combined with the rewards I have accumulated from missions over the years, and by selling off a few estates and lands under my name, I will surely gather what is needed for cultivation. Perceptive. Just as they were speaking, birds startled from the forest behind them, and the two suddenly lost the mood to continue chatting. Kakashi sat upright, pulling his headband down to cover his Sharingan. Hyuga Hisashi opened his Byakugan and nodded to Kakashi in greeting. It seems Tenzu and the others have already prepared the Flying Thunder God marks. Next we just wait for Lord Tsukigure of the Cloud-Hidden Village. They waited like this, and 6 people reached the 3rd day. Not a single shadow appeared in the border canyon. The mission was dull and agonizing. Apart from the wind, the entire forest was utterly silent. The Ambu squad and Hyuga Hisashi strictly followed the rules of concealment, surviving the entire time on soldier rations without making a single extra sound, hiding their traces to the maximum extent and avoiding all risks of exposure. Only Kakashi, after chewing on soldier rations for several days, simply could not hold out any longer and secretly slipped into the forest. When he emerged, he was carrying several wild rabbits with their guts and fur removed. Before anyone could react, he selected a wind-sheltered spot on the ground, gathered dry branches and dead grass together, and rubbed his hands to produce a small fireball. Crackle! The fireball landed on the woodpile, and a wisp of blue smoke slowly rose into the sky. This sight left everyone present utterly stunned. Senior Kakashi, this doesn't seem appropriate. The firelight will expose our position. Tenzu, wearing a red and green cat ear mask, quickly spoke out to stop him. He simply could not bear Kakashi's reckless style of conduct. It truly overturned his understanding of the world. Are you foolish? This mission is not an assassination. Kakashi shoved the honest Tenzu aside and slowly rotated the skewered wild rabbits over the fire. Our mission is to protect the VIP. No matter how tightly you hide, if the enemy comes, they will come. It is pointless. Kakashi spoke while slowly turning the branch. Flames licked at the tender pink rabbit meat, and oil slowly seeped out, dripping down the muscle fibers. It hit the charcoal with a sizzling sound, and a rich meat fragrance spread in all directions. Besides, Kakashi glanced up at the tense-faced Tenzu, then peeked at the silently observing Hyuga Hisashi. With Hisashi's Byakugan, if any enemy approaches, it is not certain who will expose whom. His words were reasonable and well-founded, leaving the honest Tenzu speechless. Let's be clear first, these few rabbits are not enough to fill my teeth gaps. If you want to eat, go hunt for yourselves. Shikadai, Namikaze, Rado, and Omoi exchanged glances, then silently walked into the forest. When they emerged, each was carrying various processed beast carcasses. You? Tenzu felt completely overwhelmed. What about concealment discipline? What about stealth principles? Are you really okay with this? Namikaze Rado handed Kakashi a wild wolf threaded on a wooden stick, then took down a rabbit sprinkled with spices from the fire. He twisted off a hind leg and stuffed it into Tenzu's hand while he himself held the rabbit head and began gnawing on it. The rabbit skin was crispy on the outside while the meat inside was tender and juicy. With one bite, fragrant grease exploded on the tip of his tongue. Namikaze Rado let out a satisfied long breath, praising with a mouthful of food. As expected of Kakashi, even though it's all roasted meat, yours tastes better than anyone else's. Namake's Rado and Omoi naturally would not be polite either. Their masks had long been thrown aside as they each grabbed a roasted rabbit and devoured it heartily. Eat. Kakashi is right. Our mission this time is indeed different from usual missions. Hyuga Hizashi smiled as he took the rabbit meat offered by Kakashi, gently patted Tenzu's shoulder, and then jumped onto a treetop to keep watch. Standing high does not necessarily mean seeing further. The Hyuga branch family's reconnaissance limit was plainly there. The reason he jumped onto the big tree was purely because Hyuga Hizashi simply could not accept the eating manners of the people below. Do not speak while eating, do not speak while lying down, was the education Hyuga Hizashi had received since childhood. Tenzu stood there holding the rabbit leg caught between advancing and retreating. He had grown up in Root, where people had no emotions, only cold rules. The dogma of not making sounds during missions was carved into his bones, causing him to instinctively resist this casual scene before him. Tenzu, from now on you are no longer a tool. The name Tenzu should no longer be used. Since you have left Root, you have been reborn. From now on your name is Tenzu. In the future, follow the senior Yenbyu members to learn to become a true ninja. Memories surfaced in Tenzu's mind the day he first met the third Hokage, those kind words from the man that were like a father's. He looked up at the three-man team devouring food, and Kakashi then looked at the golden, oily rabbit leg in his hand. No longer hesitating, he removed his mask and took a bite of the roasted meat, eating with tears streaming down his face. So this is the new life Lord Third spoke of. The group sat around the fire feasting heartily. Tianzong chewed on his roasted meat, listening as Kakashi and the others shared stories from the past. The warmth of the food seeped into his organs, yet the moisture in his eyes refused to dry. In Root, meals consisted only of dry nutrient paste and ration pills, and his days were consumed entirely by training. Comrades were forced to guard against one another. A supposed close friend could just as easily drive a knife into your back. There were no casual conversations, no fond memories to reminisce about. Only cold missions and death always looming. Such a scene, comrades gathered together laughing freely, reminiscing without a hint of guard, was something Tianzong hadn't even dared to dream of. He savored the feeling quietly, listening to the joyful laughter around him. But fate, as it often did, had other plans. Just as the conversation was at its peak, the clear sky darkened. A cool breeze swept through, carrying damp moisture, and fine raindrops began to fall silently. At first it was merely a sparse drizzle, but in an instant the rain intensified, dramatically pouring down through the canopy in a dense thunderous sheet. Crackle! Raindrops hit the bonfire, sending up wisps of smoke as the flames threatened to die out. Alright, that's enough. The rain is too heavy, we can't save the fire. Picnic's over. Kakashi looked at the flickering fire and shrugged helplessly. Shiranui Genma clicked his tongue in regret, stuffing the remaining half of his meat into his mouth, while Hozuki Renji and Tetsuma Iwashi also stopped what they were doing, looking up at the sky with resignation. Over. Tianzong was unwilling for the warmth he had just experienced to dissipate, and he wanted nothing more than to protect this fleeting moment of peace for his comrades. No sooner had Kakashi finished speaking than Tianzong set down his food, stood up, and pressed his palms together. Wood-release chakra surged forth, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. Leave this to me, seniors. Wood-release 4-pillar house. From massive, sturdy, dark green wooden pillars erupted from the earth. Immediately after, countless slender vines crisscrossed above, sealing the structure instantly. A spacious, well-proportioned, and tightly sealed wooden hut materialized in seconds. The wooden house perfectly shielded them from the wind and rain. The interior was spacious enough to accommodate 6 people, with the bonfire safely protected in the center, eliminating any worry of it being extinguished. With the jutsu complete, the group fell silent. Seniors, with this, we can continue resting and eating. Tianzong stood in the center of the hut, his expression reserved yet resolute. At that moment, everyone except Kakashi was stunned. Hozuki Renji and Tetsuma Iwashi were left speechless, their mouths opening and closing, but unable to form a single word. Hyuga Hizashi jumped down from the treetops, circling the wooden hut in the heavy rain to inspect it before stepping inside. He looked at the seemingly simple young man with surprise. Shiranui Genma instinctively stepped forward, running his hand over the thick wooden walls, his face filled with disbelief. Wood release. This is the lost Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage. Only Kakashi showed no surprise. Watching the others look as if they had seen a ghost, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. He reached out with a stick to tend the fire, reviving the nearly dying flames. The meat is almost done. If you don't eat it, I won't hold back. Kakashi, this is wood release. Aren't you the least bit surprised? Shiranui Genma slapped the wooden wall and loudly questioned Kakashi. Oh, wood release. How shocking. Kakashi exaggeratedly covered his mouth with his hand, but the next second, he flipped his eyes into his signature deadfish stare and shot back. Satisfied with that response, Genma. Such a perfunctory attitude left everyone inside the hut completely baffled. This was Wood Release, a top-tier talent capable of shaking the very foundation of the ninja world. On any other ninja, it would have caused an uproar. Among everyone present, Hozuki Renji had known Kakashi the longest and knew his nature best. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly, choosing his words carefully. Kakashi, do you have some opinion about Tianzong? All eyes turned to Kakashi, including Hyuga Hisashi's, who waited for his response. Opinion? How dare I have one? Kakashi looked at the flustered Tianzong, who resembled a child who had done something wrong and was waiting for a scolding, and let out a snort. Out of dozens or hundreds of children, only this single survivor remained. What is there to envy about such would release? He continued, Tianzong, it must be uncomfortable using power borrowed from others, isn't it? Tianzong, restless and uneasy, broke into a cold sweat. His deepest, most hidden secret had been dragged out by Kakashi, and his voice began to tremble involuntarily. Kakashi-senpai, how did you know? Borrowed power. Could it be that this heaven-defying would release was not Tianzong's innate Kekkei Genkai? Kakashi certainly wasn't going to tell them he had seen it in a manga. He also couldn't reveal the entirety of Danzo and Orochimaru's human experiments. Such dark top-secret matters within the village were far above the clearance level of a mere jonin. Speaking of it would only bring him trouble. Amidst the confused gazes of the others, Kakashi calmly pointed to the headband covering his left eye and began to fabricate a story with a straight face. Are you surprised? Have you forgotten? I also possess power that does not belong to me. Kakashi slightly lifted his headband, revealing only a glimpse of the crimson patterns at the corner of his eye. His excuse was flawless. For a ninja, Kekkei Genkai chakra should flow naturally and harmoniously with the body. However, your would-release chakra clashes with your very being like a foreign object forcibly lodged within you. Just like this eye, it not only fails to unleash its original power, but each use carries the danger of being consumed. This backlash devours your native cells. Each use permanently damages a portion of your life force. Long-term, frequent extreme overdraw will shorten your overall lifespan. With every word Kakashi spoke, Tianzong's face grew paler. The gazes of Shirini, Gunma, Hozuki, Rinji, Tetsuma, Awashi, and Hyuga Hisashi, filled with sympathy, astonishment, and regret, felt like countless steel needles piercing him, leaving him nowhere to hide. Tianzong buried his head in his hands and crouched on the ground. The fear he had long suppressed broke through his fragile mental defenses, and he screamed out loud. Stop it! Kakashi-senpai, please stop talking. Kakashi watched Tianzong crying in agony and nodded silently to himself. Children were indeed easy to handle. They couldn't keep secrets buried deep inside. Compared to the cold-blooded madman Orochimaru or the calculating veteran ninja Hyuga Hisashi, Tianzong was far easier to manipulate. The stick had been beaten enough, now it was time to offer a few sweet dates. Otherwise things might spiral out of control. Sorry, perhaps I was too harsh. Kakashi extended his hand, offering a skewer of grilled meat to Tianzong. I didn't mean to pick at your scars. I just didn't want them to admire your wit style and treat you like a rare ninja tool. Tianzong kept his head down, his sobs slowly subsiding, though he still dared not lift his gaze. Even if the power is borrowed, it's not your fault. Kakashi stuffed the skewer into Tianzong's hand and continued to use his own Sharingan as an example. In the eyes of outsiders, I am the copy ninja Kakashi, but no one sees that each time I use it, I bear one more destiny that isn't mine. We are both people who have stumbled through life with borrowed power. So I understand this feeling all too well. Kakashi, suppressing his own discomfort, kept up the emotional appeal. But so what? Borrowed power is nothing to be ashamed of. You are Tianzong, a ghost who crawled out of hell, yet still a comrade yearning for the light. That's all. Tianzong lifted his head, his face still streaked with tears, his eyes staring at Kakashi in bewilderment. Oh, really? Of course, ask them if you don't believe me. Kakashi pointed to the side, unable to continue his fabrication. Tianzong turned his gaze to the three-man squad and Rishiang Richa, desperately seeking validation. Of course it's true, Tianzong. Exactly, we are comrades now. Except for Rishiang Richa, who looked at Kakashi with a meaningful silence. Bingzu Leidong Jie Waxi and Buji Huaxianjian had long been moved by Kakashi's words, each eagerly chiming in to agree. Thank you, seniors. I am really happy. Tianzong sniffled, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Alright, enough of this atmosphere. Don't let the house Tianzong worked so hard to build go to waste. Let's eat. Kakashi noticed Rishiang Richa's gaze and felt a pang of guilt, worried that he might see through him. He subtly began to change the subject. Eat more, you're growing. Buji Huaxianjian picked out a few skewers from the fire that were the most charred and fragrant with the richest fat, and without a word replaced the cold skewers in Tianzong's hand. Jie Waxi silently moved a little closer, while Bingzu Leitong pulled him to sit by the fire, showering him with concern. Tianzong was deeply moved by this sudden kindness. Awkward and unsure how to repay it, he busied himself frantically. Seeing the fire wane and the heavy rain outside making it difficult to gather wood, he immediately activated his wood-style sprouting logs to add to the fire. Noticing they had no place to set their items, he formed several flat wooden pads convenient for everyone to place their grilled meat. Seeing that everyone had nearly finished eating, and there was no container to boil water, he simply clasped his hands, used wood-style to grow teacups, filled them with clean rainwater under the eaves, warmed them slightly, and placed one by each person's hand. Before long, he had taken care of nearly all the chores. In the end, even Rishiang Richa, who was used to being served, felt guilty and forcibly sat him down. Outside the hut the rain poured in torrents, inside it was dry and warm. The meal was satisfying and enjoyable. Seeing that everyone had finished, Tianzong noticed the hard cold floor of the wooden hut with no place to lie down and grew restless again. He clasped his hands, and in an instant several wide flat wooden beds grew on both sides of the hut. So wood style can be used like this. Really eye-opening. Bougie Hua Xuanjian, a sunbon dangling from his mouth, stared at the beds in a daze. Come to think of it, we're supposed to be on a mission, but it feels like we're on a vacation trip together. Bingzu Leitong sat down on the wooden bed, shaking it a few times, but it didn't budge. Satisfied, he lay down and stretched out. Yeah, we have Tianzong to thank for that, otherwise we'd still be out in the rain. Jie Waxi placed a hand on Tianzong's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up with the other. Seniors, please rest. I'll take the watch and keep guard. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the praise, Tianzong turned his gaze outside and offered. Alright, take it easy for once. No one's asking you to shoulder everything alone. Kakashi-senpai. Tianzong was startled, looking back in confusion. Visibility is poor on rainy nights. No one is better suited for the night watch than the Byakugan and the Sharingan. I'll take the first half, Richa, you take the second half. Alright. Rishiang Richa nodded, as concise as ever. The night passed without incident. The heavy rain outside began to ease in the later hours, and by dawn the forest was shrouded in mist, the air exceptionally fresh. After the heartfelt conversation of the previous day, the barriers between the six had melted away. They ate fresh fruit and grilled meat, chatted about trivial matters, and stayed in the clean, stable wooden hut, resting in incomparable comfort. If not for the border canyon surrounded by barren mountains, Tianzong might have forgotten the purpose of their journey. But what was meant to come would come. On the afternoon of the seventh day, movement finally stirred across the canyon, instantly snapping everyone to attention. They're here. Rishiang Richa fully activated his Byakugan, taking in the distant scene, and alerted the entire team. At the canyon's exit, a massive ninja squad slowly emerged, a dark sea of over 100 figures neatly arrayed, tightly encircling a four-wheeled carriage at the center. Without need for words, the person inside the carriage was the core of this cloud-hidden envoy mission, Yue Jiang. What was intriguing was that this envoy, which should have been escorted solely by Cloud Hidden, was now being fully guarded by a heavy contingent of Earth Hidden. Looks like Daemu is afraid something might happen to this one on his turf. Kakashi stepped behind Riang Ri, looking at the absurdly extravagant security lineup across the way, and couldn't help but chuckle. Yet this could start a small war. Rishiang Richa deactivated his Byakugan. You all continue to keep watch as planned. I'll go up and handle the handover. Alright. Be careful, Rishiang-senpai. Rishiang Richa nodded in acknowledgement, and walked alone toward the neutral zone in the center of the canyon. Seeing someone approach from their side, a burly jonin stepped out from the Earth-hidden ranks. Huang Tu, the head jonin of a Wagakure and son of Daemu. Well, if it isn't Richa. Huang Tu-senpai, long time no see. Both were renowned powerhouses in the ninja world, having crossed paths countless times on the battlefield, and were familiar with each other. This mission is tricky, so the old man insisted I personally lead the escort. Since your Leaf Village backup has arrived, our duty is complete. Huang Tu couldn't be bothered with small talk with Rishiang Richa. Having finally offloaded this hot potato, he didn't want to linger a second longer. All units, mission complete. Quick return the way we came. Oob. In an instant, the 100+ Earth-hidden ninjas broke into cheers, and led by Huang Tu vanished along the canyon path, as if fleeing for their lives. The canyon fell into an instant silence, leaving only swirling dust and the awkward staring contest between the Cloud Envoy delegation and Hyuga Hayashi. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen escort guards outrun the people they're supposed to protect. Enough chatter. Get to work. Kakashi noticed Hyuga Hayashi's right hand behind his back, continuously forming hand signals. His pupils contracted, and he shot an annoyed glare at Shirini Gunma, before vanishing in a flicker to appear behind Hayashi. I am Hyuga Hayashi of Konoha, leading this squad to receive you. From here on we will provide full escort to ensure your delegation travels without obstruction. Seeing his squad assembled, Hayashi stepped forward to greet the delegation. Cough, cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing answered Hayashi. A withered hand parted the carriage curtain, revealing a weathered face. Ah, Jonin from the Hyuga clan. I am Yatsuki Ko. We shall be in your care. Before he could finish, another spasm of coughs racked him. A young dark-skinned genin rushed forward, produced a pill bottle, and carefully poured out a single pill, dissolving it in water. After watching Ko drink it, he turned to Hayashi with a scowl. Can't you see the teacher is unwell? And is this all the manpower Konoha could spare? Kakashi and Hayashi exchanged a glance. This brat clearly hadn't learned his lesson about minding his place. Just a mere genin daring to bark like a stray dog. Yatsuki, say show some respect. Ko silenced the young man, then offered Hayashi an apologetic smile. He is the last of my lineage, and I've spoiled him terribly. Please don't hold it against a child. Of course not. Hayashi returned the smile. Were it not for the mission, that last of his lineage would have been 6 feet under by now. Then, senior, shall we set off? Cough. Very well. Ko's cough was gentler, now the medicine taking effect. All of you watch the road. If the teacher gets jostled, you'll answer to me. Sei's voice rang out imperious and haughty as the carriage curtain fell shut. The jonin leading the escorts cast Sei a look of disdain, but said nothing, offering Kakashi and Hayashi an apologetic smile, instead before urging his horse forward. Tenzo followed them. Kakashi remained still, as did the trio, and Hayashi issuing only a quiet command. Understood. Tenzo, a man of few questions, obediently broke into a jog after the caravan. No wonder even that Tsuchikage sent his own son. This really is a headache. Once the carriage had enough distance, Kakashi spoke. Yeah, Kakashi, they've got quite the numbers. Hayashi's Byakugan bulged wide, and he gave a wry smile. What's worse is his condition. It's absolutely terrible. If we run into real danger, the spatial distortion of the Flying Thunder God formation would kill him on the spot. We need a new plan. Ganma Reito Awashi, return to the village and brief the third Hokage. Request immediate reinforcements. Kakashi, this. Reito, drop it. The mission is already compromised. Kakashi had no patience for debate. We'll hold the line. Whether the old man makes it to Konoha alive is on you three. And remember, I'm the squad leader. That's an order. Kakashi, don't blame Reito. He's just worried about you. Shiranui Ganma had already tucked his sunbon back into his pouch, his voice unusually serious. You know that once we fly back to the village from here, we won't have the strength to fly back with reinforcements. We're only Tokubetsu Jonin after all. Then hurry up and go. If a fight breaks out, I'll have to protect you too. Kakashi's dead fish eyes rolled in exasperation. Kakashi, you haven't changed one bit. Still that sharp tongue. Yakushi Yawashi, Shiranui Ganma, and Minazuki Reito began forming hand seals in unison, linking hands. A spatial distortion rippled, and the trio vanished. Reito's parting words echoed in the air. Kakashi, don't die. TCH. You'll be dead before I am. Kakashi waved dismissively at the empty air, his mouth as sharp as ever, but his gaze turned to Hayashi. Your move, or mine? Better yours. Risking my life to protect someone who wants me dead just feels wrong. Hayashi jerked his chin toward the carriage. Indeed. Dealing with these small fry doesn't require the head of the Hyuga branch family. A nobody like me will suffice. How humble. Here I go. Kakashi raised his left index and middle fingers, his right hand curling into a fist, forming a single seal. Multiple shadow clone technique. A plume of white smoke burst forth. 5 Kakashi clones flipped their middle fingers in unison before darting into the canyon depths. The original, meanwhile, stood leisurely, and under Hayashi's stunned gaze pulled out a chakra-enhancing potion and downed it in one gulp. The bounty hunters surging from the canyon's depths were battle-hardened elites. Seeing 5 figures approach, they swiftly began forming seals and drawing blades, paying the mere clone's little mind. Kakashi, isn't this a bit too reckless? They've got several Jonin-level fighters among them. Veins bulged around Hayashi's eyes as he watched Kakashi's shadow clones charge headfirst into the enemy ranks. Kakashi tucked the empty potion bottle back into his pouch. This special container kept the medicine fresh without evaporation, and it wasn't cheap. Every bit save counted. Hayashi, sometimes brains are a good thing. Don't just cling to that practically useless gentle fist. Hayashi turned his head, a look of reproach in his eyes. Was he calling him brainless? His gaze swung back to the battlefield. The 5 clones hadn't launched a direct assault. They scattered, each forming seals in unison. The clone nearest the cliff wall placed its palm against the stone. Earth-natured chakra surged upward. Earth release, earth drop cover. With a thunderous roar, the cliff walls trembled, sending loose rocks and dirt cascading down. The entire cliff face collapsed, heavy earth descending like a collapsing sky. The 2 clones blocking the center path completed their seals simultaneously and shouted in unison. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. A crimson fire dragon roared forth, its massive body shattered by falling boulders scattering into balls of flame. A sudden crosswind swept through, and the fire swelled tenfold, a scorching wave rolling across the canyon. Enemy shinobi trapped by the earthworks had no escape, forced to endure the searing blast. Screams erupted in chaotic succession. Water release, great waterfall technique. The clone positioned to the right, moving with deliberate slowness, completed its seals. A colossal waterfall dozens of meters tall materialized and crashed down with the force of a small tsunami, flooding the entire pass. Lightning release, ground wire. The final clone had finished its seals early, but released its jutsu last. Pale purple lightning raced across the water's surface, spreading wildly. The shinobi within the canyon were instantly paralyzed, unable even to scream, left helpless as they awaited their fate. Earth release to block the path, fire release to incinerate the field, wind release for assistance, water release to control the battlefield, and lightning release to finish off. Hyuga Hizashi stood there, his forehead lined with sweat as he watched the battlefield. The 5 shadow clones that had just finished off the enemies all turned around in unison, raised their middle fingers at the original body in a synchronized gesture, and then dispelled themselves. He's just as ill-tempered as the original. He had thought that the 5 clones would at most barely hold their own against several Jonin, or even fall into danger. But he never expected that Kakashi could perfectly integrate ninjutsu with the terrain, causing the fierce attackers to crumble in an instant. 5 releases, 2 A rank, 2 B rank, 1 C rank. The combined chakra consumption was still less than what he would use for a single rotation. See, I told you I was right. They were nothing but small fry. No need to bother the clan head. Kakashi put away the bottle, slowly raised his hand to touch his forehead protector, and said lightly, "Not everyone is a copy ninja who can learn 1,000 techniques." Hyuga Hisashi admitted that Kakashi's combination of ninjutsu was indeed impressive. "Let's go. We've wasted enough time. If we dawdle any longer, the person in the carriage might cause a ruckus again." "True. I wonder how much bounty Inoki put out. I bet the road ahead won't be peaceful." Kakashi shrugged and quickly caught up with Hyuga Hisashi. "How do you know it's Inoki?" Hyuga Hisashi turned his head in confusion as they ran. "Inoki hires mercenaries to carry out sabotage missions all the time. He took the blame for you this time, so how could he not retaliate?" Kakashi winked at Hyuga Hisashi, then sped up to chase the carriage. "Hey, it was you who did it." Hyuga Hisashi couldn't argue with that. The matter did start because of him. The time Kakashi took to eliminate the pursuers was less than the time he spent chatting with Hyuga Hisashi. The carriage hadn't even left the Byakugan's field of vision. With a few shunshin, the two caught up to the carriage and landed beside Tenzo, who kept turning back to look. "Senior Kakashi, Senior Hisashi, what's going on?" Tenzo was the only member of the escort team who was still in the dark. He completely failed to understand the hidden signals Hyuga Hisashi had given. "Nothing. Just some annoying flies. They're dealt with." Kakashi brushed it off nonchalantly. "Really? What about Senior Genma and the others?" Tenzo was skeptical. The commotion had been considerable, but due to the terrain blocking his view, he hadn't been able to see what happened. "I sent them ahead to scout the way." Kakashi lied without changing his expression. "Oh, I see." Tenzo nodded without a shred of doubt. Hyuga Hisashi, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Kakashi's mouth always twisted black and white. Only an honest kid like Tenzo would believe such a clumsy lie. He silently rolled his eyes using the Byakugan's inner eye roll, but didn't expose him. The carriage moved forward with Hyuga Hisashi walking at the front, his Byakugan constantly turning on and off to maintain vigilance. The first few hours were relatively calm until the carriage left the mountainous area and reached an open plain. "Stop!" Hyuga Hisashi raised his right hand and halted. Kakashi and Tenzo stood on either side behind him. "What are you doing here? Get back." Kakashi glanced at Tenzo and ordered coldly. "Senior, I can help too." Tenzo hurriedly explained. "You go protect the mission target. Don't cause trouble." Kakashi grabbed Tenzo by the collar and pulled him back. "Your ability is strong, but you're not Hashirama Senju. Defense and sealing are your strengths." "Where are they?" After persuading the reluctant Tenzo, Kakashi looked with his right eye, but saw nothing unusual. "They're coming." Hyuga Hisashi faced directly ahead and warned in a low voice. Kakashi focused his gaze. A figure, tall and burly with broad shoulders and thick arms, wearing a black sleeveless tight vest and carrying a massive, grotesquely shaped greatsword on his back, rushed toward them from a distance. Elite Jonin level. His killing intent is condensed. He's nothing like the small fry just now. Hyuga Hisashi quietly circulated his chakra, his muscles tensed, ready to strike. "TCH, I thought it was someone else. It's Hashigaki Kisame and the Samahata." Kakashi laughed. "The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist." "What? You've seen him before?" Hyuga Hisashi asked. "Heard of him. Just a fish that slipped through the net. Leave him to me." Kakashi started to take charge. In an instant, Hashigaki Kisame had closed to within 100 meters. As he ran, he gripped the hilt with one hand, letting the heavy Samahata slide off his back. The blade dragged on the ground, sending sparks and a piercing screech of metal full of momentum. "Konoha ninja." Hashigaki Kisame's voice was hoarse and grating, terribly unpleasant. "Hand over the carriage and I'll spare your lives." As he shouted, Hashigaki Kisame had already closed to within 30 meters of Kakashi. The heavy Samahata was raised high, poised to come crashing down with the force to split mountains and shatter the earth. At this distance, Kakashi could clearly see Hashigaki Kisame's jagged shark-like teeth and his browless eye sockets even without the Sharingan. "Hyuga Hisashi, take them and go ahead. I'll fight him to the death." Kakashi turned to Hyuga Hisashi with a grin, then suddenly changed expression, letting out a heart-wrenching, desperate scream. "Holy shit!" Hyuga Hisashi was startled by Kakashi's sudden outburst. His years of composure shattered by that one shout. He couldn't help but curse. While Hyuga Hisashi was still trying to figure out what Kakashi was up to, he stood there dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Hashigaki Kisame heard the scream. He bared his huge mouth lined with terrifying crimson vertical stripes and stomped one foot heavily on the ground, leaping into the air. Just as he was about to let out a sinister cackle and slash Kakashi down, he heard Kakashi shout the name of a jutsu even louder. 8 gates formation, 3rd gate. Gate of life, open. Mid-air, Hashigaki Kisame's body stiffened. His arm raised high with the Samahata froze. His half-open mouth and the impending cackle were all stuck on his face, creating an absurdly bizarre scene. 8 gates. For Hoshigaki Kisame, who had personally witnessed Might Due slaughter most of the 7 ninja swordsmen like chickens, this technique was a nightmare etched into his bones. Without even a moment to distinguish truth from falsehood, his pouncing momentum came to an abrupt halt. His body still carried the inertia of the forward slash, but in the next second, he instinctively pulled the blade back to retreat. This kind of forced countermotion in midair was extremely awkward, completely violating the natural inertia of the human body. A faint muffled sound of bones and tendons dislocating came from the air. Hoshigaki Kisame's massive frame twisted grotesquely in midair, folding in on itself. The originally fierce, slashing posture was forcibly contorted into a comical shrimp-like pose. The heavy samahata carried forward by inertia, but he desperately pulled it back the massive blade, causing him to completely lose his balance. Bang! The next moment, the once renowned Hoshigaki Kisame of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, in an extremely clumsy posture under Hyuga Hizashi's astonished gaze, slammed heavily onto the ground, utterly devoid of any top-tier killer's aura. Byakushirozong's heavy body crashed onto the hard soil of the wasteland. The moment he landed, a piercing pain shot through his entire spine, nearly causing the veteran jonin to groan aloud. But he was a ruthless figure forged in the Blood Mist Village. Despite the unbearable agony in his waist and abdomen, he hesitated not at all. With a swift movement, he sprang to his feet using the momentum of his fall. However, as he steadied himself, his right hand clamped tightly onto his lower back. The cross-shaped scar spanning his face twitched uncontrollably as he endured the excruciating sprain. Cough. He suppressed a faint muffled cough deep within his throat. He dared not show weakness before his enemy. He drove his executioner's blade into the ground, the wide blade burying itself halfway into the soil. Gripping the hilt tightly with his left hand, he barely maintained his stance, his narrow, elongated eyes locking suspiciously onto Kakashi ahead. In his field of view, a faint blue-green steam of chakra surrounded Kakashi, causing his hair to flutter slightly. Something seemed different. When that person appeared, the steam had been red, then turned crimson blood red. Why was this Konoha brat steam blue? 8 gates release formation, 5th gate due. Open. 8 gates release formation, 7th gate jing. As if to dispel Byakushirozong's suspicions, Kakashi shouted twice in succession. The pale green chakra steam first intensified to a bright cyan, then shifted to a vivid red. His skin flushed, and every strand of hair stood on end. How is this possible? This chakra steam, in terms of volume, pattern, texture, and fluctuation, is almost identical to that person's. Others might not distinguish truth from falsehood, but Byakushirozong could not be mistaken. His voice trembled slightly, his jagged teeth biting down hard on his lower lip. This young silver-haired Konoha ninja truly knew the 8 gates. He had originally assumed this was a simple bounty assassination mission, dealing with a few Konoha jonin, something easily accomplished. But now, facing the 8 gates, Byakushirozong was intimidated. Although his chakra reserves did not compare to that strangely dressed watermelon-headed individual, they had been 7 people at the time. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were not merely 7 ninja wielding 7 swords, they possessed coordinated formations. They had even stood a chance against the 3 Tails Jinchuriki. Confidently sent out by the 3rd Mizukage, he had only wanted to crush some soft targets, yet he was left crippled by the 8 gates. Now he was alone with a sprained waist, charging forward meant certain death. The 8 gates. As the name implies, there are 8 gates in total, and the opponent had already opened the 7th. What should he do? What should he do? Before Byakushirozong could think of a solution, Kakashi pressed his right thumb against his heart and shouted loudly to the exasperated Hyuga Hizashi. Senior Hyuga, farewell. Do not let my sacrifice be in vain. Before Hizashi could speak, Kakashi turned his head resolutely. Glaring viciously at Byakushirozong, he extended his right hand, signaling Hizashi not to interfere. Senior, do not dissuade me. Death is the highest climax of youth. Hizashi's face was as dark as the midnight sky, his Byakugan nearly straining from anger. Which eye did you think I was trying to stop you? 8 gates release formation, 8th gate dead. Stop, young man. That was merely a joke between us. Byakushirozong quickly raised his hand to interrupt Kakashi's incantation. Good heavens. The boy's finger movements, the red steam, even the words of farewell to his companion, all mirrored that person exactly. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, Byakushirozong dared not gamble, nor did he want to. Losing the gamble meant death, and he wasn't ready to die yet. A joke. Kakashi froze, his thumb hovering midair above his heart. His expression of unwavering resolve made Byakushirozong's heart race with fear. What do you mean, senior? Youth is without regret. Burning one's life is the true nature of a shinobi. I have already made my decision. Today, I will block this formidable enemy with my life. Formidable enemy? No, no, no. Byakushirozong shook his head so violently it nearly detached. I am merely a passerby. Upon seeing the young hero, I was overjoyed and wished to come greet you. Does greeting someone require wielding a giant blade? Kakashi wore an expression of tragic indignation, as if ready to unleash his ultimate technique at the slightest disagreement. Misunderstanding. A sheer massive misunderstanding. Byakushirozong attempted to pull the executioner's blade from the soil, but as soon as he exerted force a sharp pain shot through his waist. He forced his voice to sound gentle, awkwardly spinning his lie. I raised the blade because it is too large. The wind in the wilderness is strong and the light is harsh, so I raised it higher so you could see clearly. Kakashi. Hyuga Hisashi. That excuse was truly clumsy and the air seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. Ryu Shirzong forced himself to continue the nonsense, his jagged teeth nearly grinding to dust. He spoke with complete seriousness. I genuinely wish to befriend you. I have heard that Konoha is full of gifted individuals. Meeting you today, seeing your peerless martial talent, I brought this executioner's blade, a famous ninja sword, too. Specifically to gift it to you. With those words, even the wind seemed to stop. Hyuga Hisashi felt his skull buzzing. He had truly expanded his horizons today. First, the copy ninja's acting skills reached divine levels, and now a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen fearing death admitted defeat and whitewashed himself on the spot. This battle was even more absurd than the earlier 5 elements overrun in the canyon. Gift a sword. Kakashi slowly lowered his hand from his heart. Yes. Ryu Shirzong nodded eagerly like a pestle grinding grain, fearing that if he delayed even a second the other party would open the dead gate and take him down with them. Fine birds, choose trees to perch on. Young hero, with your peerless talent and mastery of the 8 gates, this blade deserves to follow you. My earlier gesture was entirely thoughtless with absolutely no malice. For the sake of survival, the veteran Missing Nin had completely cast aside all dignity and pride. Hearing this, Kakashi deactivated the 8 gates. The red chakra steam dissipated, and he pretended to be deeply moved. I see. Since it is your sincere gesture, senior, I shall accept without further protest. Hearing Kakashi agree to take the sword, Ryu Shirzong felt a pang of pain as his gaze fell upon the executioner's blade embedded in the earth. This blade had accompanied him for many years. In the bloody battles of Mist Village, countless life and death moments saw this heavy blade block fatal jutsu for him. It was his sole symbol as a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. In the past, the blade's weight and powerful swings made it unstoppable against groups of enemies, a nightmare for his foes. But now it had become his burden. Just moments ago, when he sprained his waist landing, he had to rely on the hilt to support most of his body weight just to stand. If he dragged this 30-pound, 2.5-meter-long blade while fleeing, he wouldn't even be able to escape, leading to certain death. This beloved blade was lost. Either way, it was better to trade it for his own life. Then it is settled. Farewell. Ozuki Kisame released his grip on the rough-wrapped handle of the executioner's blade, retreating step by step, with frequent glances over his shoulder. Kakashi stepped forward, pulled the executioner's blade from the ground, weighed its heavy frame in his hands, then twirled it with a flourish, his smile utterly unstoppable. Senior's generosity is truly overwhelming. I hardly feel worthy of such a gift. Hyuga Hayashi stood rooted in place, having witnessed the entire absurd standoff. Words utterly failed him. Watching Kakashi reap the spoils while feigning humility, even with Kisame as the enemy, Hayashi couldn't help but feel a pang of indignation on the man's behalf. Hardly worthy. Hayashi finally spoke once he saw Kisame clutching his back disappear into the distance. If you're truly so burdened by guilt, why not just return the blade to him? Kakashi paused mid-flourish, turned to face Hayashi, and declared with unshakable confidence, if the senior insists on gifting it so sincerely, refusing would only wound his goodwill. Hayashi let out a long, weary sigh. Kakashi, has anyone ever told you your face is far more formidable than your abilities? Clan head Hayashi, your words missed the mark. Unfazed by the jab, Kakashi hoisted the executioner's blade onto his shoulder with one hand, wearing an expression of sublime righteousness. I, Kakashi, the Leaf's most famously honest soul, have always walked the ninja path in good faith. I have never once deceived a soul. The words rolled off his tongue with such effortless audacity as though his earlier theatrics, bluffing and swindling a blade out of thin air, had never happened at all. Hayashi's brow twitched violently at such shameless self-aggrandizement. He activated his Byakugan, pointing at the unervingly calm flow of chakra through Kakashi's network, and struck at the heart of the matter. Honest. Then answer me this. The 8 gates open in sequence. Gate of opening, gate of healing, and so on. Yet you claimed the gate of pain skipped 4 gates, went straight to the gate of wonder, and then claimed you'd open the gate of death. Does your version of the 8 gates allow you to skip gates 3, 4, and 6 entirely? And another thing, when the 8 gates are opened, one's bones crack throughout, and internal organs suffer severe damage. Yet here you stand with nothing more than mildly turbulent chakra in your pathways. You call that honest? These questions struck with surgical precision, shredding Kakashi's lies to pieces. Any ordinary person would have been left sputtering in embarrassment. But this was Kakashi. Who else could he be? A flicker of shame failed to appear on his face. Instead, he met Hayashi's gaze with perfect composure and began to argue with the utmost sincerity. Who said misremembering a name counts as lying? He spread his empty left hand, his tone a mixture of innocence and conviction. I did train hard in the 8 gates with my guy. I genuinely achieved the gate of life. I've truly opened it. That part is completely true. As for the 5th gate and 7th gate I mentioned, it was purely due to the heat of battle. My mind simply jumbled the order of the gates, and I misspoke. That's all. I merely misremembered a technique's name. It's not as if I deliberately deceived anyone. Hayashi was momentarily struck speechless. Misremembered. Who on earth could confuse the order of the 8 gates so badly that they leap from the 3rd straight to the 7th? Gazing at the silver-haired youth before him who appeared as though he were the one truly wronged, Hayashi felt his decades-old worldview being thoroughly overturned. Misremembered a technique's name. Hayashi repeated through gritted teeth. Your misremembering nearly scared a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen to death and swindled him out of his signature blade. Kakashi smiled, his tone earnest. I can only say Senior Kisame's own psychological trauma was too deep-seated. He hallucinated threats that simply didn't exist. I bear absolutely no responsibility for any of it. Hayashi found himself utterly speechless, swallowing the words that had risen to his lips. Arguing with this man was a complete waste of energy. Every additional exchange was a drain on his very soul. He couldn't be bothered to tear apart Kakashi's flimsy excuses any further, nor did he wish to revisit the man's utterly theatrical performance from moments before. The emotional farewell, the hand pressed to his heart in a tragic pose of certain death. The lines, the expressions, the shifting steam that wreathed his body. Every detail had been performed with such masterful precision that even Hayashi, who knew the truth, had nearly been fooled. Had Kakashi merely spouted random gate names without the convincing chakra illusion, without the exaggerated look of a man staring death in the face, Kisame would have at most dismissed it as empty bravado, nowhere near enough to frighten him witless, let alone compel him to part with his beloved executioner's blade. But Kakashi had it all. The full performance, masterfully executed, striking precisely the nightmare that had plagued the man's heart for years. Hayashi deactivated his Byakugan and turned toward the carriage only to have Kakashi seize his sleeve. Well, Hayashi, you almost fooled me there. Kakashi pressed his mouth close to Hayashi's ear, winking and whispering conspiratorially. Never expected that a straight-laced Hyuga like you would sneak peeks at the village's forbidden arts. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. I snuck a look at forbidden arts. Hayashi violently shook off Kakashi's grip on his sleeve, his face flushed with fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense. Kakashi sneered at Hayashi's anger. How else would you know that the 8 gates can't be opened out of sequence? This is a forbidden technique created by the 2nd Hokage Tobarama Senju, then sealed away in the Scroll of Seals by the 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju. You're being completely unreasonable. Hayashi drew a deep breath, a wave of powerlessness washing over him. In all his years, he had never encountered someone so adept at turning the tables. Who told you the 8 gates was created by the 2nd Hokage? Huh. For once it was Kakashi's turn to freeze. The 8 gates is an ancient forbidden body art passed down from the mists of antiquity. Its creator has long been lost to history. There's no way it was Tobarama Senju. Is that so? Funny, I was wondering. If Tobarama had really created the 8 gates, then how would Six Paths Madara have known about the red steam? So it existed long before. Makes sense now? Kakashi muttered to himself, feeling his useless trivia grow by one more item. Six Paths Madara. Who's that? Hayashi asked casually. Just a fool from the Uchiha clan. Lost in his recollections, Kakashi answered without a second thought. Madara. Uchiha. The words hung in the air. The listener was far sharper than the speaker intended. Hayashi's mind raced, and he gasped aloud. Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha. Where? Startled by Hayashi's sudden exclamation, Kakashi nearly dropped the executioner's blade and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to flee on the spot. After frantically scanning left and right, finding the desolate wasteland utterly silent save for the distant carriage and not a single ghost in sight, he finally relaxed and glared at Hayashi with undisguised irritation. What are you yelling about for no reason? Scaring people half to death, you know. You've actually met Madara Uchiha. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Hayashi's gaze bore into him, relentless. And why did you call him Six Paths Madara just now? Damn, a slip of the tongue. Kakashi's mind screamed in alarm. The hunter had been hunted, caught by his own carelessness. His eyes darted frantically, then he pasted on a harmless, disarming smile and scratched the back of his silver hair with feigned embarrassment. I meant rumors, just rumors. There's always been a rumor in the ninja world that Madara Uchiha didn't really die. I just mentioned it offhand, I didn't expect it to startle you. Huh. Without waiting for Hayashi to press further, he hoisted the executioner's blade back onto his shoulder and strode off toward the carriage. Rumors, you say? Hyuga Hizashi was not as naive as Tenzu. He was not so easily deceived. Watching Kakashi's panicked retreat, he fell into deep thought. This kid, the secrets he was hiding were likely far more numerous than anyone imagined. Uchiha Madara. Hyuga Hizashi followed leisurely behind, silently repeating the name in his heart. Some matters need not be spoken aloud. This single piece of secret intelligence was enough to explain many things. Senpai Kakashi, what just happened? Why did that strange man stick that sword into the mud and run away? As soon as Hyuga Hizashi approached the carriage, he heard Tenzu asking questions about the headman's sword. You mean this? That man was Biwa Juzo, and this sword is the headman's sword. Kakashi took the heavy blade from his shoulder and, mimicking the man's earlier action, stuck it into the ground. Biwa Juzo was a good man. He saw my extraordinary talent from the start, that I was a born swordsman, and begged and cried for me to accept this sword. There was no way out. His hospitality was too overwhelming. I had no choice but to reluctantly accept it. Is that so? Tenzu tilted his head back, eyeing the sword planted in the earth which towered over his petite frame, his expression full of skepticism. Then why did I see him preparing to attack just now, eh? You must have seen it wrong. Kakashi patted Tenzu on the head with a grin. That was Biwa Juzo's test for me to see if I was worthy of inheriting this ancestral blade. I see. Tenzu nodded innocently. Senior Kakashi is truly a genius among thousands. Naturally, Hyuga Hisashi, listening to their exchange, felt his eyelid twitching. He felt embarrassed for Kakashi, unable to bear the sight before him. He had witnessed clearly the entire process of Kakashi bluffing Biwa Juzo with the 8 gates, forcing the man to painfully part with his sword. Yet Kakashi's tongue could turn black into white, transforming an ambush on a strong enemy into a mentor gifting a blade, and a life-and-death standoff into a senior's test. His fabricated story was seamless. However, Hyuga Hisashi could find no flaw in Kakashi's words. The sword transfer was indeed initiated by Biwa Juzo, even if the voluntariness of it was questionable. With the mission target still inside the carriage, exposing Kakashi's lie publicly would only cause chaos and waste time explaining the backstory, delaying their journey. After weighing the pros and cons, Hyuga Hisashi could only pretend he heard nothing, letting Kakashi continue to deceive Tenzu. He shook his head, lightly turned, and walked quickly to the carriage, bowing respectfully to the compartment. The trouble has been resolved. The path ahead is clear. We may continue our journey. A cough echoed from inside the carriage, followed by a soft acknowledgement. Herein Ninsho tightened the reins, and the carriage slowly began to move. Tenzu still gazed at the headman's sword with admiration, tugging at Kakashi's sleeve, enviously curious about how majestic the blade must be in combat. Kakashi boasted freely, not blushing in the slightest. Hyuga Hisashi glanced sideways at the two, letting out a silent sigh. Tenzu was quite the oddity. Having grown up in root, his mind could still be this pure, like a white lotus blooming from the mud. Hyuga Hisashi led the way while Kakashi and Tenzu chatted merrily along the path, the headman's sword already shouldered by Tenzu, who stood barely over a meter tall. Kakashi swore this was Tenzu's strong request. It was absolutely not, because he found the sword too heavy and didn't want to carry it. Inside the carriage, Yuzuki Aishin silently opened the window and exchanged a glance with the jonin escorting the small team. The ordinary jonin stationed by the window immediately understood, quietly slowing his pace. Jonin Hatake, please hold on. What is it? Kakashi turned to look at the cloud jonin. Forgive my boldness, Jonin Hatake. The technique you just employed, was it the legendary forbidden art, the 8 gates? Hearing this, Hyuga Hisashi, who was leading the way, did not stop, but cast a casual glance from his Byakugan, waiting for Kakashi's reply. A flicker of surprise flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Probing for other secret techniques was a major taboo in the ninja world. Oh, surely this man understood that. I have dabbled in it, but I would not say I am proficient. Kakashi did not answer directly, neither admitting nor denying. Seeing this, the cloud jonin instantly understood Kakashi's concerns and sensibly dropped the subject. He pointed toward the carriage and lowered his voice. Jonin Hatake need not worry. I have no intention of spying on Konoha's secrets. It is simply that Lord Yuzuki has matters to discuss with you. Please step into the carriage for a chat. Very well. Kakashi did not hesitate and agreed immediately, patting Tenzu on the shoulder as he did so. Senpai Kakashi. Tenzu's face was filled with worry, wanting to dissuade Kakashi from going, but not knowing how to speak. It's fine. You go walk with the Hyuga clan head for now. Kakashi smiled, watching Tenzu jog to catch up with Hyuga Hisashi ahead. Then he raised his hand, lifted the carriage curtain, and stepped inside. The interior of the carriage was more spacious than expected, lacking the cramped feeling of ordinary transport carriages, easily accommodating several people. The furnishings inside were extremely minimal, with almost no extra decorations. However, the walls and ceiling beams were densely carved with formation runes. The floor was covered with thick, soft tatami mats. Judging by the flow of the runes, the true key to the formation lay beneath the tatami. In the center of the carriage, an elderly figure sat quietly. He was the core target of this mission, Yuzuki Aishin. To the naked eye, he appeared to be an ordinary elderly man with the distinctive dark complexion of the Yuzuki clan. His graying hair was loosely tied back, and his figure was thin and slightly hunched. Looking at his appearance alone, he seemed like any common old man, showing no abnormalities. Yet before he even opened his mouth, merely gesturing for the seat opposite him, a severe fit of coughing erupted. Cough. Cough. Yuzuki Aishin clutched his chest tightly. Each cough carried a muffled rumble from his thorax, as if he might cough up his internal organs. Kakashi sat in the empty seat, watching the scene before him quietly. This man had initiated a private deal with him. From start to finish, the whole matter exuded an indescribable eeriness. Lord, given your advanced age, you should be enjoying your twilight years in the Lightning Country capital. Why involve yourself personally in this embassy and endure such hardship? Kakashi asked, feigning ignorance after Yuzuki Aishin stopped coughing. Enjoying my twilight years. Yuzuki Aishin shook his head gently. Jonin Hatake is a genius having grown up in Konoha's prosperity. Naturally, you do not understand our lightning country's predicament. Konoha is full of talents with new generation geniuses emerging constantly, allowing the older generation to retire peacefully behind the scenes. But our cloud-hidden village has already suffered from a lack of successors lacking strength to carry the future. The matters discussed in this mission are of great significance. The younger generation lacks the temperament to hold the scene together. Thus an old man like me nearing the end of his days but still possessing some seniority must step up despite his failing body. Kakashi pursed his lips. These old dogs were all actors of the highest caliber. If he had not orchestrated this whole affair himself, he might have actually believed them. Seeing Kakashi's non-committal expression, Yuzuki Aishin laughed heartily, abandoning further pretense, and got straight to the point. I shall skip the unnecessary pleasantries. I sought this private audience with Jonin Hatake today as an individual wishing to propose a mutually beneficial transaction to you. I'm all ears. A trade. At this, Kakashi perked up. Whatever Yayue had his eye on, Kakashi was confident he could fleece him for all he was worth. I desire the 8 gates. Yayue leaned his thin frame forward slightly, and the runes on the carriage walls began to flow, casting faint light across his deeply wrinkled face. Kakashi didn't answer. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the formation and pointed at it. Don't worry, it's just a sound isolating formation. Hatake Jonin can leave anytime. Yayue smiled, but a tickle rose in his chest, and he coughed lightly a few times. Kakashi rolled his eyes. He wasn't afraid of those formations. The sealing techniques used in these formations were copied from the Uzumaki clan's basic formulas, but the Cloud Ninja apparently hadn't mastered them. They couldn't even imitate properly. Several flaws were present, severely compromising the soundproofing. Even if all the formations in this carriage were activated, what of it? Unless this old coot planned to use the same trick he used to frame the Hyuga on me. Did he think the spatial mark he left on Tenzo's shoulder was fake? You needn't be tense. I know the 8 gates is a forbidden technique of Konoha. Yayue, seeing him silent, seized the moment. Refined chakra, metal, high-level lightning release scrolls, even the cloud's unique sealing secrets. Take your pick. Kakashi shook his head. Alas. I was being greedy indeed. Yayue sighed, forcing a smile at Kakashi, and played the emotional card. This old body of mine has little time left. To me, any more secret arts are useless. They only add burden. In my lineage, few descendants remain. Yayue is the only grandchild with ninja talent, but his aptitude is limited. At best, he'll become a Tokubetsu Jonin. And I've spoiled him since childhood. He's bold and reckless, knowing nothing of restraint. As long as I live, I can shield him from storms. But once I pass away, with his impulsive nature, he cannot last long in this ninja world where the strong devour the weak. At this point, Yayue covered his mouth with his hand and coughed again. It took a long while before he paused and continued. I know the complete 8 gates is Konoha's top forbidden technique. Then I'll take a step back. The deal remains, all my offered rewards unchanged. I only ask that Hatake Jonin teach Chinger the cultivation method of the first few gates as his trump card for survival. Kakashi still shook his head without speaking. I beg you consider an old man's desperate love for his grandson. Grant this once. All the rewards I promised I will fulfill in full without withholding a bit. Yayue last shred of hope fell. His old face instantly fell, and he cast aside all dignity. As a cloud high-ranking official, his tone now pleading. Senior, it's not that I refuse to help, but the price you offer simply isn't enough. Just as Yayue was in despair, Kakashi raised a finger and waved it gently. Not enough. Chakra, refined metal, high-level lightning release secrets, clouds, exclusive sealing arts. These aren't enough for the methods of the first 3 gates. Yayue was stunned. In his view, the first 3 gates were merely foundational, not core forbidden techniques. His offered rewards far exceeded the equivalent value. Kakashi chuckled, propping one hand on his knee, and began to boast, unhurriedly elevating the value of the 8 gates to the extreme, describing it as mysterious and overbearing. Senior, you clearly don't understand the terror of the 8 gates, or you wouldn't think this deal is a bargain. The first gate, the gate of opening, breaks the body's shackles and removes all restraints. Once opened, agility and explosive power double. Ordinary Chunin can't even touch your clothes. The second gate, the gate of rest, dissipates fatigue and pushes physical limits. In prolonged battles, you directly dominate peers, growing stronger as you fight, eliminating the weakness of stamina depletion. The third gate, the gate of life, is a complete transformation. Once opened, physical strength, attack power, and reaction speed surge again. Ordinary Jonin can't break your defense. Challenging above your rank becomes easy. Senior, this isn't a trade. You're trying to steal a bargain. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and looked at the stunned Yayue with mockery. Seeing Yayue dazed, Kakashi seized the chance to up the ante, revealing the incredible effects of the latter 5 gates. You think the first 3 gates are all? The 4th gate, the gate of injury, is even more extraordinary. Kakashi deliberately paused, baiting Yayue. Once you reach this gate, the so-called Jonin barrier becomes non-existent. At that point, physical offense and defense surge again, breaking the limits of pain and injury. In any fight, enemies will die or be wounded. Yuezhang's breath caught, disregarding pain and ignoring injuries. On the battlefield, this made one an absolute killing machine. The fifth gate, the gate of closure, and the sixth gate, the gate of view, are not much different. Once open, fighting a Kaga-level powerhouse is like fighting a child. The seventh gate, the gate of wonder, is a true terror to all. At this point, Kakashi lowered his voice. A casual strike can cause violent gusts, breaking through thousands of troops alone, and its power can outright defeat tailed beasts. Yuezhang's pupils contracted, looking at Kakashi with a meaningful gaze. Was this Kakashi treating him as a fool? Beating a Kage like a child? Defeating tailed beasts? As for the last gate, the gate of death. But Kakashi's boasting wasn't over. Opening this gate burns all life and blood, briefly exchanging for ultimate combat power. A single punch can shatter mountains, a single kick can crack the earth. Even Hashirama Senju, known as the god of shinobi, can be slain head-on. With all 8 gates open, even mortals can kill gods. After this vivid and extravagant introduction, the carriage fell into dead silence. The scene Kakashi had imagined, Yuezhang red-faced with excitement and frantically raising the price, did not occur. Instead, the old man's face was only calm, even hinting at resignation. Enough. I was ignorant. Such a heaven-defying art is not something we can aspire to. With Chinger's talent, it would be a curse, not a blessing. Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Yuezhang, who had completely given up, in a zen-like manner, the corner of his mouth twitching. He slowly raised his hand and awkwardly scratched his silver hair. Oh no, had he overdone it? He had only wanted to boost his credibility and fleece the cloud bigwig, but he had scared away the big client. Kakashi grumbled inwardly, frantically making excuses for himself. It wasn't his fault. The 8 gates was inherently this unreasonable. To be honest, if he hadn't seen the ending in advance, he wouldn't believe the 8 gates had such heaven-defying power. Unfortunately, he could only open up to the 3rd gate, so he couldn't demonstrate on the spot to corroborate. The 8 gates was a technique that damages the enemy by 800 but harms oneself by 10,000. Kakashi didn't think much of it. If not for the fact that opening the first 3 gates placed little burden on the body and provided excellent reinforcement, serving as a special effect in times of crisis, he wouldn't have bothered to learn it. Otherwise, he would have opened the 7th gate and shown this ungrateful old coot. How dare he doubt Konoha's honest young master? The 7th gate. Kakashi seemed to realize where the problem lay. Senior, do you think I'm bluffing you, deliberately exaggerating the effects to drive up the price? Having identified the crux of the matter, Kakashi no longer felt anxious. Instead, he mimicked Yuezhang, leaning his back against the carriage wall with his arms crossed. Isn't that exactly what you're doing? Yuezhang countered with his eyes still closed. True enough. But surely you don't actually believe I claimed the 8th gate when I shouted it earlier. Isn't that so? Yuezhang showed a flicker of interest and opened his eyes. Of course not. The 8 gates is purely taijutsu. It burns one's vitality and blood chi. With my constitution, where both blood and chi are already deficient, reaching the 3rd gate is already my absolute limit. Kakashi mocked himself without mercy. A pure taijutsu. Burning blood chi. Yuezhang sat up abruptly. The force of his movement triggered another violent coughing fit. He had taken the bait. It is understandable that you senior are unaware of this, Kakashi thought gleefully and launched into the next round of his persuasion. Then senior, do you know why Biwa Jizo threw away his weapon and fled as soon as he saw me perform the 8 gates? I have heard whispers. This old man only knows that during the 3rd Shinobi World War, the first generation's 7 ninja swordsmen were wiped out by an obscure Konoha ninja, 4 killed and 3 escaped. Yuezhang nodded. This was no secret in the Shinobi world. And that Konoha ninja used the 8 gates. Correct. Kakashi formed a fist with his right hand and struck his left palm, raising his voice. But what you don't know is that ninja was merely a genin of Konoha. A genin. Yuezhang shook his head. This was the first he had heard of it. Head is fitting that you are unaware, senior. Kakashi animatedly recounted how the 7 ninja swordsmen had hunted down the young Might Guy, only for Might Dai to arrive just in time. He then detailed how the swordsman had looked down on Dai and sought to kill him as well, forcing Dai to open the gate of death out of desperation to cover Guy's escape. Is this true? How could a mere genin possess such heaven-defying combat power? The intense shock caused Yuezhang's emotions to surge, and he could not help but cover his mouth for another bout of rapid coughing. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Kakashi, impatiently demanding an answer. Naturally, it is true. Kakashi nodded. This is no secret in Konoha. If you do not believe me, ask Head Hugo when we arrive. So senior, you intend to trade ordinary chakra metals and a lightning release scroll for a top-tier taijutsu technique that could alter your grandson's fate. Senior, this deal is too good. It's so advantageous that I feel I'm suffering a massive loss. We need to add more. Kakashi noticed Yuezhang's expression and knew the deal was secured. He held up 3 fingers, mimicking the motion of counting money. No problem. I will add 10 kilograms of top-grade lightning attribute chakra metal and 3 Cloud Village exclusive lightning release secret scrolls. This is the highest price I can offer. Yuejiang pondered for a moment, feigning pain as he quoted the price. Excluding the lightning release secret scrolls, top-grade purified lightning attribute chakra metal is a strategic material strictly controlled by the Cloud Village. It has extremely high conductivity and, despite its high value, is rarely available on the open market. Foreign villages often find it difficult to purchase large quantities even with money. In the black market, it could fetch 150 Rio per gram. 10 kilograms amounted to 750 million Rio, equivalent to the bounty on 21.5 Asuma level targets. This price was already exorbitant. The annual salary of a standard Konoha Jonin was only 5 million Rio. As an elite Jonin, Kakashi earned slightly more at 7 million Rio per year. This sum was enough to pay Kakashi's salary for 100 years. Still not enough. Kakashi shook his head, leaving no room for negotiation. Then what does Captain Hatake desire? If it is something the YGU clan can provide, I shall offer it all. Yuejiang did not refute the assessment. If the 8 gates truly possessed the power Kakashi claimed, these chips were indeed insufficient. I want the cultivation method for the lightning release chakra mode. Kakashi opened his mouth wide, making an exorbitant demand. Impossible. Yuejiang refused without a second thought. Senior refuses, eh? Kakashi seemed indifferent. He stood up to take his leave. Then this transaction cannot proceed. Just as Kakashi pushed open the carriage door and was about to step out, Yuejiang's urgent voice called out from behind. Captain Hatake, wait. You? Reconsider carefully. I have no authority to disclose the lightning release chakra mode. I can add 2 kilograms of top-grade refined metal along with secret scrolls and Fuinjutsu. This is all the assets I can mobilize. No need. Kakashi did not turn back, his voice devoid of any emotion. Senior can take his time to consider. Before we reach Konoha, my offer remains valid. When you have come to your senses, we can discuss it further. Before Yuejiang could speak again, Kakashi leaped from the moving carriage and quickly caught up with Hyuga Hayashi ahead. What important matter was discussed in the carriage just now? After Kakashi had distracted Tenzu, Hyuga Hayashi retracted his Byakugan and spoke in a flat tone. It did not seem like a deliberate probe, but rather a casual inquiry between colleagues. Nothing major. That gentleman took an interest in the 8 gates and wanted to buy the cultivation method. Kakashi had no intention of hiding anything and told the truth directly. Upon hearing this, even Hyuga Hayashi, known for his composure, stumbled imperceptibly for a split second. What conditions did he offer? Hayashi asked in a deep voice. Quite a few good items: 10 kilograms of Kumogakura's refined metal and exclusive lightning release secret scrolls. It shows considerable sincerity. Kakashi spread his hands. Fisk. Hayashi sucked in a breath of cold air. And did you agree? No. That price is insufficient. If he wants the 8 gates, he must offer the lightning release chakra mode in exchange. The lightning release chakra mode. Are you crazy? He will never agree. Hayashi was first surprised, then shook his head and dismissed the idea outright. No, he will agree. Kakashi was full of confidence. He nodded his head toward the carriage. For the sake of his grandson, he will agree. Hayashi glanced back at the front of the carriage where Yuejiang was incessantly complaining and occasionally barking orders at the guards. He then quietly turned his gaze back to Kakashi and said, "It is said that Yuejiang was cautious all his life. Who would have thought that in his final moments he would fail to maintain his integrity? You are worrying about something that does not concern you." Kakashi sneered, deliberately poking at Hayashi's sensitive spot. "He is here to trade his life for yours. Why are you raising a fuss on his behalf? Besides, that so-called lightning release chakra mode is useless to me. If you don't want to trade, just say so. Why make things difficult for him?" This was not because Hayashi was naive. He could genuinely relate. Yuejiang was abandoning his principles for his grandson, just as Hayashi himself was willing to violate the clan's ancestral laws for Niji. "I wonder if you've lost your mind." Kakashi glanced sideways at Hayashi, who was wearing an expression of empathy, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. The extreme speed under the lightning release chakra mode, combined with the Byakugan's lack of blind spots and further enhanced by the Hyuga clan's gentle fist acupoint strikes. Swish, swish. As Kakashi extended one finger from each hand, poking wildly in the air, while making strange noises like an overgrown child, Hyuga Hayashi's heart churned with tumultuous waves. The Hyuga clan had always prized their dojutsu, relying on the gentle fist for close combat, but mobility had always been a weakness. Against high-speed ninja or long-range ninjutsu users, once they were kite, the entire gentle fist system became useless. Although the Hyuga ancestors had developed the 8 trigrams air palm to compensate for this flaw, almost no clan member was willing to use it in battle. The chakra consumption was high, the power was low, and its trajectory was too linear, making it easy to predict. Even ordinary ninja could completely evade it with body flicker or earth-style cover. If Niji could truly achieve what Kakashi described, lightning release chakra mode combined with the white eye, it would bring a qualitative transformation to his combat power, directly erasing the Hyuga clan's millennium-old weakness. On offense, there would be lightning-fast thrusts, paralysis from the lightning release, and gentle fist point strikes. The enemy would have no chance to dodge, a single combo would instantly seal all their meridians. On defense, the lightning armor shield and the rotation would form a dual defense. Any enemy approaching would be struck by both impact and electricity, not only defending, but also actively inflicting damage, greatly enhancing group combat capabilities. With the White Eye's ability to see chakra flow, detect ambushes, and see through illusions unless attacked by something as unstoppable as the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god, he would be nearly invincible across the entire ninja world. The image was too beautiful. Just thinking about it made Hyuga Hayashi tremble with excitement. Oh, but it's a pity Neji only has fire, water, and earth chakra natures. To learn the lightning release chakra mode, he must train lightning release nature transformation from scratch. Hayashi, I find you really rival Fugaku Uchiha, Kakashi said, feeling exhausted, holding his forehead as he complained. Didn't I tell you? My technique can train all natures. Not just lightning release, even wood release is no problem. When did you say that? Hyuga Hayashi stared with his white eyes, looking at Kakashi in confusion. I didn't say that. Kakashi was also dumbfounded. You definitely never said that. You only mentioned it could improve physical fitness at best, allowing Neji to reach the level of the third Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi said with certainty. This technique concerned his son's future achievements, so he had listened attentively. Off. Then didn't I say it? Kakashi stopped walking and looked at Hyuga Hayashi with doubt. What did you say? Hyuga Hayashi also stopped and looked at Kakashi with doubt. Their eyes met, and both felt they were on different wavelengths, completely talking past each other, hearing, but not understanding. Seeing them stop far ahead, the Cloud Ninja coachman behind tightened the reins, the carriage slowly decelerated, and finally came to a halt. Tenzo instantly tensed his nerves. Without hesitation, he held the decapitating sword horizontally before him, shifted his stance, and assumed a standard defensive position. The Cloud Guards also instinctively reached for their ninja tool pouches. Even Urajetsu Kyo shut his chattering mouth, hiding behind the carriage with only his head sticking out. But all this, Kakashi and Hyuga Hayashi, busy staring each other down, paid no attention. Right, the third Hokage, Kakashi was the first to concede. One eye was indeed no match for Hayashi's two eyes. How did the Hyuga clan's eyes grow? Could they really not get dry after staring so long, without blinking? Am I no on par with the third Hokage level? Hyuga Hayashi's voice grew softer, then he asked tentatively in a low voice. When you said on par with the third Hokage, did you mean in terms of ninjutsu achievement? What else did you think? Kakashi asked in confusion. I thought you meant combat power. Hyuga Hayashi felt inexplicably guilty, not daring to look up. Combat power. The third Hokage. Kakashi was stunned then, as if he had heard the biggest joke. You don't believe the rumor of the strongest Hokage, do you? With Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength, he's only passable in Konoha. In any other village, he'd be stabbed in the back in no time. How can you look down on the third Hokage so much? Hyuga Hayashi muttered. What's there to respect about him? Kakashi caught up in the moment, and having always regarded Hyuga Hayashi as a dead man, fell back into his old habit of speaking without restraint. The Raikage has the lightning release armor and one finger piercing. Even if he stood still and let the old man attack, he'd exhaust himself without breaking the defense. Then one finger pokes and the old man is dead. Hyuga Hayashi had nothing to say, but he couldn't interject. Then there's the Tsuchiki Jinoki, who has particle style. One blast, and nothing remains, not even ashes. Don't look down on the Mizuki Jigura just because he was controlled. He's a perfect Jinchuriki, spitting tailed beast balls as easily as spitting saliva. He's practically the tailed beast itself. How can Sarutobi Hiruzen compare? The Mizukage was controlled. Hyuga Hayashi almost gasped. He seemed to have heard another shocking piece of intelligence. Finally, the third Kazekage. Let's skip him. He's also a waste, killed by a little kid's ambush, his body turned into a puppet. So embarrassing. The third Kazekage didn't go missing. He was killed by his own people. By a little kid. Hyuga Hayashi's eyes darted, but he still said nothing. Every word Kakashi spoke made his heart pound. First he couldn't speak. Now he dared not, afraid of missing a single word. The fourth Kazekage, Raza. He's probably still alive now. Luckily, Kakashi stopped himself in time, not blurting out the fact that 10 years later Raza would be ambushed and killed by Orochimaru with Kabuto, Yakushi, and Kimimaro as accomplices. Anyway, the point is the third Hokage has the sense to stay in the village. If he ever went to war like the other Kages, the grass on his grave would be a meter tall. You're right. Hyuga Hayashi nodded, hoping to hear more secrets from Kakashi's mouth. Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I told you, Kakashi said with contempt. If you told me, I would understand. Hyuga Hayashi didn't argue. He wanted to slap himself for chiming in at the wrong time. Seeing Kakashi unwilling to continue, he suddenly remembered something and asked softly, what about the wood release you mentioned earlier? Is it wood release? Oh, that. Kakashi looked around, making sure no one was watching, then clenched his fist, leaned close to Hyuga Hayashi, and slowly opened it. There's nothing there. Hyuga Hayashi stretched his neck, but saw nothing. Wait, look again. Hyuga Hayashi looked skeptically, and when he focused, a tiny green sprout as small as a strand of fluff appeared in Kakashi's previously empty palm. This. Hyuga Hayashi was about to ask further, but was interrupted by a deep-aged voice. As expected of the white eye to detect me from such a distance. A sudden, aged voice rang out without warning. Kakashi's hand clenched abruptly, the tender green sprout in his palm, dissolving as he instinctively stepped back half a pace. Hyuga Hayashi meanwhile immediately shifted into the preparatory stance for rotation. Looking up, they saw a figure standing silently in the middle of the road. In the center of the path, an elderly silhouette had appeared, as if from nowhere, standing perfectly still. Kakashi turned his head, his gaze landing on Hyuga Hayashi's face, his eyes screaming the question, "What's wrong with your Byakugan?" Hayashi's ears burned, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He was so mortified he wished he could dig a hole and hide his eyes, unconsciously darting away. Shameful. Utterly shameful. As a member of the Hyuga clan, he had always prided himself on flawless perception, yet he had been so engrossed in Kakashi's story that he had unconsciously deactivated his Byakugan, failing to notice someone approaching. Fortunately, the newcomer assumed that Hayashi and Kakashi had detected him long ago, and that their casual conversation was merely a ruse, a trap set for his ambush. Konoha's copy ninja Kakashi of the Sharingan. Son of the White Fang with a bounty of 15 million ryo on your head. Not bad, not bad. Top Jonin of the Hyuga branch family, Hyuga Hayashi, bounty 9 million ryo. Decent as well. Well, it's unexpected windfall, so I'll gladly accept it. The newcomer spoke as if appraising two valuable goods, his tone as casual, as if he had just found money on the street. Hey Kakuzu, are you sure you've got the right number? My bounty was only 10 million before. When did it jump so high, eh? Kakashi recognized the man and raised a hand in greeting while voicing his question. And this is a Jonin from the Hyuga clan. How is his bounty lower than mine? You know me. The man's eyes, the only part visible beneath his black cloth, and had flickered with suspicion. After a moment's thought, he deigned to answer Kakashi's query. Hyuga branch members have always been priced this way. Now if it were the Hyuga clan head, those pristine Byakugan alone would be worth 100 million. Tisk tsk. Hayashi, look how far you've fallen, Kakashi said, shooting Hayashi a look of sheer disdain. A paltry 9 million. That's practically giving you away for free. Kakashi, cut it out, Hayashi said with a wry smile, wishing he could sew the man's mouth shut. Something's off about him. He has no coherent chakra pathways running through his body. It defies normal human anatomy. Despite his irritation, Hayashi dutifully relayed his findings to Kakashi. And a normal person has only one heart. But he has 5. Be careful, Kakashi. Hayashi, you're being naive. This is the legendary missing nin from Takegakure, the one who once attempted to assassinate the first Hokage and still managed to escape with his life. Kakashi's face broke into a grin, but his mind was already racing, plotting how to win without a fight. You seem to know quite a lot about me. Kakuzu's brow furrowed into a deep scowl. He had always operated alone, leaving no survivors behind. There was no way someone of Kakashi's age should have ever heard of him. Of course. I also know that you returned to Takegakure against all odds, only for the village's higher-ups to blame you for the mission's failure and sentence you to heavy imprisonment. And I know you stole the village's greatest treasure, the Earth Grudge, and sustain your life by stealing the hearts of the living. Those 5 hearts correspond to 5 different chakra natures, and each can transform into a tentacled monster to unleash jutsu. You're not Kakashi Hatake. Who the hell are you? Kakuzu bellowed, cutting him off. The Earth Grudge and his hearts were his most guarded secrets, and to have them exposed in a single encounter sent panic coursing through him. Ah, Kakuzu-senpai, have you made some enemies? Kakashi said, clutching his chest in feigned distress. This job might be fine for anyone else, but for you, it's a death sentence. You think you can scare me? As a monster who had lived for decades, Kakuzu was hardly going to be intimidated by a few words from a brat. Kakuzu-senpai, don't joke. I alone stand no chance against you, but I do have backup. Backup? You mean Hyuga Hayashi? Huh. Kakuzu let out a cold laugh. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist is useless against me. No, no, no. Kakashi suddenly broke into a grin, and it was a sinister, unsettling smile that sent an inexplicable chill down Kakuzu's spine. Tenzo, come over here. Kakashi called out toward the direction of the carriage. Hearing his summons, Tenzo didn't hesitate, hefting the decapitating blade as he stepped up behind Kakashi. This is our village's new elite Jonin code, named Tenzo, Kakashi introduced, gesturing to Tenzo. As for his surname, senpai, I'm sure you've heard of it. I don't care what his name is. Kakuzu snapped, about to say it didn't matter, that they'd all die today anyway, when Kakashi drawled out a name that made him freeze. His real name is Yamato. Senji Yamato. Hayashi was utterly speechless, his mind going blank. Kakashi-senpai. Tenzo stared in bewilderment, his grip on the decapitating blade loosening until it clattered to the ground with a loud clang. Yamato, no need to hide it, Kakashi said, reaching out to take the blade. As their bodies brushed past each other, he murmured in a voice barely above a whisper. When I give the signal, go all out. With that, ignoring Tenzo's confusion, Kakashi shot a covert glance at Hayashi. The two of them peeled apart left and right, forming a triangle with Tenzo, and sealing Kakuzu in the center. You knew I was coming. You were waiting for me. Cold sweat dripped down from beneath Kakuzu's mask as he frantically weighed his options. Just being prepared. With the encirclement complete, Kakashi felt confident enough to spin his tail. A Byakugan with 360-degree vision and a Senju wielding would release. Kakashi lifted a corner of his forehead protector, revealing the bloodshot white of his eye. And as for me, I possess the Sharingan. He paused. So either you turn around and leave now, or you die right here at our combined hands. But then again, dying at the hands of Konoha's 3 most potent bloodline limits. You'd be the first in history. Consider it a dignified end. Ridiculous. Kakuzu's voice rasped as he forced calm. Boy, you claim to have wood release. Do you think that's enough to scare me? Kakashi, Hayashi, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. The chakra flow in his 5 hearts is becoming imbalanced. He's about to launch a full frontal assault. Boom. The moment Hayashi's warning left his lips, countless black tendrils erupted from Kakuzu's body, tearing through flesh and clothing. For black, bone-like masks burst from his back and shoulders, hovering in midair. You brats think your bloodline limits make you invincible. Arrogant fools. Kakuzu-senpai, why won't you listen? Kakashi shook his head in resignation. You really won't give up until you're staring death in the face. Tenzo now. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Tenzo firmly remembered Kakashi's instruction to go all out, and with his hands clasped together, he unleashed his ultimate trump card technique. As the low roar exploded, the soil beneath his feet began to churn, and thick wooden roots burst forth from the ground, centering on Kaku, instantly forming a dense, enclosed forest. The innate life-suppressing force of wood release spread out in an instant, perfectly countering the earth grudge fear technique. The restless black threads around Kakuzu, the grotesquely writhing tentacles, began to stiffen the moment the trees surrounded him, and the vitality of his stitched meridians was suppressed, unable to extend recklessly any longer. Limited by Tenzo's current chakra capacity, this sea of trees was far from the overwhelming might of the first Hokages. If Kakuzu had chosen to break out immediately, this shrunken miniature version of deep forest emergence would never have been able to trap him. But Kakashi was too cunning. The moment he shouted go, his 10 fingers flew through hand seals at a speed that left only afterimages. By the time Tenzo clasped his hands, Kakashi had already completed his jutsu. Megan Darkness technique. The bright daylight instantly turned into boundless darkness, and the narrow forest area was enveloped in absolute darkness. Kakuzu felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. That damn brat really could use wood release, and what was this accursed darkness? Not only could he not see his hand in front of his face, but his perception was also thrown into chaos. He could no longer distinguish front from back, left from right, near from far, high from low, and even his own position became ethereal and elusive. More terrifyingly, Kakuzu clearly sensed that the trees created by wood release were slowly absorbing his chakra. The sutures all over his body were withering, and the connection between his 5 hearts was weakening. Damn it! A low growl squeezed from Kakuzu's throat. The 4-masked monsters suspended on his back trembled wildly as he tried to activate elemental jutsu to shatter the surrounding trees. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, pressure damage. Lightning release, false darkness. Water release. Earth release. Kakuzu unleashed the 5 elemental jutsu, as if they cost nothing. In an instant, chaos erupted within the miniature forest. Large swaths of trees were burned, torn apart, and pierced through, leaving a gaping hole several meters wide before Kakuzu. Yet the next moment, from the gaps of charred branches, tender green shoots grew wildly from the torn ends of vines shredded by the wind. Fine wooden threads rapidly reconnected and healed from the hollows, pierced by lightning release. Thick woody textures quickly filled in. The unique, ever-renewing vitality of wood release was fully displayed at this moment. The core advantage of deep forest emergence was the infinite regeneration of its roots. As long as seeds and chakra supply remained in the soil, destroyed trees could regrow and fill the gaps within seconds. The entire dense forest was shrouded in darkness. Kakuzu had no way to predict the growth direction of the trees. The jutsu he released could only blast indiscriminately, never opening an escape route, wasting vast amounts of chakra in vain. After a fit of impotent rage, Kakuzu gradually calmed down, standing still and waiting for the brat, named Senju Yamato, to exhaust his chakra. Oh dear Hisashi, if he had thrown a few more lightning release jutsu to the south, the forest would have been breached. That was really dangerous. To the south. A faint, almost imperceptible voice reached Kakuzu's ears. Lightning release, false darkness. Kakuzu raised his hand and fired off a lightning release, but not toward the south Kakashi mentioned. Instead, he aimed at the direction the voice came from. Kid, don't bother showing off such cheap tricks. Crack. The sound of a tree snapping reached Kakuzu's ears. He shook his head. Sure enough, he hadn't hit. Oh dear Kakuzu-san, you almost hit me. This time the voice was louder and more clearly positioned, right on Kakuzu's left side. Trying to drain my chakra with this kind of trick? Kakuzu simply closed his eyes and started chatting with Kakashi. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. The darkness was truly unbearable. Unable to see, perception distorted. The entire forest was dead silent. Apart from his own heartbeat and the sound of trees growing, there was not a single noise. The long silent stillness was the most tormenting. Hey, why aren't you talking? After waiting a while, and hearing no more from Kakashi, Kakuzu grew anxious. Hid outside the dense forest formed by deep forest emergence. Truly old age brings cunning. Even that didn't fool him. Kakashi frowned, lowering his voice as he spoke to Hyuga Hisashi. He is indeed a powerhouse who crossed fists with the first Hokage. His mental fortitude is terrifyingly strong. Hyuga Hisashi kept his Byakugan fully activated, observing every movement of Kakuzu and the fluctuations of chakra in his hearts. Beside them, Tenzo's forehead was starting to sweat. Maintaining deep forest emergence was a massive drain on his chakra. His once abundant reserves had already dropped by more than half. Kakashi-san, I can't hold this much longer. At most 5 more minutes, and the forest will collapse. Tenzo urged in a low, hurried voice, keeping his hands in the seal position. We have to finish him quickly. On Kakashi's side, they were nearly at their limit. Inside the forest, Kakuzu was even more uncomfortable. The trees around him were constantly absorbing his chakra, and the sudden dead silence gradually bred irritation within him. Hey Kid Cat, got your tongue. Kakuzu's brows knitted tight, the unease in his heart growing stronger. Something was wrong. Kakashi, who had been deliberately taunting him just moments ago, had suddenly fallen silent. This could not be good. This Konoha brat was sly and cunning. He was definitely brewing something even more sinister. Whoosh! A sharp sound streaked straight toward Kakuzu's face. In the darkness, he couldn't tell what was coming, nor did he have time to think. Dark, hardened patterns spread across his body, forcing his defenses to their peak. Earth release, earth spear. Boom. A violent explosion detonated mere inches from Kakuzu. Scorching waves of air mixed with wood chips and gravel swept in all directions. Caught off guard, Kakuzu relied on his earth-hardened body to withstand the frontal blast's impact. No sooner had one wave subsided than another arose. Several more sharp sounds came from all directions, near, far, high, low, with no pattern. At first, Kakuzu could judge the direction of the explosive tags by sound and hastily sidestep. But the continuous explosions of the tags thoroughly confused his auditory judgment, forcing him to rely on the instinct honed from decades of combat. In the darkness, the forest was dense and the space narrow and cramped. Every time Kakuzu dodged, part of his body inevitably brushed against the surrounding branches. Each contact was a torment. The more frantically he dodged, the more he touched. The more he touched, the faster his chakra drained. Rage welled up in Kakuzu's heart, but he was utterly helpless. He dared not summon the earth grudge fear tentacles on a large scale to block, for once the black threads spread out, they would make extensive contact with the trees and be completely locked down by wood release. As for unleashing large area jutsu to clear the area, that would only play right into Kakashi's hands, needlessly draining his chakra. Such an obvious truth was not lost on Kakuzu. Damned Konoha brat. Bang! An explosion of extreme proximity detonated right at Kakuzu's feet. The violent shockwave instantly hurled him into the air, while searing flames fiercely gnawed at the hardened skin of his calves. Though his earth-release body could withstand the impact, the tremor traveled through his bones to his entire frame, leaving his chest congested and a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. Kid, even the explosive tags I can tolerate. But where did you get so many shuriken? Kakuzu finally could no longer suppress the fury in his heart, roaring in rage. Frustration, intense frustration. Kakuzu had lived for nearly a century, dominating the ninja world, always relying on overpowering techniques and outlasting opponents with 4 extra lives. Never had he been driven to such a pathetic state by such lowly tricks. The cheapest explosive tags, the most despicable darkness, the most unresolvable wood release. These left the veteran rogue ninja utterly uncomfortable with strength he could not channel, forcing him to passively endure blows with earth release. Who in their right mind uses shuriken to throw explosive tags? Too much money to burn. On a tree trunk less than 10 meters from Kakuzu, Kakashi's shadow clone muttered, while taking a stone wrapped with an explosive tag from Hyuga Hisashi's shadow clone, casually injecting chakra and tossing it in Kakuzu's general direction. Boom! At the same time, Hyuga Hisashi's shadow clone bent down, picked up an irregular stone from the ground, shaped its protruding edges with a palm like a blade, skillfully wrapped an explosive tag seamlessly around the stone's surface, and handed it to Kakashi without looking up. Whoosh! Kakashi injected chakra, then aimed and threw it. The entire process was executed with fluid coordination, taking no more than 2 seconds. There were a total of 10 such groups centered around Kakuzu. Outside the sea of trees, Hyuga Hisashi with his Byakugan active watched Kakuzu struggling to escape, within silently mourning for the century-old powerhouse, while also feeling grateful that he was not Kakashi's enemy. Such despicable tactics would never have occurred to him, yet their effectiveness was astonishing. If it were a true no-holds-barred battle, the 3 of them working together, Hyuga Hisashi was confident they could take down Kakuzu, but the process would not be nearly this easy. It seems I am truly old, unable to keep up with the thoughts of the younger generation. Hyuga Hisashi smiled bitterly, muttering softly to himself. Clan leader Hisashi, what did you say? Kakashi, holding his chin and watching with great interest, hadn't caught what Hyuga Hisashi said, and turned to ask. Nothing. Hyuga Hisashi withdrew his gaze, turning to look at Tenzo, whose breathing had gradually steadied. How much longer can you hold out? Senior Hizashi. Tenzo smiled with a simple, honest expression answering every question. If I only maintain the existing trees as Senior Kakashi said, without using any more chakra to regenerate or fill in, I can last at least another half hour. Half an hour. A muffled groan came from the distance again, presumably Kakuzu having endured another explosive tag. Hyuga Hizashi couldn't help but feel a second of pity for Kakuzu. Oh, we can't wait half an hour. The explosive tags are almost used up. Kakashi put down his hand, looking regretful. I should have brought more explosive tags. Heh. Hyuga Hizashi didn't want to respond. Which ninja carries several hundred explosive tags in their tool pouch? The explosions had already been going on for several minutes. Tenzo, stop. Got it, Senior Kakashi. Tenzo immediately ceased supplying chakra. Without the caster's support, the sea of trees magically grown through ninjutsu instantly lost all vitality. Vines and branches visibly faded from green, the hard trunks lost their resilience, and the entire dense forest could no longer stand, collapsing into a heap of dry, brittle, broken wood. At the same time, Kakashi terminated the Bringer of Darkness Jinjutsu. Daylight poured down again, bright vision returned, and Kakuzu, trapped in darkness, finally saw the light of day. At this moment his robe was tattered and torn from the explosions, the tentacles of earth grudge fear lay limp against his flesh, and the stitching threads were largely withered, and white reduced to the utmost misery. Kakuzu hunched over, shielded his eyes from the glaring sun with his hand. After squinting for a moment to adjust, he saw the three figures standing calmly before him, and the pent-up humiliation broke through his reason. Kakashi. Kakuzu's hoarse roar tore through the sky, filled with overwhelming hatred. Even with his body shattered and chakra depleted, he still assumed a stance of fighting to the death. Oh my, isn't this Senior Kaku? How did you end up in such a state? Kakashi gave a sly grin, pulling back Hyuga Hizashi, who was about to step forward for a duel. Kid, you're asking for death. Kakuzu's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his neck, and his depleted chakra was forcibly stirred. Such deep obsession. Kakashi curled his lips, wearing an infuriatingly smug grin. Senior doesn't look too good right now. Not much chakra left, huh? His chakra is already less than 30% of what it was at the start. Although Hyuga Hizashi didn't know what Kakashi was planning, reconnaissance was his duty, and he felt no qualms about beating a downed opponent. Tenzo, can you do another tree sea birth? Kakashi reached into the tool pouch on his back, asking Tenzo, without looking back. No problem, Senior Kakashi. Tenzo quickly downed the recovery potion Kakashi had given him, clasped his hands together to form hand seals, waiting only for Kakashi's command. As he spoke, Kakashi with a rustle pulled out a thick stack of neatly folded explosive tags from the pouch. The patterns on the paper made Kakuzu's eyelids twitch wildly. Though most were used just now, there's still enough left for another round, more than enough. Kakuzu's teeth ground audibly beneath his mask, his chest heaving violently, his heavy panting audible even from a distance. Stop it. Then Kakuzu slowly lowered his tensed shoulders, and the four masked monsters floating on his back also retracted meekly. His hoarse voice squeezed out from under the mask. You win. No need to waste explosive tags. Oh, Senior has come to his senses so quickly. I thought you would fight to the bitter end. Kakashi joked while stuffing the explosive tags back into his tool pouch. Kakuzu gritted his molars, knowing that persisting would only bring more trouble. He deeply etched Kakashi's image into his mind, dared not even utter a single farewell, and turned to leave. You can't leave yet. Clan leader Hizashi, stop him. With Kakashi's sharp shout, Hyuga Hizashi without a second thought sidestepped half a step and used a body flicker to block Kakuzu's path from the left. Good, very good. Kakuzu stopped. The forced submission earlier was already the most humiliating moment in his nearly century-long life. He had thought that bowing his head and retreating would allow him to escape, but these Konoha ninjas had no intention of letting him go. Since you refuse to spare this old man, then let's fight to the death. Even if my chakra is exhausted, I can still drag you all down with me. Senior Kakuzu, do not be nervous. We have just used a considerable number of explosive tags and recovery potions to engage in a friendly sparring session with you, Senior. Kakashi calmly approached within 5 meters of Kakuzu, pointing at the heap of withered wood and broken branches. Senior, don't you think you should reimburse me for these? At these words, the entire scene fell into utter silence. Every gaze shifted to Kakashi's face. The tense confrontational atmosphere was shattered by a single sentence. Hyuga Hizashi marveled at Kakashi's audacity. In all his years he had seen bandits, seen killers looting corpses, and witnessed kidnappings and extortion, but never had he seen someone demand reimbursement for tool expenses from a defeated enemy after a fight. Even the ever-stoic and composed Hyuga Hizashi found his own mouth twitching uncontrollably, leaving only one thought in his mind: this man's skin is the toughest in the shinobi world. Yes. Senior Kakuzu, Senior Kakashi also gave me a recovery potion. We did consume quite a bit of resources. Tenzo, with an honest and simple expression lacking any ulterior motives, earnestly nodded in agreement. Senior Kakashi is right. Reimbursement is indeed in order. Kakuzu's green pupils reddened with fury. He stared at Kakashi momentarily, doubting his own ears. Reimbursement? He had been cornered, tormented in a cage. His chakra drained his body, grievously wounded, subjected to humiliation, and finally forced to bow his head in submission, willing to retreat. And now these brats from Konoha not only refused to let him go, but also demanded he pay for the tools used in the fight he had lost. Absurd. Preposterous. An outrageous extreme. Kakuzu had lived for nearly a century, hoarding wealth, collecting bounties, and skimming from his comrades' resources. He had always been the one taking from others. Never in his life had he been asked for money after a fight. You're insane. Kakuzu's voice trembled, not from fear, but from rage. Kakashi, you go too far. Kakuzu's fury erupted. With no reservations left, he exhausted the remaining power of all 5 hearts, assuming a desperate battle stance, as if prepared to self-destruct to secure a killing blow. What senior is unwilling to pay? Kakashi's expression turned icy, his face covered in frost. Tenzo, move. Stop. I'll pay. Before Kakashi could finish, Kakuzu's roar cut him off. Hatred surged within Kakuzu, but he was helpless. If he truly fought, he would only meet his death. That's more like it. The frost on Kakashi's face melted, instantly replaced by a smile, as he leisurely raised a hand and made a counting money gesture. I just used about 3000 explosive tags and 10 chakra recovery potions. I'll give you a friendly price, definitely not overcharging. 3000 explosive tags. 10 potions. Kakuzu nearly choked on his breath, almost losing control again. Are you a giant summoning beast? You wouldn't be afraid of bursting from consuming 10 potions. What senior doubts that I, the honest lad of Konoha, would deceive you? Or would you rather default on the debt? Kakashi's face hardened again, covered in frost, as he shouted, Tenzo, move. Stop. I'll pay. Just tell me how much I need to give. Oh. Kakashi's face broke into a smile once more as he leisurely began to calculate the bill. Explosive tags cost 1000 Ryo each. 3000 tags make 30 million Ryo. The potions I'll charge at cost, 1 million Ryo per bottle. 10 bottles are 10 million Ryo. Plus the miscellaneous tool losses, mental distress, compensation, loss of work, fees, and other odds and ends. I won't add those up. Kakashi's tone was earnest, as if he were generously offering a discount. Let's round it off to 50 million Ryo. A special friendship price, fair and honest. Hyuga Hisashi silently turned his head, unable to bear looking at Kakuzu's expression at that moment. The claim of 3000 explosive tags was a blatant exaggeration. The number actually thrown was less than a tenth of that, and only Tenzo had consumed 1 potion. As for mental distress, well, Hisashi thought for a moment. Aside from releasing a single genjutsu, Kakashi had only split into a few clones to toss explosive tags. Hisashi recalled that Kakashi's clones had thrown the tags with great gusto, their mouths never closed. Now he was asking for compensation. Compensation for having too much fun. This wasn't reimbursement for tool expenses, it was outright extortion. Tenzo blinked, still naively nodding in agreement. It's indeed very cheap, Senior Kaku. Senior Kakashi really gave you a discount. This innocent finishing blow was the last straw. Kakuzu's blood surged, and a bitter taste rose in his throat, nearly spurting out. 50 million Ryo. He had struggled and scrimped, saving every penny, counting costs, even for medicine, hesitating for half a day to replace a single tool. And now a brat from Konoha opened his mouth and demanded 50 million Ryo. This was no longer just painful, it was heart-wrenching. This is robbery. Kakuzu's body trembled with rage, the stitching threads, all but dancing. 3,000 explosive tags. I was inside the entire time. The total number of craters left by the explosions wasn't even 300. And the price of explosive tags, at the peak of the Third Great Ninja War, the black market price was at most 300 Ryo each. Now that the war is over, it's at most 1500 Ryo. You want to charge me 1000? Faced with Kakuzu's furious rebuke, Kakashi was not flustered in the slightest. He even folded his arms, wearing a look that said, you don't know the market, so don't spout nonsense. Senior is referring to the market price of ordinary explosive tags. Unfortunately, the ones I used are not your run-of-the-mill products. Kakashi's tone was absurdly confident. The cheap mass-produced goods from regular ninja tool shops, at most 10 or 300 Ryo each, can only blast a few rocks and kick up some dust. How could they be worthy of a senior of your stature? So I used the Uchiha clan's special explosive tags. Kakashi fabricated this with a straight face, his demeanor so earnest that Kakuzu almost believed him. Each one is enhanced by the Uchiha's secret fire-style technique, with a single tag's power equivalent to a standard B-rank fire-style jutsu. Senior, having been bombarded for so long, surely you must have an idea. This remark left Kakuzu temporarily speechless, the fury in his chest burning even more fiercely. He knew it all too well. The explosive tags used earlier were of the standard issue. A close-range blast couldn't even crack the surface of his Earth-style hardened skin. If not for that disgusting wood style, they wouldn't have breached his defenses. Equivalent to B-rank fire style. If they were truly Uchiha special explosive tags, a mere 100 would have been enough to reduce Kakuzu to ashes, let alone 300. This wasn't a market price, it was a blatant price gouge. And the potions. Kakashi didn't give Kakuzu a chance to retort, pressing on with his calculations and a string of twisted logic. The ordinary cheap potions sold for a few hundred or thousand ryo on the market can only replenish a pittance of chakra. How could they be worthy of such a noble jutsu, as would style? The potion I gave Tenzo was a concentrated combat use formula concocted by one of the legendary Sanin Tsunade. Charging you 1 million ryo per bottle at cost price is perfectly reasonable. Tenzo, his eyes darting, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, adding sincerely, "That's right. I was completely drained of chakra earlier, and after drinking it I was instantly replenished. The effect was amazing. Senior Kakashi isn't lying to you." Hyuga Hizashi turned to look at the honest-faced Tenzo, his Byakugan widening. Oh no, this child Tenzo has been corrupted. Kakuzu watched the two bantering back and forth, his gaze shifting to the potion bottle beneath Tenzo's feet. He trembled with rage. That bottle was all too familiar. It was certainly not some cheap mass-produced remedy worth 1,000 or 2 ryo. The bottle merely contained the mid-grade potions most commonly used on the battlefield, capable of slowly restoring 60% of one's chakra. At best, they fetched 5,000 ryo per bottle on the black market. He was the fish on the chopping block. Trapped in a dead end with his life and death in his opponent's hands, there was no room for negotiation. Even if the explosive tags were 10,000 ryo each, or if Kakashi had demanded 20,000, Kakuzu would have had to swallow his pride and pay. This was the most absurd, humiliating, and painful mission of Kakuzu's life. "I'll pay." Abandoning all resistance, his heart wrenching with pain, Kakuzu fumbled for his wallet. His hands shook so violently, as if suffering from Parkinson's, that he could barely grasp the sealed scroll hidden against his chest. He never left that scroll aside. Wrapped in layers of tough beast hide, it contained his entire life savings. In daily life, he couldn't even bear to touch it. After performing a simple release seal, a black leather chest materialized on the ground. Its lock was inlaid with inconspicuous dark gold patterns, and inside neat compartments were stuffed with stacks of bills arranged in orderly piles. With the chest open, the top layer consisted entirely of 100,000 ryo notes, the highest denomination in circulation in the ninja world. Kakuzu bent down, squatting to count them out one by one. With each bill he withdrew, it felt as though a piece of flesh were being gouged from his chest. 1, 2, 3. More than 100,000 ryo notes were neatly stacked on the ground, barely covering more than half of the 50 million ryo total. Yet it still fell short of the amount Kakashi demanded. Heartbroken and seeing black spots before his eyes, Kakuzu gritted his teeth and reached into the lower compartment. Inside, thousands of 1,000 ryo notes were tightly bundled. His fingertips traced the edges of the paper money, reluctant to take them out. Having lived for nearly a century, he would rather suffer injury and bleed than produce such a large sum of money all at once. But Kakashi stood behind him with arms crossed, leaving no room for bargaining. With a heavy heart, he forcibly pulled out several stacks of 1,000 ryo notes. He counted them carefully one by one to make up the difference, then divided all the bills into two piles, a large stack dominated by 100,000 ryo notes and a thick backing of 1,000 ryo notes. The heavy heap alone made his blood boil as he looked at it. Having done all this, Kakuzu seemed drained of all strength. His back hunched over, his voice filled with anguish. 50 million ryo, not a penny short. Let me go. Straightforward. The debt is settled. Kakashi bent down, gathered all the bills, weighed them in his hand, and smiled with satisfaction. Kakuzu resealed the mostly empty leather chest. In his heart he harbored a deep hatred for Kakashi, Tenzu, and Hyuga Hizashi. He didn't dare utter a single harsh word, only hoping to leave that place of humiliation as quickly as possible. Just as Kakuzu turned to leave and exhaled in relief, Kakashi's voice came from behind. "Thank you for your generosity, senior. We look forward to your next visit." Kakuzu's body stiffened. His blood surged backward, a nauseating churn rising in his chest. He stumbled forward, nearly face-planting into the dirt. He barely stabilized himself, daring not to look back. Kicking off the ground, he transformed into a black shadow, moving at an absurdly fast speed. Secretly, he made a vow. "Damn it, Kakashi. Damn Konoha. From now on I will never accept any mission even remotely connected to Kakashi." No, that wasn't enough. He would reject all missions associated with Konoha. He didn't want to have anything to do with them. Kakashi stood in place, watching Kakuzu flee in disgrace. The smile beneath his mask deepened, and he murmured softly, "There's no need to be in such a hurry. There will be opportunities to cooperate again. That performance was excellent. This is for you." Kakashi stuffed all the 100,000 ryo bills into his ninja tool pouch, then tossed the thick stacks of 1,000 ryo notes to the grinning Tenzu. "Senior Kakashi, this is too much. I really can't take it." Tenzu's eyes widened as he looked at the mountain of silver bills in his arms. Terrified, as if holding explosive tags about to detonate, he threw the money onto the ground in a heap. Root operatives had no salary. Tenzu had only recently been taken from Danzo by the third Hokage, and his pay was modest. Only 200,000 ryo per month. After deducting daily training and basic living expenses, it was barely enough to keep him from starving. However, Tenzu was already quite satisfied with such a life, and dared not crave more. "Take it. You've had a hard time. Keep this money for now. Others may not know, but don't you think I know?" The backlash of the Hashirama cells must be quite unpleasant, isn't it? Kakashi gently placed his hand on Tenzu's shoulder and continued to whisper in his ear, their voices low enough that only the two of them could hear. Tenzu, ultimately, you are simply too thin. Take this money. From now on, report to Ichiraku Ramen every day. Don't save on food. Eat as much miso chashu ramen as you want. Even if you order a bowl and pour it out, it doesn't matter. The silver bills in Tenzu's hand totaled at least 13 or 14 million ryo. A bowl of Ichiraku's deluxe ramen cost only 90 ryo. This sum was enough for him to indulge in good meals for several years. Indeed, although the sum appeared large, the stronger the ninja, the greater their appetite. The reason was simple: every time a ninja refined chakra, it consumed massive amounts of physical nutrients requiring enormous energy for repair. Even though the Hashirama cells possessed their own vast source of energy, Tenzu's physical body couldn't keep up. To unleash the power of wood release, he could only forcibly drain what remained of his shattered physique. Tenzu's body was already depleted, and the salary provided by the third was only enough to keep him from starving. This created a vicious cycle. Kakashi, but this is really too much. After much hesitation, Tenzu still felt the money was too hot to hold. He turned to look at Hyuga Hizashi. I'll only take 1 million ryo. The rest should go to Senior Hyuga. Why give it to him? Don't you see the clothes he's wearing? Kakashi didn't argue, pressing Tenzu's outstretched hand back down and pointing to Hizashi's immaculate white clan robe. Look at our clothes. Aren't they covered in dust? If not for your wooden house, they would have clumped up long ago after a rain. His robe is made of imported high-strength double-layer anti-pierce fabric. Ordinary kunai can hardly scratch it. It can cushion the impact of close-quarters strikes, is breathable and wear-resistant, and won't stick to the body even after prolonged combat and sweating. When refining chakra, it also reduces the accumulation of surface body heat, alleviating the fatigue after physical exhaustion. It has many benefits. Do you know how much this outfit costs? I don't know. Tenzu looked at Hizashi's white clan robe, then at the uniforms worn by Kakashi and himself, and shook his head. 38,000 ryo per set. Hyuga Hizashi didn't hide the fact and spoke directly. This is the Expedition Thickened Special Edition. The basic training version I wear at home is cheaper. That set costs only 12,000 ryo per set. However, Gentle Fist Close Combat wears clothes out extremely quickly. I usually don't pay much attention. Changing more than a dozen sets a month is common. Hiss. Tenzo stared at Hizashi Hyuga's attire, continuously gasping in shock, nearly hyperventilating. What the hell? That single outfit cost nearly 3 months of his salary, let alone the training uniform that the other changed monthly. The money spent on that alone covered an entire year of his expenses. That's mere pocket change, clan head Hizashi. But you should take a look at this kunai of mine. Here, this kunai is forged from high-grade steel mixed with meteorite iron. When infused with chakra, the blade emits a white glow, greatly enhancing piercing and cutting power. A mere 100 ryo. A bargain. It's yours. Tenzo stood dumbfounded, catching the kunai thrown by Kakashi, his mouth wide enough to hold an egg. Before he could process what was happening, Hizashi Hyuga tossed over a sealing scroll. Inside is a specially extended kunai, a coming-of-age gift from my elder brother. Never used once in all these years. Hizashi Hyuga's expression remained calm, as if he had just tossed away a worthless shuriken. This kunai is forged from non-attribute chakra metal. Aside from being exceptionally sharp, it has little other use, but it can sustain chakra for long periods without heating up or burning the palm. Though uncertain of Kakashi's intentions as his son's future pillar of support, Hizashi Hyuga resolved to lend Kakashi a hand regardless. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Tenzo, upon hearing it was a coming-of-age gift, immediately refused. Take it. It was useless before, and it will be even more useless from now on. Hizashi Hyuga gazed at the kunai in Tenzo's hand, which was the size of a short sword, his eyes distant and heart filled with mixed emotions. The same words landed entirely differently on Tenzo and Kakashi's ears. Tenzo was utterly bewildered. What did he mean by useless before and even more useless from now on? Kakashi grew displeased. That kunai was exquisitely crafted, pure white all over. His own kunai, forged from steel and meteorite iron, looked like a rustic bumpkin next to it, utterly unworthy of display. Oh ho, trying to show off your wealth to me. Here, this is the Uchiha clan's Blazing Fire Recovery Salve. Apply externally or take internally to quickly replenish physical energy. Unit price 70000 ryo. Kakashi pulled a tin can from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Tenzo. Oh, and this is the Akimichi clan's spinach pill. Cost price 8000 ryo. Hizashi Hyuga in turn pulled a small transparent box from the lining of his clothes, revealing a green pill inside. What the? Isn't that a forbidden pill of the Akimichi clan? Kakashi was greatly alarmed, hastily trying to stop him. Forbidden pill. Hizashi Hyuga paused for a moment, then quickly shook his head and explained. After taking this pill, it only burns superficial subcutaneous fat. Strength and chakra increase by threefold, but once the effect ends, the user experiences muscle soreness, severe hunger, and exhaustion. It's not a forbidden pill. Is that so? Kakashi only remembered that the Akimichi's 3-color pills were all deadly trump cards since they appeared only once in the entire series. After he transmigrated, no one mentioned them, so he had completely forgotten. Wait. Forcibly squeezing the body's energy reserves a 3-fold chakra increase, with the only cost being post-effect weakness and hunger. And most importantly, no permanent damage. Kakashi instantly recalled his own cultivation bottleneck. Every advantage has its drawback. His 5 elements internal circulation method excelled in silent nourishment, the finest method for solidifying the foundation and nurturing the origin. But the drawback was equally apparent after years of cultivation. His physical functions had neared saturation. Cell activity, meridian capacity, and total chakra reserves had entered a prolonged stagnation impossible to break through further. And this unremarkable Akimichi spinach pill before him perfectly met all his needs. How was this an emergency pill? It was clearly a perfect breakthrough tool. Damn. Kakashi sighed inwardly, his gaze burning with fervor at the emerald pill. Hisashi Hyuga, noticing his shifting expression, thought Kakashi still feared the side effects and added, "Don't worry. As long as you don't take it consecutively, a single use poses no major risk to an elite jonin." Not consecutively. Huh. Kakashi wore a smile on his face, but his mind was already scheming, even beginning to plan. After returning to the village, he would find a way to mass-purchase Akimichi green pills. Every time he encountered a cultivation bottleneck, he would use the pill's violent energy to forcibly break through, trading overdraw for a breakthrough and shattering his own shackles. And this was just the spinach pill. What about the more potent curry pill and chili pill? At the thought, Kakashi's eyes lit up. The more he considered it, the more promising it seemed. To verify his theory, he snatched the spinach pill from Tenzo's hand, crushed the transparent case, and swallowed the entire pill. Kakashi, are you insane? Hisashi Hyuga was terrified by Kakashi's actions, but Kakashi moved too fast. There was no time to stop him. Within seconds of the pill entering his throat, a scorching medicinal force exploded along his esophagus. Kakashi's limb muscles began to swell, and a faint white steam rose from his skin. Unlike slow sustained chakra recovery potions, the green pill's power ignited the subcutaneous fat, like fuel, unleashing a torrent of bodily energy that merged rapidly with mental energy. His chakra reserves surged abruptly, a violent flood of energy instantly filling every meridian. The meridian walls, normally as hard as refined steel, were slammed by the chakra, sending waves of aching pain throughout his limbs. This was the first time his saturated, solidified body had endured such intense impact. Exhilarating. Without time to explain, Kakashi shouted, and then closed his eyes, fully activating the 5 elements internal circulation technique. Metal chi restrained the wild chakra with chi boosted cell activity, water chi soothed the stinging meridians, fire chi stabilized the sustained output of medicinal power, and earth chi anchored the body to preserve the foundation. The originally chaotic surging chakra energy transformed into a torrent, repeatedly scouring the long stagnant, solidified meridian channels. With each cycle, the solidified barriers on the meridian walls were ground down a fraction. The dormant body cells, stimulated by the overload of energy, were forcibly activated, cell activity slowly and visibly rising. The pill's effect lasted a full half-hour, with the amplified power and chakra never diminishing. Kakashi maintained his technique throughout, wasting not a single bit of the pill's converted energy, all used to assault his own cultivation bottleneck. When the pill's power finally burned out completely, the violent chakra tide receded slowly, and the side effects arrived as promised. Tearing pain erupted from every part of his body, his stomach felt hollow, and cramped, his limbs were weightless, standing was an effort, and his mind was consumed by a craving for food. Kakashi was well versed in this situation. Under the horrified gazes of Hisashi Hyuga and Tenzo, he pulled a bottle of soldier pills from his pack, uncapped it, and poured them all into his mouth, chewing. After several bottles of soldier pills entered his stomach, the hunger visibly subsided. The drained energy reserves were not only replenished by the soldier pills, but even showed a slight surplus, nurturing the parched body cells. Within 3 breaths, Kakashi's pale complexion regained its rosy hue, his slack muscles tightened, and chakra surged again within him, showing no signs of the recent physical exhaustion. "Kakashi-senpai, are you alright?" Kakashi rolled his shoulders, looked at the concerned Tenzo, and replied in a nouveau riche tone. "Tenzo, the joy of being rich is beyond your imagination." After much persuasion and many medicinal doses, he finally managed to soothe Tenzo's wounded spirit. "Kakashi, perhaps I shouldn't say this, but aside from Lady Tsunade, you are the shinobi with the most abundant chakra reserves I have ever encountered." Hyuga Hisashi watched Tenzo scurry away, clutching a pile of valuable items, then for the first time scrutinized Kakashi's body with his Byakugan. "I truly cannot comprehend why you would resort to such a self-destructive shortcut, forcibly draining your body. Even when the Aikido clan consumes green pills, they rely on copious amounts of meat to slowly recuperate. I have never heard of anyone swallowing a large quantity of military rations pills at once to forcibly replenish energy like you do." His Byakugan had clearly observed the military rations pills' potent medicinal properties rapidly convert energy, but the impact only damages the already injured meridians, exacerbating internal disorder. At best, it causes severe abdominal pain and vomiting, at worst, it directly ruptures the fragile channels, leaving permanent damage. In the healing texts passed down by the Hyuga clan, this is an absolutely forbidden recklessness. You don't understand. The waters of this shinobi world run deep. If you don't go mad, how can you survive? Kakashi was unperturbed and offered no further explanation, instead reveling in the discovery of a path to greater strength, unable to contain his joy. The waters run deep. Hyuga Hizashi tactfully refrained from asking more, merely lowering his head in thought. Enough, we've wasted too much time. Let's set out. Kakashi composed himself, eager to complete the mission. Before Hyuga Hizashi died, he intended to use his connections to broker a deal with the Akito clan for a steady supply of their secret medicines, stockpiling large quantities of spinach pills. If he could also acquire curry pills and chili pills, that would be even better. Kakashi turned and headed toward the carriage. Just as he was about to approach, Hyuga Hizashi, who had remained on alert, suddenly let out a cold shout. "Who's there? Show yourself." Kakashi quickly spun around, his wrist flicking silently to release the catch on his hip pouch as he surveyed the surroundings. The clearing offered an unobstructed view. No forest to block sight, no cover to hide anyone. There was simply no place for an ambush. Just as Kakashi wavered in uncertainty, following Hizashi's gaze to the shadow of the tree grove, Tenzo had created a viscous, slithering sound arose. A black mud-like substance slid down the bark, and a bizarre half-white, half-black figure slowly coalesced into human form. Tisk tisk, as expected, you can't fool the Hyuga's Byakugan. Black and white Zetsu. Kakashi recognized the figure and found himself in a dilemma. If it were only white Zetsu, it might be a coincidence. Perhaps it was just scouting nearby, but black Zetsu's appearance was suspicious. Shouldn't it be lurking behind Obito or Nagato, stirring up trouble? It always operated from the shadows, rarely appearing in person for reconnaissance, let alone alone. Since black Zetsu was here, there must be a backup plan. Could it be Obito? No, given Obito's personality, if he saw Kakashi, he wouldn't be able to resist showing himself to provoke him. Then it must be Nagato. At this thought, Kakashi's expression changed, and he abruptly looked up toward the sky. Sure enough, a figure hung silently in midair against the blue sky. Without any chakra fluctuation defying all logic, it hovered there. Fiery red hair drifted in the breeze, and a pair of Rinnegan gazed down indifferently, their cold gaze precisely locked onto Tenzo on the ground. A black and red Akatsuki robe with cloud patterns, a tall and handsome figure, and the face unmistakably belonged to the long-dead Yahiko. The Deva Path. Hyuga Hizashi, reacting belatedly, followed Kakashi's gaze upward, his Byakugan staring in disbelief at the Deva Path in the sky. Withered meridians, desiccated organs, no independent chakra circulation, no life force. The entire body was nothing but a corpse. A puppet. Hyuga Hizashi murmured the two words, chakra, beginning to gather in his palms for the gentle fist, already on highest alert. The Deva Path in the sky sensed the gaze from below, and its lifeless Rinnegan fixed on Kakashi and Hyuga Hizashi. Without warning, the Deva Path's figure began to descend slowly. The black and red cloud robe billowed in the air, its orange-red spiky hair brushing across the scar that ran through the forehead protector of the hidden rain, and it landed silently beside black and white Zetsu. Ignoring the wary Kakashi and Hyuga Hizashi, it stared at Tenzo with an indifferent gaze devoid of any emotion, and asked black and white Zetsu, "Is that what released shinobi from Konoha truly valuable?" Of course. Within him reside pure Hashirama cells. By utilizing his living cells, we can mass-produce white Zetsu. The half-white face of white Zetsu lazily grinned, about to speak, but the other half, black Zetsu, interrupted first. This new batch of white Zetsu possesses a natural binding and suppression effect on the nine-tailed beasts. For the future collection of the tailed beasts and the execution of the plan, it is an irreplaceable key asset. This scheme was spoken without any concealment, not even lowering their voices, blatantly revealing their designs on Tenzo, as if the others present were invisible. Just as Kakashi was about to warn him, the Deva Path raised its right hand toward Tenzo. A faint glint flickered in its Rinnegan, and an invisible gravitational field expanded. Almighty pull. At the same time, the Deva Path's gaze swept over coldly, the oppressive force of its Rinnegan locking onto Kakashi and Hyuga Hizashi. Its tone was flat, not a suggestion but a verdict. Don't move. Tenzo, his face filled with terror, desperately tried to use would release to root himself to the ground, but the pull of the almighty push originated from the law of the Rinnegan, something Tenzo could not resist. The newly sprouted wood shattered instantly, splinters flying everywhere. Tenzo's struggle was futile, his body hurtled toward the Deva Path at an alarming speed. Don't even think about it. Lightning blade. Kakashi completely ignored the Deva Path's command, his form blurring into a streak as he charged forward. His right hand fingers flickered, chakra surged at high speed, and deep blue lightning crackled with a sharp buzz. At the same moment, Hyuga Hizashi moved. As a top-tier Hyuga expert, his reaction was no slower than Kakashi's. His Byakugan fully activated, locked onto the countless black chakra rods piercing the Deva Path's body. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The Deva Path's hollow lifeless Rinnegan showed no shock or panic at the pincer attack, as if all resistance was nothing but an ant trying to shake a tree. The next second it slowly raised its left hand, and a low indifferent word fell. An invisible wave of repulsive force erupted outward from the Deva Path as its center. Almighty push. The violent repulsion crushed the entire area. Kakashi's charging form came to an abrupt halt, his lightning chakra trembling violently, and he was sent flying back several meters. Hyuga Hizashi, who had been attacking from the side, fared even worse. His gentle fist chakra shattered layer by layer, and he was struck as if by a mountain. His feet dug into the ground, plowing 2 shallow furrows as he was forced back. One move, and 2 Konoha Jonin were driven back. The absolute disparity in power was laid bare before everyone. Taking advantage of the moment when the two were repelled by the Shun Luo, Tianzong let out a startled cry, his body abruptly accelerating, and in the blink of an eye he was yanked directly in front of Tiandao Pain. A perfect wood-style body. Tiandao's hollow voice echoed once more, as if confirming again. Behind Tiandao, where the Rinnegan could not see, Baiju's pure white face slowly lifted, stretching into a brilliant smile, eyes curved like crescent moons. The jet-black fluid half of his face bore no trace of mirth, yet the black lips eerily curved upward in perfect synchronization. One black, one white. 2 utterly distinct half-faces at this moment flawlessly merged, splicing together into a complete, grotesque smile. Devoid of warmth, devoid of emotion, the malice spanning a millennium had finally achieved its desire. Savage and grim enough to make one's scalp crawl. Of course, with him we can mass-produce countless white Zetsu capable of suppressing the tailed beasts. The capture of the tailed beasts, the ultimate goal. Everything will become effortless, you know. Kakashi steadied his stance, kneeling on one knee as he slowly pulled down his mask, revealing his Mangekyō Sharingan. His gaze locked tightly onto Tiandao Pain, who had already subdued Tianzong. Today's affair truly left no room for peaceful resolution. His cell modification plan still depended on Tianzong, and he absolutely could not stand by and watch Tianzong be taken away by Tiandao Pain. If he were to be taken, then he must obtain Tianzong's heart blood. Heart blood. This substance is the purest, most primordial life essence of the human body. Tianzong's heart blood condensed the gentlest origin of the first Hokages, with style devoid of the violent cell proliferation that would madly devour the host's flesh. It was the first transplant material that Kakashi had dreamed of. There were only 2 ways to obtain heart blood. The first was for the person to voluntarily force it out of their body. Although it would cause some damage, it could eventually be replenished, making it a win-win solution. The second was the most extreme method, to break open the heart and forcibly seize the origin. All of Kakashi's previous groundwork was to wait for the most opportune moment when the other party would willingly offer the heart blood. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly did not wish to resort to that step. He could choose not to actively harm Tianzong, but he would never, for the sake of so-called mercy, hand over his only chance to break through his shackles and allow Heiju's 1,000-year conspiracy to succeed. Want to take him away? Kakashi's voice turned cold as he tore apart his usual disguise, slowly straightening his body. Did you ask me? The clamor of a mere mortal. Tiandao Pain held his hand in a loose grasp, the invisible gravitational force tightly locking the immobile Tianzong. At the remark, he turned his head slightly, his purple Rinnegan falling indifferently on the rising Kakashi, not even regarding him as an equal opponent, only with the contempt of looking down upon an ant. You simply don't understand what is the power of a god. Baiju maintained that stitched-together eerie smile, quietly observing from the sidelines, neither offering a word of warning to Tiandao, nor showing any intention to assist. That coward Dai-Tu had sent him to scout out information on Kakashi. At this moment, it was perfect to let Tiandao personally test Kakashi's trump cards. If Kakashi were accidentally killed by Changmin, he could just retrieve Dai-Tu's other Mangekyō. Regardless of the outcome, it was a win-win situation for him. As for Changmin being killed by Kakashi, Heiju had never considered it. He had personally witnessed the destructive power of Changmin unleashing the Rinnegan. The power of a god. Kakashi stared directly into those Rinnegan, showing no sign of retreat. You are nothing but a puppet controlled by another, and you dare to call yourself a god. Come out, all of you. What? Tiandao Pain's face was expressionless. Stop pretending I'm asking where the other 5 paths are. Kakashi pointed a finger at Tiandao, his voice rising in accusation. The 6 paths of pain coexist as one. With only you, the Tiandao, it is far from complete Rinnegan power. As the words fell, Baiju's half-smile vanished, and Heiju revealed a shocked and incredulous expression. Tiandao Pain stood in silence, his Rinnegan fixed on Kakashi, betraying neither joy nor anger. The distant Changmin's true body was already shaken to the core. The power of the 6 paths was a unique ability exclusive to the Rinnegan, a brand new trump card that Changmin had only recently developed. Only Xiao Nan and Baiju knew the details. Where on earth did Hatake Kakashi, a mere ninja of Konoha, learn the secret of the Rinnegan? Seeing Tiandao silent, and the other 5 paths not appearing, Kakashi turned to look at Risyang Richa. Risyang Richa shook his head, indicating that there was no one else around. Damn it, I messed up again. Kakashi slapped his thigh. In the original story, it was only after Changmin killed Hanzo of the Salamander and ruled the Rain Village that he assembled the 6 Paths of Pain. Considering the timeline now, it was still uncertain whether Hanzo was dead or alive. This should be Changmin's first creation of the Tiandao Path, using his friend Yahiko's corpse. He had run out of funds and came out on a mission to make up for the shortfall. Targeting Tianzong was entirely a coincidence. Just how much bounty had that damned Inoki put up? Not only had Pipa Shirzong and Xiaodu shown up, but even Changmin had been attracted. Kakashi would settle this score with that shorty Inoki sooner or later. But that was a matter for later. For now, the situation for Kakashi was both good and bad. The good news was that the 6 paths were incomplete with only the Tiandao path. There was no need to worry about the bizarre abilities of the other paths, especially the Preta path's ninjutsu absorption. The bad news was that with only the Tiandao path, all of Changmin's mental energy and chakra were concentrated and poured into this single body of Yahiko's Tiandao. There were no other paths to share the load. The cooldown of Shinra Tensei was drastically shortened, allowing for continuous high-frequency release. There would be no need to stop because of having to power other puppets. The gravitational pull of Bansho Tenin was doubled in strength, the locking range extended, the pulling speed faster, and the difficulty of escape skyrocketed. Ordinary ninjutsu and close-range assaults would be crushed instantly. It was not impossible that by the end of the fight Tiandao would say, "I'm going to carry a few bags of rice up a few floors and directly unleash a Chibaku Tensei. It's time to go all out." Kakashi stopped Riseong Richa, who had assumed a gentle fist stance, and extended a hand in front of Riseong. "Do you have any more of those spinach pills?" "No more." Riseong Richa shook his head while pulling out 2 pills, one yellow and one red, from the inner lining of his white clan robe. "There's 1 curry pill and 1 chili pill left each." Kakashi's cheek muscles twitched. Was Riseong Richa really going to pause like that for effect at a time like this? Was he trying to be funny? He took the 2 pills from Riseong Richa's palm, stuffed the bright red chili pill into his ninja tool pouch, then pinched the outer film of the curry pill with his fingertips, breaking it, and tilted his head back to swallow the pill. But Riseong Richa was faster, grabbing Kakashi's arm to stop him. "You are not of the Akimichi bloodline. You have already taken a spinach pill, and the meridians in your body are already riddled with cracks. The curry pill will instantly drain all the life essence of your flesh and blood. If you force it down, you will collapse from chi and blood depletion long before the battle is decided. It will be a certain death. Richa, don't try to stop me anymore. Once Tianzong is taken away by him, all that awaits Tianzong is endless extraction until he is completely drained." Kakashi looked at Tianzong in Tiandao's grasp and forcibly pried open Riseong Richa's gripping hand. "Tianzong is my most important comrade. No matter what, I must save him. Even if I can't save him, I will fight with all my might to bring his body back." The moment the pill entered his throat, it was scorching hot and pungent, burning its way down the esophagus, settling in the stomach as a torrent of searing heat, spreading through every blood vessel. His muscles swelled uncontrollably, bones ached with a splitting sensation, veins bulged on the surface, and his skin flushed a faint red. The residual potency of the spinach pill within his body was ignited by the curry pill, the 2 overexerting medicinal forces colliding, sending a tearing, stabbing pain through old injuries in his meridians. Kakashi gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that could kill a man, and sensed the vast surge of chakra erupting within him. No, still not enough. Kakashi lacked the abundant fat in his body to be converted into chakra by the pill's power. The yellow curry pill, which could boost the Akimichi clan's power tenfold, only increased Kakashi's chakra by less than 5 times. "Head Hisashi, please help me take off the items inside my shirt." Kakashi said, his blood and chi rampaging violently, impacting his internal organs, his temples throbbing sharply. Every movement tore at his muscles, and the more he moved, the more intense the pain. To conserve his limited stamina and focus all his strength on Tendo pain, Kakashi had no choice but to seek Hyuga Hisashi's assistance. "All right." Hyuga Hisashi stepped forward, quickly undoing the fastenings of Kakashi's upper body ninja uniform. The fabric parted to the sides, and he assumed it was just ordinary innerwear beneath, but the moment his gaze swept over it, his pupils contracted. A specially designed weighted vest was tightly fastened around Kakashi's torso. The vest's lining was densely embedded with metal slots, and over a dozen cold solid weight bars were arranged vertically, extending from the shoulders and neck down to the waist and abdomen, encasing the entire upper body. Hyuga Hisashi did not dare to pull roughly. He carefully pinched the edge of the vest and unfastened the straps. The moment the vest lost its restraint, even his trained physical strength could not hold it, and it fell straight to the ground. Thud! A heavy muffled sound rang out as the entire weighted vest slammed into the earth instantly, creating a deep depression with gravel and dust flying in all directions. Hyuga Hisashi's gaze pierced through the metal, seeing the solid interior material, and a storm of shock surged within him. These weight bars were all made of celestial meteorite iron, used in the ninja world to forge top-tier ninja tools with a density 1.5 times that of gold, 2.5 times that of lead, and 3.6 times that of iron. Hyuga Hisashi picked one up from the ground, weighted in his hand a few times, and looked at Kakashi, whose body was flushed red from the surging pill power, unable to speak for a long time. This small weight bar weighed exactly 10 kilograms, and the small vest held 13 more plus the one in his hand, and the weight of the vest itself totaling over 150 kilograms, nearly the weight of 2 Hyuga Hizashis. With the 1,000-pound burden removed, Kakashi felt an immense lightness. The long-accumulated sense of restraint in his bones and muscles dissipated, and the surging power within him instantly surged again. This should barely reach the level of Might Guy opening the 6th gate at the end of the series. Kakashi nodded. Nagato was no Six Paths Madara. Naruto Uzumaki's Nine Tails form, with 6 tails rampaging, had already shattered Tendo Pain. Such power should be enough to defeat Tendo Pain. I'm going in. You two stay back as far as possible, Kakashi said, tossing a kunai into Hyuga Hayashi's hand, then lightly pushed off the ground. The next instant, Kakashi's figure vanished into thin air. Following Kakashi's disappearance came a powerful gust of wind, sending sand and leaves swirling wildly. Hyuga Hizashi's eyes were blinded by the dust, and he stumbled forward, involuntarily forced to dig his hands into the earth and brace himself in an extremely awkward posture. When the dust settled slightly, Hizashi saw that the ground where Kakashi had just stood had collapsed into a deep crater with spiderweb-like cracks spreading tens of meters outward. The earth churned and shattered. Turning his head, he saw Kakashi already appearing directly above Tendo Pain. One hand raised high above his head, crackling lightning wrapped around the entire arm, the blinding light dyeing the entire sky a cold blue. All the power amplified by the curry pill and unleashed by shedding the weight converged in his palm. The blade of the lightning cutter aimed straight at Tendo Pain, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain, seeing the overwhelming lightning, did not dare to take it lightly. Black rods quickly sprouted from his palms, piercing through Yamato's limbs to pin him firmly at his feet, then raised both hands, channeling all his strength to defend. Kakashi, suspended in the air, hurled the lightning cutter. The massive thunderbolt collided with the repulsive wall, shattering the lightning into countless sparks that scattered in all directions, generating an even larger shockwave that blew Hyuga Hizashi, who had just straightened up, backward, without even a chance to land on all fours. The cart farther away was overturned by the blast, rolling on the ground along with the horse. A Cloud Ninja standing closest to the cart was crushed into a pulp by the heavy vehicle. The remaining Cloud Ninjas needed no further instruction. Braving the wind, they hastily dragged Yatsuki Jiang out of the cart, ignoring whether his body could withstand it, and carried him as they sprinted back the way they came. As for Kakashi, his crimson Mangekyō spun rapidly. After throwing the lightning cutter, he retreated, his fingers forming seals swiftly. For shadow clones split off from his body, and the 5 figures stood in 5 positions, each gathering a distinctly different torrent of chakra. 5 elements, great combo bullet technique. The 5 elemental releases without priority interwove into an airtight offensive, pressing down on Tendo from above, below, left, right, and center simultaneously. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth balanced and amplified each other, the entire sky illuminated by the multicolored chakra glow. Tendo's Rinnegan showed no emotion, but Nagato's main body, hidden in the distance, could sense the overwhelming destructive impact. Without a moment's hesitation, he once again invoked the power of the Rinnegan's rules. Shinra Tensei. A second wave of repulsive force expanded outward, far more formidable than the first. The visible air ripples spread from Tendo as the center. The earth dragon that struck the barrier first shattered inch by inch, followed by the fire dragon that exploded upon contact with the repulsive force, the scorching flames blown backward and rising. The surging water dragon was severed at the waist, its droplets scattered across the ground. The golden dragon, covered in sharp scales, disintegrated layer by layer before even touching Tendo. Only the last wood dragon, driven by the main body's full power, pushed forward a few feet against the repulsive force, emitting a harsh grinding sound. Nagato's main body was shaken, and he desperately increased chakra output, causing the repulsive force of Tendo to rise further. With a thunderous roar, the wood dragon ultimately could not withstand the layered rules of repulsion and shattered into countless fragments mixed with violent chakra spraying everywhere, embedding into dirt and rock, leaving countless tiny holes. With Tendo Pain at the center, a massive ring-shaped depression appeared out of nowhere, the topsoil completely stripped away by the repulsive force. The level dirt road caved and undulated, littered with craters of various sizes. After just one clash of techniques, the mountain forest was already devastated, completely leveled. In the center of the dust, Tendo Pain's robes fluttered, the repulsive barrier still enveloping his body in scathe. A formidable technique. Amidst the billowing dust, the Tiandao Pain's violet samsara, I coldly gazed at Kakashi, descending from midair, his icy voice resounding once more. But the arts of mortals hold no meaning before a god. Kakashi landed, every fiber of his body racked with searing pain from relentless overexertion and the backlash of the curry pill, while blackened blood trickled from the corner of his lips, a sign of internal injuries. Excellent, the preliminary preparations are finally complete. Kakashi casually wiped the clotted blood from his mouth, a grin spreading across his face as he faced Tiandao Pain's condescending godlike demeanor. Then let me see if the limits of a mortal can cleave a god. Slowly raising his left hand, he pointed his sword fingers to the heavens while his right hand flicked through seals, and his feet traced the seven-star step, forming a thunderous Tao, seal never before seen in the ninja world. In an instant the clouds dispersed by the raging clash of their techniques were drawn back, layering into dark thunderheads that blotted out the blinding sun. Rumble. The clouds pressed lower and lower, the air thick with oppression, and faint thunderclaps rumbled from the 9 heavens above. This was absolutely none of the known lightning release techniques in the ninja world. Tiandao Pan remained still, his samsara eye gleaming with purple light in the darkness, while the true body of Chong Min, hidden in a secret place, felt his heart pound wildly. He clearly sensed that the power now shrouding heaven and earth did not belong to ninjutsu, nor to bloodline limits. It was a force he had never touched before. Block it. I must block it. He had a powerful premonition that if he failed to stop it, not only would his friend's body be utterly reduced to ashes under this strike, but even the ability of the heavenly path among the 6 paths would vanish along with it. Beyond the battlefield, the cloud ninjas who had been desperately fleeing during the gap between the 2 techniques now stood frozen, none daring to take another step. What had been a bright day with the sun blazing high had in an instant turned into a world turned upside down. Thick ink-black darkness swallowed the entire wilderness. One could not see their own hand, and even the outlines of companions nearby were blurred and indistinct. The sudden eerie terror of the celestial phenomenon pressed down like a black cloud laden with boundless might, suffocating the heart. These battle-hardened ninjas had fought countless fierce battles and witnessed all manner of bloodline techniques, yet they had never seen such a horrifying scene. A single individual reversing day and night, triggering a cataclysm of heaven and earth. The infinite darkness and unknown heavenly might shattered their judgment. All lost their bearings, spinning in panic, consumed by utter terror and disorientation. No one knew if the path ahead led to life or death. No one knew if the next second would bring the crash of world-ending thunder. In the dead silence of the dark, only ragged breaths and frantic heartbeats punctuated the void. Just as they were trapped in despair, Rishang Richa rushed from behind to their side. The night vision of his Byakugan barely allowed him to pierce the layers of darkness and discern the direction. Don't stop. Follow me. Rishang Richa shouted, his steps never slowing as he led the way, sprinting at full speed away from the battlefield. Whether the cloud ninjas could keep up was no longer his concern. The mere shockwaves from the previous 2 exchanges had nearly gravely wounded him. Now with Kakashi's charge strike, the sheer momentum of this technique's build-up suggested its power would surpass the previous by 10-fold, 100-fold. Once fully unleashed, the entire mountain forest would be utterly leveled, and no living thing would survive within several li. If they did not wish to die, they could only flee with all their might to a place far enough away. Those who could keep up would have a sliver of hope, those who couldn't would have to leave their fate to the heavens. In the darkness, the thunder grew more violent, and the oppressive weight between heaven and earth reached its peak. At the center of the battlefield, Kakashi's bloodstained body chakra churned chaotically, his face contorted. Using the 5 elemental origins as his foundation and his own flesh and blood as a catalyst, he summoned the orthodox heavenly tribulation from the 9 heavens. I can't hold on. How much chakra does this technique need to fill? I don't care anymore, but if I keep going it'll drain me dry. Shen Xiao Zhangkan Wulei Zi Xiao Tianfa. With a low shout, Kakashi's left hand, which had been pointing sword fingers to the sky, pressed downward. The pitch-black clouds instantly exploded and 5 lightning dragons of distinctly different colors burst forth, coiling endlessly. Heavenly thunder fierce and cold shatters illusions, earthly thunder heavy and solid seals boundaries, water thunder soft and yielding entangles laws, divine thunder blazing and scorching burns away filth, social thunder fierce and unyielding crushes all techniques. Each of the 5 thunder dragons embodied the true essence of one thunder lineage, no longer striking separately, but merging at breakneck speed in midair. In an instant the 5 dragons united. A supreme thunder dragon, its entire body dark violet scales shimmering with golden red thunderfire spanned the heavens, its serpentine form stretching nearly 100 zhang. It coiled in the dark void, its draconic eyes blazing like celestial flames that would burn the sky, and the rolling thunder arcs around it carried the Tao resonance of heavenly judgment, locking onto the immobilized Tiandao Pan. Shenluo Tianzheng. Tiandao Pan's icy voice carried a hint of urgency for the first time as he unleashed his chakra with full force. Layer upon layer, countless invisible barriers stacked, spreading a dense, massive rule-based shield centered on the heavenly path itself, warping the space into a buzzing distortion. This was the strongest defense the heavenly path could muster, the ultimate bastion of the samsara eye's gravitational and repulsive laws. But this time the invincible divine barrier encountered the heavenly tribulation that countered it. The moment the violet lightning dragon slammed into the repulsive barrier, it was not shattered. The power of heavenly judgment to break repulsion instantly took effect like a hot knife cutting through butter, forcibly tearing apart the Shenluo Tanzhong that Tiandao Pan prided himself on. Where the lightning dragon passed, every layer of the repulsive barrier shattered, crumbled, and was viciously ripped open by the thunder, leaving a massive gap. Sizzle! The violent purple thunder fire madly invaded through the cracks in the barrier, precisely wrapping around the protruding black chakra receivers on the heavenly path's body. The 6 paths black rods, which were heat-resistant and capable of conducting the power of the samsara, now emitted wisps of black smoke under the heavenly tribulation's thunderfire. Their hard material turned red-hot and glowing, and the samsara chakra flowing within them was violently disrupted by the thunder. Shenluo Tianzheng. Shenluo Tianzheng. Shenluo Tianzheng. The heavenly path's high-frequency consecutive Shenluo Tianzheng were suppressed without mercy. Each burst of repulsive force was neutralized by the thunder's natural heavenly judgment. Almost at the same moment, the thunder dragon descended. Rishiang Richa led the group of ninjas over a kilometer away from the battlefield. First they were blinded by a sudden intense light, then their ears were filled with rumbling thunder, and finally the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. The fleeing formation collapsed in waves. Even Rishiang Richa, who had braced himself before the flash, found his legs sliding uncontrollably on the quaking earth until he dug his soles deep into the soil to barely steady his center of gravity. Following close behind was a devastating shockwave of air. All the mountain forests, giant boulders, and towering ancient trees along the way were uprooted like fragile weeds. Rubble mixed with scorching air currents formed a torrent of destruction that swept across heaven and earth, barreling toward everyone with overwhelming force. The heavens trembled, and the wind howled in fury. The cloud ninjas were already in complete disarray. Some clung to their heads and curled up waiting for death, others dashed about frantically like headless flies. Faced with such heaven-shattering divine might, their ninja techniques and movement arts were rendered utterly useless. Everyone gather around. At this critical moment, Hinata Hizashi roared with urgency, unleashing his chakra without reserve. A circular barrier of chakra formed around him. Gentle fist, heavenly turn. The rapidly spinning wall of chakra enveloped all the nearby cloud ninja. The pale white chakra dome, like a solitary boat amidst a cataclysmic flood, desperately held its ground against the overwhelming wave of destruction. Boom! The next second, massive boulders and trees carried by the shockwave slammed violently into the heavenly turn barrier. The chakra barrier of heavenly turn trembled violently, the vibrations causing a deafening roar in the ears of those inside. Their blood churned, and all were dizzy and unsteady on their feet. Hinata Hizashi clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his temples, cold sweat soaking his robes. The violent first shockwave finally receded. The massive rocks and broken trees that had been hurtling through the air fell to the ground, and the raging, scorching air began to subside slightly. Those within the barrier gasped for breath, their faces etched with the relief of having narrowly escaped death. Hinata Hizashi stopped spinning just as he tried to catch his breath and replenish his depleted chakra. A thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth erupted once more from the center of the battlefield. There was no buffer, no chance for anyone to catch their breath or flee. The second wave of destructive impact, far more ferocious than the first, arrived in an instant. Hinata Hizashi smiled bitterly, his gaze sweeping quickly across his surroundings. Without time to think, he continued to squeeze out his physical energy and chakra, spinning rapidly once more. A new heavenly turn unfolded, but it was no longer the broad circular dome from before. It was a tightly condensed sphere covering only the small patch of ground beneath him, shielding the grandfather and grandson Yatsuki Gatsu. The reduced heavenly turn had double the defensive power and half the chakra consumption. The cost was that the other cloud ninja outside the barrier, now stripped of Hizashi's protection, were instantly flung away like kites with cut strings by the violent currents. Through his Byakugan's 360-degree vision, Hizashi clearly saw a cloud ninja mid-air struck head-on by a half-man-sized boulder. His bones shattered instantly, his body went limp, and he was carried away with the rock by the currents into the distance. 2 others were struck in the midsection by flying thick logs. Paralyzed by agony, they couldn't even cry out. Their bodies twisted and were swept up by the shockwave, crashing heavily against exposed rock faces, falling still in an instant. His chakra, already on the verge of depletion, was forcibly extracted from his very organs and flesh by Hinata Hizashi. Every thread of chakra that flowed through his damaged meridians brought searing, tearing pain. A constant stream of bloody coppery foam bubbled from his lips, dripping down his chin to the ground. The roar of the elements was incessant. Debris continuously pounded against the light barrier with heavy thuds, each impact sending Hizashi's blood churning and his vision darkening. But the moment his Byakugan locked onto the center of the battlefield, and the colossal purple thunder dragon spanning the heavens and earth, he straightened his back, gritted his teeth, and steeled his heart. His gentle fist chakra spun at high speed once more. Kakashi was still out there fighting for his life against a powerful foe. If Hizashi couldn't help, he absolutely couldn't fail in the rear. He glanced down at Yatsuki Gatsu, who was coughing violently while holding his grandson, and increased his chakra output even further. Yatsuki Gatsu was the core figure of this mission. As long as the grandfather and grandson survived, this mission wouldn't be considered a failure. As the head of a Hyuga clan branch, family pride flowed through his veins. Even if it weren't for Neji trapped in a cage, he could never stand by and watch the target die before his eyes, betraying Kakashi's desperate struggle on the front lines. Heavenly turn. Act. A suppressed cry of agony tore from Hinata Hisashi's throat as he mechanically maintained the high-speed spinning barrier. His consciousness grew numb, his muscles spasmed uncontrollably. His chest heaved violently and blood gushed from his mouth in great torrents, staining his pristine white clan robes crimson. His brain, deprived of oxygen from the high-speed rotation, felt its senses being slowly stripped away. After what felt like an eternity, the violent shockwave gradually subsided. The colossal 100-jong dragon that had spanned the darkness dissipated bit by bit in the air, dissolving into countless fine arcs of lightning that vanished into the night sky. The battle was over. The moment he saw this, the immense weight pressing on Hinata Hisashi's heart finally lifted. His will, stretched to its absolute limit, completely collapsed. The mission was upheld. The people were protected. A faint smile slowly curled at the corner of Hinata Hisashi's mouth. The next second his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight backward. Thud! A dull sound of impact rang out. The Hyuga clan branch leader, who had fought with everything he had to uphold his duty, lay with his eyes tightly shut, having lost all consciousness. At the very center of the battlefield, the dust slowly cleared. Kakashi lay sprawled on the sunken, scorched earth, greedily gulping down air to alleviate the fiery pain ravaging his internal organs. The effect of the curry pills had ended, and the backlash had set in. Kakashi was not from the Akimichi clan. His body lacked sufficient fat to buffer the drug's potency. The poison from the pills and the damage from overexertion were amplified exponentially. The lightning technique had overextended him. The weight release compounded the backlash from the pills. Now that the drug's effect had faded, the muscles in his limbs spasmed continuously. Every breath tore at his damaged lungs, and a steady stream of dark coppery blood welled up from his mouth. The residual drug poison in his meridians burned his blood vessels. His skin felt hot and numb. The mere attempt to muster a trace of chakra sent searing pain through him. His vision darkened repeatedly. He was completely drained, barely able to lift his head to look at Tenzo. In terms of the severity of his injuries, he was no better off than the unconscious Hinata Hisashi. He was only able to cling to consciousness through sheer willpower. That last attack, the five thunders united as one, had shredded the multi-layered defenses of the Shinra Tensei and heavily damaged the shell of the Deva Path puppet. But just as the lightning dragon shattered the barrier and was about to utterly crush the Deva Path vanished right before his eyes. It seemed Nagato, in a last-ditch effort, had activated the Rinnegan's exclusive summoning technique. Simultaneously with the Deva Path's disappearance, Kakashi dispelled his lightning dragon, fearing he might accidentally harm Tenzo, who was pinned to the ground by black rods trembling. As for Tenzo, he was completely paralyzed by overwhelming terror, lacking even the strength to resist. Even though the battle was over, he could only lie helplessly on the ground, staring in fear at Kakashi, who was also sprawled on the ground before him, barely clinging to life. Outside the battlefield, in a hidden cliff cave 200 meters away, Conan's tattered paper wings drooped over her shoulders, her eyes still holding lingering terror. Just moments ago, to allow Nagato to better transmit chakra to the Deva Path puppet, Conan had pushed herself to her limits, braving the shockwave to carry Nagato and fly here. Nagato leaned half upright against the cold rock wall, his frail frame looking even more hunched and pale. To withstand that unreasonable lightning dragon, he had expended most of his remaining chakra. His already weak body was overwhelmed, his face ashen, like paper, lips cracked, and pale cold sweat continuously beading on his forehead. Through the crevice in the cliff, his Rinnegan locked onto the helpless Kakashi, his entire being radiating a chilling, killing intent. Damn Konoha. Conan, take me over there. Nagato, we have successfully retrieved the body of the Deva Path, without causing irreparable damage. Conan turned her head, looking at Nagato's haggard appearance with deep concern, speaking softly in an attempt to persuade him. This place is not safe to linger. We should retreat now. Your body cannot sustain further combat. Conan, say no more. Before she could finish, Nagato shook his head, cutting her off with no intention of yielding. That Kakashi is no ordinary shinobi. His lightning techniques managed to tear through even the gravitational barrier of the Deva Path. If we allow him to live, he will undoubtedly become the greatest obstacle to my plans. Nagato raised a hand to press against his chest, a terrifying obsession erupting from his frail body. I must kill him here today, take his body and forge it into a Six Paths puppet. Then no one will ever stand in my way again. Conan's heart tightened. She stepped forward half a pace, wanting to dissuade him once more, but seeing the unyielding stubbornness in Nagato's eyes, the words of protest died in her throat. Conan let out a silent sigh. Having been by his side for so many years, she understood Nagato's obsessive nature better than anyone. Once he set his mind on something, no amount of persuasion could sway him in the slightest. Shhhh. Countless sheets of paper flew out, forming two pairs of wide, lightweight paper wings that spread across her back. She stepped forward and gently supported Nagato's thin, misshapen body with both hands. Hold on to me. Conan murmured in warning as her paper wings flapped, lifting them both into the air. They glided smoothly down along the cliff face, heading toward the devastated center of the battlefield, leaving the Devapath's body lying alone on the ground. Damn it, is there no end to this? The sound of paper wings cutting through the air was piercingly loud in the silent battlefield. Kakashi struggled to turn over, and seeing the one-of-a-kind paper wings coupled with that thin frame, pierced with black rods, he recognized the newcomers at once, Nagato and Conan. Conan, holding Nagato, had already descended to the ground. Countless sheets of paper swirled around the two of them, both guarding against a sudden attack from Kakashi and sealing off every possible escape route. You the Leaf Shinobi. Nagato broke free from Conan's embrace, his bloodshot Rinnegan eyes pouring out an undisguised killing intent. Your power rightfully belongs to the Six Paths. For the sake of peace in the shinobi world, offer up your body and become a new blade in my plan. Stealing the bodies of others, turning the living and the dead into puppets. Is this what you call peace? Kakashi lay on his side on the scorched earth, silver hair caked with dust. Though his body could not move, he could still speak. Peace demands absolute order. Nagato's face was expressionless, his Rinnegan eyes devoid of emotion, holding only a deep-rooted obstinacy. All the wars in this world stem from the unbridled desires of the human heart. By gathering the strongest combat power, forging a perfect Six Paths army, and suppressing the entire world with absolute might. That is my path. Your lightning arts possess unmatched destructive force in the shinobi world. There is no better candidate for a puppet than you. Nagato raised his withered right hand, and an invisible gravitational force seized Kakashi's battered body, dragging him involuntarily toward Nagato. Give up resisting. Your chakra is depleted, your body is crumbling, and no one can stop me now. I will preserve all of your abilities and make you the most powerful attack puppet among the Six Paths. Not far away, Tenzo, pinned to the ground by black rods, strained desperately to turn his neck toward Kakashi, who was being slowly dragged toward death by the Banshō Tennin. His eyes were filled with helpless despair. Just then Kakashi let out a low, defiant laugh. He pulled down the metal forehead protector that sat askew, revealing the Mangekyō Sharingan that had been hidden beneath it all along. You seem to have misunderstood something. Kakashi's words didn't even have time to land before Conan's eyes turned cold. Refusing to give him even a moment more to speak, the moment Kakashi raised his hand to remove his forehead protector, the paper suspended in the air came sweeping down at him from all directions, slicing through the air. A dense storm of paper blades locked onto every vital point on Kakashi's body, above, below, left, right, leaving no room to dodge. The plan was to eliminate him on the spot in coordination with Nagato's Banshō Tennin, putting an end to any possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Conan, Nagato called out in displeasure, but made no move to stop her. After all he wanted was Kakashi's corpse. Just as the storm of paper blades closed in, a massive skeleton of dark indigo hue materialized out of thin air, enveloping and shielding Kakashi's body. The sharp paper blade struck against the indigo skeleton's surface, producing a dense, grating clang of metal against metal, yet they could not even leave a single white scratch upon it. So the wielder of the Rinnegan needs to wait for the woman by his side to make the first move. Kakashi lay within the chest of the Susanoo, struggling to stand upright, crossing his arms in a mocking stance. Nagato, you are truly less decisive than a woman. Conan's expression shifted. The countless paper sheets once again gathered in readiness, but after shooting a wary glance at Nagato's grim face, she did not attack again, obediently stepping back half a pace. Mere rhetoric is meaningless. The Susanoo was the Uchiha clan's exclusive Inyang release chakra manifestation, naturally enveloped in a dense energy barrier. Nagato knew full well that Banshō Tennin was now useless against Kakashi. Since conventional methods could not kill him, then he would resort to the ultimate technique of the Rinnegan. Nagato pressed his palms together, and twin streams of Rinnegan chakra interwove between them, condensing into a pitch-black gravitational orb the size of a grain of rice. The sphere hovered at the center of his palms, subtly warping the air and light around it. You don't need to go this far. Your body won't hold out. Conan stepped forward to dissuade him. Be quiet, Conan. I need to concentrate. Nagato didn't even lift his head, his gaze fixed solely on the small black sphere in his hands as he cut her off coldly. Nagato hunched over his broken body, gasping for breath as a vast amount of chakra poured violently out from the black receivers. He slowly raised his hand, pushing the black gravitational core at his palm upward. The small black sphere left his palm, slowly rising into the high air above the battlefield where it hovered motionless. Nagato craned his neck, his Rinnegan eyes locked onto the black sphere in the sky. Pouring a massive amount of chakra into maintaining it, he summoned every ounce of strength in his body and roared out the name of the technique. Chibaku Tensei. As the technique completed, a terrifying force of absolute rule erupted. Gravity was forcibly inverted, and all things lost their weight, ascending into the sky. The entire earth trembled and cracked violently. Soil, rubble, and splintered tree trunks all hurtled upward, uncontrollably surging toward the black core like 100 rivers converging into the sea. Kakashi, for his part, fared relatively well. Protected by the Susanoo, the gravitational pull that had yet to reach its peak could not yet affect him, only a slight tugging sensation. But Tenzo, pinned to the ground with no means of defense whatsoever, fared far worse. Along with the entire slab of earth beneath him, he was ripped from the ground and sent flying uncontrollably toward the black sphere high above. A kilometer away, the unconscious Hyuga Hayashi's body slowly lifted off the ground. Yatsuki Gatsu tightened his grip on his grandson's hand like a helpless old man, sliding along with the gravitational current toward the black sphere at the heart of the battlefield. No one in the entire area was spared. Except for Nagato and Konan, who shielded him closely, everything was devoured by this heavenly star. You are strong enough to force me to use this. Nagato's frame wavered, the Chibaku Tensei, taking a heavy toll on him. His face was pale as a corpse as he fixed his gaze on Kakashi, who was about to be sealed within the celestial star. I will seal you away permanently. Once the seal is complete, I will break through the rock layer and extract your body to be forged into the 6 paths. Konan gently supported the nearly exhausted Nagato, sheets of white paper spreading out to shield them both. She glanced gravely at the massive celestial star forming high above, then turned her gaze back to Nagato, her face etched with worry. This black orb required a continuous supply of Rinnegan chakra to maintain its gravitational field. The longer it persisted, the greater the drain on Nagato's body. But things had already progressed too far for words to dissuade him. Konan shifted her gaze to Kakashi, who was being pulled and shaken by the gravitational force, silently, hoping he would cease resisting and allow himself to be sealed by Nagato quickly. Beneath the ferocious skeletal form of Susanoo, Kakashi met Konan's gaze, his right eye blinking once as a faint, enigmatic smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He's smiling. A sense of dread clenched at Konan's heart. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. With no escape in sight, this man still had the audacity to toy with her. It could only mean one thing, that from the very beginning this Chibaku Tensei had never posed a true threat to him. Konan's papers burst outward like the hackles of a startled cat. Just as she was about to warn Nagato, Kakashi made his move. You think a cage meant to trap insects can hold me? Kakashi pointed at the small black orb about to be covered by rock. Unless I'm mistaken, all I need to do is destroy that thing, and this whole seal will collapse. Wishful thinking. Nagato sensed something off about Kakashi's reaction and desperately squeezed out the last of his chakra. The convergence of earth and rock in the sky accelerated rapidly. The core of Chibaku Tensei can even hold back a full-force assault from a tailed beast. In your current state, what makes you think you can destroy it? What makes me think? Kakashi let out a soft laugh, then widened his right eye, revealing the Mangekyō Sharingan. This is what? Kamui. As the dojutsu activated, the space around the core of the Chibaku Tensei, which Nagato had poured all his strength into maintaining, began to warp. It flickered once, then vanished from the real world, shunted into the Kamui dimension, severing all connection to Nagato's chakra. Boom! With the source of its power gone, the floating rubble, broken wood, and debris crashed heavily to the ground. Yamato, who had been lifted into the sky by the gravitational pull, plummeted along with a large chunk of earth. A kilometer away, Hyuga Hayashi and his grandson, along with Yorijetsu, landed safely back on the ground. Meanwhile, the chakra link that bound Nagato to the core of Chibaku Tensei snapped violently. The backlash from the powerful jutsu surged through his body via the black chakra receivers like a flood of wild beasts rampaging through his meridians and organs. Ugh! Nagato's body convulsed violently, his hunched frame arching as a mouthful of blood sprayed forth. Had Konan not held him up with all her might, he would have collapsed to the ground. Where did my core go? Nagato's voice was hoarse, his eyes holding a naive, almost innocent clarity. It didn't go anywhere. Kakashi, his Mangekyō vision and chakra both depleted, could no longer maintain Susanoo. He slumped to the ground, blood streaming from his right eye, struggling just to speak. I just hid it somewhere you'll never find. Your Chibaku Tensei is finished, you see. Agony gnawed at Nagato's very core. The crushing defeat of having his Chibaku Tensei nullified by a space-time dojutsu shattered his remaining composure. Konan, kill him. Spare no expense. Take his body. Konan glanced at the barely breathing Nagato, then at the equally immobile Kakashi across the field. White paper began to gather before her. Kakashi painfully forced open his right eye, which throbbed with searing pain. Blood streamed down his cheek, and his Sharingan's vision was already fading into a blur, leaving only a hazy silhouette. The onset of blindness from overexerting his Mangekyō was swiftly approaching. Kakashi forced a bitter smile, preparing to draw on his Sharingan once more to summon Susanoo and defend against Konan's paperblade assault. Better to go blind than to die on the spot. At that very moment, countless wooden vines erupted from beneath the earth, swiftly forming a towering wooden giant over 10 meters tall. The colossal figure stood between Kakashi and Konan, completely sealing off all angles of her attack. Would release wood golem technique. It was Yamato's voice. When he had been knocked down by the falling earth earlier, he had used the chaos to break free of the black rods pinning him. Ignoring his injuries, he had rushed to support them with his wood release. The sharp paper blade struck the wooden body, only splintering small fragments of wood, failing to cut even half an inch deep. The few sheets that managed to curve around the sides were instantly entangled and locked down by vines extending from the giant, their killing power neutralized. Even as the paper sheets continued their relentless assault, the damaged wood on the golem's surface rapidly healed under the nourishment of chakra, shielding Kakashi from the entire onslaught. The wood golem technique consumed a tremendous amount of chakra. Yamato's face was visibly paling, his body swaying as he forced hand signs commanding the wooden giant to raise its foot and stomp down toward Nagato. If that foot connected, Nagato, already gravely wounded by the jutsu backlash, would have no chance of survival. Nagato. Without a moment's hesitation, Konan abandoned all offensive maneuvers. Her paper wings quickly reassembled, creating a gust of wind as she grabbed the weakened Nagato and soared into the sky just before the wooden giant's foot crashed down. The mission to kill Kakashi was now irrelevant. Protecting Nagato's life was the top priority. Let's go. Konan murmured softly to Nagato, who was on the verge of losing consciousness. Her paper wings flapped with full force, not even bothering to retrieve the Devapath's body left in the cave, as she fled at top speed without looking back. Watching the two disappear beyond the clouds, Yamato released his hand seal. The massive wooden giant, its chakra support gone, crumbled and dispersed. Having broken free of the black rod's restraints and overexerting himself with high-level wood release, Yamato had drained every last drop of chakra from his body. He stumbled unsteadily across the rubble-strewn ground, making his way toward Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, are you alright? Yamato panted, bending down to reach out and carefully support Kakashi under his arms, attempting to help him stand from the scorched earth. SSS. Easy. As soon as Yamato's hands touched Kakashi's shoulders, Kakashi's muscles tensed up, and he sucked in a sharp breath, grimacing in pain. Sorry. Yamato hastily withdrew his hands, standing to the side, anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. It's fine. I won't die. After a moment to recover, Kakashi used his forehead protector to cover his still bleeding right eye, joking nonchalantly with Yamato. Just feels like my whole body's been shattered into pieces, that's all. I'm sorry, Kakashi-senpai. It's all my fault. Tenzo's nose tingled with bitterness, tears welling in his eyes as his voice trembled with sobs. If I hadn't been so weak and dragged you down, you would never have been hurt like this. Stop crying. Tenzo. Kakashi weakly rolled his dull eyes, his chest rising and falling faintly as he interrupted with a listless voice. If you keep crying, I'll be killed by your tears before the enemy even gets me. There was no hint of jest in those words. Kakashi's body was ravaged inside and out, and each tear that fell on his bare skin struck like a boulder, causing him sharp pain. Kakashi turned his head, his fingers feebly pointing at the ninja tool pouch hanging at his waist. My chakra is almost depleted. If I don't replenish it soon, I'm afraid I won't last until reinforcements arrive. Tenzo snapped back to reality, hastily wiping the tears from his face. He quickly unbuckled the pouch from Kakashi's waist, pulled out a healing potion and high-concentrated energy soldier pills, and carefully presented them to Kakashi. Here, Kakashi-senpai, let me feed you. Tenzo knelt on one knee, gently lifting Kakashi's neck. Kakashi lacked the strength to refuse. He swallowed the entire bottle of healing liquid, then tilted his head back to take 3 high-concentrated soldier pills. The pills slid down his throat into his stomach, at first releasing only a faint warm current. Tenzo watched as Kakashi's complexion slowly eased and the anxiety that had been hanging in his heart began to settle. But after merely 3 breaths, a sudden change occurred. High-concentrated soldier pills were inherently potent auxiliary agents designed to explosively stimulate chakra generation. Under normal conditions, when taken without injury, they could quickly restore stamina and replenish chakra. However, Kakashi's meridians were extensively damaged, and his body's potential had already been nearly exhausted by the spinach pills and curry pills. His body was already overwhelmed. Every bit of forcibly generated chakra felt like countless red-hot steel needles piercing through his meridians and bone crevices. The pain that had been somewhat subdued multiplied, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Ugh! Kakashi let out a stifled groan, his fingers digging into the rubble beneath him. His pale face flushed red and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. What's wrong? Kakashi-senpai. Tenzo's expression shifted dramatically, panic flooding him. It hurts. Kakashi closed his eyes, his brows furrowed into a deep crease. The medicine is taking effect. Tenzo stood helplessly, watching Kakashi writhe in agony. The guilt inside him surged once more, his hands hovering in the air, wanting to help, but not daring to touch. On the entire battlefield, only he and Kakashi remained. No medical ninja, no other comrades, not even a single person who could offer advice. Tenzo had never encountered such a dire situation. In his panic, he suddenly remembered the oldest member of the team, Hyuga Hisashi. I'll go find Hyuga-senpai. Like grasping at a final lifeline, Tenzo's eyes lit up. Kakashi-senpai, he has to be a Kugen. He must have a way to ease your pain. Kakashi struggled to open his eyelids, too weak to even shake his head, only able to emit a faint nasal sound. I'll be back soon. Don't move from here. Tenzo wasted no time. He turned and sprinted into the distance. Geez, that naive kid, Kakashi thought. Kakashi closed his eyes, weakly cursing Tenzo in his mind. Is that sneaky bastard Black Zetsu still around? In my current state, any wild beast could drag me off for a snack. Couldn't you have sent a wood clone instead? What Kakashi didn't know was that it wasn't that Tenzo didn't want to use clones, he simply didn't have the strength. Earlier he had overexerted himself with a massive scale, emerging tree forest, against Kakazu, then had his body pierced by the 6 paths black rods, suffering internal injuries. Just now, to save the gravely wounded Kakashi, he had forcibly used the wood golem technique. After several rounds of high-intensity jutsu overexertion, he was completely drained with no chakra left to sustain a wood clone. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Nagato and Konan retreated, the giant wood golem vanished, and the battlefield gradually fell into stillness. Yu Ching, who had been hiding behind Yu Jiang, suddenly stood up. He reached to his waist and pulled out a glinting razor-sharp kunai. Under Yu Jiang's stunned gaze, Yu Ching gripped the kunai and slowly approached the unconscious Hyuga Hisashi. Cough, 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 cough. Stop! Yu Jiang braced himself with both hands on the ground. The previous ordeal had nearly cost him his life. Every bone in his body ached. But when he saw his grandson's kunai-wielding hand and its target, his eyes blazed with fury, and he mustered all his strength to shout, "Stop!" Yu Ching put down the kunai. Yu Ching paused in his steps, not turning back. The kunai in his hand remained aimed at the unconscious Hyuga Hisashi. Foolish. Ignorant. Yu Jiang's chest heaved violently, coughing and sputtering as he roared. Have you forgotten who just saved our lives, grandfather and grandson alike? Without him shielding us with his body, we would have been torn to pieces. Yu Ching lowered his eyes, saying nothing. The cold gleam of the blade reflected his stubborn profile. So you would repay kindness with enmity and strike down your own savior. Yu Jiang trembled with rage, dragging his ailing body painfully toward his grandson, his gaze filled with utter disappointment. You've always wanted to grow stronger, to surpass the geniuses of the great clans, to become a formidable ninja who stands on his own. But remember this, a true strong person must first uphold his heart and his moral integrity. An obsession steeped in ingratitude like this is fundamentally twisted. Cough, cough. From start to finish, you have never possessed the heart of a true strong person. Put down the kunai. Yu Jiang crawled painfully in front of Hyuga Hisashi, using his own body to shield him, his voice dripping with disappointment. If you want to kill him today, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Why, grandfather? Why? Yu Ching gripped the kunai, shouting at the elder before him. Seeing his grandson still stubbornly lost, Yu Jiang grew even more disheartened. He took a breath and calmly asked back. Then let me ask you, if you were in Hyuga Hisashi's position just now, what would you have done, eh? Yu Ching answered without a moment's hesitation. Of course I would have taken you and fled immediately. I would only protect the people of our Yu clan. Why would I risk my life to protect 2 complete strangers? Just as I thought. Yu Jiang shook his head gently, his expression growing even more desolate. Then he posed a second question. Let me ask you again. If at this moment you and I were not grandfather and grandson, when danger came, what would you choose, eh? The kunai in Yu Ching's hand hovered in midair, and for a moment he was speechless. He wanted to tell Yu Ching that he would surely fight to the death to protect his comrades, but the mere recollection of that apocalyptic scene made his legs tremble. In his mind, he was acutely aware that at such a critical juncture between life and death, he would only save himself, wasting neither chakra nor life to guard irrelevant strangers. He harbored an obsession with protecting his comrades, yet lacked the courage to face death. It's different. Yu Ching's brows furrowed as he desperately sought excuses for his actions, stubbornly refusing to admit his own moral cowardice. Oh, then tell me, how is it different? Countless grandiose excuses surged through Yu Ching's mind, all vying to pour out of his mouth. He wanted to say that Hinata Hisashi had never volunteered to save them from the start. The man had merely passively blocked the shockwave, shielding them as an afterthought. He wanted to say that this was the immutable iron law of the shinobi world. The weak are prey to the strong. Every being lives for themselves, and gratitude is but a chain that binds the weak. The strong are never swayed by personal favors. He yearned to emphasize that their positions were inherently different. Hinata Hisashi was a leaf ninja while they belonged to Cloud. The 2 villages had never been on good terms, and on the battlefield they were born enemies. When dealing with an enemy, one should seize any opportunity to hunt them down by any means. How could that be considered ingratitude? Every reason seemed sufficiently plausible enough to deceive his grandfather. Yet no matter how much he polished those excuses, they all lodged in his throat, refusing to be uttered. Yu Ching's Adam's apple bobbed, his face alternating between pale and livid. He could find excuses to convince the entire world, but not his own conscience. After a long pause, he forced out a sentence in a harsh tone. Anyway, it's just different. Yu Jiang, seeing his stubbornness and guilt, felt not anger but joy. This child had always had an immense sense of pride and never bowed his head to admit fault. That was enough. Unable to lie or twist reason, it proved that the embers of conscience still burned within him, that his bottom line remained intact. He was merely trapped by his obsession, and there was still a chance to turn back. Ching-er, I failed to teach you well, it's all. Yue Jiang wanted to press the advantage to change Yue Qing's stubborn mindset, but was interrupted by a frantic shout. Hizashi-senpai. The cry drew nearer, accompanied by the rapid patter of footsteps on the ground. The grandfather and grandson turned simultaneously toward the source of the sound. It was Tianzong. Using his unique wood-style perception, he had precisely tracked the chakra fluctuations in this area and rushed over at full speed, arriving at the scene in a flurry. The next moment, Tianzong landed, his gaze sweeping over Yue Jiang, who was lying on top of Hinata Hizashi, then fixing on Yue Qing, who held a kunai with a dark expression. Cloud Ninja. Tianzong pressed his palms together, his voice icy, his defensive stance fully raised, ready to unleash with style at any moment. What did you do to Hizashi-senpai? Yue Jiang quickly propped up his weakened body, intending to explain the situation and defuse the unnecessary confrontation, but Yue Qing spoke first. He took the blast for us, just now protecting me and my grandfather. The boy turned his head away, awkwardly avoiding both Tianzong's wary gaze and the unconscious Hinata Hizashi, silently tucking the kunai back into his sleeve. He's wounded in the back. He needs treatment immediately, or he'll die if we delay any longer. Yue Jiang was taken aback. Without a second thought, he flipped Hinata Hizashi's body over. The moment he saw the wound, even Yue Jiang, who had witnessed countless battlefield casualties, was stunned. A sharp broken branch was deeply embedded in Hinata Hizashi's back at the center of his heart, with most of the wooden spike lodged into the flesh. Seeing the ghastly injury, Tianzong wasted no time. He rushed forward, crouched down, and reached out with trembling fingers to check Hinata Hizashi's carotid artery. Thank goodness he's still breathing. Tianzong let out a sigh of relief, pouring wood-style chakra into Hinata Hizashi's body, as if it were infinite. Wood-style inherently possessed healing properties, but Tianzong had spent his entire life learning only killing techniques. He had never studied any medical ninjutsu. Faced with such a deep wound, even if he were at full strength it would be difficult, but with his remaining chakra, it was like a drop in the bucket. Damn it! Tianzong cursed under his breath, continuously increasing his chakra output, while tears streamed down his face. The wound is too deep. My wood-style can't suppress the injury. If you don't pull out that branch, the bleeding won't stop. If you keep wasting time here, he won't last half an hour. Yue Qing said from the side, watching Tianzong's futile efforts with a sneer. No, I can't pull it out. Tianzong shook his head, repeatedly staring at the broken branch embedded in Hizashi's back. This kind of penetrating wound, reaching the heart and lungs, the foreign object lodged inside, is pressing on the ruptured major blood vessels, temporarily stopping the bleeding. Without a professional medical ninja to perform surgery, if we forcibly remove it, the ruptured artery will burst instantly. Hizashi-senpai won't last 3 breaths, he'll bleed out and die on the spot. Then just wait for your Hizashi-senpai to hold on until your so-called medical team arrives. Yue Qing shrugged nonchalantly, arms crossed over his chest, eyes drooping. His manner bore a faint resemblance to Kakashi's infuriatingly flippant attitude. Tianzong's chest tightened at his words. He knew Yue Qing was right. The wood-style chakra he was outputting now merely delayed death, a futile self-comforting struggle. But he had no idea when Leaf's reinforcements would arrive. Even if they came, whether the team included a medical ninja capable of such a major surgery was uncertain. Yet if he removed the branch, Hinata Hizashi might die from blood loss on the spot. Tianzong's mind was a mess, torn between choices, unable to decide. He could only hang his head, helplessly wiping away tears. After a moment of stalemate, watching Hinata Hizashi's chest rise and fall, grow weaker, and his lips lose all color, Yue Qing finally broke. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, uncrossed his arms, stepped forward with a cold expression, and looked down at the panicked and helpless Tianzong. Hey, you leaf waste. The boy's tone was harsh, carrying his usual arrogance and contempt. If you don't have the guts, get out of the way. Tianzong looked up sharply, staring at him in disbelief. What are you going to do? Don't overthink it. Yue Qing crouched down, the kunai hidden in his sleeve reappearing in his hand, hovering above the branch. If we pull it out now, he still has a chance to live. If we keep dawdling, he'll die for sure. And I'm not saving him, nor am I helping you leaf ninjas. I just can't stand watching a savior die at the hands of 2 arrogant fools. As he spoke, Yue Qing deliberately glanced at Yue Jiang, who was leaning against a tree trunk, felled by the wind. Yue Jiang instinctively turned his head to scan the surroundings. From start to finish, only the 4 of them were present here. Apart from the unconscious Riang Richa, there were only 3 people still standing and able to speak. Tianzong was undoubtedly the first fool. The second fool. Looking around the entire field, there was only himself left. And what did self-righteous mean? Yue Jiang's aged pupils contracted, and a ridiculous thought suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. Could it be that he was wrong? Fragmented scenes rapidly retraced in his mind, replaying the entire argument word for word. From beginning to end, Yue Qing, who held the kunai, had never once said a word about killing Riang Richa. It was all his own preconception. He saw his grandson walking toward the unconscious Riang Richa with a kunai, and based on the image alone and his ingrained impression, he instinctively judged that his grandson intended to be ungrateful, taking advantage of the situation to kill his savior. It was he who kept lecturing, denying everything about him, criticizing his base nature, asserting that he was twisted from the root and unworthy of becoming a strong warrior. So that's how it is. Yue Zhang murmured softly, his expression complex, as he gazed at his grandson crouching beside Riang Richa. The young boy gripped the kunai tightly, using its blade edge to cut away the clotted blood scabs and torn fabric around the wound, carefully burning and cleaning the necrotic flesh and invading foreign chakra impurities. After debridement, Yue Qing used the blade to wedge into the gap where the branch was embedded in the bone, slowly prying loose the sharp branch deeply lodged in the flesh. As the broken branch gradually loosened, blood began to seep from the wound edges. The moment had come. Yue Qing discarded the kunai, pressed his left hand over the wound, hooked his right fingers around the exposed end of the branch, and pulled it out horizontally with a clean, decisive motion. Poochie! The obstruction on the major artery disappeared, and scalding bright red arterial blood spurted out under high pressure, splattering all over Tianzong, who was watching closely nearby. Tianzong instinctively recoiled in fright. He had never seen such terrifying massive bleeding. Dazed, he stood frozen, staring at the cloud-hidden boy around his own age. The boy, also covered in blood, did not even blink. A faint thin blue water attribute chakra rose from his palm as he laboriously sutured the ruptured artery without a single superfluous word. Yue Zhang watched the whole process in silence, his heart growing increasingly mixed. He had no idea when his grandson had learned emergency field surgery. No good, I've done my best. Not enough chakra. Yue Qing gasped for breath, the chakra light in his palm dissipating, and only half of the blood vessel had been sutured. Without chakra to seal it, blood gushed out again. Tianzong wiped the blood from his face and hurriedly spoke. I have would release. I can supply life chakra. Useless. Yue Qing didn't even lift his head, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Without suturing the damaged blood vessel, the bleeding won't stop. No amount of life chakra will help. A sense of powerlessness surged over Tianzong. With nowhere to vent his emotion, he slammed his fist into the hard ground, leaving a crater. Once again, he could do nothing. Tell me the remaining surgical techniques. Just then, Yue Zhang, who had been watching, dragged his weakened body over to the two. Grandfather. Yue Qing turned in surprise. Though I have little chakra left, Yue Zhang raised his hand, condensing a wisp of sky blue water attribute chakra, its color and purity far surpassing Yue Qing's by more than 100 times. But I am skilled in precise chakra control. Let me finish the rest for you. With Yue Zhang's pure chakra as a foundation, the most difficult vascular suturing was soon completed flawlessly. The remaining wound dressing became the simplest first aid procedure. Yue Qing calmly took out healing ointment and 2 emergency pills, stuffing them into Riang Richa's mouth. Tianzong dared not delay, placing his hands on both sides of the wound on Riang Richa's back. The unique life-giving nature of wood release finally exerted its full effect. The flesh of the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid rate. Riang Richa's deathly pale face gradually regained color, his breathing became steady and even, and the tightly furrowed brows of his unconscious state slowly relaxed. Confirming that Riang Richa's vital signs were stable, the exhausted Tianzong withdrew his hands, cut off the wood release chakra output, and slumped onto the ground. After a moment of silence, Tianzong turned his head and spoke seriously to Yue Qing, who was also covered in blood. Thank you. I said I just couldn't stand by. No need to thank me. Yue Qing was quite proud. At Tianzong's thanks, he merely lifted his eyelids and turned his head away with an indifferent expression. Don't mind him. He's just a bit stubborn. Yue Zhang shook his head helplessly, taking the initiative to smooth over the awkwardness between them. By the way, that Jonin Shimu. How is he now? These words struck like a thunderbolt. Tianzong slapped his forehead, his expression changing drastically. He had been so focused on rescuing Riang Richa that he had completely forgotten about Kakashi. Oh no. Senior Kakaxi's condition is even worse than Senior Riang's. Tianzong looked nervously at the unconscious Riang Richa, then turned back to look into the distance. Please take care of Senior Riang for a while, you two. Tianzong bowed to the grandfather and grandson. I must go back immediately to find Senior Kakashi. With that, Tianzong glanced once more at Riang Richa, then turned back dejectedly toward the direction where Kakashi had been left. A kilometer was not far. At Tianzong's speed, it would only take a minute. But as soon as he burst through the forest corner, a thick, pungent smell of blood mixed with the wild stench of beasts hit him. The sight before him made Tianzong's blood freeze, and his eyes blaze with fury. The gravel clearing where Kakashi had been lying was now completely surrounded by wild beasts, packed in layers upon layers, trapping the immobile Kakashi in the center. On the ground, countless pale white small snakes, their forked tongues flicking, crawled out from the gaps between the beasts and disappeared into the forest. What enraged Tianzong most were the several wild dogs of varying sizes in the innermost circle, their mouths still holding bloody chunks of flesh. Kakashi lay on the ground, offering no resistance, his body twitching uncontrollably, his thin chest rising and falling with difficulty, lacking even the strength to call for help. Stop it! Tianzong's eyes turned bloodshot, his fury erupting completely. Senior Kakashi's meridians were already shattered, and the medicinal backlash was pushing him to the brink of death, and now he had to endure the torment of beasts gnawing on him. It was his negligence. It was he who left without permission, abandoning his severely injured senior in the desolate wilderness, leaving him to such a helpless fate. He had already failed to help Senior Riang, and he absolutely could not stand by and watch Senior Kakashi be torn apart by beasts. Even if his body was utterly exhausted and his chakra completely drained, he would clear this pack of beasts today and avenge Senior Kakashi. Would release. Tianzong, are you out of your mind? Kakashi forced open his heavy eyelids and shouted at Tianzong, who was grinning apologetically and looking embarrassed. Are you blind? Can't you tell whether a beast is alive or dead? Kakashi-senpai, I really didn't know those white snakes and wild dogs were your summoning beasts. I thought. Tianzong lowered his head, his toes scraping the ground, his voice even softer than Kakashi's weak tone. You're the wild dog. Woof. Your whole family are wild dogs. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Alright Paik, calm down, stop it. Kakashi glanced at Paik, who was crouched on the ground, glaring fiercely at Tianzong and barking. This Paik guy must have been extremely angered by Tianzong's reckless behavior to the point of being unable to speak human language, and in his urgency, could only bark helplessly. A rare sight indeed. Paik, stop it. You should go back first. Without waiting for Paik's protest, Kakashi unilaterally terminated the summoning contract. This is not going to be easy. The several ninja dogs he had just summoned were all more or less injured by Tianzong's wood style. Given Paik's petty and bossy nature, who knew how much dog food and shampoo it would take to appease Paik? Kakashi-senpai. Tianzong let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Paik disappear. That damn dog's curses were too filthy. He hadn't done it intentionally, and he had already apologized, but that proud and temperamental Pekingese Paik simply wouldn't appreciate it. Me. Go check if there are any survivors. Kakashi stared at the animal corpses that had been drained dry by the wood style breaking through the ground, his heart bleeding. Tianzong scratched his head awkwardly. The wood style just now was unleashed in a fit of rage. Full range, no blind spots, maximum lethality. Even many of the white summoning snakes around Kakashi were impaled on the branches. How could it possibly miss the larger beasts? I'm hungry, Tianzong. Kakashi let out a painful groan. He had endured immense pain to summon the white snakes and ninja dogs, and before he could even eat a few bites of meat, this unlucky kid had ruined everything. He shot a disdainful glance at Tianzong, his dead fish eyes filled with contempt. He wiped a handful of blood on his body, gritted his teeth, and formed hand seals again. Summoning jutsu. Boom. A cloud of white summoning smoke exploded, rolling and dispersing. Hundreds of white summoning snakes of various sizes covered the ground around Kakashi. The white snake group, which should have obeyed the contract and actively approached the summoners, saw Kakashi covered in blood and filth. Their bodies tensed and arched heads pulled back, and they all fled backward, retreating 5 or 6 meters in an instant. Hundreds of white snakes huddled together, cowering at the edge, peeking out cautiously, maintaining a safe distance from Kakashi, refusing to come any closer. This summoner of theirs didn't treat summoning beasts as snakes at all. Other ninjas summoned snakes for reconnaissance or combat, but this one simply treated the contract snakes as spicy strips, grabbing them and biting right in. Whoever came close would be treated as an extra meal. After a brief panic, the white snakes flocked together and slithered away without looking back. Shortly after, a small white snake emerged from the grass, carrying a plump field mouse. It stopped half a meter in front of Kakashi, dropped the mouse on the ground, and darted away without looking back. Hey Tianzong, what are you standing there for? Kakashi called out discontentedly to the dazed Tianzong. Ah, Kakashi-senpai, what's wrong? What's wrong? Hurry up, skin it, deb want it, and feed me. I'm starving to death. As if to prove his point, as soon as he finished, his stomach let out a thunderous growl. Ah, senpai, you want to eat this? Tianzong pointed at the mouse that had been killed by snake venom, looking bewildered. What else would I eat? Soldier pills. Kakashi looked at him with disappointment. If you're not afraid of me exploding from chakra overload, go ahead and feed me one. No. Tianzong then remembered Kakashi's broken body and hastily waved his hands. Absolutely cannot take any more pills. He had personally seen Kakashi convulsing in pain after taking medicine. How could he dare to feed him concentrated pills? But Kakashi-senpai, the meat still has residual snake venom. You're covered in wounds now, wouldn't eating it poison you and worsen your injuries? That's still better than starving to death. Kakashi closed his eyes tiredly and urged impatiently. Hurry up and deal with it, stop dawdling. Tianzong didn't dare to delay. He crouched down, picked up the field mouse, skinned it, removed the poisonous internal organs, quickly deboned it, leaving only clean, tender, lean meat. Without an open flame, he used chakra to generate heat through friction and roasted the mouse meat. A faint aroma of meat soon drifted. The smell reached Kakashi's nose, making his stomach growl even more fiercely, his eyes fixed on the piece of meat. Tianzong cut the roasted meat into small pieces with a knife and brought them to Kakashi's mouth. Kakashi practically bit down, eagerly swallowing without chewing, then opened his mouth again, waiting for more. How much meat could a field mouse have? It was finished in a few bites. Fortunately, the white snakes continuously brought food from afar, neatly piling it on the safety line, half a meter in front of Kakashi, not daring to approach any closer. Kakashi-senpai, they know to restock for you. Tianzong was stunned. If they don't bring food sooner or later, I'll catch them all and eat them as snacks. Kakashi lay flat, with a blank expression, just seeking advantage and avoiding harm. With a steady supply of ingredients, Tianzong busied himself constantly processing the meat. Warm cooked meat was fed piece by piece into Kakashi's mouth, filling his seemingly bottomless stomach. The white snakes kept delivering, Tianzong kept roasting, and Kakashi's complexion visibly improved. He finally had some strength to speak. Once I'm healed, the first thing I'll do is roast that lazy leader snake. The leader snake in the grass seemed to understand, its scales bristling as it recoiled a great distance, causing a commotion among the surrounding snakes, and speeding up their delivery of prey. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Tianzong, who was brandishing a kunai and working tirelessly, even more pleased. Although this guy was a bit slow, he was much more useful than the ninja dogs. Not only could he skin and debone, control the heat to roast palatable meat, but he also didn't make a fuss and claim credit. As long as he was told, he would quietly get everything done. Such a useful person. It seems a waste to leave him to the third Hokage. Tianzong. I'm here, Kakashi-senpai. Tianzong continued his movements without pause, looked up, and answered with a simple-minded grin, skillfully using his kunai to remove the fish bones, blowing on the fish to cool it, and then bringing it to Kakashi's lips. What are your plans after this mission? Kakashi swallowed the food and began to probe subtly. Me. Tianzong's hand cutting the meat paused, then he showed a shy smile. After the mission, I want to leave the Umbu and learn medical ninjutsu. What made you think of that all of a sudden? Kakashi had never expected such a thought to be hidden in the other's heart. He turned sideways and looked seriously at the young man before him. Wood release is a top-tier ability, whether for frontline combat or sealing off battlefields. To give it up so easily, it's really a pity. It's not a pity. Tianzong placed the kunai he used for cutting meat on a stone to his left, grabbed a wild rabbit from the ground, picked up the kunai on his right, and skillfully gutted it. If I master medical ninjutsu, next time I encounter a severely injured comrade, I won't just stand by helplessly. Tianzong continued his work without stopping. Compared to killing, I prefer to use my abilities to save people. Learning medicine. Kakashi looked disdainful, but seeing Tianzong's serious expression, he didn't want to discourage him. With Tianzong's talent and personality, he was indeed suited for the path of a medical ninja. In a few years, his medical achievements would definitely be on par with Tsunade's, and in the area of mass rescue and life-saving on the battlefield, he could even surpass Tsunade, becoming the one and only wood-released divine doctor in the entire ninja world. But learning medicine could not save the ninja world. In Kakashi's view, the best path for Tianzong was actually the same as his own, to walk the road of merging the Otsutsuki bloodline. The hardest step, the fusion of Hashirama cells, Tianzong had already crossed perfectly. His body had long been symbiotic with the origin of the sage body, and the rejection reaction was almost zero. The remaining simplest step was to transplant a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan into him to make up for the weakness in his bloodline limit and allow him to reach a higher level of combat power. Kakashi only knew of a few pairs of Mangekyō. He had already mentally assigned each one a purpose, interlocking and paving the way for his subsequent plans. There was simply no spare pair to give to Tianzong. The Mangekyō is born from extreme emotional trauma, rare and irreproducible, unless it could be mass-produced. Obviously, that was nothing but a fantasy in the current ninja world. But nothing is absolute. The solution lies hidden in the Dragon Pulse ruins of Lolon, sleeping deep in the desert. But now is not the time. Look at Lushan, who traveled to the past. His original ninja tools and his own body could travel back and forth. But the Million Puppet Army and Dragon Pulse modification devices he built in ancient times, none of them could be brought back to the modern era. The time-space passage would automatically filter and strip away foreign products that did not belong to that timeline. Even if he now took Tianzong to break into the Lulon Dragon Pulse and travel back to ancient times to hunt Uchiha clan members, immediately seizing a Mangekyō and completing the transplant surgery would be meaningless. When returning through the Dragon Pulse barrier, at best the cross-time transplanted eyeball would directly dissipate into pure released chakra, severely injuring Tianzong's eyes. At worst, it would trigger a violent temporal paradox backlash. Tianzong's body would be judged as an abnormal causality by the time-space correction force, and the entire timeline would be forcibly erased, completely disappearing from the past, present, and future. This was the conclusion Kakashi had deduced after countless simulations based on the manga plot from his previous life. If one day he awakened the Rinnegan and mastered the power of the Six Paths level, broke the bottom-level time-space seal of the Lulon Dragon Pulse, used the Truth-Seeking Ball's Six Paths barrier to protect Tianzong's entire body, and shielded the Dragon Pulse's causality correction rules, perhaps he could give it a try. Just as Kakashi was lost in his thoughts, the sound of footsteps came from afar. Unlike the delicate footsteps of a single traveler, this was the sound of a group marching in formation, the soles of their feet crushing gravel, with a heavy rumble rapidly approaching this broken battlefield. Tianzong's hair stood on end. Instinctively, he grabbed two kunai with both hands, sidestepped to block in front of Kakashi, lowered his body into a standard defensive stance, and prepared to fight to the death. Kakashi was also startled, but when he saw Tianzong's bristling posture like a chick protecting an injured hen, he couldn't help but laugh. Alright, you'd better hide behind me. Grinning, he sat up and leaned half of his body against a huge rock. I advise you to save your strength. If things go wrong, you'll have to carry me and run. Kakashi-senpai, I can still use would release to block the enemy. While I hold them off, you retreat to the outside of the depression. Tianzong quickly shook his head at this, his eyes terribly serious. Kakashi was amused by this hot-headed youth and wanted to grab a stone to throw at him, but as soon as he lifted his arm, a piercing pain shot through his entire body. Tell me, in this state, where can I run? He weakly withdrew his arm, tilted his head, and gestured with his chin toward his own battered body. Besides, with the little chakra you have left, can you still use would release? Tianzong tried to mobilize his chakra. Indeed, as Kakashi said, he couldn't even produce wood barrier. Now at most he could summon a few thin vines for simple restraint. Even if I can only hold on for a moment, as long as I can buy you a little more time, But he refused to yield an inch, still firmly blocking in front of Kakashi. Senpai, when I was captured by that strange man, I thought I was doomed. It was you who said I was your most important comrade, rushed in recklessly and risked destroying your own body to save me. Tianzong suddenly looked up, staring fixedly in the direction of the footsteps, his eyes growing even more stubborn. Just now you protected me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Kakashi leaned against the huge rock, his mask covering most of his face. No one could see the embarrassingly twitching corners of his mouth, and his body trembled slightly with discomfort. He got goosebumps. The most important comrade. Kakashi replayed the scene in his mind over and over, confirming that at that time his mind was entirely focused on Tianzong's heart blood, and he had not said a single word of such sentimental lines. Hatake Kakashi had been used to being aloof since childhood. How could he have uttered such cheesy lines? He was not Uzumaki Naruto, who could spout passionate and sentimental words at the drop of a hat. Kakashi sighed helplessly in his heart. Just how starved for love was this child? Having never been treated kindly since childhood, even a faint trace of goodwill was magnified into a huge debt of gratitude. He guessed that when he had acted urgently to save him, Tianzong had embellished it into a gentle confession. Awkwardness aside, goosebumps aside, he really couldn't think of any way to speak up and pour cold water on the boy's obsession. Alright, I understand. Kakashi helplessly pulled up his forehead protector, the vision of his Mangekyō Sharingan already blurry. Using Susanoo one more time shouldn't be a big problem, right? Over there. A clear loud shout rang out, and both Kakashi and Tenzo heightened their vigilance. The next moment, dust rose from the distant horizon, rolling up into a roaring earthen dragon tens of meters long, churning and rampaging across the sky. Ha! My eternal rival Kakashi. The scent of youth has guided us to the battlefield. Gaie. Kakashi's eye twitched, his tense nerves relaxing as the familiar clamor dulled the pain from his wounds. This guy always makes such a commotion, afraid no one will notice him. Reinforcements from Konoha have arrived. Kakashi lowered his headband and said to Tenzo. The dragon sped across the broken ground with a figure in green spandex sprinting ahead, followed at a distance by the three clan leaders of the Inoshikicho Alliance and Hyuga Hayashi. Guy stomped heavily, causing the ground to tremble slightly as the dust dragon dissipated. He immediately looked at Kakashi, bloodied and leaning against a boulder, and shouted in exaggerated dismay. Oh, my eternal rival. Kakashi, to be beaten into such a state, a disgrace on the road of youth. You've betrayed the name of a genius ninja. Only I, the green beast of Konoha, can come to your rescue. Haha, only an idiot like you would miss such a huge crater right beside you. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, too lazy to argue, but tilted his chin slightly to indicate the battlefield for Guy to see. Mike Guy followed Kakashi's gaze, his gloating expression freezing as he gaped, surveying the scene with wide eyes. The most conspicuous feature of the entire battlefield was the 300-meter concentric circular crater. The ground was compressed into a smooth depression as if crushed by a giant weight, the soil hard and flat with no protrusions. Ring after ring, the closer to the center, the lower the terrain. The center point was tens of meters below the original surface. The outer rock layers were fractured with multiple small springs bursting and seeping water. The entire area was riddled with ravines and large tilted rock slabs, creating extreme elevation differences and precarious cliffs that could collapse at any moment. In the distance, patches of forest had been shattered by the shockwave, trees snapped and toppled. The ground was covered with a thick layer of charred leaves and wood chips, the topsoil scoured away by the gale, revealing pale gray, hard bedrock beneath. Holy shit. Mike Guy's scalp tingled. He lamented his lack of vocabulary, resorting to a crude exclamation to vent the overwhelming shock in his heart. The arriving Nara Shikaku, Akimichi, Choza Yamanaka, Inoichi, and Hyuga Hayashi had noticed the anomaly earlier. The four stood in a line at the edge of the depression, silently surveying the reshaped terrain, none speaking for a long while. Akimichi Choza pulled out a large bag of chips from his backpack, grabbed a handful, and stuffed them into his mouth to calm himself. Chewing, he mumbled to Nara Shikaku. Can a battle of this scale really be caused by ninjas? This is even more destructive than the Nine Tails Rampage. This land won't recover its original form for decades. Nara Shikaku's gaze swept from the central crater to the fallen trees in the distance, and he shook his head in bewilderment. If this battle had taken place in Konoha, Akimichi Choza Yamanaka Inoichi and Hyuga Hayashi all shivered involuntarily. They all understood the implication of Nara Shikaku's words. If such a fierce clash had occurred within Konoha, even without the enemy's sustained assault, the mere shockwaves from the ninjutsu collision would have leveled 99% of the village's buildings. Civilians and low-rank ninjas would have had no chance to escape, and Konoha would have been left with few survivors. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Yamanaka Inoichi sighed softly. Indeed. Shikaku nodded slightly, turning to look at Kakashi, who was bantering listlessly with Guy, and posed a soul-searching question. So how exactly did Kakashi drive away the formidable enemy? Akimichi Choza Yamanaka Inoichi and Hyuga Hayashi also turned their gazes toward Kakashi, their eyes filled with a mix of curiosity, wariness, fear, and more. As for Tenzo, who stood awkwardly to the side, he was selectively ignored by the clan leaders. All of them were high-ranking authorities in Konoha with extensive networks. Tenzo's origins and abilities were no secret to them. His wood release was rare and highly practical on the battlefield, but it had not yet reached the level to participate in such a top-tier clash. Yuhi Shinku was right after all. Nara Shikaku lifted a finger to his chin, a thinking gesture passed down through the Nara clan. That Kakashi kid really is hiding a lot. Let's go. We should start the rescue first. Yamanaka Inoichi lightly touched the ponytail behind his head, glanced at Hyuga Hayashi, and interrupted Nara Shikaku. We can discuss the details of the battle when we return to camp. Inoichi is right. The ground here is unstable, and the surrounding rocks may collapse at any moment. It's not safe to stay long. Nara Shikaku snapped back to reality, scanned the environment, and nodded in agreement. I'll go check on Hisashi's condition. Hyuga Hayashi deactivated his Byakugan and nodded to the three clan leaders. Through his Byakugan's vision, he could clearly see Hisashi lying motionless in the distance. If not for the chakra still flowing within him, Hyuga Hayashi would have already lost his composure. Compared to interrogating Kakashi about the battle details or investigating the enemy's origins, his greatest concern at the moment was the safety of his branch family brother. Go ahead. We'll handle things here. Shikaku waved his hand, granting him permission to leave. Hyuga Hayashi nodded, slightly vanished in a flash over the rubble and ravines, and hurried toward the unconscious Hisashi. While the three had been watching from afar, Kakashi, though covered in blood, was still bantering and bickering with Might Guy, his expression appearing relatively clear and stable. Everyone subconsciously assumed it was just ordinary external injuries, dangerous looking but not life-threatening. But when they approached and performed a rough examination, their expressions collectively darkened. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Kakashi's outer robe had been shredded by the shockwave, leaving him in only a pair of half-length trousers. The skin on his limbs was oddly sunken, his muscles slack and collapsed with visible tendon tears and detachments. Yamanaka Inoichi closed his eyes, pressed his palms together, and extended his spiritual perception into Kakashi's body. His meridians are completely disrupted. Inoichi opened his eyes in disbelief, pressing his fingers to his temple as he spoke to Nara Shikaku. Massive meridian rupture, chakra pathways, nearly paralyzed, subcutaneous fat, almost gone. This looks just like the aftermath of taking the Akimichi clan's 3-colored pills. Logically, with such injuries, he should have died long ago. Late into the second night, Nara Shikaku returned to Konoha without rest, not even changing his clothes. Grimy and weary, he knocked on the door of the Hokage's office, whose lights still burned bright. Sarutobi Hiruzen was accustomed to staying up late. With undercurrents stirring within the village and frequent disturbances along the borders, he spent most nights in his office poring over documents and intelligence until dawn. Enter. Nara Shikaku pushed the door open and stepped inside, gently closing it behind him. Behind the expansive Hokage desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat draped in his Hokage Haori, elbows resting on the surface pipe and mouth. Wisps of smoke curled around his slightly haggard face. You're back. Noticing Nara Shikaku's late-night visit, Sarutobi Hiruzen removed the pipe from his lips. Are Kakashi and Hisashi's injuries that severe? Yes, Lord Hokage. Shikaku stood upright, bowed respectfully to the third Hokage, and reported without preamble. Their injuries are critical. The border medical ninja could only stabilize their vital signs. They cannot repair the fundamental damage. They won't even be able to get out of bed and walk for some time. And there is something even more serious. Shikaku's gaze turned grave, his tone lowering. There is certain intelligence regarding Kakashi that I must report to you in private. Kakashi, is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen repeated in a low voice, lightly tapping his pipe against the desk. Yes. Shikaku kept his head lowered, averting his eyes from the third Hokage's expression. He recounted the on-site investigation, a scene rivaling the Valley of the End, and relayed the testimonies of Kakashi and Tenzo verbatim. You're saying Kakashi awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan? At the mere mention of the Mangekyō, Hiruzen's fingers loosened, and his pipe of many years slipped from his grasp, clattering heavily onto the floor. and snapping in two. Yes. Based on their testimonies, the residual traces on the battlefield, and the unique pattern that surfaced in the now blind eye, I am certain that during this battle Hatake Kakashi activated the Mangekyō Sharingan and awakened a unique lightning release dojutsu. Nara Shikaku bowed his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid no mind to the fallen pipe. He slowly straightened his posture, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, his expression shifting unpredictably. No one understood the weight of the Mangekyō Sharingan better than he. His teacher, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, had always been wary of the Uchiha clan precisely because of those accursed eyes. Can you be absolutely certain that Kakashi's Mangekyō is blind? I can say so with absolute certainty. Shikaku raised his head, pulling several sheets of paper from his robes and placing them on Hiruzen's desk. These are medical certificates issued by the Jonin medical specialists at the border outpost. When I learned of the Mangekyō, I was astounded, so I had different medical Jonin examine him separately. The results were all consistent. The transplanted Uchiha Sharingan suffered catastrophic chakra overdraw. The optic nerve at the base of the eye is completely necrotic, and it shows no pupillary response even under intense light. These examination reports all bear signatures. They cannot be fabricated. Shikaku gestured to the papers on the desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a long while. Finally, he rose and walked to the window, pushing it open a crack. The night wind carried the chill of Konoha's deep hours into the room. So what you're saying is, Hiruzen turned to face Shikaku, his expression dark enough to drip water. Kakashi consumed the Akimichi clan's forbidden medicine, sacrificing the permanent sight of one Mangekyō, and only barely managed to hold off the enemy's assault by relying on his exclusive lightning release dojutsu. And we still don't even know who the enemy is. No, we don't. Shikaku lowered his head, even further, not daring to meet Hiruzen's eyes. From their accounts, we can only piece together a rough picture of the enemy's abilities and appearance. No usable chakra samples could be extracted from the battlefield. Everything was destroyed by the lightning release chakra. The one thing we can confirm is that this is a powerhouse operating outside the allegiance of the 5 great hidden villages. Mangekyō. Hiruzen clasped his hands behind his back and paced slowly across the office. After a long pause, he finally issued his orders. Shikaku, effective, immediately elevate Konoha to level 2 alert status. Everything discussed tonight is classified as Konoha's highest state secret. Only Inoichi and Choza may be informed. It is strictly forbidden to create any records in the medical division's archives. Hiruzen halted his pacing and fixed his gaze on Nara Shikaku with a warning. The matter of the Mangekyō must never reach the Uchiha clan. Understood. Understood. Shikaku bowed solemnly in acceptance. Hiruzen trusted his most loyal subordinate implicitly, and trusting this matter to Shikaku was as good as settled. Also increase mobile patrols along the border. Prioritize screening for unfamiliar high-output chakra signatures. If anything unusual is detected, do not engage. As long as you can get word back, the mission counts as accomplished. Understood. Nara Shikaku paused, then raised a concern. The mobile patrols are fine, but if our forces happen to encounter the enemy directly on the border, ordinary ninja would likely not even have a chance to send word back before being killed. You raise a fair point. I didn't think that through. Hiruzen massaged his brow, acknowledging the validity of Shikaku's concern. But Shikaku, the village, is already seething with unrest. The Uchiha clan's police force has been dragging their feet, and Uchiha Fugaku hasn't shown his face in days. Too many elite forces have been pulled from the village's upper echelons. If the Uchiha seize this opportunity to stage an uprising, we cannot afford to protect one flank while losing the other. Better to burden the patrol squads instead. A brief silence settled over the Hokage's office. Nara Shikaku unconsciously pressed his index finger against his chin, stealing a glance at the third Hokage's countenance. Recalling how the Hokage had just stressed the absolute need to keep the Mangekyō intelligence from the Uchiha, he swallowed the words that had risen to his lips. Speak your mind. There's no outsider here. Having worked with Nara Shikaku for so long, Hiruzen noticed his repeated hesitation and prompted him. Lord Hokage, I have a compromise proposal. Shikaku deliberated for a long moment, running through the risks and benefits repeatedly in his mind before finally resolving to speak. We could deploy Jonin from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans combined with members of the Yamanaka and Aburame clans to form the border mobile patrol units. Do you realize what you're proposing? Hiruzen's eyes sharpened, regarding Shikaku with a subtle, inscrutable expression. I am fully aware of the risks, my lord. But under the current circumstances, this is the best option available. Shikaku calmly laid out his complete reasoning, dissecting the pros and cons point by point. First, the Hyuga's Byakugan and the Uchiha Sharingan are the premier long-range reconnaissance ocular abilities in all of Konoha. They possess the strongest capability to detect concealed high-level chakra signatures, perfectly suited for early warning missions. Second, the Yamanaka clan can establish a mental perception network, while the Aburame clan can deploy wide-area insect swarms for detection. With sensory, visual, and insect-based reconnaissance forming a triple safeguard, even if they encounter a powerful enemy, they can relay intelligence immediately without needing to engage in direct combat. Third, and most importantly, Shikaku raised his head, meeting the third Hokage's gaze directly, and spoke with measured deliberation. Dispatching the elite forces of both clans to border garrisons not only fills the gap in high-end combat power at the border, but also removes the most volatile batch of high-level combatants from Konoha's core territory. By intermingling the four clans in mixed units, they check and balance one another. No group would have the opportunity to collude in secret and cause trouble, which actually stabilizes the situation within the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, wary of the Uchiha and their potential for insurrection, yet he had never found a balanced solution to contain them. Shikaku's proposal could indeed resolve his greatest dilemma. The logic was impeccable, the checks and balances perfectly calibrated, a masterstroke of Nara-style political maneuvering. Still he hesitated to give his consent. "You may leave for now. Let me think it over." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved a hand, his voice heavy with exhaustion, his gaze dark and unreadable. "Understood." Nara Shikaku bowed with due respect, then quietly turned and exited the office, closing the heavy solid wood door behind him. The office returned to tomb-like silence, broken only by the mournful howl of the night wind outside. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked behind his desk, sat down, and glanced at the broken pipe on the floor. He bent over to pick it up. Shikaku's plan was elegant, but the risks were all hidden in the details. His first concern was the Uchiha clan. In recent years, the Uchiha had harbored deep grievances. Forcibly dispatching their elite jonin to the harsh borderlands would likely provoke their sensitive nerves. Second was the bond that could form between the two top-tier bloodline clans. If the two strongest Kekkei Genkai clans in Konoha were to serve together on long-term rotations, constant close cooperation in military duties could easily forge a bloodline-based interest alliance. Lastly, the unknown formidable enemy was the greatest variable. If that person ambushed the mixed patrol squads at the border and used the lives of the two bloodline clans as leverage against Konoha, he would have no room to negotiate. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the broken pipe on the desk and let out a long sigh. Shikaku saw the immediate pros and cons, but overlooked the deep-seated clan grudges accumulated over time and the unpredictability of the unknown. On one side, an external enemy capable of annihilating the village at any moment. On the other, the Uchiha bloodline clan, watched with suspicion by every generation of leadership. One wrong step, and everything would be lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in the Hokage's chair, his eyes steeped in the weariness of ages, and shouted toward the door. "Send for Danzo and the two elders." Tonight he was destined for a sleepless night. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku walked home with a chill in his heart. Kakashi had pushed himself to the brink to complete the mission, yet the third Hokage hadn't even asked about him. From start to finish, the Hokage's sole concern, repeatedly confirmed and clung to, was one thing: whether that Mangekyō Sharingan was truly blind, permanently stripped of its power to grow and threaten the village. Kakashi had shattered every meridian in his body, burned through his life force, and gambled his very life to hold back an enemy capable of annihilating Konoha. Yet in the eyes of the village's supreme leader, it was worth less than a pair of cursed bloodline eyes. In the face of power, merit has never meant anything. Shikaku pressed his fingertips unconsciously against his jaw, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He had personally seen Kakashi lying in a hospital bed, unable even to lift his hand, and had witnessed the apocalyptic ring of devastation left behind. He knew exactly how perilous that battle had been. But the third didn't care. Fortunately, Shikaku had been cautious. On the journey back from the border, he had kept several safeguards in place. The report he submitted was not the original draft. What he gave the third tonight was a modified copy. The original was in the hands of Yamanaka Inoichi. As for the third's talk of bearing hardship for the village again, Nara Shikaku found it almost laughable. During the Third Great Ninja War, with its long front lines, the shadow imitation technique was suited for hit-and-run tactics. Many Nara clan Shunin and Genin were assigned to reconnaissance and diversion squads, and 21 of their names were carved on the memorial stone. The Nara were a small clan, never populous. Aside from himself, only a handful remained. For the sake of the village, his clan elders and the cousins he had grown up with had all died on the front lines. All these years, his dedication was not loyalty to the cold power structure the third had built, but to the land his ancestors had fought to establish alongside Hashirama Senju, and to the Ino Shikacho Pact, a bond of life and death etched into their very blood. Sarutobi Shinku was right. Konoha could prioritize the greater good and guard against bloodline threats, but it could not repeatedly drain those who fought desperately to protect it. If the fourth were still alive, would everything be different? This unbidden thought lingered in Shikaku's mind, refusing to fade. Nara Shikaku stopped, turned back, and caught sight of ANBU agents speeding out of the Hokage building. After a moment's thought, he slipped into the shadows of a nearby corner. He knew perfectly well that at this hour an ANBU deployment could only mean Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent for the two elders Hamura Midokado and Udatane Koharu to discuss his proposal. He hid to observe, wanting to confirm whether Danzo was among those summoned. Before long, the impeccably dressed Hamura Mitokado and Udatane Koharu, the latter, leaning on a light wooden elder's cane, arrived one after the other at the Hokage building. Shikaku felt a slight relief. So far he had detected no trace of Shimura Danzo's repulsive cold chakra. Just as Shikaku was about to leave, the sound of a cane striking the bluestone pavement echoed from the far end of the street. Thud, thud, thud. Shikaku froze mid-step, his eased heart sinking back to the depths. A stooped figure emerged from the distant shadows, followed closely by two root ninja wearing beast masks striding directly through the open gates of the Hokage building. Shikaku shrank into the shadows, fingertips pressed to his jaw, his gaze fixed on one of the root ninja waiting for Danzo outside the Hokage building. The orange-red long hair tied in a high ponytail was a hallmark of the Yamanaka clan. Yamanaka Fu. Nara Shikaku dared not let his gaze linger on him. The Yamanaka clan excelled in sensory abilities, and Yamanaka Fu was among the best. If spotted, it would invite a great deal of trouble. Nara Shikaku hated trouble. Well, since Danzo was attending the meeting, his plan was as good as dead. Given Danzo's attitude toward the Uchiha, he saw the entire clan as born with the seed of rebellion. The Sharingan itself was in his eyes an unstable source of disaster. The strong were threats, the weak were variables, and even ordinary Uchiha who hadn't awakened their eyes and kept to themselves deserved strict control and confinement within the clan compound. The proposal he had just submitted, ostensibly to strengthen border defenses, was actually an attempt to secure a path to survival for the ordinary Chunin and Genin of Konoha. The third was indecisive, and the two elders were conservative and risk-averse, so they could still be reasoned with. But Danzo was different. That old man couldn't care less who bled or died on the front lines. For the sake of his so-called greater good, he could sacrifice anyone without a shred of guilt. The you as the Hokage, me as the shadow act didn't play out every time. If the third truly intended to send the Uchiha out of the village, he wouldn't have dismissed him and shut the door for private discussions with the council. What a tragedy. Nara Shikaku brushed the dust from his robes, turned, and slowly made his way along the stone path back to the Nara compound, where a child who had just learned to walk was waiting for him. He had done what he could. Since tonight held no chance to change the outcome, he wouldn't waste his energy wading into this murky water. Let them do as they pleased. It was only after many days had passed that Kakashi was finally carried back to Konoha. After the successful rescue that day, Nara Shikaku led the team to the border outpost. Following a series of intravenous drips, bandaging, wound-healing jutsu, and secret chakra pathway techniques, all the medical ninja at the camp concluded that the bodies of Kakashi and Hyuga Hizashi could not withstand the shocks of a rapid journey. Nara Shikaku then decided to split the force into three groups. One group, led by Hyuga Hizashi and accompanied by Might Guy, would remain at the forward outpost to care for the three wounded of varying severity. Another group, escorted by Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi, would transport Uruetsu Jiang and Uruetsu Ching by carriage, traveling day and night toward Konoha. Nara Shikaku himself took a separate route, returning to the village ahead of the others to report the situation to the third Hokage. The medical squad exhausted the outpost reserves of healing agents, and by the third day, Hyuga Hizashi finally regained consciousness. With a long period of gradual recuperation, he might be able to walk normally again. At least his life was no longer in danger. Kakashi's injuries proved far more troublesome. No matter how the medical ninja applied their techniques, his condition refused to improve. After several consultations, the border medical officers could only concede a grim conclusion: the wounds of both men had damaged their vital essence. They could stabilize the injuries and prevent further deterioration, but there was no way to heal them in the short term, and they absolutely could not be moved or transported carelessly. And so at the border medical camp, the two lay quietly in bed, convalescing for a full 10 days. During those 10 days, Hyuga Hayashi scarcely left Hizashi's room, repeatedly activating his Byakugan to monitor his brother's recovery. Whenever he had free time, Might Guy would stand guard outside Kakashi's door, bellowing and bantering with Kakashi. Tenzo's bed was right next to Kakashi's. He was relatively better off. Only internal organ contusions and bleeding plus chakra exhaustion. After these days of rest, he had mostly recovered. Only on the morning of the 11th day did the camp's medical squad conduct a comprehensive reassessment. Confirming that both patients' vital signs were stable within safe parameters and their bodies could barely withstand the stresses of a long-distance transport, they finally permitted the group to set out. Specially shock-absorbent stretchers were padded with thick soft fleece, carried steadily by four Chunin. They avoided small paths, and the group slowly ambled through the heartland of the Land of Fire. It took several days before they saw the towering watchtower of Konoha in the distance. By the time they stepped through Konoha's main gate, personnel from the medical department were already waiting. Kakashi was immediately transported to the core intensive care medical building for isolation and recuperation. As for Hyuga Hizashi, Hyuga Hayashi took him back to the clan compound. The Hyuga clan had plenty of medical ninja, so there was no need to waste the village's resources. Moreover, the two brothers had much to discuss. The stretcher touched down smoothly, and 7 or 8 of Konoha's most senior medical jonin immediately initiated the highest standard full-body examination. Pale green medical chakra enveloped Kakashi's entire body layer by layer while instruments recorded every damaged point in his body, cataloging them one by one. The full-body examination proceeded methodically, yet everyone understood that the core of this consultation was never his external wounds. It was his Mangekyō Sharingan on the verge of necrosis. After the basic full-body screening, the remaining medical ninja withdrew to the outer section of the ward. 3 of Konoha's most experienced ocular medical jonin stepped forward to conduct multiple rounds of detailed eye-specific examinations. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. All examination reports were consolidated into a single document which the medical department's highest authority director Hirakawa handed over to Udatane Koharu, who was just beyond the wall. "How is it?" Shimura Danzo demanded, first striking the marble floor heavily with his walking stick. "The situation is not optimistic." Udatane Koharu carefully scanned every page of the diagnostic data without any trace of personal emotion. The results of all 3 rounds of specialized ocular screening and high-level optic nerve secret technique detection are consistent. In Hatake Kakashi's left eye, the optic nerve has suffered extensive irreversible thermal necrosis, and the chakra pathways for ocular jutsu within the eyeball have completely shattered. The condition is far more severe than the frontline reports indicated. She flipped to the last page of the report, pointing to the consultation conclusion signed by Director Hirakawa, and continued, "The lacrimal glands are permanently damaged. There is no possibility of medicinal treatment or medical ninjutsu repair. This Mangekyō Sharingan has completely lost all function." The consequences of forced activation have been clearly annotated by Director Hirakawa. Koharu looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, adhering to her duty as an elder. Mild consequences include chakra disorder and rampage. Severe cases would involve the central nervous system, directly causing brain death in a ninja. Furthermore, this ocular lesion carries a persistent risk of backlash, most likely draining the patient's base chakra over the long term, hindering future training and combat performance. Shimura Danzo frowned deeply, tapping his walking stick. "So you're saying this Mangekyō is completely useless? No possibility of subsequent recovery or secondary awakening? At least with Konoha's current medical capabilities, it is utterly impossible to repair." Udatane Koharu shook her head with certainty. She oversaw the village's entire medical budget and high-level wounded approvals, so she knew the limits of Konoha's medical system well. Director Hirakawa led 4 specialist physicians in repeated reviews, ruling out temporary dormancy, chakra blockage, and other illusions. The damage is organic and irreversible. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe, exhaling a thick plume of white smoke, a flicker of regret in his eyes. "The eye is ruined, but the man still lives." Danzo narrowed his uncovered left eye, the right eye beneath the bandage, stirring faintly, and stepped half a pace forward toward the table. "Hiruzen, you heard it yourself. This eye can no longer be controlled by him, yet it is still a top-tier Mangekyō Sharingan containing a unique ocular jutsu. Since it cannot be repaired, let Root handle it. Remove the eyeball, seal it in storage, and eliminate all future risks." "No." Udatane Koharu immediately spoke out to stop him. She closed the dossier and placed it on the table, blocking Danzo. Hatake Kakashi was the foremost hero of this mission. The village has no justification for removing the body parts of a hero. Second, Kakashi's body is still severely wounded and unhealed. Forcibly performing an extraction surgery now carries extreme risk, with an intraoperative mortality rate exceeding 60%. If something goes wrong during the operation, the consequences would be too dire for us to bear. Udatane Koharu could accept monitoring, surveillance, and restriction of Kakashi's movements, but she absolutely would not endorse Danzo's unscrupulous methods of plunder. Mitokado Hamura, who had remained silent until now, saw Koharu's firm stance, and chimed in appropriately. "Koharu is right. Kakashi's entire chakra network is destroyed. Even if he recovers, he will be a cripple. There is no need to push him to the brink." The discussion reached a deadlock, and all eyes turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "The Mangekyō will not be removed. He will be placed under full isolation and monitoring. Hatake Kakashi will be restricted from performing high-risk missions in the future. All intelligence regarding this Mangekyō shall be sealed." The third Hokage slowly extinguished his pipe and finally made the ruling. Danzo's face darkened instantly, and he struck the ground heavily with his cane. With the 2 elders and the Hokage in agreement, no matter how forceful he was, he could not publicly overturn the decision. "Hiruzen, you will regret this." "Danzo, I am the Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look out the window, leisurely blowing a smoke ring. Kakashi had been lying in the intensive care unit for 3 days before the medical department issued his discharge certificate. The document, printed in stark black and white, bore only a single cold official annotation: "Condition stable, no risk of acute pathology, no need to occupy critical care resources." It was obvious to anyone with insight that this was an order from the top-level council chamber. The political maneuvering among the higher-ups that lay behind it remained unknown. But for Udatane Koharu, who issued this command, it simultaneously cut off Danzo's excuse to force surgery in the hospital, saved the village a substantial amount of medical quota, and prevented Kakashi from meeting with any mishap within her jurisdiction. A triple win. Why not do it? On the hospital bed, Kakashi sat quietly against the headboard, half of his head wrapped in white medical bandages. His face was pale, almost translucent, and even days of bed rest had failed to restore a trace of color. Yuhi Kurenai, wiping away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes, turned back to direct the two people waiting nearby. Tenzo Guy, be careful. Slow down with the stretcher. Mike Guy stepped forward, carefully supporting the rear of the stretcher with extreme gentleness, while Tenzo silently held the front. The four of them walked in silence, slowly carrying the shock-resistant stretcher out of the medical building. The autumn sunlight fell on Kakashi's face, cold and dazzling. Squinting, he surveyed his surroundings. Something doesn't seem right here, Kakashi murmured. Ever since he had been carried into Konoha, everything that had happened to him reeked of strangeness. The entire road back was eerily quiet, with almost no villagers leisurely strolling along the way. Umbu agents were scattered everywhere along the route, blatantly monitoring this small transport team. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the desolate, empty Hatake ancestral home. Here, from now on you'll recuperate alone. Yuhi Kurenai crouched by the bedside, adjusting the loose bandages on Kakashi's chest. Her voice was extremely low. I asked. The medical department won't make house calls for follow-ups, and the village won't assign any dedicated care. But don't worry, I'll stay by your side. Kurenai tried to force a smile, but tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Kakashi tilted his head slightly, his right eye gazing indifferently at the roof beam. His tone was flat, revealing neither joy nor anger. It doesn't matter. This isn't fair. Kakashi, the village shouldn't treat you like this. I'm going to talk to the Hokage. Mike Guy, unable to bear the scene, burst out in indignation. Forget it. Kakashi interrupted softly. There's no need. This suits me just fine. Don't worry. Kurenai and I will take turns watching over you. We won't let anyone harm you in the village. Tenzo finally spoke. He had been entrusted by someone, and he also followed his own heart. Nara Shikaku had privately sent him a message instructing him not to allow anyone to secretly investigate Kakashi's eye injury. After a few more exchanges, the atmosphere in the room gradually softened. Seeing that the hour was late, Yuhi Kurenai stood up to see the two men out. Thank you for bringing him back today. I'll take good care of him. Before leaving, Mike Guy gave the doorframe a heavy pat and declared he would come back to visit early the next morning. Tenzo only nodded silently, turned and melted into the shadows of the courtyard to take over the perimeter security. The heavy wooden door closed softly, leaving the empty Hatake main house, with only Yuhi Kurenai and Kakashi. Yuhi Kurenai wiped the lingering tears from her face and returned to the room. To her surprise, Kakashi was already standing before the full-length bronze mirror in the living room. The bandages had been unwound and tossed carelessly on the floor, and he was studying his Mangekyō. Kakashi stopped looking at it. Kurenai's heart tightened. She hurried over and gently tried to stop him, her voice full of anguish. It would be better if it were blind. This Sharingan has been draining your chakra from the very beginning. Now that it's completely blind, it's a kind of relief for you. Kurenai, what nonsense are you talking about? Kakashi turned around in surprise. It's just blurry vision. At most 1,000+ degrees of myopia. I've still got a ways to go before complete blindness. Seeing him pretending to be at ease, Kurenai's nose tingled with fresh sorrow, thinking he was only trying to comfort her. Carefully, she helped Kakashi back onto the soft couch and laid him down. After a moment of silence, she withdrew from the inside of her sleeve a diagnostic report stamped with the bright red seal of the medical department and bearing the handwritten signature of Director Hirakawa. Kakashi, don't fool yourself. After a full consultation, the medical department's experts have already reached a conclusion. Your left eye is completely blind. Kakashi was momentarily stunned. He reached out and took the thin diagnostic document. Focusing his gaze, he saw the neat, serious characters written clearly in the report's core conclusion. Left optic nerve, irreversible necrosis, visual function, lost complete permanent blindness. The handwriting was clear, the official seal conspicuous, and the signatures from the medical department were all in order. Kakashi held the diagnostic report, remaining silent for a long time. Subconsciously, he closed his right eye, leaving only the Sharingan to look at Yuhi Kurenai, who was so close. He could not distinguish her features, nor see her expression, barely making out a shadowy silhouette of a person. And that blurry silhouette would occasionally double or waver. If one were simply judging by the ability to see, a normal person in this state would indeed be effectively blind. But this eye was a Mangekyō Sharingan. As long as it could still perceive the faintest glimmer of daylight, as long as the pupil core hadn't completely necrotized, the exclusive Mangekyō Dojutsu would not fail. Kamui could still be activated normally, and even the Flying Thunder God technique bound to the space remained completely unaffected. Yet what were these things written on the diagnostic report? Necrosis, loss, blindness. This was wrong. Absolutely 100% wrong. A group of seasoned experts, after repeated examinations and consultations, couldn't tell that the Sharingan's chakra pathways were functioning normally. Director Hirakawa, a chief physician with decades of experience deep in the medical field, who specialized in bloodline injuries, couldn't possibly fail to distinguish between ordinary optic nerve damage and Uchiha pupil core damage. This was absolutely not a misdiagnosis. It was a collective forgery. Was it the third Hokage? Or Danzo? No, not the third Hokage. If it were the third, Kakashi would still be in the ICU drinking various recovery potions until he was sick of them, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, that old fox, would be coming by morning and night to fuss over him. There was absolutely no way he would be thrown back home to fend for himself like this. Danzo. Even less likely, not to mention whether he had the brains for it. Danzo was almost obsessed with gaining a Sharingan. Kakashi simply couldn't believe that if Danzo knew his Sharingan was still usable, he would be able to resist making a move. Then who was pulling the strings behind the scenes? For someone to make the entire medical department, including Director Hirakawa, who never waded into murky waters, directly falsify the consultation conclusion, this person had to be from the high-ranking faction of Konoha. Udatain Koharu, Hamura Mitokado, or Yuhi Shinku. That didn't seem right either. Koharu and Mitokado had no reason to do this. Shinku might have a motive, but his reach probably didn't extend into the medical department. Interesting, truly fascinating. The diagnostic reports Yuhi Kurenai brought back numbered more than one each, bearing the signature of Director Hirakawa. After Kakashi reviewed them one by one, he became increasingly certain that the mastermind behind this was a friend rather than an enemy. These were hardly mere medical diagnostic reports. They were a meticulously crafted, multi-layered official guide to feigning illness. Though the reports were shrouded in obscure clinical terminology, Kakashi knew his own physical condition all too well. Combining the two, it would have been stranger if he couldn't read between the lines. What did it mean that his chakra pathways were damaged, and he could no longer tolerate C-rank or higher chakra expenditure? Was it suggesting that he, Kakashi the copy ninja, could never again unleash even a single great fireball? And this line about bed rest being the primary treatment, with high-intensity exercise prohibited, and emotional fluctuations aggravating the ocular lesion. For heaven's sake, his eye was permanently blind. Where exactly was there an ocular lesion? The most absurd part was the medication compatibility list. Setting aside the nutritional supplements, what was the point of prescribing sedatives? And with a note recommending regular long-term use no less. It wasn't until Kakashi read a passage in the discharge summary that Yuhi Kurenai handed over at the very end that everything clicked into place. There it was written in plain view. A subtle notation of the episode cycle. Dusk and nighttime hours were the high-risk period for backlash, with clinical symptoms potentially including lethargy, headaches, withdrawal, and loss of appetite. Well, that settled it. He was expected to take his sedatives on schedule each day and play the invalid. But why specifically after dusk? Kakashi racked his brain and found no answer. Whoever was behind this had gone to great lengths, fabricating an entire thick stack of phony reports and pulling countless strings, all to send a single message to the village's higher-ups. Kakashi was already a broken man, not worth the effort to scheme against. Yet for all his careful calculations, he had apparently miscalculated one thing. He had severely underestimated the shamelessness of Konoha's F4. When the higher-ups needed him, he was the legendary copy ninja, the irreplaceable spearhead of the battlefield. Once he outlived his usefulness, he became nothing more than a nuisance to be disposed of. They wouldn't even spare an extra Rio, simply shipping him home to fend for himself. Kakashi quirked the corner of his mouth and touched the sealed medicinal pouch tucked close to his chest. Inside was Tenzo's fresh heart's blood, its cell vitality perfectly preserved. Ever since he'd obtained that drop of blood, he had been planning to retire from the public eye and prepare for the transplant anyway. Whatever the benefactor's intentions, their move was a happy accident, saving him the trouble of spinning an elaborate story to feed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kurenai, I'm hungry. Kakashi casually stuffed the stack of papers into a cabinet and turned to Yuhi Kurenai. I need a great deal of food. Kakashi repeated the word great several times over to emphasize the depths of his hunger. He had been so pent up these past days. The hospital doctors had forbidden him from eating in quantity, allowing only barely enough nutritional medicinal meals to sustain his bodily functions. At the time, he'd tried to argue with the medical jonin on duty, but the other party had merely trotted out the standard treatment protocol, insisting that binge eating would worsen his internal bruising and delay wound healing, leaving not an inch of room for negotiation. In hindsight, there was reason behind the restriction, but after days of bland gruel, every cell in Kakashi's body was screaming with hunger. His five-element internal circulation was barely holding together, desperately needing substantial food to replenish his energy. Alright, I'll go cook for you right now. Yuhi Kurenai was taken aback for a moment, then recalled how last time the closer Kakashi hovered to his physical limit, the more ferocious his craving for high-calorie staples became. No cooking takes too long. Kakashi shook his head. Go out and buy something now. Fine. Yuhi Kurenai nodded, pressed him back onto the bed, and turned to head out. Wait, Kurenai. Just as she pushed the door open and had 1 foot past the threshold, Kakashi suddenly called out. Take this money to your father and have him find the Nara clan head. Tell him I need a large quantity of spirit beast meat. Prime quality, the more the better. On your way back, just bring me some ordinary food to tide me over. Yuhi Kurenai took the sealing scroll he offered and instinctively unrolled it, gaping at the enormous character for wealth emblazoned at its center. Kakashi, isn't this a bit excessive? She had never imagined someone could have so much money they needed a sealing scroll just to carry it. Excessive, eh? Kakashi rubbed his hollow stomach and shook his head helplessly. Kurenai, the deficit this body is running on right now can't be replenished by ordinary livestock meat or street-side cooked food. Those only contain basic carbohydrates and fats. 100 bowls of the finest Ichiraku ramen couldn't match the energy packed into a single pound of spirit beast meat. The Nara clan's spirit deer roam the hidden realms of the shinobi world bathed in natural energy year-round. They're rich in power and can directly nourish damaged meridians and restore depleted cellular vitality, a boon in every way. But Kakashi, the Nara clan, has never sold their deer meat to outsiders. It's reserved exclusively for internal use by the Ino Shikacho trio. Yuhi Kurenai clutched the scroll, her face twisted with hesitation. Even my father receives at most 1 or 2 pounds of his annual share. They'll never agree to a trade. No, that's where you're wrong. Kakashi laughed, cutting through her concerns, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the drawer where the diagnostic report sat. Just go tell your father. He'll know what to do. Really? Yuhi Kurenai remained skeptical. Her father had always disapproved of her association with Kakashi. Would he truly be willing to help? And from what she knew, her father was merely an ordinary colleague of the Ino Shikacho clan heads with little personal interaction between them. Could money alone really buy spirit deer meat? Kakashi, is there something between you and my father that you're keeping from me? What could there be? Your father has always found me intolerable. He scolds me every time we meet. What on earth could we possibly have between us? Kakashi flatly denied it. It had better be. Yuhi Kurenai raised her small fist and threatened him with a fierce glare. If I ever find out you've been lying to me again, I'll make you pay. Kakashi nodded while guiltily averting his gaze. I'm off then. Satisfied, Yuhi Kurenai withdrew her fist and opened the door once more. Kakashi watched from the bed as she scurried out in a rush, then sat up and cupped his chin in thought. Given his current condition, he could consume upwards of 10 pounds of spirit beast meat daily, equivalent to devouring over 1,000 bowls of Ichiraku ramen every single day. The sheer absurdity of that consumption rate boggled the mind. And here he was playing the part of a weak-spirited invalid with no appetite. How could he possibly shovel down the caloric equivalent of 1,000 bowls of ramen a day without raising suspicion? If Yuhi Kurenai came hauling massive quantities of ordinary food into the old compound, everyone would immediately notice something was off. Far too risky, far too conspicuous. Nara Shikaku, is it truly you? How intriguing. Uegashi Mahiru, having finally secured a rare day of leisure at home, accepted the scroll with a dazed expression. Before he could even interject, Uegashi Kurenai's small mouth had chattered away a lengthy explanation, leaving him no opportunity to speak. Dad, I'm heading out now. I'll come back later to pick it up. Kurenai? Aye. Uegashi Mahiru barely managed to wait for his daughter to finish. Just as he opened his mouth to reply, she flicked her long hair and vanished in the blink of an eye. Girls really do drift away once they grow up. Wife, I'm going out for a bit. I won't be eating at home. Uegashi Mahiru called out toward the kitchen, threw on his outer robe, and prepared to leave. Wait, you've only had 1 day off and dinner is almost ready. Are you going out again? A woman's complaining voice drifted from the kitchen. The spatula tapped lightly against the iron wok, followed by the sound of rushing water, and then she emerged, lifting the door curtain. It's all because of your precious daughter always turning her elbow outward, favoring others over family. Uegashi Mahiru raised the scroll in his hand and waved it before his wife's eyes. She demanded premium spirit beast deer meat, claiming someone urgently needs nourishment. Is it that child Kakashi? Upon hearing this, the woman fell silent for a moment, let out a soft sigh, and began clearing the bowls and chopsticks from the table back into the kitchen. That child has such a bitter fate. If you can help, do so. I still don't know what kind of enchantment that brat has cast over you two. You're both giving him your whole hearts. Uegashi Mahiru watched his wife's movements and couldn't help but mutter softly, a hint of sourness in his tone. What are you saying? His wife looked up. Mahiru's voice had been too low for her to catch clearly. Nothing. I'm just reluctant to see your stewed soup go to waste. Uegashi Mahiru chuckled and quickly pushed open the room door, stepping outside. Such remarks are fine to whisper behind closed doors, but if my wife actually heard them, I'd surely be sentenced to sleep in the study for a few more days. The Uegashi clan no longer possessed a dedicated large clan compound. Uegashi Mahiru's residence was located in the outer Umbu private quarters on the west side, sharing the western district of the village with the Inoshika and Sho families. Due to their deer-rearing traditions, the Nara clan resided in the westernmost outer ring of Konoha, where a continuous expanse of forest formed a distinct, independent area. Though he could have reached his destination in under 3 minutes using shinobi movement techniques, Uegashi Mahiru chose to walk slowly. Since this was a private residence district, numerous jonin lived there, and Mahiru encountered many acquaintances along the way who greeted him. Chief Uegashi, where are you off to? Oh, we've run out of wine at home. I'm going to buy some from Lord Nara Shikaku. Oh. Both parties exchanged a knowing glance. Nara clan's specialty deer whisker wine was indeed a fine product, nourishing yin and yang, replenishing essence and kidney with a gentle medicinal property that did not harm the body. It was an absolute essential remedy for aging men whose vigor had waned. After about 10 minutes, Uegashi Mahiru knocked on the Nara family's front door. The two men shared a long-standing relationship as superiors and colleagues, as well as old friends who knew each other intimately. With just a glance they could understand much. Nara Shikaku, holding his young son Shikamaru in his arms lazily, pushed open the courtyard gate and silently welcomed Uegashi Mahiru into the main room. Although Nara Yoshino was strong-willed and decisive at home, her mind was sharp and perceptive. Seeing the expression between the two men, she understood they had matters to discuss. She turned and walked into the kitchen to prepare side dishes for the alcohol. Soon several plates of light appetizers and a pot of wine were placed on the table. Yoshino took the drowsy little Shikamaru from Shikaku's arms, nodded politely to Uegashi Mahiru, and exited the main room, thoughtfully locking the courtyard door behind her. Sister-in-law remains as virtuous as ever. Uegashi Mahiru sat cross-legged on the floor, picked up his wine cup, and took a small sip. That goes without saying. Nara Shikaku nodded with a smile, though he muttered to himself that it would be even better if she didn't slap him for it. Speak. What is the matter that brought you here specifically today? That kid seems to have found out. Uegashi Mahiru set down his wine cup and complained. I told you that you went too far. It was to be expected. Shikaku folded his arms and spoke slowly. The timing was too rushed, and many details were not thoroughly planned. If he still cannot see through it all under these circumstances, then I will have to consider whether to continue cooperating with you. Didn't we agree to give him time to grow and to avoid contacting him for now? Uegashi Mahiru shook his head, voicing the question in his heart. Now you're making a big show of issuing a fake medical record. Can you tell me why you insisted on doing this? Have you seen the order issued by the Hokage's office a few days ago calling for Jonin from the Uchiha Hyuga and Aburame clans to form teams and head to the border? Nara Shikaku's smile vanished. He tapped his finger on the tabletop and spoke word by word. I have seen it. The high-level council passed it unanimously to reinforce the western defense line and prevent infiltration by neighboring small nations and scattered spies. Uegashi Mahiru paused. What's wrong? Isn't this a normal defensive deployment? This proposal was personally submitted by me to the third Hokage. Shikaku raised his wine cup, took a small sip, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This was originally a good move. It could ease the clan conflicts within the village and reduce internal factional strife in Konoha. Uegashi Mahiru looked at Nara Shikaku in confusion, quietly waiting for his explanation. But the flaw lies in. That night, I personally saw Danzo enter the Hokage's residence. Based on my understanding of Danzo, he would never have agreed to let the Uchiha leave the village. Yet remarkably, not only did he not oppose it, he actively pushed for the expedited implementation of this transfer order, even volunteering to assign Root Ninja to accompany and assist with the border defense. Abnormal behavior indicates ulterior motives. A man who never tolerates losing control of his combat forces suddenly allowing the four great clans to leave the village. There is only one possibility. Shikaku looked up, meeting Uegashi Mahiru's gaze directly, and delivered the most chilling conclusion. He is deliberately clearing the village of its top combat strength. A cold sweat began to rise on Uegashi Mahiru's back, and he blurted out, he's planning a coup. At the time I couldn't be certain what Danzo intended, but I knew major moves were underway. Shikaku shook his head, drained his cup in one gulp, and wore a bitter expression. It was only after receiving the border notification that Kakashi was returning to the village that it clicked. I realized Danzo was targeting the Uchiha clan. No way is Danzo crazy. Uegashi Mahiru sat up straight, exclaiming in shock. He dares to make a move against the Uchiha within the village. He's not crazy. He is clearer-headed than anyone and never acts without certainty. Shikaku sneered, slamming his wine cup heavily onto the table, his voice icy. If he still harbored dreams of becoming Hokage, he wouldn't dare take the blame for instigating civil unrest in Konoha. So he would only strike against the Uchiha who have left the village, correct? Uegashi Mahiru felt a chill run down his spine. Exactly. That is why when I learned that the third arranged for the medical department to conduct a full physical examination on Kakashi, I knew something grave was amiss. Danzo has his sights set on Kakashi's Mangekyō Sharingan. I wouldn't be surprised if Kakashi's name tops the root assassination list. Open confrontation is easy to avoid, but hidden daggers are hard to defend against. That is why I had no choice but to take this desperate measure, to completely crush Danzo's hopes. This has truly been a burden for you. Yamanaka Inoichi raised his cup, gently clinking it against Nara Shikaku's. But what do we do now, eh? It doesn't matter, there is no other choice. You haven't been to the battlefield, so you cannot imagine what kind of combat that was. According to Tenzu, it was a battle between gods. Actually, I have always harbored doubts about what you said. I couldn't understand why Kakashi, whose strength far exceeds the third's, would remain so restrained and inactive. It was only when I witnessed the earth-shattering devastation on the battlefield that I was forced to believe it. Hayashi Hyuga was nearly killed by just the residual waves of that power. I'm not afraid to laugh at myself for saying this, but when I learned that Kakashi had to consume multiple spinach pills and curry pills boosting his strength by more than tenfold just to fight that man to a standstill, I was terrified. Nara Shikaku's Adam's apple rolled involuntarily his hand, holding the wine cup trembled, sending ripples across the liquid. That man has already set his sights on Tobarama's wood release. Shikaku slammed his cup onto the table, his face grim. A powerhouse at that level is driven by deep obsession. The Hashirama cells within Tobarama's body are undoubtedly something he is determined to possess. Before long he will personally step into Konoha's territory to seize him. Konoha has the Hokage and the Umbu guarding it. He may not dare to trespass in the core area. Yamanaka Inoichi felt that Nara Shikaku was being too pessimistic. You are too idealistic. Shikaku gave a bitter smile, his eyes filled with the cold clarity of one who sees through the intentions of the high command. When that man stands at the city gates, do you really think the third and Danzo will immediately engage in a death match? No, that would only be possible if the fourth were alive. Shikaku's tone was icy, not giving Yamanaka Inoichi a chance to speak, answering his own question. According to Konoha's wartime regulations, we old established clans must stand at the forefront. The Ino-Shikicho clans have been bound to border defense duties for generations. Our three families will be the first to face the enemy. But against an opponent comparable to a tailed beast. No one far surpassing the nine tails. Can we really defeat them by sheer numbers? Nara Shikaku recalled the scenes from the battlefield, closed his eyes, and spoke with a tone of powerlessness. In the end, the high command will only have one simple solution. Nara Shikaku stared into Yamanaka Inoichi's eyes and said slowly, that is to hand over Tobarama, using him to exchange for temporary peace for Konoha. But that is nothing short of drinking poison to quench thirst. Nara Shikaku grew agitated, his voice rising. Today we hand over Tobarama for a few days of stability. Next time he targets another secret technique, Kekei Genkai, or tailed beast in Konoha, do we hand him over or not? With repeated concessions again and again, Konoha will eventually be devoured bit by bit. Moreover, we still do not know the true purpose behind that man capturing Tobarama, but I imagine it cannot be anything good. Nara Shikaku raised his gaze toward the courtyard outside, softened his tone, yet spoke with absolute resolve to Yamanaka Inoichi. Inoichi, my child was just born. Those of us old folks can die if we must, but Shikamaru is still so young, he hasn't even enjoyed a few days of peaceful life. Even if it is only for Shikamaru's sake, I must protect Kakashi. I cannot let Danzo steal his eyes and cut off our last hope. This is also the will of Ainichi and Choza. Very well. Since you have already made up your minds, I will not say more. Yamanaka Inoichi revealed a faint smile. He had been considering how to persuade Nara Shikaku to join his faction, but it seemed unnecessary now. We have endured the third for too long. Nara Shikaku let out a soft sigh full of regret. Sandefu was such a good boy once. Look at him now. Sigh. Indeed. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded in agreement. A fine junior was ruthlessly turned by Danzo into an emotionless killing tool. Sandefu hailed from a side branch of the Yamanaka clan. In his youth, he had a gentle personality and exceptional talent for sensory ninjutsu. He should have peacefully joined the intelligence division as arranged by Inichi, with a bright future ahead. Shikaku said nothing, raising his cup to clink heavily against Yamanaka Inoichi's. Everything was understood without words. After several rounds of wine with matters discussed sufficiently, Yamanaka Inoichi took out a storage scroll from his bosom and handed it to Nara Shikaku. Kakashi wanted to buy some spirit deer meat from you. Since we are all in the same boat, now shouldn't you give us an internal discount? Discount? Inoichi, have we reached this point, and you are still talking money? Nara Shikaku glanced at the savings scroll Yamanaka Inoichi offered. Instead of reaching for it, he chuckled and shook his head, pushing the scroll back. Since we are already allies, all this spirit deer meat will be free. Yamanaka Inoichi paused, frowning as he pushed the scroll forward again. That won't do. Rules must not be broken. The deer farm requires dedicated caretakers, auxiliary labor, secret realm fodder, and slaughtering and processing, all incurring costs. We cannot let the Nara clan subsidize these expenses out of nowhere. Very well. Shikaku thought about it and agreed. Even sworn brothers keep clear accounts. He took the scroll. Then let's go with the most basic fodder and labor costs, as you said. Why don't you open the scroll and see first? Yamanaka Inoichi still shook his head. He knew too well Kakashi's astonishing appetite. If they went by the cheap cost price Shikaku suggested, the Nara clan would likely lose everything down to their underwear. Shikaku raised an eyebrow, assuming Yamanaka Inoichi was overreacting, and casually untied the scroll's seal. A slight spatial fluctuation occurred. Bundles of neatly tied, exquisitely printed standard currency poured out of the scroll's space like a tide. In less than 2 seconds, the thick pile of money overflowed the table, cascading down the edge with a clattering sound, piling up into 2 tall mountains of coins on the tatami floor. Nara Shikaku stared blankly at the cash covering the table and floor. The smile on his face froze instantly. As a high-ranking advisor of Konoha, he handled countless sums of money daily, but this was the first time he had ever seen such a massive amount of physical cash. This? Nara Shikaku paused for a long time, blinked, and his tone became slightly ethereal. Is all of this Kakashi's savings? Where did he get so much money? I don't know. Don't look at me. Anyway, this money could cover hundreds of years of my salary. Yamanaka Inoichi spread his hands. Now you understand why I told you to open the scroll first. I was also terrified when I opened it. It seems that kid isn't exactly clean-handed either. Nara Shikaka bent down, picked up a bundle of bills at random, and glanced at it. All were high denomination notes. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Looking at his usual frugal and careless demeanor, mask on and deaf to the world outside, he's actually shrewd on the private front. He probably took advantage of his position to skim off plenty of profits. Are you saying he embezzled? Yamanaka and Noichi chuckled. So we turn a blind eye and accept it. What else should we do? Shikaku glanced at the mountain of wealth on the floor, shrugged helplessly. There weren't that many deer in his farm that could be sold at a friendly price to match this sum. He insists on paying for peace of mind. If we refuse, we'd be wasting his good intentions. Then let's price it according to the black market rate. After all, he's not short of money. All right. Yamanaka and Noichi nodded with a smile. Then you have to send me a few jars of premium deer penis wine. Shiri Jinhong tipsy staggered home, carrying 2 bottles of deer penis wine. Along the way, he encountered colleagues returning home, and he waved cheerfully at them. Wow, this is a real treasure. It's only because Director Shiri has such a good relationship with Chief of Staff Nara that he can get his hands on something like this. A passerby of about the same age as Shiri Jinhong kept his eyes fixed on the bottle in Shiri Jinhong's hand, his face full of envy. This man was also a veteran shunin in the village who had lived in the private residential area of the West District for many years and knew all the ins and outs of the circle. Burp. Shiri Jinhong, reeking of alcohol, looked smug. He raised the bottle high so the man could clearly see the deer crest fire seal imprinted on it, which was exclusive to the Nara clan. Of course, this is made from a 20-year-old deer, not the cheap stuff that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can buy. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Passerby A's face changed, but then he relaxed. Although the words were unpleasant, they were the truth. Director, you're joking, the middle-aged ninja said, cupping his hands in a self-deprecating manner. We grassroots ninjas can't even get the most basic starter deer wine, even if we queue up and pull strings, let alone the 20-year premium stuff. The Nara family's deer penis wine was produced in extremely limited quantities and was always in high demand. The cheap stuff was already beyond the reach of a mere chunin like him. Such premium goods were only for admiring. Shiri Jinhong was in a good mood. He waved his hand grandly and said casually, just work hard on your seniority. When you make it to the Jonin ranks, I'll help you get a connection. Then I thanked Director Shiri in advance for his patronage. The man's eyes lit up and he quickly expressed his gratitude respectfully. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shiri Jinhong continued staggering on his way. After he had walked away, the chunin stared at his carefree back and couldn't help but sigh softly. Only those at the bottom of Konoha knew that the village had never been equal for everyone. For a ninja like him, without resources or connections, how difficult it was to be promoted to Jonin through military merit. Hey, what did you just say to Director Shiri? A hand landed on the chunin passerby A's shoulder, and a familiar big face leaned in close. Oh, it's Passerby B. Let me tell you. On his way home, Passerby B saw Passerby C taking a walk. Passerby B mysteriously pulled Passerby C aside and whispered, have you heard? Director Shiri. And then the rumor that Shiri Jinhong couldn't even handle ordinary deer penis wine spread like wildfire through Konoha. Completely unaware, Shiri Jinhong walked slowly, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the gate of his own residence. The lights were still on in the courtyard, and he could faintly hear the sounds of his wife tidying up the house. Shiri Jinhong placed the wine in a more conspicuous spot and pushed open the door. The woman put down the broom in her hand. The first thing she saw was Shiri Jinhong walking unsteadily, his steps uneven, and he hadn't even taken off his shoes when he entered. She frowned, about to scold him. The next moment, her sharp eyes caught sight of the wine in Shiri Jinhong's hand. She quickly stepped forward to support him as he nearly stumbled, snatched the wine from him carefully, placed it in a cabinet in the kitchen to hide it, and then came out with a bowl of hangover soup. Drink it quickly. The bathwater has been ready for a while. I'll go back to the room first. The woman understood the principle of, if he's good, I'm good too. So her face was flushed when she brought out the soup and her voice became soft and gentle. The woman walked into the bedroom shyly, then, as if remembering something, poked her head back out. And our daughter isn't home today. Shiri Jinhong chuckled lecherously, tilted his head back, and downed the hangover soup in one go, then scurried off to the bathroom to take a bath. The following scenes are unsuitable for children. Watching too much might give you styes. Anyway, the next morning, when he was awakened by the banging on the door, Shiri Jinhong felt completely refreshed. His wife, who usually got up before dawn to sweep the floor and cook, was still curled up in the futon sleeping soundly. He couldn't help but sigh that the Nara family's aged medicinal wine truly lived up to its reputation. He carefully lifted the futon, afraid of waking his sleeping partner, and muttered under his breath about the rude visitor at the door. So reckless this early in the morning, doesn't even know to knock more softly. He didn't even need to think to know that the only one bold enough to pound on the Shiri family's gate at dawn was his daughter, who had married into the Kakashi family, Shiri Hong. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Shiri Hong standing at the entrance, her face full of anxiety. Dad? Finally you opened the door. Why did you lock it for no reason? Hong hurried forward and squeezed directly into the courtyard. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered so early in the morning? Haha, why lock the door? Of course it's to keep you out. Of course he couldn't say that directly to his daughter. Shiri Jinhong raised his hand to straighten his collar, feigning calmness, and instinctively stretched his back, feeling utterly relaxed. Where's the spirit beast meat? Shiri Hong had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with her old father. She got straight to the point, complaining incessantly. I waited from noon until evening yesterday, and you never came back. Did you reach an agreement with Lord Lugio? Kakashi has been complaining of hunger. Keep your voice down. Shiri Jinhong pulled his daughter sideways into the corridor. Could this be discussed loudly? Do you think the Nara family summoning deer are just farm pigs? Kill them whenever you want, have them on demand. Shiri Jinhong rubbed his aching temples and said irritably. The Nara clan, after all, is a major family, and it's not just up to Nara Lugio alone. Just the approval of the slaughter quota took nearly half a shuriken, and then they had to arrange for specialists to skin and dismember the deer and remove the hot medicinal properties from the bloodline. It's a very troublesome process. Here, take this stuff back. It'll be enough for that kid to eat for a while. Shiri Jinhong took a sealing scroll from the shelf behind the door and handed it to Shiri Hong, then slammed the door shut with a bang. It seemed this daughter was beyond salvage. He wondered if it was still too late to start a new character. Forget it. He had tried for so many years, but never managed to have a second child. Such things ultimately depend on fate, and let nature take its course. After sending his daughter off, seeing that the sky was already bright, it was too late to go back for a nap. Shiri Jinhong yawned, finished washing up, put on the standard uniform of the Konoha director, and went out to work. As soon as he stepped onto the street leading to the Hokage building, Shiri Jinhong sensed something was off. A group of people formally bowed and greeted him, but secretly glanced at him from the corners of their eyes. A few people gathered by the roadside, whispering and snickering, their gazes repeatedly falling on him. At first, Shiri Jinhong didn't take it to heart. He greeted acquaintances along the way and calmly walked into the Hokage building. But once inside, the strange looks only increased. Passers-by in the corridors, upon seeing him, would bow and then immediately turn aside to whisper. Even the normally stern and rigid building guards looked at him with a hint of sympathy. Shiri Jinhong raised his hand to touch his collar. His attire was neat and proper. He sniffed his clothes. There was no lingering smell of alcohol. What was going on with these people today? It wasn't until he entered his office that his secretary, who had been with him for many years, first cleared his throat, gave him a suggestive look, and then lowered his voice to gossip. Listen, we've known each other for so many years. Just tell me the truth. Is that rumor that's spreading everywhere really true? Shiri Jinhong was taken aback. What rumor? What else could it be? The secretary looked around cautiously, then leaned in close to Shiri Jinhong's ear and said, the whole village is buzzing with it. They say your body's failing, and you need the century-old deer penis wine that Nara Lugio has been hoarding just to get your strength back. The words hit him like a thunderbolt. The smile frozen on Shiri Jinhong's face turned to stone. Nonsense. Yuhi Shinku slammed his hand on the desk, but his ears uncontrollably began to redden. Pure fabrication. When have I ever been in poor health? He had felt perfectly refreshed this morning, with more energy than usual. The rumor was utterly absurd. Yet the more vehemently he protested, the more ambiguous his secretary's gaze became. With an expression that said, I understand men are proud and don't want to admit weakness, she nodded repeatedly and brushed it off. Of course, chief, just tell me the truth. I won't breathe a word. Yuhi Shinku was speechless with rage. But this was something he simply couldn't explain. How could he drop his pants in public to prove his innocence? If he actually did that, the gossip in Konoha wouldn't just be about his physical decline. It would spread across all 5 great ninja villages, making him a laughingstock for a century. Yuhi Shinku's chest heaved as he stared into his secretary's eyes that said, I see, but won't say, and swallowed his pent-up frustration. For the entire day, Yuhi Shinku found himself trapped in a massive social death scene. During the morning high-level meeting, the third Hokage couldn't help but glance at him a couple of times, earnestly reminding him in front of everyone to balance work and rest, take care of his health, and not overexert himself. The entire room was stifling laughter, their shoulders shaking. After the meeting adjourned, except for Danzo's root, every clan head and jonin found an excuse to approach him under the guise of reporting work, feigning concern about his health, and obliquely asking about the efficacy of Shikaku's century-old medicinal wine. Yuhi Shinku was nearly suffocated by the frustration. The entire Hokage building was inattentive to work. All private conversations revolved around Yuhi Shinku and the deer antler wine. By lunchtime, unable to bear it any longer, Yuhi Shinku stormed into Narashikaka's office. The usually unflappable Konoha strategist, upon seeing the irate Yuhi Shinku, immediately let out a suppressed snicker. You're still laughing? Yuhi Shinku lowered his voice, furious. It's all your fault. If you hadn't given me those 2 bottles of lousy wine, how could I have become such a joke? Today the entire Konoha is spreading rumors that I'm impotent. You can eat whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense. Shikaku, having laughed enough, slowly raised his head and said, and who was it yesterday that shamelessly insisted, even when I refused, and forced me to pack 2 bottles to take away? Ha ha ha. Shikaku couldn't hold it in again, leaning back in his chair, clutching his stomach, tears nearly streaming from laughter. Can you stop laughing? Yuhi Shinku slammed his fist on the desk, his voice cracking. Damn it. I shouldn't have been so cocky last night, casually boasting to that random Chunin passerby. A perfectly good 20-year-old deer wine, how did it get twisted into a century-old aphrodisiac? Has the village even been around for 100 years? And how many years has your Nara family deer farm been operating? Besides, even if there were a 100-year-old bottle, would I dare drink it? One sip, and I'd probably explode. I don't have a 100-year-old one, but I do have a few bottles of 50-year-old wine. Nara Shikaku, ever the instigator, didn't even hide his family's assets. Want me to share one with you? The effect is really good. Yuhi Shinka's anger inexplicably stalled, recalling last night's experience and his wife's subtle praise. Alright, but when you give it to me, be discreet. Don't let anyone see. You actually want it. This time Nara Shikaku was dumbfounded. He sat up straight, eyeing Yuhi Shinku with a skeptical gaze from head to toe. You're not really impotent, are you? Maybe those rumors aren't all false. Bullshit. Yuhi Shinku bristled instantly. Don't talk nonsense. Then why do you want 50-year-old wine for no reason? Who drinks that kind of stuff under normal circumstances? Shikaku leaned on his chin, unable to suppress his grin, staring at the red-faced Yuhi Shinku. Cut the crap. Yuhi Shinku waved his hand, took a deep breath, and sat down boldly, his blush fading, completely replaced by a devil-may-care attitude. Since the rumor can't be controlled anyway, the more you explain, the more people think you're guilty, and the more exaggerated it gets. Today it's a century-old deer antler wine. Out tomorrow it might be that I'm physically weak and prematurely aging, needing to gnaw on a deer's head. Oh, Shikaku raised an eyebrow. So what do you plan to do? What else can I do? Yuhi Shinku sneered. Since we'll be meeting more often from now on, it'll definitely attract attention from the observant. Might as well use it to our advantage. Use it? Shikaku paused. Exactly, Yuhi Shinku said matter-of-factly. Think about it, if I'm late for a meeting, people will just think I'm resting at home due to poor health. Who would accuse me of being lazy? If I ask for leave to leave early, even the third Hokage will approve it and remind me to take care of myself. Can you get that kind of treatment? Shikaku. He was momentarily speechless. Besides, Yuhi Shinku grew more confident, his mental abacus clicking away. That old geezer Danzo has always seen me as a thorn in his side. Now that the whole village thinks I'm weak, he'll let his guard down and consider me harmless. This is called strategic weakness. Get it? Shikaku stared at him, his expression gradually growing strange. So, he said slowly, after all that you're saying, that since the rumor is already set, you might as well get something out of it. What do you mean get something? Yuhi Shinku said without a blush. This is strategic requisition of resources. Requisitioning my dear wine. Yeah. Yuhi Shinku nodded, looking utterly reasonable. Think about it, I need to maintain this persona of being in poor health, don't I? Shikaku. He finally understood. This guy had gone in circles just to freeload. Your mental abacus is so loud I can hear it from the Nara deer farm. Shikaku said irritably. What else? Yuhi Shinku countered. Who started this rumor? Wasn't it those 2 bottles of wine you gave me? Don't you bear some responsibility? Shikaku laughed in exasperation. You begged for that wine like a shameless pest. But the wine came from your house. Yuhi Shinku turned shameless. If you hadn't given it, would this have happened? Shikaku was choked, speechless, finally managing to blurt out. Aren't you being too shameless? So what if I'm shameless? Yuhi Shinku waved dismissively. Shamelessness can get me deer wine paid, leave the third Hokage's concern and Danzo's lowered guard. With so many benefits, what's a little shamelessness? I'm not losing anything. Shikaku stared at him for a long time, as if seeing him for the first time. How long do you plan to freeload off me? Depends. Yuhi Shinku stood up, brushing off his clothes. Maybe once Danzo lets his guard down, I'll conveniently recover. Or maybe this persona is too useful, and I'll just keep using it. Shikaku. Now he understood. What social death, what rumors, what slander about being impotent. For someone as shameless as Yuhi Shinku, this wasn't social death, it was a perk. Oh, by the way, Yuhi Shinku turned at the door, suddenly serious. Next time you get something better, let me know. Like an 80-year-old bottle. Get lost. Shikaku grabbed the teacup from his desk and hurled it. Yuhi Shinku laughed heartily and walked away. At the door he turned back to glance at Shikaku and added slowly, "Oh, and I'll be back tomorrow." Shikaku. Was it too late to change his mind? Maybe he should just hand Kakashi over to Danzo. After all, it wouldn't be him dying. Outside the door, Akimichi Choza, who happened to be passing by, watched Yuhi Shinku's ruddy, beaming face and light-footed retreating figure, then glanced back at the fuming Nara Shikaku in the office and nodded thoughtfully. Just as he suspected, the deer liquor was certainly effective. Barely had he started drinking when he already seemed so much more spirited. The chaos of the outside world meant nothing to Kakashi. Beneath the Hokage rock, in the secret chamber that once belonged to Orochimaru, the room was ablaze with light. The pungent stench of disinfectant mingled with a faint trace of blood hanging stagnant in the air. Yuhi Kurenai gripped Kakashi's hand tightly, her brows knitted into a knot. Hatake Kakashi, your wounds haven't healed completely at all. You absolutely cannot undergo cell transplantation right now. The rejection reaction from Hashirama cells will be enough to tear your already damaged heart to shreds. Kurenai's fingers instinctively formed hand seals, ready to use genjutsu to forcibly stop him if necessary. Kurenai, let go. Be reasonable. Kakashi struggled to pry Kurenai's arm away. The searing pain forced a muffled grunt from his lips as he tore open the bandages wrapped around his chest, revealing a skeletal skin and bone torso. Kurenai rushed forward. Kakashi, stop. Too late. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi clenched the syringe and precisely plunged the needle into a blood vessel near his heart, then forcefully pushed down the plunger. Blood surged through the needle into the vessel, the vital essence drawn from Tenzo's heart carrying a vast host of Hashirama's cells. The blood raced through the vessel straight toward the heart. In an instant, Hashirama's cells, like vines breaking through soil, spread wildly into Kakashi's damaged myocardial tissue. At first, only a faint tingling itch. Then came a burning, searing agony. The cells voraciously devoured the nutrients of the original heart muscle, brutally remodeling the cardiac texture. Kakashi arched his back, one hand pressing hard against his chest. Dense beads of cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and his damp bangs clung to his skin. His fragile heart pounded violently under the assault of the raging energy, the heavy thumping erratic and chaotic, as if it would burst apart at any moment. Hashirama's cells, brimming with vigorous life force, ignored the body's instinctive rejection warnings and rapidly spread outward from the heart as their central stronghold. A faint green luminescence surfaced on the inner walls of his blood vessels, seeping through veins toward every limb. Old wounds first tore with excruciating pain, then a formidable regenerative force forcibly mended the damaged meridians. Meat. Kurenai, not daring to delay, quickly pressed the prepared spirit deer meat to Kakashi's lips. Kakashi breathed in ragged gasps, swallowing the meat while letting out suppressed, painful groans. His Sharingan flickered uncontrollably with a crimson glow. As Kakashi had anticipated, the Hashirama cells assimilated by Tenzo were indeed much gentler. They prioritized frantic repair, sealing off severed meridians inch by inch, leaving no excess energy to erode or mutate other organs. But this regenerative ability came at the cost of Kakashi's already severely depleted bodily energy. Countless cells within his body were ravenous, crying out in unison like wild beasts, savagely plundering the body's stored nutrients and devouring its own tissues. NGH. Kakashi clenched his jaw, chewing the deer meat in large mouthfuls. The energy contained within the meat slid down his esophagus into his stomach, instantly transforming into an unending stream of nourishment. It flowed through vessels toward his heart, barely stabilizing his body's teetering internal equilibrium. The rate of energy consumption is faster than I anticipated. Kakashi's gaze swept over the two fully prepared spirit deer carcasses piled nearby, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, Shinka-senpai came through. This should be enough to sustain me through the first wave of cell fusion. His heart was continually reshaped by new cells. The faint green glow spread through his vessels to every part of his body. Kakashi could even clearly sense the nearly blind Mangekyō Sharingan slowly regaining its sight. Piece after piece of spirit deer meat was fed into Kakashi's mouth. The Hashirama cells, which had been plundering nutrients everywhere, received ample supply, and the agonizing bone-splitting hunger and burning sensation gradually subsided. Wherever the faint green light flowed, old wounds healed visibly, closing, scabbing, and shedding to reveal fresh, smooth skin beneath. His once skeletal frame began to transform, quietly regrowing firm, elastic muscle. His body was steadily returning to its peak condition. Kurenai crouched nearby, tears that had long welled up finally spilling down her cheeks. A trembling smile spread across her face. It's working. Kakashi. Kurenai, you're celebrating too soon. Kakashi felt no joy at all. Tenzo's vital blood could only achieve initial assimilation. It did not mean these violently tenacious cells could be permanently tamed. Sure enough, just as all his old wounds were fully repaired and his body reached perfect equilibrium, an unexpected mutation occurred. All the cells, glowing with faint green light, abruptly reversed direction, as if obeying an invisible command. They flowed backward through the blood vessels, converging in a frenzy toward his heart. Kakashi let out a muffled grunt, arching his body violently, his right hand pressing hard against his chest. His muscular chest began to undulate and twist abnormally, as if countless restless monsters lurked beneath the skin, bulging out lumps in various places. As if something rooted deep within his heart was trying to tear free from its cage of flesh and burst out of his chest. The smile on Kurenai's face froze, swallowed once again by overwhelming dread. She leaned forward to support the tottering Kakashi. What's happening? Your injuries were already fully healed. Why has it become like this? Kakashi lowered his head with difficulty, staring intently at his heaving, contorting chest. The flesh writhed continuously, slowly outlining a shape. Brow ridges, a nose, gradually taking form. A blurred face of Hashirama Senju, half embedded in the living flesh, silently surfaced where Kakashi's heart lay. Countless blurred fragments of ancient thoughts surged inward, attempting to drown the self-awareness of Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi stared at the face spawned from flesh upon his chest, raised a hand to his forehead, and burst into wild laughter. A laugh laced with a madness that made Kurenai's heart tremble. Do you see this, Kurenai? Kakashi spoke slowly, the tearing sensation beneath his sternum accompanying each word, the crimson light of his Sharingan burning with an eerie intensity. It was never going to be that easy for a mortal to steal the power of a god. Hashirama cells are Hashirama cells precisely because they never stay content. As long as there are nutrients, they will endlessly divide and proliferate. They will treat my body as new fertile soil, slowly transforming the host's flesh into a life form of the same origin as the first Hokage. Kurenai's face turned deathly pale, tears streaming as she spoke to Kakashi. Then what do we do now? Can we find a way to expel these cells? Expel them. Too late. Kakashi shook his head, his left hand tracing the contoured face beneath his skin. They've already grown together with my heart. Forcefully removing them would shatter it in an instant. Since there's no retreat, I have no choice but to properly contest the control of this body with this god sleeping within the cells. I'm in too much pain. Sing me a song. Kurenai, it's time to take the medicine. Kurenai hesitated, her gaze fixed on the bulging subcutaneous protrusion on Kakashi's chest. Kakashi, this medicine has severe side effects. Let's wait a bit longer. There might be another way. Wait. Kakashi let out a low laugh, his chest heaving, and the subcutaneous roots immediately writhed wildly. If we wait any longer, it won't be just an injury. If you don't want to watch me die as these uncontrolled would release roots pierce through my flesh from within, then bring out the medicine. Kurenai's inner turmoil nearly tore her apart. She gazed deeply at the constantly undulating and wriggling contour on Kakashi's chest, knowing that Kakashi truly couldn't afford to delay. She reached into her bosom and pulled out a wooden box carved with snake patterns. Then she took out a transparent box from her ninja tool pouch, lifted the lid with her fingertips, and 3 distinctively colored pills lay quietly inside. Gritting her teeth, stamping her foot, she closed her eyes tightly and swiftly pinched the emerald green spinach pill, shoving it into Kakashi's mouth. Kakashi swallowed the pill, then reached for the highly toxic potion specially concocted by Orochimaru to destroy the meridians and tilted his head back to drink it all. After taking both medicines, the face-like outline formed by the Hashirama cells on his chest visibly blurred somewhat, and the wood-release roots that had been spreading toward his internal organs ceased their frantic expansion. After a brief moment of peace came a violent backlash. It works, but it's not enough. Kakashi panted heavily, sweat covering his bare upper body. Again. With no other choice, Kurenai reached into the wooden box again and took out the orange-yellow curry pill. She placed the pill into Kakashi's mouth, and the 2 medicines merged within his body, working together. The poison continued to ravage the meridians while the 3 colored pills absorbed the fat stored in Kakashi's body. The Hashirama cells, which had been intent on assimilating his flesh, were forcibly suppressed. Driven by instinct, these violent life cells gave up the struggle for control of the body and instead turned to repairing the damage caused by the poison. Several forces clashed within Kakashi's body, causing blood mist to burst from him all over. Exhilarating. Kakashi grinned through gritted teeth as he watched his own flesh burst open, blood flying everywhere. The uncontrolled chakra, like a beast breaking free from its cage, shot out from his body, transforming into sharp blades of energy that swept across the area. Puff, puff, puff. The hard rock walls were continuously pierced by the energy blades, leaving holes of varying depths, and rubble kept falling with a clatter. Kurenai hid behind the pre-built steel shelter, her entire body curled up, arms hugging her knees, burying her head in her knees, terrified that the next moment she would no longer hear Kakashi's voice from outside the shelter. The power of the chakra blades that Kakashi had lost control of far exceeded their expectations. The steel shelter was constantly pounded with rapid, piercing clang-clang sounds echoing continuously. If the shelter was even slightly damaged, the chakra blade would mercilessly pierce her body. As his body was destroyed and healed simultaneously, the sensation was truly indescribable. When his flesh burst open, it felt like being on an execution ground, with countless sharp knives performing repeated flaying. The wounds would barely form when they were quickly sealed by surging vitality, and it was like billions of poisonous insects crawling through his blood vessels, gnawing at every inch of muscle, causing numbness and itching. The cycle repeated endlessly, never ceasing. This was the only viable path to survival he could think of after careful deliberation. Since the Hashirama cells could not be completely tamed, he would force his body to adapt to their existence through the continuous cycle of destruction and regeneration. There was no gradual adaptation, only the most brutal tempering. Wave after wave of agony relentlessly battered Kakashi's neural defenses, and his vision sank into boundless darkness from time to time. Kakashi was on all fours, his arms trembling, uncontrollably teetering on the verge of collapse. A hoarse, weak call mixed with the sounds of slicing air drifted toward the shelter. Kurenai, I'm in too much pain. Sing me a song. From behind the shelter, Kurenai let out a heart-wrenching wail. Since they met, Kakashi had always been covered in wounds, but no matter how fatal the injury, he never once groaned in pain. But now this man, who was always accustomed to bearing everything alone, took the initiative to ask for a song to distract himself. Kurenai wiped away non-existent tears, leaned her back gently against the shelter, closed her eyes, and softly began to sing a ballad widely sung in the ninja world of Konoha. The melody was gentle and soothing, telling an ancient love story. The melodious and moving voice reached Kakashi's ears. The tender, lingering melody was like a layer of warm water, stirring up the fatigue and vulnerability buried deep in his heart. His consciousness, strained to the limit, nearly collapsed, almost plunging into endless darkness. Kakashi clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his arms, and with all the remaining strength in his body, he pushed his upper body off the ground and let out a hoarse roar. Kurenai, forget about that damn love at a time like this. Sing something more passionate. The singing behind the shelter abruptly stopped. The next moment, a more impassioned battle hymn often sung by Konoha ninjas heading to the battlefield rang out from behind the shelter. The melody carried an indomitable sharpness, no longer with the lingering tenderness of romantic love, but only a blazing, surging sense of power echoing through the sealed underground chamber. The stirring song was like a shot of adrenaline firmly grasping his nearly collapsing consciousness. That's more like it. Kakashi's chest rose and fell slightly, his strength insufficient even for a deep breath. The tempering of destruction and rebirth was not yet over. He had no right to indulge in tenderness. Kurenai sang loudly, her voice still hiding an indelible sob, but she strained to raise the pitch, ensuring every lyric reached Kakashi's ears clearly. After an unknown amount of time, the sounds of impact ceased. In the chamber, there was only the faint sound of Kakashi's breathing and the thick, indelible smell of blood in the air. Kurenai rushed out from behind the shelter. Kakashi lay quietly on his back on the cold ground, a smile at the corner of his mouth. He raised a finger with difficulty, pointing to a pile of spirit deer meat nearby. Kurenai's nose tingled, and she nodded heavily. She quickly rushed to the pile of deer meat, grabbed a large piece, returned, and crouched beside Kakashi, patiently feeding him small pieces of meat. As piece after piece of spirit deer meat went down, his strength slowly recovered. Kakashi turned his head to look at the worried Kurenai beside him, about to tell her that the most dangerous hurdle had been overcome. No one expected that the residual chakra turmoil deep within his body had not yet subsided. After receiving the replenishment of food, a stream of chakra burst through a blood vessel and shot out suddenly. SHK. The speed was too fast for either of them to react. A faint tearing sound, and the energy blade pierced through Kurenai's chest without obstruction. Kurenai looked down in disbelief at the spot on her chest. The remaining half of the spirit deer meat slipped from her hand and fell heavily to the ground. The blood he had anticipated gushing forth never appeared. Kurenai Yuhi gazed at Kakashi with calm eyes, hastily summoning a gentle, tender smile. Bang! The next second, Kurenai Yuhi vanished in a puff of white smoke, leaving Kakashi alone lying on the cold rock in the empty stone chamber. Gazing at where the smoke dissipated, Kakashi shook his head helplessly. This scene truly caught him off guard. Fortunately, the one accompanying him in the secret chamber was merely a shadow clone of Kurenai. Having anticipated that his chakra might spiral out of control, and even prepared cover, there was no way he would let Kurenai's real body take such a risk. He had long been wary of this situation. After a brief sigh of relief, a new dilemma presented itself. He was now covered in wounds more severe than the injuries sustained after fighting pain, and even turning his neck was an agonizing ordeal. Without Kurenai, how was he to eat? Kakashi pondered for a moment, and quickly formed an idea. It seemed he would have to trouble Orochimaru once more. His gaze swept over the scattered bloodstains on the floor, and he couldn't help but chuckle. This was quite convenient. His blood was splattered all over the chamber, saving him the trouble of even biting his own finger. He just wondered what Orochimaru would say when he saw him in this ghastly state. He dipped his fingertip into a large pool of still wet blood and smeared it evenly across his palm. Summoning Jutsu. A blood-red seal lit up on his palm, and the summoning array spread across the rock surface. With a faint rustling sound, dozens, or even hundreds of white snakes of varying sizes appeared out of thin air, their scales glinting coldly in the dim chamber. Kakashi lay on his side, his voice hoarse as he issued the command. Listen up. Send one snake to notify Orochimaru to come here. The rest of you stay and help me get some meat. Hiss. SSS. A cacophony of panicked hisses arose. The white snakes, having appeared in droves, acted as if they had encountered the most terrifying demon in the world. They writhed frantically, and one by one they voluntarily severed their summoning contracts, vanishing in flashes of white light. In an instant, the stone chamber was left completely empty, not a single snake remaining. Kakashi was stunned on the spot, and a wave of helplessness washed over him as he cursed feebly. Hey, am I really that terrifying right now? You all ran off so fast. Just you wait. If any of you ever fall into my hands again, I'll catch you all and roast you over a fire into snake meat skewers. The empty chamber offered no response, only the dense holes on the walls keeping him silent company. Agonizing pains surged from every limb, and the Hashirama cells were still faintly writhing. Kakashi closed his eyes in resignation. He didn't have the strength to perform the summoning jutsu again. The confined narrow space was the perfect trigger for the deepest fears lurking in one's heart. Kakashi had faced life-and-death battles and desperate situations countless times, death no longer held any fear for him. But this current state, utterly alone with boundless loneliness stretching endlessly, was far harder to endure than facing an enemy's blade. As his mind gradually calmed, the stinging pain that was initially bearable became infinitely magnified. The tearing ache in his meridians, the sour numbness from muscles repeatedly healing and splitting washed over him in waves. Occasionally the face on his chest from Hashirama's cells would twitch, sending a chilling, eerie sensation through him. Kakashi forced himself to redirect his thoughts, his unfocused gaze drifting to the ceiling of the stone chamber as he began to mutter to himself, trying to find something to pass the agonizing time. I wonder how Kurenai is doing right now. The shadow clone had been destroyed, so the real body would have inevitably received all the memories, and she would surely be worried sick. He could easily imagine her anxious and sorrowful expression. Once I manage to get out of here, how am I going to make it up to her? What a headache. Perhaps he could take some time to visit Ichiraku Ramen and pack 2 portions of her favorite flavors, or maybe find some rare flowers as a peace offering. Kakashi regulated his breathing, enduring the long wait, all alone. Fortunately, upon receiving the message from the White Snake, Orochimaru didn't delay and rushed over as quickly as possible. The heavy stone door slid open slowly to both sides. Orochimaru stepped into the chamber, his gaze sweeping across the room, only to pause in slight astonishment. The entire secret chamber was completely transformed. Debris everywhere, utter devastation, as if a fierce battle had erupted within. Orochimaru walked slowly inward, his eyes landing on Kakashi lying on the ground. His gaze locked onto the outline of a face on Kakashi's heaving chest. After a long moment, he finally curled his lips, his uniquely hoarse voice echoing in the silent chamber. Kakashi, you truly are a madman. Hearing the voice, Kakashi struggled to lift his heavy eyelids and turned his head toward the figure in the doorway. Don't just stand there admiring. Lend a hand. If I don't replenish my energy, soon I'll collapse on my own before the Hashirama cells, even backlash. Orochimaru stepped forward slowly, his gaze still fixed on the indistinct face over Kakashi's heart. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I always thought you were using the Hashirama cells as a pretext, spinning a tale to deceive me. I didn't expect you to actually dare transplant them. The question is whether you'll ultimately tame the Hashirama cells, or end up like all the previous test subjects, turning into a monster. With that, he reached out, picked up the spirit deer meat lying nearby, and leisurely brought it to Kakashi's lips. Eat first. Let me see what the final outcome will be. Kakashi didn't stand on ceremony. He opened his mouth and bit directly into the deer meat, chewing briefly before swallowing, feeling it transform into life energy and spread through his stomach and intestines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sharp chakra blades shot out, sweeping in all directions. Orochimaru's slit pupils constricted as he quickly scanned the surroundings. The confined sealed space offered no room to summon the Rashomon. Without a moment's hesitation, he bit his own thumb hard and rapidly formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. A colossal snake tore through space and materialized, its pitch-black scales gleaming with a cold, sharp light. It was Manda. Manda's massive slit pupils swept across the surroundings coldly. Just as it was about to complain about being rudely awakened, Orochimaru's icy command fell. Go. Wrap him up. Thump, thump, thump. Countless energy blades slammed into Manda's thick, resilient scales, sparking on impact. The jarring clashes rang out in rapid succession. Manda, stung by the pain, whipped its massive head toward Orochimaru and roared with fury. Orochimaru, you specifically called me here just to be a live target for attacks. Orochimaru ignored Manda's rage entirely, his gaze still locked on the slowly writhing face on Kakashi's chest with near fanatical intensity. Go now. Manda's slit pupils flickered. It lowered its enormous head and made an exorbitant demand of Orochimaru. I can block these chaotic currents for you, but this time I want at least 100 sacrifices. Orochimaru didn't even lift an eyelid or spare a moment's thought before agreeing directly. Fine. 100 fresh lives meant nothing to Orochimaru. Manda's demand was satisfied, its thick serpentine body coiled and constricted, encircling Kakashi lying on the ground, leaving only his head exposed for Orochimaru to feed him. 100 living sacrifices, and you agreed so readily. Kakashi looked up at Manda with disgust. Orochimaru curled his lips into a cold smile, his narrow eyes narrowing as he casually posed a question. Kakashi, if killing 100 people would allow you to successfully integrate Hashirama cells, would you kill or not? Kakashi answered without a moment's hesitation, his voice resolute. Kill. A single word, without struggle or pretense. The stone chamber fell silent save for the continuous thudding sounds of the chakra blade striking Manda's scales. Just as I thought. Orochimaru's smile deepened, his eyes carrying a hint of delight at finding a kindred spirit. I thought you, Kakashi, would cling to Konoha's grand principles. Kakashi swallowed the piece of meat, giving Orochimaru a strange look. Why would you think that? This is the shinobi world. Principles must be built on the foundation of survival. If you're about to lose your life, what's the point of talking about upholding justice? Kakashi panted slightly, the violent energy still surging within him. But the difference between us is that you see life as mere experimental material to be taken at will, while I only turn my blade against those who deserve death. An interesting boundary, but is there any difference? Orochimaru extended his tongue and licked his lips. Then continue. If you fail, you'll become just another worthless collectible in my collection. Manda coiled on the ground, its vertical pupils staring coldly at the two, emitting a low hiss. In its perception, all living beings were merely food to fill its belly, and it cared nothing for the so-called right and wrong among humans. This continued for several days and nights. The cramped stone chamber knew no distinction between day and night, only the crisp sound of chakra colliding with scales, and Kakashi's suppressed groans echoing endlessly. The originally agreed-upon 100 living sacrifices had long since been insufficient to compensate for Manda's consumption. The chakra blade struck Manda's thick scales unceasingly, leaving fine cracks across the surface layer with bruises beneath the skin and flesh. Manda repeatedly and impatiently demanded compensation from Orochimaru, and the number of sacrifices piled up layer by layer, imperceptibly reaching 500. Orochimaru accepted all demands without concern for the loss of lives, only fixated on this unique cell fusion experiment. The entire process of physical refinement continuously drained vast amounts of life nutrients. As long as his consciousness was clear, Kakashi had to keep eating to maintain internal balance. The mountain of venison had long been devoured by Kakashi, who had been supplementing himself day and night. After the venison was exhausted, Orochimaru poured out his own treasured collection continuously, sending exotic beast meat rich in life essence, life potions, and foundational spiritual ointments, supplying Kakashi with no regard for cost. Destruction, rebirth, stretching, and destruction again, repeated over and over. The Hashirama cells, which had been determined to assimilate the host, finally retreated. The dim, withered phantom face and the pale green glow flowing through the blood vessels became docile, achieving a stable equilibrium. Impossible. He actually did it. Orochimaru strode forward, bent down to examine Kakashi's chest closely, his narrow snake eyes brimming with undisguised shock and ecstasy. How do you feel now? Kakashi stretched his limbs and stood up step by step from the coiled snake body, his bare upper body exposed to the air. Destruction and regeneration had reshaped his body. This new form had well-proportioned, chiseled muscles, and his entire physique had grown a full circle larger, radiating boundless vitality beneath the skin and flesh. Kakashi clenched his fists, his arm muscles bulging, every tendon and bone brimming with unprecedented vigor. Excellent. This physical strength is enough for me to open the 5th gate of the 8 gates without any burden. The chakra reserves in my body have increased more than tenfold compared to before. I no longer have to worry about the Mangekyō Sharingan's consumption. Truly remarkable willpower. Orochimaru looked at the transformed Kakashi full of admiration. Your body is now the most perfect vessel in the shinobi world. Kakashi did not respond to his words. Instead, he glanced at Manda and swiftly formed hand seals in the air with one hand. The ground's rock layer split open, and a wooden dragon far larger than Manda burst forth, instantly coiling tightly around Manda's massive body, constricting and squeezing with immense pressure, churning its internal organs. SSS. Manda writhed in agony, its massive body twisting and struggling wildly, but it could not break free from the layers of the wooden dragon's bindings, its pained and furious roar filling the entire chamber. Unwilling to remain trapped, it forced its power to sever the summoning contract. With a flash of white light, Manda's colossal form dissipated, leaving behind a roar full of malice echoing in the stone chamber. Orochimaru, if you ever try to summon me again, don't even think of showing your face without 1,000 living sacrifices as payment. Orochimaru paid no heed to Manda's threat, his gaze fixed on the giant wooden dragon slowly burrowing into the ground, his narrow snake eyes filled with yearning. Truly an enviable power, the pinnacle bloodline limit in the entire shinobi world. Kakashi was twisting his waist to adapt to his new body, and he responded calmly. If you want this power, you can follow my method of cell transplantation. I'll pass. Orochimaru shook his head lightly, a self-deprecating smile on his lips, repeatedly declining. Such a near-suicidal madness I simply cannot emulate. Leaving aside everything else, just that mountain of venison would have been enough to kill me from overeating. He circled around Kakashi, utterly baffled. I'm really curious. How did you manage to digest and absorb all that food and medicine poured into you? Orochimaru, that is the greatest difference between us. Kakashi stopped stretching and turned his head to look at Orochimaru, who was sizing him up. You have spent half your life chasing immortality, but deep down you fear death. You never dare to risk everything and take a gamble. Fear of death has never been an excuse to refuse becoming stronger. Orochimaru, sometimes if you don't push yourself, you'll never know your limits. Orochimaru instinctively licked his dry lips, not angered, but instead showing intense interest. There are countless paths to power. There's no need to choose the most painful and perilous one. One misstep leads to eternal damnation. Fine, you have your thoughts. I can't argue with you. Kakashi bent down to stuff some unused potions into a sealing scroll. But Orochimaru, you always like to have everything under your complete control. This shinobi world isn't as peaceful as you think, and it won't give you time to slowly integrate cells. As long as there's a 50% chance it's worth a try. Kakashi smiled and waved goodbye to Orochimaru, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the chamber. I should go back. 50%, huh? Orochimaru pondered for a moment, still feeling that a 50 success rate was far too small. Without 99 certainty, he would never recklessly attempt it. As long as he obtained eternal life, becoming stronger was only a matter of time. For the past few days since Kakashi's disappearance, the only visitors had been Amuri Might Guy and the Yugao father-daughter duo, yet the news had not stirred a single ripple in the village. After spending considerable time and effort to soothe Yugao, Kakashi finally settled down. Using Amuri's heart blood to facilitate the transplantation of Hashirama cells had yielded mixed results. The benefits were obvious and need not be elaborated upon. The drawback was that Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan showed no affinity for this mismatched Hashirama cellular matter, failing to resonate with it in the slightest. What if I directly inject the Hashirama cells diluted by Orochimaru? Kakashi quickly suppressed the thought. For one, his body had not yet adapted to this newly acquired power. Attempting such a risky move before understanding his physical limits would be sheer suicide, with a success rate approaching 0. Furthermore, Hyuga Hizashi had sent word that Hyuga Hinata was about to be born, and her father was scheduled to return secretly to Konoha from the capital of the Fire Country within the coming days. Kakashi was determined to obtain those Byakugan eyes. He was also quite curious to see what Orochimaru would look like with such large, captivating eyes. It is time. Master Kushina must be growing impatient. Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. Kakashi placed his hand upon the floor, and 3 pitch-black coffins slowly rose from beneath the ground, to Yugao's astonishment. Thud, thud, thud. 3 heavy sounds rang out in succession as the coffin lids fell open. The first to step out was Senju Hashirama. Upon touching the ground, he curiously scanned the room with wide eyes, patting the wooden low table beside him before letting out a hearty laugh. Oh, is this what houses look like now? Life in peacetime is indeed different. Following close behind was Minato Namikaze. His golden hair still shone brilliantly, and upon emerging he immediately scurried to the third coffin to support the person inside. Kakashi, this appears to be your home, said Uzumaki Kushina, shaking her fiery red hair. She instantly recognized the furnishings, her gaze landing on Yugao beside him. She immediately approached, circling Yugao while resting her chin on her finger and tilting her head to examine her. Hey, this girl is quite beautiful. Is she your girlfriend? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before, as she seems familiar. Yes, she is the daughter of head priest Amuri Yugao. Minato Namikaze obediently followed behind Kushina. An elite jonin from Kakashi's graduating class, highly skilled in Jinjutsu. Yes, mistress. Kakashi took the coat Yugao offered and slowly put it on as he apologized. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I have been injured frequently lately, and just recently I nearly died. It took considerable effort to recover. I will take you to see your junior disciple now. However, let us make an agreement first. Kakashi looked at Kushina, his expression grave. No matter what you see, you must not become angry nor release any chakra. To arrange this audience for you, I went through considerable trouble to set up the ceiling barriers. If you lose your temper and shatter the barrier, all my efforts will be in vain. Don't worry, don't worry. Kushina waved her hand immediately. I will only take a distant glance at my poor child. I will absolutely not cause trouble. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something, suddenly turning around to glare fiercely at Minato behind her. It's all your fault. If you had been even a little faster back, then we wouldn't be in this situation. Before she finished speaking, she threw a punch. Bang. A dull impact resonated. Minato Namikaze had no time to react, as his entire body was sent flying into the wall, like a hanging scroll, sliding slowly down to the floor, with a wisp of faint dust rising from his head. Fourth Hokage. Yugao was startled and instinctively reached out to help, but upon seeing Kakashi gently shake his head, she sheepishly withdrew her step. It's fine. Kakashi's tone was as flat as if he were commenting on the weather. This is the unique way master and mistress interact. Hitting is affection, scolding is love, and if all else fails, use your foot to kick. You'll get used to it. Senju Hashirama, long accustomed to such scenes, clapped his hands cheerfully. Ha ha ha, that Minato boy is still as afraid of his wife as ever. Indeed, gentlemen cherish their wives. Minato Namikaze slowly climbed to his feet from the base of the wall, rubbing his head. Not only was he not angry, but he also offered Kushina a gentle smile. Kushina, don't hit so hard, you'll hurt your hand. Kushina huffed. Alright, it is about time. Kakashi stepped forward and extended his palm toward Minato, who had just steadied himself. Give me a Flying Thunder God kunai. I will go first, and you can teleport over directly afterwards. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze drew out a trident kunai inscribed with numerous sealing tags, and gently placed it into Kakashi's palm, smiling warmly. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on Kushina. I know what I am doing. Kakashi took the kunai, naturally extending his arm to wrap around Yugao's slender waist. The sudden closeness made Yugao stiffen, but before she could protest, the two of them vanished into thin air within the room. Minato Namikaze involuntarily stepped forward half a pace, his gaze fixed intently on the spot where the two had disappeared. He was very familiar with that spatial fluctuation. Flying Thunder God. Minato murmured softly. Not only for short-distance relocation, but it can also sync with another person to traverse space simultaneously. How has Kakashi's strength grown to such an extent? Uzumaki Kushina, whose heart was consumed by anxiety for Naruto, could no longer contain her anger upon hearing this. Wrath surged within her. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could the child have come to this? As the words left her lips, there was a wet thud and her fist pierced straight through Minato's chest, leaving a shallow dent in the wall behind him. Minato Namikaze looked down at the bright hole through his chest and sighed helplessly. Gray-white dust slowly rose from the edges of the wound, and the floating particles returned along an invisible force, gradually filling the cavity. In just a few breaths, the large hole in his chest disappeared, as if the fatal blow had never occurred. Kushina, even when angry, there is no need to strike so heavily. Minato Namikaze raised his hand to gently smooth his clothes, his tone still unbearably gentle. Kushina looked at the fully restored Minato, her burning anger intensifying. Then shut up. As long as you keep talking, I get annoyed. Now is not the time to argue about this. Minato Namikaze did not argue. He raised his right hand toward Kushina, and as his fingertips touched her palm, he naturally closed his hand around hers. It was the first time since being awakened by the Edo Tensei that he truly held Kushina's hand. The reanimated body constructed from chakra lacked real warmth, yet in that moment of contact a wave of sour sorrow rose simultaneously in both their hearts. Kushina had intended to pull her hand away, but ultimately calmed down, offering no resistance and allowing him to hold it. A trace of gentleness rippled in Minato's eyes as he used his other hand to rest on Senju Hashirama's shoulder. Hold on tight. Let's go. In the central district of Konoha village southeast of the Hokage Rock stood the top floor of an old residential building. Shiri Jinhong had been waiting there, his gaze immediately locking onto the arm that Kakashi had wrapped around Shiri Hong's waist, his eyes filled with displeasure, as if a cherished cabbage he had nurtured for years had been ravaged by a boar. Why are you alone? Where is the important figure you mentioned? Sensing her father's gaze, Shiri Hong freed herself from Kakashi's arm. Father, they will arrive shortly. Kakashi, I will trust you this once. Shiri Jinhong gave a cold snort, his words carrying a warning. You must understand that this area is close to Naruto's residence. My illusion barrier can only block sight. If word leaks out, not only you but the entire Shiri clan will suffer the consequences. Rest assured, nothing will go wrong. Kakashi glanced around, sensing the faint chakra barrier hidden in the air, indistinguishable to the naked eye. It had better be so. Shiri Jinhong remained worried, repeating his warnings. The third Hokage has deployed many AMBU to patrol this area in shifts. If they sense any abnormal chakra fluctuations over time, they will converge immediately. They're here. Kakashi sensed a spatial distortion, raised a thumb, and pointed behind him. Shiri Jinhong looked suspiciously toward the empty space behind Kakashi. The next moment, golden lightning tore through the air, and 3 figures materialized out of thin air. When he recognized the faces, Shiri Jinhong instinctively stepped back half a pace, his right hand darting to his waist like lightning. His chakra churned a mixture of immense panic and shock coursing through him, sending a chill straight up his spine to the top of his head. No. Impossible. The first Hokage. The fourth Hokage. You both passed away long ago. Sensing her father's emotions spiraling out of control, Shiri Hong quickly stepped forward, holding his arm to comfort him. Father, calm down. Kakashi knows what he's doing. Hashirama Senju studied the nervous Shiri Jinhong with keen interest, letting out a hearty laugh. No need to be on guard, little one. We won't cause any trouble here. Kushina paid no attention to the others. Her gaze pierced through the gaps between buildings, fixed on the distant top-floor room, with its windows wide open, pitch black inside. Is that where my child lives? Minato Namikaze nodded toward the flustered Shiri Jinhong. We are indebted to you, sir. We will remember this favor. Shiri Jinhong gripped the hilt of his sword, tightly forcing himself to suppress the turbulent emotions. He looked at Kakashi with a complex gaze. He had never imagined that the important figures Kakashi spoke of were these 3 legendary figures long thought dead. Kakashi, you have truly lost your mind. Shiri Jinhong lowered his voice. If the third Hokage finds out, none of us can bear the consequences. Consequences? Kakashi shrugged nonchalantly. Don't worry. Today is just a brief meeting. It will end soon and no traces will be left. As he spoke, Kakashi shifted his steps, quietly moving around behind Minato and Kushina. 2 talismans inscribed with sealing runes were pinched in his palm. With lightning speed, he slapped them onto the backs of their heads with 2 crisp sounds. Having done that, Kakashi turned and took out another identical talisman, looking at Hashirama, who stood with arms crossed observing the village with keen interest. Will you apply it yourself, or shall I do it for you? Hashirama let out a hearty laugh, took the talisman, and slapped it onto the back of his own head. Slap. The ceiling light flared up. Kushina Uzumaki sensed an additional layer of restraint within her body. She turned her head, furiously glaring at Kakashi, her fiery red hair billowing with her agitation. Kakashi, What is the meaning of this? Why are you using sealing talismans to restrict our movements? Sensei's wife, when you see the scene inside you will lose control. Kakashi shook his head, clearly unconvinced that the hot-tempered Kushina could restrain herself. Although subduing the third Hokage wouldn't require much effort, now is not the time. These words plunged the rooftop into dead silence. Everyone's eyes converged on Kakashi. Shiri Jinhong felt a chill run through his body, his throat dry, and he asked in a trembling voice. Kakashi, what exactly do you intend to do? Relax, I have never planned to kill the third Hokage directly. Kakashi's gaze fixed on the distant building where Naruto lived, his tone calm, yet laced with biting cold. Isn't he the most revered Hokage, always proclaiming the will of fire, vowing to protect Konoha? Kakashi turned his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. I look forward to the day when all the truth is laid bare, when everything the third Hokage and Danzo have secretly plotted is exposed to everyone. How will he face the villagers of Konoha then? How will he boast about the so-called will of fire? Rather than killing him with a single blow, watching the reputation he has spent a lifetime building crumble before his own eyes is a more fitting end. Minato Namikaze frowned deeply, his gaze at Kakashi complex. Kakashi, do you realize that once turmoil erupts, the first to suffer will be the ordinary people of Konoha? Kushina's chest heaved violently. The seal restricted her from venting her chakra, and her seething anger had no outlet. She simply turned her head away, indifferent to whatever became of Konoha. She only cared about Naruto. Hashirama's smile faded, and he looked seriously at Kakashi. Hatred blinds the eyes, often breeding more tragedy. Kakashi gave a non-committal shrug, jerking his chin toward the distant residential building. Let's first fulfill today's initial promise. Let the mother see her child properly. We'll talk about the rest later. Shiri Hong gently tugged at Kakashi's sleeve, her eyes filled with worry, but she did not interrupt him. Shiri Jinhong looked around, feeling as though he had stepped into a maelstrom that could overturn the entire structure of Konoha. His heart was a tangle of mixed emotions. As the group stood in tense silence, each lost in their own thoughts, a faint infant cry drifted from afar. What, you've soiled yourself again. You damned fox, you never give me a moment's peace. A dim electric light flickered on in that dark room, and a woman's impatient voice rang out from inside, full of resentment and curses. If it weren't for the third Hokage's kindness, I would have strangled you long ago. Kushina's eyes were fixed on the lit window. That was her child, not yet a month old. Her Naruto, lying inside that very room. Minato Namikaze's lips trembled slightly, his usual gentle and composed demeanor completely gone. He could hear that the woman's tone held no kindness, only an inescapable disgust, clearly transferring her hatred of the Nine-Tails onto the innocent infant in the cradle. Hashirama's smile faded, and he let out a heavy sigh. Shiri Jinhong's Adam's apple bobbed, a chill settling in his heart. The third Hokage had personally arranged for someone to care for Naruto, yet this was the reality. Shiri Hong's heart ached, and she unconsciously twisted her clothes, unable to bear hearing any more reprimands from inside the room. Do you hear that, master's wife? This is the treatment Konoha grants to the orphan of a hero. Kakashi stood aside, coldly looking on, muttering to himself. The will of fire, such a splendid rhetoric. From within the house came the persistent cries of an infant mingled with a woman's curses. Each sound fell upon Kushina's ears like a blade, repeatedly slicing her heart. My child. Kushina's gaze never left that window. She had no strength left to argue. Namikaze Minato's azure pupils were veiled with sorrow. He had sacrificed his life to seal the Nine-Tails, wagering everything he and his wife had to protect this Konoha. Never did he imagine that the child left behind in the world would have to endure such cold stares and hostility. He had always believed the third Hokage would properly arrange for the child, dismissing Kakashi's claim that Naruto was being treated like a dog. Only now, hearing the commotion from the house with his own ears, did his long-held conviction shatter. Kushina. Namikaze Minato wanted to console her, but found any words utterly powerless. The will of fire is passed down through generations. Everyone sings praises of sacrifice. Yet the families left behind after the sacrifice, no one is willing to treat them kindly. Kakashi quietly observed, not urging anyone, merely speaking calmly. See, this is reality. The glory of the hero belongs to the village. Oh, all the hardship is left only for the hero's offspring. You've seen and heard enough. It's time to leave. Kakashi withdrew his gaze, the power of Kimui in his left Mangekyō Sharingan already beginning to stir. Kakashi, please, I want to see Naruto. Just one look, that's all. Kushina pleaded. Master's wife, even if you see clearly, what can you change? Kakashi shook his head in refusal. I have already made arrangements. You need only wait a little longer. Soon mother and son will be reunited. With that, Kakashi prepared to activate Kimui, intending to pull the three of them into the alternate dimension and send them back to the coffins. Young man, wait. No need to rush me back. Hashirama Senju gazed down at the streets of Konoha below. In Kakashi's astonished look, he raised his hand and tore off the sealing talisman from the back of his head. I founded Konoha with my own hands. Before my long slumber, I never had a proper look at the village after its completion. Today, having the rare chance to revisit the mortal world, I wish to see with my own eyes what kind of village Madara and I spent our lives yearning for in peace. Impossible. Shinkayui's heart leaped to his throat. He hurriedly looked at Kakashi to warn him. The first Hokage's identity is too recognizable. If he wanders outside, the risk is far too great. Kurenai Yuhi tugged at Kakashi's sleeve, waiting for his decision. Kakashi fixed his gaze on the stubborn Hashirama Senju. After a brief deliberation, he turned to Kushina and Namake's Minato. Will you two come along or wait in the Kamui dimension? Kushina bit her lip, her eyes still lingering on the distant cottage. I want to stay here a little longer. Namake's Minato sighed softly. I'll stay with Kushina. Kakashi nodded, pulled out a few more sealing talismans, and affixed them to Kushina. Then let's move first, Hokage-sama. Don't linger too long. The deeper the night, the denser the Umbu patrols. Hashirama Senju exhaled deeply and stepped forward. He wanted to witness with his own eyes what reality the will of fire, as Kakashi called it, had actually nurtured. Kakashi walked ahead deliberately, choosing shadow-dappled paths. Hashirama Senju followed beside him, his gaze sweeping across the scattered residential buildings on both sides. The streets were clean and level, with traces of children playing everywhere. Shops were neatly arranged, exuding an air of peace and stability. First, Hokage-sama, how do you feel? Excellent. Everything is peaceful and serene. Children can play freely, and the common folk no longer live in constant warfare. This is exactly the village I dreamed of creating with Madara back then. Kakashi shrugged at this, not arguing. He turned his steps, deliberately bypassing the brightly lit Hokage building, and headed toward the northwestern corner of the village core. Beneath the veil of peace, many things are hidden. Just looking at the commercial district isn't enough. I'll take you somewhere. Hashirama Senju was slightly startled, then followed Kakashi's pace. Where? The former clan grounds of the Senju of the forest. The night was still, the wind rustled the leaves. Hashirama Senju stood at the entrance of the clan grounds. The tall clan gate was mottled and faded, the Senju clan emblem thick with dust. Of the vast connected wooden dwellings, only a few scattered structures remained. Vines grew wildly, and large patches of the ground bore signs of excavation. Here, once lived over 1,000 Senju clansmen. We set aside the hatred of generations of warfare, took the lead in founding Konoha, and believed we would endure together with the village for eternity. I thought back then that breaking down the barriers between clans with everyone belonging to Konoha would extinguish hatred. Hashirama Senju slowly stepped into the desolate clan grounds, reaching out to touch the cold, decaying wooden pillars. But I never imagined that the end of integration would be the silent dissolution of bloodline and clan. Do you want to go inside and see the courtyard where you once lived? Kakashi raised his left eye, the Mangekyō Sharingan, turning alert to the sensing range of the patrolling Umbu in the distance. The Senju are not the Uchiha. That place has been well protected by Konoha. After all, no one dares to requisition the Senju clan's ancestral hall and tombs. Hashirama Senju was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. No need. Seeing it would only disturb my peace of mind further. Young man Madara and I once argued. He didn't believe that human hearts could achieve lasting reconciliation, convinced that hatred was etched into the bones, and that peace must be built on the deterrence of power. It seems you are walking the same path he did. Catching the shift in Hashirama Senju's tone, Kakashi instantly leaped back 3 steps, his left hand raised his right hand, sliding his forehead protector down, and his fingers already forming the opening seal for the Edo Tensei release technique. Every nerve in his body was taut. Hashirama Senju's act of tearing off the sealing talisman without permission made him unable to relax in the slightest. The moment the man before him showed any intention to act, he would not hesitate to complete the seal, directly release the Edo Tensei, and send Hashirama Senju's soul back to the Pure Land. No need to be tense. Sensing Kakashi's wariness, Hashirama Senju burst into hearty laughter, spreading his hands to show he meant no harm. But Kakashi using upheaval to tear open lies is a gamble with too high a stake. Even if your goal is to purge the darkness in the upper echelons, once the flames of war are ignited, it is ultimately the common villagers who will suffer. Kakashi kept his fingers in the seal for releasing the Edo Tensei, his tone calm, yet carrying a piercing counter-question. What if everyone in Konoha stood on my side? I believe the vast majority in the village would not want to see Konoha plunge into civil strife. Hashirama Senju raised an eyebrow, smiling with exceptional confidence. You really think so? Kakashi tilted his head, the red light of his Sharingan glaringly conspicuous in the night. We've been out for quite a while. Have you seen any patrol squad come to question us? You were once a Hokage yourself. You should know that Shinkayuhi is merely a captain. He does have the authority to adjust patrol routes, but to alter the patrol arrangements on such a large scale is not something he could accomplish alone. So, it has already come to this extent. Hashirama Senju cast one last look at the silent, empty Senju clan grounds, and heaved a heavy sigh. Let's go. There are some things I need to calmly think over. In the Hokage building within the Chief of Staff's office, Narashikaku slammed his teacup onto the table, his mind seething with irritation. 3 tons. He pointed at Yuhi Shinka's nose, took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure skyrocket. You're telling me he wants to buy 3 tons of spirit deer meat? 3 tons. A normal ninja consuming 10 catties a month is already considered a tonic. Is Kakashi trying to turn himself into a spirit deer? Yuhi Shinku leaned by the window, not turning around. His gaze swept past the eaves of the Hokage building, settling on the old residential area southeast of the Hokage Rock. Too much had happened the previous night. He had not slept a wink. His head was still buzzing, aching even more than Narashikaku's. I want to curse Kakashi for his madness more than you do, but once you've witnessed certain scenes you cannot stand by idly. Yuhi Shinku. Narashikaku, unwilling to listen to his rambling, issued an ultimatum word by word. I'll warn you one last time, never set foot in my office again. What if it's the will of the first and fourth Hokage? Yuhi Shinku's neck turned mechanically, staring directly at the furious Narashikaku. Shikaku. Smack. Do you even know what you're saying? Narashikaku could no longer restrain himself. His beloved teacup crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Yuhi Shinku, you'd better think before you speak. Don't try to fool me with deceased Hokage. Impure. World. Reincarnation. Yuhi Shinku forced a strained smile, mouthing the name of a forbidden technique without a sound. Narashikaku's expression darkened, his mind churning like a blender, rapidly piecing together all clues. Madness, utter madness. Narashikaku paced back and forth, even his iconic topknot becoming disheveled. The composure of the Nara clan shattered even more thoroughly than the teacup in that moment. Kakashi dares to defile two Hokage. Doesn't he know that impure world reincarnation is a forbidden technique banned by Konoha? No. Shikaku quickly resolved, returning to his seat. I will pretend I never heard of today's events. Of course the matter of the deer meat was never mentioned by you. Yuhi Shinku reached into his pocket and drew out two kunai of nearly identical shape. The metallic glint under the office window light stirred an intense unease in Narashikaku's heart. Telling me this is useless. Go talk to those two lords instead. No. Narashikaku's spine stiffened, his entire body like a drawn bowstring. He sprang from his chair, lunged forward, and firmly pressed down on Yuhi Shinku's wrist. He had lost. Utterly and completely. Just then a murmur came from outside the door. Lord Shikaku broke his cup. Keep your voice down, don't get caught. Shikaku frowned, walked to the door, and yanked it open. In the corridor, a dozen Jonin and Chunin were huddled together, eavesdropping through the crack. Startled by the sudden opening, they flinched, straightened up in unison. Some looked at the sky, some touched their noses, and others pretended to study the wall patterns. What a beautiful day today. Indeed, the moon is so round. Lord Shikaku, we were just passing by. Narashikaku's face darkened to the point of dripping ink. His hand pressed against the doorframe, and he asked coldly, since you're so fond of gossip, why don't you all come inside, shut the door, and listen to your heart's content? The words struck like thunder. Run. Someone muttered, and the ninjas who had been acting their parts scattered like startled birds. Some rushed into the adjacent restroom. Without looking, others sprinted down the corridor with heads down, and a few hastily scrambled for the emergency stairs, cursing their parents for not giving them more legs. In a matter of seconds, the corridor that had been packed was empty save for a few stray mission scrolls that had fallen, proving that a crowd had indeed been eavesdropping moments ago. Narashikaku stood at the door, closed his eyes, feeling a throbbing pain at his temples. You go back first. He turned around, his tone weary, as if he had aged 10 years overnight. Yuhi Shinku nodded, said nothing more, turned, and quickly left the office. The wooden door clicked shut, the lock turned completely, sealing off the outside noise. Narashikaku walked slowly to his desk, bent down to sit, elbows propped on the surface, one hand supporting his cheek, staring vacantly at the two kunai. Ever since he had used his connections to forge a medical report and helped Kakashi bypass the scrutiny of the third Hokage and Danzo. At the time he thought it was just a favor for a junior, a convenient gesture. Who could have imagined that one moment of softness would lead him to willingly board this ship from which there was no return? Hatake Kakashi, you are indeed shameless enough, and your methods are dirty enough. But I like it. His thoughts wandering, Narashikaku's brows gradually relaxed, and he let out a low laugh, pocketing the two kunai. Since the first and fourth Hokage are willing to vouch for you, then I'll go mad once too, and stake my entire life on you, gamble with you. Straightening his disheveled hair, Narashikaku opened the door, walked through the corridors, and knocked on the door of the third Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting behind his desk, reviewing border documents, a pipe in his mouth, the curling smoke filling the room with a hazy fog. Seeing Narashikaku enter, he looked up and gestured for him to sit. Shikaku, what brings you here? Lord Hokage, I've been truly tormented by Yuhi Shinku. That man is utterly shameless. Not content with medicinal wine today, he came to my office demanding deer meat for nourishment. I hope you can find time to discipline him. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, put down his pipe, and tapped it on the table. You must know that Shinku has been hoping for a son all these years. With constant warfare in the past and various other matters delaying him, his wish has never been fulfilled. Now that he has a way, he's naturally impatient. His rash behavior is somewhat understandable. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen shot Narashikaku a knowing, playful glance that said everything without words. Narashikaku was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected Yuhi Shinku to be so audacious as to use such a private matter as a shield. That never crossed my mind. In a flash, Nara Shikaku's thoughts raced, and he put on a look of sudden realization. Burdened by official duties for days, and now these trivial matters have disturbed my peace. Tonight I plan to invite some old friends over for a casual drink to relax. If you're free, Lord Hokage, you are welcome to join. I'll pass. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a smile. First, my presence would make you all restrained, unable to fully enjoy yourselves. Second, the negotiations between Konoha and Cloud Village are nearing their conclusion. I have to discuss matters with the Elder Council tonight. I simply can't get away. Understood. Taking leave of the third Hokage, stepping out of the Hokage's office, and entering the empty corridor, Nara Shikaku wore a smile, his hands clasped behind his head. Everything is ready, only the east wind is needed. Night enveloped Konoha within the Nara clan compound. A long table was set in the living room. Grilled meat, sake, and an array of delicacies filled the table. Chozo Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka had already taken their seats, accompanied by several minor clan heads who sat on both sides chatting and laughing merrily. Inoichi Yamanaka's gaze swept over the two empty wooden chairs at the head of the long table. Shikaka, why are two seats still empty? Who else hasn't arrived? Everyone followed Inoichi's gaze to the empty seats. Chozo Akimichi, his mouth stuffed with grilled meat, mumbled in agreement, while the other clan heads also looked curious. Shikaka Nara took out two kunai from his chest, held them in his palm, and slowly infused them with chakra. As soon as the inscriptions on the kunai became clear, the laughter and chatter in the living room abruptly ceased. Inoichi's pupils dilated. Chozo's chewing froze, a piece of fat stuck in his throat, and he hastily gulped down a large mouthful of sake to swallow it. The minor clan heads had never seen a flying thunder god kunai before. Seeing the extreme reactions of Inoichi and Chozo, they were baffled and instinctively reached for their waists. They're here. Shikaka Nara stood up, walked to the center of the hall, bowed, and clasped his hands in salute to the two figures who appeared out of thin air. Lord First Hokage, Lord Fourth Hokage. While Minato Namikaze and Hashirama Senju were conversing happily with the clan heads, Kakashi appeared in the Uchiha clan's secret chamber. What the hell are you doing? Kakashi looked at Fugaku Uchiha, who had his back to him, with deep displeasure. If not for the flying thunder god seal vibrating incessantly since the afternoon, wave after wave, with a terrifyingly dense frequency, he would never have left Minato and Hashirama to act alone on a whim. Ever since I returned to the village, you've been urging me non-stop. Never-ending, aren't you? Kakashi was furious, and the consequences would be severe. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, this isn't over. In the cramped secret chamber, Fugaku Uchiha hunched over, took a long time before slowly turning around. Kakashi looked at the Uchiha clan head, whose face was sallow and haggard with graying temples and dry withered hair. All his anger stuck in his throat, and he fell into silence. I don't have much time left. This one short sentence seemed to drain Fugaku's strength. His chest heaved heavily, and he couldn't help but cough twice softly. Kakashi approached Fugaku, first waving his hand in front of his eyes, then crouching down to examine him carefully. Your gaze is unfocused, your vision wandering, no reaction to a hand right in front of you. Fugaku Uchiha, what exactly have you done? To have ruined your Mangekyō in just a month. I used the Mangekyō to peer into the future. Fugaku blinked, his unfocused eyes blankly, struggling to shift his gaze toward Kakashi. To continuously deduce the variables, I overused the ocular jutsu excessively and inadvertently ended up like this. Kakashi crossed his arms and leaned against the stone wall, asking irritably, then what exactly did you see? You can't have worn yourself out for nothing, can you? Fugaku pressed his fingers against his aching, stinging eye sockets. The dull pain spread along the nerves, causing him to furrow his brows uncontrollably. After long-term, unrestrained use of the prophetic ocular jutsu, the blood vessels in his eyes were covered with cracks, and every blink brought a needle-like pain. Too many. Every possibility exists. Countless future threads intertwine. But what? Kakashi looked up at the ceiling of the secret chamber, not even wanting to respond to him. But in the futures where you are involved, the Uchiha clan can survive safely at least 4 or 5 times out of 10. Fugaku's unfocused gaze aimlessly searched for Kakashi's figure. To verify this, I conducted many comparative simulations. I tried delaying the uprising, attempting private negotiations with the third Hokage, even planning to use the Nine Tails to counterbalance the higher-ups. I kept all variables exactly the same, only completely removing your existence from the timeline. As long as you were absent from the future, no matter how I changed the plan, either the clan was destroyed in the chaos or silently eliminated by the higher-ups. No exceptions. I repeated the simulations dozens, or even hundreds of times, and the outcome was always the same. Fugaku's voice was filled with bewilderment, his body trembling uncontrollably. I simply can't understand. With all conditions exactly the same, your presence or absence can actually determine the life and death of the entire Uchiha clan. Kakashi, can you tell me why? Kakashi did not answer. Instead, he turned his head, his gaze landing on a spider weaving a web in the corner, watching it with great interest. The spider was pitch black, its 8 slender legs busily moving and spinning silk, weaving a fine web ring by ring, trapping itself firmly within a small space. It diligently repaired the broken web, as if this palm-sized corner was the entire world, completely unaware that beyond the secret chamber lay the whole of Konoha and the vast ninja world. Kakashi, tell me why. Please. Kakashi finally tore his gaze away from the spider, leaning against the stone wall to look at the man struggling on his knees, utterly disheveled. A frog at the bottom of a well sees only the sky the size of the well's mouth its whole life, and thus believes heaven and earth are only that wide. Your vision is too narrow and your paranoia too deep. I already pointed out the path of survival for the Uchiha clan. All you had to do was follow the plan. But you were unwilling, always wanting more. A spark of lightning flickered at Kakashi's fingertip, crackling softly as it tore apart the web the spider had painstakingly woven. The silk thread spun over a long time, snapped inch by inch. The frightened black spider hastily scurried into a crack in the wall and vanished. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Wait. Fugaku, unable to see the way ahead, could only rely on his hearing to discern direction. His knees knocked against the hard bricks with dull thuds as he crawled little by little to Kakashi's feet. Help me one more time. Whatever you say, the entire Uchiha clan will follow. Kakashi looked down at the hand clutching his robe, withered and thin, pondered for a moment, then shook his head in refusal. Lord Fugaku, the only thing I valued about you was your Sharingan, and now it's blind. You have no more value to me. But don't worry, no matter what, I won't let the Uchiha go extinct. Take care of your injuries. I'm leaving. These words were harsh enough. Kakashi expected Fugaku to either be dejected and heartbroken like a fallen hero, or to beg desperately with his dignity cast aside, or at the very least to let out an Uchiha clan head's angry roar. But he never expected Fugaku to actually smile. I understand. Fugaku released Kakashi's robe, straightened his hunched back, and on his sallow face, instead of sorrow, there appeared a look of near deliverance. Then what if I give you these eyes intact? What do you mean? Kakashi asked, somewhat puzzled, his gaze sweeping over Fugaku's nearly ruined eyes, utterly unable to fathom what scheme the man was concocting. What would I want with a pair of Mangekyō on the verge of blindness? Uchiha Fugaku remained silent. He bit his fingertip, his fingers blurring through a rapid sequence of hand signs, and slammed his bloodied palm heavily onto the cold stone floor. Summoning Jutsu. A crow's caw pierced the air as a jet-black crow flapped its wings, hovering in midair. The crow tilted its head, a three-tomo Sharingan, locking onto Fugaku, its surface glistening with chakra. Holy shit. Seeing this, Kakashi instinctively muttered a curse under his breath. The scene was all too familiar. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Itachi Uchiha had broken free from Kabuto's Edo Tensei control, using Shursue's Kotoame Tsukumi, hidden within a crow. This was almost the exact same play. Izanami. As Fugaku's forbidden clan jutsu activated the Sharingan within the crow's eye, faded to a lifeless gray. Simultaneously, Fugaku's sallow, withered complexion became healthy, his dry, tangled sideburns returned to a lustrous black, and his hunched back straightened. He had performed a complete transformation right before Kakashi's eyes. In just a fleeting moment, the old man who seemed on the verge of death became vibrant and spirited once more. You sly old fox. Kakashi was somewhat exasperated. He had genuinely forgotten about the Uchiha's forbidden ocular jutsu that cost an eye, and had been completely played by Fugaku from start to finish. Fugaku raised a hand to brush the dust from his knee, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips, looking like a fox that had just snagged its prey. Right back at you. Then Fugaku raised his hand and tapped his own eyes. These Mangekyō, I meant what I said. As long as the Uchiha clan is protected, you can come and take them anytime. Don't feel burdened. To me, the safety of my clan is far more important than a pair of eyes. Even Kakashi, whose face was as thick as a city wall, couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment. He had just been laying into the man with every word, who would have thought this was all a meticulously crafted test from beginning to end. Fine, you win. But let's get one thing straight. Are you truly willing to follow my arrangements? The playful smirk on his face faded completely as he nodded solemnly, no trace of teasing left in his eyes. Every word I just spoke was the truth, not a single drop of exaggeration. Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned serious as he raised his hand to form a vow. If you don't believe me, I can swear an oath in the name of the Uchiha ancestors. Forget it. Kakashi raised a hand to cut him off. Oaths in the ninja world are worthless. How many shinobi swear solemn vows and break them the next moment? Since your eyes aren't blind after all, that saves us a bit of trouble. Kakashi placed a hand on Fugaku's shoulder. Then come along with me to a banquet. Ban. The space-time jump was so fast that Fugaku had no time to react, only feeling a dizzying spin. In a mere instant, the vertigo faded. The cold-sealed Uchiha secret chamber was gone, replaced by the brightly lit living room of the Nara clan. Fugaku's trailing syllable, "Quet," finally drifted out, his voice still tinged with the disorientation of teleportation. He stood frozen, his mind sluggish and slow to catch up with the abrupt change of scenery. It wasn't just Fugaku who was taken aback. Everyone seated around the long table conversing animatedly with Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze was startled as well. This gathering was after all a secret meeting that could never see the light of day. Summoning two Hokage via Edo Tensei, secretly conspiring among multiple clans. every single act crossed the High Council's bottom line. If even a whisper of this leaked out, everyone present and their clans would face annihilation. Uchiha Fugaku's sudden appearance out of thin air sent a wave of panic through the room. Relax, everyone here is a like-minded comrade. Just call them comrades. Kakashi released his hand from Fugaku's shoulder, acting as if nothing had happened. Fugaku finally regained his composure, realizing he had stumbled into a formidable gathering. A thin layer of cold sweat silently seeped down his back. Greetings, first Hokage-sama. Greetings, fourth Hokage-sama. Greetings, clan heads. The atmosphere in the hall remained tense. Choza Akimichi clutched a skewer of meat, his eyes darting to Shikaku. Inoichi Yamanaka's sensory chakra was flaring at full capacity, and the lesser clan heads had their fingers resting on their weapons. Only Hashirama Senju seemed entirely unconcerned, laughing heartily and gesturing for Fugaku to take a nearby seat, showing no reserve whatsoever due to his Uchiha heritage. Kakashi, seated at the side of the long table, fixed his gaze on Minato Namikaze, whose brows were furrowed into a deep frown, and posed a question to the cheerful Hashirama. First Hokage, has he been causing any trouble while I was away? No, we've been having a great time chatting. Hashirama turned his head and said, completely deadpan, coming to Minato's defense. Good to hear. Kakashi didn't bother to look at Minato's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He raised his hand and clapped 3 times, pulling everyone's attention back to him. We're all old acquaintances here, well aware of each other's backgrounds, so I'll spare you the pleasantries and formal introductions. With that, Kakashi turned to face Hashirama. First Hokage-sama, I have long admired you. Since we have this rare opportunity today, how about a friendly spar? Before Hashirama could speak, and before the major clan heads could utter a word, a minor clan head at the far end of the table suddenly slammed his hand on the wooden surface and shot to his feet. Hatake Kakashi, you don't know your place. The clan head was livid, pointing a finger directly at Kakashi. Several of his fellow clansmen hastily tugged at his sleeve, but he paid them no mind. The first Hokage is the great founder of Konoha, his would release unmatched across the ninja world, a pinnacle of strength recognized by all. You're just a regular jonin. Sure, you're a prodigy, but so what? What gives you the audacity to challenge the first Hokage to a duel? Your arrogance knows no bounds, utterly lacking in respect and propriety. The man grew more impassioned with each word, his gaze sweeping over Hashirama, before landing back on Kakashi, clearly trying to borrow the first Hokage's authority to bully others. And who might you be, you mangy cur, to be barking here? If you want to show off, can't you read the room? Kakashi recognized the man, a minor clan head who depended on the Inoshikacho alliance for survival, usually quite cautious in his dealings. Kakashi couldn't fathom why there were always people like this, so eager to flatter the powerful and trample the weak. Hadn't they noticed that even Nara Shikaku hadn't objected? Who do you think you are? Exasperated, Kakashi pushed up his headband, revealing his Mangekyō Sharingan unashamedly in the lamplight. At the same time, a wooden branch sprouted from his hand, whizzing past the man's cheek and embedding itself deep into the wooden pillar behind him. If you want to live, shut your mouth. Kakashi's display stunned everyone. They all stared blankly at the still vibrating piece of wood. The minor clan head, who had nearly lost his life, felt his legs go weak. Had his friend not caught him, he would have made a huge fool of himself. As everyone was still reeling in shock, Kakashi once again extended his challenge to Hashirama. Over the years, I've picked up a bit of this and a bit of that. And as for the wood release jutsu that made the first Hokage famous across the ninja world, I happen to know a little of that too. I would be honored if you could offer me some guidance. Mangekyō Sharingan. Wood release. Hashirama Senju had already risen from his seat, his expression grave, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Kakashi, you brat, how did you manage this? Kakashi, being of sound mind, naturally wouldn't announce publicly, I transplanted your cells, Hashirama Senju. This place is too small. If we go all out, it'll cause quite a stir. How about we find a more spacious venue? Unable to answer, Kakashi deftly changed the subject. True, it is a bit cramped here. Can't even fit 1 foot of the wood golem technique. Hashirama Senju surveyed their surroundings and nodded in agreement. But I'm also curious just how strong a combination of the Mangekyō and wood release can be. You pick the spot. Where shall we spar? The Valley of the End. The Valley of the End, huh? Hashirama's spirits lifted. Kakashi, my boy, seems you're quite confident in yourself. Having the flying Raijin is certainly convenient. The Valley of the End is no short distance from Konoha, especially with the treacherous mountain paths. But now, as an Edo Tensei with limitless chakra, Minato Namikaze could afford to be reckless with his energy and conveniently acted as the transport captain. First, he clasped a hand onto Hashirama Senju and Kakashi. With a flash of yellow, he instantly returned to the Nara residence. One by one, he gathered Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Akimichi, along with several minor clan heads, and finally gestured for Fugaku Uchiha to follow. Hold on tight, I'll take everyone at once. The next second, they all stood steadily on the rough rock floor of the Valley of the End. The colossal stone statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha loomed on either side. The waterfall thundered and surged, boulders littered the valley floor, and the open expanse stretched endlessly. Choza Akimichi, still clutching a bundle of packed barbecue, immediately found a flat rock to set the food upon landing, clicking his tongue in amazement. The fourth's ability is simply absurd. A single step crosses vast mountain forests. If I had to travel that on foot, my legs would break. Hashirama Senju landed on the broad shoulder of his own colossal statue, the wind rustling his wild long hair. Gazing at Madara's statue across the ravine, with the roaring waterfall casting mist past his eyes, his gaze churned with nostalgia. It was right here back then that Madara and I fought to our absolute limits, locked in a deathmatch, neither willing to yield an inch. He murmured softly, his fingertips tracing the cold, rough grain of the stone statue. I never imagined that so many years later I would return to this place. Those around listened in silence. Fugaku Uchiha tilted his head back, staring at Madara's statue, his emotions complex. Only Kakashi remained utterly nonchalant, one hand casually in his pocket, his heart undisturbed. He didn't belong to this timeline in the first place. As an outsider, he held no reverence for Madara or Hashirama. Kakashi raised his hand and bowed, his voice cutting through the waterfall's roar, reaching the statue's peak clearly. "First Hokage, are you ready?" Hashirama snapped back to reality, suppressing his welling emotions, and nodded seriously. They stood opposite each other, separated by the chasm, and simultaneously raised their hands, forming the standard confrontation seal. On the high rocks, Shikaku Nara's drowsy eyes widened, and Noichi Yamanaka focused his senses, and Choza Akimichi held a skewer of meat, holding his breath in anticipation. Everyone subconsciously assumed the next clash would involve Mangekyō precognition and a hard-hitting would-release versus would-release showdown. But in the very next instant, the situation completely defied all expectations. Kakashi didn't use his Sharingan or would-release. Instead, he reached back into his ninja tool pouch, and with a flick of his wrist, several kunai shot forth, whistling through the air directly toward Hashirama Senju. A murmur rippled through the valley floor. Why isn't he using would-release? He's not even activating his Sharingan. Only Minato Namake's expression shifted. His eyes tracked the trajectory of the kunai, intently scanning all the positions they covered before snapping his head up to where Kakashi had been standing. It was empty. A space-time ninjutsu, mimicking my flying Raijin tactics. The next second, Kakashi used the kunai as a coordinate to teleport his form, materializing abruptly behind Hashirama Senju, a sphere of blue-white chakra spinning rapidly in his palm. Rasengan. Hashirama Senju didn't need to turn his head to confirm. Planting his feet firmly on the rock, he brought his hands together, and beneath the skin of his back, a thick wooden armor rapidly swelled forth. Would-release, wood-locking wall. A funnel-shaped mass of dense hardwood forcibly caught the high-speed Rasengan. A violent explosion erupted. The waterfall's mist was blasted into the air by the shockwave, and the rolling surge of force flattened the weeds across the valley floor. Before the explosion's aftereffects had even settled, Hashirama casually rolled his shoulder. The cracked wood visibly regrew, blocking Kakashi's follow-up kunai attack. Fast approach. Hashirama Senju laughed heartily. The rock beneath his feet churned and surged as countless thick wooden arms burst from the ground, converging on Kakashi's landing spot. The wood-release vine sealed off all the coordinates of the scattered kunai, cutting off his path for consecutive teleportation. Kakashi's attack missed. He flipped backward, using the momentum to retreat. Water release, water, severing wave. A thin, clear jet of water shot from Kakashi's mouth, neatly slicing through the oncoming vines. It carved a long, narrow gap in the encirclement of layered wood-release. Hashirama Senju's brow arched slightly, his interest peaked. The water-severing wave was his brother Tobarama's signature killer move, relying on extreme water pressure for cutting power. The branches born of wood-release simply couldn't withstand such blade-like force. As the gap appeared, Kakashi flicked his finger. A kunai inscribed with the flying Raijin formula flew from his hand, and using it as a spatial coordinate, he performed a flying Raijin jump. Blindly copying Tobarama's style. Such a move won't get you close to me. Hashirama Senju laughed heartily. A single vine lashed out, swatting the flying Raijin kunai, aimed at his head high into the sky. Is that so? Hashirama Senju froze. The voice came from behind him. He had clearly used his vines to swat away all kunai that could serve as coordinates. Logically, Kakashi should have lost his teleportation anchor, making it impossible for him to flank from behind. In a duel between masters, a single instant can decide life or death. In that moment of Hashirama's hesitation, Kakashi's palm, with its high-speed spinning Rasengan, slammed into Hashirama's back. The intense explosion sent a massive cloud of white smoke rising from their location, obscuring the outcome. In the distance, Minato Namake's expression shifted repeatedly. This fighting style was all too familiar. It was his own most common tactic from his days on the battlefield. It was that moment when he retreated and dodged. Minato murmured to himself. Just now, using the blast wave, Kakashi's hand casually imprinted the flying Raijin formula onto the rock. The kunai were just a decoy to draw attention. The mark on the rock face was the real target. As everyone waited for the smoke to clear, a louder voice from Kakashi echoed from above. Wind release, massive Rasengan. Everyone looked up in unison. High in the sky, Kakashi held a chakra ball several times larger, poised, as if to slam it downwards. The colossal Rasengan descended like a small falling meteor, slamming into the smoke-shrouded location below with devastating force. Boom! Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 Style. Under Minato Namake's astonished gaze, the wind release super large Rasengan crashed down with a howling gale, its violent wind blades slicing through the air, pulverizing nearby rocks into dust. Before the massive orb even touched the ground, the oppressive pressure had already flattened all the grass and trees in the valley. Beneath the white smoke, Hashirama Senju looked up with a smile, his vision obscured by the haze. He simply abandoned his guard and began forming hand seals. Would release wood coffin binding. The ground swelled with rings of giant logs rapidly weaving upward into a hemispherical solid wood coffin, sealing Hashirama Senju tightly inside. The next instant, the Rasengan slammed into the top of the coffin. The white smoke was blown away, and the shockwave carrying debris and broken wood erupted outward in all directions, forming a dense white wall of mist that blotted out the sky. A shallow circular crater was blasted into the valley floor, weeds crushed to powder, and even the bases of the giant stone statues on either side trembled slightly. Everyone watching from the cliff walls stood up to dodge. Choza Akimichi's grilled meat fell directly onto the stone. He instinctively enlarged his body to shield against the oncoming gale and debris. From within the thick smoke came Hashirama Senju's hearty laughter. What a splendid chain of attacks. The Flying Thunder God in plain sight and hidden ground ambush, followed by an aerial heavy strike. A flawless scheme. Your Flying Thunder God is no worse than Tobirama's. With a deep shout from Hashirama Senju, the dust and smoke rolled back violently in all directions, centering on his body. He stepped slowly out of the wooden coffin, the hem of his robe slightly soiled, completely unharmed. Kakashi landed back on the rubble-strewn ground, glanced sideways at Minato Namake's, and casually remarked without lowering his voice. As expected, Sensei's fighting style is still too weak. The words reached everyone's ears clearly, and all eyes turned to Minato Namake's. No one showed mockery, nor dared to laugh at the fourth Hokage. The Flying Thunder God combo just now was both offensive and defensive. Everyone present, except Hashirama, would have no sure way to withstand it. Hashirama Senju turned his head with interest toward Kakashi, hands behind his back, patient in guiding the younger generation. So Kakashi brat, how do you plan to fight next? Next, I'll try to perfectly replicate the second Hokage's combat style and face you the first in battle. Kakashi's hand went to the zipper of his jacket. Hashirama Senju laughed heartily, immediately pointing a finger at Kakashi. You're trying to trick me again. The style you just used was clearly Tobirama's. Kakashi chuckled softly as well, slowly and deliberately taking off his entire jacket. As the garment slid off, his upper body was revealed to be densely wrapped with a full 20 dark iron weight bars, their metal bodies hanging heavily against his skin, reflecting blinding light that dazzled everyone's eyes. Minato Namake's furrowed his brow and murmured, "This is really too reckless." 20 weight bars, each 10 kilograms. Throughout the entire sequence of high-speed Flying Thunder God teleportation, water release slashes, and Rasengan assaults, Kakashi had been carrying all this weight. Kakashi removed all the weights, carefully stacking them aside. These items were costly to make with intricate forging procedures. After the last battle with Nagato, his original weights were completely lost. These were his final stock. To craft new ones would require at least half a year to a year of material gathering, no easy feat. Once everything was set, Kakashi jumped in place a few times, his joints cracking as his limbs, long constrained by the heavy weights, fully stretched out. Before anyone could react, Kakashi planted his feet, and a powerful surge of blood energy erupted from his entire body. First gate open. Second gate open. Third gate open. Fourth gate open. Fifth gate open. Sixth. Well, the sixth gate is still too much. Just a simulation, no need to actually become a muscle-bound monster. 5 shackles broken in succession, pale green steam rising from his pores. First, be careful. This is getting interesting. Tobirama never knew the 8 gates technique. The smile on Hashirama Senju's face slowly faded. Kakashi also smiled, clenched his fist, felt the surging energy, bent one leg, and unleashed tremendous force through his foot, causing the rock beneath him to crack like a spiderweb. In the next second, his figure vanished. No chakra fluctuation, pure physical speed. Hashirama Senju stepped back, relying on years of combat experience to analyze Kakashi's tactics. In other words, his movement is no longer bound by kanai markers. His running path is completely free. I can't predict his movements the way I would against Flying Thunder God. The 8 gates have limited endurance, so he will surely seek close-range onslaught, a quick victory, not prolonged maneuvering. Then, a sound of breaking wind, and Kakashi's form rushed out from the right, fist aiming straight for Hashirama's chest. But I've already figured out your tactics. Hashirama Senju suddenly caused a mass of vines to surge from under his feet, locking down the entire area. Let me give you a piece of advice. Once the 8 gates are open, you can't use chakra for ninjutsu or genjutsu. Your only means of attack are physical strikes. The style is too monotonous with very low margin for error. Just like now. Hashirama Senju stood at the center of the vine encirclement, not moving a step, arms crossed, looking exactly like Gaara defending with sand during the Chunin exams. No matter which direction Kakashi charged, the vines were always half a step ahead, actively entangling his wrists, knees, and ankles, the key joints for taijutsu. Not aiming to seriously injure, only to disrupt his rhythm. Kakashi tore off a vine from his shoulder, leaped back more than 10 meters, bent over with hands on knees, panting heavily. His entire body was marked with rings of varying red welts, imprints from the supple vines repeatedly coiling and tightening. Kakashi deactivated the 8 gates, a wave of tingling heat coursing through his meridians, the powerful regenerative ability of Hashirama cells rapidly eliminating the exhaustion from opening 5 gates. Not everyone is the first Hokage. Kakashi wiped the thin sweat from his brow. Although I wasn't fully prepared, it seems I'm about ready. What do you mean? Hashirama Senju scratched his head, looking bewildered. Kakashi, brat, what exactly have you been preparing? I didn't notice. Shadow clone technique. Kakashi raised his hands in front of his chest and shouted. Next up, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, makes his entrance. With a roar, a burst of chakra-generated white smoke exploded and dense figures emerged one after another from the haze. In just 2 or 3 seconds, dozens of silhouettes stood in a row. All of them sported the same unruly silver-white hair, metal Konoha forehead protectors, crimson eyes, 3 distinctive red markings, blue armor, and fluffy white shoulder collars swaying gently in the breeze. Hashirama Senju stared in astonishment at the dense array of silver-haired figures, torn between laughter and tears, dropping his arms from their crossed position. Brett, you've gone too far. Is that too much? Big brother, you're still so naive. Exactly. Your defense is full of holes, you're just relying on brute force with wood release. As a shinobi, how can you just stand still and take attacks? Where's your mobility? Your tactical planning? And why are you standing with your arms crossed in battle? A shinobi must always maintain a hand-seal stance. The army of Tobiramas spoke simultaneously, chattering incessantly, each word adding to Hashirama Senju's urge to cover his ears. A single brother's lecturing was already enough to give him a headache for half a day. Now with dozens all speaking at once, it was a 6 paths level mental torment. Stop, stop, stop. Hashirama quickly waved his hands, his head buzzing. This isn't replicating Tobirama's combat style. This is replicating his lecturing style. The spectators watching from the rock wall were stunned, then burst into laughter. Within the army of Tobirama Senju, Kakashi, disguised among the clones, continued to strike, with Tobirama's face speaking with deadpan seriousness. Big brother, be serious. This is a battlefield. Also, don't let wood release's life force leak out. It's a waste of chakra. The terrain of the Valley of the End is complex. You didn't set up defenses in advance. If Madara were here, you'd have been cut 3 times already. Hashirama, overwhelmed by the nagging, urged Vines to disperse the clones. But as soon as he whipped the front 2, the clones behind swarmed in again, their chatter never ceasing. Kakashi, are you trying to use Tobirama to talk me unconscious? He looked at the field full of younger brothers, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, spreading his hands helplessly. Of course not. Kakashi's voice came from behind, and all the Tobirama Senju clones simultaneously formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. With a synchronized low shout, dozens of blue water dragons with clear scales and claws roared into the air from all directions and swooped down to encircle the central Hashirama. Hashirama covered his forehead with one hand, looking resigned, and without even actively activating a defensive jutsu, layers of branches and leaves interwove into a thick giant wooden umbrella. None of the charging water dragons even wet his clothes. Kid, that level of water release is useless against me. Hashirama shook his head with a smile. The essence of Tobirama's water release lies in extreme, cutting, not large-scale flooding bombardment. I know. Kakashi's voice rang out from among the crowd. Let's begin. As the words fell, all the clones disguised as Tobirama Senju raised their hands and pressed them together, a synchronized roar echoing through the valley. Wood release, tree realm birth. Countless massive towering trees erupted wildly from the clones as base points, forcibly splitting the entire combat area into countless narrow compartments, trapping Hashirama in the center of a dense wooden prison. After unleashing wood release, the Tobirama Senju clones raised their hands again to form seals, their movements perfectly synchronized. Darkness art. Within seconds, the entire wooden prison transformed into an impenetrable pitch-black space where one couldn't see even their own hand. Vision was completely nullified. Hashirama finally dropped his arms crossed casual stance and became serious, using the powerful perception of wood release to sense the surroundings. But everywhere the chakra signatures were identical. Countless clones moved and shifted constantly through the darkness and trees, making it impossible to discern where Kakashi's true body was hiding. Using wood release to seal the terrain, darkness art to block vision. This kind of layout does have a bit of Tobirama's style. But what about the water release? Although there's plenty of water here, dozens of water dragon bullets consume a lot of chakra. I can't figure it out. However, I have to admit this is a pretty good tactic. Hashirama murmured softly, pressing his palms together as wood release chakra began to gather. Hashirama was not unfamiliar with the darkness art he himself had thrown into the sealing scroll, and he knew exactly how to break the Genjutsu. Genjutsu release. The darkness dissipated instantly. Hashirama looked around in bewilderment. The entire space was filled with thick, dense mist so heavy that he couldn't even see his own hands. This is... Hashirama raised his hand and waved it in front of him, stirring the thick mist, a sense of shock rising in his heart. Hidden mist technique. This kid sure knows a lot of different things. Hashirama muttered under his breath. Tobirama's tactics might would release the hidden mist's signature technique. All mixed together. Lightning release, Earth Traveler. Kakashi's voice rang out not far from Hashirama. Hashirama lifted his foot to step on the puddle of water beneath him and shook his head. No wonder this kid used a large-scale water release. He knows lightning release too. But Hashirama was currently in an impure world reincarnation body. This level of lightning release was like a tickle to him. However, he was also curious about what Kakashi would do next. Drawing on his battle experience from life, Hashirama did not jump into the air to give Kakashi an opportunity for a sneak attack. Instead, he generated a wooden pillar beneath his feet, lifting him away from the ground. Just as the wooden pillar lifted Hashirama above the ground, the entire forest of trees began to go wild. Thick trunks twisted and bent violently, hard branches swung like giant fists, smashing everywhere. Vines lashed horizontally and whipped vertically, forcing Hashirama to leap into the air to dodge. He hopped and dodged among the branches, shaking his head as he looked at the agitated trees. After several leaps, Hashirama landed on the thickest tree, pressing his palm against the rough bark, pouring a steady stream of yang-released chakra into the trunk, intending to forcibly counter wood release and seize control of the entire forest. Just as he was about to take full control of the forest, several hands silently crept up, gripping his lower back, arms, neck, and calves firmly against his skin. For a brief moment, Hashirama's mind went blank. He stood frozen, the hands having come too quietly. Feeling the grip on his limbs, he murmured to himself, "You even know silent killing." From the depths of the white mist, Kakashi's light laughter drifted over. "Not only that, I also know mutually multiplying explosive tags." Explode. With Kakashi's short shouts, scorching flashes of light burst forth in succession within the white mist. Seeing the shadow clones binding him disappear one by one, Hashirama knew it was too late to generate a wooden shield outward. Instead, countless soft fine wood fibers grew rapidly from his pores, forming a resilient, dense wooden cushion layer. Unlike the hard wooden wall, this layer of wood was like a thick cotton pad, absorbing the explosive shockwave layer by layer, channeling the blast's impact evenly into the trunk of the tree beneath him. Kakashi had already dispelled all his shadow clones, his true body returning to the top of Uchiha Madara's head. He took a deep breath, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted down. "This was developed by your younger brother Tobirama Senju. With just one original talisman, each explosion automatically summons a new explosive tag, and the new tag's explosion continues to summon more tags. First, Hokage-sama, I'm very poor, so I can't use up all my stock. I only prepared 10,000 sheets for you to try out." 10,000 sheets. The onlookers gaped as one, their gazes pinned to the valley floor in disbelief. Explosions erupted in succession, flames flickering without end. Hashirama Senju dashed and leaped between branches, evading as best he could, but the chain of detonations clung to him like a tenacious curse. No matter which trunk he fled to, the bursting fire followed, relentlessly, impossible to shake off. Truly troublesome. Seeing no escape, Hashirama simply planted his feet on a branch and ceased his futile dodging. "I told him not to meddle with such things. This kind of jutsu should never have been developed. Lucky for me, this impure world reincarnation body doesn't worry about chakra depletion. Otherwise it would be impossible." Hashirama released all his chakra outward, forming a protective shell similar to rotation, isolating the explosive tags from his body. Scatter. The explosive tags, propelled by the massive chakra outflow, flew aimlessly, crashing among the tree trunks and branches. Hashirama emptied his entire chakra reserve. With no anchor left, the tags could no longer track him, and the scattered explosions ceased to harm him in the slightest. The observation deck on the cliff erupted in uproar. Even if they knew this method, none dared to use it. Emptying all chakra was tantamount to suicide. Chakra is the energy born from the fusion of body and spirit. Draining it completely leaves the meridians without cushion, abruptly desiccated and taut, at worst causing massive tears and bleeding, at best immediate collapse and loss of all motor function. Even if one miraculously endured the physical trauma, without chakra, ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu all become useless. A single ordinary attack from an enemy would be fatal. This meant that anyone tagged by Kakashi's explosive seals was as good as dead. Hashirama looked down at his body, covered in wounds of varying depths. Grayish-white smoke seeped from the countless cuts on his skin as the torn flesh slowly writhed and knit together. In mere seconds, all the damage was fully restored. Truly a dangerous technique. Hashirama brushed the dust off his sleeve and looked up at Kakashi, who stood atop the stone statue. "Boy, the warm-up is about over. Shall we continue?" Kakashi leaped down from the statue, his eyes blazing with battle lust and nodded with a broad grin. The next part of the fight is not something you can watch. Teacher, take them farther away. Everyone on the cliff exchanged bewildered glances. Choza Akimichi forgot to chew the meat in his mouth, and Noichi Yamanaka raised his brows high. Ushikaku Nara's pen, which had been recording the battle, drew a long black line across the paper. 10,000 explosive tags in a chain detonation would release encirclement, mist, concealment, stealth, multiple ninjutsu interplays. Yet in their mouths, it was merely a warm-up. Seeing that Kakashi was not joking and Hashirama did not refute, Minato Namikaze quickly gathered the onlookers, activated the Flying Thunder God, and vanished. Finally, no need to hold back. Kakashi flexed his wrists, his limbs and joints cracked audibly. A sharp gleam surfaced in his eyes. Now let's fight with real steel. Excellent. It's been a long time since I've been this thrilled. Hashirama clapped his hands together and laughed heartily. Would release would human technique. Chakra surged violently from his body. Countless giant trees burst from the earth, outlining the torso, limbs, and head of a colossus. Bark formed into heavy armor, gnarled branches gathered into fingers, and a 10-meter-tall wooden giant soon took shape. Oh, is it this small? Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle at the miniature wooden giant, no more than half the size of the original. He raised his hand in a bow of apology toward Hashirama, who stood on the giant's shoulder. Apologies, Lord First. Limited resources, bear with it. Hashirama scratched his head, let out a hearty laugh, and manipulated the shrunken wooden giant to slam its fists together, producing a dull thunderclap. No matter. Size has never decided victory. A smaller wooden giant is actually more mobile. Don't worry about scale, fight with all your strength. Kakashi nodded. Unfortunately, the Kumogakure Jonin was the best impure world reincarnation material he could find. To restore Hashirama to his peak, he would need white Zetsu. First, Hokage, I've just had an idea. Kakashi looked at the stone statue of Madara Uchiha beneath his feet. It seemed about the same size as the wooden giant. 5 elements, earth, human technique. Rise. Kakashi infused the statue's torso with chakra, reorganizing the hard rock. Angular boulders pieced together into rocky armor, jagged stones formed thick fingers, and a pitch-black stone giant rose from the ground, matching the exact height of Hashirama's shrunken wooden giant. What a vile sense of humor. Hashirama's gaze flickered between the Uchiha-shaped stone giant and the wooden giant, stirring up old memories. Kakashi, since you're playing Madara, I won't go easy on you. Come. Kakashi roared, raised his arm, and the stone giant mimicked the motion. Its heavy rock fist, carrying a gust of wind, smashed toward Hashirama's wooden giant. The wooden giant crossed its arms in a horizontal block. The next second, a deafening collision exploded, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Countless fine cracks spread across the ground to the edge of the waterfall. Using Madara's statue as a weapon, even your fighting style carries his usual brutality. Hashirama shouted, maneuvering the wooden giant to step back, using the recoil, its roots digging deep into the earth to stabilize its center. The damaged parts regenerated and healed at an astonishing speed. But Madara's brute force can't overcome what releases endless regeneration. The wooden giant's thick right leg swept sideways, aiming for the stone giant's waist. Kakashi made the stone giant bend low and brace itself, taking the kick head-on. Another heavy impact. The stone giant stumbled sideways several meters, a large chunk of rock crumbling from its flank, gouging 2 deep furrows in the ground. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Chakra coursed through the stone giant. The shattered rock fragments gathered and readhered. He then raised the giant's heavy fist, chopping down toward the wooden giant's neck joint. The wooden giant's neck rapidly generated layers of interwoven wooden shields. The fist crashed down, shattering the shields layer by layer. Hidden beneath the shields, vines sprang out, like chains winding around the stone giant's wrist and locking the thick arm tight. Kakashi had anticipated this. His left Mangekyō Sharingan flared, and the vines binding the stone arm were all swallowed into the Kamui dimension. Seizing the moment when the vines failed, Kakashi leaped to the top of the stone giant, poured in more chakra, and charged forward with all his might. Only regeneration is not enough. Kakashi's roar pierced through the din, shoving the wooden giant backward. Along the way, large trees snapped against the wooden giant's back. Hashirama, however, did not simply endure. The wooden giant's back split into several thick wooden arms flanking from both sides. Wooden fists rained down from all directions, hammering the stone giant's torso. One punch cracked the shoulder armor, another shattered the flank. A hail of wooden fists bombarded the stone giant relentlessly, causing it to shake violently, chunks of rock falling off. Kakashi had to constantly spend chakra to repair the stone. The chakra consumption quickened visibly. 3 kilometers away on a mountain ridge, Minato Namikaze and his team gazed across the layered peaks toward the Valley of the End. The entire valley was open to view, with 2 colossal figures standing out prominently. The 2 giants punched each other's chests and kicked at each other's waists, their blows landing with raw force. No flashy techniques, only sheer size, chakra, stamina, and the brute clash of jutsu control. The relentless tremors echoed all the way to the high ground, the ground beneath their feet shaking continuously as pebbles rolled down the slopes. Everyone's expressions were complex, and they couldn't help but murmur to each other. Honestly, I still haven't snapped out of it. Is this really something a ninja can do? Choza Akimichi scratched the back of his head, dazed and confused. Our Akimichi clan's expansion jutsu can at most grow to several meters, and our physical strength is already considered the pinnacle in the ninja world. But these two giants crack mountains with a single punch. They're like mountain gods fighting far beyond the scope of ninja. Shikaka Nara's pen paused on his notebook, unable to write a single word for a long time. How was he supposed to record these two colossal things? There was no reference value at all. The essence of ninjutsu is manipulating everything with chakra. In theory, as long as chakra is sufficient, anything is possible. Inoichi Yamanaka tugged at his high ponytail, looking constipated. Whose ninja has enough chakra to sustain such giant constructs, bashing them around like toys for several minutes already? Fugaku Uchiha, hiding at the back of the crowd, spun his Mangekyō, rapidly recording every detail. Such a battle offered immense inspiration for controlling Susanoo. Minato Namikaze stood at the front watching the colliding figures, his heart filled with awe. When chakra reaches a certain level, a ninja can discard all techniques and settle the fight with the most primitive brute force. But the vast majority of ninja spend their entire lives training and never come close to that threshold. So this kind of battle is impossible to replicate, completely exceptional. Someone whispered in follow-up. Exactly. Shikaka Nara concluded, the first Hokage was a once-in-a-millennium would release sage body, and it's not without reason he's revered as the god of shinobi. Then what about Kakashi, who's fighting the first Hokage to a standstill? The question was almost childish, and Shikaku, who disliked trouble, had no desire to waste words dissecting such an obvious answer. Shikaka Nara cast a faint glance at the clan head, then looked away back toward the two giants entangled in the valley. In the valley of the end battlefield. Kakashi gritted his teeth, manipulating the giant's arms to flail wildly, smashing the incoming wooden arms. But before the severed arm even hit the ground, a new one had already sprouted from the wooden giant, continuing its attack. This is utterly cheap. Not having to worry about chakra consumption is a godsend. Kakashi maneuvered the rock giant to push the wooden giant away, then leapt off the rock giant's shoulder, landing on the rubble-strewn ground. Kakashi pulled out a replenishing potion and gulped it down, wishing he could slap himself twice. He'd had too much fake alcohol. Exchanging blows with an undead body in a pure stamina contest was like a birthday celebrant eating arsenic. Hashirama Senju, for his part, felt nothing special. He always fought this way anyway. What difference did being reanimated or not make? Finally thinking of giving up. You've lasted this long, which is already impressive. Seeing this, Hashirama unconsciously relaxed his brows, laughed heartily, and raised his hands to form seals, dispelling his would-release chakra. The dozen-meter-tall wooden giant collapsed, instantly turning into a mess of intertwined branches on the ground. He clasped his hands behind his back and strolled leisurely toward Kakashi. Not yet. Kakashi shouted loudly, cutting off Hashirama's words. The prolonged brute force clash had nearly drained his chakra, but with the earlier replenishment, Hashirama's cells within him had completed a rapid energy supply, leaving a stable third of his chakra remaining. Chakra flowed back through the rock again, and the rock giant, reshaped from the Madara statue, trembled as underground rock layers continuously stacked and filled upward. The rock giant grew taller and expanded inch by inch, its bulk surging, rock layers compacting tightly, hardening further. Once its size stabilized, a torrent of Mangekyō's immense ocular power surged out. A pale blue Susanoo shot into the sky, first forming a ribcage skeleton encircling its body, then flesh-like chakra sinews grew along the bones, filling in the gaps. As the chakra mobilization reached its peak, Kakashi's eyes ached and swelled, and the half-complete armor thickened and solidified layer by layer. A Tengu-style helmet took full shape, with a distinctive long Tengu nose extending from the bridge, shoulder guards, abdominal armor, and leg guards all pieced together perfectly, while two pairs of giant wings covered in spatial rift patterns spread wide. Obito's exclusive complete Susanoo took form. The rock giant's hands passed through Susanoo's arms, gripping two Susanoo longswords, while its rock feet stamped the earth. The nearly 100-meter-tall armored giant stood at the valley floor, blue chakra and gray-black rock merging its oppressive aura, dominating all directions. Hashirama involuntarily tilted his head far back, his gaze fixed on the armored giant's head. Flowing rock hair, cold and sharp brow ridges, taut jawline. Back then Madara wore Susanoo and controlled the Nine Tails. Today you've torn down his statue to make a body. Hashirama suddenly burst into loud laughter, his fighting spirit fully ignited. Since you've brought this destined duel back before my eyes, I'll hold nothing back. As he spoke, natural energy surged into Hashirama's body. His eyes closed, then opened. His irises were already marked with the unique patterns of sage mode, with two dark sage lines extending down along his cheekbones. An impure, reanimated body normally struggles to bear natural energy, but with the constant harmonization of massive yang release vitality, Hashirama managed to stabilize sage mode's operation. Sage mode activate. Hashirama stepped forward, his arms clapping together heavily in front of him, his resonant roar shaking the entire valley. Sage art true, several thousand hands. A colossal wooden Buddha far exceeding the armored rock giant in size rose from the ground, its solemn Buddha head serene, with 1,000 arms spread in all directions. The nearly 100-meter armored Susanoo rock giant was already towering, but it still fell short against the wooden Buddha of true, several thousand hands. The myriad wooden hands hung in the sky, sealing off the entire airspace, leaving no blind spots for escape. Hashirama stood at the Buddha's brow, pointing at Kakashi with one hand, laughing boldly. "Kid, don't you dare die." The onlookers on the distant ridge were all struck silent, everyone raising their heads to stare at the two colossal figures, one large, one small, standing at the valley floor. Shikaku Nara's mouth hung opener. It took him a long while to snap out of it, then he dropped his paper and pen to the ground. So this is the god of shinobi's trump card. Thousands of wooden hands blotting out the sky. Any Kaga-level ninja who faced this would be crushed to pulp in an instant. With power like this, is strategy even necessary? Minato stared at the battlefield where in the distant valley the Buddha's giant hand had already slammed onto the armored Susanoo's shoulder, creating a visible ring of shockwave. He turned around, grinning wryly at the crowd of onlookers. "Everyone stop watching. We need to relocate immediately. Let's go." With a spatial distortion, the group vanished from the ridge. Moments later they landed on a solitary peak several kilometers away, towering above the landscape. This place was far from the Valley of the End, where only distant plumes of smoke and dust could be seen, and the rumbling echoed intermittently with the wind like muffled thunder rolling across the horizon. Within the Valley of the End, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The wooden arms of the 1,000-armed cannon rained down in relentless succession. The two long blades of the armored Susanoo struck with furious force, but their swings had visibly slowed the light on the blades flickering dimly. "Your chakra is almost depleted." Hashirama's voice reached Kakashi's ears. "You're bound to lose in a battle of endurance. There's no need to force yourself to hold on." Kakashi panted heavily, but did not lower his long blade, his Mangekyō refusing to dim. "I can't win in endurance, but victory has never been determined solely by who has more chakra." Pouring the last of his remaining chakra into the wings behind him, the 100-meter-tall giant vanished before Hashirama Senju's eyes, all its presence fading as if it had never existed. The next moment, all the wooden hands raining down struck empty air, crashing heavily into the hollow valley floor, sending up a storm of earth and stone. Hashirama Senju's perception, enhanced by Sage Mode, swept across the surroundings. Spatial teleportation to the rear. Hashirama murmured, quickly turning the wooden Buddha, attempting to raise a hasty defense. But he was half a step too slow. The immense body of the 1,000-armed cannon wooden Buddha with its thousands of interwoven arms could not pivot instantly no matter how hard it tried. Behind the Buddha's body, Kakashi's eyes blazed crimson. Summoning the last of his chakra, he commanded the giant rock hands to grip the two chakra-long blades and slash diagonally downward with all their might. A flash of cold light, and the blades fell. Crack! The sound of splintering echoed through the entire canyon. Thick wooden arms were severed by more than half. Hundreds of wooden arms, each as thick as several men could embrace, shattered on impact, splattering sap and fine wood chips like rain. The massive wooden Buddha's mobility was ultimately its fatal flaw. Its coverage could suppress the entire field, but its reactions were far inferior to the flexible spatial jutsu. Hashirama Senju stood at the Buddha's forehead, abandoning the wide area encirclement. The entire wooden Buddha slowly turned its body, pulled by roots beneath the ground, while channeling chakra to regrow the severed arms at an alarming rate. After delivering the slash, Kakashi did not command the rock giant to continue moving. The long-distance teleportation of such a massive stone statue combined with the spatial heavy slash had nearly drained all his remaining chakra. The long-distance Kemui teleportation of such a colossal stone statue along with the heavy slash imbued with spatial erosion had almost completely exhausted his remaining chakra. The armor of the armored Susanoo began to fade in large patches, the Tengu helmet dissolving into tiny specks of light that drifted away. Cracks spread across the rock surface, and stones fell in a constant shower. That was a magnificent slash. The wooden Buddha finally turned most of its body, and Hashirama Senju faced Kakashi, once more his sage eyes still burning with fighting spirit. "But your chakra is at its limit. This duel is about to end." "Yeah, I still overestimated myself." Kakashi leaned against the Susanoo's eye socket, his breathing growing more rapid. "Tactical advantage, endurance defeat, that's fair. I had hoped to land a few more strikes to cripple your 1,000-armed cannon, but my body and chakra couldn't hold out." Kakashi chuckled softly, no longer forcing the armored Susanoo to remain. He voluntarily cut off the chakra supply. The azure battle armor receded like a tide. The rock giant, losing its energy support, collapsed with a thunderous roar. Massive boulders rolled to the ground, and the once majestic giant turned back into a heap of rubble. Only a thin layer of Susanoo bones protected Kakashi's body, barely deflecting the flying debris. Hashirama Senju focused his mind, and the wooden Buddha slowly sank into the ground through the roots. The towering Buddha disintegrated layer by layer, reverting to vegetation across the earth. The markings of Sage Mode gradually faded and natural energy returned to the world. Hashirama Senju leaped from the height to the ground, walked a few steps to Kakashi, and reached out to help him up. To force me to divert my attention to defense and limit the regeneration of wood style, you're not far behind Madara from back then. Hashirama looked at Kakashi's pale, exhausted face and his twitching left eye, sighing in admiration. The young ninja of Konoha nowadays are truly remarkable. Kakashi steadied himself, raised a hand, and gestured a sign of defeat. I lost the war of attrition, but next time we fight, I'll be better prepared and cut down your 1,000-armed cannon. Anytime I'm ready. Hashirama Senju laughed heartily, patted Kakashi on the shoulder, but his eyes were fixed on the scattered rubble. It's been a long time since I fought so freely. It's just a pity about Madara's stone statue. Oomph. Kakashi kicked a basin-sized rock at his feet, sending it tumbling into a distant broken tree with a dull thud. We don't even know if he's dead or alive. It's a waste of effort to build a stone statue for people to admire. There's really no need. Hashirama Senju, who had been gazing regretfully at the rubble, slowly turned to look at Kakashi, his brow furrowing slightly. You're saying Madara is still alive? That's impossible. I personally confirmed that he had no heartbeat or breath and brought his body back to Konoha. There's no mistake. As sometimes what you see with your own eyes isn't necessarily true. Kakashi walked slowly to a pile of broken rocks and tapped the facial outline of Madara on a stone with his toe. The Uchiha have a forbidden technique called Izanagi, which can rewrite injury and even death into a dream at the cost of losing sight in one eye. Back then Madara had already planned his escape. What remained at the scene was merely a false body created by illusion. The body you retrieved and buried was just a clone made by the technique. Hashirama Senju suddenly clenched his right fist and struck his left palm. The crisp sound echoed clearly in the empty valley. His brow relaxed and a look of sudden realization spread across his face, as if he had finally solved a puzzle that had haunted him for years. No wonder I thought Madara's death was so suspicious. In that battle, I hadn't even used all my trump cards. He clearly still had the strength to maneuver, but he deliberately took a fatal blow and fell. So he was putting on an act all along. First Hokage, isn't your focus a bit off? Kakashi sighed, helplessly torn between laughter and tears as he looked at Hashirama, who was laughing heartily. Madara Uchiha used Izanagi to deceive you, making a fool of you. Aren't you even a little angry? Why should I be angry? Hashirama Senju looked puzzled, tilting his head in confusion. Madara didn't die? I should be happy, shouldn't I? We grew up together, and in the end I had to be the one to end his life. I was genuinely sad for a long time after that. Burying an old friend with your own hands is not a pleasant feeling. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at a loss for how to respond. He leaned wearily against a broken tree. All right, I suppose the bond between you two is truly beyond my understanding. On the solitary mountain miles away, a group of onlookers stared at the dissipating giant and the wooden Buddha, silent for a long time. Standing high, one sees far. A vast expanse of forest like rice stalks scythed down during autumn harvest lay scattered in disarray, a scene of utter devastation. Gazing at this apocalyptic vista, a chill crept into everyone's hearts, a profound coldness. Minato Namikaze stood against the wind, his hair fluttering in the mountain breeze, breaking the silence atop the peak. Let's go. They finished. We should head over. The space trembled slightly, and the group instantly completed a short-range teleportation, landing directly in the center of the valley of the end battlefield. As their feet touched the ground, bewilderment painted every face. The sight before them caught them utterly off guard. The Valley of the End. As its name implies, it was a valley, enclosed by two mountains with streams, waterfalls, and two towering stone statues standing on the cliffs. But now the mountains had collapsed, the water had dried up, and the deep valley had transformed into a vast cratered basin of rubble. Looking around, broken trees and shattered stones lay everywhere. Were it not for the two figures, one standing, one seated, not far away, no one would have believed this was the iconic Valley of the End of Konoha. My heavens! Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Minato Namikaze, as the deceased fourth Hokage and Kakashi's teacher, felt compelled to sternly criticize such reckless destruction of the terrain. Picking his way through the rubble, he approached Hashirama Senju and Kakashi. Lord First Hokage Kakashi, I'm glad you two enjoyed your sparring, but there was no need to reduce a perfectly good valley to this state. The village will have to invest a great deal of manpower to restore the terrain. It's quite a headache. Hashirama Senju, who had been chatting idly with Kakashi, belatedly turned his head to survey the surroundings. He raised a hand to his forehead in embarrassment and apologized to Minato. Oh, it's the fourth. I got so carried away that I didn't control my strength. My apologies. We were holding back, Kakashi retorted, leaning against a broken tree as he heard Hashirama's apology. Surely you don't naively believe this is our full power, do you? You remain as naive as ever, my dear teacher. The words struck the group like a blow, deepening their dismay. Wind swept sand and gravel across the broken wood. The rubble basin fell into utter silence. Kakashi pushed himself up from his knees, dusted off his clothes, and pointed a finger at Fugaku Uchiha, who was habitually hiding in the back. Fugaku, no more hiding. Show them your Mangekyō. Let them know the shinobi world is not as simple as they think. Kakashi, is this appropriate? Called out Fugaku. Uchiha instinctively stepped back half a pace, showing clear hesitation. The Mangekyō was the core secret of the Uchiha clan. Revealing it publicly would expose their trump card. Hashirama Senju watched with arms crossed, intrigued. He did not intervene, but instead studied Fugaku with curiosity, waiting to see the prowess of the Uchiha clan leader's dojutsu. The clan leaders exchanged glances. They knew only that Fugaku was a top-tier 3-tomo user. They had no idea he had awakened the Mangekyō. Curiosity stirred within them. Very well. Seeing Kakashi's amused expression and recalling his own earlier promise, Fugaku took a deep breath. The 3-tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, merged and reorganized into a pair of uniquely patterned Mangekyō Sharingan. Used Susanoo at full power. Before Fugaku could even introduce his Mangekyō's abilities, Kakashi dropped another bombshell. Full power. The perfect Susanoo consumed immense amounts of ocular power. Revealing it in front of everyone would not only severely drain his vision, but also expose his entire strength. Seeing Kakashi nod, Fugaku Uchiha's deep blue chakra erupted skyward. A 30-meter-tall chakra giant materialized before the crowd, clad in traditional samurai armor, its right hand gripping a long, broad-bladed tachi. Its entire body was a profound, jewel-like azure outlined with bright, shallow blue-white light. The edges of the armor transformed into burning, irregular chakra patterns, and fine blue light particles drifted from the armor's corners, exuding a flowing, fragmented beauty. The Konoha clan leaders once again gaped, craning their necks, their gazes pinned to the blue giant before them. When the true several thousand hands and the armored Susanoo had clashed, the two forces were indeed world-shattering, but they were far away. Only vague silhouettes colliding could be seen, the impact diluted by distance. Now facing Fugaku's Susanoo up close, the pressure was immediate, the impact far beyond what distant observation could convey. Inoichi Yamanaka, with his keen perception, felt his mind tighten. Even without locking eyes, he could sense the killing intent concealed beneath the armor. Fugaku, however, had not transplanted Hashirama's cells. The perfect Susanoo placed an immense strain on him. Once everyone had taken in the full sight, he actively retracted his ocular power. The azure Susanoo began to fade from the limbs, layer by layer, dissolving into countless fine specks of light. Fugaku Uchiha closed his eyes to ease the ache in his eyeballs. When he opened them again, the Mangekyō had reverted to a normal 3-tomo. The blue light of Susanoo had long dissipated, but the Konoha clan leaders still stood with their mouths agape, their minds struggling to catch up with the scene. Stop staring. There's no need for such astonishment. Kakashi's languid voice snapped them back to reality. There are at least 2 more pairs of Mangekyō in the Uchiha clan. All eyes shifted, locking onto Kakashi. Even Fugaku Uchiha found it hard to believe. He had delved deep into the Uchiha clan for years, confident in his knowledge of the clan's strong members. He had never expected that aside from himself and Kakashi, there were 2 more hidden Mangekyō users. Kakashi smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to completely overhaul everyone's perception of the Uchiha. The first pair belongs to Shursui Uchiha, stationed at the border of the Land of Water. He has been stationed there for years, and almost no one has seen him fight at full strength. His Mangekyō is also capable of supporting the perfect Susanoo. The second pair belongs to Madara Uchiha, who faked his death long ago using Izanagi. As for Obito Uchiha, Kakashi discreetly omitted mentioning him. Obito had long been operating under Madara's name, causing trouble. Since he was determined to maintain the facade, Kakashi went along with it, not exposing the disguise, allowing the outside world to continue attributing all of Obito's actions to Madara. This was exactly what Kakashi wanted. After all, the name, Shinobi of the Six Paths, Madara Uchiha, was far more useful than the unknown Obito Uchiha. Using this tiger's skin as a banner would save a lot of trouble in the future. So it's Shursui of the Body Flicker. Shursui's reputation was well known to all, regarded merely as a prodigious Jinjutsu ninja among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Yet none had anticipated that he had already awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, a rate of growth truly astonishing. Clan leader Akimichi, who exactly is Madara Uchiha? The question came from the young head of a minor clan, who lowered his voice as he inquired, his face filled with bewilderment. He was young, having assumed his clan's leadership only a few years prior, and had encountered the name, but sparingly, within genealogical records and village chronicles. Of Madara Uchiha's deeds he knew nothing at all. Choza Akimichi was momentarily taken aback. He turned to look at the young man's naive face, then instinctively glanced toward Hashirama Senju, not far away. Noticing that the latter was keenly eavesdropping on their conversation, Choza cleared his throat and resolved to explain in the briefest terms possible. Madara Uchiha. He was a figure from the same era as the first Hokage. He was the leader of the Uchiha clan and one of the founders of Konoha. Choza munched on his snacks as he struggled to recall the old tales. I was still a child back then. All I know is that he and the first Hokage joined forces to establish Konoha. Later on, the two fell out over ideological differences. They clashed fiercely at the Valley of the End, where he was ultimately defeated by the first Hokage and perished there. What? The young clan leader's eyes widened in shock. A founder. The Uchiha clan leader. But wasn't he killed? And hasn't the first Hokage been dead for decades now? How can Kakashi-sama say he's still alive? Who knows? That's all ancient history. Choza shrugged. Anyway, he was a formidable figure once hailed alongside the first Hokage as the strongest in the shinobi world. The young clan leader was astounded. He looked up again at the massive collapsed rubble around them, and a sudden realization dawned. Wait, these two statues here at the Valley of the End. One of them wouldn't happen to be. Indeed, the one on the left is Madara Uchiha's statue. Shikaku Nara approached, picking up the thread of the conversation. The young man opened his mouth, but found himself utterly speechless. He had always assumed the statues at the Valley of the End were ancient monuments of Konoha. It had never crossed his mind that the very subjects were legendary shinobi, let alone that one might still be alive. To think the youth of today are barely familiar with who Madara was. Hashirama Senju had overheard the entire exchange and began scratching his head awkwardly. Well, it's been decades. The old tales from the Warring States era. We old-timers have become legends ourselves. Haha. Kakashi tilted his head back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, feigning world weariness. Humans are forgetful creatures. Hashirama Senju fell silent, his thoughts drifting back to the battlefields of the Warring States period littered with corpses, recalling clan members, friends, and rivals who had fallen before him. Those vivid faces now reduced to mere names in history books. If even their names were remembered. You're right. Hashirama let out a soft sigh, but then his spirits lifted, a smile breaking back across his face. Back then, Madara and I strove with all our might to build Konoha precisely so that future generations wouldn't have to live amid slaughter, but could grow up safe and sound. The fact that they don't know who Madara was, or how brutal war can be, is proof that our efforts back then weren't in vain. Forgetting isn't necessarily a bad thing, and remembering isn't always a good thing. Kakashi averted his gaze from Hashirama Senju, whose expression had shifted like a flipbook, and looked toward the clan leaders still murmuring amongst themselves in the distance. The key question is, when danger comes again, will they be ready to meet it? Kakashi speaks the truth. Minato Namikaze walked over, joining their side. Kakashi, do you have concrete proof that Madara is still alive? If it's true, Konoha must prepare in advance. Proof. Kakashi rolled his eyes, casting a pointed glance at his teacher, and cut straight to the heart of the matter. Sensei, have you already forgotten so quickly how you died? The surrounding chatter abruptly ceased, as everyone within earshot perked up, straining to listen. How could that be? Minato's gaze grew distant, as if plummeting back into that night, when Konoha was engulfed in flames. During the Ninetales rampage and its assault on the village, the one who controlled the beast did consistently identify himself as Madara Uchiha. Kushina was ambushed in the delivery room. That person moved through space freely, leaving no trace, and every tactical move was aimed precisely at the vulnerabilities of the Ninetales seal. That person knew every flaw in the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, and was fully aware that the seal on a Ninetales Jinchuriki would weaken during childbirth. That level of intelligence gathering is beyond the reach of an ordinary ninja. The figure looked young, yet his movements felt subtly off. The suspicions Minato had harbored that night resurfaced, swirling within his mind. His bone structure and muscle reactions were those of a teenager, but his methods were nothing like a person of that age. So the one who caused such chaos in Konoha was a young man then. Hashirama Senju burst into laughter, slapping his thigh with considerable amusement. Then it definitely couldn't have been Madara. You're way off the mark, Kakashi, haha. Madara was the same age as me. If he were truly alive today, his beard would be white. How could he be some snot-nosed kid? Kakashi crossed his arms, observing the smugly grinning Hashirama Senju, and irritably reached out to kick him. What are you so pleased about anyway? Kakashi slowly raised one finger, waving it in front of Hashirama Senju's face. First the single eye. The smile instantly vanished from Hashirama Senju's face, his expression turning grave in a flash. Izanagi. Kakashi didn't answer, simply extending a second finger. Second, the Ninetales was Madara Uchiha's pet. Is it really surprising that he knew its weaknesses? Hashirama Senju's face had now darkened considerably. The memory of his final battle with Madara at the Valley of the End, where his opponent had commanded the Ninetales, was still vivid. He knew better than anyone Madara's mastery over the beast and his intimate familiarity with its vulnerabilities. Third. Kakashi slowly extended a third finger. As for the youthful physique and unnatural movements, Madara Uchiha has survived from the Warring States era to the present day. He'd be at least 70 by now, wouldn't he? Hashirama Senju nodded grimly. And in the shinobi world, swapping bodies isn't exactly a difficult feat, is it? It isn't. Minato Namikaze interjected. Sensei, besides Kushina, is there anything else you actually pay attention to? Kakashi shot Minato a sidelong glance. Minato Namikaze was left speechless, grinding his teeth in frustration, yet utterly unable to retort. Forget everything else, Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation could pull it off. Seizing another person's body using a vessel to extend one's life. A forbidden jutsu, insidious as it is, it does exist. And if it's not your own body movements being a bit off, makes perfect sense. I did feel his movements were awkward during our fight back then. The more Minato Namikaze thought about it, the more every clue seemed to fit. Could it truly correspond to the side effects of body switching? Hashirama Senju's face was now ashen, the pressure emanating from the god of shinobi himself becoming barely containable. Kakashi watched Hashirama Senju, whose expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and slowly extended a fourth finger. Minato Namikaze gazed at Kakashi, who was speaking with such eloquence, a mix of emotions swirling within him. There's a fourth point. He had thought it was already astonishing enough that Kakashi could uncover 3 clues. For a moment, he found it difficult to fathom just how many thoughts his disciple was hiding. The fourth point: motive. Kakashi shifted his body to the side, moving a little further away from the little sun. Minato Namikaze, afraid that stupidity might be contagious. No matter what a person does, there is always a motive. Some do it for money, some for fame, and others for purposes that cannot be seen in the light. There is no love without reason, nor hatred without cause. I have replayed the Night of the Nine Tails many times. It seems that the person went to great lengths to infiltrate Konoha, and the biggest thing he did was forcibly summon the Nine Tails and fire a few tailed beast balls. I truly don't know what his purpose was. Kakashi almost let it slip, almost blurting out Obito's name, but thankfully he forced the words back down his throat. He had tried more than once to piece together the truth from every detail, and he was truly perplexed. He could understand Obito controlling the Mizukage and turning the entire Mist Village into chaos. Even if Obito hated Minato Namikaze, Kakashi could find 100 reasons for it. Rin's death, the cruelty of war, this damn shinobi world. Any one of them was enough to be a reason for hatred. Kakashi himself had thought countless times if Obito wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't. Not dodge. But what about Kushina Uzumaki? That red-haired woman, fiery-tempered, yet soft-hearted, had treated Obito like her own younger brother. When Obito got into trouble, Kushina would scold him fiercely, but then turn around and stuff him with good food. When Obito trained late and had no dinner, Kushina would specially save a warm portion for him. Even Obito's secret crush on Rin, Kushina had noticed, and she would smile secretly and tell Minato what a pure-hearted kid he was. She had never wronged Obito in the slightest. But that person chose to strike when Kushina was at her weakest, forcibly extracting the Nine Tails from her body, pushing her to the brink of death. Kakashi couldn't understand, truly couldn't understand. The wind blew, carrying sand and dust. When Kakashi raised his head again, his expression had returned to its usual nonchalance, as if that momentary lapse had been nothing but an illusion. In short, the one who could precisely find the flaw in the seal and control the Nine Tails with such ease. I can't think of anyone other than Madara Uchiha. Kakashi spoke calmly, steering the conversation back. But if it really was Madara, he could have directly attacked Konoha with his strength. There was no need for him to go through such a roundabout way just to summon a single Nine Tails. Minato Namikaze looked at Kakashi and voiced the doubt in his heart. As for what he was after by going through all this trouble, perhaps only he himself knows. Kakashi shook his head. Hashirama Senju's face darkened, his fists clenched until they cracked. He stomped the remaining head of the stone statue into powder, his oppressive aura making everyone except Kakashi tremble, lowering their heads in silence. No matter what he was after, if he targeted the village and harmed innocent people, he cannot be forgiven lightly. Kakashi didn't reply, merely lowering his eyes, his lips under the mask pressed into a straight line. Some answers he knew, but could not speak. Some hatred he understood, but could not forgive on anyone's behalf. Some wounds once opened would never heal again. Fifth, Kakashi extended his entire hand. The people present no longer even had the energy to gasp. They stood there, their faces etched with numbness. From the beginning, learning that the first Hokage and Kakashi had flattened the Valley of the End, while holding back to Fugaka's long-hidden perfect Susanoo, then to the successive revelations of Shisui Uchiha and Madara Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan, followed by the layers of unveiling of the Nine Tails incident. Izanagi's famed death, body switching for extended life. In less than half an hour, explosive news one after another crashed down, leaving everyone dizzy and their nerves nearly numbed. Now hearing Kakashi say there was a fifth point, everyone didn't even have the strength to be shocked. They just felt mentally exhausted, no longer wanting to be surprised. Even Minato Namikaze could only smile, bitterly shook his head with an expression that said, "Go ahead, I'm listening." His disciple had hidden too much, he had grown accustomed to it. Hashirama Senju stared at Kakashi's open palm, his cheeks slightly puffed, as if sulking. He had thought 4 suspicions were already enough, but to have a fifth point made him seem as if he didn't know his old friend well at all. Although the truth seemed to be exactly that. Kakashi looked at the numb expressions on everyone's faces, quite puzzled. What kind of reaction is this? Nothing, Kakashi, please continue. Shikaku Nara spoke first, his tone unnaturally calm. We're listening. After all, one more won't make a difference today. Inoichi Yamanaka nodded and added, even if you said Madara was actually among us, we wouldn't be too surprised. That's right. Choza Akimichi chimed in indistinctly, his mouth still full of grilled meat. Go ahead, we can take it. At worst, Madara actually has multiple bodies, or he can even use wood release or something. We can accept it. Hearing this, Kakashi looked at Chozo Ikimichi, who was stuffing meat into his mouth, and stared, until Chozo felt uneasy. What are you looking at me like that for? I didn't say anything. Chozo Ikimichi, feeling extremely uncomfortable under the stare, instinctively hid the skewer behind his back. I was just making a casual guess. If I'm wrong, you don't have to glare at me like that. It's creepy. Nothing. Kakashi slowly withdrew his gaze. I just think your guess was pretty accurate. Huh. Chozo Ikimichi was taken aback. No way. Did I really hit the mark? Madara really has multiple bodies. Or he really can use would release. His outburst startled the already numb crowd once more, and they all looked up at Kakashi. Hashirama Senju raised an eyebrow and looked at Kakashi. Would release. How could Madara possibly use would release? He's an Uchiha. The Sharingan is powerful, but would release is our Senju clan's. Halfway through his words, Hashirama stopped himself. He couldn't be. Hashirama's face grew even darker. Ahem. Kakashi glanced at him sideways and raised a thumb, his gaze meaningful. When Madara bit you before his death, you didn't really think it was just out of sheer unwillingness, did you? I didn't intend to bring this up, but since we've come this far, let's consider it the fifth piece of evidence. Kakashi slowly withdrew his hand and turned his gaze to Fugaku Uchiha. The ultimate evolution of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan, and the condition to awaken the Rinnegan is the fusion of Uchiha and Senju powers. Am I correct, Lord Uchiha clan leader? Fugaku's throat tightened. He swallowed, dryly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and tried to steady his voice. No. That's right. Kakashi, how do you know the content of the shrine's stone tablet? This is a secret sealed by the Uchiha. Only those with the Mangekyō are qualified to read it. Although you possess the Mangekyō Sharingan, you never had the chance to enter the shrine. I have my own channels. Kakashi shrugged, pulled out the same excuse he used to fool Orochimaru, and repeated it. For generations, the Hatake clan served the warring state's nobles as guards. Those years of wandering among ancient clans made gathering secrets a daily routine. I also stumbled upon it while organizing old scrolls at home when I was a child. This explanation sounded reasonable, and Fugaku Uchiha pondered it for a long time without finding any obvious flaw. Then Kakashi, could you lend me that scroll for a few days? Fugaku Uchiha turned his interest to the scroll Kakashi mentioned. As a descendant of the Uchiha, I also wish to know more about our ancestors. Kakashi had no such scroll, it was all a lie he fabricated. But he was not flustered, he had already thought of a perfect reason to cover up his lie. The convenient scapegoat Danzo was right there in Konoha. It would be a shame not to use him. Then you'll have to ask the third Hokage or Danzo for it. Kakashi spread his hands. After my father died, all the scrolls at home were taken by the village. I haven't seen that scroll since. These words fell, and everyone present instantly understood. Danzo had always been obsessed with collecting rare texts and bloodline secrets from across the ninja world. Whenever any information related to ancient clans leaked from the village, he would 9 times out of 10 take it into the Roots archives under the guise of safekeeping. When White Fang took his own life, many of his belongings were collected by the higher-ups, and it was only natural that they fell into Danzo's hands. With the scroll in Danzo's possession, there was no way Fugaku Uchiha could get it. Fugaku Uchiha had already verified Kakashi's words, so Hashirama Senju naturally had no reason to doubt. So, from that time, Madara had already planned everything. Everything was exactly as it happened, every link seamlessly connected. That's not right. Minato Namikaze was confused again. As the person involved, he had the most authority to speak. When I fought that person, he only had one Mangekyō, and his eyes weren't any different. And what is the Rinnegan? Kakashi explained the Rinnegan again, from the Six Path Sage's original ocular power to its ability to control life and death, universal pull, almighty push, and the strict rule that it could only be awakened by fusing the bloodlines of the 2 clans. Then he gave Chozo Ikimichi another thumbs up. That's why I said Senior Chozo guessed right. Next I'll talk about the 5th point. Now we know that the Rinnegan is the ultimate form of the Mangekyō Sharingan, requiring the power of both Uchiha and Senju to manifest. So the question is, where did the Rinnegan that ambushed the Cloud Envoy come from? Shikaka Nara, as Konoha's strategist, swiftly sorted through all the clues, pieced together a complete logic in an instant, and was the first to voice his conjecture. Since Madara has the ability to switch bodies after decades of hiding, he would certainly not prepare only one vessel. One body bears the Mangekyō, another vessel accommodates the Rinnegan. 2 lines running in parallel, acting separately, naturally resulting in the distinction of one side having the Mangekyō and the other the Rinnegan. Kakashi, what exactly is Madara Uchiha plotting? Stirring up Konoha and inciting the Fire and Lightning countries. He can't be doing it just to start a simple conflict. Minato Namikaze pressed on. I'm not sure about that. Kakashi shook his head, not revealing the truth, and redirected the focus to Fugaku Uchiha. But it's not hard to find out. When the Uchiha clan once again produces an eternal Mangekyō, the deeper text of the Naka Shrine Stone Tablet can be unlocked. Then all of Madara's schemes will come to light. How do you know about the eternal Mangekyō? Fugaku Uchiha involuntarily stepped back, looking at Kakashi as if he were a monster. Everyone's gaze once again converged on Fugaku Uchiha, an invisible pressure bearing down on him. Alright, at this point I have nothing to hide. Fugaku Uchiha sighed and began to recount what he had seen on the stone tablet. As everyone knows, it is already extremely difficult for the Uchiha clan to awaken the Mangekyō. The eternal Mangekyō requires at least 2 Mangekyō. One side must take the other's eyes and transplant them into their own Mangekyō. The cost is too brutal. But there is another prerequisite: both parties must be blood relatives, such as parents or siblings. Currently, there are 2 pairs of Mangekyō within the clan, but Shursui and I are not blood relatives. Even if we transplanted, it would be ineffective. If I remember correctly, Kakashi's Sharingan came from Obito Uchiha. Fugaku paused here, his gaze turning strange as he looked at Kakashi. Obito and Shursui are actually closely related by blood, so there might be a chance of success. Kakashi hadn't expected Fugaku to throw the hot potato directly at him. His instinct was to immediately deny it, declaring that he had never thought of taking eyes to acquire the eternal Mangekyō. But the words were already at his throat. His peripheral vision caught the stares of everyone around him. A blunt denial would only make him seem more suspicious. That's right, Obito and Shursui both belong to the Kagami Uchiha lineage. Kakashi raised his hand to touch his right eye socket. Rather than hiding it, it was better to admit it openly. Theoretically, if Shursui's Mangekyō were transplanted into this eye of mine that came from Obito, there is indeed a chance of successful fusion. Moreover, I am determined to obtain Shursui's eye ability. Even if I can't fuse it into a Mangekyō, I must still keep it under my control. This declaration silenced the room once more. No, I cannot allow you to repeat the mistake Madara made back then. Hashirama Senju's expression darkened. Gaining power by taking the eyes of a fellow clan member. Even if we uncover Madara's plan, we would be no different from him. The first Hokage's words made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, and they quickly chimed in. One after another, they took turns trying to persuade him, earnestly repeating the same arguments over and over. But from beginning to end, Kakashi merely pressed his hand against his right eye, neither refuting nor defending. As time passed, the earnest persuasion gradually turned into awkward silence. Are you all done? Once everyone quieted down, Kakashi finally spoke. What I just talked about was only the external threat. Now let me talk about the internal trouble. The hidden danger lurking within Konoha's walls right under our noses. The tension that had barely eased in the crowd snapped taut once more, bodies instinctively leaning forward, awaiting the revelation. Fugaku Uchiha felt a chill settle in his heart, an inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping over him. Internal strife? What internal threat could there be in Konoha that concerns Shursui and the Uchiha? I'm far from the only one who covets Shursui's eyes. Kakashi's gaze swept past the assembled, pointing subtly in the direction of Konoha. Danzo. Narashikaku gasped the name escaping his lips before he could stop it. Ah, good. It seems Konoha isn't devoid of intelligent minds. Kakashi said, a smile spreading across his face as he began to clap. Then can you guess why I'm so certain Danzo will gouge out Shursui's eyes? Why Danzo? Minato Namikaze was perplexed by the conjecture of Kakashi and Narashikaku. Danzo-senpai has always dedicated himself to protecting Konoha. Even if he feared the Mangekyō's power, would he dare lay a hand on a Konoha Jonin without authorization? If exposed, the third Hokage would never forgive him. Protecting Konoha. Danzo. The third, eh? My dear teacher, what am I supposed to say about you? Kakashi's smile widened, and he gestured with his hand towards the group. Perhaps everyone else is sober, while you alone remain drunk. There's a limit to naivety. Forget the countless times Danzo has overstepped his bounds over the years. Which one of those wasn't a violation? Even when he had Root assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi, he managed to make the whole thing disappear. So what's the death of one Uchiha Shursui? Perhaps he's even secretly pleased Danzo eliminated another unstable factor threatening his rule over Konoha. Danzo also tried to assassinate the third Hokage. This fresh piece of gossip struck the crowd like a hammer, leaving them reeling. Enough, Danzo's sins are too numerous to recount. Let's drop it and get back to the main point. Kakashi turned his gaze to Hashirama Senju and continued. I'm certain Danzo will make a move on Shursui, and the reason is simple. He too has transplanted yourselves, first Hokage-sama. Huh, why aren't any of you surprised? Don't tell me this news has already spread. That shouldn't be. Such explosive information should have caused an uproar, yet everyone remained unervingly calm. They glanced at Hashirama Senju in unison, then simply moved on. Minato Namikaze was about to speak, but fearing another rebuke from his student thought better of it, and kept his mouth shut. Right, Danzo's obsession with Hashirama's cells isn't new. Kakashi cursed under his breath, annoyed that Danzo had been so careless as to let such a secret become common knowledge. It never occurred to him that Danzo's transplantation of the first Hokage's cells, though normally classified intel, paled in comparison to the torrent of earth-shattering revelations that had just been unleashed. Actually, Danzo's transplanting the first Hokage's cells isn't the big deal. The crucial part is that he succeeded. Kakashi paused here, hoping to build suspense, but no one took the bait. Kakashi was so frustrated he nearly yanked up his shirt to reveal the faint, barely visible face pattern on his chest for an impromptu anatomy lesson. The scroll in my clan's possession doesn't record the specific method of synthesis. Fugaku-sama, does your clan's stone tablet mention it? Fugaku Uchiha shook his head hurriedly. Even if it did, he couldn't admit it now. So how did Danzo manage to succeed? Kakashi raised a finger, wiggling it in the air. Therefore I have every reason to suspect that Danzo and Madara have some shady dealings between them. With that, Kakashi fell silent. Everyone present was intelligent, the least of them being clan heads, each with a mind more calculating than the next. Minato Namikaze, the little son, felt his scalp itch as if he were on the verge of growing a brain. That can't be possible. Danzo is after all the second most powerful figure in Konoha. What benefit would he gain from allying with Uchiha Madara to destroy the village? An excellent question. Finally acknowledging the engagement, Kakashi set aside his usual sarcasm. As we all know, Danzo has always harbored a dream of becoming Hokage, correct? Seeing some nod and others shake their heads, Kakashi paid it no mind and continued. Suppose. I'm just saying hypothetically. If I were Danzo, and I had managed to kill the fourth Hokage with the third having retired, Tsunade crippled by her fear of blood, and Orochimaru's reputation ruined by his human experiments. As for Jiraiya, well, no need to even mention him. His mind is consumed with finding the child of prophecy. So the question becomes, who would be the fifth Hokage? Kakashi snapped his fingers, answering his own question. Why, it would be me, of course. Shimura Danzo, the darkness of the shinobi who has toiled and sacrificed for Konoha, willingly becoming a shadow. But man proposes, God disposes. That shameless third Hokage suddenly reappears, and without even a word of consultation rushes off to the Land of Fire's capital to petition the daimyo reclaiming the title of Hokage. How can I tolerate that? Since you've shown me no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. As long as you Hiruzen Sarutobi are dead, the Hokage seat will be within my grasp. But my men are a pack of fools. Not only did they fail to kill Hiruzen Sarutobi's guards, but I also ended up seriously injured. I couldn't kill him, and the old man was still in good health. Who would outlive whom was anyone's guess. So, I was consumed by hatred. That's when I remembered my old friend. I had done him many favors over the years. It was time to call in a debt. To my surprise, this inquiry brought an unexpected windfall. My old friend offered a method for transplanting Hashirama cells exactly as described in the Hatake clan scroll. So, I went to Orochimaru. That man's obsession with Hashirama cells rivals my own. Sure enough, we hit it off immediately. After the transplant using my old friend's cells, I succeeded. But even in success, without a Mangekyō Sharingan to suppress the backlash, the cost was too great. But as far as I knew, no one in the Uchiha clan had awakened the Mangekyō. This worried me greatly. Since I couldn't get quality, I decided to make up for it in quantity. If I transplanted a full set of 3 Tomo Sharingan onto my arm that had Hashirama's cells, the effect should be roughly similar. But the Uchiha clan is cooped up in the village, making it hard to get my hands on them. Just then that fool from the Nara clan presented Hiruzen Sarutobi with a suggestion. It was as if a pillow was offered to me just as I was dozing off. When the time is right, I'll put on a grand show with my old friend to destroy Konoha. The third will be struck down on the spot. Then I'll step forward, unleash my wood release, and drive the old friend away. And then no one will ever challenge my claim to the Hokage title again. Ha ha ha. As expected, everyone kept their heads bowed, lost in thought. In recent years, the Konoha High Command had secretly pushed the Hashirama plan, draining the Senju clan's vitality until their bloodline was on the verge of extinction. This matter was not common knowledge, but those present were old foxes who had navigated Konoha for decades and who had not heard some whisper of it. Coupled with Danzo's overt and covert actions against the Uchiha recently, all the clues formed a perfect, unbroken chain. Danzo was a traitor, a parasite burrowed deep within Konoha's roots. This fact was already sealed beyond dispute. Fugaku Uchiha looked as though he had lost everything. The day he received the third Hokage's recall order, he had held a clan meeting deep into the night, suppressing the voices of opposition with a smile, claiming it was the village finally letting go of its suspicions and an opportunity to ease relations between the Uchiha and Konoha. Kakashi, my condolences. Kakashi spread his hands, signaling his inability to help. The lamb has already been delivered to the tiger's mouth. Given Danzo's reckless nature, your clansmen are likely already dead. News of the deaths from the front lines should arrive in the next couple of days. You can prepare for the funerals in advance. Fugaku Uchiha, overcome with rage, coughed up a mouthful of blood. His figure swayed unsteadily like a roly-poly toy. Kakashi, don't be like this. Minato Namikaze, feeling deep sympathy for Fugaku's plight, couldn't help but speak up at Kakashi's harsh attitude. Speak properly. Teacher, what do you know? Ask him yourself. Haven't I said my piece countless times? Kakashi pointed at the teetering Fugaku Uchiha. If he had listened to me earlier, none of this mess would have happened. Those words were like a blade dipped in ice, piercing straight into Fugaku's deepest pain. Upon hearing this, Fugaku Uchiha was overwhelmed with grief and indignation, spitting up more blood. His knees hit the ground and his fists pounded the floor repeatedly, his face buried in tears. Those were 11 Jonin with 3 Tomo Sharingan. How could he bear to strike? They were all Konoha ninja. The assembled clan heads stood silently watching Fugaku Uchiha weep uncontrollably, with his head bowed to the ground, inevitably feeling a sense of shared sorrow and looming danger. 11 Tomo. Choza Akimichi muttered softly. He felt sympathy for the Uchiha's plight, yet couldn't help but secretly feel relieved. The Akimichi clan's multi-size technique relied on diet and chakra accumulation. It was hardly a rare Kekkei Genkai. No matter how ambitious Danzo was, he had no reason to exterminate the Akimichi for such a secret technique. Inoue Inuzuka turned his head and whispered to Shikaku Nara, who was looking up at the sky with an air of detachment. Fortunately, our three clans only possess secret techniques. The meaning behind these words was obvious. Without a conspicuous Kekkei Genkai, one would not become meat on the High Command's chopping block. The clan heads of the smaller families thought similarly. Without flashy bloodline limits, even if Danzo's ambition was sky-high, he would have no motive to exterminate them entirely. Enough wailing. Kakashi's voice was not loud, but it was like a bucket of cold water poured over Fugaku's head. Kakashi, help me kill Danzo. Fugaku Uchiha gritted his teeth and climbed up, performing a perfect Dajiza before Kakashi. No. To everyone's surprise, Kakashi refused without a second thought, blunt and decisive. Why, oi? Fugaku Uchiha glared at Kakashi with bloodshot eyes. As long as you are willing to act with your flying thunder god, your Sharingan, and the Edo Tensei of the 1st and 4th Hokage, killing Danzo would be nothing for you. A fine look. Kakashi looked down at Fugaku Uchiha, whose eyes wanted to devour people. But why should I help you? You were the one who got your clansmen killed, not me. It was your own refusal to listen. As long as you help me, the Uchiha clan is willing to pledge allegiance to you. Fugaku spoke slowly, each word bitten out through gritted teeth. Everyone's expressions changed simultaneously. Minato Namikaze even instinctively moved to stop him. In the ninja world, pledging allegiance was not a simple act of joining an alliance. It was a hellish shackle where the entire clan's lives, bloodlines, Kekkei Genkai, and wills were packaged and pawned away. Once the contract took effect, the lives and deaths of the entire clan would be in the master's hands, no different from a tamed summoning beast. Impressive. Truly impressive resolve. Kakashi applauded, a hint of amusement in his tone. If you had shown such courage earlier, whether in rebellion or loyalty to Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Uchiha clan would never have fallen to this state. However, I still refuse. You want to ask why again? Kakashi crossed his arms, looking sidelong at Fugaku Uchiha kneeling on the ground. Let me ask, if the 3rd and Danzo were to charge the Uchiha with treason and lead troops to besiege the Uchiha district, who among you would be willing to intervene? Those who are willing, please raise your hands. The crowd looked at each other, silent enough to hear a pin drop. Only Hashirama Senju excitedly raised both hands, his large palms held high above his head, stubbornly trying to protect the Uchiha with whom he had once founded the village. Minato Namikaze thought for a moment and raised one hand. The dead don't count. Kakashi waved his hand, dismissively exercising a veto and directly disqualifying both of them. Then let me ask again, those who would choose to stand aside, raise your hands. Shikaku Nara, Inoue Inuzuka, and Choza Akimichi exchanged glances and slowly raised their hands. With the Ino Shikicho trio moving, the clan heads of the smaller families behind them did not hesitate, raising their hands in succession. Let me rephrase that. Kakashi's voice grew colder. If the 3rd issues an order deeming the Uchiha guilty of intentional treason, commanding a full-scale suppression and execution of the clan, who dares to openly defy the order and refuse to send troops? This time not a single hand was raised. Even Minato Namikaze slowly lowered his hand. As the 4th Hokage, he was responsible for the safety of the entire village. If it truly came to a point requiring total suppression, no matter how much he sympathized with the Uchiha, he would not openly defy the entire village's decision. See this? This is the Uchiha's current situation. Kakashi's gaze swept across the room before landing back on Fugaku's pale face. Enemies everywhere. Looking across all of Konoha, apart from the 1st Hokage, who is already buried, no clan is willing to say a single good word for the Uchiha. You want your entire clan to pledge allegiance to me, but that loyalty would only be endless trouble for me. Kakashi bent down and grabbed Fugaku's arm. The other man seemed as if his soul had been drained, his body as limp as a corpse, allowing himself to be pulled to his feet. Go back and think it over properly. Let's go. Kakashi placed his hand on Fugaku Uchiha's shoulder and activated the Flying Thunder God, appearing instantly in the Uchiha clan's secret chamber. Konoha's greatest clan is not so easy to lead. Leaving that advice behind, Kakashi vanished. The flame of the stone lantern flickered, casting the shadow of the Uchiha fan crest on the wall, stretching long and far. As expected, everyone kept their heads bowed, lost in thought. In recent years, the Konoha High Command had secretly pushed the Hashirama plan, draining the Senju clan's vitality until their bloodline was on the verge of extinction. This matter was not common knowledge, but those present were old foxes who had navigated Konoha for decades and who had not heard some whisper of it. Kakashi returned to the Nara residence to find that the minor clan leaders had already taken their leave. Only the Ino Shikicho trio were present, along with Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, don't you think you were a bit too harsh with Fugaku just now? It was Nara Shikaku who spoke. Can't help it. The Uchiha are all like that. They go haywire the moment they're provoked. Kakashi casually found a seat and grabbed a sake flask, gulping down a large mouthful. The liquid trickled down his chin and into his collar, but he paid it no mind, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Ah, refreshing. Every single one of them has pride etched into their bones, yet their minds are filled with unrealistic naivety. They won't stop until they've hit a brick wall and bled. No amount of advice can change their minds. That's true, but he's in the midst of chaos right now. If you keep twisting the knife in his heart, what if he becomes fixated and actually does something desperate like a fight to the death? Naruto sat across from him, his fingers pressed against his chin. A fight to the death. Kakashi let out a scornful laugh, thumping the flask onto the table. He knows it all too well. But he chooses to deceive himself. Deceiving himself that the village still values the Uchiha, that the third Hokage genuinely wants to mend relations, that as long as he behaves the Uchiha can remain the top clan of Konoha. That's just how he is. He doesn't have a good head on his shoulders. Kakashi tapped his temple with his fingertip. If I go soft now and accept his loyalty as he asks, he'll immediately put all his hopes on me and continue to be a hands-off boss. Then one day when I'm not paying attention or his clan's elders incite him, he'll just go back on his word, fall into the next trap, and I'll have to clean up his mess again. Why should I? Senju Hashirama scratched the back of his head with his large hand, his expression disapproving. The Uchiha and Senju founded the village together. How could it come to this? Maybe I should go talk to him. First, Hokage-sama, please don't make things worse. If you go, all you'll say is everyone should get along, and we're all one big happy family of Konoha. What else can you say? What he needs now is not a mediator, but someone to slap him awake. Akimichi Choza, clutching a large bag of chips and crunching loudly, mumbled indistinctly, but what if he really loses it and decides to fight with his clan? Fight. If he really has that kind of nerve, I'll have his back. Kakashi shrugged and took another sip from the flask. Just wait. It won't be long before he figures it out. Whether to lead his entire clan to destruction or grit his teeth and change his ways. As the clan head, he has to give his people an answer. Naruto wasn't too keen on dwelling on the Uchiha matter. If it weren't for Namikaze Minato's sake, given his aversion to trouble, he wouldn't have brought it up at all. The state of the Uchiha clan had little to do with the village, and even less with the Inoshikacho. So when are you planning to expose Danzo's true nature? That was what Naruto really cared about. Why expose him? Kakashi asked with a look of indifference. But Kakashi is the Hokage, I can't just stand by and watch Danzo drag Konoha into the abyss, Namikaze Minato said slowly. Ah, sensei, so you do remember you're the Hokage. Kakashi, who currently couldn't stand hearing Namikaze Minato speak, immediately turned sarcastic. If you had been a bit more careful back then, and not chosen the most extreme measures, would Konoha have ended up like this? Kakashi, Namikaze Minato tried to speak, but Senju Hashirama pulled him back. Fourth Hokage were already dead. Leave the village's affairs to the younger generation. I believe Kakashi has his own plans. Hashirama placed a large hand on Minato's shoulder, unable to grasp all the intricate scheming, but Kakashi's certainty reminded him of Tobirama from back in the day. Let me be direct, Kakashi. Danzo has controlled Root for so many years, his influence is deeply entrenched. If we follow your plan, the village will inevitably face turmoil. You have solid evidence, yet you don't expose him. What are you waiting for? Expose him. What good would that do? The third Hokage will just brush it off with a single line. Danzo went astray for the sake of the village. Root will continue to exist, and Danzo will keep doing his dirty work in the shadows. In the end, nothing changes. Even if we set aside that possibility, say the third Hokage could harden his heart and execute Danzo. What about Uchiha Madara? Yamanaka and Oichi's expression shifted slightly, and he instinctively turned to look at Shikaku. Akimichi Choza also stopped chewing, the crunching sound abruptly ceasing as he stood frozen, clutching the bag. Shikaku tapped his folding fan lightly against his palm. You mean to? I want Danzo to keep running around. Kakashi put his hands behind his head and asked Namikaze Minato in a nonchalant tone. Sensei, if you wanted to hide, could anyone in the ninja world find you? Of course not. Namikaze Minato answered without hesitation, completely confident in his time-space jutsu. By the same logic, we have no way to find Uchiha Madara, who is determined to stay hidden in the shadows. Kakashi began to lie through his teeth. Madara is too deeply hidden. There's no clue to follow. A venomous snake lurking in the dark is the most lethal. Danzo is the only person we know who is still in contact with Madara. If we rashly strike and eliminate Danzo, it will be infinitely harder to find Madara afterward. Kakashi's explanation was flawless, leading everyone in the room to believe he was playing a long game to catch a big fish. However, the reality was different. Although he now possessed Hashirama's Cell's Flying Thunder God and the Mangekyō Sharingan, allowing him to exchange blows with Nagato and Senju Hashirama. Nagato had only recently gained control of the Rinnegan with just the Deva Path ability, making him at best a half-baked powerhouse. The Senju Hashirama summoned through Impure World Reincarnation had even more obvious flaws. He retained at most 30 to 40% of his living strength, and his would release was severely diminished. A wise general plans for defeat before victory. To avoid repeating the original story where he entrusted his life to others, Kakashi had to prioritize the worst-case scenario. Therefore, everyone still needed time to grow and develop. Maintaining the current situation was clearly the most advantageous for Kakashi. After all, even a false peace was still peace. By leaving Danzo and Madara out there as targets, all conflicts would be centered on them, allowing Kakashi to fish in troubled waters. The banquet ended on a sour note. Kakashi with the two Hokages vanished in an instant, leaving only the Inoshikacho trio. Narashikaku, as the central pillar of the three, propped his chin with one hand while tapping his fingers on the table one by one. Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Chozo waited for him to make a final decision. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Narashikaku lowered his fingers. At any rate, things can't get any worse. Yamanaka and Noichi's brow relaxed, and Akimichi Chozo picked up the chip bag again. Having returned home, Kakashi sent the first and fourth Hokage back into the Kimui dimension. A classic case of burning the bridge after crossing it. Yawning, he burrowed into his blankets, preparing for a solid sleep. After all, he was a severely injured man who needed proper rest to recover. In his drowsy state, Kakashi was jolted awake by a sudden spatial fluctuation. Focusing his senses, he realized the signal originated from Hyuga Hisashi. Does he have any intention of letting people live? Am I really destined for a life of endless toil? Kakashi complained while pulling on his clothes. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in Yuhi Kurenai's office. Kakashi, this is what you asked for. Upon seeing him, Hyuga Hisashi handed over a slip of paper directly. Kakashi glanced at it and casually tucked it into his pocket. I forgot to mention something. The plan has changed. Kakashi rubbed the tip of his nose, feeling slightly awkward. Yu Qing asked me to convey her gratitude for saving her life. She has decided to return to the Cloud Village as soon as the negotiations are concluded. He's not coming to the Hyuga residence. Hyuga Hisashi grew anxious. Yes, he won't be going, Kakashi replied, keeping his head bowed and studying the patterns on the floor. However, there's no need for you to worry. If I cannot persuade your brother, that rigid old traditionalist, I will simply find someone to smuggle Niji out of the Hyuga clan. Yuhi Kurenai suddenly cleared her throat, interrupting Kakashi. If you have something to say, say it. What are you, think about? Kakashi turned his head to glare, but was startled into a jolt, leaping backward a full step. When did you arrive? I have been here the whole time. You were simply unaware. Hyuga Hayashi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Then you heard everything. What do you think? Kakashi's neck felt stiff as if rusted, and he struggled to shift his gaze toward Yuhi Kurenai. She nodded. Kakashi's suspended heart finally gave up, then remembered something else, and quickly turned his head toward Hyuga Hisashi's face. You told him everything? Everything. Hyuga Hisashi nodded. Including the death mark plan. Hyuga Hisashi nodded again. Kakashi let out a few awkward haha laughs, turned his head, and prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God technique to flee. This was far too embarrassing. They were indeed brothers, bone broken, still connected by sinew. It seemed only he was jumping around like a clown while the others watched. Kakashi, my brother has agreed to abolish the caged bird seal for the clan. Kakashi paused, confused. What was this situation now? Curiosity killed the cat, so Kakashi abandoned the idea of using the Flying Thunder God and decided to stay and listen further. I did not agree to abolish it entirely, though I only postponed it until they turned 12. Hyuga Hayashi maintained a poker face. If Niji fails to defeat me, by then the caged bird seal will still be applied. Then what is this about? Kakashi raised the slip of paper and asked cautiously. This contains information about your father. I am about to gouge my eyes out. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi turned their heads in unison. For Byakugan, eyes devoid of visible pupils stared at him, making him incredibly uncomfortable. He gave an awkward dry laugh, raised a hand to scratch his messy silver hair, and cursed himself internally for being so tactless. The slip of paper was intelligence provided by Hisashi. Regardless of how the brothers intended to handle matters, Kakashi had specifically poked at the sore spot, leaving him in a no-win situation. Hyuga Hayashi turned his back on Kakashi. Hyuga Hisashi reached out, grabbed Kakashi's arm, and dragged him into a corner, leaning against the wall to whisper in his ear. You mean that, old man? Kakashi's volume suddenly rose. Should keep it down. Hisashi frantically covered Kakashi's mouth with his hand, quickly glancing at Yuhi Kurenai, whose ears seemed to have perked up like a night elf's. Seeing Kakashi blink and nod repeatedly, he slowly released his grip. Kakashi covered his own mouth and asked in an even softer voice. You mean the clan head is still not behaving himself, and has sired a bastard child outside? Hyuga Hisashi looked thoroughly embarrassed, but nodded helplessly. Family disgrace should not be aired to outsiders. Then should I? Kakashi made a throat-slitting gesture. Hyuga Hisashi said nothing, only offering a bitter smile. No problem, I guarantee he will disappear without a trace. Kakashi understood immediately. And what about this? Glancing back at Hyuga Hayashi, Kakashi poked Hyuga Hisashi with his finger. Nothing, just a bet we made. Hyuga Hisashi smiled. If this succeeds, it is thanks to you. Thanks me for what? Kakashi was puzzled. I didn't do anything. Thanks to that battle of yours. I couldn't even withstand the shockwaves, and this matter has deeply affected my eldest brother. Hyuga Hisashi suddenly lowered his voice even more. Plus my eldest brother's first child was a girl, so. Oh, I see. Kakashi had an epiphany. This must have been the main reason. Good then. It is difficult for an outsider to settle family disputes. As long as you brothers agree, it is fine. Are we done? Hyuga Hayashi sounded somewhat impatient. We should leave. There are many clan matters requiring handling. Hyuga Hizashi patted Kakashi on the shoulder, smiled, and said, thank you, before turning to Hyuga Hayashi. Everything has been arranged, we can go. Hyuga Hayashi let out a cold snort. As he passed Kakashi with an expressionless face, he tapped his other shoulder and whispered softly. Thank you. Kakashi subconsciously touched the shoulder that had been patted, his eyebrow arching high. What is he thanking me for? Did I help him kill that old man of his? Or did I resolve the rift between the brothers? What are you muttering about? Yuhi Kurenai sneaked up quietly. Why didn't you go to the Nara residence for the banquet last night? Kakashi gave an irrelevant answer. Hee. Yuhi Kurenai's face flushed, and she deliberately changed the subject. How did the talks go last night? Kakashi thought for a moment. So much had happened the previous night that he didn't know how to explain it to Yuhi Kurenai. In the end, he summed it up in a concise phrase. The host and guests were both delighted. Yuhi Kurenai eyed Kakashi suspiciously. Remembering Shikaka Nara at the Hokage building that morning with dark circles under his eyes indicating he hadn't slept all night, she wondered. Had they drunk alcohol all night? No way. Yuhi Kurenai felt she had missed out on a huge opportunity. Author's note: thanks to everyone for the support. Having entered the web novel pit half a year ago, my earlier works were rejected so badly, it was unbearable. This book performed slightly better with some readers willing to look at it. Through multiple title tests, I finally found an original title. After 40 days, the cumulative income was only 200. I can barely hold on. If there are still people who wish to read this, please type 1 in the section comments. If 10 people do so, I will continue to finish writing the stories in my head. Consider it powering through for the love of the craft. Outside Konoha village, beside the road leading to the capital of the land of fire, Kakashi lay on a tree branch watching Orochimaru, who was dressed in umbu attire, constantly looking around. Can you be quiet for a moment? Kakashi, is your information reliable? Why have I never heard that the Hyuga have a main house living outside? Don't worry. Kakashi suddenly pointed into the distance. See, here they come. Orochimaru looked in the direction, and indeed saw a carriage at the end of the road. However, the distance was too great. Orochimaru narrowed his vertical pupils into a line, but couldn't make out anything. Let's be clear, I won't attack. Kakashi sat up, leaning against the tree trunk. Of course no one will ever suspect you. Orochimaru said, unconsciously licking the corner of his lips, taking a mask from his bosom and putting it on. Do I look like a root ninja? Next time you impersonate, can you pay more attention? That disguise of yours is fooling no one. This outfit is clearly a size too small. The collar is loose and open. You should at least smear some dirt on your neck. That skin is obviously abnormal. And you'd better wear contact lenses for those vertical pupils. The recognition is too high. Kakashi looked at Orochimaru's disguise, couldn't help rolling his eyes, and shook his long dangling legs while supporting himself with one hand on the tree trunk. He had just accused Danzo of colluding with the enemy and coveting the bloodlines of various clans. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru was about to confirm the crime. Oh, so many flaws. Orochimaru looked himself over with interest. It's been a long time since I disguised myself. Ooh, I almost forgot. The sound of carriage wheels rolling over the road grew clearer. The driver was hunched while inside the carriage sat an elderly man with graying temples, but his Byakugan eyes unmistakably caught Orochimaru's attention. Orochimaru's vertical pupils glowed faintly, and he jumped directly from the tree, swaggering toward the carriage. Halt, who are you? The driver, seeing Orochimaru in umbu gear jumping down from the tree, did not become suspicious. He had spotted the two hiding in the tree from afar. Since they were close to Konoha, it was normal to have patrolling umbu. It was only natural to be questioned. Can't you see? We are people of the Hyuga clan. This is... Cough, cough. A dry cough sounded from the carriage, an aged voice cutting off the driver's words. The former Hyuga clan head, unwilling to reveal his identity, spoke slowly through the curtain in a hushed tone. We are a branch family of the Hyuga living in the capital, traveling in a hurry. We are sorry to have delayed the umbu's mission. Orochimaru did not stop walking, deliberately putting on a cold, businesslike demeanor. He approached slowly, his gaze scanning the driver's open Byakugan, and tilted his head in feigned confusion. Strange. All registered Hyuga clan members of Konoha, from the main family to ordinary branch families, have their appearances and chakra characteristics recorded. I have never seen either of you. Orochimaru took 2 more steps forward, now less than 2 meters from the carriage door, assuming a pose, as if to scrutinize the interior. When Hyuga clan members leave the village for travel, they must submit travel documents to Konoha in advance. Do you two have credentials? The driver's last trace of wariness dissipated. The old clan head had been living in seclusion in the capital for many years. It was only natural that the village's umbu ninja didn't recognize him. The old clan head inside the carriage was also not suspicious, assuming it was a new rule after he left Konoha. He raised his hand to lift a small part of the curtain, revealing half of his wrinkled face. I have been living in the capital for years to recuperate, so my recent travel records are not entered. I am frail and cannot withstand repeated questioning. If the Umbu-sama doesn't believe me, you may send a message to the Hyuga main house to inquire of Hyuga Hayashi. Since you can contact the Hyuga main house, it must be a misunderstanding. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, did not continue to press for document inspection, and instead took half a step back. But the border has been unstable lately. Please step out and let me inspect. Once the procedure is done, I will let you go immediately. The old clan head was very impatient, but being on a desolate road, and the other's request, not being too excessive, refusing stubbornly, would only invite further scrutiny. He sighed, leaning on the driver's support, bent down, and stepped out of the carriage. Orochimaru took the opportunity to quickly move forward, pretending to be polite and offer support, while his vertical pupils under the mask locked onto the old man's eyes. Be careful, old sir. It's my duty, please forgive me. His tone was steady, the standard, businesslike manner of Root Umbu, betraying no abnormality. The old clan head forced a polite smile, and did not refuse Orochimaru's extended hand, just as you would not refuse a hand offered by someone in a police uniform if you fell. The moment Orochimaru's fingertips touched the old man's forearm, a sharp pain shot through the old clan head's arm. He looked down and saw a small white snake's fangs piercing his flesh. In shock, he only managed half a roar before his limbs went limp, his eyelids drooped, and he collapsed rigidly to the ground, losing consciousness. You! The driver, both shocked and enraged, attacked with the gentle fist. Orochimaru's Kusanagi, sword hidden in his sleeve, suddenly thrust out its blade, piercing the driver's chest. Orochimaru slowly pulled out the Kusanagi sword, and the driver's body fell to the ground, soon lifeless. Flicking the blood droplets off the Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru swallowed the sword, crouched down, picked up the old clan head, and made a gesture toward Kakashi. With the body flicker technique causing a breeze, Kakashi landed beside Orochimaru, kicked the driver, who died with eyes wide open, and clicked his tongue twice. I didn't expect you, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, to be capable of such tricks. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Sensing the wind, reading expressions, and striking from the shadows. These are all basic skills of a ninja. How did you graduate from the Ninja Academy? Orochimaru's vertical pupils curved into a mocking arc. I only attended the Ninja Academy for a year in total. Maybe the teacher didn't have time to teach that. Orochimaru opened his mouth, smiling on his face, but cursing in his heart. How could he have forgotten that? The deed is done, we have the person. Shall we go? Kakashi, wait. Orochimaru stopped Kakashi from activating the Flying Thunder God, and threw the old man in his arms to the ground. Orochimaru, what's wrong now? If you're going to act, do it thoroughly. Leaving such a large carriage here is not Root style. Orochimaru began forming hand seals toward the carriage. Fire release, great fireball technique. A ball of flame shot from his mouth, landing on the carriage and igniting a blazing fire. The horse pulling the carriage reared up and began to gallop with the flaming carriage. Can we go now? Wait a moment. Orochimaru watched the carriage until the horse broke the reins, and the carriage crashed to the ground. Then, he smiled with satisfaction. Wind release, great breakthrough. The wooden boards of the carriage were scattered by the gale, and a small piece of wood bearing a corner of the Hyuga clan emblem drifted lightly into a crevice between stones. Kakashi looked at the wood piece, then at the driver's corpse, and after a long moment, he gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely. In the dim underground chamber, the elderly clan leader lay haphazardly on the operating table, while Orochimaru busied himself attaching various tubes to his body. Kakashi, you still have much to learn. You're something else, killing arson and disposing of the evidence all in one go. Do they even teach that at the Ninja Academy? Kakashi leaned against the corner wall, one hand in his pocket, eyeing the operating table with keen interest. The elderly clan leader, deep in snake venom-induced coma, breathed steadily. Orochimaru, pinching a needle with his fingertips, slowly inserted it into the old man's arm vein, chuckling softly. Of course they teach it. The academy only covers simple jutsu. The real skills, assassination, infiltration, are taught in private lessons by Konoha's instructors. As long as you're willing to sign the contract. Contract? Kakashi blinked in disbelief. So the academy does job placement. What did you expect? Where do you think Danzo's men come from? Without looking up, Orochimaru recorded the Byakugan's data. Only gifted ones like you with family and backing can afford to disdain such unorthodox methods. Me? I don't have any backing, Kakashi scoffed. Hatake, don't sell yourself short. There are only a few elite Jonin leaders each year, and most of their students come from prominent clans. Orochimaru turned to Kakashi, a cold smile curling at his lips. Tell me, where do the 100 or so civilian ninja who graduate from the academy each year end up? You don't have to tell me, and I don't want to know. Kakashi dug a large booger from his nose and smeared it on the corner of Orochimaru's lab table. Ha. Orochimaru let out a strange laugh, unbothered, his gaze sweeping over the stain. I didn't expect Hatake to be such a kind-hearted soul. Kind-hearted? Don't make me laugh, Orochimaru. I've killed countless shinobi, and you call me that. Is that so? Orochimaru spat out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, a flash of cold light, and the blade pierced the elderly clan leader's heart. Before Kakashi could react, his hands shot out, fingers hooking into the old man's eye sockets, twisting and pulling. Two bloody Byakugan eyes were ripped out, still attached to fine nerves and blood vessels quivering slightly in his palm. You're insane. Kakashi frowned. In this shinobi world it's kill or be killed, Orochimaru said, gazing obsessively at the bloodied Byakugan in his hands. Stop staring. Wait any longer, and the Byakugan will be useless. I'm not getting you another pair, Kakashi said, suppressing his discomfort. But I am immortal Kakashi. Orochimaru grinned, forming a shadow clone. The original extended two fingers, and without flinching gouged out his own snake-like eyes, two streams of blood tears trickling down his cheeks. The clone took the eyes, crushed them with a squish, splattering fragments across the floor. Then it picked up the Byakugan pair and leaned over Orochimaru's empty sockets to perform the transplant surgery. Oh, going all in are we? Kakashi crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. Organ transplants were second nature to Orochimaru, and eye transplant was a trivial procedure for him. Within minutes, the suturing, nerve reconnection, and chakra flow restoration were executed flawlessly. Orochimaru walked to a mirror and wiped the bloodstains from his eyes. In the mirror, a pair of porcelain-white eyes were embedded in his slender sockets, pale pupils against cold serpentine features creating an eerie, intensified effect. You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, Kakashi laughed, shoulders shaking. Hey Orochimaru, do Hyuga eyes ever look like yours? Maybe you need another eye socket surgery. Kakashi, is this how it should be? Orochimaru turned his head side to side against the mirror, his long sockets gradually widening, the eye shape slowly shifting toward the softer, rounder contours of the Hyuga clan. Kakashi laughed harder, nearly doubling over. The Hyuga are elegant and refined, but you look like a viper wearing Byakugan, a real mess of mismatched features. Orochimaru cackled softly, no longer bothering with the sockets. Obsessed with achieving immortality, he cared little for the aesthetics of his vessel. Channeling chakra to activate his eyes, the world before him lost all color, transforming into a layered black and white phantom. Walls turned translucent, revealing birds in the forest and lurking serpents on watch. A 360-degree spherical field of vision unfolded, rendering even the blind spots behind him with perfect clarity. Turning to look at Kakashi, flesh and bone became translucent phantoms, the blue veins beneath the skin as clear as an open map. The Byakugan. Orochimaru touched his sockets, feeling the perfect alignment of nerves and eyes, his admiration unmistakable. They truly are useful. Useful indeed, but tell me, when do you plan to defect? Kakashi stopped laughing, meeting Orochimaru's pale eyes, feeling nothing but unease. In a few days. There are still matters I need to attend to, Orochimaru replied, casually, still scanning around, savoring the new vision the Byakugan provided. All right, but hurry. And don't let anyone notice your eyes. Kakashi waved a hand. I'll take off now. Contact me if anything comes up. Bye. Orochimaru watched Kakashi disappear, then walked slowly to the operating table, biting his fingertip and smearing blood on his palm. Manda. Boom. The colossal serpent coiled in the basement, its scales scraping against the concrete walls with a harsh screech. Orochimaru, what do you summon me for this time? Manda's voice shook dust from the ceiling. You still owe me living sacrifices from last time. Orochimaru tilted his chin toward the elderly clan leader on the table. Eat him. Manda's slit pupils gleamed. A massive tongue coiled around the old man's body, with faint cracks of bone and tearing flesh. Within moments the table was empty, not a drop of blood left behind. Manda let out a satisfied hiss, its belly scales bulging slightly. This old one's meat is too tough, it complained, tongue flicking. Get me something younger next time. Orochimaru said nothing, simply forming hand signs to dismiss Manda's massive form. The basement returned to its original state, the instruments hummed on as if nothing had ever happened. Defect? He murmured, repeating the question. Kakashi had left him with his pale eyes rotating slowly in their elongated sockets. It's time to leave. If he stayed any longer, that old fox Danzo would eventually catch wind of something. Orochimaru turned to the lab bench, carefully storing the notebook with Byakugan data, then dumping all test tubes and needles stained with Hyuga blood into an acid bath. With a hissing corrosion, all evidence dissolved without a trace. But before I go, I should grab a few more things. The disappearance of the Hyuga elders sank into the lakebed as silently as a stone. On the surface it stirred no great waves in Konoha, yet beneath currents churned. At the Hokage's office. That is all the intelligence extracted from the brain examination of the soul corpse found at the scene. Yamanaka Inoichi closed the intelligence dossier in his hands, set it respectfully upon the desk, and lowered his head, betraying no excess emotion. Hyuga Hayashi's face was ashen. Across from him, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his pipe and took puff after puff. Inoichi, what do you make of this? Judging from the deceased's fragmented memories, the culprit wore standard ANBU attire and a white mask, and their modus operandi matches that of regular ANBU patrol units. Yamanaka Inoichi paused, lowering his voice further. But I have already checked the duty logs of all active ANBU members for that day. Everyone has a solid alibi, and no one was absent from their post. So, it was most likely the work of Root. Root, was it? The third Hokage slowly exhaled a plume of smoke which dispersed between them like an invisible wall. Lord Third, Hyuga Hayashi finally spoke. My uncle is advanced in years and resides in the capital year-round. Even the Hyuga main house rarely hears from him. Why would Root target a reclusive elder who seeks no conflict with the world? The words were half truth, half pretense. The elder had indeed withdrawn from clan affairs, yet even as Hayashi spoke them the phrase, seeks no conflict, felt hollow on his own tongue. The third took a few more puffs of his pipe, offering no reply. He knew Danzo all too well. That old man had long coveted the Hyuga Byakugan, and not for just a day or two. If he intended to seize a Byakugan, he would have gone after the main house's direct bloodline. Greedy as Danzo might be, he would not stoop to targeting an elderly branch family member marked with the caged bird seal. Moreover, Hyuga Hayashi's reaction was far too peculiar. When his own uncle vanished without a trace at the village gates, shouldn't he have led the clan's elite to the Hokage's building demanding answers? Though Hayashi's expression was grim, he never once uttered words like grand search or full clan mobilization. Instead, he was restrained at every turn, as if he feared the matter growing too large. The third Hokage sneered inwardly. The waters of the Hyuga clan ran deep indeed. Hayashi, the third finally said. What do you intend to do? Hyuga Hayashi's spine stiffened. What to do? If he knew the answer, he wouldn't be sitting here racking his mind. If he launched a full-scale investigation, the elder's affair would inevitably come to light, shaming centuries of the Hyuga main house's honor. If he let it fade into nothing, it would be tacitly admitting that Root could plunder Hyuga members at will. From then on, every clansman would live in fear, and his seat as clan head would hardly remain secure. Damn you, Kakashi. Why deliberately leave such a glaring flaw roasting him over the fire? With my uncle's disappearance, I am of course frantic with worry. Hayashi weighed his words, carefully measuring each one. Only my uncle has always been frail and has lived in seclusion for years. I fear he cannot withstand the shock. I humbly ask Lord Third to take charge, but investigate in secret. Do not make a public stir lest it cost my uncle his life. Investigate in secret. 4 words that compress the matter to the smallest possible scale. The third Hokage gave him a long measured look, but did not call him out. Very well. He nodded slowly. I'll have Inoichi lead a covert investigation into Root's recent movements. On your end, keep a close watch within the clan, and report any developments promptly. Yes. Hayashi bowed in acknowledgement. At this point nothing more needed to be said. Hyuga Hayashi withdrew from the office, the wooden door creaking shut, sealing 2 worlds apart. Silence settled over the office once more. The third Hokage smoked without moving, a long column of ash building on his pipe, before crumbling onto the dossier. Inoichi. He spoke abruptly. Besides Root, quietly look into Kakashi's recent whereabouts as well. Lord Third. Yamanaka Inoichi was taken aback and blurted out a reflexive question. But isn't Kakashi? Go and do it. The third cut him off, his tone leaving no room for argument. Yes. Yamanaka Inoichi bowed and withdrew, the door closing again. The vast office was left with only Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage rose and walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at Konoha's scattered rooftops. Rinnegan. Mangekyō. Byakugan. 3 names, 3 of the shinobi world's most supreme dojutsu weighed upon his heart, like 3 immense boulders. A storm was brewing. He had led Konoha for half a lifetime, weathered 2 great ninja wars. What storms hadn't he seen? He had thought that in his twilight years he could guard the village in peace, yet the situation had only grown more perilous. Everyone harbors secrets, everyone schemes. He sighed, pressing his palm against the glass, feeling the faint warmth of the village's everyday life below. If only I were 10 years younger. In his youth, how spirited he had been. The name Professor of Ninjutsu resounding across the ninja world. Now his body aged, his chakra waned year by year, and his vigor was far from what it once was. Many matters could no longer be met head-on, he could only maneuver around them. Danzo is still useful, he murmured. Root was Konoha's shadow, the dagger hidden behind the light. Greedy and insatiable as Danzo was, as long as that blade remained in hand, it could do many of Konoha's dirty work. Especially in times like these when undercurrents ran deep, cutting off an arm would be far too costly. Sarutobi Hiruzen averted his gaze, picked up his pipe from the desk, and let the flame lick the tobacco as wisps of white smoke rose once more. Yamanaka Inoichi investigated for several days, but naturally found nothing at all. On Root's side, Danzo adamantly insisted he knew nothing, even turning the accusation around, claiming someone had deliberately framed Root. His stance was unyielding, and after all the investigating, no solid evidence emerged. As for Kakashi, in the report Yamanaka Inoichi submitted to the third, Kakashi rarely even left his home. Too flawless to find a single fault. No complaint, no investigation. Since Hyuga Hayashi himself didn't press the matter, the third was happy to play ignorant. The matter was quickly suppressed, and Konoha's streets bustled as before, as if nothing had ever happened. Beneath the calm surface, undercurrents had long gathered into rivers. And in a corner, no one noticed, Danzo clutched a secret report, his single eye seething with towering rage. He knew perfectly well he hadn't ordered it, yet every trace pointed plainly at Root. Someone was deliberately slinging mud at him. Who? Danzo ground his teeth, crumpling the secret report into a wrinkled ball. On the other side of Konoha, Kakashi lounged in a rattan recliner, soaking up the sun, a gourd of sake in hand, and a new volume of Jiraiya's Makeout Paradise spread open on his lap. He truly had nothing to do now. Eating and sleeping were the extent of his days. All the groundwork had already been laid. To maintain his cover as a severely wounded cripple, he stayed home all day, eating, then sleeping, then eating, nearly bored out of his mind. What nonsense is Jiraiya writing? Kakashi snapped the book shut with a smack and tossed it onto the stone table beside him, thoroughly unimpressed. The romance passages within were hollow through and through. The same stale clichés churned over and over with not a shred of detail that could withstand scrutiny. But then again, how could a story from Jiraiya, that old virgin, capture any of the real intricacies? This world's entertainment is far too dull. That's the level that sells like hotcakes, becoming a Shinobi World bestseller. He stroked his chin, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Maybe I should write one myself. As soon as the thought emerged, the previously listless Kakashi perked up, propping himself upright by the armrest. Jiraiya's formulaic tales of a wandering hero encountering a beautiful woman had long been overused. If he was to write, it had to be something different. The daily life of Anbu, walking on the edge of a blade, a kunoichi burdened by the shackles of her bloodline, the bond forged in life and death, missions, the unspoken feelings hidden beneath masks. Weaving together the cruelty and tenderness of the shinobi world, how could it not surpass the fantasies of an old virgin? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. It would not only pass the time, but also solidify his worthless persona under the guise of having no ambition. The third Hokage and Danzo would only think he was disheartened and unmotivated after his severe injury. Who knows, he might even make a fortune from the new book and knock Jiraiya off the top spot. The thought alone was amusing. Kakashi immediately stood up, dashed into the room, rummaged through boxes and cabinets to find a thick stack of blank paper, brush, and ink. Carrying the items back to the courtyard, he sat cross-legged at the stone table and spread out the scroll. The tip of the brush, fully soaked in ink, hovered over the paper. Thousands of thoughts raced through his mind, and he even had a title ready. Let's call it Intimate Strategy. Just in time to ride on Jiraiya's popularity. He chuckled softly, the brush tip descended, and the ink slowly bloomed on the paper. Brilliant scenes from before his transmigration flooded into his mind. Too lazy to devise a plot, Kakashi directly adapted the timeless classic Jinping Mei. He merely changed the setting to the decadent nobility of the shinobi world, and the plot fit seamlessly. As the saying goes, having read 10,000 volumes, one writes, as if possessed by a spirit. Kakashi wrote until the sky darkened. He had intended to continue by lamplight, but unexpectedly someone activated the Flying Thunder God seal. Looking at the novel where he had just laid out the framework of the shinobi nobility's extravagance, and was detailing the tense scene of a ninja infiltrating a banquet, Kakashi, reluctantly, put down his brush. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi appeared within the multi-layered Jinjutsu barrier surrounding Naruto's small house. You're here. Yuhi Shinku pointed forward as he saw Kakashi's sudden appearance. How did you know he would come to seize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Kakashi did not answer immediately. Following the direction of the finger, he swept his gaze over the shadowy area 100 meters to the left. Orochimaru, in his signature loose gray-purple robe, was stealthily observing the situation. His outfit was so distinctive that it could be recognized from 800 meters away. Is everything ready? Look, isn't he right there? Kakashi looked again. In the distance stood a figure silently, wearing a red cloud-patterned black coat, with an orange spiral mask on his face. An opening revealed his right eye, a Mangekyō Sharingan gleaming with piercing red light in the dark night. You have to admit, Fugaku looks quite fitting in that outfit. Kakashi, I'm not criticizing you, but with your Flying Thunder God, couldn't you just teleport straight into the house and grab Naruto? Yuhi Shinku frowned, deeply unable to resist complaining. If nothing else, you could summon the fourth Hokage via impure world reincarnation. Why go through all this trouble? Isn't that just overkill, completely unnecessary? You don't understand. Kakashi made a silent gesture towards Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku received the signal, adjusted his mask, and strode forward, charging towards the small house. Who's there? Stop! As Uchiha Fugaku was halfway there, two Konoha Anbu, wearing animal masks, leaped down from the roofs on either side of the small house, shouting sternly to halt him. While shouting, their hands were not idle. They completed their hand seals almost simultaneously. Earth release, earth corridor. Lightning release, four-pillar binding. With the techniques activated, the ground sank into a circular pit, surrounded by a ring of iron and stone walls. Four pillars wrapped in electric light burst from the earth, enclosing the area and sealing off all escape routes. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes churned with malice. The battle reports he had received over the past days flooded through his mind relentlessly. All the intelligence secretly passed by Kakashi had proven true. 13 Uchiha clan members had been killed, most of their bodies never found, uniformly recorded as missing in action. If not for Kakashi's repeated strict warnings beforehand that he could vent his anger, but absolutely must not harm any Konoha ninja's life. Forcing down his overwhelming rage, Fugaku's Mangekyō spun rapidly. An armored warrior rose from the ground. a 30-meter-tall chakra giant standing tall, its right hand gripping a broad-bladed tachi. A thunderous crash. The two combined A&BU jutsu were directly withstood by the Susanoo. What kind of monster is that? A remaining A&BU on the roof exclaimed in panic, hastily sending out a distress signal. Inside the armor, Uchiha Fugaku's hatred nearly overwhelmed his reason. If he swung the Susanoo's tachi, those two A&BU would be gravely wounded in an instant. But he could not break the rules set by Kakashi. If this act was ruined, Kakashi had said he would personally eliminate the Uchiha clan. Fugaku charged forward amid the dust cloud raised by the Susanoo, constantly slashing his long sword at the ground to create noise. Despite having overwhelming power, he held back on every move. The recently repaired and rebuilt wooden houses could not withstand the shockwaves from the Susanoo's tremors. One by one, the houses collapsed. The sleeping civilians inside were awakened. Villagers half-dressed, without even time to put on coats, stumbled out of the collapsing houses, clutching their families and fleeing desperately into the distance. Yuhi Shinku looked at the devastation before him, pointing at the fleeing villagers and the collapsed houses. Kakashi, what exactly are you trying to achieve with such a huge commotion? Kakashi glanced at Orochimaru, who had stealthily slipped into the small house and soon emerged carrying a swaddled bundle. Nothing much. I just feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen's life is too comfortable. I want to stir up some fun for him. Fun? Just to satisfy your twisted taste. What about these innocent villagers? Yuhi Shinku was nearly losing his mind. He pointed at the crying, panicking villagers fleeing in all directions and shouted, "Why are you so anxious? Fugaku has restraint. Take a good look. Aside from their houses collapsing and some property damage, are there any casualties?" Not far away, Fugaku swung his sword horizontally, sending a massive blade wind that kicked up clouds of dust. The last two nearby small houses collapsed with a crash, their occupants already long gone. I'm giving them a live combat drill, so that when something similar really happens, they won't be like dumb geese, not knowing where to hide. A drill, eh? Yuhi Shinku stared dumbfounded at Kakashi's flapping lips, wondering how a mouth at body temperature could utter such cold words. Oh, finally here. Slow as ever. Shiri Jinhong looked up to see Yuanfei risen, fully equipped, holding the Rui golden cudgel transformed from the Inma, leaping across rooftops, followed by a vast contingent of reinforcements. Who are you and why attack Konoha? Yuanfei Risen's voice arrived before he did. According to the prearranged plan, once the third Hokage arrived with his team, Uchiha Fuyue was to immediately withdraw his strength and retreat. Uchiha Fuyue's gaze pierced through the mask, locking directly onto Yuanfei Risen. The horrific news of the massacre of 13 clansmen repeatedly battered his nerves. Danzo had slaughtered the Uchiha, and the Hokage feigned ignorance. With his enemy now so close, all plans and warnings were momentarily consumed by rage. The 30-meter-tall armored giant's arms tensed, and the great sword howled through the wind as it descended upon Yuanfei Risen. Yuanfei Risen's pupils contracted sharply, never expecting his opponent to disregard honor, striking without even a word of negotiation. Unable to dodge in midair, the aged body gritted its teeth and raised the Rui golden cudgel horizontally above the head to block the strike. Clang! The explosive clash of metal reverberated through the entire district, the piercing sound causing eardrums to ache. The terrifying force surged down the cudgel, sending Yuanfei Risen plummeting to the ground like a broken kite. Boom! Dust exploded skyward. Yuanfei Risen's lower legs were half buried in the earth, his arms trembling violently, the tiger's mouth numbed. Even with the Inma's adamantine body to absorb the impact, a bitter sweetness surged into his throat. The ninjas who had rushed from behind gasped in shock and prepared to strike the Susanoo simultaneously. Don't move. Yuanfei Risen suppressed the churning chi and blood in his body, raised his hand to halt them, his gaze fixed on the orange vortex, mask, his heart filled with doubt and uncertainty. This attire, this mask, and the Mangekyō. Shiri Jinhong, standing by the barrier, turned pale. He abruptly turned to look at Kakashi. Damn, Fuyue has lost control. He forgot the retreat agreement. If he keeps fighting, he'll expose his identity. It's fine, let him vent, Kakashi shrugged, lowering his head and focusing on trimming his nails with a small knife. Besides, it's just a shadow clone. What identity could it expose? It'll also wake the third Hokage from his delusion of being the greatest power in the world. What's the point of calling him the strongest Hokage? A bunch of people playing house behind closed doors. Why not have a real fight with real weapons? You said that was a shadow clone, eh? Shiri Jinhong laughed and cried, pointing at the Susanoo like a fool. Such a big deal, why didn't you tell me in advance? I was worried for nothing. You never asked. Kakashi rolled his eyes. How could this be blamed on him? I didn't ask, so you couldn't have told me it. What's with your attitude? I'm your future father-in-law after all. What attitude? If it weren't for Kurenai, I wouldn't have bothered to bring you here to watch the show today. Yeah. As the two bickered, Yuanfei Risen struggled out of the deep pit, steadied himself with the golden cudgel, and pointed at Uchiha Fuyue, demanding, "Who exactly are you? Was the Ninetales incident you're doing?" Puff. In response to Yuanfei Risen, a burst of white smoke appeared. The sapphire Susanoo dissolved inch by inch along with the Uchiha Fuyue clone, wearing the Akatsuki, cloak, and vortex mask, all dissipating into white mist leaving nothing behind. That was a shadow clone. The assembled ninjas looked at each other murmuring in astonishment. No one could have imagined that the formidable enemy who had driven the third Hokage into the ground was merely a clone. Yuanfei Risen staggered to his feet frowning as he surveyed the wrecked street, his gaze wandering aimlessly over the damaged houses, inadvertently meeting the wide-open wooden window of Naruto's small house. In that single glance, every hair on Yuanfei Risen's body stood on end, his blood seeming to freeze. The Rui golden cudgel slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. He powered, his legs leaped, and crashed through the window frame into the house. The entire room was empty, not even the caretaker who usually looked after Naruto was in sight. The Ninetales Jinchuriki is gone. Everyone search separately. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but bring Naruto back. Extreme panic mixed with rage surged to his head. Yuanfei Risen rushed to the window and roared upward. In an instant, a large number of ninjas responded and lights flickered on across Konoha. The show's over. I'm leaving first. Kakashi stretched lazily and slowly put away his small knife. All right, take down the barrier here. It's no longer needed. As if you need to tell me. Shiri Jinhong retorted, irritably frowning in the direction Orochimaru had gone. Do you really trust Orochimaru? Not worried about Naruto's safety. He's still the 4th child. I trust him about as far as I can throw him. Then why did you let him take him? Shiri Jinhong's voice suddenly rose. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Running on 2 legs can't be faster than flying. Kakashi's eyelids drooped and a smirk curled beneath his mask. When the Susanoo vanished, Orochimaru had already slipped out of the village amidst the chaos. The Byakugan of the Hyuga main house was incredibly useful, allowing him to avoid every hidden sentry with ease. Like a wandering ghost, Orochimaru effortlessly broke through Konoha's layers of security. The moment he stepped out of the last alert perimeter of Konoha, Orochimaru's forked tongue frequently licked his cold lips, and uncontainable glee roiled in his eyes. It was all too smooth. Farewell, sensei. Orochimaru took one last look at Konoha, removed the headband from his head, tossed it into the grass, and lingered no more. In his fury, Yuanfei Risen would surely dispatch a large number of sensory ninjas to search outward from the village. Every moment of delay increased the risk of exposure. His leg muscles tensed and his feet alternated with astonishing speed, nearly forming afterimages as he sprinted toward the border without looking back. There lay his meticulously prepared secret base. Pant. Pant. After a night of long-distance travel, the underground base was finally within sight. Orochimaru glanced at the sleeping Naruto wrapped in a swaddling cloth and quickened his pace. After a series of intricate seal cancellations, Orochimaru finally entered the base. He placed Naruto on the experimental table, emitting a strange cackle. Kakashi, I'm taking the reincarnation of Ajuro away. Thank you for telling me this news. Haha. So this is Naruto? I've never seen him this close before. Kakashi pressed his face close to the swaddling cloth, carefully examining the sleeping Uzumaki Naruto. A sharp cackle abruptly choked in his throat, stuck halfway, his neck jerking spasmodically like a goose caught by the neck, emitting a series of strange honks. Kakashi, why are you here? The subterranean base was illuminated by the eerie glow of fluorescent cold light, casting a greenish pallor over Orochimaru's pale face, making him resemble a zombie freshly crawled from a grave. Kakashi, why do you cling to me like a stubborn patch of plaster? Orochimaru gritted his teeth. He prided himself on his secret route, having scoured every possible trace of pursuit with his Byakugan, a 360-degree sweep, leaving no blind spot, utterly convinced no one could have followed. Did you leave a flying thunder god mark on me? Orochimaru instinctively touched his sleeve, then shook his head. No, impossible. I checked thoroughly before departure. His gaze slowly shifted to the swaddling cloth in Kakashi's arms. When did you brand him? How did the third and Danzo let you near the Ninetales Jinchuriki? And what is your purpose in following me? To take the brat back. Purpose? Kakashi strolled forward leisurely. Someone was worried you wouldn't take good care of the little junior brother, so I specially sent 2 people over. Orochimaru's mood soured at the mention of more people. He scanned the room, but found nothing unusual. Then where are they, oi? Look at you so impatient. Kakashi's smile remained unchanged. He placed Naruto back on the table and pressed both palms against the cold stone floor. The ground trembled as 2 coffins rose slowly from the fissures beneath. Here they come. Impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru closed his eyes in despair. He didn't even need to guess who Kakashi had summoned. No sooner had the coffins steadied than the scorching, blazing chakra of the Nine Tails shattered the lid. A fiery red figure leaped out, seized the swaddled bundle from the experimental table, and cradled the sleeping Naruto protectively in his arms. Minato Namikaze looked down at the peacefully sleeping child, sighed in relief, then raised his eyes to meet the ashen-faced Orochimaru and greeted him. Orochimaru-senpai, long time no see. Orochimaru paid no heed to the radiant sun, his Byakugan glaring so fiercely it seemed to bleed, as if he wished to devour Kakashi alive. Huh. Ta. Ku. Ka. Ka. Sure. He spat out the names syllable by syllable through clenched teeth, a venomous aura emanating. The sleeping Naruto, as if startled, let out a loud wail. Kushina Uzumaki's brows arched sharply as she roared at Minato Namake's. He scared the child? All right. This was the gentlest Kushina had spoken to him since being reincarnated by Kakashi, even if her voice was a bit loud. Flattered, Minato Namake's turned to look at the man he called Orochimaru-senpai, the smile vanishing from his face, his eyes turning hostile. Orochimaru glanced around several times, his tense back gradually slumping, the malice leaking out like air from a punctured balloon, vanishing completely. 2 flying Thunder God users, and a former Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He had no sure victory against any single one, and if all 3 attacked. Orochimaru did not wish to die, so he wisely chose to retreat to a corner to sulk. Master's wife, I'll leave little junior brother to you. You two stay here for now. Kakashi discreetly pointed at Orochimaru. Your identities are not suitable for appearing in the shinobi world. I still have matters to handle in Konoha. If you need anything, just tell him. I've already settled it with Orochimaru. Hey Orochimaru, am I right? Orochimaru's narrow eyes widened in disbelief. When had we ever agreed on this? And what does stay here mean? Are you really treating me as your free babysitter? Kakashi is right. Orochimaru choked back his anger, wanting to lash out, but daring not. He reluctantly ground his molars, forcing a smile uglier than tears. Fourth, you two settle in here comfortably. Stay as long as you like. Then many thanks. Minato Namake's thanked him and scurried off to look after the child. Orochimaru glared fiercely at Kakashi and spat a harsh remark. Kakashi, just you wait. I'll settle this score someday. Of course he did not utter this aloud, but silently recorded it in his mental ledger. Kakashi, however, remained indifferent. Orochimaru's grudge meant nothing to him. Besides, he had plenty of ways to manipulate Orochimaru. A bit of explosive information would turn him into a hooked fish. Kakashi wandered around Orochimaru's base for a while, poking and prodding until he felt his presence there was entirely superfluous. Kushina and Minato had eyes only for the tiny bundle in the swaddling, while Orochimaru had long since vanished into some corner to lick his wounds, not a shadow in sight. With a soft shoo, the utterly bored Kakashi vanished from Orochimaru's new base and returned to Konoha. The moment he arrived, the flying Thunder God marks went haywire, flaring up one after another. This one was from Hyuga Hizashi. That one was from Narashikaku. What was Sarutobi Shinku up to now? They had just parted ways, and he was already acting like a zombie fresh from the grave. And here it comes again. Couldn't take it already. Scenes of foreign invasion would appear every few days from now on. Uchiha Fugaku would surely be delighted. Kakashi immediately revoked everyone's spatial access. The world fell silent. He strolled slowly back to his desk, looked at the paper and pen before him, and a lecherous smile curled beneath his mask. Tremble, shinobi world. Welcome your king. However, Kakashi clearly underestimated the complexity of the matter. After stirring up a hornet's nest, he thought he could simply retreat to his home and play dead, but Narashikaku was the first to refuse. Under the guise of a search, Shikaku forcibly knocked on the door of the Hatake residence. He led his men straight into the house, his gaze locking onto the manuscript paper beside Kakashi's hand. Search inside. Yes, sir. Several Konoha ninjas responded and dispersed, beginning to ransack the place. Scrolls from the bookshelf were thrown all over the floor, tatami mats were pried up, and even the vases on the windowsill were upended and inspected. Be thorough, don't miss any corner. Yes, sir. The ninjas immediately responded, their movements growing rougher. Narashikaku stood with arms folded in the center of the hall, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic room while he loudly explained to Kakashi in a tone that betrayed no abnormality. Something was stolen from the village. The third Hokage gave a strict order for a routine house-to-house search with no exceptions. After finishing the official speech, Narashikaku moved his lips and silently mouthed a question to Kakashi. What the hell are you up to? Kakashi leaned against the table, his peripheral vision catching a ninja who had reached a stone brick in the corner, his fingers already pressing the mechanism. The entrance to the underground secret chamber was about to swing open. Deliberately feigning nervousness, Kakashi reached out to block the ninja about to step into the chamber. Wait. This underground compartment contains only the old belongings and journals left by my father Hatake Shigeki, all private items. You cannot enter. As he stepped forward to intervene, he hid one hand behind his back, raising 4 fingers and gently waving them. Narashikaku paused for a moment, then quickly regained his stern expression, replying sharply to Kakashi's obstruction. There are no exceptions in the face of rules. Search. No leniency in the investigation. Every single corner must be examined. He turned to the short-haired Chunin beside him and spoke loudly. Mitsui, carefully inspect all paper documents. Unroll every scroll and check them all. Don't miss a single clue. Yes, sir. All the ninjas responded in unison, their voices in perfect sync. The ninja named Mitsui immediately grabbed the manuscript paper from the table, spread it out, and scanned it at lightning speed, his ears turning red at a visible rate, the flush spreading down to his neck. A passing ninja, curious side glanced, catching only a few lines of text, and immediately lost his composure, his face blushing red like a ripe persimmon, yet his eyes refused to look away. Shikaka noticed this, his temples twitching, and he let out a heavy cough. Mitsui, focus on the search. What are you distracted by? Mitsui snapped back to attention, his head bowed low as he stammered. I'm sorry, Lord Shikaku. I'll continue checking the scrolls. But his hands, disobedient, neatly folded the manuscript paper, and when no one was watching he slipped it into his pocket, then pretended to flip through the scrolls. Before long, all the ninjas returned one by one, reporting that no suspicious clues were found in the house. Kakashi found it secretly amusing. How foolish would he have to be to hide something incriminating at home? Wasn't Orochimaru's underground lair far more suitable? Still, he had to put on a show of anger. Kakashi cradled the wooden memorial tablet of Hatake Shigeki, running his fingers over the engraved name, his eyes reddening, yet unable to squeeze out a single tear. Father, you and I lived on the edge of a blade, spilling blood and risking our lives without ever hesitating. But look, you died young and now I am a cripple. We 2 generations offered our true hearts to Konoha only to end up being baselessly suspected like this. It is truly disheartening. Kakashi wailed loudly while secretly pinching his thigh hard, the pain bringing tears to his eyes. Paired with his contorted expression, it stirred a sense of guilt among the ninjas conducting the search. Narashikaku's face was taut, fully aware that Kakashi was 7 parts acting and 3 parts making a fuss. But since he had invoked Hatake Shigeki, he had the moral high ground, and Shikaku couldn't refute him forcefully. Kakashi, the routine search was ordered by the 3rd Hokage, not intentionally targeting you. Narashikaku thought, MMP, I almost believed him if I weren't also in the know. He forced a concerned smile and reached out to comfort him. This disturbance today is truly unavoidable. Secretly, Narashikaku leaned close to Kakashi's ear and whispered softly. Stop acting. That's enough. Don't strain yourself. Kakashi wiped his eyes, which had no tears, and said to Narashikaku, I just feel distressed seeing my father's belongings strewn about carelessly. Narashikaku, seeing that Kakashi was incorrigible, looked up at the ceiling and signaled to his subordinates. Everyone withdraw immediately. Do not touch any items in the house. The ninjas responded in unison, ceased their actions, and filed out. Narashikaku walked at the front with an arrogant stride, while Mitsui lingered at the end of the line, keeping his head down the entire time, terrified that the book manuscript in his pocket would be exposed. Once the door closed, Kakashi set Tsukumo's memorial tablet back on the altar. Looking at the messy room, he had no desire to tidy up. He knew Yui Kurenai would handle it when she came tomorrow. He slowly sat down at the table, ready to continue his writing endeavor, and was instantly dumbfounded. The table was completely empty. Where was the manuscript? Kakashi let out a howl. Damnation! Which shameless thief stole it? Aren't you afraid of getting a sty? Beyond the courtyard wall, the retreating ninja heard the heart-wrenching wails from within the house, all assuming Kakashi was venting his frustration over the injustice he had suffered today. The young genin walking at the edge of the group wore a face full of guilt as he spoke in a low voice. Honestly, I feel really bad about this right now. Tell me about it. Another chunin who often accompanied Umbu on missions nodded repeatedly. Anyone in his shoes working their hardest for the village and then being treated with such suspicion would be hurt. Bottom line, the higher-ups are way too paranoid. A straight-talking chunin couldn't help but grumble. If they had solid evidence, fine, but they didn't find a single lead. They barged in purely on speculation. The Hatake family gave their flesh and blood to protect Konoha for generations, and they can't even get that much trust. I'd be disillusioned too if I were him. Keep your voice down. Orders are orders. We're just following orders, we don't have a say in it. Someone quickly tugged at the man's sleeve, signaling him to lower his voice. But between us, what happened today truly did Kakashi wrong. Narashikaku overheard every bit of the chatter behind him, but didn't look back. His eyes were practically rolling so hard, he could have activated the Byakugan, barely suppressing a laugh. You pitied that little brat. If you knew today's whole mess was his doing. Enough talk. Time is short. Follow me to the next location. Narashikaku suppressed his amusement, cut off the idle gossip of the ninja behind him, and led the team swiftly toward the next checkpoint. On the other side of Konoha, a large force of Umbu had formed a tight encirclement, sealing off the entire Uchiha clan grounds. The once bustling Uchiha compound was now deathly silent, filled with nothing but glaring white mourning decorations. White cloths draped from every eave, and all the Uchiha members passing by were clad in hemp mourning garments with white cords tied around their heads. At the center of the memorial hall, dozens of brand-new spirit tablets were densely arranged. Incense burned with a flickering glow, thin white smoke curling up to the rafters, emanating a suffocating atmosphere of grief and oppression. Hearing the orderly footsteps outside, the Uchiha clan members guarding the memorial hall rose to their feet in unison. Hundreds of gazes turned towards the main gate. No shouts, no threats, only a heavy, cold, silent confrontation. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the forefront, leaning on the adamantine staff, while the ninja behind him stood ready with kunai in hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned the courtyard filled with white banners and mourners, his brows deeply furrowed in bewilderment. Where is Uchiha Fugaku? What has happened to warrant such a memorial hall in the clan grounds? This question was like a spark thrown into a powder keg. In the courtyard, almost every Uchiha clansman's eyes suddenly flushed red as Sharingan began to awaken one after another. Gazing across, all that could be seen were swirling tomo, single and double, their resentment and grief glaring unambiguously at the third Hokage. The Umbu captain accompanying the group felt his scalp crawl. He moved close to Sarutobi Hiruzen, raising a hand to shield his mouth as he whispered. After just a few words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's grip on the adamantine staff tightened, and he blurted out in shock. What did you say? All dead. A single stone stirs 1,000 waves. Hiruzen's loss of composure caused several young Uchiha clansmen's chakra to spiral out of control, only a hair's breadth away from erupting. What the hell happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed the Umbu captain beside him. I've reviewed all the battle reports from the past few days. Every document only notes that several jonin went missing during missions. Don't tell me all the missing men were Uchiha clan members. The Umbu captain kept his head down, not daring to meet the Hokage's gaze, and gave a slight nod. A shadow of gloom settled over Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged face. It went without saying that the reports passed up the chain had been deliberately doctored with sweeping strokes, concealing certain truths. And in the entire village, only Shimura Danzo possessed such authority. His prolonged indulgence had finally led to a catastrophe. After a long weary sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyes to the Uchiha clan members, softening his tone in an attempt to placate them. I promise here and now that I will uncover the truth and bring the mastermind to justice, giving the Uchiha clan the answers they deserve. Answers? A young Uchiha police force member standing in the front row of the memorial hall threw his head back and laughed mockingly. Clad in mourning robes, his Sharingan spun violently as his pupils, which had only a single tomo, forcibly evolved into 2 tomo. Even now you try to fool us with empty words. Our father's bodies haven't even been found, and you're already sending troops to surround our memorial hall. You can't even be bothered to put on a show. You really think we're weak and easy to bully? Destroying our clan won't be that easy. That's right, we won't just be slaughtered. More and more young Uchiha stepped forward to stand behind him, forming a surging tide of people. Extreme grief and the fury of betrayal clashed together, igniting the Uchiha bloodline and stimulating the optic nerves to undergo transformation. Those who had never awakened their eyes were forcibly tearing forth their first crimson lines. Single tomo Sharingan evolved into double tomo, and several grief-stricken Uchiha, with double tomo, eyes directly evolved into triple tomo. The white cloths in the courtyard rustled loudly. Over 100 Sharingan locked on simultaneously. The Konoha ninja outside the gate felt their palms sweat, their hearts pounding, yet they held their ground without retreating. The Uchiha clan was truly terrifying. In just a few words, several triple tomo users comparable to Jonin had appeared, along with hundreds of awakened ninja. With hatred at its peak on both sides, if a fight broke out, blood would flow like a river. Whether they could even win was one issue, but the deaths of their clansmen would further enrage these Uchiha, who were already teetering on the edge of madness. If that happened, should even a single pair of Mangekyō accidentally awaken? Whether Konoha would fall was uncertain, but every single person present would likely not survive. The first young man to step forward turned to his clansmen and let out a cry of grief and indignation. His newly evolved 2-tomo Sharingan was spinning wildly, on the verge of breaking through its shackles to form a 3-tomo. At first, only a few voices responded. Let's fight. Let's do it. But grief is contagious. The anger accumulated over the years spread through the crowd, one shout after another piling up, quickly merging into a roaring torrent. Let's fight. Death is nothing. Since Konoha is unjust, we will seek justice ourselves. All the Uchiha clansmen who had activated their Sharingan lined up and took a step forward. The Anbu ninja outside the door instinctively took a step back in unison. Many subconsciously raised their hands to protect their foreheads, fearing that meeting the sea of Sharingan would trap them in Jinjutsu. The battle line visibly wavered, and their earlier arrogance was long gone. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the adamantine staff high, his aged roar piercing through the chaotic clamor. Send a distress signal immediately. Call for reinforcements. The Anbu captain did not dare to delay. He took out a special signal flare, ignited it with a hand seal, and it exploded into a burst of fire in the sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with regret. He replayed the whole incident over and over. He really should not have been so impatient, and surrounded the Uchiha funeral hall with a large force of ninja. The clan had just lost a loved one, and was already sensitive and vulnerable. The heavy military presence only confirmed the Uchiha's suspicion that Konoha intended to exterminate them. Since stepping into this courtyard, he had barely spoken a few words, mostly passively receiving. Danzo had sown the seeds of disaster, and his own reckless leadership had pushed the already delicate conflict to the brink of the cliff. In a short moment, the misunderstanding had fully fermented, and the situation had completely slipped out of control, sliding toward the brink of civil war. Stay calm, don't be impulsive. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his voice with all his might, trying to appease them. If the Anbu could think of it, how could he not? I promise a thorough investigation, no deception. There is no need to resort to armed conflict. But at this moment the crowd was seething with rage. The Uchiha's roars had long drowned out his persuasion. Countless blood-red eyes stared fixedly at the door, their feet ready to spring. If one person made the first move, slaughter would erupt instantly. The ninja outside were in disarray, reinforcements had not arrived, and the third Hokage was stuck alone in the middle with no way forward or back. Stop! At that moment an extremely weak voice came. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Fugaku had finally appeared. It seemed there might be a turning point. Hiss! When Uchiha Fugaku walked out of the inner room, supported by Mikoto, Sarutobi Hiruzen drew a sharp breath. Uchiha Fugaku's black hair had turned gray and he looked utterly aged. He leaned entirely on Uchiha Mikoto, barely able to walk. Fugaku, what happened to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his mind struggling. What was going on? Heh! The leading young man let out a cold laugh, his words filled with dissatisfaction. What else? Grief-stricken. When the clan head received the bad news, he was so furious that he fainted several times. After barely regaining consciousness, he went to kneel in the shrine and confess. I wonder if the ancestors are willing to see this unfilial descendant. Uchiha Yen, I am still the clan head. You are not qualified to judge my merits and faults. Uchiha Fugaku coughed violently, then suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, crimson blood dripping down his fingers. Fugaku! Mikoto cried out in concern. It's nothing, I won't die yet. Uchiha Fugaku forcibly pushed Mikoto away and stood up shakily. Uchiha Fugaku's appearance was not something that could be faked. Sarutobi Hiruzen and all the ANBU present were veterans. They could see at a glance that Uchiha Fugaku was at the end of his strength and had not long to live. Faced with the white cloths and glaring spirit tablets throughout the hall, everyone thought he was grief-stricken. Little did they know this was the after-effect of forcibly using Shadow Clone to activate the complete Susanoo, which consumed a vast amount of his life force. Humph! The young man named Uchiha Yen turned his head away in annoyance. All of you withdraw. Faced with Uchiha Fugaku's order, the Uchiha clansmen instinctively looked at the leading Uchiha Yen. Although Fugaku's prestige still remained, the situation tonight made everyone more willing to follow the young man who dared to lead the clan in resistance. Uchiha Yen stared at Uchiha Fugaku, whose figure was swaying and coughing blood. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly nodded. With permission granted, the Uchiha in the courtyard glared fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen, gnashing their teeth, and reluctantly turned back to the funeral hall under Uchiha Yan's lead. Rows of figures in mourning clothes knelt again before the spirit tablets, their backs straight and taut. There was no submission, only the stubbornness of forced endurance. Third Hokage explained. Tonight you personally led the ANBU to surround the Uchiha compound. What exactly is the matter? His voice paused and a thin cold smile tugged at Fugaku's lips. Could it be that the Konoha High Command truly believes we harbor rebellious intentions and intends to wipe out all us Uchiha remnants? Remnants. This word sent a chill through everyone present, including the ninjas who had just arrived in support, unaware of the full context. In the morning hall, the barely suppressed fury of the clan members nearly erupted once more. Countless bloodshot eyes turned toward the door, their crimson glows merging into a sea of red. More and more ninjas arrived in support, clan heads and elite jonin almost all present, each looking at one another in confusion, unsure where such an accusation had come from. What were remnants? The laws of Konoha clearly stated that any remaining forces of a clan who conspired with external enemies intended to overthrow the village or secretly planned armed rebellion were collectively branded as traitorous remnants. The Uchiha clan was quietly holding a funeral at home. They had caused no trouble, disturbed no one, and even their clan's strongest was on the verge of death. Even if they shouted a few slogans or grumbled a bit, they hadn't actually done anything. Was there any need to slap such a heavy label on them? Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth opened and closed and opened. How was he supposed to respond? Should he say that an external enemy had invaded, and he suspected Fugaku Uchiha was behind it? But anyone with half an eye could see that the Uchiha clan leader could barely walk without support. If you claimed he had snuck out to cause trouble, would the ninjas present believe it or not? As for the possibility that Uchiha members had acted privately, their Sharingan had just awakened on the spot, which couldn't be faked. If this were a long-planned rebellion, why would ocular powers awaken only now? Seeing more and more ninjas arriving in support, nearly every ninja clan now present, an attack on the Hokage, especially within the village, left no room for delay. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt his head spinning, inwardly resenting that Fugaku Uchiha hadn't come out sooner, which would have saved him from this predicament. I have absolutely no intention to eradicate the Uchiha. The third Hokage forced himself to speak, trying to stabilize the situation. There was a sudden disturbance in the village, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has gone missing. All clans must. Fugaku Uchiha waved his hand, coughed violently twice, and flecks of blood stained his collar, cutting off Hiruzen's words. It matters not, for I haven't long to live. Lord Hokage, search if you must. Everyone has seen the current state of the Uchiha. I can no longer restrain the clan. Perhaps, Lord Hokage, in consideration of my years of shedding blood for Konoha, you could bear with us a little longer. Once my eyes close and I depart this world, whatever happens to the Uchiha will no longer concern me. Cough cough. Fugaku Uchiha extended his withered right hand with great effort, and Mikoto Uchiha silently supported his arm, preparing to accompany him back to the inner chamber to rest. The tense hearts of the ninjas outside eased slightly, hoping this storm would settle without further escalation. But fate had other plans. Thud thud thud. The dull sound of a cane striking the ground drew nearer. The outer ring of Konoha ninjas instinctively parted to create a path. Danzo Shimura's face was mostly wrapped in bandages, leaving only one sinister left eye exposed, his right arm concealed within a voluminous black robe. He leaned on his cane, followed by a formidable contingent of root ninjas. His gaze swept over the coughing, weakened Fugaku, then coldly over the sea of crimson Sharingan in the courtyard, and finally fixed on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, you are still so indecisive. These Uchiha harbor resentment, clearly using this funeral to rally together and secretly plot rebellion. It will eventually erupt into great chaos. This statement reignited the entire scene. Uchiha Yen shot to his feet, his two-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly. Bloody slander. Danzo, don't think we don't know. It was you who orchestrated my father's death. How dare you? Danzo struck his cane on the ground and turned to command the reinforcement ninjas, seal off all exits of the Uchiha compound, detain everyone, and interrogate them one by one. Danzo, stop. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows knitted tightly as he stepped in to intervene. There is no evidence yet to prove the Uchiha are plotting rebellion. You cannot convict them without cause. The Jinchuriki is missing and a Mangekyō Susanoo appeared in the city. Every trace points to the Uchiha. Danzo completely ignored the objection, his tone unyielding. The so-called deaths of clan members are likely a deliberate ploy by the Uchiha to evoke sympathy, manipulate public opinion, and hide sinister intentions. A cold gleam flashed in his lone eye as he spat out 4 words: their hearts are deserving of death. Fugaku Uchiha, leaning against Mikoto's shoulder, coughed violently, in succession blood spilling from his mouth in waves, yet he stared at Danzo with a cold smile. Shimura, Danzo, you insist on sealing the crime of rebellion upon us. Do you have any evidence? By the time evidence is found, and the matter is irrefutable, Konoha will already be engulfed in flames of war. Danzo's lone eye was icy, and he stamped his cane again, raising his voice. Better to believe it exists than not. Even without concrete proof at present, the danger is already present. As long as there is a possibility of rebellion, controlling the Uchiha is only logical. Rather than remedy after the fact, it is better to crush the danger in its cradle. The entire venue erupted in uproar. If Kakashi had been present, he would have raised his thumb in admiration. What a masterstroke of trumped-up charge. As long as I deem you guilty, guilt exists even without proof. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one escape. Many long-established clan leaders changed color. Today Tuanzong can suppress the Yuzhibo clan based on potential hidden dangers. Tomorrow, could he use the same excuse to strike at other clans? Once the rules are breached, no one is safe. Yuzhibo Yin trembled with rage. My clan lost over a dozen lives, and you turn around and say we used the dead to put on a show. Instead, you fabricate charges against our entire clan. Tuanzong, however, was completely indifferent, even finding it only natural. Having led the route for decades, he cared not how dirty or ruthless the methods were as long as they achieved his goals. Those useless subordinates. Out of a full 13 pairs of 3 Tomo Xylunion, they only brought back 2. The others vanished inexplicably right under their noses. However, the 3 Tomo Xylunion's suppression of Zhujian cells is indeed effective, but the quantity is still too small. Originally, I thought it would be unknown when the Yuzhibo clan would produce 3 Tomo Xylunion again, but unexpectedly these 3 Tomo Xylunion are like leaks. Cut one batch and another grows. But there's no chance to trick the Yuzhibo out of the village again. So these newly sprouted leaks, Hijitsu and Tuanzong is determined to secure. Risen, your soft heart can't make a decision. Then let Root finish it. Tuanzong turned his head to look at Yuanfei, Risen, his tone carrying an unyielding firmness. Tuanzong, I am the Hokage. You have no right to give orders here. Yuanfei Risen's usual tolerance for his old friend vanished entirely, leaving only fury in his eyes. Tuanzong leaned on his cane, half his face expressionless, his single eye meeting the third Hokage's gaze without yielding. Risen, your mercy is planting the seeds of disaster for my. You are the great tree basking in the sunlight. I am the root buried deep in the darkness. All dirty deeds are done by me, all infamy borne by me. As long as the village is safe, sacrificing a few people is nothing. Tuanzong, your logic is completely untenable. Yuanfei Risen stepped sideways to stand between Tuanzong and the Yuzhibo, holding the Yuanma golden cudgel horizontally before him. You want to interrogate the Yuzhibo based on your personal likes and dislikes. If you set a precedent today, where will rules be in the future? Where will the people's trust be? Rules are for the obedient commoners. The Yuzhibo are not among them. Tuanzong yielded not an inch, raising his hand to signal the Root ninja behind him to prepare. Root, execute the order immediately. Who dares to take a step forward? Yuanfei Risen swung the golden cudgel and bellowed, where are the Umbu? The regular Umbu ninja lurking in the area appeared in black uniforms and white masks lining up in front of the root ninja. The ninja from various clans who had come to support instinctively stepped aside, creating a distinct line of confrontation. Without exception, none of the clans were willing to take sides and join the fight. Nalyang Lujio, who had rushed to support, leaped a few times to arrive before the Shanzhong, and Shodao clan members quietly learned the situation and led them to stand behind the third Hokage. As the strategist of Mai, he understood clearly that the essence of this confrontation was not whether the Yuzhibo were suspicious, but whether the rules of Mai could restrain the high-ranking officials who held military power. If Tuanzong wins, everything is over. Every clan faces the risk of being arbitrarily purged. If the third Hokage wins, the Hokage and root will completely break apart, and the subsequent factional infighting within the village will only intensify. But at least the bottom line of Mai's laws will be barely preserved. Yuzhibo Fuyue watched the two sides confronting outside the door, somewhat surprised. Let them fight, he chuckled softly, leaning on Mei-chin and breathing lightly. Yuzhibo Yin scratched his hair in frustration. The Yuzhibo clan, still grieving and indignant, with no outlet, fell into collective absurdity. Greed and reason warred in Tuanzang's single eye. He was unwilling to let the newly emerged three-tomo Xilunion in the courtyard slip away, but the reality of the disparity in forces was plain. After weighing the pros and cons, Tuanzong planned to withdraw with the root ninja and seek another opportunity to scheme. Stop! Nalyang Lujio stepped out from the crowd, his shadow silently spreading across the ground. Tuanzong has arbitrarily mobilized root forces and defied the Hokage. I request the Hokage to order his immediate arrest. The surrounding clans all voiced their agreement. Yuanfei Risen cast a satisfied glance over the assembled ninja from various clans behind him, a glint of approval in his eyes, and nodded to Lujio. Jitsuin Tuanzong has disrupted the village's order and violated Mai's discipline. I hereby order all root ninja are to lay down their weapons immediately and submit to arrest and investigation. Deprive Tuanzong of all his powers as a high-ranking elder of Mai, place him under house arrest in his own residence to reflect on his mistakes, and forbid him from stepping out of his door without a Hokage's writ. Hokage-sama. Nalyang Lujio was anxious. This was vastly different from the result he had wanted. He had intended to use the opportunity of all clans gathered to permanently eliminate the cancer of Tuanzong. At the very least, he should be taken into custody and interrogated, uprooting the deeply entrenched root organization. But Yuanfei Risen had raised the rod high and brought it down lightly, merely stripping him of his elder title, a punishment that was nothing more than a slap on the wrist for Tuanzong. Yuanfei Risen raised his hand to stop Nalyang Lujio from further persuasion and signaled the Umbu to escort Tuanzong and his root personnel away. Tuanzong snorted coldly, left a menacing remark, and turned to leave. Risen, you will regret this. Yuanfei Risen watched his old friend's retreating figure, a trace of weariness appearing on his aged face, but then he roused himself and struck the golden cudgel on the ground. Tuanzong, you remember this, I am the Hokage. The clamor gradually faded, and the Uchiha clan grounds returned to silence. Nara Shikako looked up at the sky, utterly exhausted. Danzo lay dormant in his home, like a venomous blade sheathed in its scabbard, waiting only for the right moment to draw forth again. Indeed, he had been meddling unnecessarily. Let Kakashi do as he pleases. As he left, Nara Shikako glanced back and met Uchiha Fugaka's eyes. That half-smiling, half-sneering gaze made Nara Shikako quicken his pace. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen lead the various clan ninjas off the field, he couldn't suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Truly, it had been a spectacular drama. He coughed twice, and the blood seeping out was promptly wiped away by Mikoto with a handkerchief. Everyone disperse. Those on vigil duty, continue. The rest return to your quarters. Uchiha Hiko, and the rest of you follow me inside. The ordinary Uchiha ninjas exchanged glances, their chests full of grievances with no outlet. But the clan head had spoken, so they could only suppress their feelings and scatter one by one. Uchiha Hiko turned and nodded to the several clan members who had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Mikoto supported Fugaka's arm, and step by step, they slowly shuffled toward the inner hall deep within the residence. Clan head, how was my acting just now? Uchiha Hiko hurried to catch up, his face brimming with joy. Too much. Uchiha Fugaka stopped looking at Uchiha Hiko, whose eyes still held excitement. Including Uchiha Hiko, 11 Uchiha had followed into the inner courtyard corridor. Apart from the 5 who had opened the three-tomo, the rest wore awkward smiles. Clan head, I publicly denounced Danzo just now with full emotion. I deliberately acted crude and impulsive. What did I do wrong? Uchiha Hiko was completely baffled. He thought he had performed rather well. Acting. The 5 three-tomo Uchiha cried out in unison. I've been wanting to say it, brother Hiko, you shouted too hard. A round-faced Uchiha jumped out. I was standing behind you, and I got goosebumps all over. I was the one who acted well, restrained my emotions throughout, appearing both sorrowful and restrained. That's what true authenticity looks like. Oh, come off it. Yours was just a deadpan, not restraint, a third clan member sneered. When people grieve, they hold back with red-rimmed eyes. Your face was as stiff as a stone from start to finish. Anyone could see you were forcing it. I was the steadiest. I cursed throughout with anger hidden in my eyes. You definitely can't find any fault with that. The several clan members who had been in on the act grew more and more heated, each picking apart the other's performance flaws and boasting about their own on-the-spot control. The corridor was a cacophony of noise. Beside them, the 5 young Uchiha who had genuinely awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan looked at each other unsure whether to laugh or cry. Their anger and pain came entirely from the heart, nothing feigned. Enough! Uchiha Fugaka scolded with a laugh, putting an end to the farce, and spoke to the group. The emergence of new 3 Tomo within the clan is both a blessing and a grave disaster. That man Danzo will certainly not let this rest. Uchiha Hiko jumped out again. You don't think he'll send people to sneak into the clan grounds and attack? We'll take shifts day and night with the Sharingan on constant alert. It's not necessarily impossible to stop them. Hiko, you're right. Fugaka nodded. Now what I'm about to say is the real point. Listen carefully, all of you. Clan head were listening. The young Uchiha all stood straight. To rely on the Hokage's protection is a dead end. The safety of the Uchiha can only be held in our own hands. Clan head, you're right. Clan head, it's about time we did this. Clan head, just tell us. Where do we strike first? The young men instantly boiled over, rubbing their fists and eager to gear up and go demand an explanation from Danzo. I've had enough. How about we sneak into Danzo's compound in the dead of night and settle all old scores at once? That's what we should have done long ago. We can't keep being on the defensive. The young men all chimed in, their blood boiling. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, and a light sigh silenced the clamor. No. From today onward, the Uchiha clan is closing its borders. All who have awakened the Sharingan, especially you few with 3 Tomo, are strictly forbidden from setting foot outside Uchiha territory without permission. As for the shops outside the clan and the procurement of supplies, all that will be handed over to ordinary clan members who have not awakened their eyes. One sentence doused the high spirits like cold water. The noise abruptly ceased, the excitement drained from every face, and they all wilted in unison. Clan head, this is too suffocating. Being trapped behind the clan walls every day, what's the difference from being under house arrest? Uchiha Hiko looked utterly aggrieved. Staying cooped up without actual combat will all gradually regress, the round-faced clan member chimed in, his face fallen. Exactly, it's Danzo who's in the wrong. Complaints arose one after another, the young men full of resistance voicing the inconveniences of isolation. Fugaka did not interrupt, letting them argue. When everyone had said their piece and the corridor fell silent again, seeing that they were still sullen, Fugaku changed the subject and dropped a bombshell. After many days of negotiations, I have reached a private understanding with the Hyuga Ino Shikacho and other ninja clans. They are willing to concede and form an alliance. All parties have reached a consensus. As long as the Uchiha stay out of trouble during this period and do not provoke conflict. Uchiha Fugaku deliberately paused for effect, then raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and clenched them into a fist. The position of the 6th Hokage will be ours for the taking. Silence. Absolute silence. The empty corridor was dead silent. The young men who had been full of resentment toward the clan's confinement stared wide-eyed, stunned, as their restless hearts began to pound violently anew. The position of Hokage. The major clans are willing to support the Uchiha in becoming the 6th Hokage. Uchiha Yin swallowed the heart that seemed ready to leap from his throat, stammering as he asked. That's right. Fugaka's gaze swept over every young man, his tone growing heavier. The 3rd Hokage has held power for many years, and Danzo's domineering overreach has stirred a sense of crisis among all the bloodline clans. After much deliberation, supporting the Uchiha to ascend to the Hokage position is the balancing solution that everyone can accept. But the prerequisite is that we cannot make mistakes. Mikoto gently patted Fugaka's back, helping him suppress the tickle rising in his throat. The effort of his earlier speech had drained him, and his face bore a pallid, sickly complexion. This is the core condition of the pact. The major clans can accept the Uchiha in power only if we remain sufficiently docile. Whether it's a fight with others, or inadvertently falling into a trap and being framed for rebellion, all cooperation will be instantly nullified. Danzo watches day and night for us to make a mistake. His informants are scattered throughout the village. If any of you act impulsively, the years of my planning will be reduced to nothing. A round-faced clansman scratched his hair, looking troubled. So if we endure and stay indoors for a while, we'll eventually control the entire Konoha. Precisely. Fugaka nodded. The young Uchiha exchanged glances, their resentment slowly settling into forbearance. Freedom was certainly tempting, but the chance to command Konoha and wash away the long-standing suspicion burdening the Uchiha was enough to make every Uchiha willingly offer their very lives. Fugaka coughed softly a few times, then dropped another bombshell. I am already old, though I fear I will not live to see that day. So this task must be completed by you. The candidate for Hokage may very well emerge from among you. With such a colossal fortune falling from the heavens, everyone's minds buzzed with astonishment. All present were young men, who among them had never fantasized about sitting in the Hokage's office commanding the thousands of shinobi in the village, standing at the very apex of the ninja world. This group of Uchiha, long branded with the stigma of violence, harbored Hokage dreams that burned even more fiercely than others. Now, with the clan leader's own words, the sixth Hokage would likely be chosen from among them. Uchiha Yin was so excited that his limbs went numb. He pressed his fingers against his throbbing temples, his gaze unfocused, asking for confirmation again and again. Clan leader, are you serious? Do we all have a chance to compete? Uchiha Fugaku nodded. First came a series of sharp intakes of breath, then the 12 young men cheered and embraced each other, their eyes brimming with undisguised anticipation. Ahem. Fugaku leaned on Mikoto for support, gazing at the starry-eyed young men before him, then broke into another stifled cough. Don't get too excited just yet. This is only the pact. It has removed the obstacles to the Uchiha assuming the Hokage position. The major clans have agreed to support the Uchiha, but they want a Hokage who upholds the law and order, not a reckless madman who flips the table at the first setback. Only those with steady minds and thorough consideration will ultimately inherit the position. Uchiha Yin immediately jumped up, thumping his chest in assurance. Clan leader, rest assured. I will ensure that everyone is disciplined and that no one leaves the compound without permission. Seeing Yin take the lead and say what they wanted to say, the others also jumped up to pledge their determination. Good, but that's not enough. Merely restraining yourselves is far from sufficient. The Uchiha have been misunderstood in the village for too long. Rumors have accumulated day by day, and many civilians and ordinary shinobi in the village instinctively despise us. Without the recognition of the villagers, even with the backing of numerous major clans, sitting firmly in the Hokage seat will remain as difficult as reaching the heavens. The joy on the faces of the 12 young men gradually faded, replaced by expressions of distress. This is too difficult, Uchiha Yin muttered in complaint. On one hand, we can't set foot outside the clan grounds, on the other we have to improve relations with the villagers. We're restricted on all sides, pulled in two directions with no starting point. Yes, it's too difficult. Almost an impossible task. Fugaku nodded, offering no comfort, instead laying out all the harsh realities plainly. The path to Hokage has always been strewn with thorns. If anyone finds the road ahead too arduous, they may withdraw from the race for the Hokage position at any time and focus on training for self-preservation. No one will blame you. If this body of mine weren't so weak, I wouldn't have put you in such a predicament. As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku burst into a hacking cough, drawing the attention of all the young men. Uchiha Yin struggled in silence for a long time before speaking first. I won't withdraw. The clan leader fought hard for this opportunity. We can't give up just because it's difficult. A clansman with 3 tomo then declared, compared to living a lifetime under suspicion, this bit of trouble is nothing. Exactly. No matter how tough the bone, someone has to bite it. That's right. Even if we can't leave the compound, we can have the ordinary clansmen who go out deliver handmade gifts during festivals. Not expecting immediate intimacy, just slowly dissolve their wariness. Yes, I noticed that many villagers' roofs near the clan grounds are leaking. I'll have someone go to repair them tomorrow. And one by one they made up their minds. A few who had been wavering pondered for a long time, then shook their heads and refused to withdraw. None of them were willing to let slip the chance to rewrite the Uchiha's fate. Very well, then go ahead. But be careful not to be overly eager, lest you arouse suspicion. Let it be a steady, long-term effort. Uchiha Fugaku stood up with Mikoto's support and walked toward the bedroom. I await your good news. Yes, clan leader. Take care. The 12 watched Fugaku and Mikoto disappear around the corner of the corridor. As the sound of footsteps faded into the distance, the group of young men immediately formed a circle, squatting on the wooden corridor, fervently discussing their plans. Uchiha main residence bedroom. Mikoto closed the wooden door behind her. When she turned back, Fugaku's graying hair had already turned jet black again. Mikoto walked slowly to his side and asked with concern, Fugaku, can this plan really succeed? Fugaku sat on a cushion, poured himself a cup of tea, and spoke calmly. Don't worry. The entire plan was personally devised by the Nara clan leader. I won't claim it's foolproof, but the chances are still very good. But those children are hot-blooded and full of hope for the Hokage election. If they later find out that they were only chess pieces for Itachi's rise. They are not chess pieces. Fugaku interrupted her. I genuinely intend to let them compete. The competition is out in the open, and they will be judged by their abilities. If Itachi can't even surpass them, then his capacity is insufficient to become Hokage. He can contentedly serve as clan leader, marry, have children, and carry on the Uchiha lineage. Mikoto sat beside him and whispered, but what if among these children someone secures the support of the major clans first? Would you be content with that? Why wouldn't I be? Fugaku put down his teacup. If Uchiha Yin and the others, through steady accumulation day after day, can stabilize the various factions in Konoha, then they are more suited for that position than Itachi. Mikoto, we have only this one chance. We must seize it firmly. Mikoto nodded, reached out to tidy Fugaku's disheveled hair, and said no more. The news of the Uchiha clan's self-imposed confinement spread quickly through Konoha. For a long time the villagers had grown accustomed to the Uchiha members patrolling day and night. Now with the Uchiha's high walls sealed tight and ninja, with Sharingan rarely seen on the streets, the palpable fear had visibly diminished. A group of merchants gathered in celebration, clinking cups and slapping their thighs in delight, boldly moving their stalls toward the center of the road. The roaming thugs grew even more brazen, forming small gangs to block lone children and women, while petty theft became a trivial matter. After nightfall, large groups of hoodlums roamed through secluded alleys, shouting and brawling loudly, kicking and smashing roadside debris. Some even dared to gather near the Uchiha clan grounds, jeering and hurling obscenities. Ordinary citizens felt a mix of relief and unease. They were relieved not to be constantly wary of the volatile Sharingan, which brought a sense of security. Yet with the Uchiha confined, the wicked had no restraint. Daytime was bearable, but many households locked their doors early at night. Inside the Hokage's office, smoke lingered as Hiruzen Sarutobi clutched his pipe, taking one deep drag after another. The police department stood empty and the chaos on the streets escalated. All Umbu operatives had been deployed, yet it was a drop in the bucket. These Umbu ninja were adept at killing and arson, decisive in action, but when faced with street thugs who played dirty and acted shamelessly, they were utterly at a loss. These rogues knew the limits of Konoha's laws well. They never committed serious crimes like severe injury or arson, at most operating illegally, petty theft, or gathering to cause a ruckus. If the Umbu punished them with too much force, the thugs would wail and cry, accusing the ninja of bullying civilians. But if they tried to reason, these people were impervious to logic, spewing nonsense and causing trouble. Proper ninja were unskilled in street bickering and could never outtalk the foul-mouthed ruffians. With no other choice, the Umbu resorted to simply clearing the streets, rounding up everyone indiscriminately. Soon the police department's prison was overflowing with non-stop shouting and cursing. Uchiha and Danzo had indeed handed him a difficult problem. Hiruzen Sarutobi lit his pipe again, gazing out the window at the once lively, now empty streets. His eyes swept across the rooftops opposite, where two figures flashed by, barely visible. From the Inuzuka clan. He tapped his pipe, speaking to the room without turning. "Send word for Inuzuka Tsum and Aburame Shibi to come to my office immediately." The Umbu acknowledged and vanished. Moments later, two figures entered the Hokage building, one after another. Soon they left the Hokage's office with excitement. "Shibi, why do you think the third Hokage chose the Inuzuka and Aburame clans to lead the Konoha police department?" As soon as they stepped out of the building, Inuzuka Tsum grabbed the silent Aburame Shibi beside her. Impatient by nature, she couldn't hold back her questions, firing them off like a machine gun. "Will the Uchiha hold a grudge? Will the elders nitpick? I'm really unsure." Aburame Shibi pushed his sunglasses up, with a finger staring blankly at her hand on his shoulder, and after a long pause finally muttered, "You can remember me. Of course. I don't rely on my eyes to fight, but scent never lies." Inuzuka Tsum sniffed, grinned, and flashed a row of white teeth. "Your scent is faint, but not hard to pick up." "I see." Aburame Shibi turned to look at the entrance of the Hokage building, where ninja hurried past without a second glance. "I remember you were there that night." The first and fourth Hokage's stance was clear. Kakashi is practically the only candidate for the fifth Hokage. At this point, it's best to do more and say less. Inuzuka Tsum blinked, not yet fully grasping the implication. Suddenly, in the distance, a commotion of laughter and shouting erupted, mixed with a woman's scream and a child's cry. Kuramaru at her feet perked up his ears and let out a low growl. "Kuramaru, go." Inuzuka Tsum, an impulsive actionist, pushed off the ground and shot forward like the wind. Aburame Shibi instinctively reached out to stop her, but his hand was only halfway up when her figure vanished around the corner, Kuramaru following, leaving only a swirl of dust. His hand dropped, and he shook his head. He knew the Inuzuka clan was straightforward and hot-tempered, but he hadn't expected it to be this extreme. The third Hokage had only given an oral order. The official documents for their appointment hadn't even been distributed to the clans. Strictly speaking, they hadn't officially taken over the police department yet. And she just charged off like that. Aburame Shibi sighed as several parasitic insects crawled out from his sleeve, following the scent of Inuzuka Tsum. Sure enough, from the direction she disappeared came a racket. Two Umbu patrolling nearby heard the noise and rushed toward the source of the chaos. Before long, Inuzuka Tsum, drooping her head in dejection, was escorted back to the Hokage building by two Umbu members, one on each side. Kuramaru, tail between his legs and ears drooping, had completely lost the fierce momentum from before, occasionally lifting his head to glance at his owner with a pitiful look. "I told you I was catching thugs. Why don't you believe me?" The Umbu on the left remained expressionless, speaking formally. "Esteemed ninja, when we arrived, we only saw you assaulting 3 civilians, one of whom had his teeth knocked out. Bystanders can testify. According to Konoha law, ninja are not allowed to harm civilians indiscriminately. Please come with us to explain before the Hokage." "They were thugs. They were stealing." Inuzuka Tsum stamped her foot in frustration. "But when we arrived, they were already on the ground, crying with nothing in their hands." The Umbu on the right added calmly, "No one can prove they were robbers." Inuzuka Tsum was speechless, a lump stuck in her throat, nearly choking. When she rushed over, those thugs were harassing a woman and grabbing her purse. Without a second thought, she pounced and knocked them down with a few blows. But those rascals immediately started crying, shouting, "Ninja attacked!" drawing a crowd of onlookers. The robbed woman, clutching her child, slipped away in the chaos. By the time the Umbu arrived, the scene was just her, the violent ninja, and 3 pitiful victims. The thugs wailed and blubbered, accusing her of unprovoked assault. The spectators pointed fingers, and the Umbu wore expressions that said, "You're done for." She couldn't defend herself. Inuzuka-san felt utterly frustrated for the first time. "We're here." The Umbu stopped motioning for her to enter the Hokage building. Inuzuka-san looked up and saw Aburame Shibi waiting at the entrance. Their eyes met. Her face flushed bright red, a mix of shame and anger, wishing she could disappear into the ground. How embarrassing. She had just received a mission from the Hokage's office, only to be escorted back by the Umbu. Aburame Shibi watched her dejected form, a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth beneath his sunglasses. In the end, he said nothing, simply stepping aside to let her pass. Inuzuka-san gritted her teeth, stiffened her neck, and forced herself to walk inside. Kuramaru followed dejectedly, letting out a pitiful whimper as he passed Aburame Shibi. Aburame Shibi looked down at the crestfallen ninja dog, then at Inuzuka-san's angry back, and sighed softly. He knew it would come to this. A farce that had begun before their official appointment ended up rolling back into the Hokage's office with great fanfare. Kakashi, the mastermind behind the scenes, listened at home as Kurenai Yuhi vividly recounted the entire capture of Tsum, Inuzuka laughing so hard he was doubled over. So how did Hiruzen Sarutobi handle it afterwards? What else could he do? He sent documents to all the clans overnight, finalizing the positions. Kurenai Yuhi started laughing as she spoke, then naturally sat down beside Kakashi. They laughed for a while, gradually quieting down, and the atmosphere became somewhat intimate. Kurenai's smile slowly faded, her gaze tender as water, tilting her head to look at Kakashi. Kakashi turned his head to meet her eyes. The air seemed to still, leaving only the sound of their breathing. Kurenai's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't look away, simply gazing at him quietly. Kakashi's Adam's apple bobbed gently. He slowly leaned down. Kurenai also tilted her head up slightly. Their faces drew closer and closer, their shadows on the wall already overlapping. Just as their lips were about to touch. Bam! 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 Suddenly thunderous pounding came from outside the door. "Kakashi, open up." A voice so loud it could pierce 3 streets exploded outside the door, full of vigor and enthusiasm. "I brought you something." The intimate atmosphere inside shattered into pieces. Kakashi closed his eyes, a vein pulsing at his temple. He knew who it was without looking. In all of Konoha, the only one with such a loud voice daring to bang on his door and claim to be delivering something was none other than Might Guy. Kurenai's cheeks were flushed, and she nudged Kakashi's shoulder, urging him to go open the door. Couldn't he have come earlier or later? He grumbled as he got up, dragging his feet to the door. The pounding outside continued, accompanied by Guy's energetic shouts. "Kakashi, I know you're in there. Open up." Kakashi took a deep breath and pulled the door open. Outside, Might Guy stood in his signature green spandex, grinning brilliantly, his teeth gleaming. Might Guy, seeing Kakashi at the door, paid no attention to the dark lines on Kakashi's face or the presence of Kurenai inside, pushed a wheelchair in, and barged through, complaining nonstop. "I mean, Kakashi, why on earth would you order something like this?" Kakashi placed his hand on the anti-slip armrest of the wheelchair, let out a cheerful laugh, and slowly replied, "Of course it's for my own use." Guy quickly moved to Kakashi's side and reached out to lift his pant leg to check. "Injured your leg? No need to be so tense." Kakashi dodged Guy's grabby hands and glanced at the curious Kurenai. "Just being prepared." With that, Kakashi parked the wheelchair neatly against the wall. Might Guy glanced at Kurenai, gave Kakashi a thumbs up, turned, and quickly walked out. But before leaving, he lowered his voice to a booming whisper, promising to knock in advance next time and not disturb their good time. Kurenai, whose cheeks were already flushed, felt her whole body heat up. She was like a boiled crab, red from the roots of her ears to her neck, even her earlobes burning hot. Her eyes darted around in panic, unable to meet Kakashi's gaze. She jumped up in a fluster, leaving only a hurried, "I'm going home first," and fled out the door, stepping over the tatami. That guy, why did he have to yell that when he left? Kakashi slapped his forehead. Now she's gone, leaving me alone with a wheelchair in an empty house. Bored, Kakashi sat sideways into the wheelchair, rocked the wheels back and forth, and used the momentum to glide around the small room. After test driving it, Kakashi pulled out a sealing scroll, and chakra flowed through it. The scroll unfurled, and a test tube appeared in Kakashi's hand. Inside was a pale green liquid. The original Hashirama cells, diluted many times by Orochimaru. Kakashi gently shook the test tube between his fingers. After this period of continuous replenishment, his body's tolerance had reached a critical point. There was no need to stay in the low-level adaptation phase any longer. It's time for the next step. So after leaving a note for Kurenai, briefly telling her he would be away for a while, and not to worry, Kakashi appeared directly at Orochimaru's secret base. This time Kakashi disappeared for a long time. It was over a month later when Kakashi finally returned to Konoha. It was Minato Namikaze who personally carried him back. Kakashi was wrapped head to toe in medical bandages like a mummy with only his intact left eye and mouth exposed a look comparable to Danzo's. Following Kakashi's instructions, Minato settled him into the wheelchair, straightened his limbs, and fastened the safety straps. After doing all this, the fourth Hokage straightened up and let out a long breath. You were way too reckless. This time you were extremely lucky to survive. If not for Kushina being an impure world reincarnation with endless chakra sealing the rampaging cells day and night, you would have exploded long ago. Kakashi leaned back against the wheelchair cushion, looking around the familiar environment. Thanks to you too, Master. If you hadn't helped with the sealing, I wouldn't have been saved relying on Kushina-sensei alone. I really didn't expect this cell fusion to be so dangerous. It's not on the same level as Tenzo's cells at all. Don't get cheeky with me. Minato Namikaze rolled his eyes, then looked Kakashi up and down. By the way, when is your little girlfriend coming? I'm worried, leaving Kushina alone at Orochimaru's place. Kakashi slightly tilted his head, mentally ranting. Kushina is an impure world reincarnation. What's there to worry about? It's just that you've patched things up with your wife this past month and want to go home to seize the moment. Once you have your wife, you forget your student, and you don't even think about who summoned you. But Kakashi didn't dare say that out loud now. Discretion is the better part of valor, so he nodded hastily. Yes, Master, go ahead without worry. Kurenai should be here soon. It won't be a problem. Minato Namikaze nodded with a grunt. The flying thunder god mark lit up, and he vanished in a flash of golden light. Truly a master who forgets his student for a woman. This master is beyond saving. The room fell silent again. Kakashi painfully raised his hand, brushing over the bandages on his body, the skin beneath itching unbearably. Kakashi gritted his teeth and pulled back his restless hand. He couldn't scratch now. Underneath the bandages were scars that had just healed. If he tore them open again, it wouldn't be fun. Leaning back in the wheelchair, he tilted his head at a 45-degree angle and stared blankly at the ceiling. Every time he disappeared, he always came back with a body full of injuries, big and small. He didn't know how he'd be scolded by Kurenai later. She wouldn't be angry and ignore me, would she? Kakashi quickly looked around and saw the furniture in the house spotless, putting his heart back at ease. As he was lost in thought, the sound of the door opening came from outside. Kakashi instinctively buried most of his face in the bandages, playing the ostrich. A clatter sounded. Yuhi Kurenai pushed the door open, the bamboo lunchbox in her hand toppling to the ground, her gaze locked onto the figure in the wheelchair. She rushed forward, her fingers hovering over the bandages on Kakashi's face, rising and falling repeatedly, yet hesitating to touch them. Kakashi. Her voice trembled, laced with barely concealed panic. How could you be injured this badly? Before you left, you said you were going to rest and recuperate. How did this happen? Kakashi struggled to curl his lips into a faint smile, offering reassurance. The rejection from Hashirama cell fusion was too intense. It just looks terrifying, but my life is out of danger. Yuhi Kurenai refused to believe Kakashi's nonsense. She could only shake her head, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. She reached out and gently placed her hand over his bandaged hand. I only hope you'll stop bearing everything alone from now on. Living safely, that's what matters most. Sorry for making you worry. Kakashi hummed in response, then turned his hand over to hold hers. Living safely. He closed his eyes. Was it that he didn't want to live safely? This damn shinobi world was just that damnable. If he didn't fight now, he wouldn't even have the right to live later. After a narrow escape, he had finally fused with Tenzo's heart blood, barely managing to tie with the half-strength Edo Tensei Hashirama. As for how much Hashirama had held back, Kakashi suspected it was like Erlang Shun fighting his nephew. Kurenai, I'm hungry. Alright, let's eat. Yuhi Kurenai wiped away her tears, took out the dishes from the overturned lunchbox, and fed him spoonful by spoonful. In her heart, a strange sense of peace arose. Wouldn't it be wonderful if Kakashi could stay in that wheelchair forever? This time covered in injuries, Kakashi truly couldn't go anywhere. Every day he sat in the wheelchair, letting Yuhi Kurenai push him around, and his writing career came to a halt. After all, even lifting his hand was difficult, and he couldn't very well ask Kurenai to ghostwrite. The content in those books wasn't suitable for minors. During his recovery, Might Guy came, Tenzo came, Narashikaku sneaked in as well, and Hyuga Hizashi paid a visit openly and legitimately. The reason was to thank Kakashi for saving his life. These people came and went again, yet not a single one mentioned Orochimaru's defection. Kakashi sensed something was wrong. After repeated questioning, he learned from Yuhi Kurenai that the shinobi world was stirring again. The recent spate of internal conflicts in Konoha had already been reported back to various powers by spies lurking in the village. The Wagakure and Konoha had long been in constant friction, and recently, they had been testing the border areas, clearly trying to profit from Konoha's internal instability. Kimobikure had a long-standing enmity. Now that they learned of Konoha's high-level turmoil and the depletion of its core combat strength, they directly assembled a large number of elite ninja at the border, and even the Raikage direct forces showed unusual movements, as if ready to wage war at any moment. The most impatient was Mangekyō. They blatantly deployed troops at the border, demanding to reclaim the border territories that Konoha had occupied years ago. Now Sunagakir's vanguard had already advanced to the border between the Wind Country and the Fire Country, less than 100 miles from Konoha's defensive line. Was this the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War? Kakashi was extremely excited, slapping his thigh in exhilaration, but the movement was too sudden, causing him to wince in pain. No way, Kakashi can't miss such a big commotion. Sit down. Yuhi Kurenai let out a roar like a tigress, shaking Kakashi's heart into a frantic thumping. I'm not moving, really not moving, Kakashi chuckled sheepishly. Is that so? I just heard someone say they wanted to join the fun. Did I mishear? You must have misheard. I can barely even stand up, how could I possibly go out? The tigress was furious. Kakashi shrank his neck, showing great cowardice. That's better. Open wide. Seeing Kakashi calm down, Yuhi Kurenai's expression softened instantly. She scooped up a spoonful of medicine, blew on it to cool it, and fed it to Kakashi's lips. Kakashi drank the medicine while scheming. Even without leaving this room, I can still stir up the muddy waters of the shinobi world even more. Senju Hashirama was getting moldy in the Kamui dimension. It was time to let him out for some exercise. So he did it. Taking advantage of the moment, Kurenai turned around Kakashi, bit his finger, and summoned Senju Hashirama. Kid, when are you going to send me back to the Pure Land? Senju Hashirama kicked open the coffin lid and shouted discontentedly. Hey kid, did someone beat you up? Seeing Kakashi's distinctive appearance, he pointed at him and couldn't stop laughing. After Hashirama had laughed enough, Kakashi had Kurenai recount the situation again, then fan the flames. First Hokage, the plan has changed. War is about to begin again. The Konoha that you and Madara built with your own hands is about to fall. This time there are no Uzumaki, no Senju, no Uchiha. They are either extinct or in seclusion. The remaining ninja simply cannot withstand the combined offensive of the three great hidden villages. So, can you still be happy now? Is it Madara? Senju Hashirama's face darkened, his chakra unconsciously stirring, a sign of his anger. Who knows? Anyway, the Uchiha have lost over a dozen three-tomo Sharingan. Kakashi glanced at Yuhi Kurenai, who was hiding behind him, and emboldened like a mouse continued his bluff. Humph. Senju Hashirama snorted coldly, noncommittal. Kid, what do you want me to do? First Hokage, you're a man of action, and you would never stand by and watch Konoha fall. No, I'm already dead. What happens to Konoha has nothing to do with me. The descendants are just not capable enough, Hashirama said, then suddenly shifted his tone. But if Madara wants to destroy Konoha, he'll have to ask if I agree first. Our pact was to protect Konoha, not to destroy it. If he really goes that far, I won't stand idly by. Kakashi, covered in wounds, was too weak to retort. He put on a worried expression and gave a thumbs up. The first Hokage is wise. Kakashi smiled on the surface, but inwardly he was cursing up a storm. He knew they were a pair of good friends, but did they have to say it so bluntly, making all his earlier groundwork seem like child's play? That's the logic. If Konoha gets carved up by the other four great nations, it's the third Hokage's incompetence. As for Uchiha Madara, trying to fish in troubled waters, that won't do. Don't you agree? Correct. Senju Hashirama nodded. The wind and sand outside gradually subsided, but the smoke of war on the distant border grew ever thicker. A storm sweeping across the shinobi world was quietly escalating, and Kakashi was already prepared, waiting for the situation to develop in the direction he envisioned.